After the typhoon, the road was a mess. A bus was blocked by a fallen tree, unable to move forward. The passengers inside grew impatient, leaning out of the windows and urging the driver to do something. "We can't just wait forever. I have to go home and cook." "Exactly, I promised my girlfriend a movie at 7. This is a real delay." The crowd bickered and argued. The driver slammed the engine off, stood up, took a cigarette from his pocket printed with Xinjiang Bus Company, and put it in his mouth, bellowing, "Everyone get off. I'm sick of this job anyway. After this run I'm done. You can all walk back now." Immediately the bus erupted into chaos. A woman with a perm, hands on her hips, said aggressively, "How can you be so irresponsible? You can't just leave us halfway." A middle-aged man with a receding hairline chimed in, "Young people nowadays can't handle any hardship." Kakashi took the opportunity to slip out through the back door. As the cool night air filled his lungs, he felt instantly sobered, his mind previously dulled by the heat inside the bus now sharp and clear. He was on his way to a meaningless class reunion. Kakashi glanced at his phone. 6:10 p.m. He was already 10 minutes late. Walking along this road would take another half-hour to reach the gathering, so he chose to go in the opposite direction. Kai's phone calls kept coming. When Kakashi was still 1 block away from home, he finally pressed the answer button. "What's going on?" "You're not coming. Everyone's waiting for you." "Yes, something came up. You guys have fun." Kakashi held his phone, his gaze drifting to the hot pot restaurant across the street, bustling with noise. He felt a craving for their handmade beef meatballs. Kai's voice, still deep and steady, pulled him back from his thoughts. "Why so sudden? We had it all planned. And Lin is here. She's been waiting for you." Lin. The last time they met was 5 years ago, at the graduation ceremony. She stood before him in her academic gown, head bowed, cheeks unusually red. From behind her back she produced a bouquet of flowers and handed it to him. "Kakashi, I'm sorry." Kakashi did not let her finish. The girl's dark eyes brimmed with tears, then she tilted her head up and pretended to be carefree. "It's okay. Happy graduation, and I wish you a bright future." That sunflower bouquet bloomed brilliantly, staying in Kakashi's rented room for a whole week before wilting and falling. And Lin's figure after that farewell gradually faded from memory. Kakashi said no more. He brushed off Kai with a few words and hastily hung up the phone. He had lost his appetite for the hot pot. Remembering that a new tutoring student was coming tomorrow, he decided to go home and prepare. The barrage of messages from editor Shursui never stopped. Lately he couldn't write a single word. Opening a blank document made him nauseous. As he thought about it, his stomach churned violently. Kakashi grabbed a utility pole, clutching his chest, his heart feeling as if it would burst from his chest, aching fiercely. Sakura rushed over. Seeing Kakashi's pale face, she understood. She helped him into the car and drove straight to the hospital. "Teacher Kakashi, you're having side effects, aren't you? I warned you before, but you wouldn't listen." Sakura was a student he had tutored in college. She later entered medical school and became a doctor. Even now she still called him Teacher Kakashi. "It's fine, just give me some painkillers. You can't keep taking these. You have a wound infection, it could be fatal if it gets worse." "Why? Why?" Kakashi's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He wanted to know why too. He bit his lower lip, clenched the fabric over his chest, and leaned his head against the window glass, breathing rapidly to ease the pain. Sakura knew she wouldn't get an answer from him. Over the years, he had been stubbornly determined to become someone completely different from his former self. Having seen the once vibrant and confident Kakashi, Sakura felt even more regret. The hospital arrived. Kakashi refused to be hospitalized, insisting that Sakura just prescribe him some pills. "Teacher Kakashi, last time I mentioned my mentor will be back soon. I'll have her treat you." Sakura had a very famous mentor in the medical field named Tsunade, who flew around the world for academic research. But whenever she encountered a difficult case, she could almost always cure it. Because of her exceptional skill, appointments were extremely hard to get. Ordinary people could hardly ever receive her treatment. Now, through Sakura's connection, it was a stroke of luck, but Kakashi still refused. Dr. Haruno. A nurse paleface burst in flustered emergency. A car accident patient massive bleeding come quick. Okay. Sakura quickly put on her white coat, turned to Kakashi, and said, sorry teacher, I have to go. Go ahead, I'm feeling better, it's fine. Kakashi picked up the bag from the table, and slowly walked with the crowd to the emergency entrance. Most people were whispering about the shocking scene that had just occurred. Kakashi leaned against the vending machine. Inside the glass a can of black coffee was stuck. He stared at it for a while various versions of gossip reached his ears. They say it's a gay couple. One of them had his arm torn off, it's probably hopeless. The man who brought them in looks rich. Is he the one who hit them? Probably not. The culprit drove a big truck and fled. And the man who brought them in was well-dressed, not like a rough long-haul truck driver. The gossip continued. Kakashi's gaze shifted from the bright operating light. He decided to fish out some coins from his pocket and insert them into the vending machine slot. If the water bottle above fell, it might knock the coffee loose. Or maybe he should choose the apple juice on the top shelf, which had more force. But he was taking medicine, so water was better. Click. Thud. In the moment of his hesitation, the stuck coffee and the water that had been used as leverage both fell into the dispensing tray. His black suit wrinkled as he bent down, and his leather shoes got stained with dark blood, shocking and chilling. Slowly their eyes met as if time and space were split into two, past and present, but both were nothing but emptiness. Uchiha Obito had appeared in various fictional scenes, but he never imagined he would stand right before him alive and real. I remember you only drink lattes. Obito twisted open the bottle cap. A few drops of water splashed onto his hand, revealing the scars that still remained. Kakashi remembered them all just as Obito remembered his preferences. Kakashi's hand remained suspended in the air, refusing to take it, while his gaze lingered on Obito's face, familiar yet strange. The memories were too distant, but the pain that could never be erased was still vivid as ever. If you say you've forgotten me, I'll be sad. Obito laughed self-deprecatingly, then directly grabbed Kakashi's wrist and shoved the water bottle into his hand. Long time no see, Obito. The words came out trembling as if frozen in ice, the sound freezing his vocal cords, slowly fermenting into long-buried emotions. A fleeting smile of extreme tenderness crossed Obito's face. I'm glad. I thought you might have forgotten me. After all, it's been almost 10 years. He glanced down at the hospital bag in Kakashi's hand, furrowed his brows slightly, and asked, Are you sick? No, it's just that sometimes I stay up late and get headaches, so I came to get some painkillers. Still love reading. And then now I'm writing. Oh, a great writer. Congratulations, that was your childhood dream. Obito chatted idly with Kakashi, his relaxed tone reminiscent of their school days. Kakashi took a sip of water to hide his embarrassment. Just making a living, not really a great writer. You've always been excellent. Obito praised without stint, making Kakashi feel even more embarrassed. At that moment a doctor ran out of the emergency room and shouted, Is Linian's family here? Come here. Obito turned, his expression changed. He said to Kakashi, I'll be right back. If you can wait for me. Then he ran toward the doctor. After saying that, he ran toward the doctor, leaving Kakashi standing there at a loss. Should he wait? Kakashi's inner struggle lasted a long time. After all, a reunion after so long was rare, but the meaning of meeting again was nothing more than catching up and talking about the dullness of their present lives. They were no longer as close and friendly as before. His feet seemed to have a mind of their own, never taking a step forward. As night deepened, Kakashi counted the number of ambulances coming and going, then boredly took out his phone to open a writing app to record some ideas. If Shursui saw him now, he would definitely be moved to tears, because the backlog of manuscripts was countless, and Kakashi was already prepared to move house to escape. His fingers quickly tapped a few words on the keyboard, then were interrupted by a heart-wrenching cry. Kakashi looked up and saw a man covered in white cloth on a stretcher, tightly held in the arms of another man whose head was bandaged. The man shouted and cried, Don't leave me. Please. You're all I have. The medical staff separated the two men. The man fainted from emotional agitation. Quick, bring another stretcher, send him to the ward, and the other one to the morgue. A single sentence summed up a fate of separation between life and death. Kakashi's gaze crossed the crowd and landed on Obito, who also looked back. After a brief exchange with a nurse, he walked toward Kakashi. It's handled. Shall we go? Having just experienced life and death, Obito's mood was exceptionally low. He knew Kakashi wouldn't ask, so he spoke on his own. Lin Yen is a student I sponsor. He has been orphaned since childhood. He finally met someone who loved him, but was taken away by a car accident. Life and death are fated. There's nothing we can do. Are they? Homosexual. Obito paused for a moment when he said those 3 words, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and offered it. Smoke one. Kakashi followed him outside. The two leaned against the mottled wall. The lighter flickered with an unsteady flame. Obito shielded it from the breeze, leaned sideways, and when he brought the flame close to the cigarette, Kakashi caught the familiar woody scent that had never changed. The distance between them was so close that if either of them moved a little forward, they could complete an intimate encounter, but when their eyes met, they quickly parted. Are you married? Kakashi noticed the wedding ring on Obito's hand. He had actually noticed it earlier. Obito blew out a smoke ring, gently twisted the ring. The long term where it left a pale mark on his finger. Yeah, I'm getting old. My family pressured me. I couldn't hold out. What about you? Not yet. Maybe I'm better off alone. Aren't you lonely? So I write down my thoughts and memories in my books. Kakashi coughed lightly, put out the cigarette. I have to go, or my editor will kill me. Obito took out his keys from his pocket. A black Mercedes lit up not far away. He walked ahead without explanation, saying with his back to Kakashi, I'll drive you. Kakashi got into the car without any resistance. The interior was clean and tidy except for a pile of toys in the back seat, still in their original packaging with tags. Those are for my son. I don't know if he'll like them. Obito glanced at Kakashi's uncomfortable expression through the rearview mirror, then took out a pack of plum candies from the glove compartment and handed it to him. I don't know if you still get carsick. Eat some, it'll help. Kakashi had suffered from carsickness for many years, and it only improved later when he traveled all over the country to collect materials. But he still remembered that time on a study trip when the bus was bumpy, and he ended up vomiting all over Obito. He must have remembered that too. Kakashi still took the candy. Thank you. How old is your son? 7. He just came back to the country. I haven't had time to see him yet. Huh? He and his mother live abroad. We're not close. So I bought some things to send him. Kakashi picked up a Mickey Mouse plush toy, glanced at the little rabbit ornament beside it, and laughed. It's a son, not a daughter, right? Yeah. Then you shouldn't buy these. Boys prefer guns and knives. You didn't like dolls when you were little, did you? Obito turned the steering wheel, thinking Kakashi made sense, and directly made a turn into the nearby mall. Can you help me pick something? I'm not good with kids. Is it too much trouble? It's okay. If you really can't, it's fine. I'll take you home first. Okay, I have the time. After parking the car, the two took the elevator to the 3rd floor of the mall. In the atrium, there was a large toy store filled with parents and children, making the two men stand out conspicuously. Obito, however, didn't care at all, looking around at the display shelves. Kakashi took a remote control car from the innermost cabinet. Buy this. He'll like it. It was a black sports car with a cool shape and remote control function. It immediately caught the eye of a little boy nearby who pestered his mother to buy it. No, you're just enthusiastic for 3 minutes. You'll play with it for a while and then stop. Don't you have enough toy cars at home? The woman scolded. The boy pouted reluctantly and followed his mother out of the store. Obito carried the toy to the checkout. I like it too. I'll play with it first before giving it to him. Yeah, men all love cars, and... He couldn't finish the sentence. Kakashi turned around. I'll wait for you outside. Obito came out carrying things, then suddenly pulled a small bag from the large one and handed it to Kakashi. A gift for you, thanks for coming with me today. Kakashi stood frozen, not taking it. He looked at Obito, who was laughing freely, and for a moment, it was as if they had returned to those years long past, when Obito would always find amusing things to give him. Take it. It's from my heart. What is it? Open it and see. Obito shoved the bag into Kakashi's arms. Kakashi curiously opened it, and found a child's camera shaped like a dog, though it could only take blurry photos. Let's take a picture together as a souvenir. Obito suddenly leaned and picked up the camera, and turned on the photo mode. They stood close shoulder to shoulder, as Obito naturally draped an arm over Kakashi's shoulder. The warmth of his hand seeped through the thin fabric deep into his skin as if carrying an electric current. They're the first photo, can't be deleted. And hey, you should smile more. You look really good when you smile. Obito put the camera away and handed it back to Kakashi. Don't you like the gift? No, I like it very much. Thank you. How will you thank me? Huh? How about this, you treat me to a meal this Sunday? Who would be so direct about asking for a return gift? But Obito's thick skin had never changed. Kakashi followed his steps, his mind in turmoil. The familiarity between them had long been eroded by time, yet obsession remained buried deep in his heart. Every seemingly casual word Obito spoke fell heavily on Kakashi's heart, making it hard to breathe. Even after returning to the car, Kakashi still hadn't given Obito an answer. Obito didn't press further, but simply handed him a business card. My contact info. If you still want to find me, just call the number on it. Kakashi, I don't mean anything else. If you're troubled by my appearance because of the past, then just pretend today's meeting never happened. The past? So he had always remembered. In the sweltering summer dormitory, it was quiet and empty. The wind stirred the curtains, and the heat wasn't just from the weather, it was also from two restless hearts. In a corner, unnoticed by anyone, they kissed each other with youthful awkwardness, as if tasting sweet spring water, neither willing to let go. But that was a childish stirring from their school days, not to be taken seriously. No, it's all in the past. Then Sunday it is. I'll confirm the time later. You decide what you want to eat, and I'll book the restaurant. Kakashi snapped back to reality. The business card in his palm was damp with cold sweat, and he frantically stuffed it into his pocket. Obito smiled faintly, asked for his home address, and drove all the way to the entrance of the residential complex. Kakashi said, Just stop here. I'll walk in. The roads inside aren't great. Take care. You too. Goodbye. Kakashi got out of the car, waved at Obito, then turned and walked into the darkness. Obito lingered for a long time, watching Kakashi's retreating figure until it was no longer clear. Only then did he start the car again. The cabin still held Kakashi's scent, and Obito took a deep breath, as if the beautiful youth from the campus of their youth had returned to his side. But now, with the years adding their own touch, there was an extra charm. Kakashi was used to sitting on the balcony for a while after his bath, but tonight he couldn't calm down. Shursui, unable to reach him by phone, came directly to his door, pounding on the frame furiously. If the neighbors didn't know better, they'd think a debt collector had arrived, and it wasn't far off. Kakashi casually pulled on a pair of pants, shuffled over in slippers, and opened the door. Good evening. He barely had the energy to greet him. Good evening, my ass. Why did you turn off your phone? The deadline is midnight tonight, and you still have 10,000 words. How many have you written? Shursui deftly changed into slippers, his mouth harsh, but his hands carrying a bag of fruit. Kakashi didn't stand on ceremony, sneaking an apple out, washing it, and biting into it. I'm talking to you. I heard you. 12,000 more. What? How did it increase? Shursui choked, then grabbed water from the table and drank. Kakashi took another slow, large bite of the apple, and replied unhurriedly. I revised some parts one wasn't satisfied with, then cut and added. So? Shursui held his forehead. Although he was a few years younger than Kakashi, his face looked weathered beyond his years. Worrying really did age a person faster. Shursui patted his chest and said, So there are 2 hours left. Tell me a solution. Could you ask Itachi? Stop right there. Don't even think about it. To tame Shisui, one needed an Uchiha Itachi. Outsiders didn't know about their relationship, but Kakashi knew it well. They were both top Chinese literature students from the same school, having founded a literary society together. They were more than familiar with each other. Cut me some slack. Last time, I went to beg him, it nearly cost me half my life. The title Living King of Hell isn't given for nothing. So the best I can do is extend the deadline to 6 in the morning. And don't think you're kicking me out tonight. I'm staying here to watch you. Shisui sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, looking like someone ready to die together if the manuscript wasn't finished. Kakashi helplessly threw a pillow at him and took out his laptop. The story was approaching its end, but Kakashi couldn't continue writing, especially after meeting Obito again today. His heart was even more unsettled. He bit the pen and stared at the blank document, asking Shisui, "How far have you and Itachi gone?" Huh? Shisui almost overturned the fruit bowl as he sat up. Why are you asking that? Have you slept together? Kakashi turned his head, speaking as casually as if he were asking, "Have you eaten?" Shisui's face flushed instantly. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between us. If there's nothing, then why did you care about him having dinner with that female editor last time? That's because... Because what? Hey, aren't we supposed to be writing? Why are you suddenly interrogating me? Shisui avoided Kakashi's gaze. Kakashi said, I was just thinking whether the last chapter should be tragic or have a happy ending. I originally planned for the male and female leads to go their separate ways and live a life full of regret. And now, I don't know. I don't want to hurt them anymore. Shisui was puzzled. Your style has always been about bittersweet romance. You built your signature on that. Why the sudden change? Kakashi was also puzzled. He had always been a pessimist, and readers often said he was crueler than a stepmother, never holding back when torturing his protagonists. But now he actually felt a reluctance to see them fall in love only to be torn apart. Shisui leaned in curiously, a mischievous grin on his face. Come clean, Kakashi. Have you fallen in love? You're overthinking it. Who would want to date someone like me living like a ghost? Even a date would have to be in the dead of night. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the sofa, his pale face illuminated by the screen before him. His long-term reversal of day and night had left him looking utterly haggard. Shisui let out a long sigh and replied, Take a break after this book ends. Get your health back in order. Really? Kakashi's eyes lit up. Really? But stop chatting with me and get typing. Otherwise, forget about a break. We'll both be locked up in a dark room by Itachi. Kakashi gave a faint smile, ceased his banter with Shisui, and turned his attention back to the story he was weaving. He habitually bit on the pen cap, deep in thought. Once inspiration struck, it was unstoppable. He had long contemplated the ending, but now, having overturned it all, felt a sudden release. His slender fingers danced lightly over the keyboard, turning all his thoughts into words on the blank document. Strangely, today's writing didn't feel painful at all, unlike the usual agonizing struggle. Kakashi's mind kept drifting back to the reunion earlier that day. That face, which had appeared countless times in his memories, remained untouched by time, as perfect as ever, overlapping with the smiling boy from his dreams. The clock showed it was already 4 in the morning. Shisui had curled up on the sofa and fallen asleep, his snoring echoing through the silent, empty living room. When Kakashi typed the end, he felt as if he had been completely drained. He stretched his limbs, slumped back in his chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling. It was finally over. Before closing the document, he inadvertently glanced at another folder. His dazed mind instantly snapped awake. He had almost forgotten about the tutoring session this afternoon. What a nightmare. Oh no! Kakashi stood up, causing the chair to scrape noisily against the floor. The sound startled Shisui from his sleep. Thinking Itachi had come for a surprise inspection, he reflexively sat up. What's happening? Kakashi gave an apologetic smile. Sorry for waking you. It's almost 5. Let's go get breakfast. Shursui glanced at the clock on the wall, then at Kakashi. You're done. Are you going to sleep? Can't. I need to prepare some lessons. I have a student this afternoon. Don't drop dead on me. Shursui put on his jacket. I'd be the one to blame. Stop jinxing me. What do you want to eat? My treat. Kakashi grabbed the keys and locked the door. Shursui was hit by the cold air outside and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Something hot. Beef soup. Sure. All right. The weather was getting colder. They walked along the silent streets where only sanitation workers were sweeping. The crisp sound of their footsteps on the withered yellow leaves accompanied them as they slowly made their way to the small shop tucked away in the alley. Since they were regulars, the owner spotted them from afar and greeted them with a knowing smile. The usual. Yes. Business is good today. Kakashi found a seat while people were already trickling in for breakfast. Not bad. Haven't seen you in a while. The owner chatted as he kneaded the dough. Shursui, sleepy and yawning, went to get a glass of ice water to wake himself up. Yeah, I've been busy. Living on vampire hours. Kakashi shot a glare at Shursui, the culprit. The waiter brought the beef soup. Enjoy your meal. Shursui eagerly drank the soup, holding the bowl with a satisfied expression. I'll head back to work soon. Itachi gave me another tough assignment. You'll never guess who the author is this time. Who? Kakashi played along. Jiraiya. Kakashi nearly sprayed soup all over Shursui's face. You mean the Jiraiya I'm thinking of? Exactly. Impressive, right? I can't believe I'm the editor for such a big-name writer. Itachi really thinks highly of me. Give me an autograph. Kakashi said without hesitation. No problem. If you get to know him well, can you introduce me to teacher Jiraiya? Of course. But I heard his personal life is a mess. I don't know if he's easy to get along with. That doesn't matter. I'm counting on you. Kakashi looked at Shursui sincerely. I know. I'll keep you in mind. After finishing their meal, they went their separate ways. Kakashi felt completely drained. As soon as he sank into the soft sofa, he didn't want to get up. His eyelids were heavy, and before he knew it, he had drifted off into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he heard his phone ring in a daze. He fumbled around but couldn't find it. Rubbing his eyes, he propped himself up and picked up the phone from the carpet, pressing the answer button. Hello, who is this? Kakashi's voice was hoarse. Hello, teacher Kakashi. I'm Uchiha Fong, your tutoring student. Are you home? Huh? Kakashi nearly fell off the sofa. He looked up at the clock on the wall. He had slept for so long. He jumped up. Where are you? I'm standing at your door. Okay, wait for me. I'll open the door. Kakashi didn't care about his appearance. He rushed to open the door, and saw a boy in a gray coat blinking his big innocent eyes at him. The boy greeted him politely. Hello, teacher. Hello. Kakashi bent down to find slippers from the shoe cabinet. Can I call you Xiao Feng? Sure. My dad calls me that too. Did you come alone? No, my dad dropped me off. He said he was going to buy something and would be back soon. He should be here any moment. Sure enough, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Kakashi left the door open, waiting for the person to appear around the corner. But to his surprise, the face that came into view was none other than Uchiha Obito's. As if he had known all along, Obito met Kakashi's astonished gaze and said calmly, We meet again. Small world. Kakashi, with his messy hair, asked awkwardly, Xiao Feng is your son? Yeah. I only found out from him that you were the tutor, so don't think I'm a stalker. Kakashi didn't know how to respond. He had never learned how to handle this person. Can I come in and sit for a bit? Obito interrupted his thoughts. If you mind, I'll wait for Xiao Feng in the car downstairs. Kakashi stepped aside. Sure, but it might be a bit messy. It's fine. Obito smiled gently. He looked down and saw 2 pairs of slippers, both men's sizes. Looks like you found someone to keep you company. Kakashi followed Obito's gaze to Shursue's slippers. Shursue often dropped by uninvited to demand manuscripts, so Kakashi had bought him a pair specifically. Kakashi thought about explaining but felt it was unnecessary. They weren't in any special relationship. So he brushed it off with a smile. Xiao Feng sat obediently in a chair while Obito looked around the room. His eyes landed on a row of books on the shelf. He gently traced his finger along the spines until it stopped on a blue-bound book. "You still kept it." He turned and met Kakashi's gaze, as if seeking confirmation of his heart. Kakashi poured him a glass of warm water and handed it to him. "I brought it along when I was moving." The deliberately avoided topic concealed a sealed memory. This book was Obito's birthday gift to him. There was nothing convenient about it. He had simply always kept it within sight. Obito did not press the issue further. "You'll have to tutor Xiaofeng. He just returned to the country and knows nothing about the current teaching system here. I'm sorry to trouble you." Before committing to writing full-time, Kakashi had spent several years as an elementary school teacher, so he was quite familiar with the school curriculum and the entire educational system. This is why he took on some tutoring work in his spare time. After all, a meager manuscript fee alone was hardly enough to make a living, and behind him stood a broken family that constantly drained him dry. He bent down and spoke gently to Xiaofeng. "I bought you textbooks and workbooks. Let's get familiar with them first, and then the teacher can assess your knowledge level all right." "MHM." Xiaofeng nodded vigorously. Obito sat on the sofa casually flipping through a magazine, yet his attention never strayed from Kakashi. He seemed softer now, his voice gentle and low. Was it because he was with a child? Or had he simply gone through too much over the years? His inner speculations never ceased, and he couldn't absorb a single word from the magazine. During a brief break, Xiaofeng ran to the restroom. Kakashi walked over to Obito and asked, leaning down, "Enjoying the magazine?" Obito nodded in a fluster. Kakashi reached out, flipped the magazine around, and pressed it back into his hands. "You're holding it upside down." Obito glanced at the page, and indeed, no wonder he'd been puzzled earlier. The scene clearly showed skiing, yet the person was hanging in midair. He had assumed young people today simply loved pushing their limits. He closed the book awkwardly. "How about we reschedule the meal you promised me last time to today? Does that work for you?" "HM. I'm free either way. Where would you like to eat?" "Let's not go out. We can do it at your place. I'll cook." Kakashi looked startled. "You can cook? Don't underestimate me. I've been independent during my years abroad. It's a good chance to show off my skills. What do you have in your fridge? Mind if I take a look?" While Obito said this, he was already walking toward the kitchen. "Empty," Kakashi sighed. "What do you mean?" Obito didn't understand. One hand rested on the refrigerator handle. Compared to his own double-door fridge at home, this thing was practically a mini version. Only when he opened it did he finally grasp what Kakashi had meant. There was genuinely almost nothing inside except a few onigiri and sandwiches bought from a convenience store. He casually picked one up and found it was already 2 days past expiration. Something soured in Obito's heart, though he couldn't quite say why. "You only eat these things. I don't have time to cook. As long as I can fill my stomach, it doesn't matter what I eat. How can your body stay healthy like this? No wonder you've grown thinner over the years without seeing you. Why can't you treat yourself better?" Obito's tone carried an undercurrent of emotion, growing more agitated with each word. He picked up the trash can nearby and swept all those expired items inside. Kakashi didn't even have time to stop him. "What are you doing?" He watched mournfully as the food he had paid for was discarded. "These are all expired and can't be eaten. Even if you don't care about yourself, doesn't your partner care?" Partner. So he still cared about that. Kakashi silently stared at the discarded food as though someone had suddenly exposed the truth that his life was far from fine, and that someone happened to be the very person he most dreaded facing. "That's none of your business," Kakashi murmured softly. "What did you say?" Obito had heard him, yet he wasn't certain those words had truly come from Kakashi's lips. He had always confidently believed their bond went deeper than friendship. Yet now Kakashi was questioning him in such a cold tone. I said, "Please do not interfere in my life and will miss her. Uchiha, I am merely Xiaofeng's tutor. The meal I owe you will be repaid." Kakashi repeated it solemnly. At that moment Xiaofeng returned. Kakashi pretended nothing had happened and resumed the lesson, leaving Obito standing alone, bewildered and lost. He was nearly driven mad. How could such an ungrateful person so callously ignore his concern? "Teacher, did you and Daddy just argue?" Children are naturally sensitive. Xiaofeng tilted his head and asked Kakashi. Kakashi ruffled his hair and smiled. "No, we weren't. We were just discussing how to help Xiaofeng improve." "Really? Really?" Xiaofeng suddenly turned to Obito and said, "Daddy, you're not allowed to bully Teacher Kakashi. He's not your employee. You were super mean to the other uncles before." Hearing the child's innocent words, Obito's dark expression broke into a faint smile. "How was I being mean? He was the one being rude to me." Kakashi held Xiaofeng's small hand and no longer quarreled with Obito. "Your father is just craving something to eat. Since the lesson is over anyway, the teacher will reward Xiaofeng with 2 candies. Why not unwrap one for him?" Kakashi took 2 milk candies from his pocket and placed them in Xiaofeng's palm. The wrapper still carried a faint warmth. Xiaofeng happily tore open the wrapper without hesitation and popped it straight into his own mouth. The sweet fragrance spread across his tongue and lips. He smiled at Obito with curved eyes, showing no intention of sharing. "All right, I'll take him now. Next class will be at the same time. I'll let you know in advance if anything changes." Kakashi rose to see them off. Finding no room to stay, Obito gave up lingering and pulled Xiaofeng toward the door. At the staircase, Obito suddenly stopped and said to Kakashi, "Sorry. My attitude just now was poor. It's fine. I was wrong too. Let's not discuss this in front of the child. Goodbye." Xiaofeng was too absorbed in the delicious candy to hear their hushed exchange. Kakashi watched them enter the elevator, and at the moment the doors closed, he heard Obito say to Xiaofeng, "Where's the candy teacher gave me just now? I want some too." Unknowingly, Kakashi's lips curved upward. He was still so childish, even though he was already a father. Yet he couldn't help but sigh. How far apart they had become. Even standing face to face, it felt as though thousands of mountains and rivers lay between them. He was just about to sit down and take a short rest when his phone rang without warning. That distinctive ringtone made Kakashi's nerves tense instantly. He pressed the answer button, and the voice on the other end was urgent and uneasy. "All right, I'm coming right now." The taxi sped all the way. Before it had even come to a complete stop, the familiar scent of disinfectant struck him. Kakashi paid and hurried into the empty lobby. "Kakashi, over here." It was Shizen, the nurse. She waved at him with an unusually grave expression. Kakashi approached her side. "How is he?" "His emotions have stabilized for now, but he did sustain some injuries. It was my negligence. I wasn't paying close enough attention, and he climbed over the wall by the window." "Don't blame yourself. There's no way to manage his condition. May I go see him?" "Yes, he's in the observation room now. I brought him some food earlier, but he wouldn't eat. He'll be very glad to see you." Shizen patted Kakashi's shoulder. She looked profoundly exhausted, red veins crisscrossing her eyes. "I'll head back to the office first. Contact me if anything comes up." "All right, thank you for your trouble." Kakashi watched Shizen leave, then walked alone into the observation room. Every corner here was intimately familiar to him. Scratch marks carved into the walls, with a knife-faint writing eroded by time, and iron-barred windows that sliced the sky into thin strips, sealing everyone inside away from freedom and the world beyond. In this quiet yet suffocating environment, he lay beneath a yellowed blanket, all thin and small. Kakashi approached his bedside and gently pushed the blanket aside. Startled by the movement, the boy covered himself defensively like a frightened animal and scrambled to the corner. Only when his wet eyes clearly recognized who had come did the darkness in them slowly begin to brighten. It was as though glass shards sat in his throat. His voice was hoarse and suppressed, unable to form even one complete sentence for a long while. Kakashi was the first to reach out, pulling him into his embrace and stroking his bony spine. "I've come to see you, Kuoki. Don't be afraid." His initial struggles melted into soft sobs. Curled in Kakashi's arms, he trembled endlessly. "Brother!" The long unheard address cracked open Kakashi's heart. He placed pillows to elevate Kuoki's head, then tenderly took his hand to inspect the wounds, thankfully only minor abrasions. "Does it still hurt?" Kakashi asked him. "No, it doesn't anymore." Kuoki's jet-black hair had grown increasingly sparse. Beneath his messy bangs lurked a pair of clear, luminous eyes. Unlike the first time they had met, too much sorrow was now mixed within them. "Fortunately, it's just a scratch, Kuoki. Don't do anything foolish. It would break my heart." Kakashi pressed his hand against his own cheek. Only when the illness receded could the two of them sit quietly and talk. Tears fell from Kuoki's eyes without warning. He threw himself into Kakashi's arms and cried loudly, "Brother, I want to go home. Can you bring me back? I won't cause any trouble. I just want to stay with you." Kakashi's arms hung weakly at his sides. He didn't even dare to offer a single response. "Kuoki." After a long pause, Kakashi could only cruelly refuse him. "I'm sorry. You must stay here for treatment. I will come to visit often, but if I take you home, I cannot guarantee I'll be able to watch over you 24 hours a day. I don't have the ability right now." "Kuoki, be good. Once your illness is cured, brother promises to bring you home, okay?" "I'm not sick, brother. I really am not sick. Why won't anyone believe me?" Kuoki became highly agitated. "How could I not believe you? But there are still too many things I haven't accomplished. Could you wait for me?" Kuoki calmed down. He understood Kakashi's difficulties and was aware of his own condition, yet he chose to trust his brother. He nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you. That's my good boy. Come on, let's eat. Let me see what the cafeteria made today." Kakashi picked up the bag from the nearby table, and the aroma immediately filled the room. "Braised pork ribs, your favorite. Even I'm getting hungry just looking at them. Kuoki, share a piece with me. Let's eat together." Kakashi picked up chopsticks and held a piece to Kuoki's lips. Kuoki opened his mouth wide and ate it, his eyes curving into a smile. "Delicious, brother. You eat too. The taste is indeed quite good. I'll have Shizun arrange a meal card for me next time I come." "Is Shizun mad at me?" Kuoki asked worriedly. "No, she isn't. But you mustn't do this again in the future, understood?" "Brother, I wasn't trying to hurt myself. I just missed you so much, and you hadn't come for a long time, so I decided to climb over the wall. The passing car didn't see me in time and hit me, but fortunately the driver braked quickly." Hearing Kuoki's words, Kakashi's heart ached even more. Wiping his mouth with a tissue, he said, "I've been rushing to finish a manuscript. Today I completed one book, so I'll continue coming to see you once a week. Don't run off recklessly again, or Shizun will surely ignore you. You don't want that, do you?" "I don't. Shizun is terribly scary when she's angry. She goes around jabbing people with those huge syringes." "I see. Then don't make her angry, or she'll give you injections too." The two of them chatted and time passed unnoticed. The meal was cleared away completely. Kakashi glanced at his phone. It was already 9 o'clock. He should leave, but Kuoki kept holding his hand tightly and wouldn't let go, and he couldn't bring himself to push him away. So he waited until Kuoki fell asleep before carefully extracting his hand, which had gone numb beneath Kuoki's left cheek. He tenderly pulled the covers over. Kuoki hesitated for a long while, gazing at his sleeping face, and finally mustered the resolve to rise and leave. Every time he came here, Kakashi would recall fragments from the past. Those darkest days that felt as though they were slowly tearing his flesh apart, ultimately ending in precisely this kind of conclusion. November's chill deepened. Kakashi zipped up his coat and stuffed his hands into his pockets, yet he still felt cold. Perhaps it wasn't only his body that was cold, but also that heart which could never be warmed. On the way back he chose not to hail a taxi, but to walk slowly. The psychiatric hospital was nearly 5 kilometers from home, a full hour's walk or so. Night had fallen and few people roamed the streets. Treading on his own shadow, Kakashi's mind kept returning to Obito's face. Why had he lost his temper today? Why did a connection still exist between them? It was indefinable, and even his chest began to ache faintly once more. That secret he had never voiced remained sealed deep within his heart. Finally arriving home, his back sore and stiff, he seemed to be torturing himself as he turned on the shower. Stripping off every piece of clothing, he stood before the bathroom mirror. Those two sagging, grotesque shapes on his chest lay exposed before his eyes, horrifying to behold. He had long since become unrecognizable from the moment he realized love was growing wildly and deeply within his body. At the old Uchiha residence, Obito drove his understated BMW back home, bringing Uchiha phone, who had not stopped talking the entire journey. The elderly lady of the house had been eagerly awaiting her grandson's arrival for a long time, standing at the door with a heart full of joy. "Grandma!" Xiao Feng pulled open the car door, jumped out, ran forward, and hugged the old lady, rubbing his little face against her fine silk coat. "Slow down, don't fall. Xiao Feng, you've grown so tall. Let Grandma have a look, how wonderful." After parking the car, Obito also walked over and tossed the backpack to the child. "Carry your own things yourself, don't always be so careless." Yudai frowned upon seeing this, and said to Obito with dissatisfaction, "It's so heavy, you could help him carry it, it wouldn't hurt." "Mom, don't spoil him. Children need to develop good habits from a young age. You didn't develop any habits when you were young, and now you're perfectly fine." Yudai muttered, bent down to take the backpack from the child, and took his small hand, saying, "Come on, Grandma has prepared a strawberry cake for you. Let's go see if you like it." "Really? I want to eat it." "All right, it's all yours." Obito watched the old and the young with speechless amusement, following them into the house. He had not returned to the old house for a long time, partly because it was too far from his workplace, and partly because every time he came back he did not know how to get along with his mother. After all, he had never let go of the events of that year, though on the surface he pretended that everything was in the past. Just like now, to outsiders, they seemed to sit together in harmony, a picture of domestic bliss, but inwardly it was all in shambles. The housekeeper Kinsu came over to help Obito take off his coat and accept his briefcase. "Young master, are you in good health?" He was still neatly dressed, upright in posture, and meticulous in his work. No wonder the old lady had valued him so highly for over a decade. "Quite well. You look energetic too." Obito patted the dust off his clothes and walked to the sink to wash his hands. "I'm getting old, not as sharp as I was in my youth. The old lady won't let you retire to the countryside. Your granddaughter must be walking by now, right?" "Yes, she can walk and run. Last time she called, she even called me Grandpa." Kinsuke laughed, the white beard on his lips trembling with emotion. Obito fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a stack of bills, and pressed them into Kinsuke's hand. "Buy something for the child, some food or toys. It's my gesture." No, young master, I can't accept this. You're giving too much. Take it. You know I don't like being around the bush. After all, you've contributed a lot to this family. When the old man passed away, it was thanks to you." At the mention of the old man, Kinsuke paused in his movements, and no longer refused. The Uchiha family was now entirely under Obito's control, but reaching this point had not been easy. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, the old man had kept an illegitimate son outside, while alive, and it was only through private communication between Kinsuke and Obito that the latter learned of the many asset transfers. "Then I will thank the young master on behalf of Yumi." Yumi was the name of Kinsuke's granddaughter. He bowed slightly. "I'll go check on how dinner is coming along." Obito nodded and walked alone into the room. Nothing had changed here, it was cleaned every day. Whenever he returned, no matter what was happening outside, he would always spend some time in this room, as steadfast as a rock. When he was in his teens, he lived in this room. Under the old-fashioned mahogany lamp, he would restlessly write that person's name over and over again. He traced the grain of the table, where the marks from that time still remained. In truth, it was not just the passing of 10 years that left him unwilling to let go. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door pulled Obito out of his memories. Come in. The door was pushed open gently, and the visitor only stuck his head in pretending to be surprised. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Afraid I'd invite you for a drink. Obito stood up in surprise. Asuma, what are you doing here? Asuma was Obito's childhood playmate. Both families were wealthy merchants with great local influence, which made them even better friends. But later Obito shifted his focus abroad, while Asuma continued the family business. Kurenai said she wanted to eat at a nearby Korean restaurant, so I came back with her. I didn't expect to see your car. Come over here, sit down. Obito gestured for him to come to the sofa. It's been a while since we last met. How is Kurenai? She's fine. She's pregnant, always craving all sorts of things. That's how pregnancy is. You need to be mindful of her emotions. True, you know more about this than I do. I just saw your son, he's quite the talker just like you. He just came back to the country with me, and everything is new to him. What about you? What are you busy with now? Obito poured a cup of tea and handed it to Asuma. I've been dabbling in the entertainment industry, investing in films. Are you interested? I recently got my hands on a great script. I think it'll be a hit. Asuma lounged lazily on the sofa back, crossing his legs with an air of confidence. Obito sat down as well. I don't know much about this industry, and I'm not interested. You know, I'm just an ordinary person. Come on, don't give me that. Back in school, you were always going to the library to read. Asuma teased. It wasn't that Obito liked reading, it was just that Kakashi always went there, so he followed along. Who would have thought that someone who got drowsy just holding a book would be forced to read several obscure novels back then, and even pretend to enjoy sharing his thoughts with Kakashi? Seriously, just give it a try. It's not like you'll lose much. Asuma opened his phone and placed it in front of Obito, quickly swiping through the interface until he stopped at a photo. Yu Yen, the lead actress, this time is already confirmed. She's the hottest top-tier actress right now. With her, it's basically a guaranteed box office hit. The male lead is still being considered. Most importantly, the head screenwriter is Uchiha Itachi. He's in high demand right now. His previous work, Bloodstain, was nominated for the Best Picture at the Venice Film Festival. Wait a moment. Obito took Asuma's phone and brought it closer to his eyes. The photo of Uchiha Itachi was a group shot taken at work. Obito zoomed in with his fingers and vaguely saw a familiar figure wearing a mask in a very obscure corner. He couldn't be mistaken. Even after all these years, he could still recognize him at first sight in a crowd. Does this Uchiha Itachi also do book publishing? Yes, he's very talented. So are you tempted? Obito's gaze remained fixed on that person. He returned the phone without further hesitation and replied, I can invest, but I have a condition. What is it? I want to meet him to discuss the script. The money is easy to talk about. If I think it's worth it, I'll take 60%, and you can take 40%. Asuma was surprised by his sudden decisiveness, and afraid he might change his mind, quickly replied, No problem. I'll set it up for you. Rest assured, this is definitely a high-return project. The two chatted for a long while, reminiscing about the past, neither noticing the calls from outside the door. It wasn't until a fuzzy little head poked in that Xiao Feng, hands on his hips in a huff, said, Dad, I've been calling you for ages. Why didn't you answer me? Aw. Sorry, Xiao Feng, I was too engrossed in talking with Uncle Asuma. What's wrong? Obito stepped forward and ruffled his hair. Grandma said to come eat, everything's ready. Alright, I understand, we'll be right out. Obito said gently to Xiao Feng, then turned to Asuma. It's been a while since we caught up. Care to stay for a drink? Asuma shrugged. Maybe next time. If Kurenai finds out I've been sneaking a drink, you'll have to put me up for the night. Obito gave him a sympathetic look. Got it. I won't keep you then. Call me when you have some free time, and we'll set something up. Will do. Asuma paused at the door to pinch Xiao Feng's chubby cheek. When your little sister is born, you'll come see her, won't you? Is it Uncle Asuma's daughter? Xiao Feng's eyes lit up with anticipation. That's right. Obito teased from behind. How do you know it'll be a daughter? Could be a son, you know. Pa, don't say that. I want a daughter one as beautiful as Kurenai. Anyway, I really must go. See you later. Asuma waved, and just as he reached the living room, exchanged a few pleasantries with Yuyo. Auntie, I'll definitely come by properly another day. This visit was too rushed. Give my regards to your father. Will do. Take care of yourself, Auntie. After he left, Obito lazily sat down at the head of the table. The spread before him was all prepared according to a child's taste. Looking at the fries and fried chicken, he didn't know where to put his chopsticks. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng ate with his face glistening with grease, occasionally tilting his head to ask why Obito wasn't eating. Obito poured himself a glass of wine, and couldn't help complaining to the old lady. Didn't you say this kind of food was unhealthy? Having it once in a while won't hurt. You two eat that bland white people food abroad salads every day. Look how pale and thin the child is. Obito glanced at Xiao Feng's round face, propped his forehead in his hand, and said helplessly, Fine, indulge yourself today. Let him stay with me tonight. Yuyo had already prepared everything: toiletries, brand new sets of clothes stacked neatly in the elaborately decorated children's room, all waiting for Obito's nod of agreement. Obito found children noisy and troublesome anyway, and he had been working on an important project lately requiring frequent overtime at the office. Without a second thought, he replied, I'll pick him up on the weekend. He still has tutoring sessions. Is it still Teacher Kakashi's class? Xiao Feng looked up, meeting Obito's gaze with eager anticipation. The name instantly triggered Yuyo's memory, and her sharp eyes fixed directly on him. Obito's heart jolted. Remembering the messy scene a decade ago, he nearly dropped his wine glass. His heart was suspended, but he maintained a facade of calm. Yuyo seemed not to have remembered. After a moment of silence, she smiled and asked Xiao Feng, Is Teacher Kakashi a good teacher? Really good. I like him a lot. And he's handsome like a movie star. Is that so? Then you must study hard with Teacher Kakashi and stay in China for school. Grandma will pick you up every day. Obito could no longer listen to their conversation. This place and moment felt just like that scene from the past, being tested, doubted, and torn apart without even a chance to say goodbye. Perhaps he had hidden that person's name, so they only knew someone existed. He could pretend to laugh and chat, act carefree, but that didn't mean he had forgiven any of it. Obito, Yuyo nudged him. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Just remembered I have an urgent company matter to handle. I'll leave you two to finish eating. Look after Xiao Feng for me, please. Obito stood up and then instructed Xiao Feng. Don't be naughty. Sleep early, wake up early, finish your homework on time. Got it. Dad, I'll be waiting for you to pick me up. Good. I'll be off then. Kinsuke helped him put on his coat. Yuyo followed to the door, her steps a little unsteady. Her legs had been plagued by illness for years, incurable. In the night, Obito turned on the car's headlights. He stopped with his back to Yuyo, the cold air in his mouth leaving him speechless. He only heard Yuyo's voice. I know you still blame me. No words were directly spoken, but both understood. Obito fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette, lit it, and paused for a moment, feeling a dull ache in his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. He gave no response, and walked into the darkness. The car sped away from the Uchiha ancestral home. Only then did Obito remember that he had drunk a little wine, and couldn't drive, so he had to pull over to the side of the road. He wanted to call Shikamaru, but his phone inconveniently had run out of battery, and shut down automatically. Now he was completely helpless. Here. Obito looked around. He knew this place all too well. On the first day he moved from the city back to the Uchiha house, he had passed this road countless times heading east to west. Cross a small river, and there was the school. 2 streets away from the school was a shabby old residential area where Kakashi once lived. Obito didn't know why he walked in that direction. He knew that person would never return to this place, but he still wanted to take one more look. The school looked much the same as before, perhaps freshly painted, the walls a brighter color, A few scattered lights still illuminated some classrooms. That rooftop. Now it was even enclosed with railings like a cage. How ironic. Before he knew it, Obito stood at the foot of Kakashi's building. Few young people lived here anymore. A stale, decaying odor permeated the air. Every few steps, he would step on discarded trash. Obito looked up at the fourth-floor window. The light was on. Was someone still living here? Or had the tenant changed? Obito was puzzled and curious, wanting to go up and check. While his mind was tangled, his feet had already climbed the stairs. Behind the rusted iron door came the clatter of glass shattering on the floor. "Get out of here! Who asked you to come back and pretend to care? I'm here to get the documents. I want to transfer Xiaoyan's household registration to my place." Obito's hand froze midair. That was Kakashi's voice. Before he could knock, the door was pushed open from inside with force. When their faces met, both of them froze. Kakashi snapped out of his shock and asked, "What are you doing here?" Obito hesitated, as if about to speak, while Kakashi cast a hurried glance back at the chaotic room, before pulling Obito away to escape the suffocating atmosphere. The woman's shrill voice still lingered in the distance, filthy and grating. They ran all the way downstairs. Obito looked at Kakashi's hand gripping his sleeve. Kakashi, realizing this, quickly let go and said awkwardly, "You haven't answered my question yet. I took Xiaofeng to my mother's place and came by to check on you." Kakashi asked again, "Is that really on the way?" Obito nodded. Deliberately. Kakashi lowered his head and smiled faintly. "Then what do you think of the show? A living madwoman raised me, so I can't just abandon her." "You could. She doesn't love you. I can't. If I were as carefree as you claim, you wouldn't have met me there back then." The conversation came to an abrupt halt. Obito's face was tinged with sorrow. He didn't want Kakashi to sink back into those painful memories, so he forced a change of subject. "Going back tonight? Or, yes, I'll take a cab later. Well, I've been drinking, so my car is parked halfway. So, if you don't mind, you can drive mine and drop me off." Obito's voice grew softer, afraid that Kakashi would refuse. "Then lead the way." Kakashi agreed readily, to his surprise. "But before we leave, I have something to take care of. I'll go with you." Obito was not usually a man without boundaries, but judging by Kakashi's grave expression, he sensed it was nothing good. Kakashi had always been one to bury his feelings, so Obito didn't ask further, and instead used a firm, declarative tone. "Let's go! We'll get the car first." Obito walked ahead directly. Kakashi watched his back for a moment, then followed. After walking nearly 10 minutes, they finally saw the abandoned BMW waiting alone by the roadside. Obito handed the keys to Kakashi and took the passenger seat. Kakashi started the engine, but didn't rush off. Instead, he cautiously studied the various controls. He was still wary of an unfamiliar car and needed to get a feel for it. This cautiousness reminded him of how he approached people. He was naturally slow to warm up, and with Obito watching him intently, he got flustered and turned on the windshield wipers instead of the turn signal. Obito comforted him. "Take your time. No rush. I bought insurance." Kakashi shot him a glare, rolled up his sleeves, and cranked the steering wheel to the right to make a U-turn. "I haven't driven in a long time. I can tell." Under the moonlight, Obito's gaze never left Kakashi, his voice brimming with tenderness. "Aren't you scared?" Kakashi's face was tense as he watched the road. "No. The worst that can happen is we die together. Maybe that's not such a bad thing." "Don't say that." Kakashi frowned. Obito waved a hand, shifting his posture to continue watching Kakashi. "All right, my bad." He apologized like a child, accommodating every word Kakashi said. Kakashi drove on, but Obito's gaze was so intense it made him uncomfortable. Fortunately, the distance was short, and they soon reached their destination. They arrived at a mahjong parlor in town. After parking, Kakashi turned to Obito and said, "I'll handle this myself. Just wait in the car." But Obito ignored him, already unbuckling his seatbelt and pushing open the door. "I said I'd stick with you to the end. I'm not letting you go alone." This has nothing to do with you. I know. Obito smiled calmly. If you still consider me a friend, don't overthink it. I've been looking out for you since day one, and I'll keep doing it. Obito's casual words struck Kakashi's deepest core. He knew that whenever he faced Obito, he could never bring himself to refuse. He could only relent. Fine, let's go. Having gotten his way, Obito followed behind Kakashi with composure. The two strikingly handsome men drew all eyes in the smoky, seedy little parlor. As soon as the sliding door plastered with ads was pulled open, everyone inside turned to stare at them. Playing around? Or? Asked the bald owner, cigarette dangling from his lips, as he looked up from behind the counter. Kakashi didn't reply. He scanned the room, and suddenly called out to the stunned crowd. Which one of you is Nakamura-ken? Silence. No one spoke. Kakashi repeated. Is Nakamura-ken here? Or does anyone know him? A rustling sound came from behind, and the curtain of the inner room was pushed aside. A disheveled, reeking middle-aged man stumbled out, his voice hoarse. Who's looking for me? Kakashi faced him, his tone turning cold. It's me. Hand over Wheezy's salary card. Wheezy. What's your relationship with her? The man sneered, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and deliberately blew smoke in Kakashi's face. This man was a notorious gambler and deadbeat in the area. Whenever he had money, he'd come to gamble, and not leave until he'd lost everything. But he had a silver tongue, fooling Wheezy into giving him every last cent she had. I'm her son. Kakashi met his sharp gaze without flinching. Son! The man laughed as if hearing a great joke, leaning against the wall unsteady from alcohol. He pointed at Kakashi. So you're that son of hers who seduces men? Well, I have to admit you're quite good-looking. Kakashi stepped back in disgust. He hated being touched, and loathed confronting such a despicable man. Wheezy gave me that money willingly. What right do you have to take it? What, can't sell your ass anymore, so you're eyeing the family money? He grew more offensive. Kakashi had reached his limit. Just as he was about to strike, a gust of wind swept past him, followed by a sharp crack, the sound of a bone dislocating. Ah! The scream echoed through the parlor, freezing everyone in place. Obito looked down at Nakamura-ken, who was writhing on the ground in pain. He crouched and reached out his hand. Hand it over. The two words carried such menace that Nakamura dared not resist. Trembling, he pulled out his wallet from his pants pocket, and with difficulty extracted the card with one hand, offering it to Obito. Obito didn't take it. Instead, he gestured with his eyes. Crawl over and give it to him respectfully. Nakamura staggered to his feet, and limped over to Kakashi, returning the card. After Kakashi pocketed it, and was about to turn away, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Watch out! Obito shouted from a few paces away. Kakashi reacted swiftly, kicking Nakamura in the abdomen, and dodging the knife he slashed toward him. Having been struck twice, Nakamura was completely immobilized. Kakashi stepped on his injured hand, and said coldly, Don't go near her again, or I'll cripple this hand for good. All right, I understand. Please stop stepping. Nakamura winced in pain, his face pale. Kakashi released him, and walked out of the parlor with Obito. Breathing in the fresh air outside, both felt relieved. Obito walked shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi, asking no questions about what had just happened. Kakashi remained silent, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Back in the car, Kakashi buried his face in the steering wheel, his body trembling slightly. I'm sorry I can't drive, he said. What's wrong? Obito pulled him closer, and saw Kakashi's pale, bloodless face. Kakashi opened his palm, revealing a wound that bled profusely, a cut from when he instinctively blocked the knife. I'm afraid of blood, he said. Obito pressed a tissue against the wound to stop the bleeding, comforting him. It's okay. Shall I take you to the hospital? No, I don't want to go to the hospital. This wound will heal quickly. Then let's find a hotel for tonight, and head back tomorrow morning. Their car was parked diagonally across from a chain hotel just a few steps away. Kakashi leaned back in the seat, letting out a long sigh. He still felt dizzy, and weak, his limbs sluggish. Can you walk? Obito asked with concern. Yes. Though he said so, his body remained limp. Seeing him unsteady, Obito stepped forward and scooped him up in his arms. "Obito!" Kakashi gasped as his body was suddenly lifted. "Don't move or you'll fall. I can walk on my own. No one here knows us anyway. What are you worried about?" Kakashi was too exhausted to argue and let himself be carried to the front desk. He couldn't meet the receptionist's eyes, wishing only to reach the room quickly. Seeing him curl up in his arms, Obito's lips curled into a smile as he deliberately slowed his pace. It felt like an eternity before Kakashi heard the beep of the door opening. The lights flickered on. Obito gently laid him on the bed, then grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table, unscrewed it, and handed it to him. "Have a drink. How do you feel now?" Kakashi took it and sipped, easing the awkwardness. "Much better. I just need to sleep it off." I asked the front desk for gauze and disinfectant. Let me apply some, or the wound might get infected." Obito sat beside him and gently took his hand. The touch of their skin sent an electric jolt through Kakashi, who reflexively tried to pull away. Obito tightened his grip, saying in a low voice, "Bear with the pain." The dim, ambiguous light of the hotel room cast a haze. Obito held his hand, tenderly applying the medicine and slowly wrapping it with gauze. Their breaths intertwined, as if something was heating up and fermenting. "There, it's done. Don't get it wet. I'll change it for you tomorrow morning," Obito said while tidying the first aid kit. "Thank you. You don't have to keep saying thank you. Must you be so distant? If a great writer like you runs out of words, I doubt your literary prowess," Obito teased. "You flatter me. I'm just a wordsmith, hardly a writer. In my eyes, you're truly remarkable." Obito walked over to his own bed. The room was a standard twin, each bed 1.2 meters wide. There were no upscale hotels in this town, so they had to make do, though it was clean enough. Obito took off his coat and hung it on the rack. "No clean clothes to change into, so I'll skip the shower. We'll just rough it tonight." He lounged on the bed and turned on the TV. Obito understood Kakashi's unease, how he always guarded himself against anyone trying to get close. So Obito chose to keep a proper distance. The sound of the TV helped Kakashi relax. He leaned against the headboard and watched a variety show playing on the screen, where a bunch of celebrities were playing games, getting themselves all dirty. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Obito quickly got up to answer it. "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble." Kakashi peered curiously and saw Obito carrying a bag back. "I figured you must be hungry, so I ordered some takeout. Let's eat together." He took out 2 boxes still steaming. The moment the lids were opened, the aroma of ramen filled the room. Kakashi was indeed a bit hungry. He sat down at the table, and Obito pushed one of the portions toward him. "No cilantro, just like I remember." Kakashi's hand holding the chopsticks paused. He recalled their school days when they ate at the cafeteria together. Every Wednesday the fixed menu was ramen, and Obito would always get him a bowl without cilantro. "Is this from the Chinji Chinese restaurant near the school?" Kakashi asked after tasting it. "You recognized it. The taste hasn't changed. It brings back memories." Obito sighed emotionally. "You love their red bean buns, but they don't sell them at night. We'll come back another time." "Next time." He said it so casually, as if they were still the kind of relationship that could always be together. "Have you been doing well all these years?" Kakashi asked absent-mindedly in the rising steam. Obito, surprised by the sudden question, replied, "I've been fine. As you can see, my career and family are stable." "Yes, I've seen it all. So Obito, let's not bring up the past anymore. It's all in the past. That is, if you still want to be friends." "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm pestering you?" "No, you misunderstood." "Kakashi, are you resentful that I left without saying goodbye back then?" Bringing up the past still cut deep. Kakashi kept stirring the broth with his chopsticks, watching his reflection ripple on the surface. He replied calmly, "I've never resented you. I just want to live in the present. You're the parent of my student, and also my former classmate. We each have our own lives, there's no need to be close. If something involves me in the future, please don't interfere. The simple dialogue was filled with determination. Dai-Tu silently stood up and walked towards Kakashi, standing before him with an overwhelming sense of oppression looking down at him. How could he calmly utter such words, brushing off the past that had tormented him and kept him awake at night? But countless terrifying words had accumulated in his heart, eventually only turning into a calm sentence. I understand your meaning. Eat and rest early. That night no one spoke another word. They each lay on their beds, tossing and turning. Kakashi turned his back to Dai-Tu, while Dai-Tu slept on his side facing him, staring at his back for a long time. He still felt unwilling. It was he who had barged into his world in the first place, and now he wanted to just walk away. How could it be that easy? Until the first ray of morning sunlight refracted, and Dai-Tu couldn't remember when he had fallen asleep. He wearily propped himself up and sat in the middle of the bed, covered with 2 layers of blankets. Turning his head to look, the other bed was empty. Kakashi had already left. Feeling empty inside, Dai-Tu packed up quickly and went to check out with the room card. The front desk clerk kept apologizing to him. I'm sorry, sir. The air conditioner in your room had a problem yesterday. I only found out when the gentleman left this morning, but he asked me not to disturb you. It's all right. I'll check out. Okay, sir. So Kakashi had given him the blanket before leaving. Dai-Tu's lips curled up as he thought, after all these years he's still a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Dai-Tu stood at the entrance. After renting a power bank last night, his phone finally had power. He dialed Luwan's number. Mr. Dai-Tu, good morning. Luwan, there's a charity gala recently. Help me look up the guest list and give me an invitation. Okay. Give me 2 days to handle it. Thank you. After hanging up, Dai-Tu walked towards the parking lot. Luwan was his capable assistant. He always felt at ease when things were left to him. Dai-Tu usually disdained these so-called parties. Just a bunch of fat cat businessmen gathering to drink and exchange favors, hypocrisy he had seen plenty of. But yesterday, while bored, he had scrolled past news that the popular actress Shi Yan would be attending. Shi Yan? The name seemed familiar at first, and after thinking he realized that Asma had mentioned her. Since he had decided to invest in a movie, Dai-Tu wanted to get to know her. That was how he did things, always cautious and responsible. Returning to his villa, Dai-Tu took a shower. The hourly worker had come and gone. He didn't like having others in his home, so he didn't keep a housekeeper or maid. He just had someone come at regular intervals to clean. After changing into clean clothes, he drove to the company. As soon as he got off the elevator, he saw a group of people gathered together whispering about something. Dai-Tu cleared his throat. The employees turned their heads, and upon seeing him, they scattered like birds. Good morning, boss. The front desk girl named Emma stood up and respectfully greeted him. Dai-Tu glanced at her and casually asked, What happened? Someone came to cause trouble and was taken away by security. Who was he looking for? Emma stammered, lowering her head, her voice faint as a mosquito's. She said, Bore you? He didn't expect to be the subject of gossip. Dai-Tu asked her again, Did that person say anything? He said that you boss are keeping his boyfriend, ruining their relationship. He came to settle accounts with you. Emma's voice grew softer and softer until she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Dai-Tu finally understood. No wonder they had looked at him with that kind of gaze. At that moment, Luwan also walked out from inside, carrying a stack of documents with quick steps. I think you probably learned something about this. Do you need me to handle it? No, is that person named GT on you? Dai-Tu walked towards the office, his expression very grave. Yes. He's quite adept at profiting from others' misfortune. And I thought he was sincere with Xiaoxin. Is he the lover of Qi Mushin? Luwan asked in surprise. Yes. After Xiaoxin died in a car accident, I gave him a consolation payment, and I've been sponsoring him through college. Dai-Tu took an envelope from the drawer. Inside was a photo of Qi Mushin taken under the lantern at the entrance of Qianshao Temple. At that time, he was smiling so brightly, his features strikingly similar to the person hidden deep in Daitu's heart. Daitu could always see another person through that face. Kakashi.
Mr. Daitu, perhaps you shouldn't be so merciful to people. You know some aren't worth it.
Lu Wan reminded him. Daitu knew it all too well. He opened his computer and replied to Lu Wan.
Find someone to deal with him. Since he's using Xiaojun's name to threaten me and extort money, let him taste that flavor. Tell him he won't get a single cent of the money. Put away his false sincerity. Okay. He has experience with this kind of thing. I'll let him handle it. Inuzuka, yeah.
Daitu gave a knowing smile.
He's really capable of that. How has he been lately? He's working for the police department, doing a great job in surveillance and tracking. He's basically a semi-official employee now. Oh, that's really good.
Daitu recalled that the first time he was forced into a blind date, he met Ya's sister Quan Zhonghua. Her outgoing personality attracted Daitu, but neither of them was interested in the other. They chatted for a long time without knowing what they were talking about. At that time, Daitu's career was just taking off, but he was abroad and couldn't attend to domestic matters. Someone took advantage, hacked into his intranet, and obtained information about the Uchiha group. He casually mentioned it, and unexpectedly Quan Zhonghua helped him solve it within a few days, exposing the mastermind behind it. From then on they became friends. Their family was nothing special, just fast, and a bit scatterbrained. Sure enough, not long after Quan Zhonghua arrived at Daitu's office carrying takeout, and he even brought a portion for both Lu Wan and Daitu.
Brother Daitu, you wanted to see me?
He asked with his mouth full of food, looking up vaguely. Daitu rubbed his temples, feeling his headache worsen.
No rush, eat first. I brought some for you too. My sister said you can't come empty-handed, but by the time she said that I was already at the company building, so I bought convenience store bento. You don't mind, do you? I especially picked the one with more meat for you.
Daitu glanced at the bag. The chicken cutlet rice on top was probably the one left for him.
I'm not hungry right now. Thank you for the gift. You're welcome. By the way, I heard from Lu Wan that you need to investigate someone, right? Yes, two things. First, the student I sponsored before named Chi Mujin unfortunately passed away recently. But his boyfriend Ji Tian, he keeps coming to the company to cause trouble. Please handle it for me. Second, help me investigate this person.
Daitu took out his phone. It was a photo he had taken secretly.
His name is Zhong Siyuanjian, a gambler.
He picked up the photo and looked at it for a while, then asked Daitu,
What do you want me to do?
Daitu tapped his fingers lightly on the desk and said coldly,
Make him pay for his words. Make his life worse than death.
Anyone who harmed Kakashi, he would not let them off easily. That was Daitu's principle. After receiving his assignment, Kiba Inuzuka was in no hurry to leave, and struck up a conversation with the beautiful receptionist. Within a few words, he had obtained her contact information. Shikamaru watched from the side, speechless. After finally seeing him off, he brewed a cup of coffee and brought it to Obito.
He's gone.
Obito was still buried in his work.
You're much quieter now. Learn from him,
Obito said unexpectedly. Shikamaru was puzzled and asked,
What do you mean?
Obito set down the documents in his hands and crossed his arms over his chest.
How are things going with Temari?
At the mention of Temari, Shikamaru's normally sharp mind went blank. A blush spread across his face as he stammered.
It's nothing. Why are you asking suddenly? If you're not interested in her, I'll be direct. Last time I saw someone confess their feelings to her, and they seemed like a decent match.
Who? Shikamaru suddenly grew agitated, nearly toppling the cup on his desk. Obito watched him calmly with an amused expression, as if enjoying a fascinating play unfolding before him.
I don't know. Weren't you indifferent about this?
Shikamaru turned his face away, his cheeks still flushed.
I'm afraid she might get hurt. After all, we're colleagues. Then reach out to her yourself and ask.
Obito smiled.
No need to stay late today. Just leave when it's time. But? Enough with the buts. I have personal matters to attend to as well. Don't make me unable to leave because you're such a workaholic.
Since Obito had already spoken so clearly, Shikamaru had no choice but to compromise.
Alright then. Should I review the contract later and send it to you for confirmation?
Obito sighed helplessly.
Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying? Now get out there and go on a date.
Not wanting to truly anger the man before him, Shikamaru quickly took his leave at the opportunity. Obito watched his retreating figure and recalled those days when Temari also worked here. They really were a pair of bickering lovers. Temari had been Obito's first assistant, efficient and decisive in her work. Originally the young miss of the Suna group, she had come to work here at her father's request out of obligation, but she had ended up excelling at the job. She worked in that position for 2 years. After her father fell ill and passed away, she needed to return home to help her younger brother, so she submitted her resignation. Before leaving, Obito recommended Shikamaru to take her place, and asked Temari to train the new hire. Though they spent every day together, they still disagreed often. Their constant bickering somehow sparked something between them, yet neither would admit it outright, letting things remain ambiguous and unresolved. Anyone with eyes could see they cared for each other, but young people in love always have so many reservations, as if it were ever different between him and Kakashi in the past. Suddenly thinking of him again, Obito rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. From the 17th floor, looking down, the traffic and pedestrians on the street appeared as small endearing figures, like Lego toys. He glanced at the time. It was about right. The evening rush hour was nearly over, and since Asama had managed to arrange a meeting with Uchiha Itachi for him, he absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip away. At night, the Buncher editorial office was brightly lit, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding buildings. The weary and weathered expressions on everyone's faces as they entered and exited suggested that this massive machine, once in motion, devoured the very spirit of those who worked within it. Though Obito had encountered people from various industries, this was genuinely his first visit to an editorial office. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor. When the doors opened, the scent of ink hit him immediately, and the entire floor was eerily quiet, like a cold storage room.
Good evening, sir. May I ask who you're here to see?
A young woman wearing an ID badge approached him.
I have an appointment with Mr. Uchiha Itachi. Alright, please sign in at the front desk.
She carefully handed him a pen and registration book. As he opened it, his eyes immediately caught Kakashi's name. He had visited 3 days ago. After writing his name, Obito followed the girl to the waiting room. Along the way, he saw towering stacks of manuscripts and editors buried beneath them, looking utterly exhausted.
Mr. Obito, please wait a moment while I inform the editor-in-chief. No rush, thank you.
After the girl left, Obito glanced around and noticed bookshelves in the corner filled with publications that Buncher had produced over the years. His gaze swept across the shelves, but he couldn't find any books by Kakashi, a disappointment. He always searched, sometimes deliberately, and sometimes not, for any trace connected to him. Footsteps approached from the doorway. Obito turned to see a handsome face with an imposing presence. He walked directly toward the man and extended his hand.
Hello, Mr. Itachi. Hello, Mr. Obito. I'm honored you could come. I'm sorry for the rushed arrangement here tonight. I've been too busy.
Uchiha Itachi bowed slightly and gently grasped Obito's hand. His humility was Obito's first impression of him.
Not at all. I've never visited an editorial office before, so this satisfies my curiosity.
Obito sat down gracefully and picked up the tea the girl had prepared, taking a sip of the delicate jasmine tea.
Regarding the film project, Mr. Asama has mentioned it to me. Although I'm the editor-in-chief for this script, it's adapted from a novel, so we need to incorporate the author's input. Which aspect would you like to discuss, Mr. Obito? Mr. Itachi, I'm a businessman rather than a wordsmith, so profit naturally comes first. Film adaptations of novels are everywhere these days. If you want to stand out, there must be commercial value. For instance, it needs to align with current trends and appeal to younger audiences, since they're the primary consumers of the film industry, right? That's true, but a script has its own soul. If we only modify it for profit, it won't last more than a few days before being forgotten. Then all our efforts would be in vain.
Obito found himself drawn to Itachi's perspective. He was unlike the other businessmen he knew who were obsessed with wealth and luxury.
All right then. As the primary investor, I trust you unconditionally and won't interfere with the script. But I have a small condition I'd like to ask of you. Tell me first.
Obito glanced at the photos on the wall, pointed to the most recent one, and said to Itachi,
Would you consider adding him to the screenwriting team?
He remembered the year when he'd asked Kakashi what he wanted to be when he grew up. Kakashi had leaned against the rooftop railing, the wind stirring his white shirt, his profile soft in the light. He had said,
I want to write. I want to tell stories that can be shown on the big screen for everyone to see.
Now all he wanted was to help him fulfill that dream from his youth.
Itachi Kakashi. Do you know him, Mr. Obito?
Itachi asked in surprise.
We're old classmates. However, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention my involvement. Just let him try.
Itachi hesitated for a moment, meeting Obito's gaze as he replied,
Teacher Kakashi isn't an editor anymore. He's a freelance author now. You should speak with his editor Mizuji. This is certainly a good opportunity, but he hasn't worked on screenplays before, so maybe he can do it.
Obito interrupted firmly. No matter how much time passed, Obito never stopped believing in him. After a brief pause, Itachi revealed a smile. He calmly took out his phone and dialed Shirsue's number. Before long, Shirsue appeared before them, breathless. Itachi handed Obito over to Shirsue and rushed off to attend to his busy work. Only the two of them remained in the reception room. Shirsue and Itachi Uchiha were polar opposites in character, sunny, laughter-loving, and warm-hearted. Undaunted, he approached Obito and said,
Mr. Obito, I presume. It's a pleasure to meet you. Leave Kakashi's matter to me. I'm planning to visit his place tomorrow anyway. His place.
Obito keenly seized on the key phrase. Judging by Shirsue's tone, the two were so familiar that they could freely come and go at each other's homes, living like family. This irritated Obito immensely. Kakashi had always been a self-contained person with a strong sense of boundaries. How could he allow anyone to intrude into his world? Clearly this person meant something special to him.
Mr. Shirsue, do you often go to Kakashi's place? Yes. You were his classmate, so you should know. He seems aloof on the surface, but he's actually quite scatterbrained and terrible at taking care of himself. I drop by to cook for him from time to time. Sometimes I stay over if it gets late just to make sure he goes to bed early. Otherwise he'd stay up all night without end.
Shirsue rambled on, completely oblivious to the change in Obito's expression. He had no idea how devastating his casual words were to Obito. Suppressing his displeasure, Obito continued,
Indeed, he never takes good care of his health. If you don't mind, Mr. Shirsue, let me buy you a drink. We can talk more.
At the mention of alcohol, Shirsue's spirits lifted. Work had been oppressively stressful lately, and the new author he'd taken on was difficult to get along with. He'd been longing for a drink to unwind.
Perfect timing. I know a nice bar nearby. Great, let's go there. I haven't had a proper drink in ages. Let's go.
As he spoke, Shirsue rose and casually tossed the disposable paper cup from the table into the trash bin. He wore a khaki jacket, his hair casually styled with gel, giving him a crisp, efficient look. Every employee he passed greeted him politely, and he responded with a warm smile. Obito watched him closely. This man exuded charisma. It was easy for eyes to be drawn to him.
Did you drive? Or shall I give you a ride?
Shirsue pressed the elevator button and turned to ask Obito.
I'll drive,
Obito replied.
All right.
Soon they arrived at their destination, a small bar in the bustling downtown area called Liverpool.
Sounds like a club.
Obito looked at the flickering sign, his mind jumping to football, so he made a casual joke.
Right. I thought the same the first time. But it's actually quite artistic inside. Whenever Kakashi lacks inspiration, he comes here. He can drink all night by himself. Why hasn't he had a girlfriend? With his personality, he's simply not cut out for romance, let alone a girlfriend. See that bartender Meiji? She's pursued him multiple times.
Shursui waved to the busy girl mixing drinks, and sat down naturally.
My friend Obito. And this is Meiji. Hello.
Obito nodded to her. The girl named Meiji had delicate petite features, and looked very young, yet her bartending movements were stylish and effortless, drawing the attention of many men.
Hello, handsome. Tonight I'll buy you a drink.
Chewing gum, Meiji leaned in to scrutinize Obito, then turned to Shursui.
How come everyone you bring is drop-dead gorgeous? Don't talk nonsense. Mister, Obito is different from us. Different again. Does he also like men?
Meiji was blunt and outspoken. Shursui wished he could silence her. He gave an awkward laugh.
Focus on your drinks. I'll have a Milky Way. And Mr. Obito, what will you have?
Obito couldn't care less about the drink. He kept his eyes on Meiji.
What do you mean also likes men? Who else? Another friend of Shursui's, a brooding male writer. I confessed to him many times, but he always rejected me. Eventually he told me he doesn't like women. Damn. Why didn't he say that sooner? A total waste of my time. But with that face, who could resist? How come all the handsome guys are internal consumption?
As she spoke, she finished mixing the drink. She poured it into a glass. A crystalline blue liquid flowed slowly into the transparent vessel like the color of seawater. Meiji pushed the glass toward Obito.
Deep sea. It's on me. A memorial to my love that died before it even began. It's also his favorite.
Obito smiled faintly. He rarely visited such bars, accustomed as he was to high-end clubs and expensive wines. This flashy cocktail felt novel, and since it was Kakashi's favorite, he couldn't help but take a sip. It was sweet with a hint of bitterness, a strangely delightful experience.
I like it very much. Thank you,
Obito said. Meiji propped her chin on her hands. With no customers at the moment, she had some free time. She said,
Glad you like it. You guessed right. I also like men.
Beside him, Shursui looked over in surprise, while Meiji wore an expression of I knew it, and pouted in disappointment.
I knew it. Not only do I have to compete with women for men, but I also have to compete with men.
Obito was amused by her words. Meiji glanced at her watch, then at the colleague arriving for the shift change. She said to Obito and Shursui,
Time's up, I'm off duty. Enjoy your drinks. See you around. Alright, take care on your way home,
Shursui reminded her. Meiji waved her hand and vanished in a flash.
Don't mind what she said, Mr. Obito. She has to get back before the dormitory curfew, or she'll have nowhere to sleep.
Shursui looked at her retreating figure with a helpless smile.
Still a student?
Obito asked.
I'm a college student working part-time to pay medical bills. Her father has cancer, and the ICU costs are draining money like water. Don't be fooled by her cheerful exterior. She's actually a pitiable kid.
Shursui paused for a moment, took a sip of his drink, and continued.
That's why Kakashi often comes here too. Maybe he feels a sense of kinship. Looking at her, he sees himself. Mr. Obito, since you're an old acquaintance, why don't you talk to him directly about this screenwriting job? Personally, I think he's not really suited for this industry right now. He's used to going his own way. Forcing him into a new environment would only make him miserable.
Obito swirled his glass. The quivering liquid inside seemed like a vast, endless deep sea. He said,
I don't want him to have any reservations. He has strong pride and doesn't like accepting too much help from others. But he can't keep locking himself away. He needs to step out, to go to better and farther places.
Kakashi was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone at 2:30 in the morning. Groggy and slumped over his computer desk, he fumbled for the vibrating device, only managing to answer after a long disoriented search.
Shursui, is there something you need at this hour?
Kakashi's throat felt parched.
It's Obito.
Upon hearing the familiar voice and name, Kakashi snapped awake, sitting upright and remaining silent for a long moment. Obito continued,
I ran into your friend at the bar. He's dead drunk. I saw his call history with you and realized you two knew each other. I don't know where he lives. Could you come pick him up? Alright, send me your location. I'll be right there.
After hanging up, Kakashi grabbed his jacket from the couch and rushed out to the bar. Shursui loved drinking, but had a low tolerance, and was a terrible drunk, rowdy and emotional. By the time Kakashi arrived, he had already snatched the microphone from the lead singer on stage, belting out a love song that moved him to tears. Kakashi was panting heavily as he reached Obito's spot. The bar was at its peak hour, filled with lonely souls seeking solace in alcohol and confessions. Seeing Kakashi's frantic state, Obito felt his suspicions about the relationship between Kakashi and Shursui confirmed, which only deepened his irritation. Still, he handed Kakashi a glass of warm water. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion on stage drew their attention. Shursui had fallen asleep peacefully in the center of the stage. Without even a word of greeting to Obito, Kakashi pushed through the crowd to help Shursui up. Obito watched his retreating figure, his heart growing heavier. Shursui was tall, over 6 feet, and Kakashi tried several times to carry him on his back but failed.
Let me.
Obito had come over unnoticed. He grabbed Shursui's arm, and together they supported him out the door.
Sorry for the trouble he caused you.
They walked in silence for a long time, before Kakashi finally forced out those words as distant as if speaking to a stranger.
It's nothing. What's his address?
The driver had already started the car. Obito sat in the passenger seat watching them through the rearview mirror. Shursui's body limp, as Mud leaned against Kakashi, who held his shoulder without a hint of concern.
Take us to my place. It's not convenient for him to go home alone, and he'll need someone to look after him. Staying at my place is easier.
Kakashi didn't realize anything amiss in his words. Obito gave the driver the address in a cold tone, then leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Soon the car stopped in front of Kakashi's building. The driver helped Kakashi support the unconscious Shursui.
Mr. Obito, I'll carry him upstairs.
Yugo, the driver and also Obito's bodyguard, was powerfully built and easily lifted Shursui. Obito and Kakashi walked behind them. Once inside, Kakashi bent down to take out the slippers he had bought days earlier, the same pair Obito had seen, and put them on Shursui. He then had Yugo lay Shursui on his own bed. After everything was settled, he returned to the doorway where Obito still stood without entering.
Mr. Obito, I'll wait for you downstairs.
After Yugo left, the two were left alone staring at each other. Sensing the awkwardness, Kakashi spoke first.
Thank you for your help. When he wakes up, I'll have him thank you too. No need.
Obito leaned against the doorframe, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi felt uneasy and deliberately looked away.
Be careful on your way back.
The words clearly carried a hint of dismissal. But Obito focused on the laptop still glowing on the dining table.
Were you still working?
It was now 3:30 in the morning, meaning this man had been pulling an all-nighter.
Yeah, I have a manuscript to finish.
His irregular lifestyle had left him gaunt and sallow, and Obito noticed it all. He said with a hint of anger,
How can you make me feel assured about sending Xiaofeng over for tutoring the day after tomorrow?
It won't be a problem.
I'll adjust my schedule. Adjust how? Your friend is bound to throw up later, and you won't get any sleep tonight either. I can handle it. You don't need to worry. Just go back.
Obito took a deep breath, looking at the face before him, his unexplainable anger surging again. But he had no reason to vent it, so he could only swallow it silently.
Fine, I'm leaving.
Obito turned and walked away without looking back. He only heard the door slammed shut. How could this person be so cold? It was infuriating. As he passed the hallway, Obito was startled by a ruckus. He stopped in front of the apartment next to Kakashi's. At least 7 or 8 people were having a party inside, with rock music blasting from speakers shaking the entire building. No wonder Kakashi couldn't get any rest in such an environment. Obito made a call and Yugo came running back up.
Mr. Obito, is something wrong?
Obito lit a cigarette by the window and gave a glance. Yugo understood immediately and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps approached from inside, accompanied by an impatient voice.
Who is it?
Yugo didn't answer and kept ringing. The door creaked open, revealing a stubbly face. Obito glanced from afar, still lazily smoking and watching the show.
What do you want? Turn off the music,
Yugo said in a low voice. The man was visibly angered and raised his volume.
Are you looking for trouble or what?
As he raised his hand, Yugo grabbed it and twisted it behind his back, causing him to wince in pain.
Let go.
He was sweating coldly, but still tried to act tough. Yugo increased the pressure.
Ow, ow, ow.
The man's voice weakened, fear flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, the others inside heard the noise and came out all burly and menacing. The leader, a man with a scar on the left side of his face, scowled and moved to rescue his companion, but Yugo kicked him to the ground. Having finished his cigarette, Obito dusted off his clothes as he walked past Yugo, leaving only a word.
Don't kill them, just make sure they learn to shut up. 10 minutes enough. More than enough, mister. Obito, go rest in the car.
The elevator arrived and Obito stepped inside. From the slowly closing doors, he coldly watched the men fall one by one, his heart utterly unmoved. Among the unread messages was one from Yukaina in the United States. She said,
Remember to come back for Xiaoyu's Memorial Day.
Obito was bathed in the night, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Okay, I won't forget.
After closing his phone, he sat in the car looking up at Kakashi's room. The light was still on, but soon it went out.
He slammed his fist against the window in frustration, a sharp pain spreading from his knuckles to his heart. Yugo returned unmarked and calmly sat in the driver's seat. Obito closed his eyes lazily and asked,
All taken care of? Yes, mister. Obito, they're already packing up and moving out. And then take me back to the office. Understood.
Yugo was efficient and never asked questions. On a rainy morning, the window was shrouded in mist, and looking into the distance it felt as if one had stepped into a dream. Kakashi, who had not slept all night, sat on the balcony listening to the raindrops tapping against the window. In recent days, his body had been protesting again, and the pain in his chest tormented him from time to time, preventing him from falling asleep, but he bore it all in silence. Kakashi. Shui had somehow come to stand behind him. After waking from his drunken stupor, he still felt dazed. His slippers were on the wrong feet, and his shirt buttons were all misaligned. Kakashi turned his head to look at him. Awake. Hungry. Shui scratched his head, and sat down on the rattan lounger beside him, replying, Not really. How did I end up at your place? I clearly remember I was with... His voice trailed off. Remembering that Obito had told him not to reveal the reason for their meeting, he awkwardly changed the subject. Been stressed lately. Drank too much. And then a friend happened to run into you while you were making a scene. He called me. What a coincidence. What embarrassing thing did I do again? Shui tried to recall what had happened the night before, but couldn't remember a thing. Kakashi took a sip of his hot coffee. Nothing much. You just sang and cried on stage, then performed a faceplant and fell asleep. Everyone heard you snoring. What? Shui jumped to his feet. My image is completely ruined. I'm done for. Relax, nobody knows you anyway. But I really should have filmed it for Itachi. Kakashi stood up and stretched. His body, devoid of sleep, felt like a wandering spirit, his steps light and unsteady. He patted Shui on the shoulder and said, I made some porridge. Let's have some together. Still got a headache from the hangover, right? Yeah, my whole body aches. I feel like I've been beaten up. Shui got up and followed Kakashi, muttering, You didn't take revenge on me for nagging you about your manuscript while I was dead drunk, did you? Kakashi couldn't help rolling his eyes. Next time drink less, okay? Don't you remember trying to crawl to the bathroom to throw up only to fall off the bed and hit the floor? You left a dent in my wooden floor. Kakashi brought out the porridge for him, topped with a little pork floss still steaming. Shui's appetite immediately surged. No worries, the floor is fine. If it's ruined, we'll just get a new one. I was about to tell you about a way to make money. What? Kakashi set down his chopsticks and looked at him. Shui organized his thoughts before speaking slowly. Are you interested in doing some screenwriting? Itachi asked me to sound you out. He's taken on a project adapting a novel for film and TV. He's the lead writer, and wants you to join. Screenwriting? Kakashi looked up in surprise. He had never considered entering this field before because he found it difficult to work with others. Accustomed to being alone, joining a team would mean putting on a fake front and pretending. Yeah, what do you think? If you don't like it, you can refuse. It's fine, Kakashi. Don't overthink it. Shisui knew him well, having spent so many years together. I've never tried. Itachi will guide you. He's very capable. You don't need to worry. Just tell me, do you want to go or not? Kakashi couldn't give an immediate answer. The conflict and anxiety within him plunged him into panic. Shisui saw through his confusion at a glance, and said lightly, no rush. Just let me know when you've made up your mind. I should get going too. Jiraiya-sensei should be waking up soon. I'll go wait at his door and ambush him. Kakashi was amused by Shisui's words. He thought it wasn't easy for him. Being an editor had turned him into a stalker. All right, I'll let you know when I've decided. Thank you, Shisui. For what? As long as you hand in your manuscript on time, everything's fine. I believe one day you'll adapt your own novel for the screen, and then everyone will know you. Shisui grabbed his jacket, and walked to the door to put on his shoes, then turned back to remind Kakashi, I'm off. You better get some sleep. Your dark circles are as deep as a panda's. Okay, take care on the way. After seeing Shisui off, Kakashi was still pondering the earlier topic. He didn't actually need to be seen by everyone. The glamour held no appeal for him. But he needed money. A lot of money. He wanted to keep Xiao Yan by his side, and take care of him. That was the only thing he wanted to do now. The Kakashi who once dreamed of writing beautiful stories died long ago on that scorching summer day. He could no longer devote himself entirely to doing only what he wanted. The lofty dreams of youth could never withstand the pressures of life and the lure of profit. Just as Obito always clung to the past self, but the past was the past. Kakashi yawned, his eyes barely able to stay open. He really did need to sleep. He drew the curtains in his room, and the pitch-black environment gave him a sense of security. The sheets and quilt that Shisui had slept on, still smelling of alcohol, had been replaced with clean, warm bedding. He slept for a long time, waking up in a daze, not knowing what time it was. In his haze, he heard the laughter of a child. He rubbed his temples, feeling as if he had wandered into a dream. How could there be a child here? The neighbor next door was clearly a fierce-looking man. But the sound grew louder, and somehow familiar. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Kakashi opened the door, and the figure of Xiao Feng appeared before his eyes. Kakashi-sensei. Xiao Feng ran over and hugged him. I missed you. Kakashi hugged his small, soft body back, and asked, why are you here? Isn't tomorrow class day? Yes. I came to move. Move. The elevator door suddenly opened, and several workers slowly carried a large refrigerator to the doorway. Sir, where should we put this? Please put it in the kitchen. Just take the old one away. Okay. That voice, no mistake. The person inside the house walked out casually and greeted Kakashi. Today he was dressed very casually, no longer in a suit and tie, but simply in a navy blue jacket and dark blue jeans, making him look more energetic. You're moving here? Kakashi asked in confusion. Obito leaned on the doorframe with one hand and bent down to look at him, smiling. Yeah. But don't get the wrong idea. Since Xiao Feng needs tutoring, I figured I'd just move next door to you. That way I won't have to pick him up and drop him off. Did that man move away? Or did you do something to him? Kakashi asked Obito incredulously, for he knew Obito's temperament all too well. It seemed unchanged over the years, domineering and autocratic, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Obito shrugged nonchalantly. In your mind, am I really that unreasonable? Pretty much, Kakashi replied. Obito was not at all offended. He enjoyed chatting with Kakashi like this, no longer pretending to be distant. Anyway, this house is mine now, Kakashi-sensei. From now on we're neighbors. We'll see each other all the time. Please take care of me. Obito crossed his arms with an expression that said,
"What can you do about it? Suit yourself. I can't control where you live."
Kakashi, unwilling to engage further, crouched down to chat with Xiaofeng.
"Did you finish the homework I assigned last time?" "I did, but there are some problems I don't understand." "Can you explain them to me, sensei?" "Now! Then grab your bag and come to my place."
Kakashi patted Xiaofeng's head and was about to leave when Obito interjected bluntly.
"Why not talk here? I'll listen in too. The problems here are really tough. Even I can't figure them out." "You can't solve first-grade elementary problems."
Kakashi gave him a speechless glare.
"What's so strange about that? I went to elementary school abroad, so I missed that part."
Obito lied through his teeth.
"Also, I need a favor from you." "What?" "Come inside first."
Obito stepped aside to let Kakashi pass, and Kakashi reluctantly entered. He followed Obito all the way to the bedroom door, puzzled about what he intended to do, but Obito refused to say. The furniture here had been completely replaced in such a short time, but the bedroom was a private space, and Kakashi hesitated to enter. Obito saw through his thoughts and smiled.
"What are you thinking?"
Kakashi turned his head away to avoid his bold gaze and lowered his voice.
"What do you want me to do?" "Anything."
Obito stood very close to Kakashi, his breath lingering near his ear, his tone extremely suggestive. Fortunately, Xiaofeng was watching TV in the living room and didn't notice the unusual atmosphere.
"If you're looking for fun, I don't have time."
Kakashi was about to turn away when Obito grabbed his arm and pulled him into the room. Before he could steady himself, Kakashi saw the scene before him. A 2-meter-wide bed, with messy sheets, duvet covers, and pillowcases that seemed to have a mind of their own, refusing to cooperate.
"I can't handle it alone."
Obito pointed at the chaos.
"Remember when we were in the dormitory? You always helped me with this."
Kakashi found it absurd.
"You still haven't learned to make a bed after all these years. How have you been living?" "We had a housekeeper at home."
He said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kakashi was utterly speechless. He walked straight to the bed, bent down, measured the duvet and cover, tucked the corners into place, and shook it quickly. In less than 10 minutes, he had the bed perfectly made, smoothing out the wrinkles and neatly arranging the sheets and pillowcases.
"There, just do it the way I did."
Kakashi stood up and rubbed his slightly sore shoulders.
"Got it now."
Obito hadn't actually watched the process. He'd been too busy looking at Kakashi, but he couldn't be so obvious. He nodded with feigned understanding.
"I think so. Then I'll be going if there's nothing else."
Obito blocked the doorway.
"After you help Xiaofeng with his homework, stay for dinner." "I can help with the homework, but dinner is out of the question. I've already cooked. If you don't join us, it'll go to waste. The two of us can't eat it all."
Obito was adamant. He called out to the living room.
"Xiaofeng, Kakashi-sensei says he wants to try your scallion scrambled eggs." "Really? That's great."
Xiaofeng cheered and rushed to the kitchen to get the plates. Kakashi didn't want to dampen the child's spirits, so he reluctantly agreed.
"Then I'll impose." "Not at all. The bathroom is over there. Go wash your hands."
Obito pointed to the room on the north side.
When
Kakashi came out after washing his hands, the father and son were still busy, washing dishes and setting the table. Now he understood why Obito had said the food would go to waste if he didn't stay. The rectangular dining table was piled high with all kinds of plates and bowls. Kakashi stood awkwardly to the side.
"Isn't this too much?"
Xiaofeng took Kakashi's hand and guided him to sit beside him.
"Dad and I made it all together. We didn't know what you liked, so we made a bit of everything,"
he said proudly. A quick glance revealed that the dishes were all Kakashi's favorites. He rarely ate spicy food, so the dishes were mild. There were several kinds of fish, and since Kakashi couldn't stomach the smell of pork, Obito had bought premium Wagyu beef.
"Come, let's toast to our new home."
Obito poured honey water into Kakashi's glass while he and Xiaofeng had orange juice. The three clinked glasses. Kakashi hadn't eaten all day, and the sight of the delicious food made him hungry. It had been a long time since he'd sat quietly at a table for a meal. Even when Shisui came over, they'd just throw something simple together. Seeing Kakashi lost in thought, Obito asked,
"Not to your taste?" "No. Did you really make all this?" "Yeah, I was the chef and Xiaofeng helped."
Kakashi smiled faintly.
"I didn't expect you to be so hopeless at daily chores, but quite skilled at cooking. Because I always believe eating well is the best way to treat your body."
Obito was insinuating that Kakashi didn't take good care of himself, and Kakashi caught it. But he couldn't argue with that. Ever since he started working, Kakashi had been living like a walking corpse. Food was just fuel to keep him alive, nothing special. Even his rented apartment was cold and empty, hardly a home. But now, seeing the house Obito had furnished, filled with all sorts of little things, he felt a strange sense of longing. The dreams he once had were now materializing before him, yet he knew he couldn't be part of them. He was an outsider. So he couldn't help asking Obito,
"Isn't Xiaofeng's mother coming back?"
Obito set down his glass, a flicker of sadness passing through his eyes before vanishing.
"She'll be back in a while. She still has some business to attend to abroad." "That's good. Will you leave again?" "No. I'll stay here from now on."
Kakashi picked up a piece of greenery. The greens in this season were usually bitter, but Obito had added plenty of sugar, so they tasted sweet. Many unspoken words lingered in Kakashi's heart but never found their way out. After the meal, he helped Xiaofeng with his homework, while Obito washed the dishes in the kitchen.
"Sensei, the character home is so hard to write,"
Xiaofeng grumbled, biting his pen. The crooked characters on his practice book looked like little worms. Home. The word touched a deep chord in Kakashi. He froze for a moment. He had never had one before, and he still didn't have one now. After dinner, Kakashi returned home carrying a stack of insulated lunch boxes. If he hadn't been unable to carry or eat more, Obito would probably have stuffed even more into his arms. Leftovers were packed up, and fresh dishes were also packed together. As soon as Kakashi got home, his hands were slightly reddened from the weight of the items. He opened the empty refrigerator and stuffed the boxes in one by one, stacking them neatly. Staring at the compartments now packed full, he felt a strange sensation. Obito lived in the room just one wall away. When it was quiet, Kakashi could faintly hear the sound of him telling stories. He never imagined that the once rebellious boy had now taken on the role of a father. Kakashi lay on the bed with a book in his arms, the fragrant scent of ink filling his nose and mouth, but the words couldn't penetrate his mind. He couldn't control his thoughts. The book he was reading was
"Waiting for the Next Stop."
It mainly told the story of a fugitive couple embarking on a journey of redemption, only to find near the end that they couldn't accept each other's changes, so they went their separate ways.
"I have always hoped to embrace a disheveled and vulnerable version of you. Because we scarred and battered have no choice but each other."
Kakashi read this line on the cover many times, and only after finishing the entire book did he understand its meaning. It was the fear of loss that made him not want others to discover his goodness, hiding him away with great care. Possessiveness. Kakashi murmured these three words. Love breeds a desire for possession. The thought of him not belonging to him made him feel so anguished he could go mad. He liked this story. Paranoid, crazy, yet strangely familiar. So close to midnight, he still sent a message to Shisui.
"I want to try the screenwriter job."
Shisui was still crouching on the sofa at Jiraiya's house at that moment. Seeing Kakashi's message, his mood lifted. He replied,
"Yes, it must be a very good choice. Aren't you asleep yet?"
Kakashi quickly typed on the keyboard.
"I can't sleep. Deadline is approaching and Jiraiya-sensei is still looking at beauty magazines, not worried at all."
Kakashi could only express sympathy from afar.
"Don't forget my autograph. You heartless guy, you don't care about me, only about the autograph. Then come back, and I'll keep watch for you. I can't sleep anyway. Forget it. I'll rest my eyes for a while. You get some rest too."
After chatting with Shisui, Kakashi soon fell asleep. Whether it was because he had eaten too much or because the noisy rock music from next door had stopped, he slept especially soundly that night, waking up naturally the next day. Kakashi, dressed in his pajamas, was holding a garbage bag in his right hand, ready to go downstairs to dump it. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Obito, who looked him up and down with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kakashi hadn't yet gotten used to the fact that Obito was his neighbor. Being stared at like that made him extremely uncomfortable. Originally, no one in this building knew him, so he always casually threw on slippers and loungewear before stepping out. Obito suddenly reached out his hand toward him. Kakashi was confused and looked at him questioningly. Seeing his expression, Obito walked directly over to him and took the garbage bag from his hand.
I'm going to throw it away anyway. Don't go downstairs. It's cold outside, and you're wearing too little. Huh?
Before Kakashi could react, Obito had already stepped into the elevator and pressed the door close button. In the moment the door closed, Obito pointed at Kakashi's chest and said,
"And your buttons are misaligned. Don't go out like this from now on."
Kakashi quickly looked down and saw that indeed the entire left row of buttons had shifted up by one. A flush immediately spread across his fair skin. How embarrassing! And such an embarrassing thing had been witnessed by Obito again. He hurried back home to change out of his pajamas. Even worse, standing in front of the bathroom mirror, he found his hair was also a mess. Like a psychiatric patient.
Knock, knock, knock.
While Kakashi was still in a daze, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts.
Who is it?
Kakashi responded.
Your neighbor. Come over for breakfast in a bit.
Kakashi wanted to reply that it was fine, that he would eat at home, but the sound of footsteps had already faded away. Obito had clearly just come to notify him, not even leaving him the right to refuse. After struggling for a moment, Kakashi still changed clothes and walked over. The door was left ajar, so he knocked on the doorframe and pushed it open directly.
The green slippers on the shoe rack are for you. Put them on and come in.
Obito spoke to Kakashi while urging Xiao Feng to brush his teeth and wash his face. Kakashi looked at the shoe rack. On it were neatly arranged 3 pairs of slippers, 2 large and 1 small, all of the same style, but different colors.
Good morning, Teacher Kakashi.
Xiao Feng ran out with a bedhead, just like Kakashi's had been earlier, with Obito scrambling behind him. Life without a Nani was still too difficult for Uchiha Obito. He seemed to handle it with ease, but in reality, he was already overwhelmed.
Good morning, Xiao Feng.
Kakashi also sat down at the dining table. Obito brought out the pre-made sandwiches and milk from the kitchen, so naturally, as if they had been living together for a long time.
With ketchup and mayonnaise. Eat while it's hot.
Obito looked at Kakashi and continued.
I have a meeting at the company later. Could you please take care of the child after the tutoring session? Yes, no problem. Also, after this week's class, we might take a break for a while. Xiao Feng and I are going back to the States, but we'll be back soon.
Obito specifically emphasized the word
back. We're going to pick up Mom.
Xiao Feng said excitedly with bread in his mouth. Kakashi's hand froze in midair. His body seemed to be petrified, yet he still managed to force a smile.
I see. Then Xiao Feng will be able to live with his mom and dad from now on. Yes, I'm super happy.
A child's smile cannot be faked. Their family of 3 had always been so happy. So those slippers were not meant for him after all, but for his wife. Obito said nothing, just quietly ate his breakfast, then got up to tidy the messy kitchen. Before leaving, he instructed Xiao Feng to listen carefully to Kakashi and study hard.
I'm leaving then,
Obito said to Kakashi at the door. Kakashi nodded.
I also have something to discuss with you. Go ahead.
Obito's tone was especially gentle.
I've taken on a new job and won't be able to come back for a while. Please find a new tutor for Xiao Feng. If you can't find one right away, I can recommend someone.
Daitu remained silent for a moment before replying slowly.
All right, I'll find it myself. And then take care on the road.
Only after closing the door did Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. The expression on Daitu's face just now had seemed somewhat desolate. Perhaps he had misread it. They were about to reunite as a family. Daitu should be happy. As for his own job, it was of little consequence. He knew that Daitu was not short of money. If Dai-Tu no longer wished to live in this house, he could simply return to his family's villa. This was no loss to him. He had never worried about money since childhood, so he could never grasp Kakaxi's current predicament. Kakashi had long realized that Dai-Tu's deliberate approach was nothing more than a pastime. When he was young, he was fond of amusement, and even now that he had settled down and started a family, his nature remained unchanged. The entire morning was spent tutoring Xiaofeng. In the afternoon, Kakashi remembered that he needed to handle the household registration transfer for Xiaoyan, so he took Xiaofeng out with him. Before leaving, he bundled Xiaofeng up like a dumpling, hat, scarf, and mask all in place, leaving only 2 round eyes visible.
"Teacher, are we going to the North Pole?"
Xiaofeng blinked and asked. Kakashi laughed.
"It's too cold outside, I can't let you freeze."
Kakaxi's gentleness seeped from his very bones. He had no children of his own, and was not particularly adept at caring for others, but seeing Xiaofeng reminded him of Xiaoyan, who used to follow him around when they were young. They were both innocent and adorable. Unfortunately, he had failed to protect Xiaoyan, and that guilt would forever be a scar in his heart. The office was only a few kilometers from home, so they chose to take the bus. Xiaofeng became excited as soon as he boarded. He had never ridden a public bus in China before, having always been chauffeured in private cars. He deliberately chose a seat facing another passenger. Kakashi held him with one arm, occasionally glancing at the route indicator ahead. They had to ride 4 stops.
"Teacher, this is so thrilling, better than go-karts,"
Xiaofeng explained, waving his arms after a bumpy stretch. The driver was clearly a daredevil, pulling off a drift even in congested traffic. Kakashi sighed and smiled at Xiaofeng.
"My little brother used to love riding the bus too. When we were kids with no toys, we'd spend 1 yuan to ride from the first stop to the last."
1 yuan could buy half a day of happiness. That was the only joy in their impoverished childhood.
"Teacher, you have a little brother. Is he the same age as me?" "He's older than Xiaofeng." "Where is he now?"
"He's sick, staying in the hospital."
"Can I go see him?"
Xiaofeng gazed at Kakashi expectantly. Since returning to the country, he had been playing alone as all his friends were abroad. Kakashi could sense his loneliness.
"Sure, when we finish our errands we'll go find Xiaoyan."
The bus announcement interrupted their conversation. Kakashi took Xiaofeng's hand and led him off through the rear door. The office lobby was heated. Stepping inside felt like entering another world, instantly much warmer. Kakashi took a number from the machine. The receptionist at the front desk asked without looking up.
"What's the business?" "Hello, I'd like to transfer a household registration." "Is it for yourself?"
she asked coldly.
"No, it's for my brother." "Is the person here?" "No, he can't come."
The woman frowned impatiently.
"Can't be done without the person. Needs a signature." "All right, thank you for your trouble."
Despite the cold reception, Kakashi's good breeding kept him courteous. Kakashi had to put away his documents and go find Xiaofeng, but the seat where he had left him was empty. The child was gone. Kakashi's mind went blank, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He scanned the lobby, but saw no sign of Xiaofeng. His legs weak, Kakashi forced himself to approach the security guard at the entrance.
"Did you see a child about this tall came in with me just now?"
The guard, seeing his pale face, steadied him first and replied,
"I saw him run out alone heading that way. I thought someone was picking him up, so I didn't stop him." "All right, thank you."
Kakashi didn't hesitate. He pushed open the door and ran in the direction the guard had pointed. Dai-Tu had entrusted Xiaofeng to him. If he lost the child, he would never forgive himself. This bustling street was always congested, and with it being Saturday, the crowd was even denser. Finding a child shorter than an adult was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Kakashi parted the crowd, checking every spot, even the corners, but still couldn't find him. He remembered that summer festival when the small hand he held suddenly lost its warmth. He had searched frantically, then his heart gripped by an inexplicable force, as if it might stop beating. He crouched down, hugging himself helplessly. The cold wind cut through his skin like knives, sharp and painful.
"Teacher Kakashi."
Just as he was about to break down, the familiar voice came from nearby, and a warm soft body threw itself into his arms. Kakashi looked at Xiao Feng, whom he had regained, and hugged him tightly.
Where did you go? Running off like that makes teacher worry.
Xiao Feng's cheeks were flushed, and he looked a little aggrieved as he pulled a clay figurine from his pocket.
I saw an old man selling clay figurines passing by, and I was afraid he'd leave, so I didn't have time to tell you. I'm sorry, teacher, for making you worry.
It was a little monkey figurine, exquisitely crafted and especially adorable. Kakashi asked him,
Where did you get the money? There's money in the watch Daddy gave me.
He raised his wrist and shook it. Kakashi, seeing his cautious, apologetic look, couldn't bring himself to scold him.
Don't do this again, understand? Teacher Kakashi, can we go play with Xiaoyan now? This gift is for him.
Hearing this, Kakashi was stunned for a moment, his steps faltering.
You bought it for Xiaoyan? Yes. Didn't you say he was sick? I want him to get better soon.
Kakashi suddenly bent down and hugged Xiao Feng again. He didn't know why tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. His Xiaoyan had been forgotten in the cold hospital, living in fear, so he couldn't love others like Xiao Feng did. It was his fault as a brother. He hadn't been able to give him a normal life.
He'll like it, and he'll get better. I want to bring him back and keep him by my side.
The Western Suburb Psychiatric Hospital, secluded in a remote location far from the bustling city, inevitably carried an eerie atmosphere. It was Xiao Feng's first visit, and his palms were clammy with nervousness. Kakashi gently stroked the back of his hand to soothe him. Don't be afraid. They're just so they won't deliberately hurt you. Xiao Feng nodded, clutching the little clay monkey figurine tightly to his chest. Xiaoyan's ward was on the 5th floor of Ward 3, where residents were younger, and their conditions less severe. From the outside, the walls were covered in a web of creeping ivy. Due to years of neglect, patches of paint had peeled away, resembling an abstract painting by Picasso. The windows were fitted with bars, slicing the rooms into rigid, lifeless grids, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Kakashi led Xiao Feng inside. Head nurse Jingyin was not there today. Only a few nurses chattered away at the front desk. As the elevator doors opened, their gazes locked onto the newcomers. Mr. Chimu, the round-faced nurse with small eyes, greeted warmly. Long time no see. Hello everyone. I brought some coffee for you all to share. Kakashi handed them the bag he had just bought from the cafe downstairs. He usually disliked doing things merely to please others, but since Xiaoyan lived here, he had to mind social niceties. Thank you, Mr. Chimu. The tall, slender nurse Ling Mu accepted it eagerly, deliberately stepping closer to Kakashi, her orange blossom perfume fresh and pleasant. You're welcome. Thank you all for taking care of Xiaoyan. You're too kind, Mr. Chimu. We all adore Xiaoyan. But? Nurse Ling Mu hesitated. But what? Has Xiaoyan caused trouble again? Kakashi asked anxiously. Seeing their troubled expressions, his heart tightened. It was the straightforward nurse Matsushima who spoke first. Xiaoyan has been skipping meals lately, and when he does eat, he vomits at night. Jingyin adjusted his medication. Poor appetite, vomiting everything, the same symptoms as when he was first admitted. Kakashi, no longer in the mood for small talk, bid them farewell, and headed straight to the ward. Xiaoyan sat quietly on his bed, gazing blankly out the window. He didn't turn around even at the sound of footsteps until Kakashi called his name. Brother. A faint smile blossomed on his pale, bloodless face. You came to see me. Kakashi sat beside his bed and said gently, You've lost weight. What's wrong? Have I? I didn't notice. But Jingyin scolded me when I weighed myself last time, told me to eat more. I just don't feel like eating. Is the cafeteria food not to your taste? Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. No need, brother. I don't want anything. Who is this child? Xiaoyan finally noticed Xiao Feng, who was timidly hiding behind Kakashi. He's my tutoring student, Xiao Feng. Hello, brother Xiaoyan. This is for you. Xiao Feng handed the gift to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan accepted it with delight, clearly pleased. Thank you. Brother Xiaoyan, you're really handsome. Am I? Xiao Feng is a handsome little man too. I sneaked a game console. Want to play? Xiao Feng pulled a game console from an inner pocket of his clothes, surprising even Kakashi. The allure of games was universal among children, and Xiao Yan, though 22, was no exception. Great. Xiao Yan took it excitedly, and the two huddled together figuring it out. Kakashi watched them quietly, a warm feeling flowing through his heart. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Something had happened. It was Nurse Ling Mu's voice speaking to someone. Dr. Du Bien, the patient in bed 12 has self-harmed. Please come quickly. All right, rush him to the emergency room. Where did he get the sharp object? Why didn't you check properly? Kakashi turned involuntarily, and saw a tall man's silhouette passing the door. He hadn't seen this person before. A new arrival. Just as he was about to ask Xiao Yan, he noticed Xiao Yan's hands trembling, his teeth clenched on his lower lip, his nerves taut. Was he having another episode? Xiao Yan, what's wrong? Kakashi moved closer, and put his arm around Xiao Yan's shoulders. Xiao Yan was shivering all over as if deeply traumatized. I'll call a doctor. Don't go, brother. Xiao Yan gripped Kakashi's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes, his lips trembling. After a long silence, he whispered, brother, I want to go home. Can you take me? Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He too wished he could take Xiao Yan home and keep him close, but Xiao Yan's condition hadn't improved, he couldn't bear to leave him home alone. I'll find a way, Xiao Yan. Just wait a little longer, okay? He could only offer such soothing words. No. Why do you always make me wait? I won't wait anymore. You think I'm a burden, you don't want me. He suddenly became agitated, his face contorted with rage, startling Xiao Feng. Kakashi immediately shielded Xiao Feng in his arms. But to Xiao Yan, this scene was a stark betrayal. He lost control, completely lunging forward. Kakashi, quick to react, turned his back to block Xiao Yan's attack on Xiao Feng. Brother, you're willing to take care of him, but not me. I'm your brother. Xiao Yan was engulfed in immense sorrow. No, Xiao Yan, I've never abandoned you. Calm down, please. No. You're all bad people. All of you. He launched a second attack. Kakashi didn't know what to do, his heart aching beyond words. This was his beloved brother, the one he would give his life to protect. Watch out. Before Kakashi could react, an external force shoved him aside, and Xiao Yan collapsed in front of him, caught by a pair of strong arms. I gave him a sedative. He's fine now. A deep voice came from above. Kakashi looked up to see the doctor who had just passed by the door. He carried Xiao Yan to the bed and gently tucked him in before turning to Kakashi. Mr. Chimu. I'm the new Dr. Du Bien Che. Hello, Dr. Du Bien. Kakashi was still reeling from the outburst, his heart aching, as he looked at Xiao Yan lying in bed, unable to focus on others. His condition requires more intensive treatment, Mr. Chimu. Jing mentioned you wanted to apply for his discharge, but I'm afraid it won't be possible in the short term. But he was getting better just a while ago. That was just an illusion. His inner self has never been healed. Furthermore, your mother visited recently. I hope you can tell her not to come see Xiao Yan anymore. Her presence is a trigger. Good, thank you, Dr. Watanabe. Kakashi took a closer look at the young doctor before him. Though the mask concealed the lower half of his face, his eyes were exceptionally beautiful, bright, and clear, as if hiding a spring of water. Watanabe waved his hand, and replied casually. Then I have some matters to attend to. My office is across from the nurse's station. You can come find me anytime. All right. After watching Watanabe leave, Kakashi leaned down to tuck Xiao Yan's quilt corner. He thought he must stay with Xiao Yan tonight, but first, he needed to take Xiaofeng home safely. Today's incident had been a great shock to the child. Xiaofeng was still sitting obediently on the corner chair playing a game console, but he was distracted, and kept glancing at Kakashi, which Kakashi noticed. Xiaofeng, do you know your father's company address? Kakashi walked over and bent down to ask him. Xiaofeng blinked his eyes, and shook his head in confusion. He had only been there once since returning to the country, so naturally he had no impression. It's okay.
I'll take you home later, and I'll leave after your father returns, all right?
Kakashi gently stroked Xiaofeng's head.
I don't want to leave. Teacher, you'll stay here tonight, right? Can I stay here with you guys too? I promise I'll behave.
As he spoke, he suddenly started crying. Kakashi, not knowing what was wrong, became flustered and picked up a tissue from the table to wipe his tears.
What's wrong?
Xiaofeng sobbed, his eyes red, his small body trembling. He said,
When Aunt Xiaoyu passed away, I couldn't be by her side. I only found out the next day. Aunt Xiaoyu. She was Mom's good friend. She was really kind to me, but she was always sick. The last time I went to see her, she said she would get better and told me to go home first. But she didn't keep her word, she died.
When Xiaofeng said the word
died,
he burst into loud crying again. Tears as big as beans rolled down from Xiaofeng's eyes, his shoulders heaving with sobs. Kakashi hugged him with sympathy and comforted him in his ear.
So you're worried about Xiaoyan, right?
He nodded heavily.
Xiaoyan will be fine, don't worry. I'll send a message to your father, and tonight we'll all stay with Xiaoyan together, okay? Okay.
Finally a smile appeared. Kakashi felt relieved for a moment and took out his phone to contact Obito. He didn't call because he was afraid the other person might be busy with work, so he sent a brief message. The content wasn't explicit, he simply wrote that Xiaofeng wanted to stay with him tonight and would be safely returned tomorrow.
Okay, I happen to have something to do as well. Sorry for the trouble.
After receiving Obito's reply, Kakashi took Xiaofeng to the convenience store downstairs. Since they were only staying temporarily for one day, they didn't need to buy much, just simple toiletries and some snacks for the child.
Take whatever you want to eat, don't be polite with teacher.
Xiaofeng happily took a small basket and picked things himself. Soon it was full. Kakashi, afraid he couldn't carry it, was about to take it from him to go to the counter to pay when with a
clang,
another basket appeared beside him from somewhere.
Hello, use my employee card to pay for both.
Kakashi turned around sharply and met the gaze of a stranger. Those narrow bright eyes, if he wasn't mistaken, should be
Dr. Watanabe.
Kakashi asked tentatively. Without the mask covering his face, his features were directly presented before Kakashi. It was much as he had imagined, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and strong facial lines that outlined a handsome appearance. The sleeves of his white coat were casually rolled up, making him look quite languid. During Kakashi's momentary daze, Watanabe had already paid. He smiled and replied,
a bit disappointed. Huh? Mr. Hataki, do you like my appearance?
Kakashi was puzzled why he suddenly asked such a question, feeling it was a bit presumptuous. But on second thought, the other was probably just joking, so there was no need to make a fuss. He replied directly,
Dr. Watanabe is very handsome. I'm sure he doesn't lack anyone's affection. I still can't let you pay for me. I don't know if this is enough. If it's not, just let me know.
Kakashi took a whole bill from his wallet and pressed it into Watanabe's hand.
Then we'll be going now.
He turned and pulled Xiaofeng out of the convenience store. The night was deep, and Kakashi felt the gaze burning unusually, carrying an uncomfortable feeling that seemed to pierce one's soul. After they returned to the ward, Xiaoyan had just woken up. Nurse Matsushima had taken his temperature and given him medicine. He was much calmer now, and realized his own abnormal behavior earlier. He covered his face and curled up in the quilt, blaming himself. Kakashi tugged at the quilt corner, but Xiaoyan tugged it back like two children playing.
If you don't want to see me, I'll leave now.
Kakashi deliberately scared him, and this trick was especially effective. Xiaoyan poked a hand out from under the quilt and tightly grabbed the hem of Kakashi's clothes, his voice muffled.
Brother, don't go.
Kakashi placed his hand in his own palm. The pale knuckles were almost bloodless, and the back of his hand was so thin it was skin and bones, causing Kakashi's heart to ache.
All right, I won't go. We bought a lot of snacks and a flying chess game. Tonight, Xiaofeng and I will stay with you. You can sleep whenever you want. I just bribed Nurse Matsushima and the others.
Luckily Shizen wasn't around, or it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with the nurse's station.
Really?
Xiaoyan excitedly emerged from the quilt.
Of course. I haven't relaxed in a long time either.
Kakashi pinched Xiaoyan's cheek.
But first you need to apologize to Xiaofeng.
Xiaoyan knew he was at fault, so he faced Xiaofeng sincerely, and said, bowing his head,
I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. I shouldn't have hurt you.
Xiaofeng silently walked over to him, his small hand holding the big one.
It's okay. I like brother Xiaoyan. You need to get better soon. Then let's play flying chess. Xiaofeng, do you know how to play? Of course I'm really good. Really? My brother is stupid. I taught him for a long time before he understood. Huh? Teacher Kakashi. So even teachers have things they don't know.
The two of them took turns, bad-mouthing Kakashi while Kakashi smiled silently beside them. They played until late at night, until they couldn't hold on any longer, and sprawled messily on the bed. Kakashi picked them up one by one, and tucked them into the quilt, then turned up the air conditioner before falling asleep beside them. That night was as peaceful as a dream. In the morning after breakfast, Xiaoyan knew Kakashi was about to leave. He didn't act up anymore, but looked at him obediently.
Brother, I will complete the next evaluation and strive to be with you soon.
Kakashi held back tears and replied,
All right, I'll come see you again in a few days. My Xiaoyan is the best. Brother Xiaoyan, Xiaofeng will miss you.
Xiaofeng threw himself into his arms.
Next time let's make a plan to catch some dolls. Okay, it's a deal.
Kakashi wrapped Xiaofeng in layers of clothes, then turned and said goodbye to Xiaoyan. He didn't dare to stay any longer, afraid he wouldn't be able to leave. They walked to the hospital entrance. The ground was frozen today, unusually cold, and it was hard to get a taxi. Kakashi stared at the constantly loading ride-hailing app on his phone. After more than 10 minutes, no driver had accepted the order. Could he really have to walk to the subway? Just as he was about to give up, a black car stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Dr. Watanabe.
I just got off work. Let me give you a ride. No trouble, someone is coming to pick me up. They'll be here soon.
Kakashi lied.
Dad.
Xiaofeng suddenly waved excitedly at someone not far away. Kakashi followed his gaze, and saw Obito's car. He opened the door, and walked toward them wearing a black coat that exuded a strong sense of pressure. Obito glanced at Watanabe, who had not yet left, then immediately bent down to pick up Xiaofeng, naturally took Kakashi's hand and said,
Let's go, we're going home.
The car's heater was on full blast, and the warm breeze combined with the previous night's commotion soon lulled Xiaofeng into slumber on Kakashi's lap. In the tranquil atmosphere, Kakashi merely gazed at the fleeting scenery outside the window, his wandering thoughts jolted by Obito's words.
Why didn't you tell me? What?
Kakashi stared at Obito's back in confusion, not understanding the implication. Obito repeated,
Why did you take the child to a place like that without telling me? What kind of place? So, Mr. Uchiha, you think a psychiatric hospital would harm your son, is that it? You know, I didn't mean that. I just think he's too young to witness things he can't handle.
Kakashi knew he was in the wrong. Indeed, he had concealed the matter. Yet he simply didn't want Obito to know too much about Xiaoyan, and he saw no need, as they were not really connected. But now Obito's cold interrogation stabbed into his heart like a knife. After a moment of silence, Kakashi took the initiative to apologize.
I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Anyway, from now on I'm no longer Xiaofeng's teacher. Such things won't happen again, so rest assured.
With that, Obito remained silent, only stealing a glance at Kakashi in the rearview mirror. Kakashi leaned against the car window, with closed eyes, his face expressionless yet enveloped in a lingering gloom that seemed especially solitary. Obito parked the car downstairs, but didn't get out.
Place Xiaofeng securely on the seat. We're not staying here tonight,
he said, his voice still cold.
All right, take care on the road.
Kakashi opened the door and stepped out, walking straight into the elevator without looking back. Obito lingered without starting the engine, watching Kakashi's figure disappear. Then he turned, removed the watch from Xiaofeng's wrist, and crushed it under his foot until it shattered. The chip inside was exposed. He held it in his palm for a moment, then dialed Kiba's number.
Obito bro, what's up?
Kiba's voice was still groggy, clearly not fully awake.
Help me investigate something. All right, when? Right now. I'll have Yugo deliver it to your place. Got it. Mission guaranteed.
After hanging up, Obito's heart remained unsettled. Every insincere word he had spoken pained him more. He didn't want this, but he felt powerless. The old lady had implanted a bug and tracker in the watch. He had to put on this act, unable to reveal his feelings for Kakashi. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of a decade ago, or put Kakashi in danger. Kakashi's scent still lingered in the car. Obito inhaled deeply, captivated. He had never failed to obtain what he desired, so why did this person always seem so close yet so far? Visible yet intangible. The way that man had looked at Kakashi earlier made Obito want to gouge out his eyes. That gaze filled with profane desire mirrored his own. But only he was allowed. No one else could touch Kakashi, not even a fraction. Yesterday, he had received a message from Itachi Uchiha saying that Kakashi had agreed to join the screenwriting team. However, the director might be difficult to work with, unwilling to allow a newcomer into such an important film project. Obito was not surprised. Ryuhei Maeda, a commercialized director, had spent his first few years in obscurity producing films that made no waves. In recent years, he had ridden on trends and popularity, clinging to a wealthy woman, and now lorded it over others, forgetting his own origins. How amusing. This charity gala was precisely where Obito would confront these motley characters. He sent Xiao Feng back to the villa, instructing the nanny to look after him. He himself returned to the office to continue handling business, leisurely brewing a cup of coffee, and sitting in his office. Shikamaru came by several times to remind him.
Mr. Obito, if you don't leave soon, you'll be late.
Obito tapped his fingers on the desk and replied calmly.
I'll leave when I'm late.
Shikamaru probably guessed the reason and said no more. Obito glanced at his watch, rose, and put on his bespoke coat. He instructed Shikamaru.
After today, your phone will receive many unexplained calls. Don't answer them.
Shikamaru sighed helplessly, knowing that his boss had once again scattered his business cards among those eager to curry favor.
All right, understood. By the way, let me ask you something.
Obito suddenly stopped. Shikamaru waited expectantly. After a moment's thought, Obito said,
What should one do if they accidentally upset someone? Huh?
Shikamaru had thought his serious demeanor meant discussing business.
Is the person very important? A friend or? A friend, I suppose. If the relationship is good, you can try to make amends, like sending gifts or something. He's not into that.
That stumped Shikamaru. He scratched his head, thought for a moment, then had a flash of inspiration.
Then turn the initiative into passivity. Speak plainly.
Obito had little patience for his riddles. Shikamaru explained.
Make him feel guilty, and he'll come to you on his own. You won't even need to apologize.
Truly his strategist. With just a few words, he had hit the mark. A smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth as he patted Shikamaru's shoulder.
Good, let's do that. You'd better hurry to the banquet. If you delay any longer, it'll be over.
Yugo had been waiting downstairs for a long time. Seeing Obito come down, he immediately got out of the car to open the door for him. The car swiftly arrived at the Lihua Towers banquet hall. The entrance was carpeted in red, but few people were left. Most guests had already entered.
Wait in the garage,
Obito said to Yugo.
All right.
The doorman opened the car door for Obito, who slowly walked into the venue. The hall was brightly lit, casting a glow over the glamorous crowd, every one of them wearing a fake smile. Under the gaze of all, Obito walked to his designated seat. His unruly demeanor sparked numerous speculations, but when people saw his surname, they made their judgments. The heir of the Uchiha clan, Obito Uchiha. Many began to stir. One man rose, approached Obito, and bowed respectfully.
Mr. Uchiha, I am Yamaguchi Osamu, head of Ocean Entertainment. Here is my card. I've heard you're venturing into the film industry. I sincerely hope for an opportunity to collaborate.
Obito took the card between his fingers, glanced at it, and casually placed it beside his wine glass.
Of course, opportunities abound. But as you know, Mr. Yamaguchi, the most authoritative companies and the hottest directors hold the reins. Resources are concentrated in few hands. You'll need to work harder to be noticed.
Yamaguchi understood Obito's implication. He shot a resentful glance at Ryuhei Maeda seated several tables away. That man's current demeanor was utterly nauseating.
I understand, Mr. Uchiha.
After Yamaguchi left, Obito signaled a waiter to pour him a glass of wine. Amid the clinking of glasses, his gaze swept across the room. He intended to savor the opening of this drama. On the banquet stage, a young, beautiful hostess in a red evening gown recited monotonous lines in a clear, crisp voice. Daitu emptied his wine glass again and again, watching these merchants clink glasses and exchange interests like an outsider. Several waves of people had come to toast him, and he only took a few symbolic sips, far from getting drunk. Over the years, his tolerance for alcohol had been honed. This low-alcohol red wine was no different from a soft drink to Daitu. What arrived before the voice was a faint, elegant floral fragrance, a captivating scent that was utterly enchanting.
Mr. Uchiha. Hello, I am Shien.
Her alluring figure was wrapped in a high-end satin gown complemented by a beautiful face, truly the most sought-after female star of the moment. Following behind her was Qian Tianlongping. He gave a slight bow, but remained arrogant with a look that tolerated no one.
I just told Shien that I must come and have a drink with Mr. Uchiha. Would you do me the honor?
Qian Tianlongping nonchalantly sat down in the seat next to Daitu, the seat of the renowned calligrapher Mr. Xiaozhen, who had just left. In such occasions, anyone with a bit of common sense knew that seating arrangements reflected power hierarchy and could not be casually occupied. Yet this man oblivious sat facing Daitu with his legs crossed. Daitu looked at him with amusement, as if watching a clown desperately trying to prove himself while wearing a ridiculous disguise.
Miss Shien, won't you make an introduction?
Daitu turned to meet Xian's gaze, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Xian, clearly not expecting Daitu to say that, showed an embarrassed expression and replied with a trembling voice.
This is Director Qian Tianlongping.
The slighted Qian Tian could no longer sit still, barely suppressing his fury. He hadn't come to grovel or curry favor with anyone. In his eyes, this young man was nothing but a rich second-generation heir. Why should he look down on him? Qian Tian clenched his fists, but had to be cautious due to the surrounding crowd. After all, his new film was gaining momentum. One careless step landing on the hot search would send his reputation plummeting.
Mr. Uchiha, it's my oversight. I never expected you to forget so easily. Mr. Yuanfei should have mentioned me to you, right? Asuma?
Maybe. He mentioned it once, but I forgot. As you know, Director Qian Tian, I'm a newcomer to the entertainment industry. To a director like you, newcomers are insignificant. No need for you to come and toast me personally. Daitu deliberately emphasized the word newcomer. The unfair treatment she had suffered would surely be repaid. How exactly depended entirely on Daitu's mood. The awkwardness at that moment would make anyone gasp. However, Qian Tian, having struggled in the circle for years, responded to Daitu without any fear.
Mr. Uchiha, you're joking. It's not like you're going to debut as an artist. Moreover, a figure like you can command the room just by appearing. Who cares about the newcomer issue? I have to go toast over there, so I'll excuse myself for today.
After Qian Tian hurriedly left, only Xian remained standing by. Having just witnessed a farce, she felt even more uncomfortable. But Daitu, as if a different person, raised his glass to Xian.
Miss Xian, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Please give my regards to your husband. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me.
Xian stared blankly at her wine glass, then broke into a smile.
Thank you, Mr. Uchiha.
Few in the industry knew that Xian had a fiancé. As a top female star, her company strongly opposed her publicly revealing her romantic relationship, but she didn't want Ji Feng to bear the pressure. She hadn't expected Uchiha Daitu to have investigated her yet. His words were so sincere, without any sense of coercion or bribery. He even knew about Ji Feng's frail health. This man was too terrifying. After finishing her wine, Xian was about to return to her seat, but after a few steps her head spun, and her body couldn't hold itself, falling backward.
Careful!
Dai-Tu, quick-eyed and swift-handed, caught her from behind and asked pointedly,
Who gave you the wine? Xian gave it to me. He said to come and toast you.
Dai-Tu understood. He leaned close to Xian's ear and whispered,
If you can still walk, wait for me in room 1203.
A blush involuntarily spread across Xian's face.
Mr. Uchiha, it's fine. Listen to me.
Xian nodded, using her last ounce of self-control to walk out the door. Dai-Tu glanced at his watch, silently calculating the time. When he deemed it about right, he stood up and left. Walking down the corridor, Dai-Tu could clearly sense eyes watching from the shadows. He smiled, slightly raised his eyes to confirm the room number, and swiped his key card to open the door. The high-end guest rooms had staff on duty requiring identity verification for entry. Thus, unauthorized individuals could only lurk secretly, unable to get close.
Hey, how's it going?
Xian's anxious voice came through the phone.
They've both entered the room. Just wait here until they come out, and we can take photos. Good, then be careful. I want them ruined.
The call ended. The man in black waited another hour before hearing the sound of the door opening and closing. He immediately raised his camera, ready. As the figure grew clearer, he froze in place. It was indeed Dai-Tu who came out, but beside him was not Xian. It was a man.
Thank you very much for taking the time to sign the contract. I'll have my assistant contact you regarding the follow-up.
The man held a file bag and wore an expensive suit, clearly a senior executive of some company. Were they discussing business? The man was completely baffled, but afraid of being discovered by Dai-Tu. He could only leave first.
All right, take care.
After seeing the man off, Dai-Tu also took a different private elevator downstairs. Zhongwu was already waiting at the entrance. After getting into the car, Dai-Tu leaned back wearily.
Did you do what I asked? I've already arranged for Dr. Xian need to go to room 1203. Inman Drive. Back to Sanchome.
Dai-Tu opened the window and tossed out the key card marked 1204 in his hand, staring vacantly out the window. Apart from realizing that Xian's wine was drugged, he had also discovered that the perfume on her had an aphrodisiac effect. That scumbag Xian had really prepared thoroughly. Dai-Tu took a cold shower in his room to suppress the heat in his body, but now he felt abnormally cold, probably due to catching a chill. The nanny called to say that Xiao Feng had also caught a cold. He was taken to the hospital for a checkup. Nothing serious. It was because he insisted on eating ice cream and refused to wear socks, running around barefoot. Serves him right, the little brat. Dai-Tu was not a doting father. In his view, growth must be accompanied by pain. So for such a minor illness, he simply replied,
Pick the bitterest medicine and make him drink it.
But then a sudden idea popped into his mind. He opened all the windows, letting the cold wind rush in. His body shivered, and he finally got what he wanted. After knocking on the door, Kakashi's voice came out unhurriedly.
Who is it? It's me, Dai-Tu.
The door opened. Kakashi, in casual homeware, looked at Dai-Tu, whose lips were pale and appeared very haggard.
Is there something?
Asked Kakashi. Dai-Tu coughed lightly.
I caught a cold. Do you have any medicine? Yes, wait a moment.
As Kakashi turned to get it, Dai-Tu collapsed to the floor with a thud.
Are you all right?
Kakashi quickly bent down and touched his forehead. The temperature was alarmingly high. He had a fever.
What happened? You have a terrible fever.
Dai-Tu replied with difficulty.
Maybe I caught it from him. Xiao Feng also got sick after coming back from the hospital. I sent him to be looked after.
Hearing this, Kakashi felt a pang of guilt. He had taken the child to the hospital. Children's constitutions were naturally weaker than adults, and hospitals were full of germs. He was overwhelmed with guilt and said reproachfully,
I'm sorry.
Kakashi supported Obito as they entered the apartment. The place was small, with only one bedroom, and he couldn't just leave a sick person on the sofa. After some deliberation, Kakashi decided to settle Obito in his own bed. Obito's weight leaned heavily against Kakashi. They were of similar height, but at this moment Kakashi could barely bear the burden. Obito had a habit of working out his muscles perfectly sculpted. Up close his powerful physique was unmistakable, a stark contrast to Kakashi's slender frame worn down by years of erratic routines.
Slow down. Careful.
Kakashi finally managed to shift Obito onto the bed. He bent down to help remove his jacket, but his hand paused at the collar. The atmosphere was too intimate, yet sleeping in his clothes would only make him feel worse. Obito was already burning with fever, oblivious. Kakashi made up his mind. He tugged at Obito's suit jacket, their proximity so close that he could clearly smell the fabric softener on the other's clothes. Kakashi's hand slid under Obito's neck. The scorching heat of his skin transferred through the touch. Obito let out a low groan and turned on his side, making the removal of his clothes even more difficult.
Obito!
Kakashi whispered close to his ear.
Sit up a little, let me change your clothes.
But Obito remained unresponsive. Helplessly Kakashi embraced him from the front, slowly threading his arms through the sleeves to peel the jacket off. The action was unbearably intimate, and Kakashi himself realized it, his face flushing crimson. Obito's breath lingered all around him. If he lifted his head, they could have kissed. Finally, the task of undressing was complete. Kakashi gasped and tried to stand up, only to be pulled back onto the bed by a sudden force. He lost his balance and fell, and Obito's arm naturally wrapped around his waist, pulling him tightly into his embrace.
Don't go!
Obito murmured, whether conscious or not. He rested his head against Kakashi's neck, greedily absorbing his warmth. Kakashi lay still, back pressed against Obito's chest, not daring to move.
Obito, you need to take your medicine. Could you loosen your grip?
Kakashi patted his hand to soothe him, but Obito tightened his hold, like a child guarding his food, grumbling stubbornly.
No! You can't leave. Don't go anywhere. But if you don't take your medicine, you won't get better. I'll be right back.
Kakashi was exasperated. After coaxing the younger one, he now had to coax this older one. But since it was his own doing, he had to endure it silently. Yet this man's stubborn strength was overwhelming. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. In the end, Kakashi gave up, letting himself be held, using his own body to sense every change in Obito's temperature. The warmth under the covers grew higher and higher. Outside, the window was bright as day. Kakashi listened to Obito's steady breathing, his gaze drifting outward. It was snowing, the first snow of winter on the day of start of winter. He had never imagined he could lie so peacefully in the same bed with Obito, as if he had drifted back to their youth. In the dormitory without air conditioning, Kakashi could never get warm. His family's quilt was thinner than the others. He curled up shivering in the one corner that still held some residual warmth. In a daze, Kakashi heard the bed creak. Then a warm body suddenly slipped in and pressed against him from behind. Kakashi gasped in surprise, and Obito quickly covered his mouth with his hand.
Don't be scared. It's me.
Those secret things that no one knew about. Perhaps Obito had never paid them any mind, but they were what sustained Kakashi year after year. He didn't know when he fell asleep, but he slept until dawn. Kakashi felt sticky and uncomfortable. He sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes, and his first thought was to check Obito's temperature. He glanced at Obito, still unconscious, then at his own pajamas soaked through with sweat. Fortunately, the thermometer only showed 36.5 C. The fever had broken, that was all that mattered. Kakashi quietly got out of bed, went to the bathroom for a shower, changed into clean clothes, and pulled a loose t-shirt from the wardrobe before returning to the bedside. Obito had actually been awake for a while. He had been staring at Kakashi's figure, and when he heard his footsteps returning, he quickly closed his eyes. He knew Kakashi wouldn't abandon him. After falling asleep last night, he had woken up with the fever, found medicine on his own, and after feeling a bit better, he couldn't sleep again. He lay on his side watching Kakashi for a long time. How beautiful he was, fair skin, chiseled features, every detail so alluring. His fingers traced Kakashi's lips, caressing them again and again. His heart was pent up, aching to kiss him without restraint. But Obito didn't dare, afraid of waking him, and then all his pretense would be ruined. Close to dawn, Obito went to the bathroom, drenched himself with water, put on his clothes without drying off, and lay back down beside Kakashi, feigning the appearance of having sweated through the night. Now he was determined, waiting for Kakashi to change his inner clothes.
If you're awake, get up and change yourself.
Kakashi's voice suddenly reached him.
You're still the same. Back in the school infirmary, when you pretended to sleep, your eyelashes kept fluttering. All these years you haven't improved a bit. Can't you give me some face?
His scheme exposed, Obito opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He was indeed still weak. Kakashi indulged his childish behavior, propping a pillow behind his back. Kakashi said worriedly,
The fever's gone, but I feel it might come back. I'll take you to the hospital later. It's fine, just taking medicine will do. Let's keep an eye on it first. If you really can't handle it, you must tell me. I'll go make breakfast first. Anything you'd like to eat?
Kakashi asked gently.
Anything you make is fine.
Obito leaned against the headboard covered by Kakashi's blanket. The entire room smelled of Kakashi. He had long stopped caring about what he ate.
How about congee with greens and some shredded chicken? Okay. Change your clothes and get some more sleep. I'll call you when it's ready. Kakashi,
Obito called out.
HM. What's wrong?
Kakashi turned around puzzled. Obito smiled.
Nothing. I just felt like calling your name. Weirdo.
Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation.
Last night, your body was so soft and warm it felt really nice.
Kakashi froze. The words felt wrong, as if they had done something. Before he knew it, his face flushed again. Obito loved watching him flustered and at a loss. The usually composed Kakashi thrown into complete disarray by his teasing. Once that composed proper facade cracked, the helpless expression that emerged was enough to drive him wild, making him want to crush the man into his bones.
Go back to your own place after eating,
Kakashi said softly, head down. Obito lay back down again, clutching his forehead as if feeling unwell.
Kakashi-sensei, you have to take full responsibility for my illness.
Kakashi, knowing he was in the wrong, had no choice but to accept the patient who refused to leave. Moreover, he naturally assumed his hands and feet were incapacitated, needing Kakashi's help, behaving like a complete man-child. So at this moment, Daito lay comfortably in bed, unwilling to get up. Kakashi, having no other option, brought the porridge over.
It's a bit hot. Drink it.
Daito still made no move. Kakashi frowned at him.
My limbs are sore, I can't lift them. Feed me.
Daito met his gaze and said shamelessly. If not for his good upbringing, Kakashi would have wanted to throw him out. Kakashi had no choice but to walk back to the bedside, pick up the porridge, scoop a spoonful, and bring it to Daito's lips. Daito found fault again.
It's too hot. Blow on it before I eat. You?
Kakashi glared at him, blew on it as demanded, and offered it again.
Can you eat it now?
Only then did Daito open his mouth. The porridge, imbued with Kakashi's breath, tasted delicious, even though he was nearly infuriating Kakashi. Daito contentedly enjoyed the special treatment, and soon the bowl of porridge was empty.
Are you full?
Kakashi asked him.
You're so kind. I knew you wouldn't abandon me.
After eating and drinking, Daito lazily curled back into the blankets and glanced out the window.
It's snowing. I want to go out and see. No.
Kakashi refused flatly.
You're not well, it's too cold outside. Are you that worried about me?
Daito suddenly leaned in to catch Kakashi's flustered expression. He wanted to confirm one thing, whether in the past or now, what kind of feelings Kakashi held for him. They had once been so close, yet neither had ever spoken of it. 10 years apart, no matter where he was, or how many different people he met, he could never forget Kakashi. Sensing their proximity was too close, Kakashi felt uncomfortable, and pushed him away, stepping back 2 paces. Turning his back, he replied,
I caused your illness. I will take care of you until you recover.
Again with those polite words. Daito was tired of hearing them, but he knew he had no standing to demand an answer. After all, in Kakashi's heart, he was a man with a wife and child.
All right, then I'll be a bother, teacher Kakashi. You know I'm a troublesome person.
Daito rested his hands behind his head, looking utterly at ease.
It's fine. I'll go tidy up the kitchen first. Call me if you need anything. Come keep me company later. Who knows, I might get a fever again and faint. That wouldn't be good. But I have a manuscript to finish. Perfect, then you can work at the desk over there. I won't disturb you.
Kakashi simply couldn't argue with him, and had to agree. After finishing his chores, Kakashi came in carrying a laptop. Afraid the cold air would blow in, he closed the doors and windows tightly. The two of them shared a cramped room, so close they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Daitu didn't sleep. He lay on his side staring at Kakashi. Kakashi's slender fingers danced across the keyboard, but he kept feeling that scorching gaze. Several times sentences that had formed in his mind were scattered by chaotic thoughts. He let out a heavy sigh, closed the laptop, and looked at Daitu.
I can't write with you staring at me like this. I'm not doing anything. I know, but can you stop looking at me? I need a completely immersive atmosphere to write. Your concentration isn't strong enough.
Daitu teased him.
How about reading me the novel you're writing? I want to hear it. No.
Kakashi blushed and refused. That only made Daitu more curious. He pressed.
Did you write something unspeakable?
Kakashi grabbed a cushion from behind and threw it, hitting Daitu square in the face.
Shut up.
Daitu covered his face, pretending to be in pain.
All right, now I might have a concussion.
Kakashi ignored him. He walked to the bay window where a blanket was laid out. He sat cross-legged on the windowsill watching the snow outside. It was falling heavier now, forming a thick layer on the ground. By evening there should be enough to build a snowman. At some point Daitu had also gotten out of bed and sat opposite Kakashi. He brought the quilt over and draped it over both of them. At first Kakashi resisted, but knowing how stubborn this man was, he let it be. Wrapped in the same quilt, they watched the snow together. Daitu leaned slightly towards Kakashi.
Remember that day when it was also snowing this hard? I was secretly smoking on the school rooftop when I saw you suddenly run up and jump over the railing without hesitation. 6 floors high, and you had not a trace of reluctance. I was terrified and grabbed you as fast as I could, but you kept struggling, begging me with a determined death wish not to save you.
Daitu traced the scar on the back of his hand, a brown ridge like a centipede.
This is from saving you. It has been with me, always reminding you that your life is mine, so you must live well. I never expected to meet you again after all these years, only to find you still unhappy. Kakashi, I consider you my best friend. I don't want to see you treat yourself like this.
Kakashi listened quietly to Daitu's words, memories of the past vivid before his eyes. How could he forget the hand that had once gripped him so tightly, so large and warm, pulling him back from the abyss? Kakashi said, "This is the best life I can manage. Daitu, I've always been grateful to you. I'm glad you wanted to be my friend. But too much time and distance have come between us. In that gap our lives have changed drastically. We're no longer teenagers who could play together without a care. Now we each have our own paths. Some relationships don't need to be maintained." Daitu had expected this. Since their reunion, Kakashi had been pushing him away. But he didn't care.
Relationships are mutual. If you don't want to maintain it, it's fine. I'll do it. Now you're my son's teacher, right? Let me think. Next time there might be a new identity. At the very least, we're neighbors across the hall.
Kakashi gave up on this futile communication. He hugged his knees, and the quilt slipped off. Daitu simply moved to sit beside him, draping an arm around his shoulder, pulling the quilt tightly over both of them. Such an intimate gesture stunned Kakashi. When he came to his senses and tried to struggle, he felt Daitu rest his head on his shoulder and whisper, "I'm a bit tired. Don't push me away." Time slipped away second by second, and Kakashi had no idea how long they had been sitting like that. Just as he felt his left side go numb and wanted to move his hand, Obito suddenly collapsed into his arms without warning. "Obito!" Kakashi cried out in surprise, only to realize he had passed out and was burning with fever again. This wouldn't do. The medication couldn't suppress the virus in his body. He needed to be taken to the hospital. As Kakashi reached for his phone, a ringtone suddenly came from Obito's pocket. Following the sound, he found Obito's phone, and the screen displayed the name Shikamaru. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Mr. Obito. I'm not Obito. He's fainted. Are you his friend? Kakashi said, while unbuttoning the collar of Obito's shirt to let him cool down. His face was now flushed as if about to burn. The voice on the other end became anxious. Can you send me your location? I'll come right now. All right. Kakashi hung up and sent the location. All he could do now was wait for this man named Shikamaru to arrive. He couldn't move Obito, so he had to maintain the current position. How could this be? He looked so strong and healthy, yet a simple fever knocked him out. Kakashi looked down at Obito, listening to his mumbling in a daze, not knowing what he was saying. He leaned down, pressing his ear to Obito's lips, and the breath Obito exhaled was abnormally hot. Kakashi listened for a long time before realizing he was calling out a name. Yukaina. A woman important to him, he guessed, probably his wife. Kakashi stiffened, suddenly feeling a chill run through his entire body. Obito suddenly opened his eyes. Though still disoriented, he recognized the person before him. Kakashi, he called. I'm here. Kakashi responded, we'll get to the hospital soon. I don't want to. He showed a sorrowful expression, reaching out his hand to touch Kakashi's face. I don't want to stay in the hospital anymore. I don't want to. What was he talking about? Kakashi didn't understand, but he soothed him like a child. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Stay with me. Don't leave me. He suddenly grabbed Kakashi's hand tightly and pressed it against his chest, as if letting go would mean losing him forever. Just then a knock came at the door. Kakashi tried to get up to open it, but Obito held him tightly around the waist, refusing to let him go. Helpless, Kakashi shouted toward the door, the key is under the carpet. Just come in directly. When Shikamaru walked in, he saw his high and mighty boss clinging to a big man, like a needy child with a pitiful expression. He barely resisted the urge to switch his phone to camera mode and record the scene. Mr. Hatake. My car is parked downstairs. Come, let me take Mr. Obito. Shikamaru stepped forward to take Obito from Kakashi's arms, but Obito refused to cooperate, still clinging to Kakashi. I'm not going, he muttered. Shikamaru stood there awkwardly. What a hassle. Only at times like this did he let his true thoughts slip out. Seeing that this wasn't working, Kakashi offered, I'll go with you. You can't manage him alone. Shikamaru looked at Kakashi gratefully. Are you sure it's no trouble? No trouble at all. Kakashi stood up and patted Obito's back. I'll stay with you, okay? His voice was so gentle that it instantly softened Obito's heart. Obito, his eyes red, nodded. Shikamaru stared in disbelief. He must have been hallucinating from staying up late last night. Was this really Uchiha Obito? Then the two of them carried Obito into the car. Kakashi and Obito sat in the back with Obito's head resting on Kakashi's lap, sleeping peacefully. Shikamaru couldn't help stealing glances at the man in the rearview mirror. He hadn't gotten a good look earlier, but now catching a glimpse of his face, he realized how handsome he was. His figure was tall and slender, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, his speech unhurried, and his every gesture gentle. It had been a long time since he had seen such a clean and elegant man. Shikamaru had worked for Obito for years, and never knew he had a friend like this. Mr. Shikamaru? Kakashi's voice interrupted his thoughts. He snapped back to attention. Yes, Mr. Hatake. Just call me Shikamaru. I'm probably younger than you. Alright, Shikamaru. Does Obito often get sick? Kakashi was still concerned about what he had heard earlier. I'm not really sure about that. I've known Mr. Obito for a long time, but he used to live abroad and only came back recently. I see. Kakashi nodded. Then he must be a good boss, right? Now that I can speak freely. Shikamaru took the opportunity to spill all the complaints he had held back. Let me put it this way, whenever he shows up, everyone in the company feels like they've switched to a second personality. The office, usually filled with laughter and chatter, instantly turns into a hellish place. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh. Is he really that terrifying? Actually, the higher you climb, the lonelier you are. He just doesn't talk about it. Shikamaru sighed. Soon the car arrived at a private hospital. Unlike ordinary hospitals, specialized staff were already waiting for them at the entrance. As soon as Shikamaru stopped the car, the medical staff opened the door and transferred Obito onto a stretcher. Mr. Hatake, it's all right. Mr. Obito has his own personal doctor here. They'll take care of him. Should I take you back or? Shikamaru turned to Kakashi. I'll stay a bit longer. I'll leave after I know his condition is stable. Okay, then I'll go park the car. You go up with him. Kakashi went upstairs. The hospital was elegantly decorated, understated yet luxurious, more like a leisure estate. Even the disinfectant smell, which he usually found hard to tolerate, was very faint, replaced by the refreshing fragrance of flowers. On the third floor, in the VIP ward, Kakashi met Obito's personal doctor, a tall, beautiful woman. She walked over to him with a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Ino Yamanaka. Are you Mr. Obito's friend? Hello, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi politely shook her hand. Ino smiled sweetly. What a handsome man. Thank you. Kakashi felt a little shy at such direct praise. I'll handle Mr. Obito's condition. Don't worry. There's a family rest area here. You can go rest first. I'll tell you after the test results come out. Okay, thank you for your trouble. As Kakashi stepped out of the office, he vaguely heard Ino on the phone. Sister Yukina, yes, he's fine. Don't worry, this time it's not serious. He was brought in time. As Kakashi stepped into the lounge, a stream of attendants brought in fruits, pastries, and tea. The room was far too exquisite for such a modest name. It could easily rival a suite in a five-star hotel, fully equipped with every amenity. A massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooked a lush green lake, its automated curtains slowly drawing back to reveal a breathtaking view. That lake was artificially dug. Mr. Obito named it Seijin. Beautiful, isn't it? A clear feminine voice suddenly came from the doorway. Kakashi spun around sharply. The girl smiled gently. I saw your door open and couldn't help but speak. I hope I'm not intruding. My name is Hinata, I'm a nurse here. Ino asked me to check if you need anything else. No, I'm just here as a companion. I don't need all this, Kakashi said, frowning at the table full of offerings. Please don't be so reserved, Mr. Hatake. Mr. Obito rarely brings friends and never shows his vulnerable side. You must be very important to him, so we dare not be careless. Ah, we're just ordinary friends, Kakashi argued. Is that so? Then why was he mumbling your name in his daze just now? Could it be you owe him money, and he can't forget it? Hinata deliberately teased Kakashi, covering her mouth with a shy giggle. The youthful vigor of the young girl brushed against him, leaving Kakashi feeling embarrassed. Obito had called his name. What madness had possessed him? Now there was no way to clear things up. Kakashi changed the subject and asked Hinata, Is he awake now? Can I go see him? He just woke up and insisted on seeing you, so I came to fetch you. Kakashi couldn't imagine a man over 6 feet tall holding a high position being described as insisting on seeing someone by a girl. Such childish behavior surely wasn't just a fever-induced delirium. Kakashi quickly rose and followed Hinata to see Obito. Obito was in a private ward, its decoration even more extravagant than the lounge. A refrigerator, kitchen, massage sofa, and all amenities were present, as if he were on vacation with dedicated staff to attend to his every need. The moment Kakashi entered, Obito felt half his illness dissipate. He sat up and waved at Kakashi from the doorway. When I woke and didn't see you, I thought you'd left. But you couldn't bear to abandon me. With all these resources, why would you choose to live in a rented apartment with me? Kakashi sat on the edge of his bed, grumbling reproachfully. Don't you find this place cold and lifeless? Even if you have everything, what's the point? It's all just people pretending to be kind to me for money. But you're different. You're sincere. Obito edged closer to Kakashi, his words dripping with ambiguity. And how do you know I'm sincere? I just know. Obito's certainty left Kakashi at a loss for words. You've delayed my deadline.
Look, my editor has been hounding me.
Kakashi shoved his phone in front of Obito, showing nearly 10 frantic messages from Shursui. Obito was unperturbed, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. He snatched the phone from Kakashi's hand and dialed Shursui's number.
What are you doing?
Kakashi tried to grab it back, but Obito pinned him with one hand.
Kakashi, where are you? I went to your place and couldn't find you, and you didn't answer my calls. Mr. Shursui,
Obito interrupted directly.
I'm borrowing Kakashi for a while. Consider it repayment for the favor last time. Is that Mr. Obito? Yes. But today is his deadline. That's something you'll have to figure out. His hands can't write today, I need them. Thank you, goodbye.
After hanging up, Obito released Kakashi. Kakashi glared at him furiously.
What exactly are you trying to do? We have a contract with a website. Missing a day means a penalty. How much? What?
Obito shifted to a more comfortable position against the bed and repeated.
The penalty, I'll pay it. I said I need your hands, so today you belong to me. I don't want your money. You're not seriously ill anymore. Why can't you just let me go? Who told you I'm fine? Dr. Ino. I'm still very weak. Besides, do you realize your dark circles are as bad as a panda's? How long has it been since you last rested? Can you even sleep well?
Obito leaned in, pressing question after question.
Money can never be earned completely, but you only have one life. True fans of your work will understand. Be good, listen to me, and get some proper sleep here. No one will disturb you. But I don't want to.
Kakashi suddenly shouted. Obito hadn't expected such a reaction.
Uchiha Obito, not everyone in this world is born with a silver spoon and gets everything they want. Can someone like you understand my situation? Do you think it's fun to toy with me? To delay my work, casually dismiss my efforts, and even try to buy my time with money to play games with you? Have you ever considered that your wife far away in another country is constantly worrying about you?
In that international phone call, how agonizing her helplessness must have been. And he, in his weakest moment, had called her name first. If their love ran so deep, why did he have to drag me into this mess?
I'm going back to work.
Kakashi didn't look at Obito again. He didn't want to continue this meaningless entanglement. In 2 days, he would be heading to the set, and that would be it. No more meetings. This time Obito could only watch his retreating figure disappear. He had too many unspoken secrets to explain quickly. His pain was no less than anyone's, but Kakashi had undone years of his longing with a single speech. Kakashi dragged his exhausted body back to the rented apartment. As the elevator doors opened, he saw a familiar figure huddled against the doorframe. Hearing the noise, she looked up, a sallow face with no expression. She rose, wobbled toward Kakashi, stopped in front of him, and slapped him with all her might.
Do you have to drive me to death before you're satisfied?
The woman, her hair disheveled and eyes red, screamed at Kakashi. The sting on his face spread into his heart. In his memories, she was always so gentle, lulling him to sleep, as a child, patiently helping him with difficult homework. But now, why had they all gone mad? Every single one of them.
It's cold outside. Come in first.
Kakashi swallowed the metallic taste of blood, enduring the pain, and fumbled for the keys to open the door. He heard his mother sobbing behind him. She had tracked him down after all this time. She would haunt him like a vengeful spirit, never letting him go. Kakashi knew that all too well.
Have a seat. Let me get you a glass of water.
Kakashi turned and walked into the kitchen. The water he had boiled that morning in the thermos still held a trace of warmth. Seeing her pale lips and listless spirit, he bent down, took 2 sugar cubes from the cupboard, and dropped them into the water. Keiko sat on the sofa watching him without uttering a word. Kakashi walked over to her and pressed the cup into her hands.
Did you go see Xiao Yan? What? Can't I visit him?
A cold smile suddenly curled on her lips.
Or are you afraid I might hurt him? If you must hate someone, hate me alone. Xiao Yan has nothing to do with it. That man deserved to die. I've never regretted putting him behind bars myself. My only regret is not killing him with my own hands.
Kakashi clenched his fists and spoke each word deliberately. He loathed bringing up the past, and had always avoided anyone connected to it, yet he could not escape.
Deserve to die. Huh. If you hadn't brought misfortune to them, would I have suffered so much? You destroyed everything I had. You were the one who had Nakamura beaten, weren't you? He's bound to a wheelchair now, unable to move. Every time I find someone to rely on, you interfere. Why can't you let me live in peace?
She screamed hysterically. Kakashi's heart trembled. He knew nothing about Nakamura, but suspicion had long taken root in his mind. The only person bold and reckless enough to break a man's leg was that one. Yet he feigned calm and replied,
"Even if I did, what of it? He was a scumbag just trying to swindle your money. Could he have given you a peaceful life?" "Yes. You're so right. Since neither of my sons cares about me, of course, I have to rely on men. Since you've left me no way out, I'll cling to you. I'm too ill to work anymore. From now on, I'll stay here, and you'll take care of me. I'll find you a place to live, and take you to see a doctor."
Kakashi refused her request.
"No, I'm not going anywhere."
She laid down on the sofa playing the rogue. She knew exactly how to manipulate Kakashi, just as she had when he was a child. She could see that what he craved most was maternal love, so she gave him a false version of it, making him remember it even now. Kakashi let out a helpless sigh.
"I have work coming up soon, and have to leave for a while. I can't take care of you." "That's fine. You'll come back eventually, won't you? If you don't, I'll burn this place down."
She uttered the threat casually, like a demon from hell that could not be driven away. Kakashi had no choice but to compromise.
"You can sleep on the sofa. There are blankets in the cupboard. Don't touch my things. Other than that, do as you please. Anne,"
she called out to Kakashi, as he was about to retreat to his room, stretching out her hand.
"I need money." "How much?" 50,000. "I don't have that much." "Then give me whatever you have. Nakamura's debts still haven't been paid off."
Kakashi frowned deeply, his voice drained of energy.
"I'll only give you 5,000. You can buy your own groceries and cook. But don't think about spending it on that man. That's all. I don't want to argue anymore."
After ending the conversation, Kakashi locked himself in his room, finally finding a moment of peace. He was so exhausted that his legs gave way, and he slid to the floor. His phone kept buzzing with payment reminders. Various bills, including Xiao Yan's medical and hospital fees, were already past due. He checked his wallet and savings. There was no way he could cover next month's expenses. What was he to do? Every day he lived felt like flesh being sliced from his bones, yet he had no one to confide in. He took a deep breath. The room still held the faint scent of Obito, the subtle sandalwood cologne he liked, elegant and lingering. Whenever Kakashi caught it, he felt a sense of peace. Obito was right. He was the one who tethered Kakashi to this world, and that was why he had never again entertained the thought of ending his own life. But then, this person had barged in and departed just as swiftly. What was the meaning of it all? Kakashi pulled himself upright, retrieved his suitcase from the corner, and packed. He owned few decent clothes, and rarely spent money on himself, so it was done quickly. Shursui had said he would come to pick him up and arrange a dormitory at the film set. Kakashi's heart was restless, like a student waiting for an exam in a subject he dreaded. In those moments, he would twist the hem of his school uniform to ease his anxiety. He had always wished he could earn a good enough grade to win Keiko's smile, to seek maternal love from a stranger, but in the end, it was nothing but a joke.
"Hey Kakashi, are you ready?" "I'm here."
Shursui had already parked downstairs. Kakashi quickly slipped on his coat. Before leaving, he hesitated, then decided to bring the book Obito had given him.
"Coming down now."
As Kakashi passed through the living room, Keiko was curled up on the sofa asleep. He stood beside her for a moment, thinking that she must have had a hard time too. She had aged so much. He pressed the money under the cup, covered her with a woolen blanket, and then quietly left. The moment he settled into Shursui's car, Kakashi let out a sigh.
"Let's go."
But Shursui didn't start the engine. Instead, he stared at Kakashi's face. Kakashi grew uncomfortable under the gaze and touched his cheek.
"What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" No. Then why are you looking at me?
Shisui paused.
Kakashi, have you been crying? Huh?
Kakashi instinctively raised a hand to wipe the corner of his eye. How strange. He didn't even know when he had started crying.
It's nothing. Maybe the wind blew dust into my eyes.
He tried to hide his pain.
Kakashi, after all these years as friends, don't feed me such a lame excuse.
Knowing he couldn't fool Shisui, Kakashi turned his head to look out the window.
Lend me some money.
No matter how hard life had been, he had never asked anyone for a loan. He always believed that once money entered a relationship, everything would sour. His pride wouldn't allow him to bow, but now he could no longer hold on.
Okay.
Shisui asked nothing more. He pulled out a bank card from his wallet and handed it over.
There's 70,000 inside. Use it for now. If it's not enough, I'll figure something out.
Kakashi took it and carefully slipped it into his pocket.
I'll pay you back as soon as I can. No need. I'm a single man with no one to spend on. Kakashi, you must seize this opportunity. Get your name up on the big screen so more people can see you. Understand?
He understood Shisui's good intentions. This was his last resort. He had to take this job seriously, not just for the money but also for the fame.
If you ever make it big, don't forget your old buddy.
Shisui suddenly threw an arm around Kakashi, grinning playfully, trying to lighten his mood. Kakashi smiled knowingly.
I won't.
Shisui suddenly remembered something.
Didn't Uchiha Obito borrow you today? How come you suddenly said you were free? Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not a thing to be borrowed. Don't tell me you two have a special relationship. He seems to care a lot about you.
Shisui teased as he started the car. Kakashi averted his gaze.
We're just ordinary friends. Is that so? I've been thinking about confessing to Uchiha lately. What?
Kakashi could hardly believe his ears. He closed the window and looked at Shisui.
Are you sure? Absolutely. Why the sudden urge to confess? Weren't you keeping it hidden before?
Kakashi's head throbbed just thinking about their interactions. Shisui hadn't even succeeded yet, and was already under such strict control. Shisui grinned.
I'd feel a sense of crisis if I hadn't won him over yet. Uchiha is so outstanding, and there are so many people around him. I'm afraid someone else will snatch him away. Do you lack confidence in yourself like that?
Kakashi teased.
That doesn't sound like you. That's because you've never experienced love. You know, when you truly care for someone, you become anxious about gaining or losing them. You fear others might covet them, and you also worry you can't reach their level. You always feel inadequate.
Is that really how it is? Every word Shisui spoke resonated with Kakashi's own experiences. Throughout his time with Obito, he had always looked up to him yet dared not draw near, then as now. Despite having shouted those fierce words back then.
What are you thinking about?
Shisui called out to him, pulling him back to the present.
Shisui, if you knew a path led nowhere, would you still keep walking it?
Shisui answered without hesitation.
Of course. If I don't try, I'll never know whether there's an outcome. Besides, I won't turn back until I hit the south wall. I'll surely seek a result that belongs to me.
Kakashi was still pondering Shisui's words when the car arrived at Yunnan, an old residential compound located in a quiet area on the suburbs. Around it lay a new film base where this movie shooting and actor training would take place. After parking, Shisui got out to help Kakashi with his luggage.
Your suitcase is so light. Is that enough stuff? Who knows how long you'll stay this time?
Kakashi took it from him and smiled.
I don't need too many burdens. I'm here mainly to learn.
His aloof and detached aura always drew others' attention, Shisui included. He was difficult to approach yet never deliberately distant, truly an enigma.
Then I'll head back first. Are you coming in alone? Yeah, thank you, Shisui. No problem. Keep it secret from Uchiha. I want to give him a surprise. All right.
Kakashi nodded and watched Shisui's figure disappear before turning to walk inside. He had never lived with others before, so he felt somewhat uneasy. Following the address Uchiha had given, the apartment was a two-bedroom unit on the 4th floor, room 406. The elevator arrived quickly. Walking down the long corridor, the wheels of his suitcase clicked crisply against the tiled floor, echoing eerily. 404, 405, 406. Kakashi counted silently in his mouth. He had arrived. The door was slightly ajar. Was someone already inside? The moment Kakashi's hand touched the doorknob, he heard panting and crashing sounds from within. What was happening? He froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. If his guess was right, they were doing that kind of thing. Before he could react, a force suddenly pulled him into the neighboring room. Kakashi let out an involuntary cry, but a hand covered his mouth.
Shoo! Don't shout!
A young man appeared before his eyes. Black bangs obscured half his face, but his natural handsomeness shone through. Kakashi nodded, and the man released his grip.
You must be the new screenwriter, right? I'm Hag Takao, same as you.
He extended his hand politely. Kakashi hadn't fully recovered from the previous incident and gripped his hand warily.
Ataki Kakashi.
He simply stated his name.
I know you. You were recommended by Uchiha, right? He hasn't made much progress all these years.
He paused.
But I quite liked your novel Dark Knight. It was just too tragic. But seeing you in person today, I think that's exactly the kind of writing you produce. Thank you. Want to know the secret next door?
Hag Takao sat calmly in a chair gazing at Kakashi.
No.
Kakashi answered without hesitation. He was indifferent to almost everyone and everything around him. Hag Takao laughed.
Interesting. Then let's room together. I'm alone and so are you. Because he swapped to a better place, and that one is dirty. I imagine you wouldn't want to go back.
He was right. Kakashi had mysophobia, and the psychological barrier alone was insurmountable. Kakashi glanced at the two rooms and asked directly,
Which one is mine? The left one. I'm already on the right side. Fine.
After a few steps, Kakashi stopped again. With his back to Hag Takao, he said,
I know who you are too, the screenwriter of Encounter. Although the film's box office was dismal, the story was quite good. If his sword had fallen at the last moment, it would have been perfect. Unfortunately, it didn't, so it remains a mediocre love story.
Hag Takao was surprised that Kakashi could pinpoint the flaws in his work so sharply. Interest piqued, he asked,
What's wrong with being mundane? Love doesn't need definitions. Then why did you add the line, the longing that time cannot erase is the vow you wrote in blood, to the closing credits? Those trapped are the most tortured. Wouldn't leaving it open to interpretation give the audience more room to imagine?
Kakashi's words left Hag Takao speechless. He had always been aloof and proud, believing himself no inferior to Uchiha Itachi. He even looked down on Kakashi as a third-rate author who only wrote popular fiction. Yet here Kakashi was seeing through to the essence.
Also, Uchiha has never regressed. On the contrary, his heights are beyond what ordinary people can reach. Based on his achievements over the years, Senior Hag Takao, you'll need to work harder.
With that, Kakashi entered his room and closed the door. Hag Takao stood stunned, unable to help but mutter his name again.
Ataki Kakashi.
He had never known this obscure little writer had such ability. Still, it won his respect. At least he wasn't a worthless pushover who got in through connections. That evening, Hag Takao knocked on Kakashi's door. Kakashi was still rushing to finish the final few hundred words, his fingers flying across the keyboard.
Come in,
Kakashi said. Hag Takao pushed the door open and leaned against the frame without entering.
Want to go out for a drink? Give me 5 minutes.
Kakashi didn't look up.
All right. By the way, you don't mind bringing that guy from next door, do you? No objection. Is he feeling better?
Kakashi asked suddenly. Hag Takao was taken aback, tilting his head.
You figured out he was the bottom.
Kakashi finished his last word, snapped his laptop shut, and turned to reply.
Yes.
After packing his belongings, Kakashi locked the door, threw on his coat, and went to meet Yutaka and the others. The two were already waiting downstairs, cigarettes dangling between their fingers as they chatted.
Ready. Let me introduce you.
Yutaka gestured toward Kakashi.
Ling Kong, this is Chimu Kakashi.
The man called Ling Kong wore a casually thrown-on knit sweater slightly pilled with a pair of large jet-black eyes set against his pale complexion, as if they could pierce through one's soul. Kakashi felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, and greeted him simply.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Ling Kong smiled, faintly stubbed out his cigarette on the wall, and replied.
So handsome. Straight or bent?
The audacious question slipped out, yet Kakashi felt no strangeness. Instead, he found it only natural that such words would come from him. This was a man of strong individuality.
I don't know either,
Kakashi answered. Ling Kong suddenly burst into laughter.
Yutaka, he's really interesting. I've decided to make him my friend. It doesn't matter if you don't know. When you do, Ben, tell me, and I'll introduce you to a boyfriend. Okay.
Kakashi nodded.
By the way, did you hear today? What do you think? Isn't my boyfriend amazing?
Even Yutaka, who was usually well-traveled, felt awkward at such unabashed conversation. He cleared his throat to ease the tension and interjected.
Well, we misunderstood. Actually, Ling Kong is here with his partner today. But Kakashi, since you're staying with me, they can stay together. It's a good deed. What did you two misunderstand?
Ling Kong asked curiously. Kakashi stated bluntly.
Yutaka said you used your body for gain. Kakashi, you.
Yutaka was instantly exasperated.
Don't say things you shouldn't.
Kakashi remained unfazed.
I'm not very good at lying. Ha ha.
Ling Kong threw an arm around each of their shoulders, saying carelessly.
It's fine, but I'm not that capable. You two handsome guys, I'll treat you to a drink.
Nearby was a small tavern called Under the Moon. The place was not large but very popular. The owner was an old acquaintance of Ling Kong's, and had already reserved a private room for them.
Shioyu, I'm here. These are my new friends Kakashi and Yutaka. What do you think? I've just raised the attractiveness level of your place, haven't I?
Ling Kong casually greeted the owner Chiyoyu, who was sitting behind the bar. Chiyoyu looked up wearing a professional smile.
It's been a while. Where did you pick them up?
Indeed, as expected of Ling Kong's friends, birds of a feather flocked together. Their manner of speaking was identical. Chiyoyu was large and burly, a stark contrast to his name.
They're my colleagues. Both are amazing writers. Welcome. Tonight's drinks are on me. Have fun.
Chiyoyu said generously.
Thank you.
Kakashi bowed slightly and followed Ling Kong inside. In a daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. Unsure if he was mistaken, he cast a few more glances toward that corner. Yutaka leaned in curiously, asking,
What's wrong?
Kakashi snapped back to reality.
Nothing. I think I mistook someone. Oh. There shouldn't be any of your friends here. After all, this is a gay hangout.
Yutaka explained further.
Haven't you noticed? Everyone from the owner to the customers is male.
Indeed, it was true. Kakashi looked around again, sensing a thick masculine aura and a subtle hint of ambiguity. They had already entered the small private room. Yutaka patted Kakashi on the shoulder.
Don't be scared, no one's going to eat you. At least you have this straight guy here with you. Come on, let's drink some shochu. The shochu here is brewed by Chiyoyu himself. The taste can't be found anywhere else.
Ling Kong sat across from them, eagerly pouring the drinks. Kakashi was still lost in the image from moments ago. That person, where had he seen him before? He kept thinking until he glanced at a photo of Xiaoyan on his phone, then he finally retrieved the name from his memory. That's right, it was the doctor named Watanabe, Toru Xiaoyan's new attending physician.
Kakashi! Kakashi!
Yutaka raised his voice a few times before Kakashi snapped out of it.
Let's have a toast together to our first meeting.
Ling Kong's arm was already getting tired from holding up the glass. Kakashi quickly picked up his glass and clinked with theirs, but he was still somewhat distracted. As the alcohol went down, a burning sensation hit in his throat. His mind grew chaotic, and he couldn't follow their conversation. Kakashi suddenly stood up, startling them both. Yutaka asked worriedly,
Where are you going? It's a bit stuffy. I'm going out for a smoke.
After leaving the private room, Kakashi scanned the area again. The table where Watanabe had been sitting was now empty. Had he left? Still feeling uneasy, Kakashi walked outside alone. Without his coat, he felt a chill. He lit a cigarette and smoked lazily. At that moment, Obito's image inexplicably surfaced in his mind. The first time he smoked, Obito taught him. They had hidden in the dormitory bathroom to smoke secretly. Because he wasn't skilled, his first drag was too strong, and he coughed so hard that tears streamed down. Obito gently stroked his back with his palm.
"See, doesn't it feel better after crying?"
Obito asked him. Amid the swirling smoke, it seemed he could see his own lost self reflected in Obito's eyes. That was the first day Kakashi escaped from hell. Uchiha Obito saw through his loneliness at a glance, and celebrated his rebirth in this way. Without realizing it, Kakashi took out his phone, and composed a message, deleting and rewriting it several times. After a cigarette burned out, he finally pressed send. "I'm sorry for what I said before, and thank you for taking care of me during this time. By the way, smoke less and rest more. Take care of yourself." It was a polite message, but Obito was overjoyed when he received it. He grinned foolishly at his phone. In the somber hospital room, he had been thinking of Kakashi every moment, but dared not approach him. He never expected to receive his concern. Setsuna handed him a peeled apple.
"What are you thinking about so intently?"
Obito took it and replied,
"How to keep him by my side." "Is that the person you've been thinking about for many years?" "Yes. I've met him again. This time I don't want to let go." "Do you regret it?" "If you hadn't left back then, Setsuna, those days are gone. Regret or not, it doesn't matter."
Obito knew that this knot in her heart had never been untied, even though she was now falsely crowned with the title of Mrs. Uchiha. It was not what she wanted. That night, Ling Kong was escorted back to the apartment by Kakashi, and Yugao, completely drunk, and in a foul mood, spewing curses that made Yugao wish he could stuff a dirty sock into his unguarded mouth. How could a boy with such delicate features utter such foul language? Yet what he said most often was, "I want to go home, I want to go home." All right, we'll take you home now." Yugao soothed him like a child. "But there's no home anymore." Ling Kong suddenly stopped, his eyes brimming with tears. Kakashi supported his trembling body, feeling how light he was, like a feather that might drift away with the slightest breeze. He was crying but didn't want to be seen. Suddenly he bent over in pain and vomited heavily. Kakashi patted his back gently again and again. "Let it out, you'll feel better." He repeated the exact words that Obito had once said to him. Ling Kong lowered his head, emptying everything in his stomach until only acid came up. But on the ground his tears fell slowly, like a great sorrow leaking from an empty shell glimpsed by Kakashi. "It's okay. Feeling better." Kakashi comforted him. Ling Kong straightened up and walked toward his room. Just as he reached the door, someone pushed it open from inside. "Where have you been?" The man's voice was impatient. He took Ling Kong from Kakashi's arms with force. "Who are you two?" "We're neighbors from next door." "He's fine, just drunk. Give him some honey water later. He just vomited, so his stomach will be upset." "And?" "Got it. That's it." Before Kakashi could finish, the man shut the door on them. Yugao and Kakashi exchanged a look. "What do you think?" Yugao asked as they walked back. Kakashi took off his coat and hung it on the hook by the door, poured himself a glass of water, and replied, "I don't think anything. That's their business." "You're so cold." "Thanks for the compliment. I'm going to my room." "You should rest too." "Kakashi," Yugao called after him. Kakashi paused with his back to him. "I have a microfilm script I'd like you to look at tomorrow. Are you free?" "Sure. Based on my schedule, come find me around 1 in the afternoon." "Okay." Kakashi locked the door and was alone again. He hadn't yet looked at the unread message on his phone. Now he lay on the bed and opened it. "Okay, I will. Take care of yourself too." Kakashi read it silently several times, as if Obito were whispering in his ear. Suddenly reminded of something, he got up and fetched the suitcase from the corner. He spread it open, revealing all his belongings, but he couldn't find the book that Obito had given him. He clearly remembered putting it inside. He had checked before leaving. No, wait. He had placed it in a prominent spot while packing, and then when he tried to stuff in a thick coat, he left the book on the bed. Kakashi felt uneasy. This book had accompanied him through every day over the years. It wasn't a work by anyone else. It was a collection of essays they had written together, recording trivial past moments, the bits and pieces of their shared life. Kakashi pulled open the curtain and looked outside. It was very late, but for some reason, he wanted to get the book right now instantly. So he ran downstairs without hesitation. Yugao, just out of the shower, saw his hurried figure and asked, "Where are you going so late?" "I'm going back for something. It's hard to get a taxi here." "It's fine." Kakashi ran to the street outside the complex and happened to see a taxi dropping off a passenger. He hailed it, immediately gave the driver the address, and finally relaxed. In every day without him, Kakashi had to find something to sustain himself. At this moment, he felt utterly ridiculous. Just an insignificant text message, just an unreachable person, yet they constantly tugged at his heart, even driving him to rush around in the dead of night. Finally, close to 1 in the morning, he arrived at his own building. He stopped at the bottom and looked up. The light was on in that room. Had Obito come back? Kakashi couldn't wait to take the elevator, watching the numbers jump until they stopped at the target floor. He took a deep breath and walked slowly. His hand raised in midair hesitated. He told himself he just wanted to check on Obito's health, nothing more. Just to say a casual word, even a simple greeting. Actually, he missed him terribly. In the flood of longing, the door was pushed open. Standing before him was not Obito, but a woman holding a bag filled with Obito's clothes and personal items. She stared at Kakashi in surprise. "Who are you?" she asked wearily. "I'm Obito's neighbor." Kakashi came to his senses. A neighbor. "Hello, I'm Obito's wife, Shuenai." She smiled, revealing shallow dimples. "But it's so late. Is something the matter?" "No, I just saw the light on and wanted to ask about his health." "Thank you for your concern. Obito can be discharged in 2 days. I'm just here to pick up his things. I just returned from abroad, and I'm still jet-lagged, so I can't sleep anyway. I'm tidying up for him. He must have caused you a lot of trouble. I apologize on his behalf." She spoke with the authority of a hostess. Kakashi didn't know how to respond. It's fine. I'll head back to my room." "All right. By the way, I haven't asked your name." She moved Kakashi. "Kakashi." Shuenai repeated, understanding in her heart. She smiled. "Kakashi, isn't there anything you want me to tell him?" No, just wish him a speedy recovery." "Okay, I'll pass it along." "Miss Shuenai, you don't have to tell him specifically." "Why?" "He's actually very lonely. Knowing someone cares about him would make him happy. And don't be so formal. Call me by my name just like Obito does." "All right, Shuenai. I'm off now. See you next time." Shuenai waved at him, then wrapped a scarf around her neck several times, covering her mouth and nose. Kakashi recognized it. The scarf he had knitted with his own hands and given to Obito as a birthday gift. "Goodbye." Kakashi was dazed, and the pain in his chest swelled uncontrollably. Facing reality was so cruel. After opening the door, Kakashi was utterly shocked. It had been less than a day since he left, yet the once orderly home had become a mess of garbage bags strewn across the floor, barely leaving room to step. The cabinets and refrigerator had been tossed into disarray, and dirty dishes lay in the sink, greasy enough to make one's stomach churn. Kakashi looked toward the culprit on the sofa. She lay sprawled amid a pile of empty bottles, her hair disheveled, looking like a vengeful ghost come to collect a debt. "Give me sake! More!" She crawled toward him, clutching his legs and muttering continuously. Kakashi, unable to bear it, squatted and lifted her into his arms. Her body was so light, she seemed nothing but skin and bones, stirring a pang of sorrow. He gently placed her back on the sofa and covered her with a blanket. She rolled over and drifted back to sleep. 2 hours after tidying the room, Kakashi packed his books into his bag, pulled back the curtains, and glanced outside. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the wet market across the street was already opening its doors. He took the shopping bag and headed downstairs. Few young people would be out so early for groceries, and Kakashi found himself beating the elderly regulars for the first time. He picked some fresh vegetables at random, and grabbed beef and eggs, filling a large bag before heading back home. He gradually loaded the groceries into the refrigerator, and poured a cup of hangover soup he had purchased from the pharmacy, setting it on the coffee table. He tried to disregard her, but could not bring himself to do so. Only after everything was arranged did he turn off the light and prepare to leave.
Sakamoto.
The voice came from behind him. Kakashi's hand froze on the door handle. The cold touch seemed to crawl through his fingertips and spread across his entire body. Perhaps it was because he had not heard his father's name spoken in so long. It brought a helpless sensation of being yanked back into memories of the past. But Kakashi knew she was dreaming. In every dream, she had his father's figure appeared.
Sakamoto, take me with you.
In the pitch-black room, only their shallow breathing intertwined, a fragile pretense that they were still alive. They were simply clinging to the remnants of existence, no different from Keiko and Koyuki. Kakashi closed the door, shutting away the past behind the walls, and hurried onto the street where people were beginning to gather. Sleepless nights had become routine for Kakashi. By the time he returned to the apartment, Hayato still hadn't woken. He only rose unsteadily when the aroma reached him.
What did you bring? Butter buns and curry glass noodle soup. Wow, Kakashi, I take back all my previous judgments about you.
He sat at the dining table with his messy hair.
Did you go out early in the morning to buy these? No, I only spotted them on my way back.
Didn't you sleep?
Kakashi
splashed cold water on his face at the sink, and his mind suddenly cleared.
But I got notice. We need to meet the director this morning. Can you handle it? It's fine, I can manage. Have you looked into it? Takeda Ryuhei only rose to prominence in recent years. His work is mediocre at best, and his character leaves much to be desired. You haven't dealt with people like him before, so don't think too highly of them. They have nothing to do with art.
Hayato spoke earnestly. He knew all too well how difficult it would be for someone like Kakashi, who refused to compromise to survive in the entertainment industry. But Kakashi seemed indifferent.
I just need to do my job well. I only listen to Itachi. You need to learn to adapt,
Hayato said. Hayato took a bite of the bun, savoring the flavorful juice.
I can't learn it, nor do I want to,
Kakashi replied, pouring himself a cup of coffee and sitting across from him.
When people change, everything changes. What's wrong with that? Can you promise to love only one person for your entire life and keep them solely in your heart? Yes,
Kakashi answered without looking up. Hayato thought he had misheard and stared at Kakashi for another look.
You don't truly have someone like that in your heart, do you?
Kakashi rested his chin on his hand and sighed helplessly.
Let's not talk while eating. Mr. Hayato, finish your meal first. I'll go change.
His silence confirmed it. A smile played on Hayato's lips as he returned to his soup. Once both were ready, they went next door to rouse Ling Kong and depart together. The same boyfriend answered the door, wearing an expression as though they owed him a fortune.
Where's Ling Kong? The car is waiting downstairs. Where are you taking him? Work. The director wants to discuss the script with us today,
Hayato explained.
Wait.
He turned and walked into the inner room. Moments later, Ling Kong was led out, half supported by him. Hayato took Ling Kong from him and noticed his flushed face and the faint hickey visible beneath his turtleneck. He immediately guessed what had transpired the night before. Kakashi reached out and touched Ling Kong's forehead. It was burning hot.
Aren't you going?
As the man was about to close the door, Kakashi stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and punched him hard. The man lost his balance and fell to the ground, pointing at Kakashi.
What the hell are you doing? He's sick, and you're sending him to work.
The man covered his bruised cheek and let out a bitter laugh.
If he doesn't work, where does the money come from? Without money, how does he eat? You have 2 hands and feet. Why can't you work and earn your own money? Spending his money exploiting him Isn't it just bullying him because he liked you?
Kakashi said angrily.
So what? Did I force him into bed with me? He came to me willingly, couldn't shake me off, and even spent his money on me gladly. You?
Kakashi was about to strike again, when Ling Kong grabbed his arm, his voice weak.
Don't fight. I can handle it. Let's go.
Seeing this, the man immediately shut the door. Kakashi supported Ling Kong's frail frame. He had barely been dressed in a thin coat before being pushed out. Kakashi removed his own overcoat and wrapped it around him.
I'll stay and take care of him. You go ahead,
Kakashi said.
No. Today we cannot be absent, Kakashi. This opportunity is crucial for all three of us. If we miss this first time, we'll be replaced. You know we are too insignificant. No one will wait for us. But he's in this state. I can't just leave him behind. Kakashi Hayato, I'm fine. I took medicine just now. Take me with you. I'll speak up if I can't hold on.
Ling Kong forced a smile, trying to ease their worries. Reluctantly, they decided to get into the car together. The location was within the film base, where the production team had rented an office building. When they arrived, the conference room was already full. Takeda sat at the head of the table, casting a cold glare their way, and spoke with arrogance.
Quite the divas, huh? Making everyone wait for you.
Hayato stepped forward to apologize.
Sorry, Director. We encountered some issues. It won't happen again. Next time you'll be shown the door immediately. Understood. Sincerely sorry.
Hayato pulled Kakashi and Ling Kong into a bow, and only then were they allowed to take their seats. Itachi sat beside Takeda, his gaze shifting toward Kakashi. He offered a slight smile, which Kakashi returned. Fortunately, there was still someone familiar there, and Kakashi felt somewhat reassured. Takeda outlined the overall progress of the film, and the work arrangements for each department. Everyone buried their heads in note-taking. Due to the large number of attendees, they could only squeeze into a corner, unable even to reach the edge of the table. Ling Kong breathed heavily, his body swaying unsteadily. Kakashi leaned toward him, allowing him to rest against him, hoping it would make him more comfortable. During the break, someone knocked. Takeda turned to look, and immediately changed his expression.
Ms. Nakajima, the boss has something coming up and cannot make it. I was sent to deliver coffee for everyone. There is a cup for each person. Very well, thank you, Mr. Uchiha. Everyone go ahead and get yours.
Mr. Uchiha. Kakashi paused in surprise, his pen hovering over the paper. He heard Hayato sigh nearby.
I had wanted to meet the legendary Uchiha Obito, but he wasn't here today.
It really was him.
Hayato, did you say Uchiha Obito? Yes. He is the investor this time around. Without him, this film would never have been made.
Kakashi was still immersed in the previous conversation when Yugao had already pressed a cup of coffee into his hand.
Seems like this big shot is a rather dull person.
Kakashi turned the cup in his hand, lowered his head, and took a sip. It was even lightly sweetened, the exact flavor he was accustomed to. He dared not dwell on it. It was too improbable. Yet, why was it such a coincidence?
But it tastes pretty good, doesn't it, Ling Kong?
Yugao turned to look. Ling Kong had somehow already fallen asleep, leaning against Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi felt his forehead again.
The fever's gone. He's probably just weak. It'd be best to find a sofa for him to lie down on. This is all office space. The only sofa is in the director's office. Do you think he'd lend it to us? But Ling Kong needs rest. Help me hold him. I'll figure something out.
Kakashi handed the person over to Yugao and walked out the door. He had no other choice. He was unfamiliar with the place, and Itachi had gone off to work nowhere in sight. He could only wander around, hoping to find a lounge where Ling Kong could at least lie flat.
Kakashi-san.
Just as he was about to give up, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Kakashi turned around in surprise, meeting a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. He searched his memory for a moment, before finally retrieving the name.
You're Lu-1, right? Yes, that's me. Obito's assistant. What are you looking for? You seem flustered. A colleague isn't feeling well. I wanted to find a place for him to rest, but it seems there isn't one here. Follow me.
Luwan smiled. With no other option, Kakashi followed Luwan. Soon Luwan led him to a room decorated in an antique style. It had both a desk and a bed, and being far from the office area, it was very quiet.
He can rest here for a while. Where is this?
Kakashi looked around the room curiously.
Obito's office. He said to give you the key, use it as you need. He knows I'm in the crew. He looked over the personnel list. After all, he's investing a considerable amount of money. He couldn't help but pay attention. Obito is always meticulous. He won't make a losing deal. But he told me to tell you not to overthink it. You're here on your own merit. Just do your job well.
The implication was clear and Kakashi couldn't well refuse. There was no better option at hand anyway.
Tell him I said thanks. You can thank him yourself. Obito is already here.
Huh? No sooner had Luwan spoken than Kakashi heard footsteps in the corridor.
Obito-san, I'll head back to the company now. I have a meeting this afternoon. Contact me if anything comes up.
Luwan finished speaking and hurriedly left. Kakashi stood still, meeting Obito's gaze. He looked physically recovered but was thinner than a few days ago, his features more sharply defined.
Are you feeling better?
Kakashi spoke first.
I'm fine. Luwan said I could.
Obito interrupted him directly.
You can. There's no need to be so cautious between us. All right, thanks.
Kakashi took out his phone and sent a message to Yugao. Obito had already walked to the chair and sat down. He looked at Kakashi still hesitating at the doorway and smiled.
Come have a seat. Okay. Shwenai said that when she went back to fetch things for me, she saw you coming home late at night. Did you run into some trouble?
Kakashi was taken aback. Of course, he couldn't tell Obito the truth, that he went back just to get the book Obito had given him. So he fabricated a lie.
Nothing. I forgot to bring a heavy coat, so I went back to get it. I see. Don't you have anything you want to ask? About Shwenai, for instance. She's your wife. I already know. She's very beautiful. You two make a good match.
Kakashi didn't know what point there was in discussing this now. But Obito seemed eager to talk. He went on by himself.
Yes, she's gentle and virtuous, good with children. I couldn't find a better woman than her. That's great. You found her. You should treasure her.
Though his heart ached, he forced himself to say these words without changing his expression.
Is that so? Sincere blessings.
Obito pressed him, his sharp gaze trying to penetrate his expression to read his true feelings. Kakashi averted his eyes, his voice unsteady.
Of course they're sincere.
Obito suddenly laughed.
You're still no good at lying. You can't help twisting the hem of your clothes, and your eyes dart away. After all these years, how can it still be so obvious? What exactly are you trying to say?
Kakashi didn't want to be toyed with any longer. He met Obito's gaze.
That scarf you gave me, Shwenai wore it deliberately in front of you. She said your expression was very forlorn. You care about these trivial details because you care about me. Kakashi, just admit it. I don't.
Kakashi stubbornly refused. Obito didn't give him a chance. He stepped closer.
Shwenai and I are not really married. She is Xiao Feng's mother, but not my wife. We are merely partners. From the past until now, there has never been anyone else in my heart. That question you asked 10 years ago, I'll answer it now. I like you. No matter how many years pass, I can't let go of you. Meeting you again, I have no reason to let you go.
Obito grabbed Kakashi's retreating hand and pressed it firmly against the place where his heart beat. Kakashi was completely shaken. He couldn't believe what Obito had just said. It seemed to answer every doubt in his heart, yet also gave him a stabilizing dose of certainty.
No.
Kakashi pulled his hand back and stepped away.
Why not? You like me too, I can feel it. There's no why. I don't want to think about this now. Fine. I'll give you time. Wait for your answer. But don't think I'll give up easily.
Obito declared with a possessive tone. Just then a sound came from outside the door, Yugao and the others had arrived. Kakashi immediately rushed to the door to help. Yugao complained all the way exhausted.
How did you find such a remote place? I can barely walk anymore. A friend lent it to me. A friend. You have a friend in a place like this. This area isn't open to outsiders, you know. Who is it?
Obito had somehow appeared standing beside Kakashi, arm draped over his shoulder.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Obito Uchiha.
Yugao thought he must have misheard. He stared wide-eyed and confirmed again.
You? Uchiha-san. You're Kakashi's friend.
Obito pulled Kakashi closer as if staking his claim.
And I'm a very close friend.
Kakashi gazed at him in astonishment, as though all his will to resist had suddenly drained away. As if fate had already drawn its line, an invisible crimson thread bound them together, one that could never be severed. But clearly Haga standing before them was even more stunned. His words came out stilted. Kakashi, why didn't you ever tell us? You wouldn't be. Haga's hasty suspicion was cut short by Obito, who replied without hesitation, I only just found out myself. Kakashi is the sort of person who keeps everything bottled up inside. Please bother to look after him in the days ahead. But he doesn't like misunderstandings to spread, so once we leave this room, let this topic die here. As he said the last words, his tone turned increasingly sinister, thick with menace. Haga, being a shrewd man, caught the implication immediately. He nodded with a forced smile. I understand perfectly. Kakashi listened helplessly to their strange exchange, then suddenly remembered the business at hand. Let Kong take some rest first. Good. Here, give me a hand. Kakashi was about to step forward, but Obito was already a moment ahead of him, lifting Kong gently into his arms, and settling him onto the bed in the inner room. Let him rest here. I'll have someone come tend to him. It'll be fine. You've got the meeting this afternoon, right? I'll join as well. Obito said this calmly. If Kong doesn't attend, Chien will have something to say about it, Haga murmured with worry. I'll handle it. Now go, let him sleep properly. Since Obito had said so, both Kakashi and Haga felt reassured. Kakashi tucked the blanket around Kong and pressed his palm to his forehead to check for fever. Obito remained leaning against the doorframe the entire time, watching him with an unwavering gaze. He made no effort to conceal his distaste for Kakashi's affectionate gestures toward others. It lay plain upon his face. We're off then, Kakashi said, rising to his feet. Yet before leaving he cast one final uneasy glance back into the room. Obito leaned close, his voice low enough that only Kakashi could hear. Relax. I have no interest in anyone but you. Kakashi's face flushed crimson in an instant. He shot Obito a sharp look, though Haga, standing nearby, remained entirely oblivious to what had passed between them. After leaving the rest room, Kakashi struggled to steady his breathing. Obito's words echoed endlessly in his mind, unraveling the composure he usually held so tightly. Kakashi. Haga called his name several times before finally drawing his attention back. What were you thinking about? I asked how you and Uchiha Obito met, but you didn't answer me. Nothing important. Probably just tired from not sleeping well last night. We were classmates during middle school. Oh! Someone with his family background attends a regular middle school. Or perhaps. Kakashi, are you secretly a hidden billionaire? No. He happened to return to the Uchiha family estate at the time and enrolled temporarily. Later he went abroad. Kakashi found his thoughts drifting to those bygone days. He still didn't truly understand why Obito had come back then. There were better schools available, finer educations within reach. Yet Obito chose to stay at the same school as him, and by some twist of fate pulled him back from the brink of despair. Is that so? But he seems quite devoted to you. I never expected someone of his standing to be so approachable, Haga remarked. That remark lasted barely 15 minutes, for soon after they returned to the conference room, Obito arrived as well. His cold glance swept over Chien, who immediately grasped the hint and offered up his seat without a word. Mr. Uchiha, I was under the impression you wouldn't be able to make it today. Obito didn't even spare him another look. His presence alone was overwhelming, Sharp piercing eyes swept over every person in the room, before he spoke slowly and deliberately. My schedule is unpredictable, so there's no need to wait specially for me. The reason I came today is simple. Since we're all gathered here for this film, let us simply focus on doing our jobs well. I've seen far too much treachery and deceit in my life, and I loathe those who plot in shadows above all else. You've likely heard of my methods by now, I imagine. His words left the entire room speechless. Haga already regretted having suggested that Obito was an amiable, approachable man. He now knew only that Obito's gentleness was reserved exclusively for Kakashi, and nothing more. Even Kakashi was caught off guard by his aura. Though they had never worked together before, something inside him told him this was a different person entirely. Kakashi thought to himself, he must have endured untold suffering to transform from a cheerful laughing boy into the man he was today. A faint trace of pity stirred within his chest. Their eyes met by accident. Obito's seemed to shift instantly back to his usual demeanor, and Kakashi looked down quickly, afraid his inner thoughts might be laid bare. After the full assembly concluded, each department held their own separate meeting. Obito and Chien left together for lunch, while the rest followed Itachi into a smaller conference room. Let me introduce myself. I'm Uchiha Itachi, lead screenwriter for this project. Seems someone's missing. Where did he go? Itachi glanced around the table. Kakashi answered on his behalf. He isn't feeling well, so I brought him back to rest. Understood. Then please help convey the following arrangement later. Here's how we'll proceed. Since the film is adapted from a best-selling novel, someone needs to liaise directly with the author, discussing what changes are needed, what requires expansion or refinement, the original character motivations, and the deeper meanings behind key events. All of this must be carefully documented, for these are the author's lifeblood. As screenwriters, if we trample over such effort, we have no business existing at all. I think Kakashi should take this role. You're meticulous and better suited to this task. Itachi finished speaking, and looked up seeking their opinions. Haga replied without hesitation. I have no objections. I also think Kakashi is the more suitable choice. Kakashi didn't protest further, and accepted the assignment. Itachi continued, as for the actors, I'll leave that to Haga and Kong. Communicating with actors tends to be more challenging and requires a gentler touch, since these are people who've spent years navigating the entertainment industry. Naturally, they're far more calculating. You two will be responsible for tracking their status, gathering their input, and understanding how they interpret their roles. Once this preliminary work is complete, we'll move on to drafting the script. We have only 1 week, and I expect a complete report by the end of it. Itachi never wasted words. With just a few sentences, he had arranged everything efficiently. He handed out a copy of the original novel to each person, then asked any questions. You may raise them now. I'd like to ask, Kakashi spoke up once the final script is approved, does the director still have the right to make arbitrary changes? Yes, he is the director after all. But I'll do my utmost to prevent unnecessary alterations, Itachi replied. Understood. Then I have no further questions. Haga chimed in once more. I've heard the male lead Giulio is rather difficult to work with. I haven't even seen him today. And with his schedule so packed, he seems nearly impossible to reach. During the meal, Itachi had little appetite, stirring his food a few times before setting down his utensils. Kakashi asked him with concern. What's wrong? You don't look well. Itachi put down his chopsticks, picked up the glass of plain water beside him, and took a sip. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. I'm hardly one to talk given the erratic schedule of our line of work. We eat whenever we remember, and sometimes when work gets too hectic we forget to eat for an entire day. But your stomach condition has been around for a long time. You really should see a doctor. Itachi offered a faint smile, his face pale. We'll see. There's no time now. I'll skip the meal and go rest. Take your time eating. You can contact me if anything comes up. All right. Kakashi watched Itachi's retreating figure, still uneasy. He took out his phone to send a message to Shursui. Yugao asked curiously. He seems aloof, but actually quite easy to get along with. Itachi is different from Obito. Kakashi blurted out Obito's name, surprising even himself. Fortunately, Yugao didn't dwell on it and continued.
That Uchiha Obito is truly terrifying. On the surface, he seems friendly to everyone, but his mind is incredibly deep. I heard that Yu Yen admires him greatly, our female lead. You saw her today. The way she looks at Obito is different from how she looks at others.
Yu Yen. Kakashi silently repeated the name. He had indeed never paid attention to Obito's charm. Yugao was right, someone so outstanding naturally becomes the center of attention wherever they go. Since high school, Kakashi had witnessed Obito's brilliance on the basketball court and his dominance in exams. There were always so many people around him eager to bask in the warmth he radiated, including Kakashi himself, who had always been shrouded in darkness. It was precisely because of this that Kakashi dared not approach him again.
Are you full? I'll buy some food to take to Ling Kong.
Yugao stood up and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts.
Yeah, sure.
Suddenly his phone vibrated. Kakashi glanced at it. It was Shursui calling.
Shursui.
Before Kakashi could finish, Shursui asked urgently.
I'm on my way. How is Itachi?
Kakashi stood frozen, phone in hand. How could this man be so impatient, abandoning work and rushing over without a second thought?
He's fine. He just needs to take some medicine and rest. Weren't you supposed to be on a business trip today? I postponed it. Nothing is more important than Itachi's health. Aren't you afraid Itachi will scold you for changing the schedule at will? He'll get a heart attack from your antics even if his stomach heals.
Kakashi was utterly exasperated by his behavior.
He wouldn't. That fool never takes care of himself. He looks glamorous in public, but he can't even manage his own life. All right, I'll be there in a minute. Gotta hang up now.
Shursui was always impulsive, which made him perfect for the editor job. He never let authors procrastinate. Over the years, Kakashi had come to understand his ways thoroughly. But when it came to emotions, he was like a blank sheet of paper, far from delicate. After slipping away from Mayada's dinner gathering, Obito walked out alone, intending to find Kakashi. He had a mountain of tasks to handle today, but he simply dumped them all on Shikamaru. He retraced his steps, and just as he reached the entrance, he spotted a hurried figure that seemed familiar, though he couldn't immediately recall the name. The other person also noticed him and walked over.
Mr. Obito, we meet again. You are? Shursui, Kakashi's editor. Remember? I recall now. Mr. Shursui, what brings you here? I'm here to deliver something.
Obito glanced at the brown paper bag from the pharmacy and a beautifully wrapped bouquet of flowers behind Shursui.
Are the flowers for someone?
Obito asked. Shursui was terrible at keeping secrets and gave an awkward laugh.
Yeah, I want to confess my feelings. I don't know how it will turn out.
Confess. The word exploded in Obito's mind. He had always suspected Shursui's relationship with Kakashi, given the numerous traces Shursui had left in Kakashi's small apartment. Was this confirmation? His own confession hadn't even been answered yet. How could he allow someone else to cut in?
Mr. Obito, I'll take my leave now. Let's catch up another time.
Shursui was eager to check on Itachi and didn't linger for pleasantries. Before Obito could ask what he wanted, Shursui was gone. Now his heart was even more unsettled, terrified that Kakashi might accept Shursui's proposal. After all, during the years Obito had disappeared, Shursui had been the one by Kakashi's side. He quickened his pace, even choosing the stairs. Fortunately, he had a habit of working out, so climbing 5 flights didn't tire him. The scriptwriter's office was at the end of the corridor. Obito followed the room numbers and walked over. A few steps away, he could already hear the clamor inside. Had Shursui arrived first? Obito stopped at the doorway, hesitated no longer, and knocked directly. Soon hurried footsteps approached from inside. The door swung open, and a tablet was playing the news. Kakashi stared at him in surprise.
What are you doing here?
Obito glanced inside. No one else was there, and the flowers were still sitting quietly on the table. Obito frowned slightly and asked in a low voice,
Did you accept him? What?
Kakashi was completely baffled.
You accepted his flowers, so you said yes. Why him and not me?
Obito pressed forward, forcing Kakashi to step back.
Uchiha Obito.
Kakashi's back hit the wall with a soft thud, leaving him no room to retreat. But Obito still didn't let up, trapping him in his arms, and demanding again.
I won't allow you to accept him.
Kakashi had had enough of these inexplicable words, and pushed him away.
Have you lost your mind? Kakashi, I'm coming in.
Shirsue's voice suddenly rang out. Kakashi quickly composed himself, shot Obito a fierce glare, then turned to Shirsue as he pushed the door open. He picked up the flowers and handed them over.
I've already written the card for you. If you're ready, go now. Striking while the iron is hot is best.
Shirsue took the flowers joyfully, then noticed Obito behind Kakashi. He was momentarily stunned.
Mr. Obito is here too. Sorry for the display. I'll be off now. You two chat. Yeah, good luck,
Kakashi said, watching Shirsue leave. Only then did Obito realize how foolish he had been. Kakashi returned to his desk and looked at him calmly.
So you thought Shirsue liked me?
Obito nodded, looking like a guilty child, as if they were back in their school days. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh.
He likes Itachi.
The little misunderstanding that day seemed to dissolve the grudges of these past few years. Kakashi's smile lingered in Daitu's mind, impossible to forget. Even during work breaks, he would think of it, his heart itching with restlessness.
Mr. Daitu,
Luan called him for the 5th time. Daitu snapped back to reality and looked at him.
Is there something you need? Yeah, take a look at the contract with Jinghan. I've roughly reviewed it, and think the equipment procurement details here are somewhat improper. These small parts were originally agreed to be complimentary, but they are listed again in the table. Although it's not a large sum, it's a matter of contract integrity, and if we purchase in bulk later, the amount will be significant.
Luan was meticulous in his work, and Daitu greatly relied on him, often seeking his advice on matters. Daitu picked up the contract, glanced at it, then tossed it onto the table, and said in a deep voice,
Notify them to send the revised version this afternoon, or we'll replace them. Okay, I'll handle it.
As Luan was about to leave, Daitu called him back.
How is the matter with Qiantian going?
The film was about to start shooting, and Daitu no longer wanted to wait. He was not someone who acted with moderation. Once his bottom line was crossed, he would leave no mercy. At that time, the dirty water of false accusations had been splashed on him, and he would repay it 1,000-fold.
I've gathered some materials and uncovered a shocking scandal. It's about him and the boss's wife of his former company, Jingxing Entertainment. They not only had an affair but also privately forced artists to sign unequal contracts to accompany drinking.
This kind of entertainment industry filth Daitu knew without even investigating. He usually had no interest in it, but now that someone he cared about had stepped into it, he would do everything to protect him.
All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I'll go see Director Hengchuan and sound him out. And then I'll go attend to my work.
The moment Luan left, AC Ma's phone call came through, his voice booming.
Daitu, are you out of your mind? You say you want to replace the director.
AC Ma, as another important investor, only considered matters related to profit.
That's right.
Daitu leaned back in his chair, looking nonchalant.
Do you know how much the penalty will cost? Qiantian is not cheap. Anyone can shoot the film, but you want to replace him now. Are you crazy? A person with poor character cannot produce good work. I'm determined to replace him,
Daitu said resolutely. AC Ma let out a heavy sigh, beginning to regret why he had dragged this troublesome person into it. But what could he do? He had to resign and compromise.
Then I won't pay this money, it's on you. Don't worry about the money. I'll make him not dare to ask for a single cent, and make him leave on his own.
AC Ma shuddered. This living devil didn't sound like he was bluffing at all, and he knew that Yuji Bo Daitu would follow through on his words.
All right, I'll leave it. By the way, Hong's due date is coming. She's having a C-section the day after tomorrow. Will you come? Celebrate a bit, and bring Xuanai and Xiaofeng. Of course, I'll come for such an important occasion. We'll have a good drink then. And Mem, I'll send you the address later. Okay, see you.
After hanging up, Dai-Tu readjusted his schedule for the next few days. The day after tomorrow, Friday, was filled with trivial matters on the calendar except for Xiao Feng's birthday. What a coincidence! Xiao Feng and Asima's child shared the same birthday. He had almost forgotten. Since there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Dai-Tu put on his coat and planned to go home. Xuanai and Xiao Feng preferred the small apartment, so they had been living there recently. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiao Feng sitting on the carpet with books and toys scattered all over the floor, and the TV playing SpongeBob SquarePants. Xuanai, wearing an apron, was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the sound, she turned around and was surprised to see Dai-Tu back.
You're home early today. And then what are you cooking? It smells great. I made some curry and fried tempura. Xiao Feng was clamoring for it.
Dai-Tu took off his coat and hung it on the rack.
The day after tomorrow is Xiao Feng's birthday. I originally planned to celebrate it as a family, but Asima just told me that Hong is giving birth that day and invited us to join. So I thought, why not combine the two events?
Xuanai poked her head out, surprised.
She's giving birth. That's so soon. Xiao Feng, would you like to celebrate your birthday together with Aunt Hong's baby?
Xiao Feng only heard the word birthday, which he had been looking forward to for a long time. He stood up and cheered.
Great. But I have a request.
Dai-Tu.
What request? As long as I can do it, I'll make it happen.
He already felt somewhat guilty and wanted to make amends.
I want Teacher Kakashi to celebrate with me. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I miss him so much.
Xiao Feng looked at Dai-Tu, his expression suddenly pitiful. Xuanai happened to walk out with dishes and heard their conversation. She smiled knowingly and said to Xiao Feng,
Really? Then we must invite him, otherwise Xiao Feng's birthday will have regrets, right?
As she spoke, she glanced sideways at Dai-Tu. Seeing through his thoughts, Dai-Tu deliberately tried to cover up.
Teacher Kakashi has been busy with work lately, maybe. I don't care. I want him to come. Dad, I'll call him. He will definitely agree.
As he spoke, Xiao Feng took out his phone watch from his pocket and dialed Kakashi's number before Dai-Tu could react. Xuanai watched this scene play out, sat down on the sofa next to Dai-Tu, and handed him a piece of tempura.
It's not just Xiao Feng who misses Teacher Kakashi, is it?
Dai-Tu actually blushed at the mention of someone. He turned his head to avoid Xuanai's gaze and pretended to be calm, whispering,
He hasn't agreed yet. So, are you just giving up? Of course not. Then that's settled.
In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Feng had already finished a call and happily ran over, throwing himself into Xuanai's arms.
Teacher Kakashi agreed. He said to let Dad tell him the specific location. He agreed just like that.
Dai-Tu was incredulous.
Yeah, I said if teacher didn't come, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep, and then he agreed. How could you lie?
Dai-Tu tapped his forehead.
Don't do it again.
Though he said that his heart was already fluttering.
All right, you two go wash your hands and eat.
Xuanai scolded with her hands on her hips. The big one and the small one obeyed without question, lining up and running to the bathroom. Finally, the family could sit at the dining table and enjoy a peaceful dinner. Dai-Tu hadn't experienced such a stable life in a long time.
Thump, thump, thump.
Suddenly a commotion came from next door. Xuanai sighed.
It's starting again.
Clearly, this was not the first time she had heard it. Dai-Tu put down his chopsticks and asked curiously,
What's that noise? Probably Kakashi's mother. Every day at this time she's chopping something. I passed by before, and the door was open, so I took a look. It was a mess inside with liquor bottles scattered all over the floor. Why is she here? Did Kakashi bring her over? I'm not sure either. It feels like she wants to destroy this place, and doesn't want Kakashi to have peace.
After the meal, Dai-Tu pondered for a long time before deciding to check on the neighbor. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. He then pounded heavily several times until he heard the crisp sound of a wine bottle rolling across the floor.
Who's there?
Wheezy's impatient voice sounded. She pulled the door open and saw Dai-Tu, but didn't recognize him at first. In truth, they had met 10 years ago, but it had been so long that her forgetfulness was only natural.
Who are you looking for?
Guise reeked of alcohol, her clothes stained and disheveled. She leaned against the doorframe, glaring at Dai-Tu with displeasure.
Hello, Auntie. I'm a friend of Kakashi. My name is Uchiha Dai-Tu. He's not here.
She moved to close the door, but Dai-Tu blocked it with his hand.
I told you he's not here. What else do you want?
Dai-Tu's gaze swept across the room. Last time he visited it had been spotless, but now the neatly arranged books on the shelves were all scattered on the floor, trampled beyond recognition. Those were Kakashi's long-cherished treasures. Dai-Tu frowned, his anger rising.
Auntie, if you have nowhere to stay, I can find you a hotel for a few days. Hotel.
She suddenly laughed, her face contorted with malice.
So Kakashi has made some wealthy friends these years. No wonder he speaks differently now. He never dared to talk to me like that before. Since you're so rich, lend me 50,000. Last time, he was so stingy, he couldn't even give me money. Fine, I'll give you 100,000, but you must put everything back in its place and clean thoroughly. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent. That's all. I can do it in no time. Give me the money first.
Dai-Tu pulled a card directly from his wallet and handed it to her.
This card doesn't need a password. Use it as you wish. After cleaning, move out. Don't stay here.
Guise took the card and slipped it into her pocket, still wearing a defiant look with her arms crossed.
I remember now. You're that Uchiha kid who always came back with him, aren't you? If it weren't for you, Kakashi wouldn't have gone bad and started rebelling against his father. He used to be so obedient. Obedient.
Dai-Tu's anger flared.
Do you know why he was obedient? Because he always took everything upon himself, and so you all bullied him.
Thinking of that frail figure bearing such immense pain back then, Dai-Tu wished he could kill those who had hurt him.
Aren't you his best friend? Then why did you leave without a word when he needed you most? You sound so righteous, but who really cares about him? He's a jinx. Everyone who gets close to him ends up unlucky.
Guise slandered Kakashi with the most venomous words, and Dai-Tu was left speechless. He had to admit she was right about one thing: he wasn't there when Kakashi needed him most, and after finally dragging him out of the darkness, he had abandoned him again. The conversation ended there. Guise was unwilling to say more, only promising to clean up and move out the next day. When Dai-Tu returned home, Xuanai had just put Xiaofeng to sleep. She took 2 cans of beer from the fridge, handing one to Dai-Tu and opening the other for herself. They sat facing each other. Xuanai said,
James contacted me. You still need to go back to the States for a while. Xiaoyu's blood is almost depleted. They need to check your condition to decide on the next treatment.
Dai-Tu tilted his head back and took a sip of the cold beer, the chill seeping into his stomach. He felt as if there was a bottomless void inside him.
All right, it's about time. I'll leave once the filming is stable. Then you must take care of yourself. By the way, when do you have time to finalize the divorce? That way, you can pursue the person you love without any distractions. This certificate means nothing to us, but it's still a shackle. Not now. The old lady hasn't given up yet. She's still having me watched. But she's getting older. Over the years, she'll eventually let go. I don't want to hurt Kakashi again because of me.
Xuanai propped her head with one hand, finishing one beer and opening another, her eyes glistening with tears.
How wonderful it must be to be loved so silently like that.
Perhaps reminded of too many sorrowful memories, Xuanai's tears fell silently.
That day I went to lie beside Xiaoyu's gravestone, and suddenly a butterfly landed on my face. I didn't dare move. It just gently brushed my skin with its wings. I knew it was her. Dai-Tu, I miss her so much.
Dai-Tu pulled a tissue and handed it to her.
I know. I understand your pain completely.
That night, Xuanai drank herself into a stupor. Dai-Tu carried her to bed. She was supposed to share the bed with Xiaofeng. As Dai-Tu set her down, Xiaofeng popped out from under the covers. He hadn't fallen asleep yet, and he tilted his little head, asking,
Dad, why don't you sleep with Mom? Other kids' parents all sleep together.
He hadn't expected Xiao Feng to ask that. They had been pretending to be a couple for so long that they had overlooked these details, but the child had noticed everything, and he was getting older and harder to fool. Daitu said,
"Because Mom is afraid you'll kick off the covers while sleeping, so she wants to stay with you and take care of you. Dad's sleep quality is poor, and it would affect Mom."
Xiao Feng looked skeptical, his round eyes wide.
"Then Dad, you still love Mom?"
Daitu ruffled his hair and replied gently,
"Of course I love you and I love Mom too. You are both very important to me."
This love could only be that of a family member, but Xiao Feng wouldn't understand it now. Satisfied, he lay back down.
"And Mem, I love Mom and Dad too. I hope we can all be together forever."
Daitu was stunned for a moment before patting his back to soothe him.
"Go to sleep now or you won't grow tall."
He dared not make promises lightly. When discussing the divorce with Shui Nai, they had weighed everything except Xiao Feng's feelings. They had been carefully hiding the truth, as if they could maintain the illusion of a happy family forever by simply going through the motions. He looked at Xiao Feng's sleeping face, afraid to imagine how he would react if he ever learned the truth. Finally, Friday arrived. Daitu waited early at the entrance of Kakaxi's dormitory building. When Ling Kong came downstairs to throw out the trash, he spotted Daitu's Bentley and curiously examined it for a long time. To his surprise, Daitu was sitting in the car. When he rolled down the window, they stared at each other in mutual surprise. Ling Kong was so shocked he couldn't speak coherently.
"Mr. Uchiha."
Daitu smiled at him.
"Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine. Why are you here?"
A myriad of scenarios played out in Ling Kong's mind, the most absurd being that Daitu had fallen for him at first sight, and had come all the way here to find him. Seeing him lost in thought, Daitu said directly,
"I'm here to pick up Kakashi. Is he ready?"
The fantasy shattered in an instant. Ling Kong scratched his hair awkwardly.
"You're looking for Kakashi. I saw him hanging out the laundry just now. He should be done soon." "All right, I'll wait a bit longer." "Oh. Okay, I'll go up and hurry him along."
As Ling Kong turned to leave, Daitu stopped him.
"Don't rush him. I'm not in a hurry, let him take his time."
This gentle Uchiha Daitu must be a fake, thought Ling Kong, convinced he was hallucinating. Before long, Kakashi emerged from the elevator. Today he wore a white sweater layered beneath a long khaki coat paired with simple jeans. Neatly put together, he looked every bit the college student still in his prime. Obito watched him mesmerized, as always. No matter the moment, he could never look away.
"You've been waiting long, haven't you?"
Kakashi opened the car door, intending to sit in the back, only to find it piled high with all manner of clutter. With no choice, he settled into the front passenger seat.
"Not long."
Obito glanced at him, and casually produced a thermos filled with hot water.
"Warm your hands with this."
Kakashi paused, surprised, but took it nonetheless.
"Thank you."
The engine roared to life, and Obito shifted his gaze forward.
"I dislike how you keep thanking me."
"It's called politeness. I have good breeding,"
Kakashi replied smoothly.
Obito laughed, feeling as though their dynamic had somehow slipped back to their student days, when they would speak their minds freely and bicker like old times.
"Would it be inappropriate of me to attend your family gathering?"
Kakashi pondered for a long moment before finally asking. Obito eased the steering wheel, answering lazily.
"It hardly counts as a family dinner. It's just you and Xiaofeng and my friends. But then again, even if it were, what's wrong with you coming? I've considered you family for a long time." "Obito,"
Kakashi warned him sharply not to speak nonsense, but Obito merely smiled faintly, unfazed. They soon arrived at their destination, Yunqing Private Hospital. This institution catered exclusively to the wealthy and powerful. Though the exterior appeared unremarkable, stepping inside revealed exquisite decor and state-of-the-art facilities. Even the doctors and nurses served with effusive courtesy, nodding and bowing with excessive friendliness.
"These are Lily's, Ko's favorite. Here, take them to her."
Obito, ever thoughtful, had prepared them in advance. Kakashi cradled the bouquets securely and followed closely behind. Ko's room was on the 3rd floor, and the elevator arrived swiftly. They located it without difficulty by the room number, and before they could even knock, they heard Xiaofeng's chattering voice.
Daddy? Teacher Kakashi.
Spotting them, Xiaofeng gleefully darted forward and threw himself into Kakashi's arms. Kakashi nearly stumbled catching him.
Slow down, must you always be so reckless?
Teacher Kakashi, I missed you so much.
I missed you too. Happy birthday, Xiaofeng. This is for you.
Kakashi retrieved a gift box from his bag. Inside lay the very game console Xiaofeng had been dreaming of, perfectly suited to his age. Obito watched from the side, feeling deeply inadequate. As a father, he lacked such attentiveness, never quite grasping what his child wanted. Seeing Xiaofeng leap for joy, he knew at once that the gift had struck exactly the right note. Kakashi then approached the bedside and offered the flowers to the still fragile Ko.
Good day. It's our first meeting. I am Hokage Kakashi. You've endured so much giving birth, please take good care of yourself.
Asuma took the flowers on Ko's behalf. She smiled gently.
Good day, Mr. Hatake. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're much as I imagined, handsome, gentle, and brilliant. Quite unlike those vulgar merchants.
The two mentioned merchants exchanged glances and laughed in unison. Enough, don't disturb Ko's rest. I'll stay with her and little future. You go ahead and eat. She went on, standing nearby, greeted Kakashi.
We've met before. Do come see the baby, she's adorable.
Kakashi stepped to the crib. The child was still asleep, but even in slumber her delicate features were evident, bearing a striking resemblance to Ko. It's a girl, Chiwana said. Kakashi found it miraculous, how women so profoundly great could nurture and bring forth new life. Welcome to this world. May your days ahead bloom with joy, and may all things go smoothly for you. Kakashi bent low beside the child, speaking his blessing softly. The visit had run its course, and Chiwana began ushering everyone out. The group of men was promptly escorted away. No sooner had they stepped into the hallway when a familiar voice called out,
Teacher Kakashi. Kakashi looked up to see a face he knew well.
Sakura. What are you doing here?
I came with my master. I just finished assisting in surgery. And you? Is your health acting up again? Haruno Sakura gazed at him with deep concern.
Those words struck Obito's heart like a hammer. He was unaware of any illness Kakashi might have, but the grave expression on the girl's face told him Kakashi had been hiding far more than he let on.
I'm fine. I take my medicine on schedule.
That won't do. My master happens to be here. Let me take you to see her.
There's no need.
Kakashi attempted to refuse. He was unwilling to expose the secret he had concealed for so long. But Obito gave him no chance, cutting in immediately.
Please lead the way.
He then turned to Asuma.
I'll leave Xiaofeng in your care. I'll be right back.
Asuma nodded knowingly and led Xiaofeng away first.
I said no need.
Kakashi's tone turned sharp, yet Obito held his wrist tightly, refusing to let go. Sakura, startled by the intensity, stood awkwardly aside and whispered,
Teacher Kakashi, let's go. Unable to resist their stubbornness, Kakashi found himself brought before Dr. Tsunade, who had just finished her rounds in the resting room. Master, this is Teacher Kakashi I told you about. Could you please examine him?
Tsunade sat upon the sofa. Though fatigue lingered, her spirit was bright. The woman, nearing 50, appeared no older than 30.
Of course, for Sakura's friend. Lift your shirt, so I can take a look,
Tsunade said, approaching Kakashi. Kakashi stood frozen, reluctant to move. He wanted to flee, yet had nowhere to go. With trembling hands he slowly drew up his sweater, exposing his wounds completely. The reddened scars, untouched and unhealed for years, were shocking. The prosthetic had burst and fused with flesh and blood, tormenting him through countless sleepless nights. All present gasped collectively. Tsunade, who had witnessed countless rare ailments, was visibly shaken. And Obito, witnessing it all, felt his mind go utterly blank.
Surgery is needed as soon as possible, or the condition will worsen. That will be too late. Here's what I'll do. I'll arrange tests at our hospital. Come on time, and if your indicators are stable, you'll go straight into the operating room.
Tsunade swiftly outlined the treatment plan. Kakashi hesitated, uncertain whether to agree, but Obito answered for him.
Very well. Thank you, Dr. Tsunade. I have matters to attend to and must leave. Sakura will contact you. Tsunade gathered her things and Sakura also grabbed her bag to hurry off, bidding farewell.
Teacher Kakashi, wait for my call. After they departed, only Kakashi and Obito remained in the room. The silence between them grew increasingly chilling. Particularly unsettling was the look of heartache in Obito's eyes. He stepped closer, one slow pace at a time, his voice quivering as he asked,
"What have you done to yourself?"
The third year of secondary school had officially entered graduation season. Cherry blossoms were in full bloom, and the entire academy was steeped in a fresh botanical fragrance. It felt like the beginning of a new year, with only the graduation trip posters displayed in quiet shop windows reminding them that their academic journey was drawing to a close. Kakashi had packed sushi from the purple wisteria garden. The tuna looked exceptionally fresh today. Obito would surely appreciate it. On his way back, he kept encountering young students out to admire the cherry blossoms, their faces alight with anticipation for higher education and boundless curiosity about everything around them.
"Senior, could you help us take a photo? Please?"
A short girl in a middle school uniform called out to Kakashi.
"Sure thing."
Kakashi set down his bag and picked up the camera, aiming it at them.
"All right, everyone, make a V sign."
Those smiling faces were frozen within this small frame, becoming memories for each of them. Kakashi thought, if only he could have a photo too, one with Obito. Then even if his longing went unfulfilled, he could pull it out whenever missing him became an addiction. Before Kakashi could drift further into his thoughts, Obito's phone call came through, his voice weakly drawn out.
"Kakashi, I'm starving to death. When are you getting back?" Almost. "I'm just below the dorm building."
Kakashi broke into a jog up the stairs. These past years living on the 5th floor without an elevator had been the hardest trial. Every outing felt like a long-distance march. With his fragile constitution, by the time he stood breathless at the door bending over to find his keys, the person inside had already beaten him to it. The door swung open, Kakashi gripping the handle, and being pulled inside, stumbling unceremoniously into a pair of waiting arms.
"You all right?"
Obito steadied him, noticing his flushed face.
"I told you to stop hiding in the library all day. Can't even run a few flights of stairs without dying. You need to exercise more."
Kakashi straightened up, still feeling the warmth of Obito's touch on his arms. His face grew redder, and he lowered his head to pour himself a glass of water to catch his breath.
"Here, eat. Let's share. I got 2 portions.
Kakashi tilted his head in confusion as Obito produced a package of chestnut cakes from behind his back.
"The one at the school gate. I went and stood in line for it."
Kakashi certainly knew that shop. There was always a colossal queue. Though he longed for its taste, he despised wasting time waiting in line. He never expected Obito to go buy it for him.
"You said you were too lazy to go out, yet you went out and didn't even grab your own food. Made me bring it instead,"
Kakashi complained.
"What you bring tastes better. Come on, try this last one. I had incredible luck today."
Obito held a piece up to Kakashi's mouth. Kakashi had intended to take it with his hand, but Obito simply shoved it forward, forcing him to open his mouth and bite.
"Well?"
Obito gazed at him with eager anticipation. Kakashi chewed a few times and gave him a vigorous thumbs up.
"Delicious."
Then Obito took a bite right where Kakashi had, his face radiating bliss.
"Seriously, so good. Let's go buy more next time."
But then, as if remembering something, he muttered,
"There won't be a next time. We're graduating. Might not even be able to come back here often. It'll be fine. We'll find a way."
Kakashi reassured him.
"Yeah. What about you? You're filling out applications soon. Got any plans? Apply to the same school as me. Aren't you going to your mother's privately funded university? That kind of place isn't open to ordinary students." "I don't want to listen to her. Just say the word. Wherever you want to go, I'll go too."
Obito suddenly turned Kakashi toward him, his expression grave.
"Do you want us to stay together?"
Kakashi felt flustered under Obito's unwavering gaze. He had no resistance against him whatsoever. Their relationship had always been subtle, though in Kakashi's heart he wanted far more than what they currently had. Kakashi pulled his hand away, and continued eating the chestnut cake in silence. Each bite crumbled, scattering across the table, mirroring the chaotic mess of his own heart.
Obito, don't joke about our futures. You know I can never leave this small city. I have a younger brother to look after, and a so-called family tying me down. But you're different, you're Uchiha Obito. You could have anything in the world. I'm just a brief interlude in your life.
Obito didn't let him finish. In one swift motion, he cupped Kakashi's face, and kissed him without hesitation. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, as he felt Obito's breath against his, too stunned to push him away. The moment their lips met, both of them tensed, completely, utterly lost about what to do next. Obito pulled away quickly, bowing his head shyly. He didn't even know why he'd suddenly lost control. His mind had been consumed by nothing but the urge to kiss him.
Why did you do that?
Kakashi asked.
Because I wanted to. Besides, I hate hearing you spout all those big philosophies. Things are simple enough. You just complicate them, which is why you live such an exhausting life.
Honestly, Obito didn't fully understand himself either. They were both boys' classmates and friends who'd known each other for years. Yet here he was doing something like this. Even more terrifying was that this wasn't his first time harboring such thoughts. Ever since they started sharing the bath together through the steaming fog, he'd always been catching glimpses of Kakashi's body, his skin far paler and finer than most boys', his frame lean and slight. Obito felt like a pervert for even entertaining the fantasy of leaving his marks upon him. In their downtime, Kakashi would lie on the bed reading, turning sideways, so the thin blanket slipped to his waist, exposing the elegant lines of his slender figure, simply irresistible. Call his name, and he'd glance up dazedly, those clear eyes blinking like a startled fawn. Obito exhaled heavily. He couldn't let his mind wander further. Grabbing his jacket, he headed for the door.
I remember I've got a match this afternoon. Gotta go.
He just needed to escape the space they shared alone. Otherwise, he feared he'd lose himself entirely, and do things he couldn't take back. Kakashi watched him leave his mind in complete disarray. He told himself Obito was just playing around, that he'd never know this kiss had played out in Kakashi's dreams countless times. After finishing his food, Kakashi rose to clear the table. His eyes drifted casually to the wristband beside Obito's bed, the one he wore during matches. Obito's wrist had been injured before, making it far more fragile than average. Kakashi thought for a moment, then picked up the wristband and ran after him. The court was about a 5-minute walk from the dormitory. When Kakashi arrived, the venue was completely empty. He asked the attendant at the entrance, who waved his hand and said,
"There's no game today, and the floor is under maintenance. It's not open to the public." "Okay, thank you."
Kakashi left and wandered aimlessly around the campus, pondering why Obito had lied to him, and wondering where he had actually gone. As he walked and thought, he slipped his hand into his coat pocket, felt the cold phone case, and remembered he could call. Just as Kakashi was about to light up the screen, he heard voices not far away. Looking up, he saw the pavilion behind the teaching building where students usually took their lunch breaks. As the voices drew closer, he immediately recognized Obito. So this was where he was. Kakashi put away his phone to go find him, but his steps halted as the sound became clearer.
"Hey, why did you reject that girl who confessed to you? Are you gay?"
It was their classmate Lingmu.
"No way, I like girls. I'm into goddesses like Changzayame." "Changzayame? What are you thinking? Alright, enough about that. No classes this afternoon. Let's go play billiards. I don't want to go back yet." "Okay, let's go."
The footsteps grew closer. Kakashi stood on their path, then quickly hid behind a tree. Fortunately, he wasn't spotted. But he didn't know why he had to hide. It was just an ordinary conversation, just hearing him say he didn't like boys. Yet still his heart ached unbearably. After a long while, Kakashi stepped out from behind the tree, watching Obito's retreating figure. In the days that followed, they tacitly never mentioned what had happened that day, getting along just as before. Obito was still forgetful and needed Kakashi's care, reminding him to bring his water bottle in the morning, and to take his towel when heading to the bathroom at night. Obito had grown accustomed to relying on Kakashi.
Finally, the national exam is here. Let me take you home today,
Obito said, watching Kakashi, who was squatting on the ground packing his luggage. There was a week off before the national exam meant for staying home to rest and review. The exam venues were also reassigned according to the admission tickets. Obito's luggage had already been picked up by someone else. He was now idly watching an NBA game on his phone, occasionally chatting with Kakashi.
No need, I can go back by myself.
After that day, Kakashi's attitude toward him had changed significantly. Even Obito, as slow as he was, could sense it. But he thought Kakashi was just angry about the unauthorized kiss, so he didn't dwell on it. He couldn't explain it to himself, let alone articulate the meaning behind it. Obito knew Kakashi was a very sensitive person. Having witnessed his suicide attempt, he was more determined not to provoke him again. He feared that his own extreme actions might hurt Kakashi.
My driver is already downstairs. It's on the way, and it's not easy for you to drag a suitcase. Let's just...
Obito put down his phone, paused for a moment, and continued.
Let's spend a little more time together before we go off to different universities, okay?
He spoke so gently that Kakashi couldn't refuse, and he nodded involuntarily.
Okay, but drop me off at the intersection. I'm afraid my family might see me. They don't like me making friends. I know. It's okay, Kakashi. Soon you'll escape from that home. You'll get into a good school, work part-time to support yourself, and live independently. I'll come back to see you from time to time. After all, we're both in Japan, just a few hours apart. Then you can focus on reading and writing and become a great author. I'll inherit the Uchiha family business and hire you as my copywriter. How about that?
Kakashi laughed at the future he envisioned, continuing to fold clothes as he replied.
Your family business is so huge, do you really need a copywriter? Plenty of people are dying to get in. I don't care about them. You can get in because I'll wait for you. I'll always wait.
The young man's promise came easily. Kakashi's hand froze in midair, and the ice in his heart slowly melted into a warm current flowing through his entire body. On the way back, Obito suddenly held something behind his back teasingly.
Kakashi, I have something for you. What?
Kakashi asked curiously.
Close your eyes first.
Kakashi obediently did so, hearing a rustling sound.
Open them.
Kakashi saw a blue-covered book in his hands, beautifully bound, but without a title or publication information, only small letters in the bottom right corner up. Kakashi gently traced the letters with his finger. Obito said excitedly,
I printed this book for you. It's the only one in the world. Obviously, KK is you. It belongs to us. Inside are all the random notes you've written. I've collected them all. There are also some spur-of-the-moment masterpieces by me. But you better not read my ramblings. You can read them if you have insomnia, guaranteed to put you to sleep in seconds.
Kakashi burst out laughing, hugging the book to his chest.
Thank you, Obito. I'll treasure it. Of course, but the gift isn't free. When you become famous, you have to give me your work too. Deal?
The sunset that day was especially beautiful, spilling blood red across the earth, stretching their shadows long and far. Kakashi walked ahead, while Obito waved behind him, until they could no longer see each other. When Kakashi reached his front door, before he could take out his keys, he heard arguing inside, accompanied by Xiao Yan's crying. Kakashi immediately opened the door. The scene before him would be unforgettable for life. He rushed forward, embracing Xiao Yan, who was sprawled on the ground, barely breathing. He took off his coat to wrap around the boy's cold, trembling body.
Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. No one will bully you anymore.
Hearing the familiar voice, 2 tears rolled down Xiao Yan's cheeks. Kakashi pulled a utility knife from his backpack and pointed it at the man before him, his eyes blazing with fury.
Take one more step and I'll kill you.
The man swayed drunkenly and sneered.
Kill me. Go ahead if you've got the guts. Stab me right here. Come on. You know very well all the disgusting things you've done. Yeah, I did them. So what? You know, I spent money to feed and clothe you two, sending you to school. You owe me. I never touched you because he begged me. He took your place. What a noble brotherly bond.
The man's face twisted into a demonic laugh, as if he were a fiend from hell. Every word cut through Kakashi's flesh like a blade. He had never known that his brief freedom was bought by Xiao Yan's sacrifice.
I have a card game today, so I'll let you off. I'll deal with you when I get back.
The man lit a cigarette, took all the remaining money from Kakashi's wallet, and left. At the police station, Kakashi kept holding Xiao Yan's hand without letting go. The female officer considerately brought them 2 cups of hot water to warm their hands, and Kakashi politely replied,
"Thank you."
The officer sitting across from them, who had been listening to the recording on his phone, sighed silently several times. After the recording ended, he looked at Kakashi with sympathy and asked,
"He's your stepfather?" "Yes, but we have no emotional bond with him. He's addicted to gambling and drinking, and spends his days idling away." "And your mother?"
Kakashi interrupted him.
"I'm an adult, just turned 18. I can take full responsibility for the evidence I provided."
The officer hadn't expected such a young-looking child to possess such determination. He pondered for a moment and said,
"Even so, we still need to gather evidence from multiple sources. But we will first detain the suspect. You two should go home for tonight."
Xiao Yan trembled in Kakashi's arms, speaking incoherently. The female officer took pity on them, and took the initiative to ask her superiors for permission to escort them home in a police car.
"I don't want to go back, bro. I don't want to go back."
Xiao Yan clung to Kakashi, wary of anyone who tried to approach. Left with no choice, they had to settle for a hotel for the night. After settling, Xiao Yan and Kakashi sat at the head of the bed, gently brushing away the messy strands of hair from his forehead. Guilt and heartache lingered in his heart.
"Get some sleep. I won't leave. I'll stay with you forever."
Xiao Yan lay on his side, his eyes still open. He held Kakashi's hand against his cheek and whispered,
"Bro, will he really be arrested? What if he gets out again? What if he finds us after he's out?"
Kakashi suppressed his pain and forced a smile to comfort him.
"No, he won't. I'll take you to a place he can never find. I'll never let anyone hurt you again. All right, go to sleep now."
Exhausted from the day's ordeal, Xiao Yan soon fell asleep. Kakashi took out the books from his bag and began to review. At that moment, loneliness spread infinitely. He had no one to confide in, no one to help him. He swallowed all the bitterness down his throat. Yet he always remembered the beautiful future Daito had painted for him. He wanted to be with Daito, so he couldn't lose, couldn't give up easily. The next day, they were awakened by a violent knocking on the door. Kakashi struggled out of bed and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, a slap landed on his face, burning with pain.
"You two are something. Sending your father to prison."
Guise with disheveled hair grabbed Kakashi by the collar and pinned him against the wall. Not wanting to wake Xian, Kakashi pulled Guise outside.
"He's not our father. He's a beast,"
Kakashi said without backing down.
"Even if he is, he raised you for all these years. How can you be so heartless?"
At that moment, Kakashi was utterly disillusioned. He realized he could no longer have any hope for his family. Guise had known everything all along. She was an accomplice, not a savior.
"From now on, I'll take care of Xiao Yan. I won't use a single cent from you. Consider this relationship severed."
He forced himself to finish those words. There was a time when he had wished Guise would treat him like a mother. Even without blood ties, he would have called her Mom, just for the gentleness she had shown at the very beginning. So was it all a lie? Kakashi watched her lose all composure, screaming the most venomous words, and finally sitting on the ground crying, as if she were the most aggrieved person in the world. Kakashi remained unmoved by the spectacle, finally turning and walking back into the room. He had no way back. His only chance was the national exam. Only by achieving outstanding results could he take Xiao Yan far away from them. He knew it would be extremely difficult, but if it were Daito, he would unconditionally stand by his side. Thinking of a future with him, Kakashi felt a sense of peace, and continued to bury himself in his studies. On the day of the national exam, Kakashi settled Xiao Yan in the hotel, grabbed his bag, and headed to the exam hall. He had kept his phone turned off for the past few days, to avoid Huizi's calls. He hadn't contacted anyone. In truth, Daito was his only friend. He thought he would see him at the exam. He longed to see Daito, to have him hold him, to hear him say,
"I'm here. Don't be afraid."
He was about to break. After verifying his documents, Kakashi followed the numbers to find his classroom, Class 3 Grade 2, on the 4th floor. He double-checked as he walked, making sure he didn't make a mistake and miss the exam. Finally, he found the room, with 15 minutes to spare. He sat down at the seat labeled with his photo, and turned to look behind him. That was Daito's seat. In the ID photo, Daito grinned widely, carefree and warm, instantly warming Kakashi's heart. Time ticked by. The invigilator walked in with a stack of exam papers, reminding everyone to put away unrelated items. Kakashi glanced at his watch. 5 minutes until the exam started. No one else would be allowed in. So Daito wasn't coming. Kakashi anxiously looked out the window, hoping desperately that Daito would appear at the door, apologizing with some lame excuse, like helping an old lady cross the street, just like every time he was late. The bell rang. The papers were passed from front to back. Only then did Kakashi realize he would never wait for him. He handed the paper to the empty desk behind him. The smile he had hoped for was gone, and it would never come again. How could I like a man? I like girls. Kakashi remembered those words for a long, long time. Ever since Daito left without a word, he kept hearing them in his dreams over and over again. Until finally he made a decision. Lying on the operating table, the doctor asked him,
"Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Let's begin."
Consumed by longing, he wanted to change his gender, stubbornly believing that would keep Daito from leaving him. But the operation failed. That shoddy clinic lacked proper credentials. The inferior implants in his chest ruptured, fusing with his flesh and blood, leaving a ghastly mark that forever reminded Kakashi of the monster he had tried to become for someone. And now that person stood before him, asking,
"What exactly did you do to your body?"
Kakashi pulled down his clothes, but Obito grabbed his hand to stop him.
"Let go."
Kakashi struggled with a dark expression, yet Obito insisted on seeing the truth, on uncovering the wounds buried deep within his heart all these years.
"Obito Uchiha."
Kakashi called him by his full name, trying to bring him back to reason, but in the next second, he fell silent. Obito's eyes were full of heartache, his callous fingers gently tracing the scars, his movements so tender that it seemed the slightest pressure would cause more pain.
"Is it because of me?"
His voice choked, and tears fell as soon as the words left his mouth. Kakashi freed himself from his grasp, turning his back to him, unable to face him like this. He thought he had already let go, but Obito's tears shattered all his pretenses. In truth, the obsession had never left him. No matter when they met again, he would still be moved by the fact that this man was Obito Uchiha.
"It doesn't matter anymore, Obito." "Why doesn't it matter?"
Obito embraced him tightly from behind.
"No matter what excuse you make up now, I won't believe it. I will take you for treatment, help heal your wounds. From now on, I'm in charge of you."
He left no room for refusal, forcibly taking control of his life, as if to make up for all the lost years. In their youth, they didn't understand that love is constant regret. Regret for his suffering and remorse for the endless nights he endured alone during the time they were apart.
"Stay at my place for now. I have an apartment nearby that's vacant. I'll take care of your daily needs. You can continue working as usual, but I'll accompany you to the hospital for checkups. If domestic treatment doesn't work, I can contact doctors in the U.S. "Obito, stop. No, let me speak. Kakashi, please, can you stop pushing me away? Even if you won't accept me now, I still want a place in your world, even if it's just as a close friend like before. Is that okay?"
He pleaded so humbly, knowing Kakashi's weakness. No matter how much time had passed, his heart had never hardened. Kakashi let out a silent sigh, gently placing his hand over Obito's, which rested on his waist.
"All right, I agree. Just let go first."
Obito obediently released his hands.
"After Xiaofeng's birthday party today, let me take you to see the apartment."
Kakashi smiled faintly.
"In such a hurry? Aren't you busy with work?" "Nothing is more important than you,"
he said, gently opening the door.
"Come on, let's go celebrate the birthday."
Kakashi walked beside Obito, and that long-lost sense of familiarity returned to them. Obito deliberately leaned closed shoulders brushing and asked casually,
"Are the new colleagues easy to get along with?" "Pretty good, they're all reliable." "Did Shursui succeed in confessing to Itachi?" "I never noticed." "Sort of. But Itachi has a lot to consider. After all, it's hard for two men to be together,"
Kakashi said, and then thought of their own current situation. Obito asked,
"What about you? Do you think the same way?" "What I think doesn't matter. I just want to work hard and live a plain life now. As for anything else, I really don't have the energy." "I know. I understand and respect that. Do you want to hear my thoughts?" "Not really,"
Kakashi said coldly. But Obito ignored him and went on.
"I'm pursuing you, Mr. Kakashi Hitaki. So don't let your guard down. That would give me an opportunity." "Whatever you say,"
Kakashi replied helplessly. Soon they arrived at the pre-booked hotel private room. Asuma and Xiaofeng were deeply engrossed in a video game, not even looking up when they entered.
"Uncle Asuma, hurry up, kill it, or I'll be done for." "All right, hold on a little longer, I'm coming."
Obito and Kakashi exchanged a smile, finding the scene quite amusing. Asuma, his head down, frantically pressed the keyboard and still managed to say to Obito,
"I want a son next time, so we can play together. My daughter, I'll raise her like a princess."
Obito casually pulled out a chair for Kakashi, who hesitated for a moment before sitting down. Fortunately, no one noticed these small gestures between them. Obito replied to Asuma,
"No need for another child. Take Xiaofeng home for a few days, and I guarantee you won't mention having a son again." "Dad,"
Xiaofeng said with a pitiful look,
"are you abandoning me?" "Of course not." "All right, you two finish up. The cake is here. Let's sing and blow out the candles first."
The waiter wheeled in the pre-ordered cake on a cart with 8 colorful candles stuck in it. Xiaofeng put down the game console and ran over, his little face flushed from the warm air of the air conditioner. Kakashi helped him put on the birthday hat. After singing the birthday song, Xiaofeng clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and made a wish over the candles. With a puff, he blew out all the candles, but couldn't contain his excitement and immediately blurted out,
"I wish that teacher Kakashi can come play with me often."
Obito hurriedly tried to cover his mouth.
"Saying it out loud makes it not come true. I'll pretend I didn't hear that." "Huh? Dad, did you have the same wish?"
The child's innocent question caught Obito off guard. Asuma, even if slow on the uptake, began to sense something. He knew about Obito, but this was the first time he had seen the man before him.
"Teacher Kakashi, I heard you're the screenwriter for this film. Must be tough working with Obito, right?"
Asuma suddenly turned to Kakashi.
"It's okay,"
Kakashi replied, his peripheral vision catching the glass that had been empty moments ago now filled with orange juice, poured by Obito.
"Am I that scary?"
Obito interjected. Asuma laughed.
"You know yourself, don't you? You're a living demon king."
The nickname made Kakashi smile. He hadn't had such a relaxed conversation with anyone in a long time. No need to be cautious, no need to hide anything. Obito was mesmerized by his smile, unable to look away. When he smiled, it was like a spring breeze, making his heart flutter. His gaze wandered to Kakashi's straight nose, then lingered on his rosy lips, soft and inviting. He longed to kiss him. Kakashi turned to meet his gaze. Obito hastily looked down, afraid his bold thoughts would be discovered.
"I don't think so,"
Kakashi said. Obito felt a surge of joy, but then Kakashi continued.
"You're more like a soul reaper. Every time I see Shikamaru, he looks exhausted. Are you overworking him?" "To each according to their ability. He's excellent, so we should leverage his strengths."
Obito was not upset by the nickname Kakashi gave him. Instead, he was delighted that they could open their hearts to each other again. After the meal, Yukinai took Xiaofeng home first. Obito insisted on escorting Kakashi, and Kakashi had no choice but to agree.
"Drop me off at the intersection ahead,"
Kakashi said.
"It wouldn't look good if someone saw us together."
Obito chuckled.
"What's wrong with that? Are we having a secret affair?"
Kakashi couldn't argue with him, so he simply turned away and stared out the window. While waiting for the traffic light, Obito's gaze involuntarily fixed on Kakashi's profile, his fair skin, slender, and elegant neck. Fascinated, his hand instinctively reached out to caress Kakashi's face. Kakashi jerked back in alarm, glaring at Obito.
"What are you doing?"
Obito glanced at his hand, still tingling from Kakashi's warmth, and replied unabashedly,
"There was something dirty on your face. I wiped it off for you."
Kakashi knew he was lying, but he could never outtalk Obito. Yet the more he indulged him, the bolder Obito became, his little gestures growing more frequent.
"Stop here. I'll go to the convenience store and buy something for breakfast tomorrow."
Kakashi pointed at the intersection ahead, but Obito didn't slow down. He kept driving straight. Kakashi realized they had deviated from the route and grew anxious.
"Where are you taking me?" "My place,"
Obito replied bluntly.
"I don't want to go to your place. Let me out. Tonight I have to discuss the script with Haku." "Then let him wait." "Uchiha, Obito, stop messing around." "Who's messing around?"
Obito was clearly irritated and accelerated.
"I told you to take care of yourself, but you want to eat convenience store frozen food and stay up late discussing scripts with others." "But that's my normal life."
Kakashi felt Obito was being utterly unreasonable. Obito, however, ignored his protests and retorted firmly.
"That won't happen anymore. From now on your life will include me."
The car pulled up to the apartment Obito had mentioned. Though called an apartment, it was actually a small detached house, slightly smaller than a villa, far from the bustling city center, exceptionally quiet. Obito opened the car door. When Kakashi refused to get out, Obito simply took his hand and firmly pulled him out, careful not to hurt him, his grip perfectly controlled.
"I'll walk by myself."
Kakashi tried to pull his hand free, but couldn't manage it. Opening the door, changing shoes, pushing him onto the sofa to rest, all in one fluid motion. Seeing Kakashi had calmed down, Obito went to the kitchen and poured a glass of warm water, handing it to him.
"The guest rooms upstairs are all made up. There's pajamas in the room. You can wear them for now. I'll have someone bring suitable clothes for you tomorrow. The bathroom has brand new toiletries. Feel free to use them."
Soon the doorbell rang. Obito pressed the remote control to open the gate. A man in black stood at the entrance and respectfully greeted Obito.
"All prepared by Chef Matsushima, nutritionally balanced. You can just heat them up for breakfast tomorrow morning. The dishes will be collected later." "Good, thank you for your hard work. Drive safe on your way back."
After the man left, Obito opened the redwood box. Inside were thermally insulated containers filled with delicious-looking food, which he placed in the refrigerator.
"Chef Matsushima is a renowned chef. I didn't know what you like, so I had him prepare a variety. You can choose in the morning. Now go take a shower."
Obito was exceptionally efficient. Over the years, he had to manage the Uchiha family business while handling various multinational transactions. He always acted with swift decisiveness. Seeing Kakashi still frozen in place, he walked over, patted his head, and softened his tone.
"What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No,"
Kakashi replied, his heart swirling with mixed emotions. He didn't know how to respond to Obito's feelings.
"You don't have to be so good to me. I told you I'm pursuing you. Haven't you realized that yet?"
Obito leaned in closer. Kakashi found himself trapped between the sofa and Obito's body with nowhere to retreat. Obito's fingers gently traced Kakashi's lips over and over again, unable to suppress the longing within.
"May I kiss you?"
Obito asked in a husky voice. Kakashi's heart pounded wildly. He turned his face away to avoid Obito's lust-laden eyes and whispered in resistance.
"No, not allowed."
Obito tilted his face back and made him meet his gaze.
"Why not? Just once. Consider it a reward for me, okay? After all I've done for you."
Obito's breathing grew heavier.
"I'm not ready. And I haven't agreed to be with you yet, Obito." "Ah."
Before he could finish, Obito embraced him tightly, his hand slipping under his shirt, greedily roaming over his smooth back.
"If you won't let me kiss, then let me touch you for a while. Don't move. I'll just stroke your back. If you struggle again, don't blame me for losing control and going mad."
Obito whispered the threat into Kakashi's ear. The breath he exhaled was scorching hot, for he had been holding back far too long. Kakashi bit his lip, feeling an unfamiliar thrill. Especially when Obito's fingertips, calloused with thin pads of skin traced over him, his body involuntarily grew hot and weak.
Enough.
Kakashi pushed him away, flushed, and ran into the bathroom. He locked the door, and slumped onto the cold floor, his reaction exceeding what he could handle. How had it come to this? Uchiha Obito was gradually breaking down his defenses, exploiting his soft heart. One day, he would be unable to hold the line.
Kakashi!
Obito called from outside the door.
I'm sorry I lost control. Don't be mad at me. I'm not mad.
Kakashi took a deep breath to steady himself.
I'll take a shower now. Go do whatever you need. Okay, I've left your clothes and towel by the door. You have strong feelings for me, don't you, Kakashi? The body doesn't lie. You wanted me just now, too.
He looked utterly confident.
I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Fine. One day I'll make you admit it.
Obito's footsteps faded away, and Kakashi finally calmed down. He undressed, and turned on the shower to wash away the sweat. But as soon as he closed his eyes, the sensation of water gliding over his skin felt like Obito's touch. It was terrifying. He quickly dried himself, and reached for clean clothes. The pajamas were Obito's, and even the underwear. Kakashi stared at them for a long time, unwilling to wear them, but his own were soaked from the wet floor and unwearable. He had no choice but to call Obito over. Obito thought he had fallen and asked worriedly,
What happened?
Kakashi stammered.
Don't you have any new underwear? No.
Obito chuckled.
I won't wear yours. Then don't wear any. I don't mind anyway. Uchiha Obito. You did that on purpose.
Kakashi's fingers gripped the door handle, knuckles white. Obito leaned against the wall outside the door, and shamelessly replied,
Yeah, I did it on purpose.
Later, Kakashi could not outlast Obito's insistence, and reluctantly put them on. Obito's size was a bit larger than his own, making the clothes loose and baggy. The pajama sleeves and pant legs were too long, so he had to roll them up. Obito saw Kakashi emerge from the bathroom, crossed his arms, and observed him deliberately shifting his gaze downward before teasing.
Do they fit?
Kakashi rolled his eyes at him, and continued silently scrolling through his phone. His feet were bare. Suddenly Obito lifted Kakashi's foot onto his own lap, startling Kakashi into a gasp.
What are you doing?
He asked anxiously. Obito produced a pair of socks, and personally put them on for him. The feet are a sensitive and private area not easily touched by others. Kakashi tried to pull away, but could not withstand Obito's brute force, so he had to let him help him put them on. Kakashi endured until Obito let go, but instead Obito's fingers slowly crept up along the loose pajama pants. Kakashi shuddered all over and whispered in resistance.
Don't!
Obito gritted his teeth and calmed down, then stopped teasing him. Clearing his throat, he said,
Even though there's underfloor heating, you still need to dress properly. If you keep mistreating your body, I won't let it slide so easily.
Kakashi curled up on the edge of the sofa, and glared at Obito, saying irritably,
If you keep your hands to yourself, I won't be polite either. Please show some restraint.
Obito looked as if he had heard a very funny joke. He leaned in, staring at Kakashi, and said word by word,
Then how far are you willing to let me go?
Holding hands, hugging, or kissing?
None of them.
Kakashi's heart raced, and he pulled away from Obito, his words stumbling.
Just not. Then tell me, did you want to change your gender for me? Because I said I liked women, right?
This question had been buried deep in his heart for too long. Being unearthed again felt like a public trial of Kakashi's absurd behavior, but he had no strength to refute. Silence was acknowledgement. Obito knew it well, and was even more unwilling to let him go. He continued,
Then let me tell you now, I don't care about man or woman. I only like you, I want you. Kakashi, do you hear me clearly? You're not even divorced yet, you know. Obito, things between us aren't that simple. Even if you can accept me, what about your mother? And Xiaofeng? Have you thought about her? I can handle all of this. Give me some time. Then let's talk after you've dealt with it.
Kakashi walked around him, and went straight to the dining table, sitting down to continue replying to messages.
All right, then it's settled,
Obito said. Obito produced a book and a new laptop from behind him, and placed them in front of Kakashi.
The laptop is a gift for you. You can use it for writing. This book is the work to be adapted for the upcoming film, Master Uchiha's Devourer. Have you read it?
Kakashi picked up the book. The cover depicted a barren wilderness, with a solitary house in the distance, creating a profound atmosphere.
I've read it once, but this edition.
Obito turned to the first page for him, where the author's autograph was inscribed.
This is the first sample Master Uchiha received with his handwritten thoughts and revision directions.
Obito turned further into the book, and indeed the pages were densely filled with the author's second thoughts, clearly the result of careful deliberation.
How did you get this manuscript?
It was too precious. Compared to reading the commercially available finished product, delving into the author's inner struggles through this draft allowed a much deeper understanding of the work.
Don't ask how I got it, there's always a way. But this person isn't easy to deal with. If you really want to understand him, you should be cautious.
It had to be admitted that Obito was truly outstanding at work, always thinking things through thoroughly. Kakashi had no ability to engage in intrigue, he was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. If he were thrown into this circle without Obito's help, he wouldn't even know how he died. Kakashi hugged the book and began reading, while Obito took out his work laptop and sat beside him.
I made you a hot matcha latte. Thanks.
Kakashi easily got lost in the book, not even lifting his head. Obito occasionally glanced at him while working. Both were busy with their own tasks, like a long-established couple. This was the life Obito had always longed for. The clock struck 10. Obito promptly took the book from Kakashi's hands. Kakashi was in the middle of an exciting part and protested, reaching for it.
Give it back.
Obito tapped his watch and said mercilessly,
No, go to bed. It's only 10. It's already 10. You can't stay up late. Do you want to go upstairs yourself, or should I carry you?
Kakashi dared not argue, knowing that Obito's words were law, so he could only trudge upstairs.
Which room do I sleep in? Here. But this is the master bedroom, isn't it? Your room. I don't want to. Don't be scared. You sleep in my room. My bed and the blackout curtains are better for sleep. I'll sleep in the guest room. But if you don't mind, I could also.
Before he finished, Kakashi had already closed the door, tossing a perfunctory "good night" at the stunned Obito. Obito watched his fleeing figure and found it utterly amusing. Living with this person made him smile more and more. The next day, Obito set out all the breakfast on the table. Since he had an impromptu meeting and didn't want to wake Kakashi too early, he simply left a note on the table and left. Kakashi actually slept dreamlessly until dawn. Stretching his limbs, he walked downstairs. Seeing Obito's note, he couldn't help but smile.
I've tasted every dish for you, no poison. Eat with confidence. Eat more and I'll weigh you when I get back.
Kakashi picked up his chopsticks and tried the mackerel beside him. It was indeed delicious. Moreover, after a night without staying up late, his body felt refreshed, and he ate with greater appetite. After clearing half the plates, he was full. Obito's call came in.
Are you up? Just finished eating. There's an ordinary BMW in the garage for you to drive. I know you don't like anything too flashy. Don't rush to refuse me, it's a loan. It'll make getting around easier since you want to do your work well right.
It was clear that someone was reporting to Obito on the other end. He must have been in a meeting, snatching a moment to care about these trivial matters for Kakashi. Kakashi couldn't help but be moved. Gripping the phone, he replied,
Okay, I'll drive carefully. Go ahead. It's a bit cold outside. Dress warmly and wear your scarf. Got it.
Kakashi had never thought Obito could be so naggy. Just as he was about to hang up, he called out,
Obito! I'm here. What is it?
Kakashi hesitated, then finally said,
I'll be home tonight waiting for you to get off work.
After a week of relentless rain, the sky finally cleared. Kakashi pulled back the curtains and dust motes instantly drifted into the air, dancing like little spirits in the sunlight. Kakashi raised a hand to shield his eyes. It had been so long since he had seen such fine weather that it felt somewhat unfamiliar. His appointment for the day was to meet with Mr. Harabuki Kiyoshi. Itachi had given him the address in advance, and he had also reached out privately to the author's editor, Mr. Yuzuki. However, he had gathered little useful information, only that the writer kept irregular hours, though he always slept early and rose early on Wednesdays, as a television drama adapted from his work aired during the day, and he wished to watch it frame by frame. What a peculiar man! So Kakashi had arranged to meet with Mr. Yuzuki today. Before leaving, Kakashi put on the clothes Itachi had bought for him. They fit surprisingly well. He also tidied his hair, something he had rarely cared for before. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt his spirits were in decent shape, and only then did he step out with satisfaction. Kakashi found Itachi's car handled rather smoothly. The interior was perfumed with a familiar elegant sandalwood scent, the same fragrance Itachi wore. It felt as though Itachi were always with him, impossible to shake off, and Kakashi found himself inadvertently smiling. Following the navigation, he drove for nearly half an hour before finding teacher Harabuki's residence. Rather than merely remote, it was utterly cut off from the world. Kakashi considered himself well adapted to solitude, yet this author actually dwelled in a seaside villa with hardly any neighbors nearby. He had nearly convinced himself he had come to the wrong place, but after checking Itachi's text message once more on his phone, he confirmed it was correct. Kakashi raised his hand and pressed the doorbell several times, but there was no response. After waiting a moment, just as he was about to press again, a face suddenly appeared on the video intercom, startling Kakashi greatly.
"Who is it?"
His voice was somewhat hoarse.
"Good day, Mr. Harabuki. I am Hatake Kakashi, and we have an appointment today. Come in."
The lock clicked open automatically, and the face on the screen vanished. Kakashi cautiously followed the path from the entrance to the hall. Inside, the dark aesthetic persisted. Everything was tightly shut, and even the curtains sealed out every view of the outside world. And there, perched on the sofa, like a ghost in cotton linen sleepwear, with a sallow complexion, was Harabuki Kiyoshi, the man Kakashi had come to meet.
"Make yourself comfortable, Mr. Hatake. Just call me Kakashi. Kakashi."
He savored the name, then smiled.
"A fine name. Is it a pen name or your real one? I heard you are also a writer." "It is my real name. I would hardly call myself a writer, barely more than an online novelist,"
Kakashi replied modestly.
"That is where you are mistaken, Kakashi. Those who wield words are not divided by status or pedigree. If you define yourself so dismissively, you do a great disservice to all the works you have devoutly crafted in the depths of every sleepless night."
He swirled the wineglass in his hand, half full of red wine.
"Care for a drink?" "No, thank you. Mr. Harabuki, you already know why I am here. Shall we cut to the chase?"
Harabuki Kiyoshi's appearance was likely a mystery to many. Some did not even know his gender. Yet the man sitting before Kakashi was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome one, his physique as robust as Itachi's, though his features leaned toward the delicate.
"Very well. Tell me your impressions of my work first,"
Harabuki Kiyoshi said leisurely, his gaze sharp and alert, as if intent on piercing through outward appearances to read a person's heart. Kakashi was indeed momentarily struck by his formidable aura, but he quickly composed himself and addressed Harabuki Kiyoshi.
"Sir, devouring appears to be drawn from your own life experiences, does it not? The protagonist Chuching is you. He grew up in the countryside with his grandparents, far from the clamor of the city. One day a city child named Songin came to the village, and the two of you quickly became close friends. However, you were drawn into a murder case. Songin was terrified, plagued by nightmares, that the killer had found you and would silence you all. So you wanted her to forget and return to her former happiness. You tried many solutions, but only by catching the killer could everything be resolved. Enough."
Harabuki Kiyoshi barked sharply. The wineglass slipped from his hand and shattered into fragments, his expression darkening further than before.
"So that is what you took away from it. On what basis do you presume I am Shuching? Because our names both contain the character for clear.
He laughed disdainfully. Kakashi did not flinch. He spoke with conviction.
Because on the final page you wrote the character for yearning. The story had reached its conclusion, yet why leave behind something unsaid?
An extended silence fell. Harabuki Kiyoshi simply gazed at the wine spreading across the floor, so much like the blood he had witnessed that year. Though it had not sprayed clothes, it felt as though it had splattered across his face, impossible to wash away. He stilled himself, leaning back against the sofa, and said,
Kakashi, you are truly a peculiar person. Your talent for spinning tales is considerable, but you impose your own subjectivity too heavily. Reality is not so extravagant as fiction. The girl died, and the boy simply lives within a dream.
Hearing this ending, Kakashi was more stunned than he had been upon finishing the entire novel. Particularly, when Harabuki, in a voice suffused with despair, gazed out at the boundless sea and said,
She is there forever preserved at the age of 20, beautiful beyond measure.
Kakashi followed his gaze, and could not stop trembling. So that was why he had chosen to live here, to guard her forever.
But Kakashi, perhaps to you, this appears as a love story. In truth, it was merely an unrequited one-sided affection. Yet people love tales of mutual salvation, which is why the ending portrays Shuching pulling back in time, restoring Sungin sanity, with the two living happily ever after.
Beneath his shock, Kakashi felt a deeper sense of sorrow. He also took a wineglass from the table, and poured himself a drink to warm himself.
Mr. Harabuki, I understand. What guidance do you have for us as screenwriters? Or is there anything else you wish to add?
Harabuki waved his hand, and replied wearily,
I do not suffer others to alter my original vision carelessly. Many of my works have been adapted into films and television, but you are the first screenwriter I have encountered who genuinely understands my words, Kakashi. You are excellent. Perhaps you should have remained a writer. Perhaps. There are many paths in this world, and I will find the one that suits me best. And what of the person? Have you found someone who suits you?
Harabuki Kiyoshi suddenly changed the subject.
I suppose so.
Kakashi replied, unable to explain why he offered such an uncertain answer to a stranger. After leaving Uenmu's home, Kakashi took the opportunity to sit by the seaside for a while. It was already near dusk, and the winter sea breeze chilled to the bone, so few people lingered outside. Kakashi stepped on the footprints left by someone unknown on the beach, walking forward step by step, while in his mind he always saw Uenmu sitting alone here, quietly gazing at the deep ocean. His loneliness, his pride, all stemmed from the fact that his heart harbored an unattainable person. Kakashi glanced at his watch. It was very late, he should go home. On the way back to the parking lot, a little girl tugged at the hem of his coat. She wore a white coat tied a simple ponytail, and her face was chapped red from the wind. She asked timidly,
Brother, would you like to buy a wind chime?
Kakashi saw the basket she was carrying filled with colorful wind chimes, so he pointed to the blue dolphin-shaped one and said,
I'll take this one. Okay.
The girl broke into a smile, wrapped it up with old newspaper. Kakashi gave her the money, then gently patted her head and said,
It's too cold, go back quickly. My home is just ahead. Goodbye, brother.
The little girl disappeared in a flash. Kakashi, holding the item, also returned to the car. Just then Mr. Matsushima's assistant sent a message. Mr. Kakashi, please choose the dishes for tonight, and we will arrange them as soon as possible. Kakashi browsed through it, and casually picked a few that sounded upscale. In fact, the entire menu had names that were confusing and pretentious, and all the ingredients were high-end. He found it a headache. After replying to the message, Kakashi drove straight to his temporary residence. The car finally returned to the bustling downtown area, giving him a feeling of coming back to life. After parking the car in the garage, he saw the lights on inside. Kakashi took out the spare key and opened the door, finding Obito already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. He pointed at his watch and said,
It's almost 7 o'clock. Didn't you say you were waiting for me to get off work?
Kakashi replied while changing into slippers.
But I remember Shikamaru said you usually get off work at 8 or 9. How come you're back so early today? Aye.
Obito was suddenly speechless, thinking to himself, why does Shikamaru blurt out everything? He would have to remind him next time. Kakashi stopped teasing him, glanced around, and asked,
Has Mr. Matsushima's meal been delivered? I ordered randomly today. It's arrived on the dining table. Staple with staple, all carbs.
Kakashi ran over to take a look. Sure enough, the table was full of noodles, dumplings, and pastries. He sighed.
How did this happen? Bamboo shadow, green lotus, morning dew. These don't sound like noodles at all. Bamboo shadow, clear noodle soup, morning dew, fresh vegetable buns, green lotus, corn dumplings.
Obito explained.
Listen to yourself. Are these names fit for a main course?
Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito in disbelief. Obito saw nothing wrong and said matter-of-factly,
Normally high-end restaurants give such names. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Uchiha, but I'm more suited to tonkatsu ramen, braised beef noodles, and cabbage, and pork pot stickers.
Obito caught the edge in Kakashi's tone and immediately apologized.
I'm sorry, Kakashi, I didn't mean it that way.
Kakashi wasn't really angry. It wasn't worth arguing over such a small matter. He took a bowl of noodles and pushed it toward Obito, saying,
You eat the bamboo shadow, and I'll savor the green lotus.
After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. Obito looked at him and couldn't help but smile too. Changing the subject, he asked,
Did everything go smoothly today? It was okay. We talked about his work and the past. He wasn't as strange as I had imagined. Maybe it's because I saw in him that feeling of entrusting one's soul to words. Are all you writers a bit eccentric?
Obito picked up a piece of meat from his bowl and placed it into Kakashi's. Kakashi naturally put it into his mouth and said,
Pretty much. Half of us have mental issues. What about the other half? Neurotics.
Obito laughed.
Which one are you? A bit of both.
Kakashi finished the last dumpling, grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and said,
Maybe a madman. Are you afraid? No, because I'll only be crazier than you.
Obito picked up the last piece of meat and brought it to Kakashi's lips.
I'm full.
Kakashi refused, as he was indeed stuffed. He stood up to leave, but before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a large hand wrap around his neck, and then Obito's lips pressed against his without warning, stuffing that piece of meat into his mouth.
MPH.
Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, and he pushed him away with all his might. After succeeding, Obito licked his lips with lingering satisfaction.
I told you I'll only be crazier than you. Now do you get it? Uchiha Obito, what do you think you're doing? I want you.
He blurted out his thoughts without reservation. Kakashi's face flushed red, and he stepped back a few paces to keep his distance.
Are you trying to force me? No, I'll wait until you're willing. Then what about just now? A kiss can be forced. I'm moving out.
Kakashi felt like he was being harassed all the time. Seeing Kakashi's resolute expression, Obito knew he had gone too far and quickly softened to keep him.
I was wrong. Don't go.
Kakashi, we're both men. You should understand me. I like you. When the person you like is right in front of you, it's hard to hold back. Wanting to hug and kiss is normal. Don't you have any feelings for me at all? If you don't, then why didn't you dodge when I kissed you at school? Despicable Uchiha Obito, always using his own obsession with him to challenge his boundaries. Kakashi knew it all too well, but he had too many constraints now. He admitted Obito was right, he did have feelings for him. But once they took that final step, it would be hard to turn back. Kakashi didn't dare, or rather he was afraid to gamble again on whether this person would leave him again after all he had vanished without a word for 10 years.
Anyway, not now, and I don't know when it will be. Control yourself.
Kakashi took out the wind chime from his bag and shook it at Obito, the bell making a crisp sound. He said,
I'll hang this at the bedroom door. If you come in without permission, it will make a sound.
Obito felt even more delighted by his childish behavior and said,
How old are you? Still playing those tricks from childhood? Well, aren't you the same? Always acting like a pervert. Mr. Uchiha, do your company employees know their boss is a lecher?
Since moving in with Obito, Kakashi had lost contact with Yugao and Lincoln for quite some time. They each had their own assignments and rarely crossed paths anymore. Obito had recently gone on a business trip to Hokkaido, and before leaving he had once again nagged Kakashi to sleep early, get up early, eat on time, and get regular checkups. The same old phrases that Kakashi was practically sick of hearing by now. Without Obito around, Kakashi found himself more relaxed, and at ease, free from disturbances, so he could focus on studying the script in peace. Every night Kakashi almost always video called Itachi and Shisui together. In truth, he only needed to call Itachi and Shisui would naturally appear on screen as well.
So you two have officially moved in together.
Kakashi couldn't resist blurting out the obvious. Shisui's eyes curved into a smile, as he struggled to hide his inner joy.
Something like that,
he said.
Anyway, I'm not leaving. I'll just live here now. And you? Haven't been back to the dorm lately. Where have you been?
Kakashi had no desire to broadcast his relationship with Obito to others, even close friends like Shisui and Itachi, so he offered a half-truth.
I'll head back in a few days. I've been staying at a hotel lately.
Fortunately, the video call only captured a stretch of wall behind him. Obito's apartment was indeed furnished in a clean hotel-like style, so the carefree Shisui fell for the explanation.
Let's get back to business. I've outlined the general direction for the script, and now I need to fill in the content for each chapter. Let's start with an outline, and then discuss it with the director to see if it works. Kakashi, I'll review the outline you write. How does that sound?
Itachi was entrusting such an important task to him, and Kakashi readily understood the gesture, agreeing without hesitation.
Then let's do it within the next 2 days. You've already met Master, am I right? Combine everything you've learned with what I've outlined.
As soon as Itachi finished speaking, Shisui appeared with tea, setting it down beside him. Kakashi didn't want to watch them continue showing off their affection, so he said resignedly,
Then I'll go get to work. You two carry on.
An almost imperceptible blush colored Itachi's usually serious face. Shisui, the friend abandoner, at the first sign of romance said goodbye and eagerly pressed the hang-up button, plunging the phone screen into darkness. Kakashi bit his pen and switched on the desk lamp, preparing to work late into the night, while Obito was away. But as if they shared some kind of telepathic connection, his phone suddenly rang. He answered with a guilty conscience and instinctively glanced at the time. 9:30. Thankful it wasn't past 10, he avoided suspicion.
What are you busy with? Getting ready for bed.
Obito's end of the line sounded noisy, likely a dinner gathering.
Almost done, just finished washing up. By the way, that lemon-scented shampoo is running low. Where did you buy it? I'll grab a bottle when I have time. You like that scent? Don't worry about it. I'll arrange for someone to deliver a new one tomorrow. Kakashi,
Obito called suddenly. Standing beneath the night sky under the luminous moon, he said,
I miss you. Do you miss me?
Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. His hand froze midair, clutching the phone. After a long pause, he finally replied,
A little, maybe.
The response was enough to satisfy Obito, his smile already spreading across his face. At that moment, all he wanted was to fly back to Kakashi's side and pull him into his arms.
Then say it. Say you miss me. Just one sentence. I want to hear it.
Uchiha Obito was being pushy again, but Kakashi had no patience for the game and ended the call immediately. But moments later the phone rang again. Kakashi answered irritably.
I'm going to sleep. You? Kakashi, it's Yugao. Yugao.
Kakashi initially thought Obito was harassing him again, but the tremor in Yugao's voice made him realize something was wrong.
What's wrong? Are you free right now? I came home unexpectedly and can't make it there. Lincoln was dragged to a drinking party by Giulio. He messaged me asking for help. They're forcing drinks on him, and I don't know what else might happen. His boyfriend isn't reliable, so could you go check on him? I'll send you the address. Alright, don't worry. I'm heading there now. Okay, be careful yourself.
Yugao quickly sent the location. It was only about 4 or 5 kilometers from Obito's place, not far. Kakashi grabbed a jacket, picked up his keys, and headed for the garage. When he arrived at the establishment called,
"You and Sean."
Someone at the entrance immediately stopped him.
"Sir, do you have a reservation?"
Kakashi had no idea entry required a reservation. He never drank or attended such gatherings, so he could only stand there helplessly. He tried explaining to the staff.
"I have a friend who asked me to pick him up. Sir, I'm sorry, we're a members-only venue. Unless you're a member, you can't enter. I'll call him now."
Kakashi dialed Lincoln's number, but got no answer after a few rings. He must be too drunk. If someone had taken him away, it would be serious trouble. In his panic, Kakashi considered calling the police. Just as he began entering the emergency number, he heard someone call his name from behind.
"Mr. Hatake, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time."
Kakashi turned sharply and recognized the familiar face, Dr. Watanabe. Realizing the doctor was there to help, he quickly replied,
"Dr. Watanabe, I'm glad you're here. This is my friend coming with me."
After exchanging greetings with a nearby server, Dr. Watanabe led Kakashi straight inside. Kakashi exhaled deeply as he followed behind, then stepped beside Dr. Watanabe and said,
"Thank you, Dr. Watanabe."
Dr. Watanabe was dressed in a custom-tailored black business trench coat today, exuding an impressive presence. He offered a calm smile and replied,
"Don't mention it. It was nothing. Which room is the person you're looking for in, Mr. Hatake?"
Kakashi glanced around and spotted the room at the end of the hallway. Pointing ahead, he said,
"Right there. I'll go myself." "That's quite coincidental. I'm headed to the same room. A friend invited me. I imagine you're here to rescue that young screenwriter. Don't worry, I managed to dilute his drink with water while no one was watching. Though he did drink far too much. I'll go get him."
But Dr. Watanabe stopped him after a few steps. His sharp gaze fixed on Kakashi, and he suddenly said with gravity,
"These are people you can't afford to upset. Walking in there would be like walking into a tiger's den. Wait here, give me a moment, and I'll bring him out for you."
Dr. Watanabe reached out and patted Kakashi's shoulder to reassure him. Though Kakashi disliked physical contact from others at this moment, he was deeply grateful that Dr. Watanabe was willing to help him once again. Kakashi waited anxiously in the hallway where people came and went, keeping an eye on the entrance, while sending messages to Hagoromo to let him know he was safe. In truth, he wasn't entirely confident. This was a stranger he had only met twice, and trust remained an open question. But at this point, he had no other choice. People passing by cast curious glances at him. Kakashi glanced down and realized he had dressed in such a hurry, though he had thrown on a jacket over his striped pajama pants, loose and baggy. No wonder the club attendant had refused him entry. Not being taken for a madman and dragged away was already something of a mercy. Nearly 15 minutes had passed. Afraid of further complications, and unwilling to linger, Kakashi took a deep breath, and was about to push the door open, when it swung inward from the other side. Watanabe emerged supporting the heavily intoxicated Ryo, his expression shifting from grave to relieved, as if to reassure Kakashi. "He's fine. I'll see you two back." Kakashi nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Watanabe." "How should I be thanked?" Watanabe asked mildly. Kakashi hesitated. Watanabe noticed his dazed state and smiled. "Treat me to a meal sometime then. I actually wanted to discuss Xiaoyan's situation with you anyway." Hearing the name, Kakashi grew agitated. "Did he cause trouble again?" "No, he's doing well. His recovery has been remarkable lately." Kakashi exhaled in relief. "That's good then. I've been so busy I've neglected him." "I understand. No need to blame yourself. Xiaoyan will forgive you." Soon they reached the car. Kakashi helped Ryo into the back seat, and was about to follow when Watanabe already opened the front passenger door. "Let him lie down alone for a bit." Kakashi glanced once more at the unconscious Ryo, then nodded, and took the front seat. The conspicuous pajama pants were especially noticeable in the enclosed car. Watanabe glanced at Kakashi's embarrassed expression from the corner of his eye and smiled faintly. They actually suit you. Kakashi's face flushed. They look a lot like your hospital patient gowns, don't they? Both are blue and white striped. Even if those scrubs were worn by you, they'd look different from anyone else's. But still I prefer that you don't wear them. I wish you nothing but peace and happiness. Hearing this, Kakashi felt less awkward, his mood easing somewhat. Yet there was something deliberate about Watanabe's words. Though grateful for his help every time he recalled seeing Watanabe at the gay bar where Ryo's friend worked, his thoughts would drift. Especially the way Watanabe looked at him, subtly different from how he treated others. Kakashi leaned back wearily, and glanced at Ryo through the rearview mirror. What kind of gathering was this? To get someone drunk like that? He finally voiced the question on his mind. As the yellow light flashed red, and the car halted at the intersection, Watanabe tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. Probably someone wealthy or influential. Your friend is quite handsome, the kind favored in certain circles. Kakashi could guess what Watanabe meant by those circles. Then Dr. Watanabe, are you part of that world too? A faint unreadable smile crossed Watanabe's handsome face, shadows falling across his features in the night. His voice darkened. If I say yes, would you still be willing to be friends, Mr. Hatake? Kakashi answered honestly. Why wouldn't I? What does it matter? If we're friends, may I call you just Kakashi? And you can call me Watanabe. Sure, Watanabe. Just drop us off at the next intersection. Kakashi pointed toward the street lamp at the corner. He had originally intended to send Ryo back to the staff dormitory, but the thought of his unreliable boyfriend made him change his mind and bring him to his own place instead. Watanabe looked around curiously. You live here. All the nearby houses are detached villas. For now I'm staying at a friend's place. Sorry for the trouble. Your friend must be quite wealthy, Kakashi. I'm finding myself increasingly curious about you. After parking, Watanabe suddenly turned and leaned over to unbuckle Kakashi's seatbelt. He was close enough to catch the scent of his cologne, citrus tone different from Obito's. His voice dropped to an intimate murmur beside Kakashi's ear. Perhaps we're not so different after all. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply as those seen through. He turned his head away abruptly and opened the door. Watanabe settled back into his seat, satisfied with Kakashi's flustered reaction, and waved. I'll be in touch. And I'll definitely collect on that meal you owe me. All right. We should go now. Drive safely. Kakashi let out a long breath, relieved to finally drop the tension. But barely had he helped Ryo out of the car, when Ryo suddenly woke, covering his mouth and wrenching free from Kakashi's arms. He staggered to the street lamp and bit over, vomiting. Kakashi stayed beside him in the cold wind, gently patting his back to ease his discomfort. After retching until nothing came up, Ryo finally realized Kakashi was beside him, not the others who had been eyeing and touching him all evening. It was as if every mask fell away at once. He collapsed into Kakashi's embrace, weeping snot and tears. It's so good to see you. All of it smeared onto Kakashi's chest. Kakashi comforted him, as one would a child. Indeed, among the three of them, Ryo was the youngest, his features delicate, and youthful, large round eyes giving him an especially pitiable appearance. No wonder Watanabe had said he was popular in those circles. It's okay. Do you need to vomit again? If you feel better, I'll take you home. He shook his head, wrapping his arms around Kakashi's waist, his voice choked. I don't want to go back to the dorm. It's dirty there. All right, we won't go back. Did he bully you again? At the mention of him, Ryo straightened up, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. It was as if he transformed into another person entirely. Calmly he said, I think it's over between us. All those years of devotion were for nothing. I lived an illusory life under the guise of his so-called love, only to be told in the end that it was all for money, because I was the kind of fool who would gladly spend on him, even to the point of drinking with those disgusting men. He tilted his head back, the cold air filling his nose and mouth, reddening his cheeks. He shivered, his voice growing hoarse. Kakashi, why can't sincerity ever be returned with sincerity? Kakashi looked at him with aching sympathy, at a loss for words. How could someone who isn't right for you ever treasure your sincerity? Rio, don't hurt yourself for someone like this anymore. It's not worth it. I know. I know all that. Rio covered his face with both hands, overcome by another wave of emotion, tears streaming endlessly. But Kakashi, I've been with him since I was 18. 7 years. And in the end it was all a lie. After settling Lincoln down, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Having no desire to sleep, he simply took out his laptop to write an outline. The original novel was placed beside him. Having read it several times, he already had a general direction in mind. He went downstairs to get a cup of coffee. Obito wouldn't let him drink instant coffee, and had specially bought high-quality coffee beans to grind fresh. Kakashi found it troublesome having to listen to the machine's eerie sound each time, as if it were devouring the life of the beans. Indeed, he hadn't written in a long time, and his mind was overflowing with wild thoughts that were almost impossible to contain. Obito sent a message again in the dead of night. I just finished work. You should be asleep by now, Kakashi. It's strange, whenever I stop I think of you. I hope you can dream of me. Kakashi stared at the message, his face involuntarily flushing. He turned on the faucet to cool down with cold water. While setting down his phone, he accidentally brushed the keyboard and sent an "oh" without realizing it. Then Obito's video call came bombarding in. Kakashi didn't dare answer. He stared at it for a long time, until the ringtone reached its limit and died out. But soon a second call came in. Knowing this person wouldn't give up, he steeled himself and pressed the answer button, deliberately turning off all the lights to create the illusion that he was already asleep. Obito's voice echoed in the kitchen. Stop pretending. I know you're not asleep. So are you planning to chat with me? Kakashi turned on the lights again and blatantly grabbed his cup to pour coffee. You're not sleeping and still drinking coffee at this hour. Are you staying up all night? Kakashi, the moment I'm away you act like this. Kakashi deliberately took a sip in front of him. You're not asleep either, are you? I'm busy with work and social engagements. What a coincidence, so am I. I'm more inspired at night. Seeing Obito's tired expression, Kakashi couldn't help worrying and asked, Are you okay? Did you drink a lot? Obito heard the concern in his voice, and half of his earlier anger dissipated. I didn't drink much. After signing this contract, I'll fly back the day after tomorrow. I've made an appointment with Dr. Tsunade to take you for a checkup and prepare for surgery. He remembered asking Sakura last time, who said Dr. Tsunade was too busy, and it might take a while. But he didn't expect the surgery to be scheduled so soon. Kakashi didn't need to guess that it was because of Obito. The brief silence made Obito think Kakashi was scared. He comforted him softly. Don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time. Obito! Kakashi didn't know what came over him. Staring at the face on the screen that wasn't beside him, he felt a deep attachment and an uncontrollable longing. I've become like this, like a monster. Aren't you afraid? What are you saying? Obito was angry at him for blaming everything on himself. In my eyes, you'll always be the most beautiful. The things we did when we were young don't count. We were immature then. But now it's different. I won't let you fool around anymore. I won't watch you do stupid things. I want to love you properly. Obito paused for a moment and continued. Kakashi Yukina and I have signed the divorce agreement. The Uchiha group is now under my control. No one can oppose us being together anymore. When I return from this business trip, I hope you will fulfill the promise you made. Kakashi nearly dropped his cup. He asked in a fluster. What promise? I don't remember. I remember. You said yourself that if I could handle everything, you would be with me. I want to sleep with you. I want you. This time you have no reason to refuse me. Kakashi could barely speak. Obito's bluntness made his heart race and his body heat up. I don't want to talk about this. I'm hanging up. Even after turning off the screen, Kakashi couldn't calm down. Obito's explicit words kept echoing in his mind. That night Kakashi was so distracted that he could only write a beginning before giving up, and he fell asleep groggily on his desk. The next day, he went upstairs to wake Lincoln only to find the room empty. A note was left on the bedside. Kakashi, thank you for taking care of me last night. I still have work today, so I'm leaving first. Don't worry about me. Kakashi still had some concerns. He opened his browser and searched for information about the male lead Jirui. He debuted 3 years ago with few works before that, but his debut was a peak. He had many messy scandals that made it to the trending searches, but his acting skills were good, making him the go-to male lead for many directors. The backer behind a male star who rose to the top in such a short time was not to be underestimated. Ling Kong had no ability to resist beside him. Taking him away rashly last night might have also affected Dr. Watanabe. If his actions caused trouble for him, Kakashi would feel guilty, and couldn't stay indifferent. Kakashi's thoughts grew more chaotic, but he had promised Itachi to submit the outline within 2 days, so he forced himself to sit in the study and write. Kakashi was someone who could easily get into the zone. After shutting himself in, he spent a whole day and finally produced a draft. He closed his laptop, stretched to relieve the soreness from sitting too long, and walked to the window to pull the curtain. Outside, the sun was setting, painting half the sky crimson, spreading like blood, beautiful as an ink painting. Kakashi couldn't help admiring it for a long time, then took out his phone to capture a photo. He wasn't one to share things, but for some reason, he sent the picture to Obito. Obito quickly replied with a scene of snow-covered white snow from Hokkaido, with a caption,
Every time I see a beautiful view, I think about how nice it would be if you and I were standing here.
Holding a cup of warm milk, Kakashi took a sip as the liquid flowed down his throat, warming his heart. He smiled faintly, and longing surged within him. After standing for a while, he felt sleepy, and wanted to go back to his room to sleep. But then he remembered that Ling Kong had slept in his bed yesterday, and he hadn't changed the sheets yet. So he simply walked into Obito's room. The bed was neatly made, and the gray-toned sheets and duvet cover still carried Obito's scent. Kakashi slipped in and wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. But his mind was haunted by scenes of Obito embracing him, his strong arms, his rapid breathing, and his aggressive kisses. This dream had started when he first fell in love, and even now it still lingered. At that thought, his body reacted abnormally. His burning frame couldn't withstand the longing, and he couldn't help but utter, "Obito!" Once the first draft had been proofread once more, Kakashi sent it to Itachi's work email. At last he could breathe a sigh of relief. Yet at the mere thought of his absurd behavior the night before, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He needed to get out. A suffocating weight had settled over him. Watanabe's call came just in time. Kakashi was washing up in the bathroom when he tapped the speakerphone button. "Kakashi, do you have some time today? A friend gave me 2 tickets to a stage play, and I was wondering if you'd like to come along." Truthfully, Kakashi didn't wish to spend time alone with Watanabe. Each time they were too close, an indefinable pressure would settle over him. But he had agreed last time, he couldn't go back on his word. "All right. What time works for you? Please send me the address, and I'll come pick you up." "No need. I'm already waiting at the intersection where I dropped you off last time. Just head over whenever you're ready." "I see. All right, give me 10 minutes. Take your time, Kakashi. I'll wait however long it takes." Kakashi's heart sank. Obito and Watanabe had both said words to that effect, yet, somehow, they felt entirely different. I'll hang up then." Kakashi tidied himself up quickly, threw on a casual khaki wool coat, and wrapped a black and white checkered scarf around his neck. He looked remarkably distinguished. Watanabe spotted Kakashi from a distance and waved. Although the weather forecast had called for rain, the sun was shining brightly at that moment. Bathed in sunlight, Watanabe wore a relaxed outfit, a pale green jacket paired with loose-fitting jeans, looking far less formal than before. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Watanabe smiled faintly. "Do I look any younger than I did before?" Kakashi silently took a seat in the back, and replied, "You already look quite young for a Dr. Dr. Watanabe. Aren't we past being so formal? Are you keeping your distance because you're afraid others might misinterpret things? Kakashi, do you have a romantic partner?" "No. It's not about avoiding misunderstandings. It's just a habit. It's my nature to keep my distance from others." "That's rather hurtful, Kakashi. I had always thought we were friends. Watanabe started the car, casting frequent glances at Kakashi through the rearview mirror. Today, he seemed even more captivating. Every gesture and movement held an undeniable charm. Watanabe had seen plenty of beautiful faces, yet few possessed Kakashi's quiet allure. Simply existing in silence was enough to draw every eye, compelling one to move closer without realizing why. Kakashi replied with cool detachment, "Very well. I'll make an effort to change. Perhaps I'll try being a bit more approachable." Watanabe couldn't help but laugh. "Kakashi, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." Kakashi disliked being pinned under such scrutiny, so he abruptly shifted the subject with a frigid tone. "Regarding Xiaoyan's evaluation report, did your input carry decisive weight?" "Not entirely. The physician who previously supervised him has been transferred to another hospital. Therefore the evaluation relies not only on my assessment, but also on his prior medical records. The hospital administration will also review everything. Since we're issuing a discharge certificate confirming his recovery, we must proceed with caution. If he relapses and commits offenses after re-entering society, we could face repercussions as well." Watanabe's point was valid, and Kakashi acknowledged its merit. Yet he couldn't shake his impatience. Xiaoyan had been absent for so long, his spirits growing increasingly low with each passing day. If only he could slowly adjust to the world and return to a normal life. "Kakashi, I'll do everything I can to assist you. Try not to worry too much." Watanabe offered comfort. Kakashi nodded. If anyone could expedite Xiaoyan's discharge, it was Watanabe. He still held considerable influence within the hospital. "Thank you. I apologize if my earlier remarks were harsh." "It's all right. I don't mind. People of intellect tend to carry a certain pride, I understand that." Watanabe steered the vehicle into the parking lot of the Ueno Center Theater. "What's being staged today?" Kakashi asked. Watanabe produced a paper ticket from his pocket and handed one to him. "Tokyo, a work by best-selling author Kigo Higashino." Kakashi studied the ticket stub with its dark background and faint starry embellishments. "I've read the book. I quite enjoyed it. Though many criticize his prolific output as assembly line writing, only those who truly write can appreciate how remarkable he is. Simply typing those words drains one's very spirit." "It shows," Watanabe said, turning to gaze at Kakashi. "You seem exhausted lately yourself. Your complexion isn't great either." Kakashi averted his gaze and continued toward the exit. Watanabe quickened his pace to catch up, suddenly pressing a warm beverage into Kakashi's hand. "Black tea. This theater is massive, and the heating is insufficient. Here, warm your hands." Kakashi slipped the can into his coat pocket and murmured, "How thoughtful of you." The entire performance unfolded with a steady, unhurried pace. There were no dramatic upheavals, only the actors pouring their hearts into portraying a tender tale of redemption. Tokyo traveled back in time to rescue his father, who was lost and drifting through life aimlessly. In turn, through his time with Tokyo, the father came to understand the true meanings of love and responsibility. The two parallel narratives, freed from the constraints of time and space, converged seamlessly into a flawless conclusion. As the curtain fell, and the audience began to rise toward the exits, Kakashi remained seated in silence, his face streaked with tears. Watanabe did not press the matter. He knew that when a person is lost in memory, outsiders cannot breach their inner world. So he simply waited for Kakashi's emotions to steady. Kakashi wiped the tears from his eyes, rose, and draped his coat over his shoulders. "Let's be going," he said to Watanabe. "All right." Following behind him, Watanabe found that a torrential downpour had broken outside. Many people were trapped at the theater entrance waiting for the rain to cease. Kakashi halted as well, gazing up at the leaden sky. He recalled the day his father went out driving, and he had insisted on accompanying him. The rain had been just as heavy. Excited, he had reached out his hand to catch the falling drops, while his father had warned him not to roll down the window. Later the road had grown slick, and the car had careened over the cliff. His father had shielded him with his own flesh and blood, only to be struck in the chest by a jagged rebar, dying instantly. "Kakashi," Watanabe called out. "Are you all right?" Somehow Kakashi found himself stepping directly into the deluge. No amount of Watanabe's persuasion could stop him. Eventually he retrieved an umbrella from the car, though both ended up drenched anyway. Watanabe insisted on holding the umbrella over him, but Kakashi turned to face him, and said, "I'd like a moment alone. I can't just let you walk like this. It worries me." Watanabe gripped his arm, refusing to let go. Unable to shake him off, Kakashi simply allowed himself to be escorted home. By the time they were back in the car, he had composed himself somewhat. Taking the towel Watanabe had offered, he dried his soaked hair. "I apologize for my loss of composure." Watanabe offered a faint smile. "No harm done. Everyone carries burdens they seldom speak of. I had hoped to dine with you, but it seems today is impossible." Kakashi felt a pang of guilt for dampening the evening's mood. "Then let's plan for next time. You've been so generous today, I insist on picking up the bill on my end." "Very well. It's a promise." The car pulled up to the gate of the residential complex. Kakashi bade farewell to Watanabe, and barely managed to push open the door, when a familiar figure came into view. Cloaked in a long black coat that accentuated his broad frame, piercing hawk-like eyes locked steadily onto Kakashi. It was Uchiha Obito. Kakashi, holding Watanabe's umbrella, walked toward Obito. The car had already disappeared around the corner, but Obito still gazed in that direction for a while. Who is that person? Even though he had thought about him for so long, he still couldn't suppress the jealousy rising in his heart. A friend. He invited me to watch a stage play, and when the rain got heavier, he sent me back. Kakashi spoke nonchalantly, but Obito remained fixated. He snatched Kakashi's hand, tossing Watanabe's umbrella aside. The umbrella struggled in the wind for a moment, before being blown into the bushes. Kakashi thought he was being unreasonable. What's gotten into you? The way he looked at you was different. Is he pursuing you? Obito tightened his grip on Kakashi's wrist. Kakashi frowned slightly, enduring the pain. What are you even talking about? I told you he's just an ordinary friend. He helped me with something, and he's also my younger brother's attending physician. Uchiha Obito, let go of me. Don't see him anymore from now on. Obito pulled him back into the house. Once inside, Kakashi shook off his hand, rubbing his sore wrist. He wanted to ignore him, but before he could take a few steps, Obito dragged him onto the sofa. Before Kakashi could react, Obito's robust body pressed down on him. What are you doing? Let go. A flicker of fear flashed in Kakashi's eyes, as he sensed the intense possessiveness emanating from Obito. Obito breathed heavily in his ear. I told you when I came back I would have you. No. Kakashi's voice trembled. He knew that once Obito said something, he would follow through. Why not? You agreed yourself. I can't hold back anymore, Kakashi. Give yourself to me, okay? Obito's eyes were red, his tone laced with a plea, but deep down, he was already determined to have his way. He kissed Kakashi fiercely, their breaths intertwining. Obito lost all reason. Kakashi was dizzy from the kiss, too weak to resist. More terrifyingly, he wasn't that resistant. A voice deep inside him screamed that he wanted to be with him. Kakashi cupped Obito's face, pulling back slightly. His cheeks flushed, his breath uneven. He asked again. Uchiha Obito, have you thought this through? Once we start, there's no turning back. Are you sure you want me? Obito nodded firmly. I want to make you mine. You can only belong to me. With that, he carried Kakashi to the bedroom and dropped him onto the bed. Just as he pulled back the covers, he unexpectedly found something. He picked it up and looked closely. It was Kakashi's eye patch. A smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. Seeing Kakashi's flustered expression, he pressed. You slept in my bed last night. Why? Were you thinking of me under my covers? The barrage of questions made Kakashi's face burn. Obito grew even more excited and tore open his clothes. Kakashi, I'm going crazy. Do you know? I've been driven mad by longing for you. Kakashi closed his eyes, reached out, and hugged Obito back. His thin lips uttered two seductive words. Take me. He didn't know when it ended. He felt as if he were drowning in seawater, his body utterly limp, yet every cell was overwhelmed by intense sensations until he passed out.
Awake! I must have worn you out.
Obito pulled Kakashi into his arms and kissed his forehead. Kakashi glanced down at himself, then covered the scar. Obito noticed his unease and held him tighter.
Your body is beautiful, Kakashi. Don't let these things bother you, okay? No matter what you've been through, in my eyes, Obito, you are the best.
He reassured him over and over, afraid that Kakashi would slip back into his fearful past. The thing Obito feared most in his life was the moment he saw Kakashi on the rooftop, having lost all love for life, seeking only death.
Obito, we're both men. Neither of us is at a disadvantage. If you want to take back what happened last night, I have no objection. I did it willingly. Ataki Kakashi.
Obito was furious.
What do I have to do to make you believe that I truly want to be with you?
Kakashi was stunned by his outburst. His caution, his inferiority, all stemmed from his constant desire for things he felt unworthy of. All his life, he had been losing his parents, losing Keiko's brief tenderness, losing the lovely and sensible Xiao Yan, losing Uchiha Obito, whom he had secretly loved for so long. How could he now dare to hope for what he had regained? Obito realized his tone had been harsh. He tenderly stroked Kakashi's face and soothed him with kisses. Once Kakashi calmed down, Obito pressed his head against Kakashi's chest.
Then you have to take responsibility for me.
Kakashi couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle his hair.
What responsibility do you want me to take? Be with me. Let's date, okay? I'm not really good at dating. It's fine. We're already living together. How we date doesn't matter.
Kakashi had never felt so cherished. In a daze, he grabbed Obito's hand and bit it hard, leaving a ring of teeth marks. Watching Obito wince, Kakashi let go of the grievances of the past 10 years. He said,
I agree. But next time, if you want to leave or decide there's no point in us continuing, please tell me in advance. I won't cling to you, but don't disappear without a word.
Obito sighed helplessly.
Can't you be less pessimistic? No. Who knows, maybe I'll get tired of you and dump you one day. But don't worry, I'll tell you too. Hey, looks like I left you too much energy. You're saying things I don't like.
Obito flipped the covers, pinned Kakashi's hands above his head, and looked down at him.
Let's do it again. See if you dare keep talking nonsense.
Kakashi was startled, but there was no escape. Obito's kisses came down like a storm. That day Kakashi didn't know how he got through it. He experienced firsthand Obito's astonishing stamina. Even meals were brought to the bedside and fed to him by Obito. Kakashi just wanted to sleep, but Obito, afraid he would dehydrate, forced each spoonful into his mouth. At night, Obito ran warm water, carried Kakashi to the bathroom, and used a hot towel to wipe his body, carefully cleaning him. The faint discomfort fully woke Kakashi. Shyly, he pushed Obito's hand away.
I'll do it myself.
Obito simply sat into the bathtub, as well wrapping his arms around Kakashi from behind, gently brushing his lips against the skin of his back.
Let me do it. You rest a bit more. I was too rough. I'll be more restrained in the future.
Kakashi completely relaxed and his arms too weak to even lift his hands. Obito carefully wiped his chest with a towel and asked softly,
Does it hurt? No, it doesn't.
A long silence followed. Kakashi only felt Obito's face bury into the crook of his neck, his voice choked with tears.
This time I won't let you go again.
After lying in bed for 2 days, Kakashi finally recovered a bit. Daitu woke him up early in the morning, but Kakashi, still aching all over, turned over and wanted to continue sleeping. Daitu hugged him through the blanket and whispered gently in his ear,
Get up, we're going to the hospital today.
Kakashi ignored him, so Daitu had to take matters into his own hands. He first slipped under the covers, then propped up Kakashi's limp body to lean against him, picked up the sweater nearby and pulled it over his head, then grabbed the pants and helped him put them on. Kakashi was like a puppet, letting himself be manipulated.
All right, go brush your teeth and wash your face.
Daitu patted his back. Kakashi tilted his head and leaned against Daitu's chest, saying weakly,
Didn't we agree yesterday we'd only take a bath? Why did you do it again? You Zippo Dai-Tu, or are you trying to kill me?
Dai-Tu felt guilty and massaged his waist trying to appease him.
Alright, it's my fault. I don't know why, but when I see you, I just can't help myself. Let's go for the checkup first. You can sleep more in the car.
Kakashi closed his eyes and rested for a while before getting up and heading to the bathroom. When they were in the car, Dai-Tu specially prepared a neck pillow and a blanket for him and adjusted the temperature to be neither too hot nor too cold.
Are you hungry? But you have to be fasting for the blood test later. After the checkup, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you.
Dai-Tu casually pulled the blanket up to his neck, tucking him in tightly.
I don't want to eat. Alright, we'll talk later.
Seeing that Kakashi was drowsy, Dai-Tu stopped bothering him. During the 20-minute drive, Kakashi actually slept through the entire journey. When he woke up, they were already waiting for their number to be called at the examination department. Kakashi realized he had been lying in Dai-Tu's arms the whole time, with people coming and going all around. He abruptly pushed him away and asked, blushing,
"Why didn't you wake me when we arrived? How did I get in?"
The answer was obvious to both of them. Dai-Tu smiled.
"It's okay, it's normal for a patient to be carried in."
Kakashi glared at him and lowered his voice.
"Don't do this again. I saw you sleeping soundly and couldn't bear to wake you. Alright, they've called us number 29, let's go."
Dai-Tu stood up and wanted to take Kakashi's hand, but Kakashi remained seated on the chair, pale-faced. Dai-Tu crouched down to look at him and asked worriedly,
"What's wrong?"
Kakashi's body trembled slightly.
"I'm afraid of blood."
Dai-Tu remembered he had mentioned it before. That time, when they returned to his hometown, his reaction to blood was particularly intense. Dai-Tu could only comfort him.
"It's okay, let's go over first. I'll be with you."
At the window, Kakashi extended his right arm. The nurse rubbed an alcohol swab on his vein. Kakashi turned his head away to avoid looking at the needle. Dai-Tu naturally wrapped his arm around him and held him protectively. The nurse stared in astonishment, almost forgetting what she was supposed to do. Dai-Tu signaled the stunned nurse with his eyes, and she finally realized her lapse, quickly lowering her head to insert the needle. Soon several tubes of blood were drawn.
"Alright, press for 10 minutes.
The nurse secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but still occasionally glanced at them from the corner of her eye. Dai-Tu helped Kakashi press the cotton ball and led him back to the chair.
"Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but can you tone it down? I'm not so fragile that I can't take care of myself. I'm a man just like you." "I know, so what? Who says a man has to be strong? If you can rely on me, you can show weakness anytime."
Dai-Tu said it with righteous conviction. Kakashi had not relied on anyone for a long time. He had always been alone. Life never allowed him a moment's respite, so he worked desperately hard every day, a strenuous struggle. No one had ever told him he could stop and rest, and no one had ever entered his life to lend him a shoulder to lean on. But Kakashi was still unaccustomed to such blatant care. He pressed the cotton ball himself with his hand, and worried that Dai-Tu might overthink, so he softened his tone and said,
"Well, I'm hungry now. Go to the coffee shop at the entrance and bring me a latte and an egg sandwich." "Sure, I'll go buy them for you now."
After watching Dai-Tu leave, Kakashi finally let out a sigh of relief. He had deliberately sent Dai-Tu away. The coffee shop was packed at this time, and it would take at least 20 minutes to queue. After a while, he retrieved the report from the machine and went upstairs to find Dr. Gangsho. Dr. Gangsho took the report and examined it carefully, then turned to Kakashi and said,
"There's nothing major. It's just that your blood type is quite rare, Rh- type A. The hospital blood bank doesn't have it, so we'll have to get it from the blood center. The surgery will have to be postponed until tomorrow." "Did you know you had this blood type?"
Kakashi shook his head.
"I've never been tested, but I had a blood test in school once."
Kakashi remembered it was during middle school at a school-organized physical exam. He had fainted right after the blood draw, and there was no follow-up. The report had never been given to him.
"Then you need to take care of yourself. With this blood type, if you have a major accident, it's hard to find a supply from elsewhere. Our blood center just happened to have some recent donations, otherwise we wouldn't dare risk performing surgery on you. I see, thank you for telling me, Dr. Gangsho.
Kakashi didn't want to think about that now. He had come up alone because he wanted to ask about something else.
Dr. Gangsho, may I ask you something? Go ahead. I'm not sure if you've dealt with mental patients. Can a person develop inexplicable panic, fear of people or things to the point of losing control?
Gangsho twirled her pen thoughtfully for a moment before replying.
It wouldn't be inexplicable. It's likely that they've been hurt again. That's a stress reaction. They're reliving past pain, and the condition will worsen. So mental illness and psychological disorders are actually connected. You could say that. Generally, mental illnesses encompass various psychological traumas, but psychological disorders are not always directly classified as mental illness. They are controllable. All right, thank you, Dr. Gangsho. Please take care, I'll be going now. All right.
At that time, why did Xiao Yan suddenly become so agitated, more fearful than ever? What was the reason? This matter lingered in Kakashi's mind. And if his behavior could be controlled and diagnosed as depression or something similar, it might be a last resort to bring him back. Kakashi walked while thinking and bumped right into Dai-Tu, who had just bought the coffee. Dai-Tu was a bit annoyed.
Why didn't you wait for me? What did the doctor say? Surgery tomorrow. Then? Then what?
Kakashi was puzzled.
Didn't you ask? About the risks of the surgery post-operative care diet.
Dai-Tu was furious. How could he be so unconcerned about his own health? Kakashi took the sandwich from his hand, took a bite, and said nonchalantly,
I forgot to ask. It should be fine.
He had been so preoccupied with Xiao Yan's matter that he hadn't thought about these things. Although Dai-Tu was angry, he couldn't bring himself to snap at him. He held back, turned around, and ran back to find Gangsho.
I'll go ask. You wait here.
Before long, Dai-Tu came out. He looked at Kakashi's report, his gaze fixed on the blood type column. Kakashi saw his grim expression, and knew that Gangsho had told him about the rare blood type. He forced a light tone and said,
I didn't know either. From now on, I won't let myself get hurt easily. You don't have to worry.
But Dai-Tu didn't soften at these words. He still looked unusually serious and asked Kakashi,
in these past few years, haven't you received any calls asking you to donate blood? No, I haven't. What's wrong? I only found out today.
Dai-Tu shook his head and replied,
Nothing. Anyway, I'll take good care of you.
The next day, Kakashi prepared his daily necessities, and completed the hospital admission procedures in advance. Sakura happened to be on duty, so she helped him pack.
I just saw Mr. Uchiha seeing you here. Where is he now?
Sakura deliberately leaned closer and whispered. Kakashi answered her while taking out his toothbrush and toothpaste from his bag.
He has some company matters to attend to. Besides, the surgery is scheduled for the afternoon anyway. I'll be fine on my own. That won't do. All surgeries require someone to accompany the patient. Teacher Kakashi, tell me, have you two started something together?
Sakura wore an inquisitive expression. The Kakashi she knew had always been detached and aloof. Many suitors had come and gone, yet she had never seen him develop feelings for anyone, except when Uchiha Obito was mentioned. Kakashi would lose his composure entirely. Kakashi paused for a moment, continuing to tidy his belongings. It was as though he were dodging the question. With his back to Sakura, he said,
Your mother asked about you recently. She mentioned you've been refusing to go on blind dates. Teacher Kakashi, I'm asking about you, so why are you bringing me into this? Tell me quickly, what's going on? I really want to hear about it. A person like him actually went to beg Master on his behalf. I never would have expected that.
Kakashi stopped what he was doing and turned his head. Sakura was making the bed, and hadn't noticed Kakashi's surprised expression. Assuming he already knew, she went on.
He flew to Hokkaido with Master. In weather that cold, he waited downstairs at the hotel, all to seize an opportunity beforehand. Teacher Kakashi, if you say nothing is going on between you two, nobody would believe it. I've never been in love, but I can tell he has feelings for you.
Hokkaido. He had claimed it was a business trip, but he was really fighting for a chance. That night, he had stood in the snow forgetting the bitter cold, pretending to be unfazed. Yet it was not alcohol that made his eyes red, it was the bone-chilling wind that froze his face. Seeing Kakashi lost and thought Sakura worried, she might have said something wrong. But when Kakashi's lips suddenly curled upward, as though he had thought of something amusing, she breathed a sigh of relief.
You have feelings for him too,
Sakura stated confidently, no longer asking but simply declaring a fact. Kakashi did not deny it. He walked to the window and looked out at the sky before replying.
Yes. Always have. You finally admitted it, Teacher Kakashi. You're different now. How so?
Sakura thought for a moment and replied.
You carry a youthful air now, pure in a way I can't quite describe. But it's truly captivating. Did you know? Just now several nurses pretended to be busy as they passed your door just to steal a glance at you.
Kakashi truly hadn't noticed. He had always been indifferent to the gaze of the opposite sex, let alone deliberately flirting with anyone. But at this moment, there would be no one left to watch, because Uchiha Obito had appeared at the doorway.
You're here,
Kakashi said casually, as though he had been waiting for him all along. Sakura tactfully excused herself and hurried away.
Sorry I got held up. There's still an hour, we're just in time.
Obito was panting heavily, clearly having rushed all the way.
Rest a bit. It's fine. Why do you look more nervous than me?
Kakashi poured a glass of water and pressed it into his hands. Obito paid it no mind. He truly was afraid. All surgeries carried risks. Dr. Tsunade had also said that because it was a critical area, outcomes could not be guaranteed.
Obito!
Kakashi walked up to him and gently wrapped his arms around his waist. It was a rare moment of initiative. His head rested against Obito's shoulder, like a weary bird seeking a place to rest after a long journey.
As long as you're here, it'll be fine.
Those words touched Obito deeply. He pulled Kakashi into a firm embrace, his lips brushing against his cheek.
I'll always be here.
The sudden ring of a phone shattered the warm atmosphere. Obito ignored it, but a moment later it rang again.
Take it. Handle your work first,
Kakashi said, creating some distance between them. He picked up his hospital gown and headed to the bathroom to change. Reluctant to let go of him, yet annoyed by the disruptive call, Obito answered with a sour expression.
Dad, where are you?
It was Koju calling.
Dad is busy. What's wrong? Mom says we're going back to America, but I don't want to leave. I want to stay here.
Koju's situation had been discussed between him and Yukaina. He needed to take full control of the Uchiha Empire. Having them close by would easily distract him. Moreover, someone was already investigating Koju's background. Once the truth came to light, all his efforts would be wasted. He could only try to soothe him.
Koju, it's only for a little while. Once Dad is done with this, I'll come get you, okay? No. Are you abandoning Mom and me? I know. Grandmother told me you're divorcing Mom. Don't you love her anymore?
He had never mentioned the divorce to anyone yet. It had reached the old lady's ears so quickly. Obito felt a storm of irritation. The disposable cup in his hand crumpled. As he squeezed it tightly, water streaming through his fingers onto the floor. Still forcing himself to stay composed, he said,
No. Don't think such things. Be good. I'm busy now. I'll call you later.
Obito noticed a nurse approaching. They were here to wheel Kakashi into the operating room, so he had no time to deal with anything else.
Dad, don't hang up, are you?
Koju's voice broke with sobs, his words hitching between cries.
Are you with someone else now? Someone who will replace Mom, right?
Obito had never imagined a 7-year-old could carry so many thoughts.
Where is the patient? Are you ready?
One of the nurses stepped into the room, first looking around. Kakashi had just finished changing and walked out.
All set. Thank you.
Obito held the phone without responding further, and directly ended the call, afraid his words might affect Kakashi.
Obito, are you okay?
Kakashi noticed the change in Obito's expression. Obito grabbed his hand and offered a smile, speaking gently.
I'm fine. Everything's handled. Let's go! I'll accompany you.
The stretcher escorted Kakashi straight to the operating room. Obito had spoken to Tsunade in advance about entering the operating room together. The hospital ordinarily did not allow this, but since he was Uchiha Obito, they relented. A nurse was specially assigned to sterilize and disinfect him before suiting him in protective gear. After the local anesthetic, Kakashi's mind remained clear. The last time he lay on that operating table, he had been alone thinking of Obito and trying to change himself to get closer to him. Only today did he realize how madly he had loved, how all those lingering pains stemmed from his inseparable attachment to Uchiha Obito. Now he was no longer so afraid, for the person he cherished most was holding his hand, accepting all his flaws, embracing his entirety without reservation. Kakashi raised his hand to wipe away the tear at the corner of Obito's eye. He could clearly feel the cold scalpel cutting through his skin. It was only the anesthetic that blocked the pain. Yet Obito remained so worried his hands trembled uncontrollably. He kissed Kakashi's hand, and his body felt colder than Kakashi's own. The surgery was successful. Kakashi weakly heard some murmurs beside his ear, very faint, as if Obito was thanking Dr. Tsunade, and then he fell into a coma. In a daze, there was the sound of ocean waves. That lonely silhouette sat alone by the pitch-black abyss, watching, or perhaps wanting to move forward. No one knew. Kakashi had this dream again, always feeling that he would lose once more.
Kakashi!
Someone called his name. His body tensed. The anesthesia had worn off halfway, and the clear pain came from the cut and sutured places on his body. He frowned and reached out to grab something, only to feel a warm hand tightly holding his.
How is it? Does it hurt badly? Obito looked worriedly at Kakashi, whose eyes were open. His face was as pale as paper, and his voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Obito shouted at the nurses stationed at the door.
I asked for the analgesic pump a while ago. Why is it taking so long?
The intern nurse, flustered, pushed the instrument cart in. Glared at by Obito, her hands became unsteady, and she failed to insert the needle several times, leaving a large bruise on Kakashi's hand, slightly swollen.
Obito felt even more distressed.
Stop doing it yourself. Get your head, nurse. Kakashi watched the scene and helplessly tugged at Obito's sleeve.
Don't make it hard for the girl. I'm fine.
Fine.
She's already tried 3 times.
The nurse held back tears, apologized repeatedly, and was about to go out to find help when Sakura just entered. She steadied the nearly stumbling nurse and asked,
What's wrong, Chizuru?
Chizuru wiped her reddened eyes.
It's nothing, Dr. Haruno. It's okay. Give me the needle. I'll handle it. Don't worry about it.
Go ahead and work. Thank you, Dr. Haruno.
Sakura watched Chizuru leave before slowly walking into the ward. She glanced at Obito's gloomy face, and knew it must have been him being ungentle, while his eyes were only on teacher Kakashi. Sakura gently took Kakashi's wrist, and wiped it with an alcohol swab. Obito stood by watching nervously.
Be gentle. Don't hurt him. Sakura smiled slightly.
Mr. Uchiha, I haven't even inserted it yet.
Kakashi also laughed, but the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Obito quickly sat beside him.
Does it hurt a lot?
Just bear with it a little longer. It'll be over soon.
Sakura knew that if she didn't finish quickly, this person would probably take over himself, so she sped up.
It's done. Turn this switch up to increase the dose, turn it down to decrease. Usually it'll be administered for 2 days. After that, even if it hurts, you'll have to endure it, because too much medication is bad for the body. Kakashi.
Thank you, Sakura. You're welcome. You're my teacher. By the way, Mr. Uchiha, what about you? Usually it's a family member who accompanies. Are you a family member?
Sakura deliberately teased Obito as she pulled up a chair and sat down to observe Kakashi's reaction to the medication.
Obito, unlike Kakashi, who was reserved, replied directly.
I'm his boyfriend.
It was the first time Kakashi heard Obito say this to someone else, and his face instantly flushed. He turned away, afraid of being seen blushing.
I see. Just now, teacher Kakashi also said you are very important to him. Mr. Uchiha, our teacher, is good-natured and has a gentle temper. Don't you bully him.
I won't.
Obito replied earnestly.
All right, then you stay with him. Press the bell if anything happens.
Sakura stood up and walked a few steps toward the door, then stopped as if remembering something. She turned around and said,
The wound needs to be redressed every day. Let me check the time.
Sakura opened her phone and glanced at it.
The first change is at 9 tonight. If you think Chizuru is clumsy, I can arrange for someone else.
I'll do it. Obito interjected.
No need for anyone else. All right, then remember to pick up the medication.
After Sakura left, only the two of them remained in the ward. Obito closed the door to block out the outside noise so that Kakashi could rest well. Don't you want to sleep for a while? You lost a lot of blood, you must be weak.
Obito said, brushing aside the hair on Kakashi's forehead and tucking his exposed hand back under the blanket.
Not sleepy. I just slept for a long time. Can't always be sleeping. Then if you're bored, I can keep you company and talk. Kakashi squeezed Obito's palm and asked cautiously,
If I said, I need a laptop right now, would you be very angry? What do you think?
Obito lowered his voice, already radiating displeasure. Kakashi knew this would be the result, but still pleaded.
I just want to know how the first draft review went. Is that all? And then my body won't allow me to do anything else.
Obito helplessly took out a laptop from his bag and opened his email. There was an unread message. Kakashi watched nervously as Obito clicked on the red dot.
Itachi's reply: basically no problems. I made some minor changes in the details. You can revise it accordingly. We'll have another meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m. the four of us still in the meeting room. Kakashi looked at the document. Itachi had carefully marked changes in red font, but only a few modifications. Most of the content remained his own. Satisfied, he lay back down. After closing the laptop, Obito said,
You can't attend the meeting. Let them handle it. No, I want to go. Since the first draft is fine, the subsequent content is even more important. I need to convey some of Teacher Yuenmu's ideas.
Why don't you look at where you are now? You won't even be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Where can you go?
Obito's words left Kakashi speechless. Get some rest. Don't talk about work or I'll kiss you.
This threat worked. Kakashi wisely shut up, but he still couldn't let it go in his heart. Soon it was night. Obito brought over the meal, which was the hospital's set meal arranged according to the patient's condition. Then congee celery beef and seaweed egg drop soup. Because he had just had surgery, he could only eat that much. Obito helped Kakashi sit up, then sat behind him and placed a towel on his chest.
Just lean on me.
Obito picked up the bowl and spoon and fed Kakashi. Kakashi obediently opened his mouth and ate a few bites, but then felt uncomfortable in his stomach.
If you don't want to eat anymore, don't force it. You might vomit later.
Obito removed the small table and took a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth.
I don't have much appetite. It would be a waste to throw away the leftovers. I'll eat them. But that's what I left.
Obito didn't mind and directly picked up the spoon and began eating.
I just want to eat what you've eaten.
We're already this close. Why do you still care about these things? After dinner, just as Obito had finished tidying up, he saw Chihiro standing at the door saying timidly,
Bed 23, come and collect your medicine.
She was still afraid of his fierce demeanor. Kakashi, seeing the girl's fear, warned Obito.
Don't yell at her anymore. Be kind. I didn't, did I?
Obito was unconcerned, but when he turned to see Kakashi's expression, he immediately softened his tone.
Fine, I'll listen to you. Lie still and don't move.
He followed Chihiro to the medication room. In the past, Obito had been accustomed to high-end private hospitals where everything was prepared and delivered to him. He never imagined he would have to do everything himself now.
Your name is Chihiro, right?
Obito asked the young nurse. Chihiro was lowering her head to check the list when Obito's sudden voice startled her, nearly causing her to knock over a basket of glass bottles of 4 fluids.
Yes, Mr. Uchiha. Are you afraid of me?
Obito sat down on a nearby chair behind which was a cute pillow with a crayon Shinchan pattern clearly placed there by a girl.
Not really. Mr. Uchiha, the medicines are all ready. Let me explain. The white box is for disinfection use at first. The blue box is for accelerating healing use at second. Finally, wrap the new gauze around 3 times and tie a knot. Be gentle.
Obito listened with his arms crossed as she recited the steps like a memorized script. He smiled slightly and asked,
You have a good grasp of theory. Must be a top student, right? I suppose so.
A blush spread across Chihiro's face, reaching her ears. She was still young, just out of school for her internship, retaining a student's innocence.
Then you need more practice. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Once you leave your comfort zone, no one will accommodate you anymore. You won't always meet someone as kind as Kakashi. Thank you, Mr. Uchiha. I understand.
As Obito left, he glanced at the duty roster on the wall. He stopped his back to Chihiro and added calmly,
Just do your own work. People won't remember the favors you do for them. Instead, they'll think you're easy to push around. Learn to say no. All right, I'm off. If I have any questions, I'll come back to ask you, Chihiro. Oh, okay,
Chihiro said with a smile. Returning to the ward, Obito turned up the room heater and sat beside Kakashi.
Let me help you undress. Don't move.
Kakashi complied, a smile on his face, letting him do as he pleased.
Why are you being so obedient all of a sudden?
Obito gently lifted his arm, slowly removing his clothes.
Actually, you're very gentle,
Kakashi said. Obito, flustered by the compliment, replied,
You finally noticed my good qualities. I've always known. You used to be like that too, carefree on the surface but delicate inside. So have you had a crush on me for a long time?
Obito asked casually, then winced as he uncovered the shocking wound beneath the gauze, blood still clinging to the flesh. Afraid Kakashi would faint at the sight, he quickly tossed the soiled gauze into the trash.
Yes,
Kakashi replied calmly. Obito, still carefully dabbing disinfectant with a cotton swab, froze at the affirmative answer. He looked up at Kakashi, as if to confirm what he had just heard. Kakashi repeated firmly,
I've had a crush on you for a long time. Ever since you saved me, helped me apply for the dorm, took me to meals and games every day, accompanied me to the library to read and write, I've always been happy because of you. Life didn't seem so bad with you around.
Obito opened his mouth as if to speak, then continued applying the medicine. Seeing his scarred body, the result of his own negligence, he felt a surge of self-loathing. He wrapped the gauze with extreme care, lifting his head after each layer to ask,
Does it hurt? No, I'm fine.
By the time the dressing was done, Obito was drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the red stains on his hands, clenched his fists, and said,
I liked you back then too, but I was young and kept doubting whether it was just an illusion. I didn't dare to admit it. I'm sorry, Kakashi. I shouldn't have abandoned you. You trusted me so much, and I was the one who pulled you back only to leave you alone again.
Kakashi gently hugged his trembling shoulders and whispered by his ear,
It's all in the past, Obito. Haven't you come back for me again? And then this time, I'll never let you go.
Obito pulled back, careful not to get blood on Kakashi's clothes.
Let me wash my hands first. Is it okay for you to sit like this? Find my bones are sore from lying down. All right, then I'll peel you an orange. You didn't eat much dinner. Are you hungry? Not hungry yet. I don't feel like eating. Obito, can I read for a while? No reading novels at night will keep you awake. You can't stay up late. It's 10 minutes to 10.
Obito's rules were back. Kakashi pouted helplessly.
Fine. Then what should I do with these precious 10 minutes before bed?
Obito dried his hands and walked out, pretending to think, but a mischievous idea had already formed.
We can keep each other warm.
Kakashi blinked in confusion.
What do you mean?
Obito lifted the blanket and slipped in, holding Kakashi tightly in his arms.
Like this, skin to skin, sleeping neck to neck. Isn't that just sleeping?
Kakashi shifted slightly to make room for Obito, who hugged him even tighter, afraid he might fall off the bed.
It's different. I'll also tell you stories,
Obito said.
Great. Then tell me how you've spent all these years.
Kakashi had never had a chance to hear Obito's past, how he had grown from a sunny, cheerful boy into the mature and responsible man he was now. Obito stroked his hand thought for a moment, and summarized simply.
It's a long story, not something for 10 minutes. You'll have a lifetime to listen. Uchiha Obito, you're stalling on purpose, aren't you? There are only 5 minutes left.
Kakashi struggled a little but soon calmed down. Obito's body was so warm that he couldn't bear to push him away. He felt like drifting off to sleep, and indeed, he was getting drowsy.
3 minutes left. I want to kiss you.
Obito cupped the back of Kakashi's head and slowly pressed his lips against his. Kakashi wrapped his arms around Obito's neck. From a gentle peck to a deep lingering kiss, their tongues eagerly intertwined. The temperature around them rose, and their hearts entwined like vines inseparable. The next day, the doctor making rounds found the door locked from inside. Obito got up to open it. Sakura, with a helpless look, watched Obito shake his numb arm, and guessed how the two had slept the night before.
Mister, Uchiha family members shouldn't share a bed with the patient. There's a companion bed next to you, isn't there?
Obito nodded without arguing. Sakura walked straight and careful not to disturb Kakashi. She gently lifted his clothes to check the wound.
The dressing is very well done, more meticulous than our medical staff. Today he can eat whatever he wants, no dietary restrictions, but nothing too greasy or spicy. All right, thank you, Dr. Haruno. Just call me Sakura. You're Kakashi-sensei's family, so no need to be so formal. Then how should I address you? Sensei's wife. Xiaoying, don't tease him. Call him Brother Dai too. He's a few years older than you.
Kakashi said, having just woken up to witness the scene. Fearing that Dai too would lose his temper again, he promptly interrupted their conversation. Xiaoying leaned over and winked at Kakashi.
You slept so soundly, teacher Kakashi. Brother Dai too took great care of you. I need to go to another ward now. See you. All right.
Kakashi grabbed the bed rail to sit up, and Dai too hurried over to help him, his face still shadowed with a gloomy expression.
Are you angry?
Kakashi asked, looking at him.
No, I'm not that easily angered. Xiaoying and I have known each other for a long time. She just likes to joke around. I know. She cares about you a lot,
Dai too said as he draped a jacket over Kakashi.
Let me help you wash up first. I'll need to head to the office later. Will you be all right alone? I'm fine. My arms and legs work. Don't worry about me. Go ahead and take care of your work. All right, I'll come by after work. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll bring it.
Kakashi stroked his chin and smiled.
Mr. Matsushima's golden tassel jade balls. And an order of bamboo shadow. All right, I'll have him make it.
After the busy morning ended, Dai too packed his bag and prepared to leave. Kakashi leaned against the headboard holding a half-read book, watching him. Dai too was reluctant to leave. Even though it was almost time, he couldn't take a single step.
Aren't you going?
Kakashi couldn't stand his deliberate dawdling. Dai too cupped his face and kissed him.
Call me if anything comes up. Anytime, don't worry about disturbing me, okay? All right. Go now. Then I'm really leaving.
Dai too looked back every 3 steps. Kakashi, exasperated, nearly threw a pillow at him, but fortunately he finally stepped out the door. Finally at peace, Kakashi opened his book and continued reading. The advantage of a private ward was that once the door was closed, no one would disturb him. On the table beside him were a glass of water and a bowl of sliced fruit. It was quite a feat for Dai too, a pampered young master who had never lifted a finger for chores, to personally take care of him. Not long after enjoying his own time, Kakashi heard a knock, and then the door gently pushed open a crack. What came into view was Yugao, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Kakashi felt a pleasant surprise and smiled.
How did you get here?
Yugao pushed the door open.
Not just me, Ling Kong and Mr. You are here too.
Then everyone walked in carrying various fruit baskets and gifts.
Kakashi, do you not consider us friends?
Ling Kong pretended to scold him in dissatisfaction.
You didn't even tell us you were sick. It's just a minor ailment, nothing serious,
Kakashi said, unwilling to elaborate. They didn't press further. You walked over and sat beside him.
Mr. Daitu asked us to come. He said you wanted to attend the meeting but couldn't due to your health, so we're here in the ward. We hope we're not disturbing your rest. Not at all. I'm sorry to trouble you to come all the way.
Yugao, unaccustomed to such formalities, cut in directly.
Gentlemen, shall we start now? I have a lot to vent about.
Ling Kong also seemed to have suddenly opened the floodgates.
If yours is bitter water, then mine is sulfuric acid.
Kakashi looked at his two colleagues, once so spirited, and now both rather dejected, and couldn't help but feel curious. Yugao began to complain.
I never knew female celebrities could be so troublesome. Shi Yin looks glamorous on the surface, but she lives under immense pressure. She barely gets a few hours of sleep, has to shoot intense scenes, and even her agent won't let her eat enough for fear of her figure losing shape. Several times when she made minor mistakes, I heard her agent scold her. She never says anything, but the grievance in her heart is unmistakable. But I really admire her understanding of the character. She said Song Yin's pain comes from kindness, and the essence of kindness is innocence untainted by the outside world. So the character should be restored to its most simple form. She plans to observe schoolgirls the liveliness they exude, a purity that is hard to find once one enters society.
You nodded in agreement.
Besides kindness, Song Yin also has a touch of evil.
As soon as he said this, everyone raised their heads and looked at him in confusion, except for Kakashi, who wore an expression of understanding. He shared the same thought as you. You gestured for Kakashi to speak. Kakashi gathered his thoughts and said slowly,
Song Yin comes from a big city, raised in love, knowing nothing of the world. But after witnessing a murder, her spirit suffered a tremendous blow. Yet she used Xiao Qing's love for her to bind him for life. Did you notice a key point? Even when she wasn't mentally unstable, she always wanted to escape her family. She feigned illness to come to the countryside. Her parents thought it would help her recuperate, but they had no idea what was really on her mind. At 20, Song Yin had only one friend, Xiao Qing. She didn't want to lose him, but she also didn't want their relationship to evolve. She was too lonely. Her seemingly happy and fulfilling life was actually a cage locking her in. So she fell ill again, so she could keep Xiao Qing by her side forever. Do you mean? This might be the second time she's faked illness.
Ling Kong's mind was in a whirl. Kakashi twirled his pen.
Yes, that's what we call a touch of evil. The greed in human nature amplified by her became Xiao Qing's shackles.
You continued to add.
So next we need to fill in the details. Teacher Yuan Mu doesn't like major changes, so the dialogue will basically follow the original text. We'll just adjust the overly literary parts. If there are no issues this afternoon, we'll complete everything here.
Yugao hadn't yet digested what Kakashi had said, and you had already arranged everything. The efficiency of these two was truly astonishing.
So we're going to produce a complete script this afternoon. That's too fast,
Yugao asked incredulously. You replied,
the director is pushing for it. It must be done today.
Ling Kong flopped directly onto the accompanying bed, looking utterly resigned.
I feel like I'm the slow one being dragged along by a bunch of geniuses. All right, I'll buy you all afternoon tea. Wait.
Before Kakashi could finish, you cleared his throat, turned his head away, and said,
Ji Shui will bring coffee and pastries later.
Kakashi saw you displaying a shy expression for the first time.
Oh, then I'll trouble Ji Shui. Is it from the shop we usually go to?
You nodded, pretending to be busy. Yugao and Ling Kong were utterly confused. Yugao asked curiously,
Who is Ji Shui?
Kakashi.
My editor and also a friend of you. Mister, you has other friends.
Ling Kong blurted out. Kakashi shot him a glare, and Ling Kong quickly changed his tune.
No, I mean you usually seem so serious, so hard to approach. Is that so?
You stared at Ling Kong with a straight face. Ling Kong hastily corrected himself.
Of course not. Actually, it's fine. Last time you encouraged me to finish tasks on time, or else I might as well quit this job. It was actually quite motivating.
The more he explained, the more convoluted it became. Kakashi, however, enjoyed this atmosphere. A group of like-minded companions striving together, and Uchiha Dai too, who sent him a message every 10 minutes just to bother him. In the afternoon, the work was nearly complete. The desk was cluttered with various drafts densely filled with suitable alternative phrases, most of which were selected from Kakashi and Itachi. Even Yui had to admit that as a novice Kakashi had a talent for screenwriting, but they still had disagreements.
To the end of the world I will go with you.
Yui repeated the line a few times, then set down his pen, and suddenly looked at Kakashi. The question he wanted to ask lingered on his lips, but he didn't know how to begin.
What's wrong?
Kakashi met his gaze, a look of confusion on his face.
It just feels very tragic, I can't quite explain it. If this line is the ending, then the whole movie would be an open-ended conclusion. But the original work doesn't make it that clear.
Kakashi sat up and stated his opinion calmly.
From my personal perspective, and the information I gathered from Master Haruki, this is the best ending. A story needs room for interpretation to have depth. I know, but leaving room for interpretation works better for novels. Today's movies are fast food consumption. Audiences don't want to leave the theater feeling confused.
Yui countered. Kakashi remained firm.
What do you mean by confused? Shouldn't it be thought-provoking? Yui, do you think everyone's life has an answer? If there's no answer, does that mean it's not brilliant? I didn't mean that. Kakashi, do you know what kind of person Mayana is? He's a commercial director, not a filmmaker of art films. No one has the patience to go with you on a slow-burn journey. They all want to see a clear, vivid story. Enough. Both of you stop.
Itachi intervened just in time to prevent an argument. Yui had a high spirit and several hit drama screenwriting experiences under his belt, so it was natural for him to feel unwilling to back down. He closed his laptop, stood up, and said,
Since you've made up your minds, there's nothing for me to do here. I'm leaving.
Yui. Ling Kong called after him, but he ignored it, slamming the door as he left. The three left behind were at a loss. Ling Kong, seeing the situation, felt there was no use for him either, so he took the excuse of persuading Yui and hurriedly left. Kakashi sighed. The wound began to ache again after the pain pump was removed. Itachi helped him lie down and asked with concern,
Are you all right? Don't get worked up. Rest and recover first. I'm fine. Itachi, what's your opinion? You didn't argue. Do you also think I was wrong?
Kakashi persistently sought support, but seeing Itachi's expression, he already knew the answer. Itachi sat back down and said in a low voice,
No one is right or wrong. You and Yui are just looking at the problem from different perspectives. Kakashi, you are excellent, which is why they feel threatened. But you are also inexperienced. In fact, Yui is your senior. When you refuted him so confidently, it must have hurt his pride. I understand what you mean.
Kakashi pressed his hand against his chest, a faint pain gnawing at him like insects, making his whole body uncomfortable. When Shursui entered, Itachi had already gone to call the doctor. Kakashi was curled up, gritting his teeth to endure the pain.
What happened?
Shursui dropped what he was holding and rushed to check on Kakashi. Before he could touch him, he saw a shocking patch of red on the white bedsheet. Shursui gasped, almost stopping breathing. How could there be so much blood? And Kakashi, due to his fear of blood, had already turned as pale as paper.
Kakashi!
Shursui held his limp body. At that moment, Itachi returned with Sakura. Sakura urgently shouted,
Don't move him. Lay him flat.
Shursui did, as she said, placing Kakashi's body flat on the bed. Blood kept flowing out, seeping through the thin hospital gown onto the floor.
Send him to the emergency room. Call Obito Uchiha, hurry.
Sakura shouted to Chihiro, then directed Shursui and Itachi.
Help me push the bed out. Hurry, please. All right.
Shortly after he was sent into the emergency room, Obito arrived, sweating profusely. He grabbed Itachi's wrist and demanded,
What happened? He was fine when I left. What did you do to him?
Shursui stepped forward to pull Obito away.
What's wrong with you? Let go of Itachi.
Itachi raised his hand to signal Shursui not to be too aggressive. He understood Obito's emotional outburst. He had already noticed it. Ever since Obito recommended Kakashi for the film's screenwriting team, everything he did was for Kakashi. At that moment, a nurse rushed out of the emergency room and asked urgently,
"The patient has lost too much blood and needs Rh-negative A-type blood. The blood bank is insufficient. Does anyone here have this blood type?"
This rare blood type was uncommon. Itachi and Shursui shook their heads in unison.
"I do. Take mine."
Obito's voice suddenly rang out. He rolled up his sleeve and rushed to the nurse. The nurse grabbed his hand and ran inside. Once inside the emergency room, Obito looked at Kakashi lying on the operating table with a pained heart. Kakashi had slipped into a deep coma again. The nurse had Obito lie on a nearby bed to draw blood, but Obito kept his eyes fixed on Kakashi, terrified of losing him. Sakura dared not make a decision, and Tsunade was not there. She had to call for confirmation. Tsunade's voice boomed from the phone, echoing throughout the room.
"Obito Uchiha, you cannot donate blood. I told you clearly that day."
But Obito ignored her, hung up the phone, and shouted at Sakura,
"Hurry up and draw it. Don't waste time."
With a life at stake, Sakura had no choice but to have the nurse proceed. Seeing Kakashi's face regain a hint of color, Obito finally felt relieved. After the successful surgery, Obito insisted on transferring Kakashi to another hospital. He no longer trusted leaving him there. Before leaving, Itachi spoke with Obito for a while, explaining the situation. Obito was not unreasonable, but anything involving Kakashi made him lose his composure.
"Mr. Itachi, as long as he's fine. If there had been even the slightest mishap, I wouldn't have let the Yuhi off the hook. I understand how you feel." "No, you don't. Because you don't know him. To you, Kakashi might just be a web novelist who has worked hard for a long time without much achievement. But you'll never understand the courage it took for him to get this far. Mr. Obito, it's true that not everyone can truly empathize. But I've known Kakashi for several years now. His pain is all in his writing, and his words are filled with regrets. Perhaps we as outsiders shouldn't say much. Still, Mr. Obito, I want to say this: he is a very proud person. Please consider his feelings in everything you do." "What do you mean?"
Obito caught the implication in Itachi's words, and it struck a chord deep within him, leaving him unable to refute. Itachi replied calmly,
"You should understand. He is an independent individual with his own thoughts. Maintaining a relationship through concealment will not last long."
Kakashi recuperated in a private hospital for about a week before recovering. Daito did not mention anything that happened after he fainted, brushing it off with the excuse of being overwhelmed by anger. On the day of Kakashi's discharge, Daito canceled a very important meeting and left Luan to handle it alone. Luan had no way to voice his grievances. He already had an enormous workload, yet he had to shoulder this great responsibility.
"Mr. Daito, your frequent absences lately have already made Mr. Ben very dissatisfied. Last time he came and didn't see you, he said he wanted to have a serious talk with you. Yuzebo Ban was Daito's uncle, the most respected and virtuous person in the entire corporate group. He had stepped back from the front lines and rarely involved himself in company affairs, but his authority remained coupled with years of accumulated connections, so Daito deeply respected him. But compared to Kakashi, no one else mattered. He replied to Luan nonchalantly, "Can't you just lie? Say I've been on a business trip recently. You're too rigid, you don't know how to adapt." Luan helplessly spread his hands. "Your schedule is all written on the desk calendar." He saw it clearly. "How can I lie with my eyes wide open?"
"Look at what you wrote today. Kakashi's discharge, must go pick him up." The day before yesterday, Kakashi wanted the latest novel, had to go to the bookstore to buy. One by one, Luan enumerated them all. Daito couldn't bear to listen anymore, and directly grabbed his coat, making an excuse to leave. After bringing Kakashi home, Daito looked at him still with a worried expression, and sat by his bed asking, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing. I'm thinking about when I can return to work." Daito held his hand. "The doctor said at least a month of rest.
It's okay, I'll handle things for you. Your job won't be lost. Besides, the main screenwriter is you. He's here so you don't need to worry. Daichi, you trust me a lot, and I have confidence in doing this job well. I don't want all my previous efforts to go to waste.
Kakashi had a strong sense of pride, and Daichi knew it well. Now, he could understand the meaning behind Yu's words, especially since these past few days, he had been secretly replacing the director without telling Kakashi, and the negotiations were almost complete. However, Qiantian's background was more complicated than he imagined. Pulling one string would affect too many people, including the hot leading actor Giulio, whom he had personally cultivated.
Daichi, I finally managed to get this opportunity. I want to achieve the recognition I deserve through my own efforts. Can you understand? I understand. Be obedient. Only by taking good care of your health can you continue to work hard. Otherwise, everything will be in vain, right?
Kakashi took some of Daichi's words to heart, even taking his medicine more punctually than usual. He desperately wished to recover quickly. Daichi also spent as much time as possible accompanying him. At night, Kakashi planned to return to his own room. Daichi stood at the door, unwilling to leave. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke.
Let's sleep together from now on.
Kakashi's hands paused while arranging the blanket, his heart skipping a beat. Except for that one time in the hospital, they had never shared a bed before. This would truly make them look like ordinary partners. He himself didn't know if he ground his teeth or snored, or if his sleeping posture was terrible. When you care about someone, you always fear them seeing your unflattering side. While Kakashi was still pondering, Daichi had already come in, with his pillow naturally lifting the blanket.
I'll just hold you while we sleep, okay?
Daichi pleaded with him. Kakashi clutched the hem of his pajamas. His figure was slender, and his skin was fair, not rough like an ordinary man's. He was indeed exquisitely beautiful, and Daichi couldn't help but keep his gaze fixed on him.
Just sleeping,
Kakashi said softly.
What else? What are you expecting?
Daichi deliberately teased him, his words carrying a hint of flippancy. He knew Kakashi couldn't withstand teasing, and sure enough, a lovely light pink flush spread across his skin.
Come here, I've warmed it up.
Daichi patted the empty space beside him. Kakashi reluctantly lay down, keeping a small distance from Daichi. Daichi moved over and pulled him into his arms. Kakashi's expression flustered. He pressed his hands against Daichi's chest.
Aren't you not going to do anything? You lied to me. I only said sleeping, I didn't say I wouldn't do anything.
Daichi pinched his chin and kissed him. The two, who hadn't kissed for a long time, instantly ignited like wildfire, spiraling out of control. Daichi embraced Kakashi's soft body. The lingering scent of lemon from a recent shower acted like an aphrodisiac, constantly testing Daichi's limits. He was about to lose control, desperately wanting him, but he couldn't. He knew Kakashi's current physical condition wouldn't allow it. Once he started, he wouldn't be able to stop. So in the end, it was Daichi who suffered from this contact. He released Kakashi, and lay back in his own spot, his chest heaving, as he panted heavily. Kakashi knew he was aroused.
How about you go to the bathroom to take care of it?
Kakashi glanced at him, feeling uncomfortable himself.
It's fine, you go to sleep first. I'll just take a cold shower.
Just as Daichi was about to get up, Kakashi grabbed him.
Are you crazy in such cold weather? Let me help you.
While Daichi was still puzzled, Kakashi's hand slowly moved downward. After another week of enduring, Kakashi insisted on going back. Daichi couldn't do anything about him, so he could only repeatedly urge him to call if any health issues arose. Kakashi was almost annoyed to death by him. Before he even walked out the door, he had heard the same words 3 times.
Yuzibo Daichi. Do you know you're being so annoying?
Kakashi shoved the half-eaten bread into Daichi's mouth, finally gaining some peace.
Let me see you off.
Daichi followed behind him. Kakashi flatly refused.
No, I don't want people to be too suspicious of our relationship. I'm afraid of misunderstandings.
Daichi understood Kakashi's meaning, so he didn't insist.
Then take care on the road. Got it. You should hurry to work too. Luan is about to collapse. How do you know? Did he tattle to you?
Daichi walked out with Kakashi. Kakashi locked the door as he went.
It's not tattling, it's a distress signal. He still has poor stress tolerance.
Daito walked to his own car. The taxi he had called for Kakashi also arrived. At parting, he couldn't help but hug Kakashi from behind, whispering close to his ear.
Come back early tonight. No overtime.
Kakashi said helplessly.
I know, let go. I'm going to be late.
Daito finally reluctantly watched him leave before driving to the company. Having not been in the office for a long time, Kakashi felt a bit unaccustomed. He had contacted you earlier, who only told him to rest well, and not worry too much. Entering the familiar place again today, everyone was there. Kakashi took the initiative to greet them. Lincoln ran over enthusiastically and asked,
You're back so soon.
Is your body okay? I'm fine, thanks for your concern.
Kakashi smiled slightly. Meanwhile, Yugo was still silently typing on the keyboard, only nodding coldly at him. Kakashi, welcome back.
You stood up and walked over to him, handing him the complete script.
While you were away, we finished the final script. Take a look.
Kakashi hadn't expected them to be so fast, but it made sense. The director and actors were all waiting, and they couldn't be delayed because of him. Kakashi sat down, opened the first page, and read carefully. After finishing, his emotions were unsettled for a long time.
What are you doing?
Kakashi slammed the table, and stood up in anger. He pointed at the script on the table with a trembling finger.
Is turning it into a tacky love story what you want?
Concerned that Kakashi's body could no longer withstand the strain, you led him to his small office, and gestured toward the sofa.
Have a seat and let's talk.
Facing you, Kakashi no longer nursed his anger after all they had worked together for so long. He sat across from you, waiting for an explanation. You poured a glass of warm water for him, and filled his own cup with strong tea. He had evidently been burning the midnight oil again.
It was Mayada's decision. We couldn't change it. Don't blame them, even I have no authority over it. And what about Uenmu-sensei? Didn't he have any objections?
You interrupted Kakashi.
The copyright to the work has already been sold. Uenmu no longer has any say.
Kakashi was stunned. When he had met Uenmu before, the man had clearly cared so deeply about his creation. Even after the hit series had taken shape, he would still watch to see if the actors portrayed his vision. How could such a person simply let go?
Kakashi, I understand what you're thinking, but this is a job. You need to separate that. At its core, filmmaking is a commercial enterprise existing for profit. You can't indulge in illusions. That's just your own perspective.
You analyzed the situation for him, and he somewhat regretted bringing Kakashi into this team, knowing full well he was a rigid idealist, yet still dragging him into the fray. You rose, took a book from the shelf, and placed it before Kakashi. His slender fingers gently brushed over the cover's illustration of a night lamp.
Luo Chuan's The Bridge's Echo, you remember it, his last book. Luo Chuan.
How could Kakashi ever forget? He was an author consistently ranked among the top 3 on book sales charts, and you had once been his editor.
Didn't you ask me why he stopped writing?
You leaned against the desk, slightly tilting toward Kakashi. The distance was just right for conversation, not too formal, not too casual, like a heart-to-heart between friends. Brushing aside a strand of hair from his forehead, he continued.
Actually, it's not that he stopped writing, someone stopped him. He was blacklisted.
Kakashi froze, his fingers stiffening around the glass, his eyes wide with shock.
He insisted on using his original work without any changes, even causing a scene at the shoot. In the end, The Bridge's Echo was never made, and he completely lost his path. He was the first author I was responsible for. I witnessed his regretful departure firsthand. So Kakashi, if you choose to stay in this team, you must learn to adapt.
Kakashi digested every word you said. Suddenly he laughed, a laugh at his own pitifulness, at the hypocrisy of others. He glanced at the book again, a pair of blue eyes stared back, pure yet directionless. Without further hesitation, Kakashi turned his back to you and said,
In that case, I don't need to stay here. Perhaps you're right, I'm not suited for this line of work.
Kakashi had always believed that with enough effort everything could be resolved. But he was wrong. Not everything he thought would align with others, nor would everyone wait for him to see the light. In this world, those who share the same frequency are few and far between. He picked up his backpack from the chair he had barely worn, said nothing more, and walked straight to the door. Yugao, putting down his pen, watched his retreating figure, his lips parted as if to speak, but then closed. If this was how it ended, Kakashi found nothing to lament. Those who walk different paths cannot plan together. He walked along the corridor, toward the exit. Since the screenwriter's office was at the very back, the path to the main gate passed by many other offices. His steps grew heavier with the voices that reached his ears. The sharp, piercing laughter came from the costume and props department.
I knew it. The way Uchiha-san looked at him that day was different. They're in that kind of relationship. I sensed it too. So he's really skilled at manipulation, huh? I heard it was Obito-san himself who personally recommended him to you, San. No wonder. How could a nobody writer suddenly land a role in such a big-budget film? And for him, Obito-san even wanted to replace the director. What? Really? That's impossible, right? Something this huge. Are you sure your info is reliable? Absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears from the assistant director. Maeda was furious. But it's not like they can just change it overnight, since filming is about to start.
The conversation abruptly stopped. Assistant Director Suzuki appeared at the doorway without warning. Kakashi, hiding behind a pillar, felt his heart plunge into icy water, cold and numb. He trembled as he walked, afraid of being discovered. He chose the stairs, but after a few steps his legs gave way. He collapsed onto the steps, burying his face in his knees. The words he had overheard buzzed in his mind like relentless flies, impossible to shake off. So there was never any such thing as effort. Everything he had achieved was Obito's arrangement. This opportunity had been given to him by Obito, and he had foolishly thought he could earn recognition through it. How could anyone ever acknowledge him? Ataki Kakashi, you're nothing but a complete joke. His phone rang at the most inopportune moment, the shrill sound echoing through the empty stairwell. Kakashi pressed the answer button. It was his landlord.
Kakashi, I wanted to ask, have you been staying at the apartment lately? Yes, I've been away for a while. What's wrong? Has something happened?
Kakashi's heart jolted, fearing that Keiko had done something drastic.
I just got a complaint from the downstairs neighbor. A group of debt collectors came and made a scene. Who's living in your apartment now? Kakashi, you'll have to pay for any damage to my property's original decoration. And you're not allowed to let others stay there without permission.
Kakashi had already guessed the gist. Gripping his phone tightly, he forced himself up by leaning against the wall.
I understand. I'm terribly sorry. I'll come back right away to handle it. Then hurry up, or I won't rent it to you anymore.
The landlord's tone grew increasingly impatient, and he hung up. Kakashi stared at the dark screen. He had no time for wild thoughts. He immediately hailed a taxi and rushed back. When he returned to the apartment, it was already in shambles. Books scattered on the floor, shattered glass, cigarette butts discarded on the sofa, the lingering smoke making Kakashi nauseous. On the living room carpet, Keiko sat with disheveled hair. She looked up at Kakashi, then suddenly lunged at him, clutching his collar and pleading.
Kakashi, ask your friend to lend me more money. They've taken Aegean away. I have to save him. Isn't he very rich? If you just ask, he'll agree, won't he? Please.
Kakashi looked at her twisted face, a far cry from the person she once was. With a heart as cold as ashes, he crouched down and asked,
The person who lent you the money, it's Uchiha Obito, isn't it?
Before leaving the apartment, Kakashi called the police. After they arrived, they merely took a statement sneering at a family so deeply addicted to gambling, their perfunctory attitudes clearly written on their faces. After everything was settled, Kakashi packed up a few things. Wheezy continued to plead with him relentlessly. Kakashi took back the keys, pulled out some money, and handed it to her.
Go back. I'm really tired. Please don't appear in my life anymore, okay? And don't look for anyone related to me. They don't owe you anything.
Wheezy stepped back a few paces. She seemed to have expected Kakashi's ruthlessness. Tears silently fell, and she frantically grabbed her disheveled hair, looking utterly pitiful.
Just one last time, Kakashi. He once loved me very much. Help me find him, ensure his safety. After this, I won't contact him again, nor will I bother you, okay? Why must it come to this?
Kakashi couldn't understand. Since her father passed away, she had been with 2 men, each worse than the last, yet she still indulged in these relationships, unable to extricate herself. She had never truly gained anything, just a trace of warmth from the beginning.
Because I'm too lonely, Kakashi. How could you understand? Have you ever loved someone? Do you know the feeling of being unable to sleep all night, days dragging like years after the one you love leaves you? It's all gone. If you hadn't insisted on going with him that day, if he hadn't shielded you, how could he have died?
She accused Kakashi, hysterically pouring the coldest words over him, leaving him no escape from the judgment. Kakashi bit his lower lip and couldn't stop trembling. He stretched out his hand, as if he could still see the blood flowing through his fingers. That year, he was so young, constantly calling for his deceased father, who had bled so much as if to drown himself. The red color seemed like ribbons wrapping tighter and tighter around Kakashi, making it hard even to breathe. His childhood ended right there. At only 10 years old, he shouldered such a heavy fate, blaming himself for his father's death.
All right, this is the last time. I'll find him and help him pay off his debts, but you must break it off with him.
Kakashi couldn't shake the images from his mind, and his voice grew softer under the weight. He watched Weezy stand up and leave, then heard her stop and say one last thing.
You know, I've long known about you and Xiao Yin, but I didn't stop it. Because I hate you. I want you to suffer as much as I do.
Kakashi watched her resolute back. The remaining fragments of beauty turned into bubbles and vanished in an instant. It was nothing more than that, Kakashi thought. He should never have hoped for anything. When he got home, Dai-Tu was already waiting for him. He had gotten off work early today. Kakashi had told him not to come pick him up, but Dai-Tu was terribly worried, afraid that Kakashi's health might take a turn. Now seeing him safe and sound, Dai-Tu felt relieved and ran over to embrace him.
Tired? Sit down and rest. How was work today? Did anyone give you a hard time? There's a new movie tonight. Let's go watch it together, okay? Dai-Tu.
Kakashi interrupted him. He used to love Dai-Tu's series of questions, each one phrased as an inquiry that expressed his care. But today, he didn't want to hear any of it.
How long are you going to keep lying to me?
Dai-Tu felt the person in his arms turn so cold, like a block of ice radiating chill. He had already guessed about 70 or 80% of it. He pulled back to look at Kakashi, trying to use his affectionate eyes to evoke a bit of softness.
I didn't mean to deceive you. I just didn't want you to have any burden. Kakashi, you didn't rely on me to get where you are. You relied on yourself. Really? Then why didn't you tell me? You had so much time to discuss it with me. Why didn't you say anything? I'm not your pet that you can arrange as you please. I thought I had gotten a great opportunity. I thought I was competing on an equal footing with others, earning my achievements through hard work. But it was all fake. You paved the way for me, pulled strings, let me do whatever I wanted. In others' eyes, I'm a bully who gets things without effort. Yu Gao and Ling Kong are both more senior than me, yet they have to accommodate me. Even everyone else knew, and I was the only one kept in the dark. Yuzhibo Dai-Tu, I'm an independent person with my own thoughts. I know. Kakashi.
Dai-Tu grabbed his hand, trying to calm him down.
I love you. Why does doing something for the person I love turn into this in your eyes? I just want you to feel better. What's wrong with that? What if I don't want it? I don't want you to help me like this. I've walked my own path for so long, and you've been absent for so long. Now you come back and think I'm pitiful, don't you? After all these years, I'm still living so badly. You can't stand it and want to lend a hand. But I don't need it. My family is like this. They're a bottomless pit. How long can you help me? Your kindness will only make them cling to you even more. I don't want to maintain our relationship through an exchange of benefits. I don't want to owe you. Nor do I want to burden you.
Dai-Tu couldn't believe what he was hearing. It was just a well-intentioned gesture, but Kakashi had overthought it so much. Kakashi pulled away his hand from Dai-Tu's grip, as if completely letting go of him, and continued calmly.
Let it go, die too. We were never meant for each other. You can't understand me, and I can't satisfy you. When people have been apart for long, they shouldn't reunite. It's not bad to live in beautiful memories.
Kakashi had countless sorrows he couldn't unravel, and he was stained with dirt that couldn't be washed away. How could he dare to approach the one he loved? His youthful dream had lasted more than 10 years. It should never have come true. Kakashi was self-deprecating, sensitive, and constantly worried about gains and losses, with a pile of messy affairs behind him. But Dai-Tu was different. He was so dazzling. Whether it was the student he used to be, or the accomplished man, he was now just standing there. Kakashi couldn't help but be drawn to him. So he couldn't hold him back. It shouldn't be like this. Yuzuru Dai-Tu was meant to rise to the heights, not to be slandered because of him, and become the subject of gossip. Dai-Tu clenched his fists, then suddenly pressed Kakashi onto the sofa, and kissed him recklessly.
What do you mean, let it go? Why should it be over just because you say so?
Veins bulged on his forehead. Feeling Kakashi dodging and struggling, he angrily pinned him down and insisted on kissing him.
I want you, Kakashi. I only want you alone. Don't you dare push me away.
Clothes were torn. He fiercely left his marks on Kakashi's body, forcibly taking possession of everything. Dai-Tu had lost all reason. He couldn't listen to anything. He only wanted Kakashi to clearly feel his presence. But this madness was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. They turned to look. Standing at the door was a person, Xiaofeng. Taking advantage of Obito's momentary distraction, Kakashi shoved him aside and straightened his disheveled clothes. At that moment, he wished he had the power to vanish into thin air. Words he wanted to say remained unspoken, his emotions still unsettled. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his hand. Looking down, he saw Xiaofeng biting his hand, his small face twisted with all his might. Obito grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away. Xiaofeng kicked his legs and cried loudly, shouting at Kakashi.
Don't take my father away. I don't like Teacher Kakashi anymore. It's because of you that Mom and Dad are getting divorced. I hate you.
Kakashi was utterly stunned. He sat on the sofa, dazed, bearing the accusations of a child. He thought Obito had handled everything, including the child's matter. Once he had promised solemnly to give him a stable future with no worries. But now it was all a pile of lies. He had even hurt the tender heart of a child.
Shut up!
Obito roared, trying to drag Xiaofeng back to his room. Kakashi stepped forward and stopped him.
Enough! Uchiha, Obito, let him go!
Kakashi snatched the child from Obito's arms. Though he knew he could no longer explain, he still tried to soothe the sobbing Xiaofeng, gently stroking his back.
I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. I won't take your father away. He will stay with you and your mother. Don't cry, okay?
Every word felt like a knife to Kakashi's heart, hurting so much he could barely stand. Xiaofeng, trembling, grabbed Kakashi's hand. His eyes were red from crying. He asked again,
Really? Teacher, you really won't take Daddy away?
Kakashi clenched his fists, feeling the pain of his nails digging into his palms. Only then did he dare to meet the child's clear eyes again, lying through his teeth.
Yes, I was just playing a game with your father just now. Teacher has someone he likes. He will live with that person in the future. I don't want your father. Don't overthink, okay? Okay, I'm relieved then.
Xiaofeng's tears turned into laughter. He wiped the corners of his eyes. He was so young, how could he understand the hidden meanings in those words? How could he comprehend the sorrow behind every bleeding word? He simply wanted a happy family.
All right, teacher should go home now. Don't run around anymore. Don't make your parents worry.
With that, Kakashi ruffled Xiaofeng's hair and slowly straightened up, walking toward the door. Let it be. Let it be, as if nothing ever began.
Kakashi!
Obito, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help but speak. Kakashi, with his back to him, said lightly,
Mr. Uchiha, thank you for hiring me as a temporary tutor and for your care. Today the contract ends. Let's part amicably.
Kakashi didn't give him a chance to say another word. He was afraid he would break down crying, afraid Obito would lose his mind again. They were adults, unable to freely vent emotions, unable to cry when sad or laugh when happy like children. The sorrow of adults could only be swallowed, digested in silence, and met with a bitter smile. That was all. So Kakashi quickly fled this battlefield. He desperately needed a breath of air, just like every escape before. When all roads were blocked, the only thought he could muster was to end it all. But the difference was that before, as he walked, he would always encounter Obito waiting at the end, reaching out his hand. Now he was moving away from him, as if stepping back from light into darkness. Kakashi tilted his head back, trying to hold back the tears, but he couldn't control them. The taxi driver waited for him to give a destination. Kakashi didn't know where to go. Nowhere was home. He had lost his job, his lover, and his place to stay. Just now, the landlord had texted him to move out immediately, and pay a huge amount for house repairs. Kakashi looked at his phone. Only 10 battery remained. It didn't matter. No one would contact him. He didn't know who to contact. He could only bear the pain alone.
To the psychiatric hospital.
At least his only relative was there. The car quickly brought him to the destination. The driver, seeing his lost expression, feared he might be a patient who had escaped and was now going back. Without even taking the fare, he sped off into the distance. Kakashi watched the car disappear, stuffing the money back into his pocket. He wondered how wretched he looked to scare someone that badly. Afraid that Xiaoyan would worry if he saw him like this, he went to the restroom first. Standing before the mirror, even he was startled. His hair was a mess, his clothes were torn, and a few buttons were misaligned. Kakashi washed his face with cold water. When he looked up, a handkerchief was offered. He turned to see Dr. Watanabe.
It's clean. Feel free to use it if you don't mind.
Kakashi took it and whispered,
Thank you. I have spare clothes. You can borrow them for now.
Watanabe didn't ask what happened. He always preserved Kakashi's last shred of dignity. Kakashi followed Watanabe into his office. It was tidy, still carrying the hospital's usual smell of disinfectant. Kakashi was used to it. Watanabe took a bag from the cabinet and handed it to him.
It might be a bit big, but make do with it. You can change behind this curtain. Okay.
Kakashi went behind the curtain to change. The clothes were slightly large, but their heights were similar, so it was passable. Watanabe looked at Kakashi and smiled slightly.
You really suit white. It has a unique charm on you, so clean.
The white sweater made Kakashi's skin look even more translucent. He was already slender and sharp-featured, and now he was impossible to look away from.
I'll wash it and return it to you.
Kakashi averted his gaze awkwardly from Watanabe's blatant stare.
No rush. You don't have to return it if you don't want to. It's just a piece of clothing. Are you going to see Xiaoyan now?
Watanabe leaned against the desk, looking languid.
Has he been doing well lately? Quite well. No episodes. That's good. Thank you for taking care of him. Kakashi, why do you always thank me? Can't you just accept my kindness without reservation?
Watanabe stepped closer, and Kakashi took 2 steps back, the message clear enough.
No, Dr. Watanabe. There is no such thing as kindness without reason, so I cannot accept it.
Kakashi refused him outright. Watanabe chuckled softly.
All right, then consider it a favor you owe me. I'm in no hurry. You can pay me back in installments.
After Kakashi left, Obito intended to bring Xiaofeng back to find Yukina, but before he could set off, he received a call from her voice filled with panic.
I was about to contact you. Calm down, Xiaofeng is with me.
Only after hearing Obito's words did she feel relieved, letting out a long sigh.
He doesn't want to come with me. He said you have someone else you like, which is why you drove him away. I know. The old lady came to see you, didn't she?
Obito clenched his fists, his fingers tightening more and more, as if trying to vent the pent-up emotions.
How could a child know so much? She must have told him. Starting from the bug in the phone watch, I already knew. How could she ever let me do as I please?
Yukina sighed softly and replied,
I'm sorry. She asked me to bring the child back for a visit, and I couldn't refuse. But I didn't tell her anything about the divorce. Her health isn't good. She just wanted the child to keep her company. I understand, Yukaina. It's not your fault. It's my problem. But you must keep our secret. If she ever finds out that the child doesn't have Uchiha blood, she will go mad.
Obito made a silent decision. He would not repeat the same mistakes. 10 years ago, he was young and ignorant, forced to accept everything. But now, he held over half of the Uchiha group's shares, so he had nothing to fear. Yet he also understood that his mother had been strict with him since childhood, not only because he was the sole heir, but also because he bore the hopes of his father, who had died young. On the other end of the phone, Yukaina was silent for a moment. Perhaps she was outside, her voice trembling slightly from the cold. She said,
Obito, thank you for protecting my child. We owe each other nothing. I promised you I would take care of you, and I will keep that promise. Don't worry, let me handle it, okay?
Obito was not good at comforting others, but he knew that Yukaina, who had been through storms with him, was not so timid or weak.
Xiao Feng is asleep. Come pick him up from my place tomorrow. Okay. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. I ran into the landlord today, and he said he won't rent to Kakashi anymore. Apparently someone came to cause trouble and trashed the apartment.
Obito had already guessed the reason. No wonder Kakashi looked so exhausted. He had been through so much but never said a word. That bastard always stubbornly pushed him away, bearing everything alone.
I understand. Get some rest early.
After hanging up, Obito sat alone on the sofa, his mind filled with the scene from earlier. Kakashi, with a heart as dead as ashes, turned his back to him and said he would never want him again. He walked further and further away from Obito, but Obito just couldn't let go, couldn't give up on him. The next day, after Yukaina took Xiao Feng away, Obito finally went to see Uchiha Madara. His uncle was still asleep when the housekeeper knocked on the door, saying Obito had urgent business with him. No one else would dare disturb him.
Tell him to wait 10 minutes.
Madara struggled to get up, stretching his limbs. He was getting old. Even after a full night's sleep, his body still felt stiff. He threw on a robe and lazily walked downstairs, only to see Obito had already brewed and tasted his treasured tea leaves. Madara glanced at the cabinet.
You have a sharp eye. You picked the most expensive one.
He sat down opposite Obito, crossed his legs, and picked up another cup of tea from the table, twirling it in his hand.
Come on, what trouble did you cause this time? Uncle, why do you say that? Couldn't I have come just to see you?
Obito smiled lightly.
You'd come to see me early in the morning for no reason. You've been back for so long, and I've hardly seen you. Don't you think that sounds ridiculous?
In front of Madara, Obito's thoughts were clear as day. After all, Madara had been in this circle for years, and had seen all kinds of characters. Obito decided to stop beating around the bush.
I want to invite you to come back to the group. Why? I left the board a long time ago. Life is comfortable. Why would I go back? I need you to help me take full control of the Uchiha group. With you there, you can keep everyone in line.
Madara understood now. The kid was shrewd, using him as a pawn. He shifted his posture, leaning back on the sofa, and replied with a look that saw through everything.
Are you asking me to keep the peace or to go against your mother? Both. She shouldn't interfere anymore. The Uchiha group answers to me now, and she needs to learn to shut up about my affairs.
Obito spoke with such determination. He had already made up his mind. From the moment he returned home, everything he did was driven by an unyielding will, including Kakashi.
Obito, no matter what, she is your mother. You shouldn't be at odds with her. I'm not at odds with her. But she's always been too strong-willed, trying to control everything I do. That's because your father died young. As a woman, she had to protect you and the family business in a cutthroat environment where everyone wanted a piece. She had no choice. Don't forget, you wouldn't be where you are today without all the effort she put in.
Madara slammed the cup heavily on the table, the sound vibrating through the room. He stood up, walked over to Obito, and said face to face, word by word,
I can help you with many things, but I will never help you go against your mother.
When it came to family, Madara's principles would not bend. Knowing he couldn't convince him, Obito got up to leave, but Madara stopped him.
I will come back. You're too young, there are things that need my handling. I also know that you invested in a movie for a man even going so far as to offend the boss of Gene E.
Sure enough, Obito's every move was under their surveillance. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and said,
This is my own business. You don't need to worry about it. Really, if it were just a casual fling, I'd have nothing to say. But it doesn't seem that way. You really like him, don't you?
Madara's few words could break through Obito's defenses, leaving him nowhere to hide.
That's the real reason you came, isn't it? You want to bring him into the Uchiha family, openly make him yours. So what if I do?
Obito turned his head back, staring defiantly at Madara. Madara admired his courage, even seeing a reflection of his younger self in him. But Obito was too impatient, always seeming reckless.
Then I'll tell you, forget it. With your mother's temper, if you bring a man home, she might actually take a knife to you. If you can't help with anything, then don't talk big in front of me.
Obito couldn't be bothered to argue further. All this talk was pointless.
But with me around, at least, I can protect him. Obito, you're afraid. You're afraid you can't protect him.
Madara said it casually, like a hunter setting a trap with ease, watching the prey fall into it. This composure was something the young lacked. In the hospital room, Xiaoyan was reading the book Kakashi had bought him, before Hemingway's The Snows of Kilimanjaro. In the past he always found it tedious, and would feel sleepy after just a few pages, but now, he was reading with such absorption that he didn't even notice Kakashi's entrance. Kakashi deliberately cleared his throat. Xiaoyan put down the book, his eyes instantly lighting up, and threw himself into Kakashi's arms.
Brother, why are you here?
Kakashi embraced him, stroking his back, feeling that he seemed to have lost more weight.
I missed you, so I came to see you. I missed you too. Brother, I have my evaluation next week. Sister Shizuka said my performance will definitely be fine. I'm so looking forward to living with you.
Kakashi remained silent, unable to speak. He himself had no home to return to. How could he take Xiaoyan home? He had never mentioned Keiko, and that man, to Xiaoyan. He had chosen to bear everything alone, unwilling to let his only brother suffer more harm. He gently stroked Xiaoyan's hair, and said softly,
All right, you must work hard then. From now on we'll be together forever.
Xiaoyan nodded emphatically, then wrapped his arms around Kakashi's waist.
Brother, is Harry really dead? Is everything just an illusion?
He was referring to the protagonist in Hemingway's book who, while waiting for rescue, falls into memories and hallucinations. Truth and illusion, no one can tell for sure.
Don't be too fixated on a conclusion. Perhaps for him, that was the most beautiful outcome,
Kakashi replied.
Then what about our past and present? Can we accept and let go of them? Brother, is that person really dead? Will he reappear? Or maybe there will be others, right? When he was arrested, he said that as long as he could get out, he would kill us both. Brother, I'm so scared.
The hands clasped around Kakashi's waist tightened, and Xiaoyan's entire body trembled. Kakashi could only keep comforting him. Sometimes Kakashi himself wasn't sure. That year he chose to call the police, handed over all the evidence he had gathered, and against Keiko's objections personally sent him to prison. Alone he protected Xiaoyan and himself, fought against the darkness, alone, unable to sleep well every night from the cold, spending his days reading the notes Obito had left him, enduring one night after another. He wanted to find Obito, but the old house was empty, with only a middle-aged woman who came regularly to clean. Seeing Kakashi's dejected state, she felt a pang of pity and said,
Don't come anymore. The Uchiha family won't be back for a while. Young Master Obito has gone abroad to study. He's gone.
Kakashi muttered the words over and over. Why did he leave without saying a word? Was he afraid that I would pester him? After that day, Xiaoyan went mad. He became hysterical, constantly throwing things and searching for sharp objects to stab himself. Kakashi had to tie him to the bed with ropes, but he would bang his head against the wall, shouting,
Brother, take me away, I'm scared of this place. He will definitely come back.
Kakashi was at his wit's end. He had just graduated from middle school, had no money, and was saddled with a brother who often went insane. What could he do? Fortunately, it was summer vacation. During the day, Kakashi worked at a convenience store to earn money, locking Xiaoyan in the room with some food before leaving. At night, he dragged his exhausted body back. The store manager, seeing his pitiful state, would give him some bread and sandwiches that were about to expire after midnight to take home. Kakashi was deeply grateful. Carrying the bag, he walked home and passed the mailbox downstairs just as a postman was delivering mail.
Ataki Kakashi.
The postman called his name. Kakashi stopped and turned around in surprise.
Are you calling me? You're Ataki Kakashi. I was just looking for your apartment number. Since you're here, I'll give it to you directly.
The young postman in his uniform smiled cheerfully as he handed him a letter and winked.
It should be an acceptance letter. Congratulations. Thank you.
Kakashi politely took the letter with both hands. After the postman left, he stood at the stairwell and tore open the envelope. The words,
Tokyo University Department of Literature,
seemed to radiate their own light, warming Kakashi's heart. Clutching the letter excitedly to his chest, he hurried home to share the joy with Xiaoyan. But when he pushed open the door, he saw a scene that would haunt him forever. A fruit knife lay on the floor, and blood was still oozing from a cut wrist. Xiaoyan lay in the bathtub, his face pale, his eyes glazed, as he looked at Kakashi. He was barely clinging to the last thread of life. Kakashi dropped everything in his hands, and lifted his frail body out, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face.
No! Don't do this! Don't leave me, please don't go!
Xiaoyan was his only family in this world, the very reason he clung to life. How could he leave him too? Kakashi pressed down on the wound, but it was futile. Blood stained his hands red.
Xiaoyan, your brother got into university. I can support you now. Can you please hold on? It's my fault. If only I had come back earlier. If only I hadn't left you with that demon. It was me who made you suffer everything. I'm the one who should die, not you.
Tears streamed endlessly, and the warmth in his arms was fading. Only then did Kakashi remember to call for an ambulance. He couldn't just sit there and watch Xiaoyan die. Xiaoyan, too weak from blood loss to speak, still mustered all his strength to raise his hand and gently stroke the words,
Congratulations on your admission,
on the letter. He managed a pale smile and mouthed laboriously,
So good. I want my brother to be happy.
After saying these broken words, he lost consciousness completely. The siren of the ambulance rang out just in time from downstairs. Medical staff rushed in and lifted Xiaoyan's dying body onto a stretcher. Kakashi followed closely behind. After timely rescue, Xiaoyan's life was saved, but Kakashi could no longer keep him by his side. He couldn't bear to see such a thing happen again. So he ultimately decided to send Xiaoyan to a psychiatric hospital. All the money he earned from working part-time went to pay for the hospitalization fees, but it still wasn't enough. He had to humble himself and beg Keiko. Keiko lived in the factory dormitory. When she saw Kakashi coming to her, she didn't even give him a good look.
Xiaoyan is sick, and I need money. I will pay you back.
Kakashi said, his head bowed, his body withered by suffering. Keiko was still in her work uniform. She took a few bills from her pocket and tossed them at him.
That's all I have. I don't have any more. You figure it out yourselves. Thank you.
Kakashi bowed to her and turned to leave. Keiko's voice came from behind him.
He's dead,
she said calmly, as if mentioning something trivial.
Died in prison. Kakashi, you're really something. Everyone connected to you meets a bad end.
Memories of the past were always so terrifying that even recalling the smallest details made Kakashi shudder all over, much like how Xiaoyan's memories had become distorted, leaving him often unable to distinguish dreams from reality. Kakashi stayed at the hospital for a day, and Xiaoyan was too excited to sleep, waking up repeatedly to check if Kakashi was still there. During the day, Kakashi read books and chatted with him, and in the afternoon, they sat by the window soaking up the sunlight. A knock on the doorframe broke their conversation. Dr. Watanabe approached them and asked gently,
Am I interrupting your chat? Not at all.
Kakashi stood up and smiled at him. Xiaoyan looked a little nervous when he saw Dr. Watanabe unconsciously squeezing Kakashi's palm. Watanabe explained,
I've been a bit strict with him recently. He's actually starting to fear me now.
With that he patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and asked,
Didn't you say yourself that if you recover sooner you can leave the hospital and be with your brother, right? So you'll follow Dr. Watanabe's instructions and do the examinations properly, won't you?
Hearing this, a smile finally bloomed on Xiaoyan's face, and he nodded firmly.
Of course, I'll definitely cooperate with Dr. Watanabe.
Seeing that Kakashi's condition had improved significantly, he also felt relieved, and said to Watanabe,
Thank you so much for your help during this time. This is my duty. Don't worry, I'll also be part of next week's evaluation. I'll do my best to assist you. Xiaoyan has an activity soon. Can I treat you to a cup of coffee? If you're treating, I'll make time even if I'm busy.
Watanabe smiled faintly, took out his pen, recorded Xiaoyan's status, and casually slipped it into his chest pocket. He glanced at Kakashi's sleeves, and suddenly took the initiative to grab his hand. Kakashi was still dazed. By the time he realized the physical contact, and tried to pull his hand back, Watanabe was already gently rolling up his cuffs. He said,
My clothes are still a bit loose. This looks much tidier.
Kakashi's cheeks flushed, slightly embarrassed by his earlier thoughts. Composing himself, he said,
Then let's head downstairs now.
He turned to add to Xiaoyan,
Brother will come see you in a few days. Be good, okay? Okay, you go ahead.
After arriving at the cafe, the two found a windowside seat. Watanabe directly ordered a latte for Kakashi, and turned around to say,
Let's add some sugar. A little sweetness won't hurt.
Kakashi didn't refuse and nodded. After sitting down, Watanabe handed him a wet wipe.
Hospital-supplied disinfectant wipes.
Kakashi took it.
Thank you. No rush on the hospital bills. I've arranged for a 1-month extension. I gave a heads up. Those receipts are all with me. You can pay them together when it's convenient.
Watanabe brought up something that had troubled Kakashi for a long time. He had planned to use his salary after joining the film crew to settle it, but now that he had unilaterally breached the contract, Itachi had covered the penalty for him, which was already the best possible outcome. He hadn't expected Watanabe to notice his predicament. Kakashi said,
I'll settle everything within these few days. It won't drag on long.
Watanabe traced the rim of his coffee cup and replied calmly,
Good. Do what you can and don't push yourself too hard. Kakashi, being too stubborn isn't always a good thing. Sometimes you need to learn to lean on others. I don't need to.
Kakashi responded directly.
And there's no need.
He was always so resolute. No matter what difficulties he faced, he never wanted to involve unrelated people. It was his life, and he could handle it alone. During a lull in the conversation, Kakashi received a message from his landlord about settling all the damages. He checked the time, then looked up at Watanabe, and said apologetically,
I have something urgent to attend to. I'm sorry, Dr. Watanabe.
Watanabe stood up with him.
No problem. Let me walk you there. No need. It's hard to get a taxi at this hour. I'm off work anyway.
Watanabe took out his car keys. His car was parked in the lot across from the cafe, and the headlights flashed twice with the remote control. Eager to get back, Kakashi no longer refused. This was Watanabe's first time visiting Kakashi's apartment. When they arrived downstairs, he noticed something amiss in Kakashi's expression and asked concernedly,
Should I come up with you? No need. Be safe on your way back.
Kakashi unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, watching Watanabe leave before slowly heading upstairs. The landlord was a middle-aged man who was usually amiable, but now he gave Kakashi a frosty look.
Mr. Matsushima.
Kakashi greeted him cautiously. Matsushima sat on the sofa, and seeing Kakashi return, tossed a list at him from his pocket. It clearly itemized all the damage costs, with a final total of 200,000 yuan. Doors, windows, walls, and furniture are all included along with renovation costs.
I'll give you 1 week to settle the payment, then tear everything down. You can't stay here anymore. Just move out.
Matsushima gave Kakashi no leeway at all, clearly very angry. Kakashi took the bill and held it tightly, speaking humbly.
I understand. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Matsushima. I'll pay you within the deadline.
Seeing Kakashi in such a defeated state, Matsushima's heart softened a little. His tone grew gentler.
Kakashi, I've always thought you were a decent person, but you really handled this terribly. It's better not to mess with that kind of person.
He patted Kakashi on the shoulder to offer comfort.
Forget it. Pack up tonight. If you can still live, you're fine. But the bed is smashed, so figure that out yourself. I'm leaving.
After Matsushima left, Kakashi found an empty spot in the living room and sat down. He glanced at the amount again and confirmed it was beyond his means. There was also Minako's debt to Nakamura to repay, plus Xiaoyan's medical bills. Even if he worked multiple jobs around the clock, it wouldn't make a difference. Kakashi felt exhausted leaning against the edge of the coffee table. Glass fragments were scattered nearby, easy to cut his hand on with a single careless move. He didn't even have a place to stay that night. After resting for a moment, he was just about to get up and start cleaning when he caught a glimpse of a figure by the door. Not knowing how long the person had been standing there, Kakashi instinctively stepped back as they approached. Uchiha Obito's attention was drawn to the ill-fitting clothes on Kakashi's body. Unable to hide his anger during the long time he had waited, he had watched with his own eyes as Kakashi stepped out of someone else's car wearing someone else's clothes.
What are you doing here?
Kakashi asked coldly. Obito didn't answer his question. Instead, he confronted Kakashi directly.
That person just now, is that the person you said you like? You've already gotten together with someone else so quickly, is that right?
Though consumed by longing and desperate to see Kakashi, he could not suppress the bitter jealousy churning within him, and the words that escaped his lips were unbearably harsh. Seeing Kakashi flinch away from him in fear yet treat others with such tenderness only fueled Obito's suppressed emotions. He seized Kakashi's hand and pulled him into his embrace.
Don't choose anyone else, Kakashi. You can only look at me.
Obito's arm tightened around Kakashi's waist, leaving no room for resistance.
Obito, let go.
Kakashi struggled for a moment, but finding it futile, he could only gasp and allow himself to be held. His hands hung limp at his sides.
We're already over. I never agreed. Just because you say it's over doesn't make it so. Did you ask me? Yes, it hurts to be told the outcome passively, doesn't it? Then what about my feelings when you did those things?
Kakashi didn't want to argue anymore. He was so utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse.
Uchiha Obito, I don't want to love you anymore. Do you understand? I just want to be alone. Please let me go.
Why should he? Obito clenched his fists. If he let Kakashi go, who would let him go? He suddenly laughed, whispering in Kakashi's ear.
I won't let you walk towards someone else. Don't even think about it. Kakashi, you're right. I, Uchiha Obito, am like this. I take what I want. In these years, I've secured my position in the Uchiha clan through force and seizure. If I didn't fight and snatch, I'd have nothing. So don't think you can leave me.
A chill enveloped Kakashi. The Obito he knew was gentle and strong, not this madman before him. But the next words plunged Kakashi into deeper despair. Obito gazed into his eyes and said,
You don't like to be indebted, do you? Then repay the debt your stepmother owes. It's 500,000 in total. If you don't believe me, I have the IOU to show you.
Kakashi stared at him in disbelief, as if looking at a stranger. He had always thought that no matter what happened, they would never stoop to using money to bind their relationship. But now these words were truly spoken by Obito. A flicker of grief passed through Obito's eyes. He didn't even know what he was saying. He didn't want this, but he couldn't keep Kakashi. He was terrified of losing him completely, so even if it meant earning Kakashi's hatred, it was better than watching him leave with finality. Kakashi's frail body leaned against the wall. The painting he so loved swayed, but ultimately fell, and shattered into fragments on the floor. He said,
I don't have money right now. I know.
Obito pressed on against his own heart.
For you, there are other ways to repay the debt.
Kakashi let out a cold, scornful laugh.
Uchiha Obito, if you do this, there will be no turning back for us.
Obito faltered, his tone softening. He tried to take Kakashi's hand but couldn't warm his palm.
I have no other way. At least this way your eyes will still hold me.
Kakashi closed his eyes, turning away in despair.
Do whatever you want. I don't have the right to choose anyway, do I?
Kakashi had given up struggling. He sensed Obito carrying him to his apartment, locking the door, and gently placing him on the bed. The clothes from Watanabe had been removed and thrown into the trash without his notice. Obito's soft kisses fell on Kakashi's lips, and the scar on his chest that had already healed. But in the end, he didn't go further, he simply held Kakashi in his arms.
I won't force you. I just want you to stay by my side. You can treat it as a transaction. I don't care. I only want to see you within my sight. How many days? What?
Obito looked down at Kakashi's expressionless face. Kakashi repeated calmly.
How many days will I stay with you? Then we'll be even.
How utterly ridiculous. Obito felt countless needles piercing his heart, suffocating him into silence. Yet he forced himself to reply.
You decide. 1 month. Is that enough? If you think it's a loss, I'll find another way. Enough. Enough.
The two words carried two different meanings, but words could never fully convey the sorrow of both.
All right. I'm tired. Let's sleep.
Kakashi turned his back to Obito, though there was no way he could actually fall asleep. Obito kissed his back.
Sleep well. Good night.
That night both of them lay awake with their own thoughts until dawn. The next morning, after a short sleep, Kakashi woke to find the figure beside him gone, but the warmth still lingered. On the bedside table lay a neatly folded set of clothes exactly his size. Kakashi changed and walked to the living room. On the table was a spare key with a keychain engraved with the name Kakashi. So he had already prepared this long ago. Kakashi clutched it in his palm, a stifling ache rising in his chest. He saw that Obito had even prepared breakfast for him, with the milk still warm, because he knew Kakashi's stomach was weak, and he couldn't drink cold things in the morning. Yet Kakashi kept reminding himself not to soften, not to look back. After this period it would be over for good. How could someone like him dare to hold anyone back? Especially Uchiha Obito, the person he had secretly loved for 10 years. He ate a little but had no appetite. He grabbed his bag and walked to the bus stop at the entrance. Today, he was going to resign. Only 4 days had passed since the last time he heard those remarks. Kakashi was not defeated by them. Facing the malicious gazes head-on, he appeared remarkably composed. He walked to the HR department, signed various documents, and ended all ties with this film. As he passed the screenwriter's office, there were still onlookers who came to accuse him.
Finally leaving. Did you see those photos? They confirm their relationship.
The anonymous letter in the corporate email had spread like wildfire. Kakashi had already seen it. He stopped and turned to the gossipy man, taking a deep breath before saying,
To slander someone with just a single photo, the cost of spreading rumors is far too low. Yamashita K from the logistics team, right? You should know that if a professional legal team were to investigate, every word you say could be a fatal blade. So I advise you to watch your tongue. You?
The man named Yamashita dared not say more, for if Kakashi really had ties to Obito, he would be courting disaster. Kakashi didn't care what others said about him, but he wouldn't allow anyone to slander Obito. Since things had already reached this point, why should he care about his reputation? Seeing that Kakashi was not to be trifled with, no one said anything more. They lowered their heads, pretending to be busy. As he left the office area, Kakashi heard footsteps following him. He deliberately stopped.
Hagoromo, just say what you have to say.
Hagoromo approached him and said in a low voice,
I didn't send that email. I know.
Kakashi was not surprised at all. Hagoromo, however, was astonished, especially when he heard what Kakashi said next.
It wasn't you. It was Ling Kong. Some words need not be spoken too clearly. I will find him myself. Yugao, you are right. I am indeed stubborn and always self-righteous. But I still adhere to one principle: to live one must live openly, and not drift through life in a daze. Kakashi's gaze was sharp, his tone filled with unwavering determination, a quality Yugo rarely saw in others. He was indeed extraordinary in this filthy and chaotic world. Kakashi remained unstained by the mud. Yugo couldn't help but sigh, yet he admired him from the bottom of his heart. Kakashi, you are too pure. You will get hurt. Kakashi gave a faint smile and said no more. He could not explain to others why he had always stubbornly guarded this last piece of purity, nor could he reveal that his life was given by Obito. He had promised to live well, and so he would not let his soul be stained. He protected the gift Obito had given him simply to preserve his intact heart. Yugo, have you heard this saying? Genius and madness are but a step apart. Yet people always conform and label those who don't fit in as madmen. Have you ever considered that perhaps those who are locked away are actually the normal ones? They were on two different paths with no need to converge. Kakashi waved his hand without turning around. I still believe I have done nothing wrong. Yugo, let's meet again if we have the chance. After returning to the apartment, before Kakashi even entered, he found that someone was already tidying up and cleaning inside. His belongings remained untouched in their original positions. Mr. Matsushima wouldn't have paid for this voluntarily. Kakashi asked one of the cleaners, how did you get in? The cleaning lady in her early 50s, wearing a uniform, wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, the owner of this house hired us to clean. Oh, and he said if a gentle handsome man returned, we must discuss with him which items need to be organized. Sir, he must be referring to you, right? Kakashi knew without much thought that these words came from Obito. He nodded helplessly. I'll handle my own things. Please just clean up the clutter. All right, sir. By the way, are you getting married? What? Kakashi was stunned by the question. Who told you that? The owner of the house. He said he bought it as a wedding home and plans to renovate it. Sir, your girlfriend is really good to you. You must cherish her. The cleaning lady had already imagined a melodramatic idol drama. Meanwhile, Kakashi could barely restrain himself from wanting to confront this girlfriend. But now, he could only smile awkwardly. No, he's joking. Please continue your work. Having said that, Kakashi hurried back to his room to pack his books and manuscripts. Fortunately, they were all still there. He took a large box and squatted on the floor, loading them one by one. These were the fruits of his hard work over the years, extremely precious. Since he took on screenwriting work, he hadn't written novels for a long time. His previous serials were all finished and short stories had been shelved due to lack of inspiration. Now heavily in debt, he had to return to his old craft, producing more writing to exchange words for money. His fingers brushed over the yellowed books and suddenly stopped at a draft notebook. It had been wet and then dried in the sun, so the pages were wrinkled. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the floor and flipped through it. It was a stage play script. He had once tried to transition and stayed up several nights to finish it, but he felt the concept was too absurd and never published it. Now, seeing the unfamiliar yet familiar content, he found it quite interesting and became engrossed. It took him nearly an hour and a half to finish reading. The work outside had already been wrapped up, yet he was still sitting there. Sir, would you like to come and see if everything is satisfactory? The cleaning lady said from the doorway. Kakashi put down the notebook and stood up. His legs had been in the same position for too long, becoming sore and numb. He lost his balance and stumbled forward. Watch out. A strong hand caught him. Just from the scent of cologne, he knew it was Obito. Obito looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you okay?" Kakashi steadied himself and rubbed his leg, replying flatly, "I'm fine." Obito then released his hand and turned to the cleaner. "Good job. Remember to take the trash downstairs." "All right. Are you the employer?" The cleaning lady looked at Obito with confusion, thinking why it wasn't a woman. Then she suddenly realized, "Oh, you're that. Never mind, I understand. Young people nowadays are very open. Wishing you a long and happy relationship." Kakashi had given up on explanations, just wanting to send these people away quickly. But Obito was enjoying it. "Thank you for your blessing. I hope so too. Here, an extra bonus for each of you. I won't tell your boss. Keep it for yourselves." With that, Obito began distributing money. These laborers already earned a meager wage, and their boss took half the commission. Now with extra income, they all beamed with joy and kept thanking him. After everyone left, Obito saw that Kakashi was still frowning. He tried to take the box from him, but Kakashi walked past him into the kitchen, taking out the intact pots and pans and placing them on the table. "Why did you buy this place?" Kakashi asked Obito. "I bought it because I wanted to. You have no right to question me, do you?" Obito replied in Kakashi's own manner, deliberately trying to annoy him. Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Can't you see it's a mess?" "I see it. I'll have a renovation company come tomorrow to tear everything down and redo it. But these repair costs are mine to pay." "Not anymore. I'm willing to be the sucker and buy it, so it's on me. I've already spoken to Mr. Matsushima. I'll pay him in full." Uchiha Obito. "What's the point of doing this?" Kakashi shouted at him. "It doesn't need a point. I'm just doing what I want. Kakashi, you can't interfere with me. I just want to spend money to buy this apartment. I like it here. Is there a problem?" "You?" Kakashi was left speechless. This person had really become too difficult. Gentle persuasion didn't work, nor did harshness. Kakashi had no way to deal with him. "Fine, do whatever you want." Kakashi was so angry that he dropped the plate in his hand, shattering it on the floor. He quickly bent down to pick it up, but Obito grabbed his hand first. "Idiot, you'll cut your hand. Leave it." Then Obito pushed Kakashi into a chair and went to get a broom to sweep. "Move your things to my place. I'll clean up and then help you." No matter the time, Obito instinctively protected him. It seemed to have become a habit. Kakashi watched his back, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Clothes, shoes, toiletries, and even the curtains. Kakashi climbed onto a chair to take them down. Obito, who was packing boxes nearby, looked at him speechlessly and said, "Some things you can buy new ones." Kakashi said, "These old things have been with me for a long time. I have feelings for them. I don't want to throw them away." Daito asked him, "Then am I an old thing too? Do you still have feelings for me?" Kakashi threw a rag that hit Daito right between the eyebrows. "Don't always joke about these things, Daito. Have you forgotten how heartbroken Xiao Feng cried that day? He is so young. Do you have to cast a shadow over his childhood?" They finally returned to the most realistic issues, their respective families' societal opinions, the cracks in their relationship, all of which could no longer be resolved by the word love alone. "So what?" Daito crossed his arms over his chest. "Even if we are adults, even if we become parents, should we sacrifice everything just to live for others? At least give him happiness within our capabilities, isn't that right?" Even if you satisfy all his material needs, what a child wants is simply for mom and dad to always be by his side. He wants a happy family. What's wrong with that? Kakashi stopped what he was doing, his mind filled with his own miserable and bloody childhood. He was not only protecting a child, but also arguing for his own younger self. He didn't want to see Xiao Feng suffer the same way. Daito suddenly stood up, step by step approaching Kakashi, trapping him between the table and his body. He looked down at his face with an overwhelming pressure and said solemnly, "True happiness is not to be deceived in a daze living in illusion staged by others. If I use my regrets to fill Xiao Feng's void, then it's wrong from the start. When he grows up and discovers that his parents never loved each other and only endured for his sake, he will surely blame himself for his past willfulness. What we need to do is let him gradually understand and accept. Although he is young, he is not stupid." Daito slowly moved his hand, covering Kakashi's hand, and bent his knee to forcibly squeeze between Kakashi's legs. Leaning in, he asked somewhat aggrievedly, "You've considered everyone, but what about me?" Kakashi tried to avoid his gaze, but he wouldn't allow it, grabbing his chin and forcing him to meet his eyes. Daito suddenly pressed in and sucked on Kakashi's lips, so domineering and fierce that no matter how Kakashi struggled, it was useless. With reddened eyes, he asked again, "Why don't you care about me? Did the like you said yourself no longer count?" Daito had dominated the workplace for so many years, navigating all kinds of murky situations,
and dealing with all sorts of top elites, yet he had never been so humble as this. On ordinary days, others dared not approach him easily, but in front of Kakashi, he became so lowly only wishing to beg for a single glance from him. Kakashi pressed his hand against Daitu's chest, his lips bitten and slightly swollen.
Don't be crazy, let go of me first. No, if I don't give you pressure, you won't even talk to me properly. I am talking to you properly. Get up first, don't crush me.
Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he dared not move because his thigh had inadvertently touched something it shouldn't have. Daitu breathed heavily, looking at Kakashi's shy expression. Intense desire surged through his body, but he had promised not to force Kakashi, so he could only endure the torment himself. In the end, Daitu was the first to compromise. Once freed, Kakashi hastily fled the scene. Daitu helplessly glanced down at his own lower body, and said self-deprecatingly,
"Don't always come out inappropriately, he doesn't want you."
After saying that he felt he must have gone mad. After moving, the apartment was stacked full. Seeing Kakashi's belongings placed together with his own, Daitu suddenly felt a special warmth, as if they were living together. Kakashi had been sulking after being
teased,
so Daitu helped him organize his daily necessities. He hung the towel together with his own, placed the water cups side by side on the cup rack, and even made the toothbrushes face the same direction. Kakashi stood at the bathroom door holding clothes, witnessing this scene, and said speechlessly,
"Are you very free lately?" "Not free, but I have time when I'm with you. I have nothing to ask you. I want to take a shower. You go out first."
Kakashi signaled him with his eyes. Daitu dared not provoke him further, but before leaving he couldn't help ruffling Kakashi's hair, and said softly,
"I bought the shampoo you like, remember to use it."
In the evening, Kakashi, wearing a gray cotton linen pajama, curled up on the sofa hugging his knees, and typing like a docile kitten. Daitu was reviewing documents beside him. The warm light cast on their faces, the scene was peaceful and beautiful.
"What are you writing?"
Daitu looked up gently at Kakashi after finishing reviewing a project. Kakashi's slender fingers finished typing the last word of this passage without looking up.
"A short story, a tale of a revenger." "How did you conceive it?"
Daitu was curious.
"Just meet a few more unusual people in life."
As he said this, Kakashi held a pen in his mouth and looked at Daitu, his meaning unmistakable. Daitu realized he was teasing him and pretended to be angry.
"Are you using me as material?" "I didn't say that."
Kakashi picked up the cup beside him and took a sip, then found something wrong. Frowning, he asked,
"What did you steep?"
Daitu said,
"Medicine."
The brown liquid was indistinguishable from coffee. Kakashi hadn't noticed at all. Now the bitter taste filled his mouth, making him feel nauseous.
"I don't need to drink medicine anymore."
Kakashi pushed the cup away.
"It's for sleep aid, I know you don't sleep well."
A flicker of emotion crossed Kakashi's face. He said nothing more and continued typing. After finishing his work, Daitu confiscated Kakashi's computer and pulled him back to the bedroom to sleep. Kakashi could only comply. The next day, Daitu woke up early while Kakashi was still asleep. Daitu propped his head on the pillow with one hand, gazing at his face. It was already late, but he couldn't bear to leave. Finally, he stole a kiss and left contentedly. Luan saw Daitu arriving at the company and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"Mr. Daitu, Mr. Ben came early this morning." "I know."
Daitu handed the documents he had reviewed last night to Luan and instructed him. "All the parts marked in red need to be revised.
The stack that's fine, continue to follow up and sign as soon as possible. Also have the HR manager come see me later. The company needs a blood change, otherwise some people don't know who's in charge now." "All right, I understand."
Luan, being intelligent, had long understood the implication. Over the past few years, although Daitu seemed to be in power, the old lady's reach was long. Her eyes and ears were planted in various positions, and Daitu's every move couldn't escape her sight. In the past, Daitu didn't care, but now that it touched his sore spot, he would not remain indifferent. Daitu pushed open the door of the meeting room. Ben sat in the main seat and nodded at him. On both sides were the veteran board members of the company. Daitu walked over to Ban's side, looked around the room, and said solemnly,
From today onward, the Uchiha group will be taken over by Mr. Ban. I will be responsible for assisting him. If you have any objections, feel free to raise them.
The emergence of Uchiha Ban meant that no one below dared to have any objections. In the early years, when the Uchiha clan was still unknown, it was he who built the business from scratch. Now everyone followed him without complaint. After Ban stayed on, Daitu also breathed a sigh of relief, as he no longer had to face the aftermath alone.
Still insisting on replacing Mayana.
It's hard to salvage. The Uchiha group rarely ventures into the entertainment industry. The waters are too deep and murky. Ban sat on the sofa chair looking at Daitu, hoping to persuade his stubborn mind. But obviously Daitu didn't listen at all.
Since Kakashi is no longer in the crew, I have no worries left. I'm confident I can finish him off, but I need you to handle the backer behind him.
So that's what he was waiting for. Ban smiled helplessly, crossing his arms.
Do you even know who that person is? Acting so recklessly. No matter who it is, if it's you, it should be fine.
These words left Ban no room to retreat. He stroked his chin and suddenly became serious.
I can help you, but you have to agree to one condition. Name it. Bring your uncle back. Uncle Quan Nai.
Daitu was troubled. Ban and Quan Nai had opposite personalities. Ban liked to strategize in the business world, while Quan Nai was more casual and loved freedom. Years ago, he had gone to America with Daitu, run a small tavern, and traveled around in his spare time. How could he just come back on command?
Well, the upper echelons of Uchiha need trustworthy people. I won't allow too many outsiders to interfere. Also, is it that hard to say? It's just that you miss your younger brother and want to see him right.
Daitu hit the nail on the head. Ben coughed lightly and remained silent. Taking the hint, Daitu changed the subject.
The HR gave me a list of about 3 people. Should we take care of all of them, or just make an example of one to warn the others? Don't make it too obvious or we'll burn bridges. You don't want to go against your mother, do you? When she's furious, even I can't do anything about it. Then it's hard to say who will control Uchiha. Daitu, she is willing to hand over power to you because she loves you, but she is also stubborn. I'll play along with this act, but you must not let your guard down. Here is some information about Jean E. Take it, it might be useful. I'm going to take a nap now. You can leave. Hey, you're already at work and still so lazy. Some people who use work time to date have no right to criticize me. Get out.
Truly disrespectful for his age. Daitu silently left Ban's office, wondering if it was really useful to bring in this big shot. But the document in his hand, the handwriting on the cover, immediately caught his attention. Shi Lu, the male lead of the movie. Flipping through the pages, it recorded his career path, with his first work produced by Jean E. and most subsequent works cooperating with this company. And this face bore a striking resemblance to another face in the photo. Daitu shuddered, a chill running down his spine. He was already 70 to 80% sure. Indeed, it was Ban Uchiha. Once he made a move, blood would be drawn. In the afternoon, Daitu drove to the film set. The movie was about to start shooting, and the actors were already in place. They were all surprised to see Daitu. This investor had been embroiled in controversy not long ago, yet now he appeared as if nothing had happened. Qiantian put down his work and walked over to Daitu, bowing slightly to greet him.
Mr. Uchiha, what brings you here today?
Daitu sat directly in his seat and replied without looking up.
What can't I come? Aren't you all curious about the photo in the email? I've come to explain it to you all in person.
Hearing this, everyone around pricked up their ears, looking on eagerly, with expressions of anticipation. Seeing these disgusting faces, Daitu missed Kakashi's clean face even more.
What you saw is the truth. He is my boyfriend, not a lover or a mistress. He is my beloved.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place burst into an uproar with whispers buzzing. Daitu smiled contemptuously.
If you're interested in my affairs, feel free to come to me privately. I don't care. But his abilities are obvious to all. Denying a person's efforts by digging into their private life is truly filthy.
Daitu's gaze suddenly fixed on Ling Kong. As expected, you and Yugao were not there. Forcing the lead screenwriter away, and then using someone else's work. The intention was so obvious. Dai-Tu opened the document in front of everyone. After you left, Ling Kong had slightly modified the script and sent it to the public mailbox.
Did you do this interpretation of this page?
Dai-Tu interrogated him. Ling Kong, publicly named, was so flustered that he could barely speak, stammering.
Yes. You're clever. You knew the text on Kakashi's computer had anti-theft protection and couldn't be copied, so you saved screenshots. But unfortunately, even with screenshots, I can trace the IP address. That computer was a gift from me. No one knows better than I do who is stealing his hard work. You is unwilling to burn bridges with you. He's a cultured man. But I'm different. Since you're dirty, I'll only be dirtier.
After his scheme was exposed, Ling Kong's face turned pale. Knowing he was in the wrong, he lowered his head and stopped defending himself.
I'm sorry to Kakashi, but I had no choice. Shut up. No excuses work with me. You did it, and that's that. He treated you as a friend, and you betrayed him. I'll deal with you later.
Dai-Tu turned away from him in disgust and faced Qian Tian. Not a single person he wanted to punish would escape.
If you don't want me to expose your dirty secrets in front of everyone, let's talk in the office. Otherwise, tomorrow's training topics will be very interesting. Director Qian Tian and your resident male led. Oh no, maybe the relationship is more than that.
Dai-Tu lowered his voice, speaking in a volume only the two of them could hear. Qian Tian, who had seen his share of storms, now had cold sweat streaming down his forehead, as if stripped naked and paraded through the streets. He quickly got up and followed Dai-Tu to his office. After settling down, Dai-Tu tossed a hospital report over.
Director Qian Tian, do you recognize him?
Qian Tian was trembling all over. Grabbing the paper, he saw the name he knew all too well, and couldn't utter a word. Since he wouldn't speak, Dai-Tu spoke for him.
Ji Lu, oh no, he should also be surnamed Qian Tian. Before the plastic surgery, he was just like you. But I think he looks more like his mother. What do you think? Do I need to remind you who his mother is? Or should I go find the boss of Gene E and tell him that he's been wearing this green hat for over 20 years?
These past events were cruelly peeled back one by one like lashes on Qian Tian's body. He couldn't handle it. He never expected that the secrets he had hidden for so long would all be dug up by this person. This person was truly terrifying. Qian Tian collapsed into his chair, his eyes filled with panic. He said,
"What exactly do you want?"
Dai-Tu stood before him, looking down at him.
"Nothing. I just don't like you. You have only one way out: resign, voluntarily restore Kakashi's script, and I'll find a better director to replace you. Then disappear from my sight forever."
This oppressive feeling made Qian Tian breathless, but he had no choice but to compromise. Kakashi had already put the matter of the film crew behind him. He no longer wished to dwell on the past. His only concern now was Xiaoyan's evaluation. Shizen had contacted him, saying it would be arranged this afternoon. After submitting the manuscript in his hands, he was about to head to the hospital when he noticed that a torrential rain had started pouring outside. Although he had brought an umbrella, the water on the road had already risen above his ankles, and walking would surely leave him drenched. Kakashi stood on the steps, hesitating for a moment as he pondered how to proceed, when a familiar car pulled up in front of him. Obito opened the car door and stepped into the water without hesitation, paying no heed to his polished leather shoes. He didn't even bother with an umbrella, rushing over to Kakashi's side and ducking under his umbrella. "I'll take you." Kakashi looked up, watching the water droplets on his face form into crooked streaks before they could even take shape, while Obito's eyes were only concerned with whether Kakashi had gotten wet. "Aren't you supposed to go to Hong Kong today?" Kakashi remembered his schedule, mentioning a trip to Hong Kong to meet a very important client for expanding overseas markets. "It's fine, I changed my flight to tonight." He said it so casually, as if discussing something trivial. The next second, Obito suddenly scooped Kakashi up in his arms. "Hold on tight, the water's too deep here, it's hard to walk." Kakashi instinctively wrapped his arms around Obito's neck. Just as he was about to say something, he was smoothly placed into the back seat of the car. Obito took the umbrella from his hand, his palm gently brushing across Kakashi's knuckles, and an electric jolt passed between them, leaving both with a faint tremor. The car door closed, shutting out the sounds of the outside world. In this confined space meant only for the two of them, Obito listened to Kakashi's breathing, and felt a sense of peace he had never known before. Half of Obito's body was soaked and water had seeped into his shoes, but he didn't care. He started the car and drove toward the hospital. I've never told you. In Kakashi's memory, whether it was about Xiaoyan or the troubles within his own family, he had never really had a proper talk with Obito. And then just because you don't say it doesn't mean I don't know. But I'm willing to wait until you feel ready to be open with me. If you don't want to now, I won't force you. Everyone has their own secrets they can't share, and even the closest relationships need some boundaries. Kakashi looked at Obito's back. He seemed like a changed man, stronger and more understanding, yet the wearied look on his face was impossible to hide. He had been leaving early and returning late, working overtime until deep into the night, but no matter how late, he always came home, took a shower, and slipped into bed to hold Kakashi as he fell asleep. Many times Kakashi pretended to be asleep, feeling Obito's chest pressed against his back, their hearts beating so close together that they gradually synchronized to the same rhythm, as if they could convey their feelings without words. The rain grew heavier, accompanied by howling winds. The car swayed unsteadily along the elevated road, and Kakashi couldn't help but tighten his seatbelt, his body tense. Obito glanced at him in the rearview mirror. His face was pale, his lips colorless, and they were trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" Obito asked with concern. But Kakashi kept his head down and remained silent. Distracted by his worry for Kakashi, Obito lost focus on the road. The surface was slippery, and he lost control of the steering wheel, causing the car to veer to one side, heading straight for the guardrail. Kakashi suddenly let out a piercing scream, a panicked and agonized cry that echoed through the car. In the critical moment, Obito floored the accelerator. Fortunately, they escaped danger. He stopped the car, pulled the handbrake, and rushed to the back seat, pulling Kakashi into his arms. "It's okay, it's okay." He gently stroked Kakashi's back. "Kakashi, I'm here with you. Don't be afraid." Kakashi calmed down a little, but he was still breathing heavily. That scene just now brought back memories of his father, and him plunging into the abyss. The red blood was so vivid in the pitch-black night. Why do the people I care about always leave me?" Kakashi held out his hands in front of Obito. "Obito, I can't wash my hands clean. I tried my hardest to stop the wound, but the blood kept gushing out more and more until his body was drained and turned cold. He shielded me for 3 days. Have you ever seen a living person turn into a corpse? A body that was once warm and soft gradually stiffened like an ice sculpture, transparent, hollow, no breath, no heartbeat, and no longer there to watch me grow up." Every word of this was so hard for Kakashi to say. Tears silently streamed down his face, and Obito's heart ached with him. He kissed away his tears, tasting their bitterness. "Kakashi, it's all in the past. You still have me. I won't leave, no matter how much you try to push me away. I'll cling to you for the rest of my life." Obito cupped his face and looked into his eyes. "Look at me. Calm your breathing now. You're going to see your brother, aren't you? He's waiting for you. In this world, life and death are beyond our control. If you insist on burdening yourself with guilt, you'll be doing a disservice to your father, who has already passed. He did everything willingly because he loved you and wanted you to live well. How can you betray the life he traded his own for?" The warmth of Obito's palm pressed against Kakashi's restless heart, his words carrying a calming effect that helped Kakashi settle down. Strangely, in front of others, he always tried to pretend he wasn't so fragile, but when Obito was there, Kakashi could so easily lay himself bare. Seeing that Kakashi was doing better, and the rain outside had gradually subsided, Obito kissed his forehead and asked, "Shall we go see Xiaoyan?" Kakashi nodded and replied, "Okay." Obito smiled knowingly, and was about to return to the driver's seat, when he suddenly felt Kakashi's arms wrap around his waist. A soft voice came from behind, "You're here, that's enough." Obito was stunned for a moment, but joy surged through him. I'll always be here. When they arrived at the hospital, the timing was perfect. Kakashi didn't want Obito to go in with him, but Obito insisted on accompanying him, so he didn't stop him. The elevator reached the 5th floor, where Watanabe was waiting at the nurse's station. Upon seeing Kakashi, he quickly walked over, but the unfriendly gaze from behind him shot straight at Watanabe, who met it without flinching. Obito stood shoulder to shoulder, with Kakashi naturally wrapping an arm around Kakashi's shoulder, as if staking his claim. Watanabe's expression was unusually tense, but he maintained his composure. Kakashi introduced him. This is Uchiha Obito. Hello, I'm Kakashi's boyfriend. Obito cut in directly.
Hello, Watanabe Tetsu, a friend of Kakashi.
Their handshake was fraught with tension, yet both maintained a facade of calm indifference. Only Kakashi knew that this unfriendly encounter was like a brewing storm, impossible to stop.
Anyway,
Watanabe looked at Kakashi.
You can't go in, you'll have to wait outside. It's fine, I'll be there the whole time.
After saying that, he raised his hand to pat Kakashi's shoulder, but Obito, as if foreseeing it, pulled Kakashi behind him and smiled.
Then I'll thank Dr. Watanabe in advance. Please take good care, Xiaoyan.
Watanabe's hand missed its target, hovering awkwardly before he withdrew it with embarrassment.
All right, it's my duty after all, it's our agreement. See you then.
After Watanabe turned and left, Obito took Kakashi's hand and led him to sit on a bench. Shizen happened to return from her rounds, handing them 2 bottles of water. Her face looked somewhat haggard, likely from irregular sleep schedules. The job of a nurse is truly exhausting.
Thank you.
Kakashi took it.
Mr. Uchiha, I know you. I didn't expect you and Kakashi to know each other.
Shizen sat down beside them.
Master mentioned you. Your deeds in Hokkaido were truly touching.
Kakashi tilted his head in confusion, looking at Shizen.
You're also a student of Dr. Tsunade. My little affairs are known to everyone.
Obito chuckled.
Yes, after all, staying up all night just for a chance, and it's you, Mr. Uchiha. Such things are always memorable. At that time, I didn't know who you were doing it for, but now I understand.
Shizen glanced at their intertwined fingers, seeing it clearly.
All right, I should go. Today, Director Watanabe is coming for a personal assessment, so I need to prepare. Director Watanabe,
Obito murmured.
Didn't you know that Dr. Watanabe is the son of the hospital's director? What do you think, Mr. Uchiha? He's young and promising, a very strong competitor.
Shizen blinked, holding her clipboard as she stood up. Obito didn't take him seriously and replied.
Thank you for the reminder, Nurse Shizen, but matters between us are not something anyone can meddle in. Obito.
Kakashi squeezed his palm. This man was like a bottomless vinegar jar today, impossible to contain. Shizen covered her mouth with a smile.
Good luck.
Finally they were alone. Kakashi tried to pull his hand back, but Obito wouldn't let go. The more he struggled, the tighter the grip, and in the end Kakashi had to give in.
What you did in Hokkaido, aren't you foolish?
Kakashi scolded him, yet his heart ached.
I just don't want you to keep dwelling in the past. Foolish or not, at least the surgery was successful. From now on you'll only get better. Obito, my brother's condition is very complicated. Even if he passes the evaluation and can be discharged, I'm prepared to take care of him for the rest of my life. I can't really abandon Keiko either. My life is a mess, you know. I know, so what?
Obito listened calmly, his fingers gently stroking the skin on the back of Kakashi's hand, both soothing and instilling firm belief.
So I don't want to be a burden to you. Kakashi, I also have a domineering mother, a bunch of scheming relatives trying to seize the Uchiha group, and all kinds of external pressure. I'm not as strong as you imagine. I need your salvation. You've never been a burden, you are my redemption. Can't you have some pity on me?
This was the first time Obito had so bluntly revealed his true self to Kakashi. After the life-and-death race they had just experienced, the distance between their hearts had grown closer. Although Kakashi was soft-hearted, he still couldn't make up his mind. Having drifted through years of hardship, he knew that it wasn't something that simple mutual willingness could erase. Seeing Kakashi still hesitant, Obito didn't want to push him. He said gently,
It's okay, don't feel burdened. Now I'm your creditor, so just repay your debt well. I'm earning money,
Kakashi murmured. Obito stared at his profile, and couldn't help but laugh.
First repay the debt of affection, the lovesickness of missing you for 10 years. Uchiha Obito. Don't say these things outside.
Kakashi was almost losing his mind.
Say it again, and I'll get some tape to seal your mouth shut. Alright, I won't say it.
Knowing Kakashi's thin skin, Obito stopped teasing him. Time passed minute by minute. When the clock on the wall struck 3, the door of the consultation room opened on time. Kakashi nervously hurried over. The first person he saw was Dr. Watanabe, who walked over with a serious expression, but quickly dropped the facade and smiled calmly.
Everything went smoothly, Kakashi. Xiaoyan passed the evaluation. Really?
Kakashi was too excited to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Watanabe. Don't thank me, it's all thanks to Xiaoyan's own efforts. If you really want to thank me, how about dinner tonight?
Watanabe had helped him so much that Kakashi couldn't refuse, but with Obito there he couldn't readily agree, or else Obito would go crazy.
Sure, I'll treat Dr. Watanabe. Since you've helped our Kakashi so much, dinner is the least we can do.
Obito suddenly walked over and replied. Kakashi said in a voice only they could hear.
Aren't you going to the airport? No rush, I'll make it.
Obito whispered close to Kakashi's ear, his lips brushing against his fair skin as if by accident.
Then it's settled. I have things to attend to, see you later.
Watanabe passed by Obito, exchanged a glance with him, and walked straight ahead. Kakashi had no heart to care about the invisible war between the two men, he only wanted to see Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, walking at the back, saw Kakashi waiting for him, and rushed over eagerly to hug him. It turned out that Xiaoyan had grown so tall, half a head taller than Kakashi, though his slender build made him look somewhat youthful. Obito had seen him a few times before, but hadn't expected him to become so handsome and refined. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over. At first, he didn't recognize him, but then a memory fragment surfaced in his mind, and he broke into a smile, exclaiming excitedly,
Brother Obito. Are you Brother Obito? You remember me? Yeah, of course I do. When I was little, you told me to secretly pull out the valve core of my brother's bicycle. You said he was too tired from studying, so you wanted to give him a ride. Xiaoyan.
Obito wanted to cover his mouth. Why was everyone airing his secrets today? Kakashi smiled without saying a word. No wonder his bicycle kept breaking down back in school, and Obito always appeared just in time. I had intended to wait for Watanabe, since Kakashi had already agreed with him. But before long, Watanabe's young assistant came running over and said,
Mr. Hataki Dr. Watanabe may not be available today. He has a meeting with the hospital director. He asked me to let you know you'll need to reschedule.
That suited Obito's tastes perfectly. He had never wanted to pretend cordiality, while sitting across from his rival, chatting and dining face to face.
Very well, please convey that to him. Do not trouble yourself on his account. Simply attend to your own affairs.
Kakashi went into the ward to pack his belongings. Having lived there for so many years, Xiaoyan didn't have much, mostly just clothes and such things.
These medications.
Kakashi looked inside the cabinet, and found a plastic storage box neatly stacked with various medicine boxes. Xiaoyan took the box and held it close to his chest.
Dr. Watanabe said I still need to take them even after discharge. They're sleep aids and won't have serious side effects. I see, then all right. Let's move them to the car later.
Kakashi continued bending over, packing items into the suitcase. Obito walked in with the bill and set it gently on the table.
I've settled the fees.
Kakashi finally remembered. He was the one who had handled the payment. Before he could say anything, Obito anticipated his words.
Consider it a loan from me. You'll need to repay me.
Kakashi was left speechless, and could only nod in response. After everything was packed, Obito took the 28-inch suitcase from Kakashi's hands, his left hand free.
Let me help carry some things. Thank you, then.
Kakashi didn't refuse, and simply shoved a doll into Obito's arms. It was a rabbit-shaped plush toy, completely mismatched with Obito's style, and looking particularly out of place. But if it meant seeing Kakashi smile, Obito wouldn't mind holding anything at all.
Where did this doll come from?
Kakashi asked Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan zipped up his backpack, walked over, and pinched the rabbit's ears.
Dr. Watanabe gave it to me. I used to keep it beside me when I couldn't sleep at night.
Hearing it belonged to Watanabe, Obito initially felt a surge of disgust, and didn't want to hold it, but ultimately chose to swallow his pride. After all the luggage was loaded, Obito started the car. Kakashi and Xiaoyan sat in the back seat. Xiaoyan watched the passing scenery through the window, with excitement, feeling as though the wind itself carried the scent of freedom. He hadn't been outside for what felt like an eternity, always confined to that small room, gazing at the sky through the bars of the window. Obito watched them both through the rearview mirror, remembering a time long ago, when everyone had been filled with hope for the future. It was a pity that a single twist of fate had shattered everything into pieces.
Do you and Xiaoyan both have passports?
Obito suddenly asked. Kakashi looked up in confusion.
Yes, we got them before. It was easier for going abroad for medical treatment. Why do you ask? We're almost at your apartment. Go upstairs, grab your passport, pack a few clothes, and I'll take you both to Hong Kong.
Obito arranged everything quickly, showing the same efficiency he displayed at work. Kakashi hadn't even processed what was happening, his face full of questions.
Why? Don't you have to go to work? It won't interfere. I have time to accompany you. Consider it a celebration of Xiaoyan's new beginning. Kakashi, he should see more of the world outside.
Kakashi's heart trembled. Obito was right. Xiaoyan had never truly gone out to play. Their lives had never allowed for leisure or enjoyment, only the relentless compulsion to keep moving forward. Though the cost of traveling abroad wasn't trivial, and he still hesitated, Obito bypassed Kakashi entirely, and asked Xiaoyan directly.
Xiaoyan, would you like to see the night view at Victoria Harbor and try authentic Hong Kong-style tea restaurant food?
Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, and like a child he was persuaded. He nodded vigorously.
I want to. Brother Obito, will you really take me? Of course. As long as your brother agrees, we'll leave tonight.
With that, Kakashi had no choice but to agree. He couldn't bear to disappoint Xiaoyan. When it came to handling Kakashi, Obito was effortlessly skilled.
All right, wait for me here. I'll be right down.
As soon as the car came to a stop, Kakashi quickly got out and headed upstairs. Soon after, he descended with a crossbody bag and handed Obito 2 passports that had been gathering dust for years. The pages were completely blank, clearly unused since they were issued. Obito took a photo of the passports and sent it to Shikamaru, asking him to book flights immediately. 5 minutes later, Shikamaru sent over the flight details. A remarkably fast response, proving he was indeed Obito's reliable assistant.
All right, keep your documents safe. Let's head out now.
Obito was also caught up in the atmosphere, as though they were simply going on a trip, though he had other important matters to attend to. They boarded a nighttime flight, and made it just in time for boarding after completing check-in procedures. As VIP passengers, they enjoyed priority treatment. The business class cabin was spacious, with Kakashi seated between Obito and Xiaoyan, a hint of weariness on his face. Obito asked the flight attendant for a blanket and gently draped it over Kakashi.
I'll adjust the seats for you too. Try to get some rest. What about you?
Kakashi turned his head to ask. Obito pulled out his laptop and pressed the power button.
I still have a report to finish. You rest.
By 9:30 at night, Xiaoyan, accustomed to the hospital's regular schedule, had long fallen asleep. Kakashi, however, couldn't sleep no matter what. He gazed out through the narrow airplane window at the boundless darkness beyond, punctuated by scattered stars, with some unknown corner of the earth far below at 10,000 meters altitude. He couldn't help but sigh at how insignificant and ephemeral humans were, like mayflies. Yet this fragile existence clung on year after year through sheer persistence.
What are you thinking about?
Obito gently held his hand.
Nothing. Are you done working? Not yet. Could you help me check my wording? Does this sound appropriate?
Obito suddenly turned the laptop toward Kakashi. It was a highly commercial document containing confidential information, yet Obito displayed it to Kakashi without a trace of concern. Kakashi's face showed hesitation.
I don't understand these things. It's fine. You don't need to understand everything. Just let me know if the phrasing needs any adjustments.
Kakashi read it carefully, while Obito gazed unapologetically at his profile. Even in the dim light, he was mesmerizingly beautiful.
Should Jiaji be changed to Jiaji here? You could say valid until May 2025, or as of May 2025. The character Ji already means until, so there's no need to repeat it.
Obito leaned in close to see where Kakashi was pointing, their faces nearly touching. His mind raced with desire, responding absent-mindedly, while all he could think about was how much he wanted to kiss him.
Alright, I'll fix it now. Nothing else needs changing. I can't make sense of the data either.
Just as Kakashi was about to sit back down, Obito suddenly grabbed his collar and stole a quick kiss on his lips. Kakashi's face flushed red, his heart pounding erratically, while Obito acted as though nothing had happened, secretly pleased with himself.
This is your reward for helping me correct the text.
Kakashi paid no more attention to Obito. He pulled the blanket up for Xiaoyan, and watching his peaceful sleeping face, finally felt his own heart calm down. Later, Kakashi himself could no longer stay awake. At some point, he leaned back against the seat and fell asleep until the plane's landing jolted him awake with a violent shudder, but it soon entered the taxiing phase. Kakashi asked Obito drowsily,
Are we there? Yeah, we're already at Hong Kong International Airport. It's almost 1 in the morning. I've arranged for a driver to pick us up and take us to the hotel.
Xiaoyan stretched beside them, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he glanced outside.
It's still dark. I feel like I've been asleep for ages.
Kakashi patted his shoulder affectionately.
We've arrived. Get your things together and get ready to get off. Huh? Brother, why didn't you wake me up? I didn't get to see the clouds at night. Alright, stop complaining. There will be other chances. Fine.
Obito, listening to their exchange, suddenly realized that Kakashi was only 20 years old, and could also have simple happiness, yet he always hid himself away, living in such pain. After disembarking, they smoothly retrieved their luggage and passed through customs. The driver had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Obito waved enthusiastically and jogged over to greet them.
Mr. Obito, long time no see. Li Xiao, how have you been? Everything's fine. I think you've gotten even more handsome than before.
Li Xiao had a sweet tongue, effortlessly offering compliments.
You've learned a lot from my uncle. Let me introduce you. This is Kakashi and Xiaoyan. You and Xiaoyan are about the same age, so you can keep each other company these few days. Hello, I'm Li Luoka. Just call me Li Xiao. Hello, Li Xiao.
Kakashi shook hands with him. Li Xiao smiled slightly, stared at Kakashi for a moment, and exclaimed,
Mr. Kakashi, you're really good looking. Are you a celebrity? No, I'm not.
Kakashi, unaccustomed to such a talkative person, found himself a bit overwhelmed.
Really? Then you must be a model.
As Li Xiao kept kissing, Obito shoved a piece of luggage into his hands and urged,
Hurry up and take us to the car. It's almost 2 o'clock. How are you still so energetic?
Li Xiao scratched his head and gave an embarrassed laugh.
Because I slept during the day. Li Xiao, can you tell me what fun things there are in Hong Kong?
Xiaoyan, who had just slept for a while on the plane and was now full of energy, became even more interested and pulled Li Xiao into a chat. They hit it off immediately and kept chatting animatedly even after getting into the car. Xiaoyan naturally took the passenger seat, leaving Kakashi and Obito to sit in the back. Obito deliberately moved closer to Kakashi, knowing he was tired and wanting him to lean on him. Kakashi didn't intentionally pull away. The night view was beautiful. They silently admired it, their hands somehow finding each other and clasping together. The chattering laughter from the front became mere background music. After a long ordeal, they finally arrived at the hotel and checked in. Xiaoyan put his arm around Li Xiao's shoulder and suddenly said,
Brother, I want to sleep with Li Xiao tonight. He's going to teach me how to play games. Can I?
His big eyes blinked pitifully. Kakashi couldn't refuse at all. He turned to look at Obito with a questioning gaze, which suited Obito perfectly. How could he disagree? Obito shoved a room card into Li Zhao's hand, afraid he might change his mind.
Then please take good care of Xiaoyan. Don't you two talk too long, go to sleep when it's about time, got it? Okay, Mr. Obito. Let's go, Xiaoyan. We're in room 8305.
Obito pretended to be helpless.
Then it looks like it's just the two of us in one room. Go get another room,
Kakashi said.
It's fully booked. It's hard to get a room here, you need to reserve in advance. Then is their room a double bedroom? Of course not. They're in a twin room, and we are in a king-size bedroom,
Obito said, smugly pulling Kakashi into the elevator. It was late at night with no one else around, leaving only the two of them in the confined space. Obito deliberately leaned in and said ambiguously,
What are you worried about? We sleep together at home too, don't we? That's because you threatened me. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. I'm still threatening you now. I have Xiaoyan as a hostage, so you have no choice but to agree,
Obito said with a wicked grin.
Shameless,
Kakashi muttered, but he wasn't really angry. To Obito's ears it sounded more like flirtation. Pushing open the door, the room was decorated simply yet tastefully, matching Kakashi's aesthetic. The most striking feature was the large floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the most bustling area of Hong Kong, truly captivating with its opulence. Obito quietly approached Kakashi from behind, wrapped his arms around his waist, pressed his chest against Kakashi's back, and locked him possessively in his embrace. Kakashi had grown accustomed to these physical touches, and didn't mind letting him be.
So beautiful,
Kakashi sighed in admiration. Obito echoed.
Yes, so beautiful.
He didn't care about the scenery at all, his gaze was fixed solely on Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi's long fair neck, Obito couldn't resist gently biting it. The grazing of his teeth against the skin sent a subtle thrill through Kakashi, making his whole body tremble involuntarily. Kakashi realized something was wrong. Obito's grip tightened and his tongue freely licked Kakashi's earlobe, his most sensitive spot.
Obito! Don't!
Kakashi struggled to push him away, but Obito directly pulled him onto the bed and leaned over him. The soft mattress made it hard to move, and Obito's strength was greater. Kakashi could hardly resist.
Let me kiss you, okay? Just for a moment.
Obito's reddened eyes held a long-suppressed desire. He was at his limit, he missed Kakashi so much. Even though they shared a bed, Kakashi didn't allow it, and he rarely crossed the line. But he was a normal man. How could he hold back when the one he loved was right in front of him? Kakashi blushed and refused.
No. Why not? You won't be able to control yourself. We can't do this anymore. We agreed on a 1-month limit. I'm not your possession. I don't have the obligation to satisfy your desires. Who can't control themselves?
Obito refused to listen. He suddenly lowered his head and licked behind Kakashi's ear. Kakashi let out a startled cry, his body uncontrollably weakening and heating up, his breathing becoming rapid.
Don't!
Kakashi didn't even have the strength to push him away. Obito admired his face, now tinged with desire, and said with satisfaction,
Kakashi, you're feeling it. Admit it, you can't refuse me at all, because you've always had me in your heart.
Kakashi dared not meet his gaze, that could see through everything, yet he was unwilling to admit his words. He could only turn his head away, but Obito was determined tonight to force him to speak out loud. He grabbed Kakashi's chin and kissed him without restraint. It had been a long time since they had kissed so fiercely. Obito couldn't hold back, his tongue pried open Kakashi's lips, and teeth continuously licking inside his mouth. Kakashi was kissed, dizzy, long lost in his senses, yet his hands stubbornly pressed against Obito's chest, making a final futile resistance.
Say you love me!
Obito's scorching breath sprayed near Kakashi's ears, step by step closing and determined to break his psychological defenses. But Kakashi remained silent, even though his whole body felt as if set ablaze. He still stubbornly refused to confess. Obito let out a cold laugh, having no intention of letting him off. He became even more unscrupulous, using his hand to control Kakashi's body while trailing his kisses downward.
Obito! Stop!
Kakashi's hoarse voice carried a plea.
You know I don't want to hear this.
Obito squeezed hard with his fingers, making Kakashi's whole body tremble. Kakashi finally couldn't take it anymore. He proactively reached out his arms to hug Obito back, panting and shouting,
"I concede. Stop torturing me."
Obito knew this was Kakashi's limit. He was already thin-skinned and pushing him further would be pointless. Obito contentedly cupped his face and kissed him deeply, then tore off the barely hanging clothes and threw them all to the floor. He pulled up the blanket to cover their intertwined bodies. Kakashi didn't know when it ended. He only remembered that the sky outside turned from pitch black to bright and clear. Only then did he clearly perceive the passage of time, and how absurdly they had entangled themselves again. Their bodies nestled together. In the room where the heater hadn't been turned on yet, they didn't feel a trace of chill, all thanks to the warmth from each other's bodies.
"It's dawn,"
Obito said softly.
"I'll have to leave soon. Sleep until you wake naturally. I've asked Lee to take it out to play, so don't worry. He's very reliable."
Kakashi's whole body ached terribly. He glanced down at the marks on himself and complained,
"Are you a dog? Biting me everywhere. I can't help it. You're delicious everywhere. Hey, what are we now? You used such despicable means last night, and you still have the nerve to ask."
Kakashi turned his back to him, unwilling to respond. Obito's side sat up and leaned against the headboard.
"I knew you'd pretend nothing happened again. Only when I have you in bed do you speak a few truths. But it's fine. One day you'll confess to me on your own. I'm tired. I want to sleep."
Kakashi pulled the blanket, not wanting to continue this discussion.
Sleep well."
Obito patted Kakashi's back as if coaxing a child. Only when he heard Kakashi's breathing deepen did Obito add,
"Kakashi, will you wait for me a little longer?"
"I will definitely stand by your side completely, so you have no more worries." After a sleepless night, he was indeed somewhat fatigued. Even coffee couldn't suppress the overwhelming drowsiness. Obito watched the young men and women passing by somewhat absent-minded, but his mind was still on Kakashi. Only at this moment did he reflect that he had gone too far again. The car picking him up arrived 5 minutes late. The auction venue adopted a confidential approach. All invitees received private car service, and Obito was no exception. An auction of this level was inherently high threshold. As a foreigner, Obito was bidding on a prime location in a foreign land for the first time, but his purpose was not limited to this. Upon arriving at the venue, Obito was led by a designated attendant to the chair with his name on it.
"Thank you,"
Obito said to the female attendant in broken Cantonese. His gaze swept across the room. Many people had arrived one after another from various countries. Everyone was observing, and wary of others, the atmosphere very tense. The clock struck 10 o'clock sharp. The doors were closed, and the indoor lights were dimmed, making it hard to see others' faces clearly. However, the content of the bidding on stage was clearly displayed on the large screen. The host, dressed in formal attire, introduced one prime landmark after another in fluent English. These were all the best investment directions for the future, so those who had set their sights on them would not easily let them fall into others' hands. Obito watched calmly with his arms crossed as they fought. The constantly raised placards updated the amounts again and again, cold numbers stacking up continuously. It was all just a game of the powerful. Finally, the last bidding arrived. It was a vacant lot in the heart of Simsha-Sui, excellent in both geographical location and future prospects. Everyone started bidding. After a fierce battle, Obito slowly raised his placard. By then, the price was already higher than the land's actual value. No one else spoke up, as they were all old foxes weighing pros and cons, each holding back a card.
"Uchiha Group once, Uchiha Group twice."
Just as the gavel was about to fall, a steady hand suddenly rose from the corner. The host's gaze swept over and immediately corrected.
"Now the bid is raised to $1.5 billion US. Senju Group once, Senju Group twice, Senju Group 3 times. Sold."
Obito sat calmly among the crowd, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had achieved his goal of this trip. After the auction ended, the crowd left in an orderly manner. Only Obito remained in his seat, waiting for an opportunity. He heard the sound of leather shoes on the marble floor slowly approaching step by step. Then a low male voice rang out.
"Mister, Uchiha Mr. Senju would like to see you.
Obito stood up, gently brushing the dust off his suit, and replied.
Then please lead the way.
Obito followed the man to the inner lounge and met the person he most wanted to see on this trip to Hong Kong, the president of Senju Group, Senju Hashirama.
Mr. Hashirama, hello. I am Uchiha Obito.
Obito proactively bowed in greeting. Hashirama sat on the leather sofa, exuding an immensely powerful aura. Even a single glance was enough to send chills down one's spine.
Sit down and talk.
Hashirama pointed to the chair opposite. After seeing Obito seated, he asked lazily.
It was Madara who sent you, wasn't it?
Obito couldn't hide it from him. He was seen through immediately. He smiled and replied,
Uncle has always been thinking of you. Is that so? We've been fighting for a lifetime. Has he now found an heir to continue the fight with me? You flatter me. How would I dare? I came this time to seek your advice. Out with it. I want to transfer part of the Uchiha Group's businesses out. But we're not familiar with the Hong Kong market. If you could help us expand, I would be extremely grateful.
Hashirama found it quite interesting. A fledgling youngster actually had such boldness, which made him look at Obito with new eyes. He asked Obito,
What makes you think I would help you?
Obito had come prepared and met his gaze without fear, saying,
Uncle told me to use this as a trade. I wonder if you would be willing.
Obito took out a document bag and handed it to him. Inside was an old land deed of private mountain estate that the two had fought over tooth and nail during their early entrepreneurial days. After Hashirama withdrew, Madara had completely taken it over.
Uncle said he's very sorry. He didn't know back then that it was a renovation of your mother's dowry mansion. Now he returns it to you, and it has been well preserved over the years, so you can rest assured.
Daitu's move had caught Jujin completely off guard. He held the land deed, glanced at it briefly, and memories surged into his mind like tidal waves. In his youth, he had been full of vigor, determined to win at everything. Now in his twilight years, those old entanglements were indeed things that should be let go.
I'll accept what you've offered. However, the financial environment here is quite tough right now. I will help as much as I can, but whether you can truly take root here depends on yourselves. I would be deeply grateful if you could lend a hand. Youth is truly something, isn't it? No matter how hard you're hit, you just keep getting back up. Looking at you reminds me of Ban in his younger days, always charging headfirst into adversity, unwilling to yield an inch.
But without such a temperament, the Uchiha clan might never have reached where it is today. After all, it would have been far too difficult for your mother, a woman, to hold the family legacy together on her own.
When the topic turns heavy, even I can't help but reminisce. People of my age seem especially prone to nostalgia. Please don't mind me rambling.
Jujin smiled.
Not at all. By the way, did you arrive yesterday? Yes, last night's red-eye flight. Then it's perfect timing. There's a rather delightful place I think you young people would absolutely love. Would you be interested in checking it out?
Jujin's eyes flicked toward his assistant. The young man standing nearby immediately understood the unspoken cue, fished a business card from his pocket, and presented it to Daitu with both hands.
An indoor music festival.
Daitu had expected something like a bar or nightclub, not something so refreshingly understated.
Indeed. They have all genres of music. I happen to have a few tickets. I'll give them to you. It's incredibly popular right now. Tickets are harder to come by than gold. I'm just too old-fashioned to keep up with the trends.
Daitu took the card and murmured his thanks.
How rare. I've been so consumed by work lately that I haven't allowed myself a proper break in ages. Then it's even more perfect. You're new here and don't know anyone yet. I'll have someone show you in. I have a niece named Yonkai. She has quite the personality. She's the lead singer of a band here. Why don't you two meet?
So that was the real point all along. Daitu smiled faintly. There was indeed no such thing as a free lunch.
Don't misunderstand. I know you have a wife and child. She's simply too independent and doesn't listen to her family. Perhaps after you settle in Hong Kong, you could help keep her in check and bring her back to reality.
Since Zhu Jian had put it so directly, Dai-Tu naturally had no reason to refuse.
The word manage doesn't quite fit. But if she needs an opportunity to grow, I can offer her a basic position. However, those with strong personalities won't easily submit anywhere.
A faint smile lingered on Dai-Tu's lips as he thought of Kakashi's rebellious nature. People devoted to art carried a kind of fatal magnetism, one that Dai-Tu could never seem to shake no matter when or where. Zhu Jian rubbed his temples.
You're right. It's precisely because she's so untamed and loves freedom that her ambitions run high, making her seem out of place. There's nothing wrong with that, Mr. Zhu Jian. I have a friend who is much the same. He holds firmly to his own principles. No one can break them. Even when some can mire, he refuses to be stained. He is in my eyes the very embodiment of beauty.
What Dai-Tu really wanted to say was that Kakashi didn't need to do anything at all. Simply standing there was enough for Dai-Tu to fall in love with him.
That friend of yours must be very important to you, isn't he?
Zhu Jian, having seen his share of people, could read between the lines. Dai-Tu smiled without answering. His expression spoke for itself.
Mr. Zhu Jian, then I won't keep you any longer. I haven't slept at all, and my eyes can hardly stay open. I'll go back and catch some rest.
No longer maintaining his composure, Dai-Tu spoke as a junior would to a senior. Zhu Jian found this warmth endearing, and gently called to the young man beside him.
Dingxi, see Mr. Dai-Tu out. Yes, sir.
Dai-Tu rose to take his leave.
Thank you again, Mr. Zhu Jian. You're too kind. Give my regards to Ban. Let's gather when you have time. I certainly will. Goodbye, Mr. Zhu Jian.
After leaving the venue, Dingxi drove Dai-Tu back to his hotel. Despite dozing off during the ride, Dai-Tu still felt thoroughly exhausted. He trudged back to the room with heavy steps. Kakashi was curled up under the covers watching TV. Dai-Tu shed his jacket and slipped directly into bed, naturally wrapping an arm around Kakashi's waist.
All done?
Kakashi asked.
A bit tired. I'll just hold you and sleep a bit. Don't push me away.
Dai-Tu was already drifting, his voice thick with sleep. Only beside Kakashi could he fully drop his guard, free from worrying about anyone's face or reputation. Even his words carried the slightest note of coaxing affection. Kakashi picked up the remote and lowered the volume. Beside him, Dai-Tu had already fallen asleep, within seconds, his long eyelashes fluttering faintly. The sharp angles of his face had softened, losing their edge and becoming gentle. It reminded Kakashi of those afternoons when there were no classes. He would insist on squeezing onto Kakashi's bed. Kakashi never had the heart to push him away, but the single bed was far too narrow for two boys both nearly 18 hands tall. They could only press close together, unable to shift apart. Back then, Kakashi would watch him like this, secretly extending a slender finger to trace the contours of Dai-Tu's face, as though doing so could carve him permanently into the deepest part of his heart. Dai-Tu slept straight through until 7 in the evening. Kakashi, pinned beneath him, couldn't move an inch. His limbs had gone numb and achy. He needed to use the restroom, but the moment he tried to sit up, Dai-Tu yanked him back. Eventually, unable to hold it any longer, Kakashi devised a scheme. Kakashi switched to the movie channel, selected a horror film, and cranked the volume to its maximum right at the most terrifying moment. The entire room echoed with shrill, blood-curdling screams. Dai-Tu jolted awake as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Kakashi couldn't help laughing at his dazed expression.
Awake now.
Dai-Tu glanced at the television. Sadako was slowly crawling out of the screen. His heart nearly stopped. He snatched the remote and slammed the power button. The instigator beside him was still doubled over with laughter.
Didn't we watch these together before? You're still scared. You deliberately scared me, didn't you?
Dai-Tu grabbed Kakashi and pinned him beneath him.
Stop messing around. I wanted to go to the bathroom, and you wouldn't let go. I had no other choice.
Dai-Tu looked down at Kakashi's fair face, his gaze lingering on the mole beside his lips. Sexy and alluring. He couldn't resist licking his tongue across his own lips, and said deliberately mischievous.
You said you needed to use the restroom, did you?
Kakashi nodded earnestly. Daitu's hand pressed lightly against his lower abdomen, speaking in a suggestive tone.
Then do it right here.
Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm as he understood Daitu's meaning, and he began struggling frantically.
Madman! Let me go! Too late, Kakashi. This is what you get for playing pranks on me. I'm going to deal with you today.
In the end, they had to call housekeeping to change the sheets. Daitu explained to the auntie that the kid was being clumsy. Only after she left did Kakashi emerge from the bathroom, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Daitu noticed his face flushed with embarrassment, and though a trace of guilt lingered, the scenes from moments before still echoed in his mind. It had been thrilling beyond words.
Don't be mad at me. I'll take you out, okay? No. There's a band you like. Why? Do you still remember?
How could he forget? On the day they parted, they had sat in the car sharing a pair of earphones, and the last song they heard was Wise.
Until we meet again.
Just then a series of knocks rang out in succession. Kakashi rose to open the door, revealing Xiaoli and Xiaoyan, both carrying bags of various sizes that emitted an enticing aroma of food.
Bro, I brought you some mango pomelo sago and egg puffs. They're super delicious. Try them.
Xiaoli also poked his head in to glance around the room.
Obito-san, you're back. Huh? Did you not sleep well? Your dark circles are a bit heavy. You must be unused to sharing a space with others. How about this, let Kakashi-san sleep with us? Our bed is quite spacious too.
Xiaoli said tactlessly, completely oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on Obito's face. Obito lounged on the sofa, with a languid air, beads of sweat still visible at his open collar, remnants of his earlier exertion.
Since when did you start meddling in my affairs?
Obito said darkly. Xiaoli quickly waved his hands in denial.
No. Go back to your room and tidy up. Wait in the lobby downstairs in 10 minutes. Is Obito-san taking us out to play?
Xiaoyan chimed in excitedly.
Go ahead.
Soon the two of them dashed back to their room. Kakashi placed the food on the table. After being tormented by Obito for so long, he was hungry. He took out the mango pomelo sago and began eating slowly. Noticing Obito staring at him, Kakashi raised an eyebrow and asked,
Want some?
Obito replied,
I don't like sweets. There are curry fish balls still warm. Want to try?
Kakashi lifted the lid of the takeout box, carefully prepared chopsticks for Obito, and handed them to him. This instinctive gesture warmed Obito's heart. His Kakashi was always so gentle no matter what. Obito ate one. He rarely bought snacks, but the taste was indeed pleasant. Kakashi asked curiously,
How is it?
Obito deliberately frowned.
A bit hot.
Kakashi quickly reached for the water beside him, but Obito grabbed a hand holding the spoon, scooped up some of the leftover mango pomelo sago, and shoved it directly into his own mouth, saying with satisfaction,
There.
Such childish behavior was utterly exasperating. Kakashi sighed and said,
If you want some, there's a fresh one. I only want what you've already eaten. I'm done talking to you. Didn't you say you'd take me out? Let's go.
Kakashi stood up quickly, tidied up the trash at hand, and put all the uneaten food into the fridge for preservation. Obito grabbed his coat and followed behind Kakashi. Seeing that Kakashi was lightly dressed, he turned back to fetch a heavy coat and draped it over him.
The temperature difference between day and night is large. Dress warmly or you'll catch a cold.
Kakashi muttered.
I'm not a child. I know when I'm cold or warm.
Despite his words, he obediently put on the coat. In the lobby, the two grown children were already waiting with eager faces, each dressed more extravagantly than the other.
Did you knock over a pallet?
Kakashi couldn't help but tease. The garish clothes were obviously Xiaoli's doing.
We bought them while shopping this afternoon. Handsome, right? Aren't they particularly youthful and vibrant?
Xiaoli proudly displayed the word passion on his chest.
Kakashi-san, I have an extra one. Would you like to wear it?
Faced with Xiaoli's enthusiasm, Kakashi truly didn't know how to respond. He gave an awkward smile.
No thanks, I'm too old for that. But you look very young. Anyone would think you're a college student, especially when you stand next to Obito-san.
Mid-sentence, he felt a deathly glare bore into him. Xiaoli quickly covered his mouth and ran off to get the car. Once in the car, Obito gave Xiaoli the address.
Jingjiu, we're going there.
Xiaoli turned back in surprise to look at Obito.
You know it. Yeah, it's a very popular indoor venue with lots of performances, and the types change daily. You can run into celebrities there, as well as various workers in the arts. Obito-san, I never expected someone who's been dominating the financial world for so long to enjoy this kind of thing. What? Do I seem boring?
Obito countered.
Not exactly, but I used to think you were a bit stern. However, this time, for some reason, you seem different, more approachable.
In truth, there was no change at all. It was simply that when the person he loved was by his side, he would involuntarily soften. Of course, this tenderness was reserved exclusively for Kakashi. Soon they arrived at their destination. After a series of security checks and ticket inspections, they entered the venue. Yokai was already waiting at the entrance. She recognized Obito at a glance.
Hello, Obito.
She had an androgynous look, short neat hair, a row of earrings on her ears, and tattoos on her exposed wrists. She was very distinctive. Obito rarely saw a girl greet someone she just met so casually. He found it amusing.
Hello, Yokai. These are my friends Kakashi, Xiaoli, and Xiaoyan.
Yokai simply waved her hand as a greeting to all.
Come on, I saved you some good seats.
After they sat down, Obito thanked Yokai, but she made no move to leave. Chewing on her tasteless gum, she said,
So shall we go over there and chat?
Obito didn't refuse. He had come with a mission from Hashirama, but he rarely encountered such a rebellious girl. Once they reached a nearby seat, Yokai came straight to the point.
I don't like beating around the bush. If you're here for a blind date, you've seen me. I'm not suitable for you.
So she had misunderstood. Obito didn't know how to explain, caught between annoyance and amusement.
I'm not here for a blind date. I have someone I love. Then there's no need to pretend. Go back and tell the old man I don't like living by the rules. If I lose my freedom, you might as well kill me.
Listening to her words, Obito felt she was remarkably like the Kakashi he had first met. Someone who would do anything to fight for a life of her own only to end up battered and bruised.
I understand, and I won't interfere.
This puzzled Yokai.
Then why are you?
Obito smiled, his gaze drifting through the crowd to settle on Kakashi. He replied calmly,
I'm just bringing my beloved here to find some memories. To listen to the band, he loves the songs he loves.
At that moment, the first performance began. The lights dimmed, leaving only a spotlight illuminating the performer. Everyone focused intently, waiting for the music to start. The melodious tune was like an old man recounting a long story. The evening breeze treads lightly on the trail of the sunset, pulling shadows into yellowed memories. That farewell is hidden between lips. After turning away, we go our separate ways. We once walked side by side through the storms of 4 seasons, weaving laughter into ordinary days. Time flies too precious to cherish. In a wave of the hand, we scatter to the ends of the sky. See you again, don't take parting too hard. Though mountains and seas separate us, our hearts still cling. Even if the years change, oh. The soft light spilled over him, outlining a gentle silhouette so beautiful that one couldn't look away. Every smile, every frown stirred Obito's heartbeat. Obito said softly,
I remember this song was originally called Goodbye Forever.
Yokai stood beside him and replied slowly,
Yes. But later he found the person he loved, so he changed the lyrics to See You Again.
By the time they returned to Kakashi's side, the song had reached its finale, and the venue gradually settled into a hushed stillness. Obito stood silently beside him, taking his hand. Just as the lyrics sang, even if time reshaped their appearances, their promise would never expire. He would always find Kakashi amid the vast sea of people, and hold him tightly by his side. After the ballad came an electrifying rock number, igniting the entire arena. The drums pounded in rhythmic beats, the guitarist and bassist stood on opposite sides, each strumming with fierce intensity, their amplifiers at their feet. The lead singer leaped across the stage, raising his hand to drive the crowd into a swaying motion, as if all worries had been swept away in that moment. Xiaoyan and Xiao Feng were jumping and flailing their arms, tossing their flowing hair, lost in sheer delight. Kakashi watched their enthralled antics, and couldn't help but smile. Obito glanced at him, and raised an eyebrow.
Join me!
Kakashi, by nature reserved, still felt out of place in such a setting, and waved his hand in refusal. Obito ignored the gesture, took his hand, and pulled him into the rhythm. How wonderful it felt to be free from the gaze of others, and unbound by any obligations, his mind a blank slate, only the fervent music vibrating through his nerves. For the first time Kakashi experienced the thrill of abandon. Drenched in sweat, he was simply himself in this moment, with no labels to shackle his spirit or soul. At the climax of the music, Obito wrapped his arm around Kakashi's neck and kissed him fiercely. Kakashi paused for a second, then responded without hesitation, pulling Obito closer and deepening the kiss, a cathartic release of raw emotion. After a night of exhilaration, the event finally drew to a close. As the crowd dispersed, everyone seemed dazed, as if the lingering echoes still reverberated in the air.
Brother Obito, today was the happiest day of my life.
Xiaoyan stretched her limbs to relieve the soreness from all the dancing, her big eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement.
I'm glad you're happy. We're not going back to the hotel tonight. I've arranged a yacht. We'll watch the night view and sleep on the boat. Really? That's awesome.
Xiaoyan cheered. But in reality, the two of them collapsed from exhaustion and fell asleep instantly. Kakashi, with a helpless sigh, tucked them in, and then walked out onto the deck. The wind was strong at night, and even wrapped in his coat Kakashi shivered. Suddenly a warmth settled on his shoulders. Obito had brought a fleece blanket and wrapped it tightly around him.
Obito asked, "Are they asleep?" "Yeah, they partied too hard, can't even keep their eyes open." "Are you tired?" "I brought you warm milk tea to keep your hands warm."
Obito pulled a warm glass bottle from his pocket and pressed it into Kakashi's hand, then gently pulled him into his lap. At that moment, the night draped over the buildings of Hong Kong Island and Victoria Harbor dissolved into a cascade of glittering stars. On both shores, skyscrapers lit up one after another, neon hues like flowing clouds, golden red, sapphire blue, silver white, spreading across the water's surface, gently swaying with the ripples shattering into drifting scales. Kakashi nestled in Obito's arms.
"Thank you for making Xiaoyan so happy." "And you?"
Obito asked.
"Me too,"
Kakashi replied softly. Obito smiled faintly and held him tighter.
"Xiaoyan feels incredibly happy because you're here, but I hope it's because of me."
Kakashi curled his knees and drew himself into a ball.
"Obito, I can't make any promises." "I know. I've never needed them. You just need to know that no matter what, I'll always be by your side."
Obito kissed Kakashi's forehead. They sat in silence, wordless yet acutely aware of each other's feelings, and that was enough. Kakashi fell asleep at some unknown hour. Obito lifted him in his arms, gently laid him in the center of the bed, removed his coat and pants, then slipped under the covers himself, holding him as they slept. But they hadn't slept long before a phone ring woke them. Obito groggily answered. It was Xuanai's voice. He instantly sobered up, grabbed his clothes, and stepped outside to avoid waking Kakashi.
"Obito, your mother locked me and Xiao Feng in the Uchiha mansion and took away my passport, so I can't leave. I'm calling you secretly. What should I do? Will she find out?"
Xuanai's voice was faint, tinged with panic. Obito could only soothe her first.
"Xuanai, it's okay. Don't say anything. Just do as she says and stay by her side. She only doesn't want Xiao Feng to leave. I'll be back soon. Wait for me to handle it, understand?" "Okay, I understand." "Good. Don't worry, I've got everything under control."
Obito gripped the phone, though he wasn't sure himself. But for now, he had to appear calm. After hanging up, Obito fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette. It had been a long time since he'd smoked, and it felt unfamiliar. A bitter taste spread through his throat. Dawn had broken. A crimson sun rose slowly, casting its light on Obito's face, yet he felt no warmth. He took the last drag, stubbed out the cigarette, and tossed it into the trash bin beside him, before turning back into the room. Kakashi was still asleep. Obito, no longer drowsy, propped his head on his hand and watched him, the delicate flutter of his long lashes, a faint smile on his lips. It must have been a pleasant dream. It wasn't until the sun was high that Kakashi woke naturally. He reached out, but found no one beside him. He sat up abruptly, and saw Obito sprawled on the sofa, dozing lightly, his laptop still glowing with a stream of data Kakashi couldn't understand. So he had never really relaxed. He had only squeezed out precious time to accompany him and Xiaoyan. A pang of guilt struck Kakashi. He picked up the blanket from the bed to cover Obito, but the slightest movement startled the light-sleeping Obito. He opened his eyes, and seeing Kakashi, his expression softened.
Why aren't you sleeping? I'm awake. I'm sorry because of us. Kakashi, it has nothing to do with you. Don't always overthink. I had some urgent matters to deal with, and now they're done. But we're heading back to Japan this afternoon. I'll take you out again another time, okay? And then don't worry about us. Just follow your schedule. All right. Go freshen up, then we'll have breakfast and head back to the hotel to pick up our luggage.
Obito ruffled Kakashi's hair affectionately. While brushing his teeth in the bathroom, Kakashi thought of yesterday and asked vaguely,
That girl, is she your friend?
Obito turned to look at him, momentarily confused, then realized who he meant.
Yang Kai. Not really a friend. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? No, I just think she's special. And then she's a lot like you. What do I look like in your eyes?
Kakashi was curious. Obito closed his laptop, stared at Kakashi's face, and said,
I can't describe it, but you're exactly the way I like.
At the time of parting, Xiaoli and Xiaoyan once again performed a scene of reluctant brotherly affection. Obito patiently waited at the airport for them to finish their farewells, before he remembered there was still something he needed to tell Xiaoli. Taking advantage of Kakashi and Xiaoyan going to buy coffee, Obito asked Xiaoli,
How is my uncle's matter being handled? Quan Nai said he will come to Hong Kong next week. The bar has officially opened. Make sure you keep him here. From now on, Hong Kong needs a trustworthy Uchiha.
Obito couldn't help but sigh. There were few people around him he could entrust with anything, and even his mother had always been wary of him. Xiaoli looked at Obito's profile, his chiseled features, the deep loneliness hidden beneath his somber face. He said,
Mr. Obito, I saw it that day. What?
Obito turned around in confusion.
You and Mr. Kakashi. You like him, don't you? I remember back in the States you always rejected others' confessions, saying you had someone in your heart. Is it him?
Obito hadn't expected Xiaoli, usually so thick-skinned, to be so perceptive. He smiled softly and said,
Yes, I like him.
Xiaoli grew quiet, then shedding his usual boisterous demeanor, as if lost in a memory that held his most tender part. His face turned solemn as he said,
I'll go back to the States in a few days. Sister Xiaoyu's birthday is coming.
Mentioning that name was deliberate on Xiaoli's part. He still harbored resentment, though much time had passed.
Mr. Obito, do you have any message for her?
Obito was silent for a moment before replying.
Tell her that Xuanai and Xiao Feng will be sent back safely, and not to worry. All right. Then we'll meet again next time, Mr. Obito. Goodbye.
As Xiaoli turned and walked away, Obito watched his back, just as he had that time at Xiaoyu's grave, when Xiaoli grabbed his collar and demanded to know why he couldn't keep her, why she had to lie alone in the cold, dark ground. Obito had no answer. Perhaps it was wrong from the start, which was why Xiaoli asked about his feelings again. He was trying to confirm whether Obito was just using the guise of affection to exploit others. Back in Tokyo, Obito first drove them to the apartment.
I won't be back for a few days. Stay at my place for now, and move after the renovation across the street is done.
Obito handed a spare key to Xiaoyan. Kakashi had long sensed something was off with Obito, but he didn't say anything, just went along with his words.
All right, you take care of your business. We'll look after ourselves.
Obito nodded and started the car, driving back to the Uchiha ancestral home. Yudai wasn't surprised to see Obito return. She was sitting on the sofa knitting a sweater. Over the years, After transferring her power to Obito, she had relaxed and found herself always looking for something to do in her leisure.
Back!
Uchiha said without looking up. She was wearing a silk dress today, her favorite piece of clothing. Obito remembered from an old photo that she had worn the same dress when she held him as a child, though now it was washed pale and worn. Seeing him staring at her, Uchiha put down her knitting, took a piece of paper from the file folder on the table, and tossed it in front of Obito. It was a divorce agreement.
Explain yourself. What's going on?
Uchiha's voice was restrained with anger. Obito sat down calmly in front of her and replied,
Just what you see. Xuanai and I are getting divorced. You made such a big decision on your own. It's my affair, no need to inform others. Others?
Uchiha let out a cold laugh.
Uchiha Obito, I'm your mother. So now I've become others to you. Yes, you're my mother. But I've never felt your tenderness since I was a child. You always demanded unconditional obedience, and everything had to fit within your boundaries. Any deviation meant punishment. I could only live the way you wanted me to. But I don't want that anymore.
A sharp slap echoed through the vast living room, making even the crystal chandelier above seem to tremble for a moment. The slap came swiftly, but stung deep into the soul. A red mark spread across Obito's face. He had endured countless beatings in the past, and this one was nothing, but it still hurt. A tangled mess of love and hate churning inside him, making it impossible to harden his heart completely. Uchiha wobbled to her feet, and the half-finished sweater fell to the floor. Only then did Obito see that it was the pattern he had loved most as a child, a Gundam robot. The intricate design would have taken a great deal of effort to knit. An identical sweater had been ruined by him when he was 10 simply because Uchiha forgot to attend the school's parent-child sports day, and he threw a tantrum. Obito picked up the sweater and gently rubbed it with his hand, sneering.
What's the point of doing this now? You know I'm no longer a child you can appease with a piece of candy. And I have you to thank for that. You've always taught me that only cold-blooded ruthlessness can achieve great things. Obito, hate me or resent me as you will. Everything I've done has been for the Uchiha clan, for you. I won't let anyone destroy it all. So this divorce is not happening. Xiao Feng will not leave Japan. From now on he stays by my side, and I will personally educate him. Don't you dare. I won't let him become another me.
Obito slammed the table and stood up. Uchiha had anticipated his reaction and said calmly,
You have no choice. I know who is by your side now. If you want to protect him, you'll have to listen to me. I could separate you for 10 years, and I can do it again for another 10 or even a lifetime.
Uchiha's guess was right. No matter how much time passed, that person would always be Obito's Achilles heel, making it easy to manipulate him. But Obito was not as flustered as before. Instead, as if he had foreseen the turn of events, he remained seated on the sofa looking at her with composure, and said lightly,
I won't give you that chance again. If you lay a finger on him, our mother-son bond will be severed here and now. You?
Uchiha took 2 steps back, a sharp pain in her chest. She took a deep breath to steady herself, then said with sorrow,
You are just like your father. So you hate me too, don't you? Because he had someone else in his heart, yet you insisted on marrying him, making him forget his first love. You knew all along that what you forced would never be yours, yet you tormented him and yourself for all these years. Shut up. What do you know? What does love matter? What does no love matter? Marriage is nothing but a transaction. Did he have no selfish motives? If he had truly stood his ground, could anyone have put a knife to his throat and forced him to marry me? It was nothing but mutual exploitation.
Uchiha seemed drained of all strength, her voice weakening with each word. Kinsuke brought her a glass of water, then turned to Obito and said,
Young master, please don't anger the mistress. She hasn't been well these past few days. The doctor said she needs rest.
Obito saw her pale cheeks, and knew Kinsuke wasn't lying. His heart softened. He hadn't expected things to come to this.
I want to take Xuanai and Xiao Feng away.
Obito reiterated his purpose for coming. Uchiha pressed her hand to her chest, her lips trembling slightly.
You can, but only if you sever ties with Hitaki Kakashi. Then you can take them away whenever you want. No, Then there's nothing to discuss. You may leave.
Obito showed no intention of leaving, and the situation remained deadlocked. Just then a flash of light flickered outside the door, accompanied by the sound of tires crunching over the pavement. Kensuke walked to the entrance, and immediately bowed in greeting.
Mr. Ben, you've arrived. It's been a while, Kensuke. Your hair has turned quite gray. Indeed, I've been deteriorating year by year. But you, Mr. Ben, are still in such excellent condition.
Kensuke took the overcoat Ben had removed and hung it securely on the standing rack. As he turned to inform, the household band simply waved his hand, signaling him not to enter again. Kensuke understood the meaning and discreetly slipped away. Ben had already anticipated the scene that awaited him, yet he remained nonchalant, behaving as if he had just dropped by casually.
What's going on here? Why does everyone look so grim?
Ben first politely greeted Yudai.
Sister-in-law, how is your health? I'm fine, just the same old ailments.
Yudai's surprise vanished in an instant, and she had already guessed the situation.
It's that brat Obito again, isn't it? He's angered you. Let me discipline him for you. You must take care of your health. Has he ever given me a moment of peace?
Yudai changed the subject abruptly.
I heard you've returned to the Uchiha group. Yes, I've been idle after a few years of recuperation. Besides, Obito is young and needs someone to keep an eye on him.
Yudai said in a deep voice.
Since I trust him enough to hand it over, I believe he is capable. But sister-in-law, have you truly let go completely? He is not your appendage. He cannot obey your every command. A machine without an independent personality, even if it performs at its maximum utility, will never possess emotions. You don't want that outcome, do you?
Ben's words were already quite clear. Yudai remained silent, letting out a low sigh. Ben immediately signaled to Obito, who had been standing quietly nearby. Obito took the hint and ran upstairs to find Yukaina and Keed. Keed was asleep, and Yukaina held him in her arms, looking haggard. When she saw Obito, she became extremely agitated. She had been suffering through these days as well. Obito walked softly to her side.
Are you okay? She didn't give you a hard time.
Yukaina shook her head.
She treated us well. And then let me hold the child. Pack your things, I'll take you to the airport right now. I'll ask her for the passport.
After saying this, Obito reached out to take the child from Yukaina's arms, but before he could touch her, Yukaina stepped back, evading his movement. Obito looked at her with a puzzled expression. Yukaina lowered her head in distress, biting her lip, unsure how to say it, but she had no choice.
Obito, I'm not going back to America, and I won't divorce you. What are you talking about?
Obito grabbed her thin shoulders, his grip so firm that it made her wince in pain.
She said I could leave, but the child cannot. Obito, I can't leave Keed alone in your family. I just want him to live a simple, happy life, but if he belongs to the Uchiha family, there will be no peace for him. Obito, I'm sorry. I have to stay here to protect him, because he is the child of Xiaoyu, and me the only gift she left for me. So from now on I can only be your wife. Yukaina, how can I answer to Xiaoyu if you do this? You can't live in constant fear. I know she would understand me just as she helped you before her death. But Obito, I beg you, for the sake of her saving your life, stop this. And Yudai will not let it go. When the time comes, will you choose us or your mother? Can you truly bring yourself to harm her?
Obito had no words to refute Yukaina's words. Every sentence struck at the truth. No matter what Yudai had done, Obito had never considered hurting her simply because she had raised him single-handedly from a young age. It was precisely for this reason that he remained trapped in her powerful grip of control, unable to break free. Obito withdrew his outstretched hand. His body swayed, as if ready to collapse. The belief that had sustained him suddenly crumbled. After all the effort to reach this point, everything was undone.
Is this the life you want?
Obito asked her. Yukaina's tears silently streamed down from the corners of her eyes. She choked back sobs and said,
I actually died long ago, in the year Xiaoyu left. Only my body remains, so I have to keep living. Now the only thing in my life is the child she gave me. I live for her.
Obito gave a cold laugh.
He will become another me, do you know that? No, he won't, because I am not a second at Yudai. I will protect him. When he grows up, and you have fully secured power then. I can't wait.
Obito suddenly roared. He couldn't bear to wait another moment. He only wanted to be with Kakashi, having endured such a long agonizing longing just to return to his side. Obito slumped down, as if all his strength had been drained away.
I can't wait any longer, Yukaina. I want to stay with him forever to make him no longer anxious and unsettled.
Yukaina approached Obito with red-rimmed eyes. They had known each other for years, and were already like close friends. She fumbled in her pocket, and pulled out a yellowed note, handing it to him.
Obito, you have no choice.
Seeing the handwriting on the note, the doubts in Obito's mind were all resolved. His previous suspicions had been correct. When he left the Uchiha mansion, Obito's mental state was particularly terrible. He didn't know how he drove, or how he ended up at the school they had both attended together. It was already past school hours, and the campus was silent. The security guard at the gatehouse, holding a cup of water, stared blankly, and took a sip from time to time. His gaze inadvertently swept over, and he warily opened the door, walking up to Obito to ask,
"Who are you looking for?"
Obito didn't know who he was looking for either, so he casually said,
"I used to be a student here. I happened to be passing by and felt a bit nostalgic, so I came to have a look."
Seeing that Obito was dressed so well, and didn't sound like he was lying, the guard relaxed his vigilance.
"I see. You seem to have a successful career now. It's rare to remember your alma mater. Which year did you graduate? I've only been working here for 5 years, so I probably haven't seen you before." "I graduated 10 years ago. That's quite a while ago. 10 years ago.
The guard muttered, as if recalling something interesting.
"Did you experience that medical checkup back then?"
Obito deliberately asked with a puzzled look.
"What medical checkup?"
The guard looked around and whispered.
"You didn't encounter it. I heard it was deliberate. No one knows what it was about. Maybe some rich family was looking for a match. Afterward it just fizzled out. This society is really something. Ordinary people don't even know how they die."
In the early spring of March, the sunlight was just right. Kakashi carried a quilt to the balcony to air it out, while Xiaoyan sat on the sofa, a piece of toast dangling from his mouth, as he watched television. The screen played a mindless variety show, yet it never failed to make him laugh. Kakashi opened the window to let the fresh air circulate indoors. He reached out to feel the temperature, neither cold nor hot, perfect for a leisurely stroll, but he had no heart for it. It had been a week since he last saw Obito, not even a single phone call, leaving him restless and unsettled. After standing there blankly for a moment, Kakashi turned and walked into the room to change clothes, not forgetting to remind Xiaoyan once more, make sure to eat lunch. "I left it in the cupboard, just heat it up. I'll try to come back early tonight." Xiaoyan hugged a pillow, curled up his knees, and shrank into the corner of the sofa. His hair was a bit too long, covering his eyelids. He replied lazily, I know, big brother. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself." Even though he said that, Kakashi couldn't help but worry. After all, this was the first time he had left Xiaoyan home alone. Lately Kakashi had been subtly observing Xiaoyan's state, yet found no anomalies. He seemed calm, kept a regular routine, read books, and watched movies in his spare time, and showed no extreme behavior. This brought Kakashi some relief. Before leaving, Kakashi turned back for another look. Xiaoyan saw him off, with a smile in his eyes, resting his chin on his hands in a childish manner. "All right, go on now. I really can handle it. Call me if anything comes up." "Okay, take care on the road." Kakashi nodded and closed the door. After walking a few steps, Kakashi's obsessive-compulsive habit kicked in. He opened his bag to check if the script, which he had already confirmed 3 times, was still inside. He reached into the inner pocket, felt the physical object, and only then felt at ease. A few days ago, he had come across a small media company soliciting short scripts. Kakashi had stayed up all night to write one and submitted it. Fortunately, it passed the initial review, and he was told to report to the designated location for an interview at the appointed time. Kakashi agreed without hesitation. After all, he was drowning in debt, and had to support Xiaoyan. He could no longer afford to slack off. Reluctant to spend money on a taxi, he chose the bus instead. Today's No. 12 bus was stiflingly hot, and it was the peak of rush hour. The carriage was packed to the brim, his feet barely touching the ground, pressed tightly chest to back against strangers. For someone with such a strong sense of personal space, it was especially uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was only 3 stops. As the stop approached, Kakashi struggled to make his way to the back, stretching his arm, with difficulty, to barely reach the stop button. When the door opened, the people blocking the exit surged out like water released from a sluice gate. Kakashi leaned against a lamppost, gasping for breath, as he watched the crowd flow in the same direction. He looked up and saw a towering building, his destination. The front desk girl was touching up her makeup with a powder compact. She glanced at Kakashi out of the corner of her eye and asked which company. Star Moon. She casually grabbed a messy notebook from the desk and tossed it to Kakashi. Register here. Kakashi took out a pen and filled it carefully. The girl began applying false eyelashes, her eyes wide open. Beside her, a cleaning lady slacked off, pretending to dust with a rag while chatting idly. It's been quite lively upstairs lately, the cleaning lady said. The girl having just finished her left, I replied half-heartedly, and now all sorts of riffraff are making short dramas. But the response has been pretty good. I'm even tempted to give it a try. It pays way better than this dead-end job. I think you could do it. With looks like yours, you'd be a perfect lead actress. Flattered in person, the girl beamed and touched her face, saying, oh, not at all. I'm not photogenic, and I have no acting talent. It's worth a try anyway. Nothing to lose. Kakashi stopped writing and interrupted their conversation. Excuse me, I'm done. The girl took it, glanced over it, and pulled a card from the drawer. 5th floor. Remember to return it to me after you're done. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Are you here for the Star Moon actor audition too? You're good looking, probably the best I've seen in a while. The girl hadn't looked closely before, but now that her makeup was done, she realized a handsome guy was standing in front of her. Kakashi smiled shyly. No, I'm a scriptwriter. A screenwriter. It's rare to see a man in this field since it's mostly cheesy love stories. But you're the second one today. Another guy went up just before you. Anyway, good luck. Thanks. I'll head up now. After swiping the card and entering the elevator, Kakashi was still thinking about the name he saw on the registration sheet. It couldn't be a coincidence. Not until he walked through the door and saw that familiar face did his suspicion be confirmed. It was indeed him. Ling Kong also spotted Kakashi from across the room. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by a hint of guilt. Kakashi walked over calmly, taking a seat as if no one else was there. Just then rustling sounds came from inside, and a long-haired girl in a pink coat stepped out. She checked the people against the records in her hand, confirmed everything, and said, thank you all for coming to Star Moon Media. You've all passed the initial screening. Please come in with your scripts when I call your name. Aoyama Yazi. Here. The girl across from Kakashi frantically smoothed her clothes and hair. Clutching a file folder, she took a deep breath, before walking stiffly inside, clearly very nervous. After what happened last time, Kakashi felt nothing towards such scenes anymore. He observed his surroundings calmly. As the front desk girl had said, it was almost entirely women except for him and Ling Kong. It had been a long time since they last met. Ling Kong had lost a lot of weight, his cheeks slightly sunken, his eyes hollow. He kept his head down, avoiding Kakashi's gaze. Not long after, the girl, who had just gone in, came out with a dejected look. The room fell silent again. Ling Kong's name was called. He shot up abruptly, the sudden movement drawing attention from others. Kakashi watched his retreating figure, recalling the time they first met. Back then, although he was always joking around, there was always a layer of sadness shrouding him. He was a man rotten both on the outside and inside. Kakashi stared blankly at the wood grain on the table. Through the transparent glass window, he could vaguely see Ling Kong sitting upright, and then suddenly saw the door being opened. Hatake Kakashi, you come in too. Kakashi snapped back to reality, nodded, and walked over. Inside, it didn't feel like an interview, but rather a casual conversation. A middle-aged woman with minimal makeup, her hair in a simple bun, sat there. She gestured for Kakashi to sit down, cleared her throat, and said, "I've read both your works. To be honest, neither quite fits our current needs. But the reason I called you both here is to explore some different areas to elevate the lower tier market. So I've made a decision, we'll shoot both your scripts simultaneously. Whoever gets better data stays. Mr. Hataki, any issues with that?" "No problem. I'm fine with it," Kakashi replied. After leaving Shingyue, Kakashi had no intention of engaging in hypocritical reminiscing. He calmly waited for the elevator to descend, when the person behind him abruptly barged in, leaving only the two of them in the confined space. They each occupied a corner. Ling Kong's voice echoed softly,
"Let's talk."
Kakashi stared straight ahead without turning his gaze. The steel door reflected their figures, and he could see the cautious timidity on Ling Kong's face. Kakashi said coldly,
"What do you want to talk about?"
It was the first time Ling Kong had seen Kakashi wear such an expression, since they met, as if everything and everyone around him was irrelevant. The elevator reached the bottom floor with a dull groan. Kakashi stepped out first, and Ling Kong ran up to walk beside him.
"The coffee shop ahead, let's sit down and talk."
Kakashi did not stop.
"Say what you need to say here."
He returned the key card to the front desk girl, who stared at them curiously, and suddenly became gossipy.
"May I ask which one of you stayed?"
Seeing that neither of them spoke, the girl awkwardly covered it with a smile. Kakashi replied,
"The result isn't out yet. Thanks for your concern." "Oh, then see you next time." "Okay."
After walking out through the revolving door of the building, there was a park directly opposite. On a weekday, there were few people around, so they found a bench and sat down. Kakashi glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. He needed to hurry back to be with Xiaoyan. He would feel uneasy leaving him alone for too long. Ling Kong was still pondering how to begin. The only thing he could think of was,
"I'm sorry. If you come to apologize, then I accept. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now."
Kakashi stood up. He was naturally cold and disliked excessive entanglement. Ling Kong called out to him,
"You already guessed it was me, didn't you?"
"But why didn't you confront me face to face?" Kakashi turned to face him and replied,
"There's no need. We both know the truth. That day I saved you and brought you back to Obito's home. You took the opportunity to open my computer and later secretly took photos at the door. These actions were full of holes. I was just tired and didn't want to bother with you."
Ling Kong let out a cold laugh.
"You look down on me, don't you, Kakashi? You've always seemed good to me, but in fact you've always been aloof and self-righteous." "That's right. You have such a powerful backer who is devoted to you. You only need to crook your finger, and he'll do anything for you. Then what about our efforts? When will they ever be seen? Why? Why can you easily obtain the wealth and honor that others have to strive with all their might for?" "Nothing. Interpret it however you want, I have nothing to say. But you have no right to judge anyone you only see on the surface. Do you know me? We are merely passing acquaintances. Ling Kong, I will not back down anymore, nor do I want to see any more dirty tricks. Since you feel you've been overlooked this time, let's compete fairly on our own merits."
After saying this, Kakashi didn't look at him again. He didn't want to linger. Some people are just passing by in life. When he returned home, Xiaoyan was cooking in the kitchen wearing an apron, holding a lively fish with his bare hands, looking distressed, and unsure how to handle it. Hearing the sound of the door lock, he leaned out half his body, and shouted happily,
"Brother, you're back."
Kakashi took off his coat, and walked over to him.
"Did you go out to buy groceries?" "Yeah, today's vegetables are very fresh. Go to the living room and wait. I'll handle it. Chuan Mu was lazy again today, and didn't clean the fish for you. Staring at it like this won't make it jump into the pot."
Xiaoyan shook his head helplessly.
"It won't obey, so I can't help it. But brother, you're afraid of blood. How about we skip the fish tonight? There's steak in the fridge that Obito bought. Let's cook that." "Did Obito come?"
Kakashi asked in surprise.
"No, he had someone deliver it. That person just left not long ago."
Xiaoyan observed Kakashi's expression, knowing that he had been absent-minded lately, mostly because Obito hadn't shown up for a long time, not even a phone call or message. Xiaoyan thought for a moment, and finally voiced his doubt.
Brother, are you and Obito together?
Kakashi's hand, which was turning on the faucet, froze in midair, then he reached to turn it off. He couldn't clearly define what their relationship was now, only knowing that he couldn't let go yet couldn't calmly accept everything.
No matter what, I will always be with Xiaoyan.
Kakashi avoided directly answering the question.
Brother, don't always focus your mind on me. I'm fine now. After a while, I'll go find a job, then I'll have my own social circle, and I'll date a pretty girlfriend. I can live independently. I want you to do what you want wholeheartedly, freely, and love someone well.
Kakashi looked at Xiaoyan, who seemed back to normal, and looking forward to the future, and felt a surge of emotion. He also relaxed.
Okay, I will. I'll tell you some good news. The script I submitted a few days ago will be produced. It's just a short drama, but it's still a good thing. Really? That's great. Brother, let's open the bottle on the top shelf of the wine cabinet tonight as a celebration. That's Obito's treasured wine. Aren't you afraid he'll come back and beat you? Obito wouldn't do that. He likes you so much he'd give you anything.
After saying that, Xiaoyan ran off to fetch a chair. Kakashi couldn't do anything about him, and had to let him be. Actually, Obito had said before that Kakashi could use anything in the house freely without asking him. Obito. Kakashi unconsciously murmured his name. He opened his phone, and scrolled to the message page, still blank. What was he doing? Why did he disappear without a word for so long? Unable to resist his longing, Kakashi still sent him a message, "Are you coming back?" He typed the sentence and deleted it, but in the end, he pressed send. He thought there would be no reply, but soon his phone vibrated. "Sorry, I've had too many things to deal with lately, and didn't contact you. I made you worry. I will come back. Please wait for me a little longer." "Okay. Take care of yourself." "I'm doing well." After another dish was cooked, Kakashi turned off the stove, leaned against the counter, and opened the last unread message. "Kakashi, I miss you very much. Will you always believe in me?" Kakashi didn't know why he suddenly asked that. Subconsciously, he felt something had happened, but he didn't ask further. He just firmly replied with one word. "Yes." Xiaoyan had a low tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 cups, he was already dazed. His face flushed red, as he slumped over the table, his ribcage visible beneath his hunched back. He was so thin that Kakashi could not help but feel heartbroken.
"Brother,"
he called out softly, burping as he continued.
"I really want to see you happy. If you are happy, then it is all right, even if I were to die. Don't talk nonsense."
Kakashi ruffled his hair, his tone somewhat serious.
"What lies in the past is gone. From today onward we must both live well. Do you hear me?"
Xiaoyan hung his head, his eyes reddening. Unsure of what he was thinking, tears swirled within them. Then suddenly he burst into a goofy laugh, and threw himself into Kakashi's embrace.
"Brother, hold me while I sleep tonight, okay? All right, let us return to the room. Drink less in the future. Your tolerance is far too poor." "It's all right. Alcohol is a wonderful thing. Once you drink it, you won't feel so uncomfortable. And I can sleep beside you. I'm going to keep drinking. When Daichi returns, I'll compete with him to see who can drink the most."
Xiaoyan was gesturing wildly, and Kakashi struggled mightily to drag him onto the bed. Only then did he finally settle down. Exhausted, Kakashi climbed into the blankets himself. Xiaoyan had already drifted into a half-asleep state, yet instinctively pressed closer upon sensing Kakashi's presence beside him. His arms wrapped tightly around Kakashi's waist, as if afraid he might slip away. Before turning off the light, Kakashi received a notice from Xingyue Company asking him to report the following day. He replied briefly, and just as he was about to lie down, Xiaoyan, lost in some dream, murmured,
"Brother, I will protect you forever. I did before, and I will again."
Kakashi felt warmth well up within his chest, recalling that painful night from many years prior. They had been each other's only refuge. Even if the days ahead proved as beautiful as he had fantasized, every moment of their past remained deeply etched in memory, impossible to simply erase. So Kakashi suffered insomnia once more. He wanted to secure his income as swiftly as possible to learn what Daichi was truly doing, and to discern how his own future should unfold. Lost in thought, he eventually grew so weary that he slept until the alarm rang. By then Xiao Yin had already risen and prepared breakfast. Sitting alone scrolling through his phone, while eating, he looked up when Kakashi finished washing and took the seat across from him.
Sober now.
Xiao Yin stuck out his tongue, somewhat embarrassed.
I didn't go crazy last night, did I? No, but you spilled half of Daichi's bottle while drinking half of it. You will have to explain it to him yourself.
Kakashi picked up a sandwich at random. The runny yolk within looked especially tempting. Xiao Yin was remarkably skilled at making breakfast. Noticing him silently staring intently at his phone, Kakashi asked curiously,
What are you looking at? Part-time job listings. I want to find something to do and ease the burden on you. No need. You were just discharged from the hospital not long ago. Do not rush into work, I have this. Brother, I cannot keep relying on you forever. Before I was too young and powerless, but now I have grown up. Please let me handle things on my own.
Xiao Yin spoke with genuine seriousness, having given it deep consideration. Kakashi did not stop him again, feeling a profound sense of relief, and replied,
Then find something lighter.
Seeing his brother yield, Xiao Yin broke into a brilliant smile.
How about the convenience store downstairs? It is close to home, so you will not have to worry. That sounds fine, but daytime shifts are preferable. Late-night work disrupts your rhythm. You have the nerve to scold me. The one burning the midnight oil is you, isn't it?
Kakashi took a bite of bread, his mouth still full, and mumbled,
Then do not follow my example. In that case, I will tell Daichi when he returns. His task for me before he left was to make sure you sleep early and rise early. Already turning your elbow outward so quickly.
Kakashi said, utterly speechless. Xiao Yin closed his phone and walked toward his room to change, saying en route,
After all, we will all be family soon. Why speak of winning anyone over? Who said we are family with him?
Kakashi called after his retreating figure. After finishing breakfast, the two descended the stairs together and exchanged words of encouragement upon parting. Kakashi patted Xiao Yin's shoulder.
Good luck with the interview. Thanks. And good luck on your first day at work. All right, I am off. I will let you know how it goes.
Xiao Yin drew a deep breath and made his way toward the convenience store at the intersection. Kakashi watched until his figure vanished before hurrying to the bus stop. Unlike yesterday's location, this time, the meeting was held in a conference room. By the time Kakashi arrived, everyone was already present, mostly young men and women in their early 20s. The moment Kakashi stepped through the door, all eyes turned toward him in unison, and they chanted together,
Good morning, Teacher Konoha.
Kakashi appeared somewhat bewildered. Having never experienced such a scene before, an onlooker might have mistaken him for a lecturer. At that moment, an older man emerged from the back row. Bowing respectfully to Kakashi, he said,
Teacher Konoha, I am Hojoji, the director of this short drama. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working closely with you.
Kakashi later learned that short drama production centered upon the screenwriter, with even the director subservient to the screenwriter's arrangements. After all, for such brief episodes, the written content was paramount.
Hello, I am Kakashi Hitaki.
Kakashi grasped the hand extended toward him, and offered a brief self-introduction to the group.
Teacher Konoha, how shall we proceed today?
Hojoji asked for his opinion directly, leaving Kakashi somewhat at a loss. He possessed no experience leading a team, though by age, he was undeniably the elder among them. Meeting those clear-eyed gazes, Kakashi spoke steadily.
I will distribute scripts to everyone. Then in sequence come to me to audition for the roles you believe you can handle. I will assign them afterward. For now, familiarize yourselves with the material. In 30 minutes, we will draw lots to determine the order.
Upon receiving their tasks, everyone dispersed. Kakashi took a seat and chatted idly with Hojoji.
Director Hojoji, what works have you directed previously?
Hojoji scratched his head awkwardly and replied,
To be honest, this is my first time as well. Many of the actors here are amateurs, Teacher Konoha. The other production crew is somewhat better, They have experienced performers, but unfortunately they were chosen by someone else.
Kakashi had no idea there was any selection involved. He had assumed it was automatic. It must have been Ling Kong who had manipulated things behind the scenes, but it no longer mattered.
Since we are all newcomers, there is no need for such formality. Let us learn from one another and do our utmost. A blank sheet of paper is hardly a disadvantage. It means we are not confined within rigid conventions.
Kakashi encouraged him, and in doing so encouraged himself as well.
Teacher Konoha, please rest assured, we will certainly create an outstanding work. Did you know? We all chose this script voluntarily. Everyone here came because they were moved by your story.
Half an hour had passed. Kakashi prepared a stack of slips with numbers written on them.
Come and draw lots.
He pushed the box toward them, watching as they lined up one by one to take their slips, much like students queuing for lunch in the school cafeteria, a rather amusing sight. Those who drew the first or the last number wore gloomy expressions, while those in the middle were the happiest, neither rushed nor anxious, able to observe others without enduring a long wait. Kakashi scanned the room, ensuring everyone had a slip in hand, then said slowly,
"Let's begin. Number 1, please prepare for your performance."
A handsome boy in his early 20s stepped forward, his large eyes dark and bright. He introduced himself first.
"Hello, Teacher Kakashi. My name is Sai. I will be portraying the male lead's friend Jia."
Kakashi smiled and nodded, signaling him to begin whenever ready. Sai set down his script, intending to perform entirely without notes. Kakashi was somewhat surprised, as memorizing lines in such a short time was no easy feat, but Sai appeared composed. He stood before the stage, his gaze shifting from bright to dim. Taking a few slow steps, he looked up at the imaginary light, the farewell beneath the street lamp. He was performing without props. When his emotions built to a peak, he spoke with deep affection.
"Remember when you asked me what I would most want to be in my next life? Now I'll tell you, I want to be a lamp lighting your path. It may sound ridiculous, but you too barged into my life without reason, didn't you? You ignited me, then abandoned me, letting me burn to ashes in the flames. But I don't care anymore. Everything I did was of my own free will. Even so, your choices never included me."
The lines were delivered with such emotion that everyone present was moved. Kakashi watched him, seeing in his eyes the same sorrow he felt long ago, as he watched Obito's car fade into the distance. A parting that changed everything, leaving only memories.
"All right, that's enough,"
Kakashi interrupted. Sai returned to his spot awaiting evaluation. Kakashi gave only one sentence.
"This role belongs to you. Please continue to study it deeply."
Sai was momentarily stunned, then a smile blossomed on his face as he realized he had succeeded. He bowed deeply.
"Thank you, Teacher Kakashi."
Next was number 2, a plump boy named Yamada, who appeared honest and simple. He played the protagonist's friend with few lines, but requiring humor. Without exaggerated expressions, he simply smiled naturally, and spoke to an imaginary scene.
Why do you always make things so hard for yourself? Life is just eating, sleeping, and then eating and sleeping again. What? You're on a diet. You're already as thin as a monkey. What's there to lose? You want to turn into a pole."
His natural performance, complemented by his body language, infected the audience, and everyone burst into laughter along with his lines. Kakashi found it delightful, as well this role truly suited him. As the auditions neared their end, no one had volunteered for the male or female lead. Curious, Kakashi stopped calling numbers.
"Why are you all so lacking in confidence? Does everyone subconsciously believe they only fit supporting roles?"
Hojo stood up and added,
"Perhaps they feel inadequate. So what? Whether capable or not, each of you is the unique protagonist of your own story. So what are you afraid of?"
Kakashi declared seriously. His words seemed to inject courage into everyone. They whispered among themselves, eager to try, and finally someone raised a hand.
"I'll do it."
2 voices rang out simultaneously, a boy and a girl. They exchanged glances and smiled. The boy said,
"The reunion scene."
The girl nodded in tacit agreement.
"Great minds think alike."
The boy was named Niji, the girl Tintin. They were also classmates at school. Years later, at a class reunion, the heroine had just sat down when a waiter followed into the private room saying someone outside had scratched her car with a license plate number XXXXXX. She realized it was her car and rushed out to check. At that moment, the hero emerged from the car. They locked eyes, and the deeply rooted memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Tenten stood frozen, staring at Niji. She opened her mouth to speak, but tears fell first. Her reddened eyes held a long-buried sorrow. She choked out, "You're back." Niji's heart ached. He wanted to wipe away her tears, but dared not, fearing that everything before him was just a recurring dream. Only when he involuntarily walked to Tenten, heard her breathing, and felt the warmth of her skin, did he confirm that it was all real. He pulled the girl into his arms, holding her like a long-lost treasure, releasing the pent-up emotions.
"I'm back. I missed you so much."
When the scene ended, both were too immersed to emerge immediately. After a moment to compose themselves, they calmed down. Kakashi walked over and gave them an okay sign. They both jumped up excitedly. After all roles were assigned, Hojo stepped to the front and said,
"We'll start filming the day after tomorrow. Go home and rest. I'll send the details in the group chat. Director Hojo, let's all go out for a meal together. It's rare that we've all met,"
someone suggested.
"Yes, Teacher Kakashi, you should come too. We have some things to ask you."
Kakashi hesitated. He hadn't told Xiaoyan he would be eating out today, and he didn't want to leave him alone. While he was deliberating, the others had already made the decision for him. Yamada was highly efficient, even booking a restaurant.
"I'll let my family know,"
Kakashi said, pulling out his phone. As if by telepathy, Xiaoyan called him at that moment. He pressed the answer button, and an excited voice came through.
"Brother, I passed the interview. I can start work today from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., so I won't be home for dinner. Congratulations. I was just about to tell you, I'll be having dinner with the crew, so I won't be back to cook either." "Great. Have fun. I have to go to work now."
After hanging up, Kakashi returned to the meeting room to pack his bag and told them he would join them. Looking at these young, vibrant men and women, Kakashi couldn't help but recall the previous crew where everyone was scheming against each other, losing their innocence and forgetting their original intentions. Before leaving, Kakashi composed a message. "I'm really happy today. I want to share my joy with you. Recipient Uchiha Obito." Kakashi rarely shared his feelings, but Obito was special. He could partake in his joys and sorrows. The group arrived at the pre-booked tavern. Everyone sat around the table. Although they had only known each other for a day, Kakashi naturally blended in.
"Teacher Kakashi, Director Hojo, please sit here."
Sai waved at them.
"That side is the serving entrance, not very convenient."
Kakashi took off his coat and placed it beside him, then sat down. Hojo poured him a cup of tea.
"Barley tea, have some. It's very fragrant."
Hojo handed the cup and Kakashi took it politely.
"Thank you, much obliged. Teacher Kakashi, don't be so formal. Since we're in the same crew, we're family."
Yamada laughed. Everyone chimed in.
"That's right. Actually, we were all the backups who were filtered out. Before, we had no right to choose, we just acted whatever we were told. But today, Teacher Kakashi, you said, we are all the protagonists of our own lives, and we can even decide our own roles." Yes, I felt respected for the first time.
Kakashi listened to their chatter without interrupting, calmly sipping his tea, which was indeed sweet and fragrant. When the dishes arrived, he slowly said,
"You are all excellent. You don't need to cater to others, just be yourselves. Teacher Kakashi, what about you? Why did you choose the path of screenwriting? As far as I know, you used to be a web novelist."
Niji asked curiously. Kakashi rarely talked about himself, but after a glass of beer, he relaxed a bit. Swirling his glass with a hazy look, he said,
"Simple. Scripts turn into cash faster than novels. I need money."
Everyone had expected him to say something grand about lofty ideals, but they didn't expect such a practical reason.
"Actually, I'm not a completely idealistic person, but I still stick to my principles. All my works follow what I truly think and feel. I won't change for the public's taste because tastes vary, you can never please everyone. So I only shoot the scripts I want. If others don't like it, I won't change it.
After saying this, Kakashi had another drink. He felt a great relief. All the suppressed emotions from before were released tonight. Hojo, who had been quietly observing from beside him, couldn't resist saying,
Teacher Kakashi, let me toast you. All right. Hojo-kun, I know you're not a professional director.
Kakashi's eyes were watery, the alcohol taking effect and making him a bit incoherent.
But I went back and watched your work.
Hojo's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Kakashi to specifically look him up. He was just an insignificant person. Being mentioned in public made him a bit embarrassed. Kakashi continued,
That water cup commercial was quite spirited. That was shot right after I graduated. Actually, I majored in finance, but I didn't like it. However, the threshold for directing is too high. After all these years of stumbling around, I still haven't achieved anything.
Hojo sighed at the memories of his past. Kakashi understood his bitterness, and didn't deliberately comfort him. Everything was conveyed in silence. After a few drinks, even with low-alcohol beer, people began to feel lightheaded. Everyone drank to their heart's content before ending the dinner. Kakashi picked up his coat, and felt dizzy as he stood up. Hojo was worse. After being toasted repeatedly, he collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. Yamada helped up his limp body and said,
I live with Hojo, I'll take him back. Teacher Kakashi, are you okay? Do you need me to send you off?
Kakashi waved his hand.
It's fine, I'll take a taxi. Then be careful. Everyone report safety in the group chat after getting home. Okay.
Outside, Kakashi took a deep breath of cold air. Suddenly transitioning from the noisy atmosphere to the silent environment, he felt a sense of loss. Kakashi stood on the street in the dead of night, accompanied only by streetlights. Alcohol coursed through his blood, burning his nerves. He became a bit excited, but more than that, overflowing thoughts swelled. He wanted to see Obito, to hear his voice. His mind spinning, his hand had already pressed the call button. Kakashi squatted by the roadside and heard busy tones on the other end. No one answered. But he refused to give up. He stubbornly called again and again, until the phone ran out of battery and shut down automatically. Kakashi stared blankly at the black screen. So the relationship between him and Obito had always been this fragile. Without the connection of radio waves, he still couldn't find him. He was so dizzy, he couldn't stand steady, so he had to stay put and take a moment to recover. He lowered his head and looked at the shadow on the ground, as if observing his own soul. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, black custom-made leather shoes stepping on the bluestone pavement, finally stopping right in front of Kakashi. Kakashi looked up and saw Uchiha Obito. He thought he must be truly drunk, starting to hallucinate. Since he was drunk, he threw caution to the wind. Tilting his head, he said,
Where did you go? Why haven't you come back for so long? Do you know I miss you so much?
He poured out all his feelings. It must be a dream, or why wouldn't he react? Kakashi stood up, but his legs gave way, and he fell directly into Obito's arms. Obito caught him steadily.
Uchiha Obito, I just can't let go. I like you, I've liked you for so long, never forgotten. But I dare not forcefully possess you because I can never keep you. The more I want, the less I get.
Kakashi didn't even know what he was saying. He felt a large hand gently lift his chin, forcing his face upward. Then a fierce kiss came unexpectedly. His mind went blank, only the real hot breath lingered around. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Obito's neck, their tongues intertwining like two inextricable threads. Obito's kisses were always so urgent and possessive, making Kakashi succumb to them. At some point, they were in the car. Stripped of the clothes constraints, Kakashi threw his head back with closed eyes, feeling Obito's caress. His hands threaded through Obito's hair, shameful sounds escaping his lips. Kakashi was already beyond words. Desire was tormenting his body and soul. He craved more.
Obito, take more of me, I'm yours.
When Kakashi woke up, he found himself lying in his own room, his clothes changed into pajamas. Outside, the same comedy variety show was playing on schedule, the one Xiao Yin liked the most. Kakashi struggled to get up. His body after a night of heavy drinking seemed unresponsive with soreness in his limbs. To his astonishment, there was a dull pain in a place he found hard to speak of. With a blank mind, he sat in the middle of the bed trying hard to recall what had happened last night. He remembered having a dream in which he had indulged himself with Daito in the car throughout the night. But now, understanding his own physical condition all too well, he knew it was all real. Daito had returned. He hurried to the living room. Only Xiaoyan was on the sofa. Kakashi looked around, nothing else.
"Brother, what are you looking for?"
Xiaoyan asked curiously.
"How did I get back last night? Don't you remember? You got dead drunk, took a taxi, and then the driver helped you up. I haven't even asked you, why did you drink so much? The driver. Wasn't it Daito?"
Kakashi's head throbbed with pain. His memory was fragmented and couldn't be pieced together.
"Are you obsessed with thinking about Brother Daito? I didn't see him."
Xiaoyan sensed something wrong with Kakashi. He turned off the TV, walked over to him, and looked at him with concern.
"Brother, you clearly care so much about Brother Daito. Why don't you go find him? You've been absent-minded all this time. You must have felt it yourself."
Kakashi certainly realized he was not himself. Ever since they made that inexplicable pact, both had tacitly understood it was just an excuse, but neither could bear to let go. Only a short week remained before the 1-month deadline. The closer the decision, the more agonized Kakashi became, his mind wandering, uncertain what to do. That was why he numbed himself with busy work, because once he stopped, Daito's figure would haunt his mind like an addiction he couldn't shake off. Kakashi picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. Only after calming down did he slowly respond to Xiaoyan's words.
"Both of us have too many constraints. If fate truly doesn't bless us, then we must accept it with serenity. Brother, is it because of me?"
Xiaoyan suddenly grasped Kakashi's hand, a tinge of sadness spreading across his face.
"My existence must make you think a lot, right? And Aunt Huizi, even though she doesn't like us, I know you won't ignore her. Brother, you worry about everything, so you live so tiredly. It has nothing to do with you, nothing to do with anyone. Don't say that again."
Kakashi's tone was stern. Xiaoyan knew he had said something wrong, so he dared not speak further, but some things went without saying. Kakashi patted his shoulder and said,
"Let's not think about that now. What day is it today? Do you remember?"
Xiaoyan nodded, then took out the daisies he had bought early in the morning from the kitchen.
"How could I forget? It's Father's death anniversary."
Seeing the flowers his father loved most in life, Kakashi's eyes seemed to cloud over, and his nose tingled slightly.
"This time he'll be very happy to see you. I'll go get ready and we'll set off soon." "Okay, brother. I've made some honey water. Drinking a bit after a hangover will make you feel better. And Mem, I'll come drink it after I change."
After everything was ready, the two of them shouldered their bags and headed toward the cemetery. It took an hour by taxi to get there. It was spring again, the air filled with the fragrance of various flowers. Yet in this vibrant season, every return was to mourn a loved one who could never be called back. For a long time in the past, Kakashi had disliked this period, his pain magnified infinitely, forming a stark contrast to the joy of others. They walked to the tombstone. Though they hadn't been there for a long time, the surrounding weeds had been cleared, and the ground was covered with the fruits and food their father loved. No need to guess, Huizi had been there. Xiaoyan gently placed the flowers down. As he bent over, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He had spent so many years in the hospital without being able to visit his father. Now he was suddenly immersed in deep memories. Although he was still young at that time, he always remembered his father taking him to the festival, lifting him onto his shoulders, so he could see the most beautiful scenery above the crowd. Kakashi took out a wet wipe from his bag and slowly wiped the tombstone. Each stroke felt like caressing his father's hand. He said,
"Dad, I've brought Xiaoyan. His illness is cured. From now on the two of us will come to see you often. I promised you I would take good care of my little brother, and I will keep that promise. You can rest assured."
Xiaoyan also chimed in through his tears.
"Dad, I've grown up. Do you see? I'm even taller than my brother now. I'm no longer that little crybaby. But you're still crying like a child.
Kakashi handed a tissue to Xiao Yin.
It's okay. If you want to cry, cry. In front of Dad, we never have to grow up.
Xiao Yin wiped his tears. Suddenly he put his hand in his pocket fumbling for something. After a moment, he finally pulled out a whistle.
You still keep it?
Kakashi asked in surprise. This was what their father had bought for Xiao Yin. Back then, when their father went out driving and Kakashi came home late from school, Xiao Yin had to stay home alone.
Because this is the courage Dad gave me. He said if I ever felt scared alone I could blow it, and he would hear it, and lend me his bravery.
Xiao Yin stared at the words on the tombstone, as if conversing with his father face to face.
Even though I know now it's not true, I will still keep it with me forever. It's not false,
Kakashi said.
No matter where we go, he will always be with us. This is the love he left for us. His love is always the most worthy of showing.
Kakashi recalled the words Daito had said to him in the car back then. Finally he emerged from guilt and regret. He could accept all this with serenity, no longer shouldered all the blame. There were too many disappointments in life, he couldn't stay trapped in time forever. Leaving the cemetery they didn't go back, but headed toward home. Kakashi knew Guise was there, and wanted to see her. Since their last parting he wondered how she was doing. Their father had always been good to her, often telling them to understand her difficulties. A woman who against her family's objections married a widower with 2 children, becoming a stepmother at a young age, inevitably there would be gossip. Yet she persisted stubbornly, never expecting things to end up this way. Kakashi took out the key, unlocked the door, and opened it. The house still had that familiar smell. There was a biscuit factory nearby where Guise used to work in her early years, so the scent of oil always lingered. Hearing the sound, Guise came out from inside still wearing an apron. She brushed away a strand of hair that had fallen and said somewhat awkwardly,
You're here. Go wash your hands, the food will be ready soon.
The sight of 3 people sitting together in peace had not been seen for a long time. No quarrels, no fear, just quietly sharing a meal like this. The old incandescent bulb overhead had remained unfixed for so many years, its flickering light casting an erratic glow that disturbed Kakashi's heart. He said,
I'll change the light bulb for you later.
Guise's hand holding the rice bowl hung suspended in midair. She swallowed the tasteless grains into her throat, without a word, continuing to eat one bite after another.
And Guise, we also went to see Father today. Xiao Yin suddenly broke the silence. He knew this family had long been broken apart. Since Father passed away, Guise had brought that frightening man into their home, and they had lived as though trapped in hell, finding no peace in any single day.
But after all these years, arguing over these matters was meaningless. Guise slowly met Xiao Yan's gaze. Hidden in her eyes were sorrow and guilt, but more than anything remorse. Yet she didn't know how to express it. She had lived consumed by her own obsessions, harboring hatred toward Kakashi, resentment toward herself, yet feeling she owed everything to Xiao Yan. She pondered for a long while, managing only one sentence.
I made braised beef your favorite. Eat more of it.
Xiao Yan nodded.
Yes, it's delicious. Just like the taste from childhood.
Have you fully recovered?
Guise asked softly.
I'm fine now, Auntie. I've returned to normal, and found a part-time job. You should live well from now on, okay?
Xiao Yan's few brief words brought tears streaming down Guise's face. She sobbed uncontrollably.
I'm sorry. Xiao Yan.
She had failed to protect him back then, consumed by bitterness, and leaving the young boy to bear his suffering alone. Through those long years of terror and confusion, he had endured immense pain, yet even after everything Xiao Yan never blamed her.
Xiao Yan raised his hand to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, his touch tender and careful, just like when Shuomao first brought Guise home to introduce them. Back then Xiao Yan had barely reached the table height, stumbling unsteadily into Guise's arms, his soft hair brushing against her chin. That was how he showed affection. He had said,
Auntie, are you our new mom?
At that moment Guise's tension melted away. She picked him up and settled him on her lap, saying,
Yes, what's your name?
I'm Kimlian, and that's my older brother Kakashi. Auntie, my brother, and I both miss Mom so much. All the other kids have moms, but we don't.
Wheezy's heart softened. She stroked his head gently and said,
"From now on I'll be your mom. I'll take good care of you both."
Those were happy days for all four of them. A family put back together, children rediscovering maternal love, a girl who had married the man of her dreams, and a man holding the whole family together.
But fate had other plans. That merciless car accident shattered everything, and nothing could ever go back to how it was before. She found her husband in the hospital morgue, his body drenched in blood beneath a white sheet, his pale face forever unable to smile again. The anguish of losing her loved one tormented her through countless nights and days. She directed all her anger at Kakashi, tormenting him mentally, ignoring him, giving him the cold shoulder. She went out to work and stopped caring about what happened to the two children, only sending money back periodically through someone. Kakashi was only 10 years old, then juggling school and caring for his 4-year-old younger brother, so he always wore a worried expression despite his young age. Later, in those days of aimless drifting, she poured her emotions onto someone outside the family. She was still young and beautiful, so finding a man came easily. They lusted after her beauty and deceived her with false affection, and only when she surrendered to them in bed did she feel a flicker of warmth, but alone she was unnaturally cold. In this way she became a living corpse. Now in her 50s, her youthful beauty long faded, her eyes devoid of any longing for life, her hands trembled as she picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in Kakashi's bowl. Choking back tears, she said,
"I've never been able to make this dish right. I've tried so many times and still can't get it right. Today I did my best, please try it." Scallion oil chicken was Kakashi's birth mother's signature dish. Kakashi understood the deeper meaning behind her words. It wasn't just about failing at one recipe. She couldn't replace the position Kakashi's deceased mother held in his father's heart, and that was why she couldn't let it go.
Kakashi took a bite and said,
"Everyone makes it differently. You have your own flavor. Yes, I am who I am, and I'll never become someone else."
"Kakashi, you look so much like your mother. Did you know that? That's why I always avoided seeing you. I think I'm the one who's sick. I'm the one who should be in a mental hospital. Your illness of the heart can't be cured by anyone else. You have to find your way out yourself. Auntie Wheezy Mother's chicken was delicious. I'll never forget it in my life. But your beef is also unique. Xiao Yin, and I will remember it. I lost my mother when I was young. At every parent-teacher meeting my seat was always empty. It was only after you came that I could stand tall and proudly tell others I wasn't a motherless child. You helped me deal with the bullies who picked on me, standing in front of me and sternly scolding them. I remember you wore a white floral dress that day. It was beautiful. You said you'd protect me from then on." The meal had become impossible to swallow. The pain was too great for both of them. Kakashi rose from his seat and pulled Xiao Yin along to leave, but just before they reached the door he paused. He felt there were still things he needed to tell her.
That day the rain was falling especially hard. Father said we needed to hurry back. When I asked him why he was in such a rush, he told me he had promised to stay with you for your birthday.
The roads were slippery from the rain. The moment before the car careened past the highway barrier, he was still wondering what kind of cake to buy for you. "I know you haven't celebrated your birthday since that day, but I still want to say, happy birthday. He wouldn't want to see you like this."
The moment Kakashi stepped out and closed the door behind him, he heard Wheezy's voice breaking through in desperate sobs. Xiao Yin gripped Kakashi's hand, trying to share his warmth, because Kakashi felt so cold inside. Having carried so much alone for so long, he could finally let go.
Back in his room, Kakashi shut himself away and opened his computer. He began writing the opening of a novel about his own life inspired by Yuan Muqing's teacher's work.
"Devouring,"
he titled it.
"Monster."
With only a single line in the introduction, "To love you I became unrecognizable."
"I'm sorry, both of you, but all venue rentals require a week's advance booking. Now that the weather is warming up, there are many film crews shooting, so there's certainly no vacancy. So you might as well come back in a week."
At the film studio's office building, the stage manager, Mr. Kobayashi, looked apologetically at Kakashi and Baishio.
"All right, thank you."
Leaving the building, Baishio gazed at Kakashi's forlorn silhouette. They had traveled to many places today only to be turned away.
If we wait another week, there won't be enough time,
Baishio sighed. Kakashi bought 2 cans of coffee from a vending machine. He handed one to Baishio.
I know, but there's nothing we can do right now. We don't have a professional team. Don't hang your head when you go back. You're the director. If you lose hope, they'll lose heart too. All right, I won't.
Baishio enjoyed working with Kakashi. He was gentle and dignified, decisive in action, and though only a few years older, every conversation with him was enlightening.
You head back first. Help me supervise their lines. Make sure they practice their movements and expressions. I'll keep looking around while I still have the afternoon. Don't worry. I've got this. See you later.
After Baishio left, Kakashi stood there for a long time. He was uncertain inside, but he couldn't show it. Perhaps his calm, reserved nature always concealed his worries well. He appeared unfazed, though in truth he was at a loss. On the afternoon bus, there were few passengers, a handful of elderly people chatting idly. The cherry trees lining the streets were in full bloom. Kakashi rested his head against the window, gazing at the patches of pink, feeling at ease. The chatter of everyday life filled his ears.
Your vegetables look very fresh. Which stall did you buy them from? This lettuce. The one at the far end of the market. Their produce has been good lately. Is that so? I'll have to check it out next time. My granddaughter is coming back from abroad soon. She's been living in that country with kangaroos, can't stand the food there. She called me ages ago saying she craves my cooking. What country with kangaroos? It's called Australia. Right. I can never remember. Australia. Such a mouthful. Where are you getting off today? Same place, Lixian University Station.
Kakashi listened to their fragmented conversation, finding it rather amusing. When people grow old, they have plenty of time. They speak slowly, walk slowly, even live slowly. And in youth one exhausts everything just to live such a life in old age. When the bus arrived, Kakashi wandered aimlessly to the convenience store near his home. Through the glass door, he saw Xiaoyan checking the expiration dates on the shelves, meticulous and focused, just like when he used to do his homework as a child. Kakashi walked in, and the censor bell chimed. Xiaoyan reflexively called out,
Welcome.
Turning around, his face lit up.
Brother, what brings you here? I came to see if you're working hard. Of course I am. I'm trying my best. Grab a seat, I'll treat you to some oden. The radish is especially soft today.
Xiaoyan ran to the counter just as a colleague came out from the back with a box of goods. When she saw Kakashi, her eyes widened. She leaned in and whispered,
That handsome guy over there is a feast for the eyes. I'm going to ask for his number.
Xiaoyan smirked proudly.
Don't bother. He's already taken. Huh? How do you know? Do you know him? Of course. He's my brother.
He called out.
Brother, the oden's ready. Come get it. Let me introduce you. This is my colleague Yuri. And this is my brother Chimu Kakashi.
The girl smiled shyly.
Hello, brother.
Yuri followed Xiaoyan's address, and Kakashi didn't mind. He greeted her politely.
Hello there. Would you like a drink? We have a new matcha milk green tea. Want to try it? My treat.
Yuri asked cautiously, her heart racing. She had never seen such a handsome man.
Thank you, but let me treat you both. You've worked hard.
Kakashi took out his wallet to pay.
Really? Thank you, brother Chimu. I'll make it right away. Brother, don't mind her. She's having another fangirl moment.
Xiaoyan continued his work. Yuri, overhearing him, retorted.
Chimu Yen, what do you mean fangirl moment? You don't look anything like your brother. He's so handsome, and you're just average. Hey, I'm not bad either. I might not be as good as my brother, but compared to those ugly ducks in your major, I'm more than enough.
Kakashi watched their banter leisurely, as if watching a youth idol drama. He asked Yuri,
Are you still a student? Yeah, I'm a literature major at Lixian University nearby. Sophomore year. I work part-time here when I don't have classes to earn some pocket money. What a coincidence, I studied literature too. What a fate. Brother Chimu, I can tell you have that literary aura. What do you do now? A not-so-famous online writer. I've been shooting a short drama recently. Wow. That's great. Our school often has film crews coming by. The principal used to be a director, so when the school was built, he put a lot of emphasis on the performance department. They even built many temporary sets for the acting students.
Yuri's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had always yearned for the stage, but her short stature and lack of looks led her to choose literature. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat at her words. He stepped forward and asked,
Did you say your school has sets? Yes, lots of them. Both ancient and modern. Though they're certainly not as grand as the ones in the film studio. Can I go take a look?
Kakashi asked excitedly.
Of course, but you might need a student ID to enter the campus. Brother Chimu, I'm about to finish my shift. I can take you there.
Yuri was thrilled to be able to help Kakashi.
Thank you. I've been worrying about this.
Though nothing was settled yet, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Kakashi felt much calmer. Xiaoyan knew his brother was anxious, so he volunteered to take over Yuri's work.
Go ahead. I'll handle things here.
Yuri turned in surprise, and Xiaoyan took the box of bread from her hands.
I'm entrusting my brother to you. No problem. I'm off. If it works out, I'll cover another shift for you. You said it, no backing out. I promise.
Xiaoyan silently whispered a word of encouragement as he watched Kakashi's retreating figure. There were only so many things he could do for his brother now. Every day like this was one less, so he cherished each moment. Kakashi followed Yuri to the roadside where among a row of bicycles he found the pink one. Just as he was about to pull out the key to unlock it, Yuri suddenly remembered that Kakashi had no means of transportation. Brother Chimu, why don't you take the bus while I ride the bike? It's only one stop away, and we can meet at the school gate. Kakashi glanced at the schedule. The previous bus had just departed, and the next one was 40 minutes away. The wait was too long. He said, if you don't mind, I can give you a ride. Huh? Yuri didn't even react. If you're not willing. I am willing, very much so. With that, Yuri had already placed the handlebars into Kakashi's hands. The girl's secret delight was impossible to conceal, as she eagerly jumped onto the back seat. Kakashi turned around and gave a gentle smile, not forgetting to remind her hold on tight. I haven't ridden a bike in a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. Okay, Brother Chimu, take your time. I'll guide you. Kakashi was handsome with fair skin, and his years of working and writing gave him a scholarly appearance. Today he happened to choose a gray hoodie and blue jeans, blending seamlessly into the university campus, even outshining ordinary students. It was all thanks to his striking good looks. Yuri several times wanted to wrap her arms around Kakashi's waist, but never dared. She always remembered Xiaoyan mentioning that he had a partner, so she had to keep her distance. The journey drew many glances. Although Lixian University was renowned for performing arts, and was not lacking in handsome men and beautiful women, Kakashi's appearance still attracted a lot of attention. Yuri. A voice suddenly came from behind. Yuri turned around and saw Huaxiang, a fellow student in her major. She was a tall, pretty girl, but unfortunately had a sharp tongue. Usually she paid little attention to Yuri, yet today she took the initiative to greet her. Kakashi stopped the bike and asked softly, your classmate? Yuri didn't want to bother, but Huaxiang had already approached, so she couldn't pretend not to see her. Yeah, I'll have a few words with her. Okay, I'm not in a hurry, Kakashi replied. Huaxiang, carrying her Chanel bag and a stack of documents, stopped and deliberately flicked her hair. Yuri, this is the notice for our cultural festival issued by the counselor. Could you trouble yourself to post it on the bulletin boards of each department? But I'm busy today. Isn't this your job? Yuri didn't back down. The smile on Huaxiang's face instantly faded. She frowned and said, we're friends, can't you help me out? I have plans, and you don't have a boyfriend to go on a date with. Consider it exercise. You've gained quite a bit of weight lately, and your belly is so obvious. I'm thinking of you. These words made Yuri extremely uncomfortable. Just as she was about to explode, a slender hand pressed down on her shoulder. It was Kakashi stepping in front of her. "Excuse me, classmate, Yuri's afternoon is taken by me." Huixiang looked at Kakashi. Her attitude softened in the presence of a handsome man. "And you are?" "I am Yuri's suitor. She has her own things to do, so you should take responsibility for your own tasks. If you lack the capability, you can choose to decline rather than take it on, and then pass it to someone else." "You?" A look of anger crossed Huixiang's beautiful face. How could she possibly have someone pursuing her? "Are you deliberately lying?" "Why not? She is wonderful in every way, kind and adorable. A person who shines from within does not need to show off. Others will naturally discover her beauty, unlike those who try too hard." Knowing she was no match for Kakashi's words, Huixiang turned and left indignantly. Yuri, hidden behind Kakashi, felt an unprecedented sense of security. His shoulders were broad and strong, and his entire demeanor was so gentle and refined. She wondered what kind of person would be worthy of his admiration. "Let's go," Kakashi interrupted Yuri's thoughts. Yuri blushed and lowered her head. "Sorry, I made a fool of myself in front of you. And thank you for going along with the act." "It's nothing. Everything I said was true. You are wonderful, don't care too much about what others say. Brother Chimu, if you're this good, you'll make me really fall for you. But you already have someone in your heart, right? What kind of person are they?" Yuri asked curiously. Kakashi pushed the bike and walked alongside her. "He is a very reliable person, excellent and responsible. Being with him makes me feel at ease." "Doesn't sound like a girl." "No, it's not." Yuri covered her mouth in surprise, but quickly calmed down. Kakashi asked calmly, "Do you find it strange?" Yuri shook her head vigorously. "No, the man who can earn Brother Chimu's affection must be truly remarkable. Regardless of gender, what matters most is where the heart belongs." Thinking of Obito, the corners of Kakashi's mouth involuntarily lifted, and a warmth spread through his heart. In the early spring campus, the air was filled with the fragrance of various flowers, intoxicating and enchanting. Students came and went, exuding youthful vitality, some arm in arm heading to the sports field, others to the library. On those long paths, Kakashi seemed to catch a glimpse of the figures of his younger self and Obito, but they vanished in an instant. Soon they arrived at Dangui Garden in front of the Performing Arts College. Yuri pointed to the iconic European-style building. "We're here. Let's go find the administrator first." "Okay." The administrator's office was on the second floor of the building. Upstairs it was silent, with only the sound of the midday news playing on the television, some tedious political games. Yuri gently knocked on the door. The old man inside, who had been lounging with his legs crossed and half asleep, was not angered by the disturbance. He rubbed his eyes and looked toward the door. His voice sounded muffled, as if something were stuck in his throat. "What can I do for you?" "Hello, Grandpa Samu." The old man recognized the visitor, and his expression immediately softened. He said kindly, "Yuri, what brings you here? You haven't come to see me lately." "I'm here now, aren't I? Grandpa Samu, I brought a friend with me. This is Chimu Kakashi. He's a screenwriter, and he has a script ready to shoot, so I thought." Yuri hesitated, and Samu saw right through her. "I knew that sycophantic smile meant you had a favor to ask." "Chimu Kakashi." Samu repeated the name. Kakashi quickly bowed in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Samu." Samu looked Kakashi up and down, then pushed up the glasses on his nose, and asked, "When do you need it? What kind of venue do you want to rent, and for how long?" A series of questions came out. Kakashi answered methodically, "Ideally, we could start tomorrow. We need a standalone Western-style villa, a commercial street and airport, and a sea view. We can build some other sets ourselves. As for time, 2 weeks should be enough." "Just these requirements?" Samu stroked his chin, pondering. "Yes. Approved, but I have a condition." "Name it." "Play a game with me." Kakashi initially thought he had misheard. Miki looked nearly 70 years old. Could he be as obsessed with games as the younger generation? Although Kakashi was under 30, he rarely played games in his daily life. Their lifestyles were the exact opposite, but what surprised Kakashi even more was that Mickey produced two very old-fashioned game consoles, and on the screen appeared the interface of Tetris. He handed one to Kakashi, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Can you play?" Kakashi took it. "This game is older than me. I only played it when I was a kid." Yuri also joined in the excitement. "Brother Chimu, Grandpa Mickey is a master of Tetris. I've never seen anyone beat him." Kakashi focused intently on rotating the shapes, managing to perfectly fit and clear a line just before it landed, but soon another piece dropped from the top, leaving him flustered. Meanwhile, Mickey sat in a relaxed posture, never in a hurry, always finding the right gap to place the pieces quickly. The stack grew higher and higher, and the pieces fell faster and faster. No matter how Kakashi tried to salvage the situation, it was useless. In the end, only the words "game over" flashed incessantly. "I lost." Kakashi set the game console aside, his gaze fixed on Mickey's device. Even as the speed increased, Mickey could still clear lines with precision and speed. Kakashi couldn't help but admire him. After the round ended, Mickey handed the key to Kakashi, then lay back down on his wicker chair, and said slowly, "I've been playing for over 20 years. Isn't it fun? With a change of mindset, any obstacle can be solved. There's always a way forward. Young people need to be full of drive. I'm old, I can't fight anymore." Kakashi understood the hidden meaning in his words, and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Mickey. Don't thank me. Just do what you want to do. Come and talk to me when you have time. I get bored all alone." He waved his hand, closed his eyes again. Kakashi and Yuri quietly stepped out. Only after getting the key did Kakashi's heart settle. "Yuri, don't thank me, brother Chimu. Can I come watch your filming tomorrow?" "Of course you can." "Great. Then I'll head back to the dorm first. Be safe on your way home. Oh, by the way, remind Xiaoyan to rest well. He hasn't been sleeping well at night, and takes stimulants during the day. That state of mind is bad for his health." After Yuri left, Kakashi stood alone, pondering her words. It felt as if he had been struck a heavy blow, and his heart clenched. When he got home, Xiaoyan was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Kakashi put down his bag and walked up behind him. The roar of the range hood drowned out his footsteps, so Xiaoyan didn't notice Kakashi's presence until he turned and saw the figure startling him. He patted his chest to calm down. "Brother, why didn't you make a sound when you came back?" Kakashi swallowed the words he wanted to ask, and replied gently, "You just couldn't hear me over the noise here. I brought some cooked food from outside, including your favorite barbecue. Don't bother cooking anymore. Wash the dishes and let's eat." "Okay. Is it from the place we always go to? Did you get their chicken wings?" "Yes, I got the extra spicy ones," Kakashi said affectionately. "All right, I'll go change first." Kakashi walked into the living room, his eyes glancing over the bookshelf in the corner. Several books for the National Civil Service exam had appeared there without him noticing. He stood and looked at them for a long time, his heart filled with mixed emotions. During dinner, Xiaoyan ate heartily. Kakashi had no appetite after a few bites. He put down his chopsticks and asked Xiaoyan, "Do you have any plans?" Xiaoyan's mouth was stuffed full, and he looked at Kakashi in confusion. "Huh? Your future. What kind of work do you want to do? What kind of person do you want to become?" Kakashi said solemnly. "You're asking about that. I'm content with my life now. As for the future, I haven't thought about it yet." "Are you satisfied? Spending your whole life working part-time at a convenience store?" Kakashi looked at him with a pained heart. It was his own incompetence that had left Xiaoyan with a wound that could never heal, deprived him of so many beautiful years, so that his teenage years had been spent struggling in despair. "Brother, I'll think about it carefully. Don't worry about me. How did the site search go today? Did you succeed?" Xiaoyan deliberately changed the subject, not wanting Kakashi to trouble himself over his matters. "Yes, it's settled. I'll take the crew there tomorrow. Are you free? Want to come along?" "Sure, I don't have a shift. Yuri has been inviting me before, but I never had time. This time I'll come and have a look." Kakashi looked at his gaunt face, and couldn't help but ask, "Have you been sleeping well lately?" Xiaoyan avoided Kakashi's gaze, and lied, "Very well. I eat well and sleep well. My routine is especially regular. Brother, just focus on your work. I'm waiting for you to become a great screenwriter. Then I'll be your assistant, helping you take on projects every day, making so much money my hands will cramp from counting. Kakashi smiled helplessly. It's not as easy as you say. I've already learned that lesson the hard way. You'll make it through, brother. I'll always believe in you. No matter what others say, in my heart you're the best. Xiaoyan's eyes glistened with tears. Both of them had too many unspeakable pains, and they didn't want to burden each other, so they created this illusion of peace. At night, after Xiaoyan went to his room to sleep, Kakashi took down those books again. They were densely covered with notes in neat handwriting. Xiaoyan had been a top student in school, ranking among the best. If it hadn't been for that man, he would have had a bright and brilliant future. Kakashi buried his face in his hands. A wave of helplessness washed over his entire body. He kept thinking how nice it would be if someone could be by his side to talk at such a moment, but the person he wanted most was slipping away. The next day, they arrived at Lixian University very early. Yuri was waiting at the entrance of Dangui Garden, waving excitedly. Good morning. Good morning, Kakashi responded. So what do you think? Isn't our campus beautiful? Yuri said proudly. It's cherry blossom season now. Many people want to come in. How does it compare to your school? Kakashi saw Xiaoyan's embarrassed look and guessed that he had lied to Yuri about still being in school. Xiaoyan replied softly, it's not as pretty as here. Right. Next time you should take me to your campus. Maybe I'll have a romantic encounter, and I could even sit in on your teacher's classes. Ahem. Kakashi deliberately interrupted their conversation. He knew Xiaoyan had a strong sense of pride, and didn't want him to feel hurt. Let's go in first. They should be arriving soon. We need to get things ready. At Mount Sinai Hospital in New York, Obito lay peacefully on the hospital bed, the cold long needle inserted into his vein, as blood slowly flowed into his body. The hanging bag gradually emptied with the passage of time, its color fading, making the name printed in black and white on it more distinct. The nurse removed the needle and gently pressed a cotton ball with alcohol on the spot. Obito thanked her softly, picked up his coat, and walked to the doctor's office. It was lunch break, so all hospital activities had paused. Obito lightly knocked on the door. The white doctor, still writing medical records, looked up in surprise. Why are you up? You're not supposed to be discharged until tomorrow. James, I can't wait any longer. I have to return to Japan today. After all, this is the last time. Mr. Uchiha, post-transfusion observation is needed to check for rejection. No need. Let's leave it at that. I have to catch my flight. James, thank you for your care all along. Let's catch up again when we have time. Mr. Uchiha. The white doctor couldn't stop him. Having known him for years, he knew Obito's stubborn nature. Once he made up his mind, he never changed it. So he had no choice but to let him go. Before leaving, Obito went to see Haru. In the past, he and Setsuna would come together, but this time he was alone. After placing the flowers, he also laid Keith's drawing in front of the tombstone. A picture of the four of them holding hands, radiating warmth. Haru, they're both doing well. Don't worry. I promise you I take care of them, and I won't break my word. Next time I'll bring them back. Time was limited, so only a few words were exchanged. Obito then boarded the plane back to Japan. It was late at night with few people traveling. Among the crowd, he immediately spotted Yugo, who had clearly been waiting for a long time. Yugo approached him discreetly, and naturally took his luggage. Obito asked as he walked, how's the situation going? Not well. It's the old lady's people. They're secretly monitoring Mr. Hitaki's every move, but they haven't done anything out of line, so we can't retaliate. Obito knew all too well Yuyo's tactics, first using Setsuna and Kid as leverage, then threatening him in this way. Obito clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, protect Kakashi and Sora no matter what. Understand? Understood, Mr. Obito. Since that day, when Obito couldn't resist seeing Kakashi and witnessed him drinking and laughing with new friends, his poor tolerance getting him thoroughly drunk to the point of stumbling, Obito had only intended to catch a distant glimpse before leaving. But his legs seemed to have a mind of their own, carrying him right in front of Kakashi. Kakashi hung his head low like an injured cat, listlessly staring at the shadows on the ground. Obito's mind went blank, the only thought being to hold him tightly in his arms. Listening to Kakashi's drunken confession, the desire he had thought he could suppress surged, like a breached dam, a wild torrent that burned away his remaining sanity. So he kissed Kakashi fiercely, took him ruthlessly in the car again and again. Only through the touch of skin and the mingling of breaths did Obito feel his frozen heart pound violently once more. Yugo had called his name 3 times before Obito snapped back from his thoughts. "What is it?" Obito asked wearily, looking out the window at the endless darkness. "Mister Obito, where would you like to go?" Obito had returned to see him, but now faced with the actual question he hesitated, afraid. He didn't want to sever the fragile bond they had painstakingly rebuilt. But he had to face it eventually. "To my apartment." "Okay." The car drove for half an hour and arrived at 11 p.m. Yugo parked the car under the apartment building. Obito noticed a suspicious vehicle parked not far away through the rearview mirror. Obito lit a cigarette, extended his hand out the window, and slowly exhaled smoke rings that dissolved into the air. The smoke was too harsh, leaving a stifling sensation in his chest that made him shed tears. He discarded the burnt-out cigarette, but got out of the car. The cold wind seeped through the open collar of his shirt, wrapping around his body. He looked up at the familiar room. No light was on. He must be asleep already. At least Sora had done a good job making sure he didn't stay up late, following the rule of early to bed and early to rise. That was some comfort. Obito thought maybe he should come back tomorrow. By tomorrow, he should be ready to play this unfamiliar role with him. But just as he turned to leave, he saw Kakashi standing a few meters away, staring at him in disbelief. Obito's feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move. But Kakashi was already walking toward him. Step by step closer, and then step by step farther away. They were doomed to repeat the same cycle. Kakashi was dressed lightly, his pale jacket stained with paint even in his hair. He looked a bit disheveled, and though he wore a smile, it couldn't hide his exhaustion. "You're back." Kakashi's voice was a little hoarse. Obito nodded and asked with concern, "What are you busy with so late?" "I was setting up a set with my colleagues for tomorrow, so we worked overtime. Just today. I usually don't stay up late." Kakashi hurried to explain. "Come on up. I bought some midnight snacks, and we can eat together." Kakashi turned to leave, but Obito called him back. "Kakashi, it's been exactly a month today." His footsteps stopped and his breath seemed to halt for a few seconds. Kakashi waited for what he had to say, though he already knew in his heart. "I'm sorry. Don't say it. I understand." Kakashi interrupted him, not wanting to hear any more. The joy that had been there moments ago vanished completely. "At least this time you came back to give me closure, unlike before when you just disappeared without a trace. Uchiha Obito, we agreed that this month was just a transactional relationship to repay a debt. You don't have to take it too seriously." Kakashi. He had 1,000 words to say, but none could be spoken. He could only call his name over and over, as if that would make Kakashi feel his helplessness. "I'll pay you back the money. We're both adults. We can take it and let it go. Since we're not meant to be, don't force it. That's it. I'll go now. You should get some rest too." Kakashi's tone was so calm, as if his heart had turned to ashes. He wouldn't question him hysterically, nor would he beg for dignity. His life had been filled with losses, so he had long grown numb. When abandoned again, Kakashi accepted it almost immediately, as if he had already known. After all, what else could he do? Along this journey, he had always ended up with nothing. Stepping into the room, Kakashi deliberately softened his footsteps. It was 10 minutes before midnight, and the clock on the wall ticked away relentlessly. A sound he had never paid much attention to before, but now it seemed magnified infinitely, piercing through his mind, and leaving him with a splitting headache. Kakashi walked to the balcony and looked down. Obito still stood alone beneath the tree, refusing to leave. His solitary figure, diminished by distance, appeared particularly small and profoundly lonely. Xiaoyan emerged from his room in pajamas. The living room was pitch black without any light, so he didn't notice Kakashi at first. It was only when he turned on the lamp that he was startled.
"Brother, why are you standing there?"
Kakashi skillfully transitioned his expression and walked in slowly. His eyes first caught the medicine bottle in Xiaoyan's hand. Realizing that his secret had been discovered, Xiaoyan frantically tried to hide it.
"Give me one pill,"
Kakashi said.
"What?" "Your medicine. It helps you sleep, doesn't it? You've been relying on it to rest lately, right?" "Brother."
Xiaoyan knew he could no longer hide the truth. He lowered his head, ready to admit his mistake, but instead of reproach, he received a warm embrace. Kakashi held him tightly, and Xiaoyan could feel his body trembling.
"Xiaoyan, when will we ever be happy?"
Kakashi let out a long sigh, as if all his spirit had been drained away, leaving him too exhausted to stand. Xiaoyan didn't know what had happened, but he could sense his brother's pain. He gently stroked Kakashi's back to comfort him.
"I'm fine. It's just that I'm not used to work lately. Once I adjust, I won't need medicine to sleep, brother. Brother, if you're tired, let's go rest, okay? Let's sleep together tonight."
As Xiaoyan spoke, Kakashi had already snatched the bottle from his hand, poured a pill into his palm, and without even fetching water, tilted his head back and swallowed it dry. Kakashi's clothes were covered in dust and paint. A man who was normally so particular about his appearance and cleanliness now paid no heed to any of it. He walked straight to the bed, slipped under the covers, and fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoyan stood by the bed for a while, tucking the blanket around him. After confirming that he was asleep, he returned to the living room, sat down on the sofa, and opened the unread messages on his phone. They were from Watanabe. Simple greetings filled with concern for Kakashi. Xiaoyan didn't reply. He curled up, hugging the rabbit plush that Watanabe had given him. Apart from his brother, that person was the only one who had ever offered him a sliver of warmth. But now he understood that all those extra attentions and special kindnesses existed only because of his brother. They were not meant for him alone. Yet no matter who it was, none of them were as important in his heart as his brother. Xiaoyan got up and returned to Kakashi's side. He gently wrapped his arms around the frail figure from behind, listening to the steady, powerful heartbeat. Even in his sleep, Kakashi was murmuring Obito's name. No one mentioned that night again. Life went on as usual. Kakashi filled his schedule to the brim, so that he wouldn't have idle time to let his thoughts wander. Early the next morning he arrived at Denguiyuan, eating the soon-to-expire bread that Xiaoyan had brought back from the convenience store, while listening to the morning news broadcast on Mickey's old, nearly broken television set. Mickey came in carrying a bucket of hot water, brewed himself a cup of tea, and made a cup of coffee for Kakashi. He presented it proudly, saying,
"Try it. It's Hollywood."
Kakashi put down his phone, sniffed it suspiciously, and asked,
"Have you been to Hollywood?" "How could I? That's just a brand name."
Kakashi laughed at his remark, brought the cup to his lips, and took a sip.
"Not bad. It's fragrant and smooth. See, but I'm too old to enjoy it now."
Mickey stroked a few streaks of gray in his beard, glanced at the text on Kakashi's phone screen, and asked,
"Looking for a place to live?" "Yeah. Want to move, but haven't found anything suitable yet." "What's your budget?"
Kakashi hesitated, but then decided there was no point in hiding it. He told the truth.
"I've got no savings left. I ran into some trouble before, and now I'm drowning in debt." "Ah. I heard from Yuri that you also have to take care of your younger brother." "Yes. He suffered psychological trauma in the past and was just discharged from the hospital. So I need to stay with him all the time. Must be exhausting, right?"
Mickey had been through it himself. He knew all too well what it was like to live in such a dire situation.
"When you're tired, you need to stop, Kakashi. You're too strong-willed. Don't shoulder everything alone."
Being seen through so easily, Kakashi only smiled faintly. By Mickey's side, he became a child again, no longer needing to pretend to be composed.
"I'll take a break after the shoot ends,"
Kakashi said, glancing out the window. The weather was gloomy today, heavy with the threat of rain. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten to bring an umbrella. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and turned to Mickey.
It's about time. We're setting up an outdoor scene today. I'm off. All right. If you need anything, just ask me for help.
Kakashi chuckled.
I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid you might hurt your back. You little rascal. I'm still strong and vigorous. Do you know back in the day when I was acting, you kids weren't even born yet? Huh?
Kakashi stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide with surprise.
You've acted in films before.
Mickey realized that he had casually let slip a piece of his past. Embarrassed, he waved his hand.
Let's not talk about it. It's been so many years. When I was young, I didn't know any better, and just fooled around with it. Go on now. I can already hear your female fans downstairs.
Sure enough, before Kakashi even reached the stairwell, a group of girls was already waiting for him. Ever since he started filming here, people would occasionally come by to sneak a peek at him. Yuri pushed through the crowd, clutching cardboard sheets she had scavenged from the dormitory, and some discarded bottles she had wrestled away from the garbage-collecting auntie. Panting, she said,
Brother Hitaki, your popularity is soaring every day. It's a shame you're not the lead actor.
Kakashi replied helplessly.
Don't tease me. Today's outdoor set construction is very important. I appreciate your help, but the materials might still be insufficient. Of course it's not enough. We're not professionals, and we can't design the effect you want.
After saying this, Yuri had a sudden inspiration. She turned to the girls and shouted,
Is anyone here from the Art Academy? Someone who can help with spatial design. Or anyone who can provide waste materials like pipes, cardboard boxes, chairs, or lamps. Anything helps. Please everyone give Brother Hitaki a hand.
As soon as they heard it was for Kakashi, the crowd buzzed with excitement.
I'm from the Art Academy. I can try. Count me in. I can go back and get some waste. I have some too.
Watching more and more people join in, Yuri turned to Kakashi with a triumphant raise of her eyebrows.
See? Everything's covered. Let's get to work.
The rented villa was bustling with activity. When Ningxiai and Tian entered, they thought they had come to the wrong place.
Teacher Kakashi, what's going on today?
Before Ningxiai could even put down his bag, he noticed several girls stealing shy glances at him. He responded with a generous smile. Kakashi rolled up his sleeves and worked as he replied to Ningxiai while painting the bottle in his hand.
The last scene, the seaside reunion, is coming up soon. But we're short on props. We need large background boards and professional painting skills, so the art students volunteered to help. I see. Then I'm truly grateful to everyone.
Ningxiai turned and addressed the group. Having just graduated himself, he exuded a gentle senior-like aura.
It's no trouble. We don't have classes anyway. Teacher Kakashi does this make us the temporary prop crew.
The leading girl, Qianxia, smiled brightly. Her cheerful personality was endearing, and she was the most skilled painter.
Yes, it does. I'll treat everyone to milk tea later.
Kakashi laughed. Although his heart was still heavy, the atmosphere lifted his spirits. It seemed that as long as he kept busy, he could avoid thinking about Yuzubodaitu, and as long as he didn't think about him, the pain would lessen. In the morning, everyone worked with their heads down. Those who had classes to attend excused themselves briefly.
Teacher Kakashi, I have a class, so I'll slip away now. I'll be back later. Okay, go ahead. Take care on the way.
Kakashi rubbed his lower back stiff from prolonged bending. He was no longer as energetic as he had been as a student.
Teacher Kakashi, come take a look at this. How does this assembly look?
Qianxia had glued all the cardboard together.
I'll cover it with a layer of white paper, and the unevenness underneath won't show.
Kakashi examined it carefully and gave Qianxia an okay sign.
It's excellent. How long will the background painting take? With a few people working together, one afternoon and one evening should be enough. That's really hard work, thank you. Not at all. I'm happy to help you.
Qianxia crouched on the ground preparing to mix colors. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked,
Teacher Kakashi, you have something on your mind, don't you?
Girls are always so perceptive. Kakashi thought he had hidden it well, but Qianxia saw through him at a glance.
Is it that obvious?
Kakashi touched his face, as if searching for something written there. Qian Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead, accidentally smearing paint on her left cheek, which added a touch of vitality. Her eyes curved into a smile.
Not obvious, but I can sense it. You zone out from time to time, your gaze unfocused. You must be thinking about someone. Actually, I noticed you the first day you came to school, not just because of your striking appearance, but because I had seen you before. Huh?
Kakashi didn't understand her words. His eyes were filled with confusion.
The Devour crew. I interned there. You don't remember me, but I remember you. And that time, Mr. Uchiha stood up for you. Everyone saw it. You mean Daito?
Kakashi asked uncertainly.
Yes. He admitted in front of everyone that he cared about you, that he protected you. It was so cool.
Qian Xia seemed lost in memory. Recalling that incident, she was filled with longing, hoping to experience such a relationship herself. Kakashi's heart was a turmoil of emotions. He couldn't find the words. Daito was no longer connected to him, yet he was everywhere.
He was indeed wonderful.
Kakashi thought for a long time before forcing out that single sentence. He had remembered Uchiha Daito's kindness for so long. How could he simply forget it?
Teacher Kakashi, you are also wonderful. Truly wonderful.
Qian Xia knew that something must have happened that she couldn't pry into, so she could only use words to comfort him.
Thank you. What happened to that movie afterward?
Kakashi was still curious, even though it had nothing to do with him anymore.
I'm not sure. After my internship ended, I left. I only know that the director was replaced. I see. That's for the best. Qian Tian wasn't worthy of directing that script.
The conversation came to an abrupt halt. They didn't continue. Kakashi said he needed to discuss something with Bei Tiao, and Qian Xia had to sketch her simplified drawings. Everyone returned to their own work. Bei Tiao arrived late, having missed a bus, and run all the way. Panting, he leaned against the doorframe, one hand on his chest, and said to Kakashi,
"There are only 3 days left. Can we finish the last scene?"
Kakashi wasn't sure himself.
It should be okay. I just went to the company. I heard that Ling Kong has already submitted the final cut, so we need to speed up too.
He hadn't expected Ling Kong to be so fast. But then again, Ling Kong was truly capable. After years of struggling, he had built a network far broader than Kakashi's. Kakashi said,
"Don't worry about others. We just need to do our own work well."
Bei Tiao nodded.
I understand. I've already edited the earlier segments. We'll review them later for any issues. Once the final shot is done, the entire piece will be complete. Good. How much funding is left?
Bei Tiao pulled out his notebook and checked.
About 50,000 yen. But that's just for meals, there aren't many other expenses. Then let's buy some drinks for everyone later. Okay. I'll have Shan Tian do it. He's already wrapped up his scenes, so he has nothing else to do.
Kakashi sat on the sofa silent for a moment, then said,
Bei Tiao, no matter what the outcome, I hope you can keep going. Don't give up easily.
Bei Tiao and Kakashi had become close friends during their time working together, and they were indispensable partners. Being a smart man, he understood what Kakashi meant.
Of course. I won't back down.
Kakashi felt a sense of relief. He had already imagined that after he himself was eliminated, Bei Tiao would face the same fate. But that shouldn't be the end. He didn't want Bei Tiao to be defeated. Another day passed. Qian Xia finally finished painting the background board. The others had also completed their tasks. As long as everything was done before the next day, they would be on time. Bei Tiao gathered the actors. Except for the lead roles, and a few extras, everyone else joined the prop crew to help.
Okay, you 4 act as stands to hold the boards. Make sure not to show any part of your bodies. And those pillars and chairs over there, set them up quickly. Everyone hurry up. We start shooting in 5 minutes.
Bei Tiao directed the crew in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Kakashi was finalizing the last lines with Ning Xi and Tian Tian.
Tian, when you say this line, you need to cry. Don't do it too early or too late. Control your emotions. And Ning Si, when you show surprise, don't let your body be too stiff or it will look unnatural. Understand? Try to get it in one take.
Just then Shan Tian suddenly ran in from outside drenched through and shouted in panic.
Teacher Kakashi, it's bad. It's pouring rain, and the wind is so strong that it blew down all the set pieces.
Kakashi's heart sank. He rushed out, but before he even reached the door the fierce rain blocked his path. Then he witnessed the wind destroying all their hard work in an instant. Kakashi didn't hesitate for a moment as he charged directly into the torrential rain. His slender frame swayed unsteadily in the wind, like a withered branch, yet stubbornly insisting on advancing against the odds. Neji came running out wanting to pull him back, but was refused. The icy rain beat against his pale cheeks, and he didn't care about the stinging cold. Turning to Neji with desperate eyes he said,
"Don't worry about me, you should go back now. Sensei Kakashi, the wind and rain are too fierce. The scaffolding outside could collapse at any moment, you'll get hurt."
Neji continued to plead with him, but to no avail. Kakashi seemed determined to push forward regardless. He reached the venue to find everyone had already scattered indoors, to escape the storm, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The props he'd stayed up nights to complete lay shattered across the ground, as if they'd survived a battle, while others had been swept away by the wind never to be found again. Kakashi's fledgling dream, barely formed, was now shattered. He sat on the ground letting the rain drench his body, each drop striking his heart like a sword. The suppressed distress of countless days finally burst forth uncontrollably. Tears hidden within the rain could now fall without restraint. He felt so exhausted, so weary. Even his weeping was careful, measured. He never seemed to get things right. No matter how much effort he poured in, he always fell short at the very moment success was within reach. Yet when he had stood on that rooftop poised to leap, someone had grabbed his hand and pulled him back. That sliver of hope had been the final flicker burning within him. So why was he now extinguishing it with his own hands? The crushing weight on Kakashi's shoulders had finally broken him. Others assumed he grieved merely because all his efforts had come to nothing. But only he knew the truth, that his tears flowed from an ending he could not change, from a separation after so long that would drain him entirely, leaving behind only an empty shell. There was nothing left. Nothing at all. After waiting so many years, he had waited for this void. After that day Kakashi fell ill. A persistent high fever triggered pneumonia, and Hojo took him straight to the hospital for treatment, while taking on the task of wrapping up the short drama himself. The moment Kakashi regained consciousness, he reached for his phone on the bedside table. When he saw the date on the screen, he disregarded the needle still embedded in his hand. Xiaoyan pushed him back down, his voice sharp with anger.
"Brother, you're not going anywhere. Rest properly."
Kakashi sighed against the pillows. It truly was too late. Today was the second day past the deadline. In a weak voice he murmured,
"It's over, isn't it? Fine. I surrender."
Under no circumstances would Kakashi ever have spoken those words so easily. He had always been so fiercely stubborn, but now he only wanted to rest. Hojo came in the evening carrying a basket of fruit. Seeing Kakashi still asleep, he exchanged a few words with Xiaoyan.
"His fever has gone down, hasn't it?"
Hojo asked. Xiaoyan, peeling an apple, looked up and replied,
"Yeah. It kept coming and going this morning but stabilized in the afternoon." "Brother Hojo, you've lost weight. It must have been exhausting."
Hojo smiled.
"All the weight I couldn't shed before finally came off this time. That's not a bad thing, is it? Here, have an apple to restore your strength." "Thank you."
Though his voice was faint and his spirit frail, Kakashi still caught their conversation. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Hojo sitting right beside his bed. Kakashi reached out and pressed the nurse call button. Hearing the ring, both men turned simultaneously to find him half propped up in bed.
"Sensei Kakashi, you're awake."
Hojo tossed the core into the trash.
Aren't you both here to take care of this patient? If the floor runs dry, nobody would even notice."
Kakashi teased. Xiaoyan let out an and said apologetically,
"I completely forgot to check."
Just then, the nurse entered. Upon hearing the call, quickly withdrew the needle and removed the bottle.
Bed 3 will observe you a bit longer. If everything looks good, you can be discharged tomorrow. Alright, thank you.
After the nurse left, Kakashi pressed the medical cotton against his arm. His stomach suddenly growled with hunger, and he asked Xiaoyan to go downstairs to the convenience store for some food.
Yeah. Brother Hojo, you haven't eaten either, right? I'll bring you something too. Black pepper beef pasta or curry chicken rice?
Xiaoyan asked. Hojo didn't decline politely.
Pasta then. Add a soft-boiled egg. Okay, no problem. Wait for me here.
With Xiaoyan gone, only the two of them remained. Kakashi let his body sink back into the pillows and softly asked,
Did we make it in time? No. We missed it by just a little, but the rules are the rules. No one will make an exception for you.
Kakashi turned his head. Beneath the pallor of illness, his face took on a fractured kind of beauty.
You're right. I just feel terrible about letting everyone's efforts go to waste. This isn't on you at all.
The weather changed suddenly. The heavy rain was supposed to come at midnight, but arrived early instead.
Who could have predicted that? Nothing is certain in this world. If you blame yourself for everything, you'll exhaust yourself to death living like that.
Having experienced countless setbacks, Hojo had long ago learned to accept these things with ease. This was simply one more instance. Changing the subject with forced nonchalance, he asked,
I heard from Grandpa Miki that you're looking for an apartment. Yes, but I haven't found anything suitable yet. Come to our complex. The unit next to ours just became vacant. I can talk to the landlord about it. The location's a bit remote, but the rent is considerably cheaper than in the downtown area.
As he spoke, Hojo pulled out his phone, opened the map, and showed Kakashi the location.
Right here. It's not bad. 3 more bus stops away. There's a nursing home nearby and a park. The supermarket isn't too far either, though they don't have everything. But it's fine. I recently bought a used car, so we can go shopping together on weekends.
Listening to his description, Kakashi felt a surge of energy himself. He genuinely needed someone with such vitality around him. Without further hesitation, he replied,
Then let's go with this place. Please speak to the landlord for me. I'll view the apartment after I'm discharged. All right. I'll have Yamada help you handle over the price. He's better at talking deals than I am.
While they were talking, Xiaoyan returned with large and small bags in hand, with Yuri following behind carrying yet another fruit basket. The hospital room was beginning to resemble a fruit stand.
Come on, eat. 1 portion each.
Xiaoyan also handed Yuri a meal, but she waved it away with disdain.
I don't want it. Haven't you had enough? I get nauseous just smelling convenience store food every day.
Xiaoyan leaned in and whispered,
This tastes way better than what we serve at the shop.
Hojo nodded in agreement.
True. The beef chunks are quite large. Right. Oh, by the way, brother, take your medicine first. Let me pour you some water. The doctor said this medication needs to be taken before meals.
While Xiaoyan was fetching a glass of water, Yuri had already grabbed his meal and started eating.
Yuri, that's mine. Didn't you say you weren't eating? I'm just tasting it. Let me see if the manager should switch suppliers. You've already finished more than half. Did you even taste anything?
Watching them bicker back and forth, Kakashi's heart finally settled into calm. Hojo walked over to his bedside and secretly slipped something into his hand. Kakashi looked down. It was the key engraved with his name, the one Obito had given him as his own. It had been left behind in the rain that day, and Hojo had picked it up. Hojo didn't ask any further questions. After finishing his meal, he rose to take his leave.
I'll head out now. Get some good rest. By the way, Yuri needs to head back to school as well,
Kakashi said, asking Hojo to see her off. Hojo reassured him, promising to complete the mission without fail. After they left, Kakashi glanced once more at the key in his palm, his fingers gently tracing the engraving of his name. He said to Xiaoyan,
From now on we won't be living there anymore.
Xiaoyan's hands froze while he was packing things. Turning his back to Kakashi, he asked,
Why? Aren't you waiting for Brother Obito to come back? No more waiting. He's not coming back.
On the day of moving, Kakashi packed all his belongings into boxes. Yuri and Chika came over to help, which suited them fine. It was the weekend, and without boyfriends they had nowhere else to go. Chika tied her long hair up high, presenting a neat and efficient appearance. Working in tandem with Yuri, their efficiency was remarkable. Though they majored in different fields, through months of spending time together, they had become close friends who enjoyed dining out and shopping together.
Sensei Kakashi, when will the final cut be released on the platform?
Chika asked. Kakashi had no idea either. After that, Storm Hokage had handled everything alone. Since Shinyu had provided the funding, they would never allow the footage to fall into private accounts, so it might never see the light of day at all.
Perhaps it will simply disappear,
Kakashi replied despondently. He rose and carried the last box to Hokage's car. The back seat was packed to capacity with no room for people, so they would have to take the bus. Yuri and Chika both had plans that afternoon, saying they would come over in the evening to cook and celebrate the housewarming. Kakashi bid them farewell. He stood downstairs for a long while, countless thoughts racing through his mind. In the end, he could only think of giving him a call, considering it a proper closure. The phone was answered after 2 rings. Itachi Obito's voice, heard once again after a month, felt just as familiar.
Kakashi.
Obito called his name softly. Kakashi's hand holding the phone trembled slightly.
I've moved. Just letting you know. I left the key under the doormat. Dispose of it however you wish. I won't be using any of your things anymore. Also, give me your account details, and I'll transfer the money to you gradually. Alright. I've been busy lately. If it's not too much trouble, could you deliver the key yourself? I'm worried about leaving it there unsupervised. Tell me the location, and I'll come right now.
Listening to Obito's composed tone, neither of them wished to sour things between them. Even if they could no longer be lovers, there was no reason to become enemies.
I've sent you the location. See you soon.
After Obito hung up, Kakashi received the message almost immediately. Following the navigation, the distance wasn't far, and he hailed a taxi directly to the Uchiha Group building. This was Kakashi's first time at Obito's company. Though they had shared an intimate period of their lives, truthfully Kakashi knew nothing of Obito's daily existence, his work, the people around him, nor his intricately complicated family. All of it remained a mystery. But at that moment, he gathered his courage and walked inside. The staff at this prestigious company exuded professionalism. The receptionist offered him a polished smile and asked,
"Good day, sir. May I ask who you are here to see?" "I'm here to see Mr. Obito. We have an appointment." "Are you Mr. Hatake?" "Yes." "Very well, please follow me." "Mr. Obito is in a meeting. He instructed me to direct you to his office where you may wait in comfort. Surely it's no bother. I'm only here to return something. Would it be possible for you to pass it along for me?"
Kakashi had no idea what Uchiha Obito wanted. He was the one who declared they were finished, yet now he was asking to meet and making Kakashi wait. The receptionist girl looked deeply uncomfortable.
"I'm afraid that won't do. If you don't follow Mr. Obito's instructions, he will surely be displeased."
Kakashi noticed the panic in her eyes, and said nothing more, following her into the office. The space was spacious, furnished with a desk, a liquor cabinet, and guest sofas. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city stretched out below in a sweeping panorama. The tea on the desk was still warm. He must have left not long ago.
"Would you like to sit for a moment? May I offer you some coffee?" "No need. There are disposable cups here. I'll manage myself. Please go about your work." "Very good. Please call me if you need anything."
After the girl departed, Kakashi sat on the sofa for a while and glanced around. The desk was piled high with documents he barely understood, indicating Obito had been constantly occupied recently. There was a door to his left, likely the restroom. Kakashi intended to wash his hands, but the moment he pushed it open, he saw toothbrush, toothpaste, and a razor laid out on the counter. So Obito had been living here all this time. Why didn't he go home? What had he been eating for his meals? Sleeping on the sofa must have been terribly uncomfortable. A cascade of questions flooded Kakashi's mind, and he failed to notice someone appearing behind him.
You've arrived.
Obito's voice rang out quietly. Kakashi was startled. He turned to meet his gaze, and steadied his emotions before replying.
Here to return the key. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Kakashi took the key from his pocket, and held it out, but Obito did not take it for a long while. It seemed as though once this exchange was completed there would be absolutely nothing connecting them anymore. Noticing this, Kakashi simply placed it on the coffee table, and lingered no longer.
Kakashi!
Obito suddenly called out to him, his tone growing heavier.
Master Genma has passed. If you're willing, let us go see him off together for the last time.
Kakashi stared at him in shock, searching his eyes for any hint of deceit, but what he saw was undeniably real.
How could this happen? He had been suffering from an incurable illness for years. Though he withdrew from worldly commotion, it still could not extend his life. He survived only on medication.
He had always longed to see you once more, but alas, his condition never improved, and he remained mostly in a comatose state. Kakashi steadied his trembling body. A bitter taste spread through his throat.
I'll go with you.
He dared not even imagine it. He had always admired Master Genma deeply, once even dreaming of becoming as excellent a person as him. Yet heaven in its jealousy had taken him far too soon.
Then wait for me a moment. I'll finish up what's at hand and we'll leave.
Obito sat back at his desk and buried himself in work. Kakashi remained immersed in grief, simply watching him. It seemed that once they shed their youthful naivety, they all became so worn down. Work, family, future, all ghostly burdens clinging relentlessly to their every step, leaving no room to breathe. This world was not made solely of love and romance. There were too many unspoken sorrows that accompanied one for life. As long as one lived, it was like being ensnared in a net. No matter where you went, you would be entangled. They arrived at that sea once more. Kakashi rolled down the window, letting the sea breeze caress his face and blow away his tears. From the rearview mirror, Obito watched Kakashi's profile and spoke calmly.
When I first met him, he was just like you, attached to nothing in this world. He had no family, no lover. All he had was a pen and a notebook to accompany him through the endless spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I still remember the first time I saw him write. His words carried such weight as if each stroke of the pen were carved from his very soul. He told me once that writing was the only thing that kept him grounded when everything else slipped away.
The funeral was held at the seaside villa where Jinky had lived for nearly a decade, in accordance with his final wishes. Given the small number of attendees and the modest scale, it might more accurately be described as an intimate memorial service, quiet and unassuming, just like him. When Obito and Kakashi arrived, several people were already present in the hall. Kakashi only knew Mr. Yazawa, Jinky's editor, a middle-aged man with long hair and a distinctive personality. His achievements in the editing industry rivaled that of Itachi, yet at that moment a dark cloud hung over his handsome face, his eyes red and swollen, deeply sunken.
I brought Kakashi with me. May we see him one last time?
Kakashi nodded in greeting to Yazawa. It was their second meeting.
Good day, Mr. Yazawa. Hello, Mr. Hataki. Thank you for coming. Master Jinky kept asking about you. I should have come sooner.
Kakashi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Perhaps he had caught a chill, or perhaps the somber atmosphere at the scene was too heavy to bear. All he could feel was Obito's arm resting naturally on his shoulder.
I'll take you to see Master Jinky. He said after cremation his ashes should be scattered into the sea. That is where he belongs.
Yazawa sighed softly, weaving through rows of chairs, until he reached the ice coffin at the center. Jinky lay amidst a sea of flowers, perfectly still, as if merely asleep. On his pale, lifeless face there remained only a profound peace, and sense of liberation from the burdens of this world and the torment of illness. While death weighed heavily on all who cared for him, it was the long-awaited relief he had sought, so he appeared neither fearful nor in pain. Kakashi placed the flowers Obito had prepared beside Jinky, then leaned close to his ear for a final farewell.
Rest in peace, Master Jinky. I'm grateful I had the chance to meet you and listen to your stories.
For a fleeting moment, he seemed to see Jinky awaken and smile at him, looking young again. In that quiet countryside, he had finally conquered his nightmare, and no longer clung to needing a definitive ending. It turned out that in devouring the thing he had pursued all his life was nothing more than self-acceptance. His inferiority and cowardice had been shattered by a radiant girl, yet he dared not approach that unattainable flower, so he could only keep pushing himself. Obito led Kakashi to their seats, watching his expression closely. Knowing how sensitive and emotional Kakashi was, he simply kept silent and stayed by his side. Once everyone had gathered, Mr. Yuzawa presided over the funeral ceremony without any lengthy opening remarks, speaking only briefly.
Thank you all for coming to see off Master Genki on his final journey. In life, he always kept to himself, saying that such solitude became familiar over time. But I knew how lonely he was. In those quiet moments alone, words were the only outlet he found. Those of you here have likely read his books. In his hurried and fleeting existence, there was one inescapable truth he longed to prove himself, for he had never been loved, never firmly chosen by anyone. Even in achieving success and fame, he suffered deeply. His loneliness was rooted in his very bones. Yet everyone in this world rushes forward, who would stop specially for him. Therefore he felt fortunate to have met someone who truly understood him. Though their encounter was brief, he had always held it dear. Thus Master Genki's final wish was to entrust the copyright of Flying Bird, completed at the end of his life, to Mr. Hatake Kakashi. He hoped Kakashi could help this book reach readers in a more magnificent way. At this the hall erupted into hushed whispers, as everyone speculated about who this Hatake Kakashi might be. Meanwhile Kakashi sat frozen in his chair, struggling to process those words. This was too unexpected. He had never imagined Master Genki would make such a decision. Only Obito had known all along. Go up there. It's his gift to you, Obito said. Kakashi hesitated, unmoving. Then a voice rang out from the crowd. By what right? Genki's inheritance should all be mine. I am his mother. What right does some irrelevant outsider have to take it? The voice came from the entrance. A middle-aged woman striding boldly into everyone's sight, marching to the stage with fury in her eyes, to confront Yuzawa. Yuzawa furrowed his brow, refusing to yield simply because she was a woman. What do you want? My son is dead. Am I not allowed to come? He didn't want to see you, not in life, not after death. You abandoned him. Have you forgotten? Yuzawa was barely holding himself together, offering her the last shred of dignity, unwilling to cause Genki further distress on such an occasion. But the woman showed no discretion. What kind of writer is he anyway? Writing some pretentious nonsense and inflating himself so greatly. I gave birth to him, raised him. Even if I left him halfway, that's understandable. And yet, he holds such a grudge against me, never once visiting, even transferring all his property after death. Is this the kind of person you consider noble? Ms. Yoko, please stop talking or I will have you removed. Yuzawa was thoroughly angered. But these words were still too mild to have any effect. Yoko simply sat on the steps with an expression, daring them to do anything about it, shouting loudly. That Hatake Kakashi, come out. I want to see which shameless person dares to take this money. Faced with such unreasonable behavior, no one knew what to do. The most tragic thing was that blood ties unbroken in life would still come to drain his last bit of value after death. Kakashi had long been restless in his seat. As he started to rise, Obito stopped him. Then he watched Obito calmly walk forward, his voice ringing out clearly. I am Ms. Yoko, you wanted to know why. Let's hear the whole story together. Master Genki wouldn't mind recounting his wretched life one more time at his own funeral. Obito stood tall, arms folded across his chest, recounting the story calmly. When he was 5, his father died of illness. You left him with your mother in the countryside. Because you coveted her pension, you used the pretext of buying him a house in the city to strip them of their only source of income, forcing both old and young to live in poverty. Yet he kept believing you would come for him someday. That waiting lasted 5 years. At 10 years old, he called you. You didn't answer. He ran to find you secretly, only to see you holding another child snuggled against a stranger's chest, laughing together. That's when he finally understood he had long been abandoned. Your so-called house, your so-called home had no place for him. After the old woman learned of this, she died of sheer rage. From then on he was left alone in that dilapidated wooden house. Without family, he went hungry and cold, surviving by scavenging discarded trash. Meals were irregular, slowly destroying his health. In his youth, he developed stomach ailments that plagued him for over a decade, eventually evolving into gastric cancer that took his life. Even so, he kept waiting for the day you would come for him. Throughout his life, he was nurturing that abandoned child within himself. But ironically, after his death, you finally appeared, and all you wanted was his insignificant money. You couldn't even bring yourself to look at him one last time. As piece by piece of the past was laid bare, Yang Zi could no longer remain calm. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her lips turned pale, and trembled, as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words, and collapsed to the ground, like a broken marionette. She felt no remorse for her actions, but she could not bear such public humiliation. In a frenzy, she grabbed the vase on the table, and hurled it at Dai Tu. Everyone held their breath watching the scene unfold, unable to cry out or warn the passive Dai Tu in time. Only one person, who had been watching the movement closely, rushed forward without regard for their own safety, pushing Dai Tu aside. Their bodies lurched heavily and fell beside the ice coffin, as if the log had manifested a spirit to shield them, preventing them from slipping on the polished floor and crashing into the sharp corner of the coffee table. Hearing the crash of the broken vase, Dai Tu snapped back to reality and looked at the person in his arms, urgently checking if they had suffered any harm. His eyes were complex, a mix of heartache and reproach, and his voice trembled with uncontrollable panic. "Who told you to come out?" Faced with Dai Tu's outburst, Kaka, she paid no attention, for his gaze was fixed solely on Dai Tu's cut wrist. The wound was not deep, but the bright red blood still stung Kakashi's senses. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his weakened body barely held itself upright, for the ache in his heart overshadowed everything else. Dai Tu sensed Kakashi's distress, and raised his hand to cover his eyes, shielding him from further stimulation. But at the same moment, Kakashi's palm gently pressed down on Dai Tu's bleeding wound. In silence, they protected each other instinctively, uncontrollably casting aside all distractions, and even ignoring their own pain. Their hearts and eyes were only for each other. Yuzei had already called for someone to drag Yang Zi out. He rushed over to help them up, asking worriedly, "Are you both all right? Let me take you to a room to rest. There's a first aid kit there." "Okay." Dai Tu held Kakashi close, unwilling to let go, at least not now. After they went upstairs, Yuzei arranged everything. "I'll go down to finish the funeral ceremony and come back later." Go ahead," Dai Tu said. The door closed, leaving only the two of them. Kakashi took out cotton swabs and antiseptic solution to treat Dai Tu's wound gently, and carefully wiping away the blood first. Kakashi heard a soft laugh from above, and couldn't help asking, "What are you laughing at?" Dai Tu affectionately ruffled his hair. "You've overcome your fear of blood, haven't you realized?" Kakashi's movements halted. It was true. He had no sensation of it at all, his mind completely occupied with Dai Tu. "It's because of me, isn't it?" Dai Tu asked softly. "Because of your concern for me, you conquered your fear." Kakashi remained silent. Only after wrapping the wound with gauze did he get up and walk to the bathroom to wash his hands. The sound of running water drowned out his heavy breathing. He looked at his face in the mirror. It was so obvious that he couldn't forget Dai Tu, especially his eyes, which always lingered on him. Splashing cold water on his face did nothing to help, no matter how many times he washed. He knew he was done for. He loved Uchiha Dai Tu more than he had ever imagined. Dai Tu put on his clothes and leaned against the doorframe, watching him from behind. The warmth of Kakashi in his arms had not yet faded. "Let's take a walk along the coast." Dai Tu grabbed a towel to dry Kakashi's face, but Kakashi stepped back, his waist pressing against the sink. Dai Tu did not approach further. He let go and waited by the door. The afternoon sea was as tranquil as a blue velvet carpet spread over the land. The last time Kakashi had come was at night, surrounded by darkness. He only remembered the little girl selling wind chimes. He wondered how she was doing now.
The two sat on the beach gazing into the distance, as if they had been woven into a single frame, where only the two of them existed.
How did you come to know teacher Yuan Mu?
Kakashi asked, hugging his knees.
I met him in the United States when he came for an academic research project. He was very young but already extraordinary.
Kakashi sighed.
Those who mature too early simply have no one to rely on. Yes, we're the same. Too many things are beyond our control. At first, we refused to accept fate, but later we succumbed.
Daito grabbed a handful of sand, watching it struggle and slip through his fingers, just like the unresolved love between him and Kakashi. But he refused to give up. He walked to the water's edge, cupped some water, and poured it over the sand, which quickly clumped together. Only then did he show a satisfied smile. Kakashi looked at him in confusion.
What are you doing?
Daito said.
A secret. You're being weird.
Kakashi's tone was light. Daito didn't deny it. Noticing Kakashi shiver slightly, he asked,
Are you cold? Let's go back. I'm fine, but I should be going. Let Yuze know I have plans with a friend tonight. Okay, I'll call a taxi for you.
Daito did not cling to him, as he used to his helplessness kept him from approaching Kakashi lest he lose control of himself. Kakashi nodded. Only after he got into the taxi and watched Daito's figure grow smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror, finally disappearing around a corner, did he let out a sigh of relief. He was too poor at pretending his flaws too obvious, and he knew Daito must have already noticed. But there was no way out. Kakashi felt agonized. Every step away from Daito was like walking through a thorny path, leaving him covered in wounds. When he arrived home, Qianxia and Yuli had already prepared a large table of food, and Beitiao and Shantian had cleaned the house. Kakashi said apologetically,
Sorry, I had something to deal with and came back late.
Xiaoyan also climbed the stairs panting and followed behind Kakashi.
Brother, you just got back too.
Qianxia shook a bottle of wine and said to them,
Those who come late have to be punished with drinks. Fine, 3 cups.
Kakashi said, changing his shoes and walking inside. Soon the doorbell rang. Xiaoyan ran to open the door, and Yuli asked in surprise,
Is there someone else?
Then they heard Xiaoyan's sharp voice.
Brother, you brother Ji Shui. Long time no see.
Kakashi remembered that a few days ago, Ji Shui had called to check in, and he had casually mentioned moving today. He had thought they would be too busy to come, but here they were. Ji Shui handed the gift to Xiaoyan and laughed.
You've grown so tall. Are your brother you and I getting old? Not at all. You two are still incredibly handsome.
Kakashi came out of his room.
Ji Shui, you let me introduce you to my friends Qianxia, Yuli, Beitiao, and Shantian.
Beitiao recognized you immediately and couldn't believe his eyes. He rushed up excitedly to shake hands.
Are you Uchiha you? I've long admired you. Hello, Mr. Beitiao.
Yu's refined manners were etched into his bones, even his greeting was solemn. Ji Shui stood by quietly proud. His Yu was always the center of attention wherever he went. But he worried that others might covet him, so he put his arm around Yu's shoulder to stake his claim.
Hello, everyone. Kakashi, it's been a while. How did you end up hanging out with the younger crowd?
Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation.
You came just in time. I've been sentenced to a penalty drink. Help me with 3 cups. How many cups in total? 3.
Stop lingering by the doorway. Come in and sit down. Kakashi ushered them inside. The already modest 2-bedroom apartment was now crowded with people. This warm, good friends family, a comfortable home, simple relationships, had long been what Kakashi yearned for, a place where he could completely relax and be himself. Everyone gathered together. Uchiha Itachi remained somewhat reserved at first, but with Uchiha Shisui present, he let his guard down, picking up a glass and joining the others in drinking and conversation.
Kakashi, where's Mr. Obito? Is he too busy to come tonight?
Shisui, slightly tipsy, suddenly brought up the person Kakashi preferred not to think about at that moment. Kakashi silently finished the last of the wine in his glass and said calmly,
Tenzin Sensei has passed away. We attended his funeral this afternoon. Obito should still be there helping Mr. Uchiha with the arrangements. How could it be so sudden?
Itachi was equally astonished. As a rising star in the literary world, Mogirai had garnered the favor of many screenwriters. Such premature death was mourned by all.
Yes, he was an exceptionally outstanding writer. His words were his soul.
Kakashi swirled the wine in his glass, as though through its crimson depths, he could let his thoughts flow back to the day he first met Mogirai. If he had known it would be their last meeting, he wished he had said more, spent even a little longer with him. Mogirai's books were bestsellers well known to Chika and Yuri, as well widely circulated among students. Yuri raised her glass and said,
"Let us raise a toast to Sensei Mogirai Kiyoshi."
Everyone lifted their glasses and drained the remaining wine. Sensing the mood growing somber again, Shisui took the initiative to suggest a game.
Great idea. What are we playing, Shisui-san?
Chinatsu, already close with Shisui, asked eagerly.
We'll play the frog counting game. The loser has to answer a truth question.
Kakashi had never heard of the frog counting game, but seeing the young people around him fully grasp the rules, he turned to Itachi, who shrugged and signaled with his eyes that he didn't know it either. Kakashi felt some relief. At least someone was on the same level as him. Shisui explained the rules.
Say 1 frog, 1 mouth, 2 eyes, 4 legs, with a plop it jumps into the water. The next person doubles the numbers. Got it, you two?
Shisui deliberately let his gaze sweep across Kakashi and Itachi's faces. Itachi glared back, and Shisui quickly changed his tone.
Never mind, I'll teach you if you don't understand.
Watching Shisui's shameless behavior, Kakashi wordlessly curled his lips, though he still only half understood. Starting with Yamada after he recited the first line, it was Kakashi's turn. Kakashi awkwardly said,
2 frogs, 2 mouths, 4 eyes, 8 legs, with a plop plop it jumps into the water. Wrong.
Shisui clapped his hands to stop the game and caught Kakashi.
You need to say plop plop twice. Time for your punishment.
Kakashi was about to protest that Shisui hadn't explained clearly, but decided it wasn't worth being so particular. He would accept the loss gracefully. Yamada would ask the question. After a moment's thought, he said,
Teacher Kakashi, what is the most unforgettable moment in your memories? No lying, okay? Absolutely no lying.
All eyes turned to Kakashi, waiting for his reply. He searched through his past memories before slowly answering.
The moment when someone you thought could never return suddenly appeared before you again. How romantic, and then, did he pursue you?
Yuri asked gossipingly. Kakashi replied,
Only one question, I won't answer more. TCH Teacher Kakashi, you're so stingy. Tell us. Don't you know how many people at school have eyes for you? But I always tell them you have a partner. Yet after knowing you so long, I've never seen that person. I'm so curious.
Kakashi fiddled with his chopsticks to hide his sorrow.
There is no then. Not every reunion can lead to a happy ending. It's enough to keep the memory. Alright, let's continue. My turn.
Chinatsu, unable to bear seeing Kakashi like this, interrupted them.
3 frogs, 3 mouths, 6 eyes, 12 legs, plop, plop, plop into the water.
Hojo.
For frogs, 4 mouths, 8 eyes, 16 legs, plop, 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 plop into the water.
Itachi.
5 frogs, 5 mouths, 20 legs, weight 10 eyes. No good, mister. Itachi. Wrong order is still wrong.
Both game black holes had fallen into the trap. Itachi sat upright to face his punishment. Shisui quickly volunteered.
I'll ask the question. Shisui-san, you're not suitable. We're not blind. We can all see what your relationship is. We're afraid you'd go easy on Mr. Itachi.
Chinatsu teased. Yamada agreed.
Yes, according to the rules, Chinatsu should ask.
Having no choice, Shisui could only look at Itachi sympathetically, as if saying he couldn't save him. Chinatsu rolled up her sleeves as if ready for battle. Her fingers rested on her chin as she thought carefully, then suddenly her eyes lit up, and she said,
Since we're playing, let's play big. Mr. Itachi, who's on top between you and Shisui-san in bed?
At this question everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Chinatsu to be so bold. Even the shameless Shursui blushed involuntarily, thinking how capable this little girl was to ask such private questions. Just as everyone thought Itachi wouldn't answer, he said seriously,
"He's on top. He takes the lead."
Kakashi almost spat out his water. Shursui grinned triumphantly. How adorable his Itachi was. He couldn't resist grabbing Itachi's face and kissing him fiercely.
"Hey, why are you showing off your affection so suddenly?"
Chinatsu covered her eyes, but peeked through her fingers while Yuri openly took out her phone to take photos.
"Shursui and I didn't catch it. Kiss longer."
Shursui knew Itachi was somewhat drunk and didn't resist. Pushing his luck, he kissed him again. Itachi's face flushed, his eyes hazy, as he looked at Shursui, which stirred desire in him. So the game never continued, as everyone was too drunk to stay coherent. Shursui was eager to take Itachi home. Kakashi saw them to the door, and only after everyone had left did he turn and walk back up the stairs. The night breeze was cool. It was already midnight, and he was still not sober, but it wasn't intoxicating like that night. Xiaoyan was washing dishes in the kitchen. Kakashi changed into his slippers and walked in.
"Xiaoyan, you can wash them tomorrow. Go to bed early." "Okay, almost done. Brother, you shower first."
Kakashi walked to the bathroom and saw the body wash and shampoo on the shelf, the same brands from when he used to live with Obito. Even the scent was lemon, his favorite. He turned on the shower, crouched down, and let the water pour over his body, unable to hold back his sobs. Obito had not rested properly for a week, spending every meal and wash in his office, his eyes sunken from exhaustion. The land in Hong Kong was already in progress, and the next step was to invest in the medical equipment industry. Unable to fly over personally to supervise, Madara arranged for Izuna to assist. Although his young uncle was accustomed to a free and unrestrained life, he was remarkably reliable when it came to actual work. The next step was to strip Yuyo of all her power on the board of directors, making the Uchiha group entirely his own. However, this might take some time. During this period, Obito had not sought out Kakashi again. He had severed their relationship that day, though it was for appearances. He knew Kakashi would take it seriously, but he had no choice. All he could do was ensure Kakashi's safety. Shikamaru knocked on the door. Obito rubbed his temples and looked up softly, saying,
"Come in."
The headache had persisted for days without improvement. Shikamaru brought medicine over.
"Mr. Obito, please go back and rest. You've been overworking yourself."
Obito put the pill directly into his mouth and chewed it. The bitter taste spread through his lips and teeth, as if only this could keep him awake.
"It's fine. I can still hold on. Is there something?" "Yes, the filming of Devour has been interrupted again. Yuyan's private life has been exposed. Please take a look at today's headlines."
Shikamaru pushed his phone screen in front of Obito. The first headline read,
"Popular actress Yuyan abandons sick boyfriend to cling to the powerful."
In the blurry photo, it was not hard to recognize Obito. It was a picture from the charity gala. One glance revealed it was fake, but the matter of Yuyan's boyfriend was more eye-catching. Actresses could not afford scandals, and such a move was essentially career suicide. Obito only glanced at it before understanding everything.
"Maeda's doing, I see. I knew he wouldn't give up so easily. Any progress on Kiba's end?" "He contacted me this morning. He sent a list of celebrities who had undergone plastic surgery along with some special extraction methods. Extremely cruel."
Shikamaru's hair stood on end as he spoke, as if vivid images flashed through his mind. Obito leaned back against the sofa, his expression serious.
"What methods?" "Some experiments on living subjects extracting cells to sell to celebrities for eternal youth. I don't know the specifics, but the power behind this is not to be underestimated. Kiba hasn't found the main figure yet." "Mr. Obito, Mr. Madara asked me to remind you to know when to stop."
Once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back. Obito would not back down easily, but now he was entangled in too many matters, and truly lacked the energy to deal with these.
"Why are you so persistent?"
Shikamaru asked curiously. Obito closed his eyes, and turned his chair to face the wall, unwilling to let anyone notice his sorrow.
This is the first script he ever worked hard on. I must complete it.
This was not just a story. It was Kakashi's heartfelt effort. Even if faced with mountains of difficulties, Obito would not hesitate to charge straight into them. Shikamaru sighed and asked,
"Is it worth it?"
Obito replied firmly,
"It is."
In the afternoon, Obito went to meet director Hengchuan, who replaced Maeda. Although he did not have Maeda's formidable background, he had been in the directing industry for decades. They met at the tea room downstairs from the office. Compared to coffee, Hengchuan preferred tea. When Obito arrived, Hengchuan was already playing with the tea set. The plain porcelain with clear glaze, the delicate and lustrous white body, the smooth and cool touch, the clear sound when pouring water, all of it made the tea soup clear and bright. Seeing Obito observing closely, he invited him to try.
"Mr. Uchiha, the quality of tea is closely related to the tea set."
Obito took the full teapot from his hand, swirled it slowly, lifted the lid, and poured a little. The fragrance immediately spread, fresh and pleasant. Obito smiled.
"Director Hengchuan, I'm a layman who really doesn't know how to appreciate it."
Hengchuan, dressed in a linen long robe, exuded elegance in every gesture.
"No matter, drinking heartily is also good."
Obito raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp. A hint of sweetness lingered on his tongue.
"Good tea, truly an endless aftertaste. Yes, it's much like people."
He paused and continued.
"I know you came for Yuyan. Don't worry, I won't let her be affected. This industry really needs to be cleaned up." "Mr. Uchiha, I wasn't interested in the script at first. As you know, I've lived abroad for years and prefer Western performances and works. But this time, I really want to finish it. It's not just the story that attracts me, but also you."
Obito looked at him, puzzled, waiting for him to continue. Hengchuan said,
"Because a businessman who has always been tangled in money and fame is willing to spare no expense to put his lover's name on it. The story behind this is far more intriguing than the film itself."
Obito felt a bit embarrassed by his words.
"Because he deserves it. I only wish for his happiness, even if that happiness doesn't include me." "Then you must have already figured out your next move."
Hengchuan poured another cup of tea for Obito. This time it was not full, only half. Obito nodded.
"Since they've opened the curtain, let the storm rage even fiercer. Tomorrow officially announce Yuyan and Hyde's relationship on major websites and make their story public."
Obito had long thought it through. Rather than hiding it, it was better to come clean. Yuyan's story could actually bring a wave of promotion to the film. Maeda only thought that a false reputation could destroy a relationship, but he didn't understand that understanding a person begins from the roots slowly seeping in. Hengchuan smiled silently and clapped his hands. From behind the screen, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Yuyan. She smiled at Obito.
"Mr. Obito, I'm sorry for the little act with the director."
Obito was not angry. He crossed his arms calmly and said,
"Are you reassured now?"
Yuyan nodded.
"Yes, I am. I've come to understand what kind of person Mr. Obito is. I won't be easily abandoned or used. Then I have a gift for you."
Yuyan walked over slowly and handed Obito the evidence she had risked her life to keep.
"This USB drive contains the information Hate gathered. He was once a victim of the plastic surgery incident, infected and unable to live a normal life. I approached Maeda to help him uncover the truth. Mr. Obito, they force young men and women to change their appearances, body shapes, even become lab rats for experiments. Those who survive debut, those who don't are casually discarded. I don't trust anyone, but I choose to trust you." "Why?"
Obito asked leisurely. Yuyan replied without hesitation.
"Because we are the same. We will love only one person in our whole lives."
"So you deliberately lured me into this?" Obito, being a shrewd man, saw through these petty tricks as mere child's play before him. Shi Yen did not deny it. "I have no other choice, Mr. Obito. A woman without any backing can hardly survive in such a mixed and chaotic circle. For an ordinary person, beauty is not a blessing but a curse." Obito knew she must have endured much hardship along the way. Yet he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Had this mess not been related to Kakashi, he would never have gotten involved. Shi-Yin, your primary goal now is to complete the film. As for other matters, don't worry about them for now. Though Obito did not directly respond to her plea, his words already gave her a sense of security. Gazing at his tall and imposing figure, Shi-Yin's heart settled. Uchiha Obito, no matter the time, was someone she could rely on. Having said that, Obito spoke no more and rose to take his leave. The sky outside had already darkened. He glanced at the time, 5:30 in the evening. No wonder the road was teeming with vehicles, it was the rush hour. He had not witnessed such a scene in a long time. Humans were like slaves locked in cubicles, clocking in and out, eating and sleeping on schedule, tamed and obedient. Yugo sat in the car waiting for him. Obito did not open the door. The previous apartment was only a 10-minute walk away, so he decided to go back on foot. The rented room had not been renewed, and the apartment he had purchased was already renovated. It was a pity, though, that he could no longer live with Kakashi. Today he came back alone. The door was newly installed, specially chosen for its soundproofing and anti-theft properties, and even the walls had been thickened. The renovation workers had wondered why he cared so much about these details. Obito only said that his beloved needed a quiet environment. "Sir, you are so good to your beloved. All the designs prioritize his comfort. This projector is eye-friendly, the refrigerator is smart, the bathroom is so small, yet you added a bathtub for him to soak and relax, and even the mattress has a massage function. In all my years of renovation, I have never met an employer like you." The tan-faced renovation worker cast an envious glance. Obito sat beside him, looking around the completed ideal apartment, imagining the scenes of living here with Kakashi. He smiled and said, "I only fear that it's not good enough to make up for the years I've been absent." Back then, chatting with a stranger had felt so pleasant. Now everything had changed. Obito thought, since he rarely came here, he might as well stay for a night. But the apartment was empty, with not a trace of food. He remembered there was a convenience store at the entrance still open, so he decided to buy something there to tide him over. He rarely went into convenience stores unless it was an emergency. He also disliked Kakashi eating pre-made products like rice balls or sandwiches. They were neither nutritious nor tasty. As soon as he stepped through the door, the sensor chime went off. The shop assistant inside reflexively called out, "Welcome." The voice was very familiar. Obito looked over and saw that it was indeed Xiao-Yin. Xiao-Yin also turned and met his gaze, exclaiming in surprise, "Brother Obito, what are you doing here?" "I just came to check on the new apartment." "Are you working part-time?" "Yeah. I've been working here for convenience, and later my brother wanted to move, but I couldn't bear to leave, so I stayed." "Brother Obito, how have you been?" "Pretty good." "Your brother?" Obito hesitated. Since Yuanmu's funeral, he had not seen Kakashi, but his longing had never ceased. Xiao-Yin noticed his unease and took over the conversation. "My brother is fine. He's still nagging me though. Now that I've switched to the night shift, he's worried and will come to pick me up later." "Is that so?" Hearing that Kakashi would be coming soon, Obito felt a secret joy, but worried he might lose his composure. He wanted to leave quickly, but his mind was at odds with his feet. They seemed rooted to the spot. Xiao-Yin made him a hot coffee and wiped down the table and chairs for him to sit and wait. "Brother Obito, I know you and my brother broke up. He was really sad back then too. But since we're all in the same city, you can still be friends, right?" Obito had no desire to be just friends. He had an overwhelming possessiveness toward Kakashi, but for now, he had to restrain himself. Xiao-Yin wasn't busy, so he sat and chatted with him. He had put on some weight recently, and looked much healthier than when he was discharged from the hospital. He pulled out his phone, and said mysteriously to Obito, "I'll show you the behind-the-scenes footage from his short drama. I secretly recorded it, exclusive, never shown to anyone." In the video, Kakashi was instructing young actors on how to deliver lines with more impact, and how to control their expressions. He was so absorbed that even Obito had never seen Kakashi like this, and he found himself mesmerized. "This girl." Obito pointed at the screen. "She was always by Kakashi's side," with an ambiguous look. Xiao-Yin replied casually, Her name is Qin Xia." She's a junior at the art academy, very talented, and has helped my brother a lot. Does she like Kakashi? Obito asked cautiously. Of course she likes him. Lots of girls in college like my brother. You have no idea how popular he is. And does he respond to them? Obito's fingers pressed tightly against the plastic cup, almost deforming it. I don't know about that, brother Obito. Does it bother you? Xiaoyan deliberately leaned and staring at him, with twinkling eyes, having long seen through Obito's thoughts. If you care so much, why did you let go of his hand? Obito couldn't explain at that moment, and swallowed his words back. Just then a customer came in to buy cigarettes. Xiaoyan went to attend to him, and the conversation ended. Obito drank the coffee, now cold, feeling only bitterness in his throat. Xiaoyan deftly handled the cashier, politely saw off the customer, then went to prepare a new pot of oden. While adding ingredients, he chatted idly with Obito. Brother Obito, I hope you are the one who makes my brother happy. Obito suddenly looked up, catching the sorrow in Xiaoyan's eyes. A vast, indelible sorrow he had never seen before. The doorbell chimed again. Wind seeped through the crack. Kakashi rubbed his hands, and blew warm air into them as he walked in. It's getting colder again. Xiaoyan, I want some hot soup. Is the radish ready yet? His words trailed off, as his gaze shifted, landing on Obito sitting in the corner, who was also looking at him. Xiaoyan brought over 2 large cups of oden, and placed them between them.
These are well-flavored, brother Dai-Tu. You probably rarely eat these, and I don't know if you like them. It's fine, thank you.
Dai-Tu's gaze was fixed on Kakashi. It had been 2 weeks since they last met. Time had passed so quickly. His hair had grown longer, and his bangs covered his eyes.
Then I'll go get busy, you two chat,
Xiaoyan said, and slipped away, leaving the two sitting opposite each other in awkward silence.
Have you been living here lately?
Kakashi asked.
No, I just came today. What about you? What have you been busy with? Shishui got me a commission piece, and I'm writing it. I see. And the short drama earlier, did it go smoothly?
Dai-Tu's mind kept replaying the image of him shining brightly on Xiaoyan's phone just now. Kakashi took a skewer of squid balls, took a bite, and replied casually.
No, it failed. I couldn't finish it on time, and now the finished product is still at the company, and I can't get it back. Oh well, life can't always go as planned,
Kakashi said with feigned nonchalance, finishing the last fish ball. But Dai-Tu could still sense the regret in his words. After all these years, Dai-Tu could still see through his thoughts at a glance. Amid the silence, Kakashi's phone suddenly rang.
Sorry, I need to take this.
Kakashi turned around and pressed the answer button. Beitiao's urgent voice came through from the other end.
Teacher Kakashi, I have great news. Our work has been bought back. Are you free now? I'll come find you, and we can check if there's anything that needs to be revised. It's already 10 o'clock, too late. How about tomorrow? No, the Morning Star Cup Excellent Script competition ends today. It must be set out tonight. Don't you have a projector and computer at home? I just finished a business dinner and am about to head back. But I'm not at home right now.
Kakashi held the phone, troubled. His peripheral vision swept over Dai-Tu. With no other choice, he spoke into the phone.
Wait for me a moment.
Then he looked at Dai-Tu and asked a bit sheepishly.
Did you bring your computer back? Yes. Can I borrow it? It's urgent, and also the projector. Sure.
A concise answer. Dai-Tu didn't hesitate at all. As long as Kakashi asked, he would never refuse. A smile appeared on Kakashi's face, and he whispered to Beitiao.
I'll send you my address. Just come directly to find me later.
After hanging up, Kakashi's excitement hadn't subsided yet. He said excitedly to Dai-Tu.
My director is bringing my short drama over. Dai-Tu, this is my first work. It's mine.
Seeing Kakashi like a child, Dai-Tu was momentarily flustered, infected by his joy. He wanted to hold him in his arms, but he held back.
Congratulations.
Kakashi realized he had lost his composure and calmed down, but he was still very happy to share his feelings with Dai-Tu at the first moment. Yuli and Beitiao arrived at about the same time. Xiaoyan changed his clothes and handed over the shift to Yuli. Yuli nudged Xiaoyan with her elbow and whispered,
"Who is that?"
Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, and everything was understood without words. Yuli covered her mouth and made an okay gesture, then secretly stole several glances at the pleasing sight of the two top-tier handsome men standing together. Bei Tiao upon entering grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the shelf and chugged it all down. Panting heavily, he said,
"I rushed all the way and finally made it. Let's hurry, we don't have much time."
Dai Tu led the way. Bei Tiao even forgot to ask what was going on, or why a stranger had suddenly appeared, but as soon as he saw the man he felt an imposing aura. He was no ordinary person. When entering the elevator, Dai Tu subconsciously used his hand to block the door, letting Kakashi stand behind him.
"I forgot to introduce you. Bei Tiao, this is my friend Yuzhibo Dai Tu."
Kakashi only remembered this when he saw the two awkwardly staring at each other. Dai Tu nodded in greeting.
"Hello, Mr. Bei Tiao. Hello, Mr. Yuzhibo. Sorry for the intrusion. You were Teacher Kakashi's neighbor before, right?"
"Sort of," Dai Tu replied. The elevator doors opened and Dai Tu let Kakashi exit first, following behind him. He entered the code to unlock the door, and Kakashi clearly saw him input his own birthday. Then the door opened. Dai Tu took disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet for Bei Tiao and Xiaoyan, but for Kakashi, he kept the same pair as before.
"Make yourselves at home. The computer in the study is also available."
Dai Tu went into the kitchen to boil some water. Kakashi followed his figure with his eyes for a moment before Bei Tiao called him back to reality. The two sat on the carpet and set up the projector. This was the first time Kakashi had watched the entire drama after it was edited. It included the innocent love of their school days, as well as the separations faced in adulthood due to various social issues. In the end, after many twists and turns, they still couldn't forget each other and turned back to each other. After 1,000 sails have passed, all things scatter, but the only thing I can't let go is that seed from our first meeting which has long been buried and taken root, blooming year after year, making it hard to find peace. Such was the line at the end of the film. Dai Tu stood silently behind, accompanying Kakashi as he watched the whole thing. He had once asked Kakashi whether writers always put a bit of themselves into their stories. Kakashi had said then that no book could escape that, no matter how varied the themes, the core was always about writing oneself. The beautiful, the ugly, the real, the imagined, all fragments of a broken self yearning to be pieced together whole. The lights came on again. Kakashi still stared silently at the screen. Bei Tiao waited for his instructions, looking at him anxiously. After a long while, Kakashi let out a long breath and said,
"I don't think there's anything that needs changing. Bei Tiao-kun, your ending is better than what I would have done. Mine was regret mixed with reality, a lingering dissatisfaction that I couldn't let go. Yours is reality hiding regret and acceptance of life and the current situation."
Bei Tiao said,
"I just think it's not that they stopped loving each other, it's that they loved each other too much. So even after a long separation, they would eventually return to each other's side."
Those who listened to these words seriously were not only Kakashi, but also Dai Tu. In that instant, they both looked at each other simultaneously without prior agreement. Some words need not be spoken, but each understood the other. "Good. Teacher Kakashi, then let's post it on social media. Remember to add the competition tag. The final results will be based on traffic statistics." Hokuto sent the video to Kakashi, his face filled with hopeful anticipation. Noticing Kakashi remained motionless and continued to stare at him, he asked back in confusion,
"What's wrong?"
It had been some time since he'd spent time with Hokuto, and Kakashi could tell he was hiding something. He deliberately asked,
"Where are your car keys? Just because you were panting heavily when you arrived, you must have cycled here, right?"
Hokuto scratched the back of his head, trying to brush it off.
"I'm exercising." "Don't lie to me. Whenever you lie, your eyes dart around. It's so obvious. Tell the truth. You sold your car to get the money for this USB drive, didn't you?" After being exposed, Hokuto didn't deny it anymore. But not wanting to burden Kakashi, he knew how sensitive and self-blaming Kakashi was.
He spoke in a light tone. It's okay. It was a second-hand car anyway, not worth much. I'll buy it back once I make big money later. Wait, no. I want to get a better brand new one.
Teacher Kakashi, you told me never to give up on my dreams. This is my beginning. I won't end here. Actually, besides my own contribution, there's money from classmates and the cast too. They pulled it together voluntarily. Don't be mad, okay? We all want to see the results. This is the effort of all of us belonging to every participant.
Hokuto's words touched Kakashi deeply. He had walked alone for too many years, never having imagined days like these, fighting side by side with others. Seeing Kakashi's expression still grave, Hokuto felt a faint worry that he might truly be angry. Just as he was about to say something else, Uchiha Obito, standing nearby, spoke up.
Mr. Hokuto, thank you for your hard work. It's getting late. Why don't you go back and rest first? I'll stay here with Kakashi. All right then. I'm heading out, Teacher Kakashi.
Hokuto stood up, took his coat from the hanger, and the moment his hand touched the doorknob, Kakashi's voice came from behind him.
Thank you, Hokuto. I'm truly lucky to have met you all.
A slight smile graced Hokuto's lips, and his previously restless heart finally settled. The lingering alcohol seemed to spread through every cell of his body, an unstoppable joy filling him. He hummed a little tune as he stepped out the door. Obito brought his laptop over and handed it to Kakashi, saying gently,
We have 10 minutes left. Make them count.
Kakashi accepted it, opened the page, and was prompted for a password. His fingers paused for a moment, but he entered his own birthday. As expected, it unlocked. Obito, secretly pleased, gazed at his profile, thinking how their synchronicity hadn't changed at all. The video just needed one more step, pressing the send button, to appear before the public. Kakashi lacked the courage to press it several times. Once started, there was no turning back. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding fiercely. As he closed his eyes, he felt a warm, large hand covering the back of his own, guiding his fingers together to click that red button. A progress bar appeared on the screen, and seconds later the words, "Published successfully," showed up. However, Obito's hand didn't let go immediately. Greedily, he lingered for a moment longer, feeling the warmth and texture of Kakashi's skin. Reluctant to part, yet forcing himself to be rational, he almost couldn't resist kissing Kakashi's lips, longing to taste the flavor he'd been missing for so long. Obito stepped back and sat on the sofa, watching the faint blush rising on Kakashi's fair skin. Seeing his own desire-filled, almost monstrous reflection mirrored in those ink-black eyes, he truly felt like a beast. But Kakashi shouldn't be prey. He was the cinnabar mole etched upon his heart. Just then a soft snore from the room broke the strange atmosphere between the two. Kakashi glanced toward the inner room, where Xiaoyan was lying on the bed, in a sprawling position, fast asleep. Kakashi helplessly shrugged.
I'll go wake him up. Don't bother. He's too tired from work. Let him sleep here.
Obito stopped Kakashi.
No need to worry. I'll leave in a bit. But it's already late at night. Are you going back to the company again? Are you still very busy with work lately?
Kakashi recalled the scene he'd seen at his office, and couldn't help but care.
Just a little while longer, and it'll be fine. Don't worry. Are you going to sleep? The bedding has all been freshly changed. I can't sleep,
Kakashi said. Obito smiled.
Then I'll keep you company. I don't want to sleep either.
Kakashi didn't refuse. In his heart, he also wanted to stay with Obito a bit longer. His gaze shifted to the balcony, and he asked Obito,
Was that area newly renovated? Yes, they converted it into floor-to-ceiling windows. Now the view is much more open. They also placed a sofa bed and lounge chair there. Want to sit over there? All right.
Kakashi followed him, and chose the rattan lounge chair, sitting down. Obito fetched a blanket and draped it over his legs.
Look up.
Kakashi obediently did as told, and his gaze was captivated by the breathtaking starry sky. Countless stars surrounded a solitary moon, and he couldn't help but exclaim,
So beautiful. Today really is a rare full moon.
Obito echoed, yet, no matter how beautiful the scenery, he couldn't help but look at the person. The person was more beautiful than the view. Obito seemed to remember something and asked Kakashi.
What's the name of the account you posted the video on? Why do you ask? I want to give you a like too. Even though it might get lost among thousands of likes. You are exaggerating. How could that many people see it? Right now, I guess maybe 1 or 2 at most.
Kakashi took out his phone and opened the app. What was originally a casual action turned into shock at what he saw. The view count next to the play button had already approached 10,000, and the likes had reached 6,000, all within just half an hour of posting. Obito leaned over to look, watching the numbers continue to climb, and sincerely felt happy for Kakashi.
You probably don't realize how excellent you are, but I do,
Obito said with such firmness. The comments below were all positive reviews. Some shared their thoughts, some used emoji to express themselves, and others tagged friends to appreciate it together. That pure admiration made Kakashi feel overwhelmed, but what he cared about more were Obito's earlier words, which warmed his heart and soul.
I'm number 6985. Look, that's me. You have to remember.
Obito specifically circled his own avatar from a messy bunch, to which Kakashi speechlessly replied,
I remember. But what's your background image?
It was a blurry picture, and without close inspection one couldn't discern anything particular. Obito replied softly,
It's a streetlight. Who would specially choose a streetlight as their avatar? That's weird.
Kakashi teased, then continued looking down at the changing data. Obito didn't explain further because he didn't want Kakashi to know that the silent farewell 10 years ago was him standing under that lamp all night long. At 4 in the morning, silence hung heavy and still. Breakfast carts were pushed up along the street below, while sanitation workers in brightly colored uniforms moved visibly through the road, sweeping with their tools. They could not recall when they had fallen asleep. They only remembered chatting aimlessly for hours before eventually giving in to drowsiness and drifting into dreams. The moment Obito opened his eyes, his gaze automatically drifted to Kakashi opposite him, who was sleeping peacefully. But Obito had to leave. He had an important partnership matter to attend to that day. Treading lightly, he approached Kakashi, gently brushed aside a few stray strands of hair from his forehead, gazed at his serene expression, and could not resist leaning down to press a kiss against his lips. Kakashi sensed a slight disturbance, furrowed his brows, and rolled over. Obito lovingly pulled the blanket that had slipped to his waist back up before reluctantly departing. Hardly a few steps out of the elevator, when Shikamaru's phone call came through. At this hour, he should have been asleep. Unless it was something pressing, Shikamaru would never recklessly disturb Obito like this. Obito's heart tightened with a bad premonition as he pressed answer. The voice on the other end was noisy and urgent.
Mr. Obito, something terrible has happened. The construction site in Hong Kong is in trouble. What happened?
Obito gripped the phone tightly.
A worker fell from a high scaffolding and died on the spot.
The media, there are already running stories claiming our Uchiha group exploited employees, forced extended working hours, and drove them to exhaustion.
Where is the person in charge there? Isn't Uncle Kana there? Mr. Kana flew to the United States a few days ago. The situation has already spiraled out of control. Reporters are gathered outside the hospital. They only need a whiff of scandal to pounce.
Shikamaru, usually so rational and composed, was utterly flustered now. Obito could already imagine how chaotic things had become. He said,
Book me a flight immediately. I'm going there to handle it. Understood.
After hanging up, Obito took a taxi straight to the airport. After a flight of over 3 hours, he arrived in Hong Kong. Refusing to rest even briefly, he went directly to the construction site without delay. Uchiha Kagami was in charge of the entire project, an elite sent by the Uchiha group with extensive experience in team supervision. Now dressed in a black suit, Obito sat in Kagami's office, arms folded across his chest, staring at him with overwhelming pressure.
Tell me what exactly is going on. Mr. Obito, the schedule was normal. The contract stipulates 5 months. It is written clearly in black and white. There is no truth to the rumors about forcing workers to rush. Hong Kong had been raining heavily for some time, so outdoor work was temporarily suspended, but it did not cause any real impact. The worker climbed up there in the middle of the night, slipped, lost his grip, and accidentally fell. What was he doing up there at midnight?
Kagami spoke methodically.
It appears he had a disagreement with someone in his dormitory, had a few drinks, and then ran out. Have you questioned everyone?
Obito pressed further. He disliked evasive answers. He wanted quick results, so he could efficiently devise a solution.
Yes. They have not admitted it, but someone from the neighboring dorm says they heard shouting.
Obito rubbed between his brows. This kind of messy situation was truly headache-inducing, especially with no evidence. Just competing claims, everyone saying whatever suited them. He let out a heavy sigh.
I understand. Arrange a car to take me to the hospital. Very well. Also give me a copy of that worker's files. I will review them on the way.
Kagami nodded and immediately went to the filing cabinet. After rifling through stacks of manila folders, he finally found it, and handed it to Obito. Obito glanced over it briefly. His name was Shinnan. He was thin and dark in the photograph, yet his face carried an unyielding expression. The car picked Obito up 5 minutes later. Obito asked Uchiha Kagami to accompany him. He sat in the front seat, while Kagami sat in the back, continuing to flip through Shinnan's resume. Age 45, from Chaozhou, Guangdong, with a son and daughter, 13 and 5 years old respectively. He had worked in the construction industry for nearly 20 years. A veteran like him should not have made such a basic mistake. After a moment of contemplation, Obito's thoughts were interrupted as the car entered the hospital gates. Kagami reminded the driver to enter through the side door near the emergency entrance, as reporters were gathered at the main entrance.
Mr. Obito, you might want to wear a mask.
Obito declined immediately.
No need. If our conscience is clear, we have nothing to hide. The more we cover up, the more suspicious we appear.
Kagami looked at this young leader, and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He had formerly followed Madara, and was frequently dispatched around the world, so he was unfamiliar with the current state of the Uchiha group in Japan. He knew Obito's name, but had never interacted with him, assuming he was merely another pampered heir relying on his family. Today's meeting had changed his perception considerably. Obito arrived at the morgue. The autopsy was already complete, but the police had not yet closed the case, so the body could not be sent for cremation immediately. It needed to be stored for a period before being returned to the family. Outside the cold room, Obito saw Shinnan's wife and children. The woman's spine was hunched, her body trembling constantly, her eyes swollen red from crying. The boy, already sensible, had his arm around his mother's shoulders, comforting her. Only the little girl on the side, completely unaware that her father had passed away, sat quietly on the bench playing with her Barbie doll. Obito slowly walked toward them. The sound of his leather shoes clicking against the marble floor broke the deathly silence. They turned to look at him in unison. The woman seemed to sense something. Her gaunt face suddenly twisted into something ferocious. The next moment she lunged at Obito. Fortunately, Kagami reacted swiftly and held her back.
You're the manager, aren't you? You made him work so late.
She screamed hoarsely, but quickly collapsed to the ground, her strength utterly spent. The girl was frightened and ran to her mother, clinging to her.
Please calm down. He is a senior executive from our headquarters. He has come to resolve this. We cannot discuss anything if you behave like this,
Kagami said. The woman gave a scornful smile.
Discuss what? The man is dead. Look, it's right in there. He will never wake up again. I express my deepest condolences.
Facing such a scene, Obito could only force out those 2 words. He saw the little girl turn and run over, grabbing his hand and biting down hard. Kagami moved to pull her away, but Obito stopped him. The pain was tolerable. He let her vent until she exhausted herself, and only then did she release his hand, leaving a ring of teeth marks that oozed blood.
Will Daddy really not come back? Where did you take my daddy? He promised that once he got paid, he would take me to Disneyland.
The more she spoke, the more wrong she felt, her mouth opening wide as she cried out in wails. Obito took a tissue and gently wiped her tears. Unintentionally, he noticed the densely packed needle marks on the back of her hand, along with the hospital gown underneath her coat. Kagami whispered beside Obito.
She has leukemia. It is beyond treatment.
The woman held the child in her arms, glaring at Dai-Tu with fierce eyes. The boy, though only 13 years old, unhesitatingly shielded his mother and younger sister. This scene resembled a classic case of the strong bullying the weak. Dai-Tu took a helpless step back, and that single step conveyed his stance.
Mrs. Chin, your husband's death will not be in vain. We will give you an answer, not a hasty cover-up. If the truth reveals our fault, I will personally come to apologize. But the outcome is not yet determined, so I must also protect the reputation of the Uchiha group and not let it be slandered. I hope you can understand.
The deceased should be honored, regardless of the cause. Mr. Chin passed away within our jurisdiction, so we will provide compensation. I hope you won't be overwhelmed by grief. Life must go on. You are now the pillar for your children. If you collapse, who will take care of them? The translator beside them conveyed the Japanese into Chinese to the woman's ears. She bit her lip and listened word by word, finally collapsing and crying loudly. Whether she wept for the injustice of fate or her own sorrow, tears streamed endlessly from her hollow, lifeless eyes. Dai-Tu took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her, crouching down to speak to her at eye level.
You may not want to hear this, but I can empathize.
He finished, tucked the handkerchief into the woman's hand, and rose to walk out the door. Jing followed behind him all the way to the large resting area behind the hospital. There were few people, only a small shop selling daily necessities open. Dai-Tu found a bench to sit on, watching people coming in and out, handling admission procedures, dragging large bags, their faces only displaying numb expressions. He said to Jing,
Prepare the money. Make it as much as possible, and put it under my name. No need to inform Mr. Quan Nai. Okay.
He continued.
Also find a top Japanese doctor to diagnose the girl. If she truly cannot be saved, let her leave with less pain. At least in her short life, she won't have to endure constant suffering.
Dai-Tu hung his head low, watching a group of ants working together to move a piece of cookie. It was too large, so many ants underneath couldn't support it, and others kept running in to replace them, constantly rotating and struggling forward. But his gaze was drawn to two ants on the other side. One had an injured leg, and the other, larger than the rest, was trying to carry it along. Jing followed Dai-Tu's gaze and said casually,
Hong Kong has had several heavy rains. It must have washed away their nests. Look, that's the queen ant. You don't see them usually. She only comes out because she lost her home. Truly rare.
Dai-Tu asked.
Is the queen ant their mother? Yes, so she won't abandon her own children.
Dai-Tu watched a while longer, seeing that the queen ant still insisted on carrying the injured child away. Suddenly a stir arose in his heart, an indescribable emotion spreading through his entire body. The long black line marched forward, heading no one knew where. But the sunlight was just right at this moment, and everything would start anew. In the evening, Dai-Tu stayed at the same hotel as last time, but this time he was alone. Exhausted in body and mind, he leaned against the bed. When he had free time, the first person he thought of was Kakashi. He opened his phone to check the views on his video. It had already reached nearly 50,000. How fast it grew. Dai-Tu had never used this social platform before. He registered only for Kakashi, so he was a bit unfamiliar with the operations. He scrolled through a few meaningless videos. Just as he was about to exit, he accidentally touched some button and shared it directly to his only follow in the list, Kakashi. Soon after, Kakashi replied,
Watching beauties.
Due to the algorithm, when he set his gender as male, it would automatically recommend videos of girls. Now, it was hard to explain. Dai-Tu calmly replied,
No.
Kakashi.
Sorry for disturbing you last night. I washed the sheets and you made covers for you.
Dai-Tu.
Okay. Did you sleep well?
Kakashi.
Pretty well.
Dai-Tu.
I'm in Hong Kong, still staying in that room.
A brief silence. Dai-Tu held his phone, staring at the chat box, waiting for a reply that never came. They had once indulged in passionate intimacy here on this very bed. Dai-Tu could still picture Kakashi breathing irregularly and gasping in his arms. Kakashi.
I have to go work. You should rest early.
Kakashi avoided the topic, and Dai-tu did not pursue it further.
Dai-tu. Then you should sleep early too.
Sweet dreams. Kakashi.
Good night.
Dai-tu originally typed, good night, but then recalled it.
Kakashi. Is there something else?
Dai-tu's fingers wandered over the keyboard typing, and deleting carefully choosing words, and finally sent it.
Will you still trust me?
After a while Kakashi replied.
Yes. We are friends. Whether in the past or the future I will trust you.
Dai-tu felt reassured.
Good night then.
After logging off, Dai-tu lay, with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Events came one after another without cease. He felt so tired yet unable to sleep. He recalled the scene at the school that day. The security guard's words were deeply etched in his mind. He also conducted an investigation confirming that everything was true. Later he returned to the old house to confront Udai. Udai seemed to have long anticipated this day, and said calmly,
So what if it is? Your blood type is so rare. I finally found a match. So from the very beginning you had a purpose in letting me come back to study. Yes. The medical checkup was also arranged by me. I needed to ensure he fully matched your body's requirements. But he is a living person. He is the person I love.
Udai replied expressionlessly.
In my eyes, no one is more important than you. If I need to sacrifice others to save you, I will do it without hesitation.
Dai-tu couldn't believe these words came from his mother's mouth. He was terrified by her ferocious expression, and said with a dead heart,
You're not doing this for me. It's for the Uchiha. You're just unwilling to let go of everything you've worked so hard to get. In fact, I'm just a pawn in your eyes. Slap.
Udai slapped Dai-tu hard. She clutched her chest, angrily fell onto the sofa, and pointed at Dai-tu's nose, saying,
If I had really done things to the extreme, you would never have had the chance to know, nor would you have seen him alive.
Thinking of this, Dai-tu was in agony. He didn't know what Kakashi would think if he ever found out. Would he hate him? Someone as strong-willed as him could never accept being deceived time and again. The next day Dai-tu donned light casual attire, and had Jing escort him to the employee dormitory. The dormitories for construction workers were typically temporary steel sheet houses, simple and crude. Besides a few bunk beds, there was only a rectangular table for them to eat and store odds and ends. They would stuff their luggage under the beds and hang towels on the bed rails, just getting by until the project ended. Pushing open the door, a wave of male body odor mixed with the smell of various instant noodles hit him. Dai-tu betrayed no sign of disgust. These men were the pillars of their families, and enduring such conditions, while toiling for a living, was already no easy feat. Several people inside turned their heads to look. The man sitting near the door, burly and dark-skinned, stared at Dai-tu warily, and asked, Who are you looking for? Dai-tu glanced around the room, which was fairly tidy. He replied, I am Uchiha Dai-tu, the head of the Uchiha group. I want to talk to you about Shinnan. The translator relayed the words to them. Upon hearing that the visitor was a superior, their expressions changed drastically. Those who had been sleeping scrambled to get up and dress neatly. Mr. Uchiha, my name is Li Chong. Sorry, we've only dealt with Mr. Jing before, we haven't met you. The man said, wiping a chair with a tissue and gesturing for Dai-tu to sit down and talk. Dai-tu waved his hand. I'll just ask a few questions and leave. Another man named Lin Yi sidled up fawningly. Ask away, sir. We won't hide anything. Li, who had just woken up from the top bunk, poked out his head and echoed, Yes, yes, sir. What do you want to know? Dai-tu cleared his throat. Are there only 4 of you in this dorm? Li Chong, yes, each room has 2 bunk beds. Any more, and it would be too crowded. Dai-tu, which bed did Shinnan sleep in? Lin Yi pointed to the bunk beside him. The bed was piled with clothes and odds and ends, but it was still faintly visible that the sheets and quilt were cleaner and neater than the others. Lin Yi said, This is where he slept. So all these things are his. No, we put them there. He won't be needing them anymore anyway. Li Chong said guiltily, then rushed over to retrieve a large bag of his own. Daitu's gaze swept over the items Chin-nan had left behind: a stainless steel cup with a frayed toothbrush stuck in it, a toothpaste tube squeezed flat and rolled up, and a few faded clothes. Were you close with him usually? I heard there was a quarrel the night he died. Chin-li hastily defended himself. We didn't argue with him. He had a few drinks, and said the room was too stuffy, so he went out for a walk. It's not like we isolated him deliberately. Old Chin, shut up. Li Chong clearly sensed that Chin-li couldn't keep his mouth shut, and among the three Chin-li was the most timid, with everything written on his face. Daitu lifted his head, his gaze piercing, as he fixed it on Chin-li, his voice oppressive, as he pressed him. You tell me what really happened that day. I'll warn you now, I went to the police station before coming here, and I've also talked to other workers to get the facts. If you lie, I'll know immediately. These words had the desired effect. Chin-li scrambled down from the top bunk, trembling all over. It wasn't me, sir. It was all Li Chong. He had his eye on Chin-nan's wife, and wanted to sleep with her. Chin-nan was furious, and they got into a fight. After that, Li Chong kept picking on Chin-nan for no reason, and he told us to gang up on him too. I didn't dare to resist. Li Chong used to be a gangster, and he's skilled in martial arts. Chin-nan was an honest man, afraid of causing trouble and losing his job, so he just endured it. At that moment, Li Chong grabbed Chin-li by the collar and pinned him against the wall. Enraged and humiliated, he raised his fist, but in the nick of time, Daitu caught his arm, stopping it midair. Let go, Daitu said in a deep voice. Li Chong was intimidated by Daitu's aura. Though reluctant, he released his grip and stiffened his neck. Yes, I like his wife. But I wasn't going to just sleep with her for free. I said I'd pay him, but he wouldn't agree. That night everyone had a bit too much to drink. I just said, what's with the pretentiousness? Your daughter is dying of illness. Don't you know how to make quick money? Then he fought me again, and after the fight he ran out like a madman. Who knew he would climb to such a high place like a lunatic? I admit I'm a lecher, but I'm not a rapist, and I didn't drive him to death. Sir, even the police can't prove I broke the law. That's all I have to say. Daitu now understood the whole story. He swept his gaze over those disgusting faces once more, and said to the bodyguard beside him, throw them out along with their luggage. With that, Daitu walked out without looking back. He walked alone along the path leading to the scene of the incident, his footsteps echoing where Chin-nan's had once trod, as if following in his footsteps. What state of mind had Chin-nan been in that night, when he chose to do this? The high-rise had risen from the ground, yet unfinished. The bloodstains on the cement floor remained. The police had blocked off the stairway, so Daitu could only stand below and look up. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and seemed to hear miserable cries in his ears. The man's not-so-strong shoulders had held on for so long, but in the end, they were crushed. It must have been those words, Li Chong's, don't you know how to make quick money? That was what drove him to the heights. This time, he didn't climb upward but leaped downward, using his death to buy peace for the one he loved. It was a willing suicide. Daitu felt an immense weight in his heart. The truth was too cruel. Footsteps slowly approached. He turned to look and saw Chuenai, who had just arrived from the airport. Uncle, Daitu called out. Chuenai stood beside him and sighed. I've already learned the situation. You must have too. Let's hold a meeting this afternoon. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Daitu, what do you plan to say? Chin-nan's death has nothing to do with the Uzibo group, so we don't need to take responsibility. The compensation is purely humanitarian. Chuenai was still as rational as ever, just like in his youth. But Daitu didn't agree with his approach. Uncle, this is a human life. I know, but if you don't follow the procedures, how will you account for it to the board? If you give a large compensation, won't that confirm that his death was caused by us? We have to be flawless, and not give anyone a reason to talk. A businessman must never act emotionally. Daitu knew Chuenai was right. From the perspective of the Uzibo group, nothing was more important than its reputation. Chuenai continued, you don't need to be involved in what follows. Leave it to me. Daitu couldn't take in Chuenai's words at all, and replied directly, too late. I've already given them a large sum of money. During the conference call with the Japanese headquarters, Dai-Tu sat calmly beside Quan Nai, while on the other side of the screen were Ben and several members of the company's board of directors. Quan Nai cleared his throat and first reported the whole story from beginning to end. He was naturally capable and clear-minded, expressing everything clearly in just a few sentences.
So the police have closed the case, and the next issue is the family.
Quan Nai summarized the key points. Hearing that it had nothing to do with the group, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ben said,
"Even if he chose to end his own life, the fact remains that he died on our construction site, so we still have to take responsibility. Yes, I will handle the follow-up. Quan Nai, if you do it cleanly and leave no trace."
Quan Nai nodded and said calmly,
"I understand. Please rest assured and leave it to me."
Ben noticed that Dai-Tu had remained silent throughout, so he asked him,
"Dai-Tu, do you have anything else to say?"
Dai-Tu slowly raised his head, pondered for a moment, and replied with righteous indignation,
"First of all, the management here is indeed flawed. I went to inspect the construction site and found the security measures were very unsatisfactory. Those scaffolding were tottering. Even if Shinan didn't commit suicide, others would still be at risk of falling. Secondly, compensation of 20 million yen is far from enough for a family that has lost its pillar, not to mention that he has a daughter suffering from cancer." Dai-Tu.
Ben's expression suddenly turned stern.
"You are too young. I know you gave them money privately. This has already posed a risk to us. You cannot act on emotion. I am only speaking from an objective standpoint, and I am the main person in charge of this project, am I not? My opinion is to double the compensation and then reorganize the entire construction team to eliminate safety hazards." "That's impossible. 20 million is already the maximum amount we can give. If you act on emotion, then you don't need to get involved in this matter anymore,"
Ben said in a deep voice. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting the meeting. Jing hurried in, leaning close to Quan Nai and Dai-Tu, and said,
"Li Chong and a few others are spreading rumors outside saying that we deliberately disguised the accident as a suicide to cover up the truth. Now the door is surrounded by journalists broadcasting live. I'm afraid it won't be easy to handle."
Dai-Tu clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, gritting his teeth and shouting,
"Those bastards!"
Just as he was about to stand up, Quan Nai pressed him back down.
"Don't show yourself anymore. Book a flight back to Japan this afternoon. Leave the rest to me."
Dai-Tu looked at him in disbelief.
"Uncle, do you also think it's my fault? Let's not discuss this now. Don't blame anyone anymore. We are all for the Uchiha group, aren't we? But the Hong Kong project was initiated by me. I cannot just abandon it."
Dai-Tu insisted on his own thoughts. He had no reason to go back. Quan Nai didn't want to continue the argument. He smiled contemptuously and said,
"Dai-Tu, you need to understand that all the contract documents are signed by me, not you. So here I have the final say. You have no right to interfere."
Hearing this, Dai-Tu froze completely, as if ice water had been poured over his head. He stared wide-eyed at Quan Nai, thinking he had misheard.
"So was the meeting just now also fake? It was put on for the board, right?" "That's right. Dai-Tu, you are not decisive enough. Although young and capable, you lack too much experience. Just like your father, you are indecisive, which is why you let your mother, an outsider, take power. She is not an outsider. She married into the Uchiha family and has spent half her life working for this clan. Without her, there would be no Uchiha group as it is today."
Dai-Tu hadn't expected to argue with someone over his mother.
"You are too naive. Everything she did was just to protect you. Enough, I won't say more. You can see the current situation. It was all caused by your reckless actions. If you don't want things to get worse, go back quickly."
After saying this, Quan Nai ordered Jing to keep an eye on Dai-Tu, then walked out the door to face the reporters. Dai-Tu collapsed dejectedly into the chair. Suddenly he realized this matter had been a trap from the very beginning, set specifically for him. How ridiculous that he hadn't even noticed. In the afternoon, Dai-Tu flew back to Japan and rushed directly to find Uchiha Ben, demanding an explanation. Ben had long expected him to come and had been waiting for him.
"Sit down. I know you have many questions.
Ben lazily picked up the cup beside him and took a sip. The tea was cold, he had forgotten to refill it. Daitu asked him bluntly,
Why did you deceive me?
Ben calmly toyed with the lid of the cup without a trace of panic. He said,
Because you are the son of Udai. She hates your father, and hates the entire Uchiha clan. So one day this family name will change, and I will not stand by and watch the hard-earned family legacy be destroyed. Do you understand Daitu? Therefore you are not fit to be the heir. Quan Nai is more suitable than you.
Daitu shuddered and looked at him in fear.
You are too terrifying. Everything is under your control, isn't it? You made me transfer assets overseas, created conflicts to make me lose trust before the board, and deliberately used my relationship with my mother to return to power in the group. Yes, you are somewhat smart. I don't intend to completely destroy you, it's just a conflict of interests. I am your uncle, I won't ignore you. As long as you stay in your place, you can continue to work here, and still enjoy wealth and luxury. The man you want, I'll also help you get him. Daitu, the Uchiha clan went through too many hardships when it was first established. Your father died early, and power was all in your mother's hands. Over the years, the entire enterprise has been declining and has long lost its former glory. I will not give up what is rightfully mine,
Daitu said resolutely.
Then let's wait and see. What do you think the shareholders would think if they found out that your son has no blood relation to you? Would they allow an outsider to continue the Uchiha lineage?
So he knew everything. The secret that Daitu had carefully hidden for so long was all known to him. Ben liked Daitu's reaction. A greenhorn kid could never contend with him, but privately he also admired Daitu. After all, he was indeed capable. He stepped forward, patted Daitu on the shoulder, and whispered behind his back.
You still have the 30 shares left by your father, don't you? Transfer them over and nothing will change. Your fake marriage, that child, and Chimu Kakashi.
Kakashi suddenly awoke from a strange dream. He could not recall the specifics, but the damp traces of tears on his pillow were still evident, clearly indicating it was not a pleasant dream. He sat in the middle of the bed, curling his knees and hugging himself, lost in a long daze. Outside, the sky had not yet brightened. He felt profoundly lonely, missing Obito deeply, longing to hear his breathing, to feel his warmth, to be able to nestle together at any time. Thus longing takes shape, manifesting concretely in the cracks of time and spreading infinitely. At this moment, Kakashi, no longer able to sleep, chose to step out at 3 in the morning, wandering alone on the empty streets. He didn't know how he ended up at the old neighborhood. There was a large tree beneath the apartment building, weathered by storms, its trunk covered with scars yet still standing tall. It was probably a banyan tree. Kakashi had once heard that such trees were called strangler plants. Their seeds germinate on other trees, their roots grow downward, and entwine the host, eventually killing the original tree to become the dominant one. Entangling, relentlessly ending in death, truly tragic and magnificent. When he read that article, he always projected onto a pair of lovers entangled in resentment and obsession, performing one bitter drama after another in each other's lives. Yet the final outcome was still so brutal. Unable to part yet unable to let go, inevitably one must be sacrificed. Kakashi never expected that years later he himself would become the one devoured, gradually crushing and grinding his own bones and blood into Obito's body, merging into a single entity. Though it was so chaotic and unclear, they were still separated by a vast distance. He sat there like that, and gradually the sky began to lighten. Kakashi's body was dampened by morning dew, mingling with the scent of the first rays of sunlight. He propped up his numb body and headed back. Passing by a breakfast cart, he bought 3 beef-filled steamed buns and 2 bags of soy milk. The vendor recognized him. After all, he was a regular, and casually asked,
Why are you so early today? Couldn't sleep, so I got up for a walk.
Kakashi took the still steaming buns and softly thanked her. The vendor was a middle-aged woman, her temples graying, likely from years of rising early and overwork. The corners of her mouth drooped when she wasn't smiling, giving her a look of a hard life. She said,
I haven't seen your mother for a while. She's not staying with you anymore.
Kakashi thought she must be referring to Keiko, so he replied,
Yes, she's gone back to her hometown. I see, no wonder. She used to come here for beef buns too. I usually make pork buns in the morning. It's more popular and cheaper than beef, but she said her son prefers beef, finds it more chewy, so she got used to it.
The vendor said, as she bagged items for a few customers, who had arrived later busily attending to them.
Today I also cooked corn porridge. Want some?
As soon as the lid of the insulated bucket was lifted, the steaming porridge attracted many glances, and everyone wanted to buy a bowl to warm themselves. Truly a woman skilled in business, Kakashi thought, waving goodbye to her, and no longer disturbing her, but her words lingered in his mind. When Kakashi was young, there was a Chinese shop near his home, but the owner moved away not long after, leaving Kakashi disappointed for a long time. So Keiko bought many books to learn how to make them. At first, she was always flustered. After all, Japanese people usually just grab a quick breakfast, but now taking on these delicate tasks gave her trouble. But she diligently studied for several days, and finally managed to steam a batch that was barely presentable. At that moment, Kakashi watched as she lifted the lid like a magician, a smile on her face, saying,
"How about this? Auntie's skills aren't bad, are they?"
Kakashi's eyes widened with surprise, and he quickly dragged the still sleeping Xiao Yan out of bed.
"Come on, Xiao Yan, we're having steamed buns for breakfast today."
Xiao Yan, rubbing his sleepy eyes, suddenly lifted his previously drooping head, as if electrified, and sat on his special stool, happily waving his little hands and saying,
"Wow! They look so delicious. Auntie Keiko, you're amazing."
Xiao Yan had a sweet tongue, and Keiko couldn't help pinching his chubby cheeks, stuffing one bun into his mouth and handing another to Kakashi. Those fleeting moments of happiness ran through the first half of Kakashi's life. He dared not dwell on them, fearing that the memories would be too sweet, only to highlight the cruelty of later reality. After returning home, Xiao Yan was already up, holding a large stack of books, and about to head downstairs, nearly bumping into Kakashi.
"Where are you going?"
Kakashi asked in confusion. Xiao Yan was reluctant to speak, but knowing his brother would press him, he told the truth.
"To throw away the trash."
Kakashi saw that the books in his arms were all about the civil service exam, even carefully wrapped in book covers. They must have been treated with great care then, but now they were just waste.
"Why throw them away? You still have a chance. If you want to study, starting over is not too late." "Brother,"
Xiao Yan interrupted him,
"I don't want to anymore. Let it be. Don't bother. I'll feel better if I get rid of them, otherwise I'll always hold on to that hope. Having hope is a good thing. But I'm so tired. I've missed too much. How can I pick it up bit by bit? I'm not like Yuri or Chinatsu. I don't want to deceive myself anymore. What's lost is lost. No amount of compensation can make up for it."
A layer of sorrow shimmered in his eyes, just like the time Kakashi saw him hurt that year. So he had never fully recovered. Indeed, how could anyone completely walk away from such immense grief? At an age when he should have been studying and learning, he was locked in a cage and labeled as an outsider. How could he ever let go? He suddenly became calm, as if a different person. He said,
"Brother, just let me throw them away. Being an ignorant, foolish person is not so bad. At least I can live a little happier."
Kakashi didn't stop him. He stepped aside and said,
"If this is your well-considered choice, then I respect it. No matter what job you do in the future, you will shine in your own field. Life is not about having only one path."
Xiao Yan nodded and turned toward the elevator. Kakashi washed up quickly and was about to sit down for a rest when he heard Xiao Yan running and shouting excitedly,
"Brother, Chinchin Company sent an invitation." "What invitation?" "Your short drama. It got 3rd place. They want you to claim the award."
The already opened letter now lay before Kakashi in black and white, every word affirming his work. He read it over and over again, and finally his heart settled. He had succeeded. Through his own efforts, he had turned words into images, and won the hearts of so many people. Kakashi had never been so happy. He took out his phone without hesitation, photographed the letter, and sent it to Obito, as naturally as if Obito was meant to share in his happiness, as if it were only right, as if he were the first to share the joy, as if he were unique. The moment the message was sent, the phone rang. The name Obito flashing on the screen never failed to stir Kakashi's heart. Kakashi pressed the answer key and walked alone to the balcony. He leaned languidly against the railing, letting the spring breeze caress his face, a moment of serene comfort.
Am I disturbing you?
Kakashi asked cautiously. Obito replied gently.
No, I'm not busy. Congratulations. I told you you'd be recognized. But suddenly I feel a little reluctant. Why?
Kakashi was puzzled. Obito said.
Because only I had discovered your goodness before, but now everyone knows. It bothers me a little.
His casual words made Kakashi's cheeks flush. Yet he wondered if Obito was joking. Since they had cleared the air, their relationship had returned to what it was before. Nothing wrong with that. Kakashi knew he could never let go, so even just as friends he wanted to maintain it. Two men being together was already difficult enough. So be it. Restrain, endure, and keep the proper boundaries. Silence stretched for a moment, neither speaking. Obito was unusually off today. Though Kakashi couldn't see his expression, he sensed a deep melancholy. They had once lived together day and night, and every subtle detail was painfully obvious.
Kakashi.
Obito's voice came out hoarse.
I have something to deal with. I might not be able to contact you for a while. If anything comes up, go to Shikamaru. He'll help.
Got it. Kakashi found it strange, but Obito's tone carried a hint of panic. He wanted to ask what was wrong, but couldn't find the words. He simply agreed.
Okay, take care of your business. Don't worry about me, I can take care of myself. I can't stop worrying about you.
Obito's voice broke.
Kakashi, I still miss you. Every day. You know those words were insincere.
I know. Kakashi cut in, his voice firm.
Uchiha Obito, what I want is your happiness. If you're not well, I won't rest easy.
Kakashi didn't even know what he was saying. Suddenly all his innermost thoughts spilled out. Both of them froze for a moment, holding their phones, not knowing what more to say. A silent sigh drifted heavy with regret.
I'll hang up now. Goodbye.
Obito spoke first. Kakashi nodded, then realized the other couldn't see it. He let out a foolish chuckle and replied,
Okay, goodbye.
The next morning after the call, a courier knocked on the door early. Xiaoyan, half asleep, threw on a jacket and shuffled to open it.
Ataki Kakashi. Sign for the package.
Kakashi poked his head out of the bathroom, toothbrush dangling from his mouth.
Xiaoyan, what is it?
Xiaoyan had just finished signing and handed the pen back to the courier.
Thank you, take care.
Then he carried the gift box inside, examining the information on it as he walked.
Looks like clothes,
Xiaoyan said, sitting down at the dining table and picking up scissors to cut the ribbon. Kakashi watched his face and came over.
Aren't you afraid it's a bomb? You have zero caution. Bro, you've watched too many movies. It doesn't sound like a bomb at all.
With that, he lifted the lid. Inside was a neatly folded, custom-tailored suit, light gray with fabric that was clearly top-notch. There was also a small card. It read, Kakashi, this is your award gift. I hope you'll wear it to receive the prize, taking my place by your side. The signature was Obito.
Obito G sent you this. It's gorgeous. And it must be expensive. The craftsmanship is incredible.
Xiaoyan exclaimed. Kakashi stroked the fabric, unable to suppress the joy in his heart.
He put a lot of thought into it. It's more than thought. He put his whole heart into it. Bro, can't you two get back together?
Kakashi didn't answer Xiaoyan directly. He said softly,
Maybe. Adult relationships aren't that simple. There are too many things we can't control. Yeah.
Xiaoyan echoed, resting his chin on his hands as he stared into space for a moment. He watched Kakashi try on the suit. It fit perfectly. Indeed, when you care about someone, you know every detail about them, even their clothing size. Kakashi had never worn such expensive clothes. His entire demeanor was elevated. He stood in front of the mirror, admiring himself, and felt satisfied. He thought he still needed to give Obito a gift in return.
Bro, you look like a celebrity. You were already a handsome guy, but now you're a style icon. No wonder those female students are all crazy about you,
Xiaoyan said sincerely, while chewing on a slice of toast. He casually turned on the TV. Kakashi smiled, and said nothing, walking back to his room to change. He carefully hung the suit on a hanger, then stood in front of the wardrobe gazing at it for a long time, until Xiaoyan called from the living room.
Bro, come quick and see this.
Kakashi walked out.
What is it? Is this Obito Uchiha?
Xiaoyan pointed at the TV, which was broadcasting a news report. The scene was set in Hong Kong's Tsim Shui area. Bold headlines read Uchiha Group's landmark investment involved in illegal construction. Young leader Uchiha, Obito allegedly bribed victim's family to change their testimonies, sparking public outrage. How could this be? The image of Obito at the hospital was clearly taken without permission, but public opinion had already thrust him into the spotlight. No amount of explanation would help now. Soon the report ended, transitioning to a crude shampoo commercial before continuing with other mundane local news. Xiaoyan pressed the power button, his face full of worry, as he looked at Kakashi.
Those unscrupulous paparazzi write anything. Obito Uchiha wouldn't be like that. And I believe him,
Kakashi said. He turned, grabbed his bag and coat, and headed for the door, not forgetting to tell Xiaoyan.
I'm going to find him. Don't wait up for me tonight. Okay. Take care on the road.
After leaving the house, he ran into Baishio, who was also locking his door. Seeing Kakashi's uneasy expression, Baishio asked with concern.
Kakashi-sensei, where are you going in such a hurry? I have something to do, Baishio-kun. I'll tell you later. Let me give you a ride. I borrowed a friend's car yesterday, and need to return it now. You look pressed for time. Okay, sorry for the trouble.
Kakashi was too anxious to refuse. He couldn't wait any longer. He just wanted to be by Obito's side as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't do anything, at least he needed to let Obito know that no matter what others said, he would always stand with him. When Kakashi arrived at the Uchiha Group, the area outside was already swarming with reporters. They braved the scorching sun, lurking in corners, just to capture exclusive news for profit. Shikamaru ran over from the back door, panting, as he looked at Kakashi.
Mr. Hataki, follow me.
Kakashi followed Shikamaru up the hidden private elevator. When the doors opened, they directly led to a lounge, a room inside Obito's office that few knew about.
Mr. Obito is inside,
Shikamaru said, pointing to the closed door.
I'll take my leave now.
Now left alone, Kakashi stood at the door. He raised his hand and gently knocked. Footsteps approached from inside, then the door cracked open. Kakashi opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a sound, he was yanked inside by a force and pressed against the door.
Obito!
Kakashi gasped, but could say no more. Obito leaned in and silenced him with a kiss. They were like dying people who had trekked through snowy mountains for ages, finally encountering each other, desperately absorbing every trace of warmth from the other. This long-awaited kiss carried a taste of destiny, and neither was willing to let go. Kakashi wrapped his arms around Obito's neck, his body soft and yielding, allowing him to do as he pleased. Their intertwined tongues held back countless words that needed to be said but could not be expressed, so let them be conveyed through passion. Obito cupped Kakashi's face, both distressed and delighted.
Why did you come? Do you know what my situation is right now?
Kakashi pressed his forehead against Obito's, gently nuzzling, and replied breathlessly.
I know, that's why I came. I'm completely isolated now. Anyone who stays with me will be implicated. Do you understand? Kakashi,
The rest of his words were cut off by Kakashi's kiss. This was his first time initiating. He said,
So what if it is? Uchiha Obito, I told you, I only want your happiness. If you're not well, I won't leave you to fend for yourself. But this time is different. I don't even know what to do myself.
Obito revealed a vulnerability he had never shown before. The once arrogant man now hung his head, surrendering to fate. But Kakashi would not allow it. He placed his hands on Obito's face, forcing him to look up and meet his eyes, speaking firmly and earnestly, word by word.
Listen, Obito. I love you. I've loved you since long ago, and it hasn't changed no matter how much time has passed.
I don't like secrecy or self-sacrifice in a relationship, nor do I like one-sided devotion. I want an equal match of love on equal footing, where you can't do without me, and I can't let go of you. We can only be locked together.
Then your matters are my matters. If I were in trouble, would you abandon me? Never.
Obito tightened his arms around Kakashi's waist, and the two pressed close together inseparable.
So don't talk to me about implications. I'm taking you away.
Kakashi took Obito's hand. He hadn't even thought about where to go. None of that mattered anymore. Obito held his hand in return. Their palms were sweaty, sticky with moisture. Although the private elevator led to a secluded side door, the reporter's abilities were not to be underestimated. They were always keenly aware of corners that others would hardly notice. Sure enough, a few people were still lurking, gathered together, smoking and chatting, their gossipy expressions disgusting. Kakashi pressed the dial button in his pocket, let it ring 3 times, then quickly hung up to avoid drawing their attention. He suddenly took off his trench coat and draped it over Obito's head, shielding his body. At that moment, Hojo's car pulled up across the entrance. The two hidden figures quickly ran into the vehicle. In the nick of time before being discovered, Kakashi slammed the car door shut. Reporters chased after them, camera flashes flickering incessantly. Kakashi simply held Obito tightly, using his own body to block everything. Finally, they put enough distance between them and ensured they wouldn't be caught again. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Hojo looked at them through the rearview mirror and greeted.
Mr. Uchiha, hello. Long time no see.
Obito replied.
Hello, Mr. Hojo. Thank you for your help. It's my pleasure. You are a friend of Teacher Kakashi, so you are my friend. Rest assured I won't mention anything about you to anyone. Where would you like to go now?
Kakashi and Obito exchanged a glance and surprisingly said the same place.
Chungshan County.
Hojo immediately switched the navigation data. Obito said.
Chungshan Indigo Lake. Take us there, please, Hojo-kun. Indigo Lake. I know that place. It's the land of vows. Legend has it that if couples make a wish there, they will be together forever. You too.
Hojo finally noticed that they had been holding hands, fingers intertwined, since they got in the car. He was so slow on the uptake. He gave a knowing smile.
All right, we're off. Get some rest first. I'll call you when we arrive.
Although it was childish, and they both knew it, they had never forgotten the words they spoke in their youth.
Obito, if you ever have someone you like, where would you most want to go? Have you heard of Indigo Lake? It's said to be very effective. I want to take him there and shout that I want to be with him forever. Silly, those are all tricks for tourists. You believe that? I do. Maybe the legend is false, but my words are true. What about you, Kakashi? Me. I'll do all the foolish things with him.
The car drove all the way along winding and rugged mountain roads until they arrived at the picturesque Indigo Lake. The area was sparsely populated with residents living around the lake as if guarding a treasure, and time seemed to move much slower than in the big city. Hojo had to rush back, so he didn't linger and bid them a quick farewell. They first went to a nearby inn to check in. The front desk was an old man wearing reading glasses and reading a newspaper from who knows which year. He looked up at them and said, Hello, need a room? Obito replied politely.
Yes, do you have any rooms? Yes, only one left. We'll take it. How many nights? 3 nights for now. All right, that'll be 35,000 yen. Here's the key card. Room 305 on the 3rd floor. Breakfast is served from 7 to 9:30 a.m. on the ground floor.
After checking in, they could finally rest far from the turmoil. They hadn't even brought basic change of clothes. The two lay on the bed staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling. Obito turned sideways, staring intently at Kakashi, and laughed.
We're like 2 lunatics. But it's exhilarating, isn't it? Yes.
He leaned in, biting Kakashi's ear, and whispered,
Let's make love.
Kakashi turned over and nodded without a moment's hesitation.
Okay.
Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. Kakashi was covered with a thin quilt, and Obito, embracing his bare shoulders, absently stroked his skin with his fingertips. There was a tiny mole there, particularly adorable, just like the one at the corner of his mouth situated in a tantalizing spot. When passion stirred, Obito couldn't help but lick and bite it. Kakashi lay with his head tilted, still fast asleep. An hour had passed since they had finished making love. He turned over again, finding a comfortable position in Obito's arms, pressing close, breathing shallowly, with his mouth slightly open. His rosy lips were swollen from being kissed too insistently maltreated. Obito's heart ached, and he chided himself for not holding back yet. He couldn't resist the urge to possess him madly again and again. Lights flickered outside the window, refracting through the glass panes. From downstairs came a cacophony of sounds, as if someone was singing, or perhaps chatting. Kakashi was awakened by a pang of hunger. Opening his eyes, he saw Obito gazing at him. He asked groggily,
"What time is it now?"
Obito lifted Kakashi's chin and kissed him, replying,
5:10. I heard your stomach growling. You've expended too much energy. Let's go eat.
Kakashi's face flushed slightly, as he recalled those exhilarating scenes. His body began to heat up again. Pulling the blanket over himself, he saw that his body was covered with marks left by Obito, truly breathtaking.
Embarrassed,
Obito leaned close, deliberately blowing a breath by his ear.
You weren't like this when you were matching my rhythm.
Kakashi gently pushed him away, got up, and put on his clothes.
I'm warning you, next time don't gnaw at me like a mad dog. These marks are hard to fade, and it's getting hot. Wearing a high collar looks strange.
But Obito only caught the useful information from that sentence.
Next time. When is that? Tonight. Or tomorrow morning.
Before he could finish, a pillow came flying at him. Obito caught it steadily, and hugged it, gazing at Kakashi's back, his heart warm. After both had freshened up, the dining hall was already crowded with many people. Since there were many tourists here, it was a buffet style, offering cuisines from various countries. The owner, Mr. Takumi, saw them approaching and greeted warmly.
You two, would you like a seat by the window? It has a great view overlooking the scenery outside.
Obito nodded.
That's exactly what we want. Thank you, Mr. Takumi. You're welcome. The utensils are all placed under the counter. You can help yourselves to the food. I'll be busy now, but feel free to call me if you need anything. All right.
After Obito and Kakashi sat down, a white couple sat nearby. They smiled and nodded at Kakashi, and Kakashi returned the smile. Obito said,
Let's see what you'd like to eat. I spotted the Italian spaghetti bolognese and the salmon sushi at first glance.
Kakashi took a plate and handed one to Obito.
I want to try the Thai tom yum soup, though I'm not sure if I'll like it.
Kakashi, while eating from his own plate, also coveted Obito's.
Share a little with me. Sure.
Obito found him particularly adorable today.
The couple sitting next to us earlier was a pair of women.
Kakashi turned in astonishment.
Huh? How do you know?
Obito replied.
Because Keith's mother Yukaina and Natsuba, they were also like that.
This was the first time Kakashi had heard Obito mention this.
They were my best friends in America. I witnessed their parting in life and death and saw their courage. Even after Natsuba passed away, she left Ki behind to accompany Yukaina. Ki doesn't know.
Kakashi remembered that Ki had once mentioned Aunt Natsuba. Obito replied.
We didn't tell him. He was too young then to understand such a complicated relationship. So I've been playing the role of a father. Since Natsuba entrusted them to me on her deathbed, and my mother pressured me to marry and have children, I resorted to this desperate measure and staged this act. Now it seems I was wrong. I shouldn't have dragged them into my predicament.
Kakashi placed his hand over Obito's and stuffed a meatball into his mouth.
Let's not talk about this. Let's eat.
He didn't want Obito to sink into painful memories again. If some things had to be said, there would be a long time ahead. After dinner, Kakashi said he wanted to take a walk by the lake. According to Takumi, there was a musical fountain show every evening at 7, and many young people gathered to sing and drink. Obito said he hadn't heard current pop songs in a long time, feeling like someone left behind by the times. Kakashi smiled and tightened his grip on Obito's hand. He had a say in this, having met a group of college students through a recent short drama. He said,
It's okay, Uncle Obito can sit on the sidelines and cheer. And what about Uncle Kakashi? Would you sing a song for me? I'm tone deaf, I'm afraid you'll have nightmares. How could that be? Your voice is especially nice, especially in bed. Uchiha Obito. Alright, don't be mad. Come here, you can see the fish.
Obito pulled Kakashi, carefully stepping over the stone-paved path, and at a small bridge they looked down. Indeed, a group of goldfish was leisurely darting about. Kakashi suddenly fished out a pack of biscuits from his pocket, broke off a piece, crumbled it, and threw it onto the water. Instantly, all the fish rushed over to snatch it. Later he simply threw the whole biscuit in, watching the water splash, and the fish frolic, his heart instantly calm. Passing this small park, they could see Indigo Lake. By now the shore was already lit with lights. An evening breeze brushed their faces. Tourists sat sparsely along the bank. In the distance were mountains, and nearby was the lake, one still, one moving, perfectly complementing each other.
Let's sit here.
Obito took out a tissue to wipe the ground. Behind them was a small stall selling lucky beads that could be engraved with names. Seeing the stall owner had no customers, Obito decided to support her.
I'll buy one. Please engrave this name.
Obito wrote the 3 characters, Kakashi, on her paper. The stall owner happily picked up an engraving knife and said with gratitude,
This is my first day setting up shop, and you're my first customer. So I won't charge you.
Obito said.
No, I'll pay. This is a token of safety I'm seeking for my beloved. Only when it's bought outright does it belong to him. Sir, you are so considerate. You two will surely be happy. I hope your words come true.
Soon the crystal-clear bead was engraved with the 3 characters,
Kakashi,
small and exquisite, dazzling under the light. Obito put the lucky bead on Kakashi's wrist. The red string matched his fair skin perfectly. He asked,
Do you like it?
Kakashi turned his wrist to examine it carefully, a smile spreading across his lips. He replied,
I like it very much.
Kakashi asked him,
Last time you gave me a suit, and this time a lucky charm. What gift would you like in return?
Obito pretended to ponder for a moment, then said mysteriously,
Keep it in mind, I'll tell you when I think of something. I thought you'd be magnanimous and say it's unnecessary. Gifts are given willingly. That won't do. Since you brought it up, I'll save it. Someday when you're angry at me again, it might remind you of my kindness.
Kakashi couldn't do anything about him, but fortunately Obito was no longer as gloomy as yesterday, which was a good thing. He let him do whatever he wanted as long as it cheered him up. As it neared 7 o'clock, visitors trickled in, and the musical fountain began on time. The speakers played popular songs, and the lake shimmered with colorful lights. In sync with the music, the fountain's water jets swayed, as if possessed, now bursting like fireworks, now arching gracefully. Kakashi and Obito stood side by side, their fingers interlocked. Obito leaned close to Kakashi's ear and whispered,
If only time could freeze at this moment.
Kakashi smiled wryly. He felt the same. Every time he was with Obito, he wondered if they could break free from everything, unbound by any medium, living like this calm water, with only an occasional ripple, unlike the sea that always suffers storms.
Are you afraid?
Kakashi asked him.
Afraid of what? Changing the norm of life, like the path you've always followed, suddenly shifts direction. Perhaps what you've been insisting on isn't what you truly want. You've just hypnotized yourself into believing that this is the only path, ignoring many other possibilities.
Obito thought he understood what Kakashi meant. He had never considered these things before, but when he saw Kakashi pushing forward desperately for his work, even willing to sacrifice everything, he knew that Kakashi had always been braver than himself. He liked Kakashi. From the first sight of that slender figure spreading his wings, like a bird perched high, he was deeply captivated. He admired Kakashi's courage to cut through everything, even knowing the immense pain before death, yet still charging forward without hesitation. That was why Obito grabbed his hand, wanting to know him, to understand what torment he had endured that made him fearless of death. A flower blooming in hell welcomed its sunlight. As the music drew to a close, Obito gently pulled Kakashi into his arms, and bent down to kiss him. Kakashi wrapped his arms around Obito's waist in response. They drank in each other's breath, as if no one else existed, feeling the rapid breaths between their lips, a desire for passion, and a thirst for life. The more intense, the faster their hearts beat, longing to live to the fullest. After the show, the crowd dispersed, leisurely strolling around the lake. Though not as crowded as daytime, the night was still bustling with activity. The bride and groom taking wedding photos looked a bit stiff. The photographer was comforting them.
"It's okay, first-time marriages like this you'll get better with experience."
As he said that, everyone around laughed, and the photographer realized his mistake, immediately correcting himself.
Sorry, I mean just relax, don't be too tense, or the photos won't turn out well."
The couple didn't blame the photographer for his slip of the tongue. Instead, they were amused by his words, and loosened up. Obito and Kakashi stood nearby watching for a while. A young man, with a DSLR around his neck, came over and said,
"You two want a photo?
We can retouch it." So he was soliciting business. There were many such freelance photographers nearby, charging for taking and retouching photos. Afraid of rejection, he proactively showed Kakashi and Obito the pictures he had taken for others.
"These are all I just took. If you think they're suitable." "Wedding photos,"
Obito interrupted him. The man looked up in confusion. He had vaguely heard, but wasn't sure if he misheard, since it seemed a bit absurd for two men. Until Obito repeated,
"We want to take wedding photos. Can you do it?"
The man scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a forced smile,
"I haven't tried this before, but I suppose it's possible."
Obito said,
"It's fine. We just stand together, and you just take the photos. No retouching needed, just give us what we get."
"But when you show our photos to others, you must say they are wedding photos."
The man understood Obito's intention and made an okay gesture.
Kakashi was led by Obito to the pavilion in the center of the lake. Behind them was dim, with only landscape lights flickering, but the atmosphere was even more beautiful. Under the dark night sky, with a patch of light, their bodies bathed in the night, both appeared as gentle as figures in a painting. They were naturally good-looking. A casual snap could be a magazine cover. Obito wrapped his arm around Kakashi's shoulder, holding tightly. As the flash went off, the moment was frozen into a beautiful picture.
"All right, take a look. If you're not satisfied, we can retake."
The man handed the camera over. In the photo, both looked natural, with no forced poses or strange gestures, just standing quietly beside each other.
"It's good, nice shot,"
Obito said.
"Then I'll print them out for you now."
The man took out his portable printer from his bag, sat on the ground, and started operating.
"Want 2 copies?"
"One for each,"
Kakashi replied.
"Just one, please. If you have a frame, could you mount it?" "Yes, I have one. I'll frame it for you." Saying that, he quickly handed the finished product to Kakashi. Obito took money from his pocket and paid him. The man thanked him repeatedly, delighted. After all, customers with no demands were rare, much better than those young girls who wanted retouching 100 times.
"I'll be off now. Enjoy yourselves." "Okay, goodbye."
After the man left, Kakashi was still looking at the photo, gently stroking Obito's cheek in the picture, and laughed.
"You didn't even propose. How do you know I'm willing? Then what if I propose now? Is it too late?"
He suddenly made a move to kneel on one knee, but Kakashi quickly pulled him up.
"All right, I didn't say I'm unwilling. If you make such a big scene, we'll be in the news again tomorrow."
Obito shrugged with a smile.
"Let them. We'll make it official."
Then, changing his tone, he looked at Kakashi with a suggestive gaze.
"There's an old Chinese saying, an hour of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's not waste time, let's go back to the guest house."
Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation.
"With so many Chinese sayings, that's the only one you learned."
But he couldn't resist him, and was dragged back. Obito brazenly replied,
"Because this one is the most useful."
With only one day left until the award ceremony, the two rose early to pack their luggage. Jongwoo was already waiting downstairs. All their clothes were newly purchased, including the suitcase itself. However, lacking upscale shopping malls, they had to settle for a decent-looking one from a street stall. Its quality was mediocre, and the wheels had already become unresponsive after minimal use, forcing them to make do. Somehow, they had accumulated so many belongings that the suitcase was packed to the brim. On top lay a painting that Kakashi had instantly fallen for at the market. Its shattered glass had been reassembled, creating irregular cracks painted in a riot of colors. Kakashi adored such abstract pieces, finding them utterly fascinating. After finishing, Obito gently embraced Kakashi from behind, resting his chin on the crook of Kakashi's neck.
I'm a bit reluctant to leave.
Kakashi placed his hand over Obito's, turning his head softly to nuzzle against Obito's cheek.
We can come again another time. Who knows when that will be? There will always be time. Life is long and we'll visit many more places.
Kakashi spoke as if comforting a lost child. Though they had tacitly avoided mentioning their worries, during this period it didn't mean those troubles had vanished. Life had to go on.
Alright, let's go. I'll accompany you to the award ceremony. I want to be part of every important moment in your life.
Obito took the suitcase and bid farewell to Mr. Tutor downstairs. Mr. Tutor had prepared a gift for them to take back to Tokyo, a carved wooden box wrapped in exquisite fabric.
I had the chef make some pastries especially for you. You can enjoy them on the way. A small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll like it.
Kakashi accepted it politely with a slight nod.
Thank you, Mr. Tutor. We'll be sure to savor them.
Zhongwu came over, took their belongings, and placed them in the trunk. Once everything was ready, he started the car and drove away from the guest house. Obito asked Zhongwu,
What's the situation at the company now?
Zhongwu replied,
According to Mr. Lu Wan, the situation has already tilted entirely in favor of Mr. Ban. As for the Hong Kong matter, Mr. Quan and I had the family come forward to clarify and resolve it. So Obito, your name has been cleared. However, I'm afraid the higher-ups will find it hard to trust you again. And now all major company affairs are being handled by Mr. Ban.
Having put everything behind him during these past few days, Obito now felt the weight of these words pressing heavily on his heart. He closed his eyes and massaged his temples to ease his headache. Kakashi sensed his helplessness and gently squeezed his hand to comfort him.
I'm fine,
Obito whispered to Kakashi.
Can I go to your place? Yes.
Kakashi's heart ached for him, but with his own limited abilities, he couldn't do much to help. Besides staying by his side, he could think of no other way. When the car pulled up to Kakashi's apartment, Obito told Zhongwu to go back and wait for his call. Zhongwu was reluctant to leave Obito alone. He had always stayed close to Obito, ready to appear at the first sign of danger. Obito lit a cigarette and handed it to Zhongwu, speaking calmly.
I'm no threat to anyone anymore, Zhongwu. I'm insignificant now. So take a good rest. I'll contact you if anything comes up.
Zhongwu had witnessed Obito's most spirited years. Seeing him now so dejected and dispirited, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Yet perhaps this was the real Obito, one who could show weakness and feel aggrieved emotions that only surfaced when he was with Kakashi. After Zhongwu left, Kakashi led Obito inside.
Xiaoyan should be at work by now. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you.
Kakashi walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge. It was nearly empty, with only a tomato and 2 potatoes.
How about curry? Do you like it?
Obito sat on the sofa, lost in thought, not hearing what Kakashi said. Kakashi came over and sat beside him, wrapping his arms tightly around Obito's body. His young man had always borne his sorrows alone, but now he would no longer let him face them by himself. Kakashi said,
Yukaina and Xiao Feng are still waiting for you. You can't give up first. I'm always here, Obito. I'll accompany you in whatever you want to do. So please lean on me a little. My shoulders are broad enough.
Obito buried himself in Kakashi's embrace, listening to the steady beat of his heart, and gradually calmed down. Kakashi stroked the hair by his ear, his fingers tracing his face, his eyes, his nose finally resting on his lips. He leaned in and kissed him gently with utmost care. After a long moment, Obito finally spoke slowly.
After my father passed away, my mother became extremely strict with me. I had to excel at everything. While other children played, I was reading and writing. My peers received toys for their birthdays, but I got fountain pens or financial courses. I woke up every day to a mountain of homework, and even as a child I had to follow my mother to the company to learn proper speech, social etiquette, and how to deal with people. By the time I was in my teens, I had already thought this life isn't worth living. Until I moved back to the old house for middle school and met you there. That was my greatest fortune. My mother loosened her grip on me during that time, and all I wanted was to be with you. I loved watching you immerse yourself in novels and writing, and I loved how you were cold to everyone else but warm only to me. Kakashi, you always say I saved you, but didn't you also illuminate my dark life?
Kakashi took Obito's hand and pressed it against his own cheek. The two curled up together on the small fabric sofa. In the unlit living room, only a sliver of setting sun seeped through the gap in the curtains. Kakashi said,
Gain and loss are just part of life, things we cannot change. In truth, you never resented your mother's strictness, it was her twisted love that hurt you. You blame her for not moving on from the past and imposing her obsessions on you. You blame her for not treating herself well. But what you can't accept most is how the gentlest woman you once knew could change so drastically. That's why you followed her orders and became the person she wanted, always accommodating her, because only you had seen her love for you and you couldn't bear to hurt her.
Every word Kakashi spoke struck deep into Obito's heart. The feelings he couldn't express had all been seen by Kakashi. They were kindred spirits, so no matter how much time passed, they would always be drawn to each other. After Obito's mood improved, Kakashi slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his slightly sore arm, and asked Obito,
Do you feel like eating something I cooked? All right, I'll help you cut the potatoes.
Obito also sat up and casually smoothed out the wrinkles on Kakashi's clothes.
Do you have chili powder? I like spicy curry.
Kakashi pondered for a moment, recalling that he had indeed bought a bottle before, a spontaneous purchase during a discount sale at a newly opened supermarket. He tiptoed to reach the top of the cabinet, fumbling around for a while, until he finally found it. Kakashi studied the characters on the bottle and murmured,
This seems really spicy, can you handle it? A man should never be asked if he can handle it. Don't you already know whether I can handle it or not?
Obito teased Kakashi with feigned indignation. Kakashi smiled, gently put on an apron, and walked over to the sink to wash the vegetables. Fortunately, he found half an onion and a bag of chicken, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to make curry. Obito stood quietly beside him, peeling the potatoes. After Kakashi finished cutting the onion, he glanced over, and saw that the potato, originally the size of a fist, had been reduced by half. He pressed his forehead and said,
Young Master Uchiha, it's peeling, not executing a death by 1,000 cuts.
Saying this, he took the pitiful potato from Obito's hand and demonstrated. The peeler moved nimbly in Kakashi's hand, effortlessly scraping off a thin layer of skin, with each stroke finishing the task in less than a minute.
I remember you made a whole table of dishes before, didn't you?
Kakashi asked. Obito nodded.
The ingredients were all prepared in advance, I just did the stir-frying. So you didn't do the most troublesome part yourself. Yeah, because it's troublesome.
Obito stated it as if it were only natural.
From now on I'll wash and cut the vegetables, and you'll handle the wok. We'll divide the work, and after eating we'll play rock, paper, scissors to decide who does the dishes.
Kakashi painted a picture of the ordinary life he envisioned. 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons, spending a lifetime together. Obito watched his profile, listening intently, and was gradually infected by his words. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth.
All right, whatever you say.
After dinner, Kakashi waited a while longer, but Xiaoyan still hadn't returned. According to the calendar, he should have been on the day shift today. Could he have swapped shifts with Yuri? Kakashi dialed Xiaoyan's number.
Bro, are you home?
Xiaoyan's voice sounded muffled and slightly hoarse.
Yeah, where are you? I went back to our hometown. Auntie Huizi is unwell, so I'm taking care of her. But don't worry, she's fine now. I might not make it back tomorrow night. I'm sorry, I can't see you receive the award in person. I see, that's okay. Take good care of yourself too. Okay. Bro, how is Obito? He's doing well. All the bad things will pass.
Kakashi always spoke with particular tenderness when talking to Xiaoyan, as if coaxing a child.
That's good. As long as you're happy, I'm happy.
Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Kakashi felt that Xiao Yin was a bit off today. Although he usually said sentimental things, his tone wasn't usually this melancholic.
I'll hang up now. Say hello to Obito for me. And then after I finish my work tomorrow, I'll come pick you up and also visit Auntie Wheezy. No, bro. You've been tired lately too. Just let me handle it. I'll be back in a few days. Don't worry. I'm an adult now, don't always treat me like a child. Let me do this on my own, okay?
Kakashi was taken aback for a moment before slowly replying,
Alright, I'll wait for you to come home.
After hanging up, Kakashi sat in a daze for a while. Obito, who had finished tidying up the kitchen, came out and sat beside him. Seeing his troubled expression, he asked worriedly,
What's wrong? Who are you on the phone with?
Kakashi replied softly,
Xiao Yin. He went back to take care of Wheezy. Xiao Yin has matured, he can stand on his own now. You should be happy, so why the worried look? I don't know. I just feel uneasy. Maybe I've been overprotective of him all along, unable to let go. After all, he ended up like this because of me.
A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over him again. Obito pulled him into his embrace.
Weren't you full of wise words when you were comforting me? Why don't they work on yourself? Stop thinking. I'll carry you to bed.
Obito bent down and lifted Kakashi horizontally, carrying him toward the bedroom. That night, they didn't make love again. They simply clung to each other quietly, listening to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Even without saying another word, it was still beautiful. The next day, they slept straight until noon. Kakashi stretched out a hand from under the covers, grabbed the alarm clock on the bedside table, and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. He sat up with a start. Obito, awakened by his movement, mumbled drowsily,
Time to go. I have to go to Star's morning this afternoon. I need to discuss a contract signing with the boss there first. Alright, I'll come with you.
Obito suddenly clung to him again, burying his face in Kakashi's lower abdomen, acting spoiled, like a big dog. Kakashi ruffled his messy hair with affection.
Then let go of me first. No. Just a little longer. You're so soft.
He pinched the flesh on Kakashi's belly. Kakashi was ticklish and tried to squirm away, but Obito pinned him firmly beneath him. Kakashi glanced downward and noticed Obito's arousal. A wave of fear surged through him, making his voice tremble.
Don't mess around. Not now, really. I know. Just let me have a little taste.
With that, he lifted Kakashi's shirt and burrowed his head inside.
MPH.
Realizing that his own voice had turned strange, Kakashi quickly covered his mouth with his hand, but he still couldn't suppress the pleasure stirred by desire. The temperature under the covers rose, and their breathing grew ragged. He couldn't let it continue, or it would spiral out of control. Fortunately, Obito pulled back just in time, stopping himself. They both lay on the bed, flushed, calming down for a while, before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Kakashi was still grumbling under his breath.
If I stay with you, will I even live to old age? How could that be? I'll make sure to nourish your body well.
Obito stood in front of the mirror, helping Kakashi tie his tie.
There. Perfect. That suit I picked for you really suits you.
Kakashi adjusted himself in front of the mirror and asked,
How did you know my size?
Obito wrapped one arm around his waist from behind.
I know from holding you so many times.
Kakashi broke free, afraid that he might pounce on him again, and then they'd never leave the house.
Let's go! Don't keep Hojo waiting too long. Hojo, huh? Does he have a girlfriend?
Obito asked as they walked. Kakashi locked the door and replied,
No, he doesn't. Isn't that girl Chinatsu pretty good?
Obito, recalling that Xiao Yin had mentioned Chinatsu, like Kakashi, started playing matchmaker randomly. Kakashi saw right through him and said,
Since when did you become such a gossip? Don't meddle in other people's affairs.
As they chatted, they arrived at the building entrance. Beitao sat in the driver's seat with Shantian beside him in the passenger seat, the same aged Toyota from before, its parts rattling loudly over any distance. The car belonged to Beitao's friend, who had recently upgraded to a new vehicle and left this one for Beitao to use.
Mr. Uchiha, won't you feel uncomfortable? After all, people like you from wealthy families are used to private chauffeurs and luxury cars every day.
Beidao asked with a worried expression. Obito, however, was unconcerned. As long as Kakashi was by his side, any environment was fine. He replied,
It's fine, quite airy.
He referred to the window that couldn't seal properly, with wind always seeping through the gaps, giving him the sensation of a convertible.
Mr. Uchiha. Is that Uchiha Obito?
Shantian exclaimed in surprise. It was his first time seeing Obito, but he had recently spotted him on the news.
Yes, it's me. You must be Shantian-kun. Kakashi mentioned you, said you're witty and easy to get along with.
Shantian chuckled sheepishly, then spoke with righteous indignation.
Mr. Uchiha, I've been following that incident. The media is truly excessive. They report blindly without verifying the facts, damaging your reputation. But living in such a big family business must be tough, right? In my family of 4, I have a younger sister. We have all sorts of conflicts too, arguing every day over who showers first or who gets the chicken drumstick.
Obito laughed at his remark. Truly, this person was as amusing as Kakashi had said.
Yes, it's tough. If only it were just about chicken drumsticks. But unfortunately, there are too many things to fight over and feelings grow cold. People are blinded by interests, unable to see anything else. Hey, then just leave. Nothing is unbreakable. After I moved out of my parents' house and went back once a month, our relationship became much warmer. My mom even complains about me not visiting her often, saying she misses me, but she doesn't remember that when I lived at home, she always called me lazy and gluttonous. Truly, distance creates beauty.
Obito couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He sighed.
There are too many things beyond my control.
Sensing Obito's shift in mood, Kakashi interjected.
Shantian, stop pestering Obito. How did the task I gave you go? Kakashi-sensei, I contacted everyone. Only Niji and Tenten are willing to continue filming the next series with you. The others have found other jobs. Some even went back to their hometowns, giving up on acting altogether. I understand. One must solve the problem of survival before pursuing dreams. It's fine. But Beidao and I will always follow you.
Shantian raised his voice excitedly, his gaze sweeping past the building ahead.
That must be the place. We're here.
Chinching was not a large company, but it had made a name for itself in recent years by nurturing some talented new actors. Later it ventured into the short drama market, which offered quick returns and low costs. As one of the first companies to transition, it rode the wave of the times and made a modest profit. Obito had never been interested in the entertainment industry before. He only gained some understanding after a chance encounter with Asuma when they invested in a film together. Such small companies had never been on his radar. Now they had been led to a meeting room by the receptionist. Beidao and Shantian waited outside, but Obito insisted on accompanying Kakashi, unwilling to let him face this alone. Kakashi took a sip of hot tea, then turned to Obito.
I'm just signing a contract. It'll be quick. If you're here, just say I'm your assistant, Kakashi-sensei.
He said this while gently brushing away the stray strands of hair on Kakashi's forehead lingering over his fair skin. Kakashi grabbed his restless hand, his jet-black eyes serene.
I can't afford to hire you. No problem, I'll pay you instead.
Obito smirked ambiguously. Footsteps from outside the door interrupted their conversation. Kakashi slowly rose to his feet, while Obito remained lounging lazily in his chair, only reluctantly standing up after Kakashi nudged him with his elbow. A man in his 30s entered, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, a polite smile on his face. He greeted Kakashi with courtesy.
Mr. Hitaki, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Asano Akihiro. Welcome to Chinching.
Kakashi bowed and shook his hand.
Hello, Mr. Asano. This is Hello, I'm Hitaki, Yen, Kakashi's younger brother.
Obito interrupted, assigning himself a new identity. Asano glanced at Obito, intimidated by his aura. He thought to himself, how could this tall man be so different from his brother, one refined, the other so bold?
Both of you are very handsome. Please have a seat. Let's discuss the contract.
As a seasoned businessman, Obito could tell at a glance that this man was not of good character. His instincts rarely failed him. Asano handed the contract to Kakashi and said,
Mr. Hatake, your work won 3rd place in the Chinshin Awards. We greatly admire your creativity and would like to continue collaborating with you. Our plan is to produce 5 works per year with the content rights belonging to the company. You'll be responsible for writing, and the revenue will be split 7,030. The company takes 70, you get 30. You won't need to worry about filming, we'll handle professional directors and actors.
Kakashi listened carefully, then asked,
So you're hiring me to write scripts? Exactly. Don't worry, we have an excellent team of scriptwriters. If the script doesn't meet requirements, it will be revised later. So, Mr. Hatake, you have nothing to worry about. I don't like others tampering with my ideas.
Asano explained.
We won't tamper. Any adaptations will be discussed with you first before being processed. Rest assured. Then I have a request. Go ahead. I have 4 people in my team. I want them to join as well. They are very important partners to me.
Kakashi's tone was firm. Asano crossed his arms and smiled lightly.
Of course, no problem. You can add it in the additional terms.
Hearing this, Kakashi felt reassured. He picked up the pen to sign, but suddenly found the paper gone. Looking up, he saw Obito had taken it. Obito tapped his fingers on the table, glanced briefly at the contract, and said calmly,
Mr. Asano, you are truly a businessman, not willing to lose even a bit.
Asano, feeling guilty under Obito's sharp gaze, stammered,
What do you mean?
Obito pointed at the middle line of text and said,
On the surface, you're buying the rights to Kakashi's scripts, but this clause actually signs him as a person, and for 5 years. Even if he produces nothing during that time, he can't leave without paying a penalty. Also, regarding the revenue split, you haven't clarified whether there is a minimum base salary, nor have you specified which platform's income is included, or what accounting statements are used. You could simply claim no profit or decide the amount yourself. Who would know?
Obito paused, then suddenly slammed the table, and leaned in, aggressively lowering his voice, but still exuding authority.
Mr. Asano, this is not a partnership, it's practically an indenture. My brother is kind and naive, but I am not. If you sincerely want to negotiate, let's talk properly. Otherwise, there's no need.
Asano immediately sensed that Obito was no ordinary man from his words and demeanor, and quickly changed his tone.
We're open to discussing whatever terms you propose.
Obito stroked his chin and said with a serious expression,
First, we sign a script contract. You'll pay to acquire our work, but all modification rights will remain with Kakashi, including casting and directing decisions.
Then the profits will be split 3 parts to the screenwriter, 3 to the director, 3 to the actors, and the remaining 1 part goes to your company. If the actors or director are from your company, Kakashi will take 4 parts, otherwise you may arrange it yourselves. After each production, all financial details will be made public before final profit distribution, and the collaboration will conclude. If you wish to cooperate again, the same terms will apply. His concise and clear explanation covered every matter thoroughly. This was the first time Kakashi witnessed Obito's professional capability. He handled with ease the workplace challenges that had long plagued Kakashi. Kakashi always suffered from his poor communication skills, but now, with Obito by his side, he would no longer be easily deceived. Asano knew Obito's terms were fair. In fact, he would profit regardless. The only question was how much. After careful consideration, he finally compromised.
All right, I'll have my assistant draft a new contract right away. I look forward to working with Mr. Kaminari. And your younger brother is truly remarkable. May I ask what he does? Let's not discuss that, as it involves personal privacy.
Kakashi glanced at Obito, and silently slipped his hand into Obito's palm beneath the table, holding it firmly, without a care for onlookers. Obito smiled inwardly, though his expression remained calm. This mutual sense of security warmed him to his very core. After signing the contract, they walked to the Hiya Hotel a kilometer away. Fuja and Yamada had already arrived. Morning Star had rented an entire floor there to host the award ceremony. Although it was a small event, the atmosphere was lively. Kakashi worried others might recognize Obito, but Obito didn't mind.
Perhaps I should become a celebrity. My fame is quite high nowadays. I agree, you do look decent.
Kakashi played along.
What do you mean decent? You sound so reluctant.
Kakashi couldn't help but laugh. He loved this version of Obito, domineering and assertive in front of others, to protect him, yet only Kakashi could see his gentle, considerate, and childlike side.
Obito,
Kakashi called softly.
What is it?
Kakashi stepped into puddles left by the rain, as if returning to their youthful selves. He said,
You will always be the protagonist of my life.
Obito stopped in his tracks. Blood seemed to ripple through his veins, his entire being surging with emotion for Kakashi. If he weren't concerned about Kakashi bearing the weight of public scrutiny, Obito would have kissed him without hesitation right then and there.
Then your life must be wonderful,
Obito said, pulling Kakashi into his embrace. He gently inhaled the scent of Kakashi's hair. It smelled lovely. Kakashi smiled faintly. After a brief embrace, though both were reluctant to let go, they remembered the purpose of their outing, and strolled leisurely toward the hotel, arriving just in time. Fuja and Yamada had already claimed their seats. Neji and Tenten had also arrived, greeting them warmly.
Teacher Kakashi, why are you dressed so handsomely today? I almost didn't recognize you. I thought you were some top-tier idol.
Tenten complimented without hesitation. Obito pulled out a chair for Kakashi. Such an obvious gesture under everyone's gaze, Kakashi took a seat naturally, and turned to reply to Tenten.
You look lovely too. I rarely see you in an evening gown. Actually, I rented it, so I haven't dared to eat anything. I'm afraid of getting oil stains on it.
Though she was talking to Kakashi, her eyes kept drifting to the dazzling Uchiha, Obito, beside her. As a young girl, she naturally felt a certain admiration for mature, charming men. Tenten was no exception. Suddenly she said to Obito,
I guess you must be Teacher Kakashi's boyfriend, right?
As expected, a woman's sixth sense was remarkably sharp. Obito introduced himself generously.
Yes, I'm Uchiha Obito. I'm Tenten, and he's my friend Neji.
This is the first time I've shipped a real-life CP up close. You two are so perfectly matched.
Obito tilted his head.
What does CP mean? Kakashi also joined in, adopting his outdated mode, leaning over with curiosity. Tenten explained earnestly.
It means couple. You two are a male-male couple.
Obito nodded in understanding.
I see. So we're quite a match, aren't we? Absolutely. Your looks and figures are both outstanding. Watching handsome men fall in love with each other is truly a feast for the eyes.
Kakashi listened wordlessly to their conversation, as if two children chatting. Though childish, it was amusing. More and more people filed into the venue, and seats were running low. The stage was beautifully decorated with fresh flowers and blue borders. The host, wearing a navy blue strapless evening gown, walked onto the stage gracefully. She cleared her throat and delivered a brief opening remark. The agenda was simple. Morning Star executives would present awards to the top 3 works, followed by an internal gathering for the company. When Kakashi's team's work through the years was announced, all eyes converged upon them. Kakashi invited Fuja and the others to join him on stage. Standing under the flashing lights, he saw Obito watching him from the audience. Though it was a modest award to Kakashi, it marked a new beginning. Kakashi spoke composedly.
I'm honored to stand here. You may not know me, so let me introduce myself. My name is Kaminari Kakashi. I'm a web novelist who has been writing for 5 years, barely making a living. You may have never read my work nor care to, but that's fine. I won't stop writing just because no one appreciates it. I always believe there will be kindred spirits who resonate with my words. I thank every person who contributed to this production. Whatever the future holds, we've taken this first step steadily with no regrets. That is enough. Thank you. That concludes my speech.
Applause rose like waves. In this materialistic world, only sincerity moves deepest. Obito gazed at his beloved with unrestrained pride, relieved that he had finally found his sky instead of falling endlessly into hell. Obito welcomed Kakashi back to his side, with his eyes rose, and embraced him boldly and passionately. Whispering in Kakashi's ear, he said,
One day I will witness you soaring even higher.
Kakashi hugged him back, answering confidently.
Of course. That day won't be far away.
As the evening drew to a close, they prepared to leave. Obito took the coat and draped it over Kakashi's shoulders. Teten was complaining that she had eaten too much and feared her clothes would burst, while Niji chuckled beside her, asking why she hadn't thought of that while eating. Suddenly a figure approached from not far away, breaking their atmosphere. Everyone looked over in unison, and saw a tall, elegant man holding a bouquet of flowers stopping right in front of Kakashi.
Congratulations,
Dr. Watanabe said, his long absence startling Kakashi.
For you. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity.
Kakashi hesitated for a moment before taking the flowers.
Thank you, Dr. Watanabe. What brings you here? I'm an old acquaintance of the Morning Star's owner, but the main reason is that I heard you would be here. It's been a long time and I really wanted to see you, to know how you've been.
He spoke his heart without restraint, completely ignoring the piercing, murderous glare from Obito standing nearby. Kakashi wanted to leave quickly, searching for an excuse. Watanabe glanced behind him and asked with curiosity,
Where's Xiao Yan? Isn't he with you? He came to see me the day before yesterday. What did he need from you?
Kakashi couldn't help but worry. Watanabe replied,
He said he was suffering from neurasthenia and asked me to prescribe some medication. He also mentioned your award. He was very happy that your efforts were recognized by everyone. The day before yesterday,
Kakashi repeated to himself. But that day, he should have gone back to his hometown. He told me Keiko was unwell, and he needed to take care of her. Why would he go to see Dr. Watanabe instead? So he was lying. Kakashi's face grew darker, but he didn't want others to know what he was thinking, so he forced himself to appear normal.
He had something to do, so he didn't come. Dr. Watanabe, we should be going. Thank you again for the flowers.
With that, Watanabe no longer insisted on keeping him. He watched Kakashi's retreating figure while Obito remained silent throughout. Only after saying goodbye to everyone did Kakashi's inner panic completely erupt. His face pale, he gripped Obito's sleeve tightly.
I feel like something has happened to Xiao Yan.
Obito supported his limp body, steadying him.
Don't panic. First call Keiko to confirm. Okay.
Kakashi's hands trembled as he took out his phone and dialed Keiko's number.
Kakashi, why are you calling at this hour?
Keiko was probably already asleep. It was past 9:30 in the evening.
Aunt Keiko, is Xiao Yan with you? Xiao Yan? No, he's not. What's wrong? Oh right, he did come back, but only for a short visit. He sat in his old room reading for a while, and then left. He stayed for about half a day. I see. It's okay. He probably went out with friends and forgot to tell me, and his phone might be out of credit. That brat, when he comes back I'll have a word with him. You get some sleep.
Kakashi said, feigning nonchalance.
Alright, you rest too.
Just as she was about to hang up, Keiko suddenly remembered something.
Kakashi, is Xiao Yan in love? Why do you say that? Just a feeling. He stares at his phone and smiles to himself like someone's on his mind. But he's not young anymore. It's time he found a nice girl and settled down. And then we'll talk about that later. I'll have a chat with him. I'll hang up now. Okay. Good night.
After hanging up, Kakashi let his hand fall in despair and shook his head at Obito.
He's not at home, and his phone is unreachable. I can't find him. Don't panic. I'll drive you to look for him. Call all his friends one by one, and think of where else he might go.
As he spoke, Obito sent a message to Yugo asking him to bring the car quickly. Yugo arrived at the hotel entrance in less than 10 minutes and handed the keys to Obito.
Go find Kiba. Have him check the surveillance footage at the police station for a boy named Hitaki Xiao Yan. I'll send you the details. Give me the results as soon as possible.
Obito patted Yugo on the shoulder.
Got it. I'll go right away.
After arranging everything, Obito looked at the dejected Kakashi in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and saw him hang up the last call with a drooping head, clearly no useful information.
Xiaoyan doesn't have many friends to begin with. He's only been out of the hospital for 3 months. He's been living with me all this time. Where else could he go? Why couldn't I have cared more about him? I knew he couldn't sleep well and needed medication to maintain it, but I was too afraid to take him for a checkup, terrified they would lock him up again. I just wanted to keep him.
Kakashi slumped helplessly into the seat, covering his face with his hands. He felt that this time he might lose Xiaoyan forever.
Kakashi.
Obito pried his hands apart and made him look into his eyes.
Calm down before things are settled. We can't give up yet. The more flustered you are, the fewer clues we'll have. I've already called the police and arranged for someone to check the surveillance. Now you just need to tell me the places you think he might go. We'll search them one by one. If we don't find him, we'll keep searching. I'll be with you.
Obito's rationality brought Kakashi a moment of calm. After thinking for a moment, he thought of a place.
The university. The one he always dreamed of. The University of Tsukuba. He always said he wanted to see it in person. All right, then that's where we'll go.
Obito started the car and turned the steering wheel. The navigation showed the destination was in Ibaraki Prefecture, about 60 kilometers away, a drive of roughly an hour and 20 minutes. Obito occasionally glanced at Kakashi's state out of the corner of his eye and squeezed his hand to give him strength.
Don't be afraid. I'm here.
Kakashi curled up, as if returning to the past. But this time was different. This time Obito was here, and he was no longer alone. They finally arrived at the gate of the University of Tsukuba at 11:30 at night. It was spring break, so the entire campus was deserted. Obito walked to the security booth. The guard on duty was an elderly man with thinning hair who peered at Obito suspiciously and asked,
"Who are you looking for?"
Obito showed him a photo of Xiaoyan taken in Hong Kong on his phone and asked politely,
"Sir, have you seen this boy?"
The old man squinted but couldn't see clearly, so he fetched his reading glasses and put them on. After a careful look, he rubbed his chin and said,
"Ah, this boy. I remember him. He had a canvas bag with some dry food. He came early in the morning and begged me to let him in for a look, but I refused. Since he wasn't a student here, he couldn't just wander in. But a day later, he came back and sat on the steps eating cold rice balls. I felt sorry for him and let him in." "And then what?"
Kakashi suddenly leaned and agitated. Although Obito had told him to wait in the car, he simply could not bring himself to sit still. The old man was startled, and after calming his nerves, continued,
"I then took him for a tour around the campus. He looked around with great seriousness, so I asked if he was planning to apply to this school. He only smiled without saying anything and then left. Before he went, he left me a sandwich saying he worked at a convenience store where they often had plenty of food, so he wanted me to keep it. Such a good boy. Did he not say where he was going?"
Kakashi asked.
"No, we are just strangers who happened to meet twice. Most people would not volunteer their travel plans, would they?"
The old man appeared visibly weary of being well past midnight, and he needed to sneak away for some rest. With a hint of impatience in his tone, he said,
"Looks like you had a fallout with your family. You youngsters, don't just focus on making money, you need to pay more attention to your loved ones. All that lecturing won't help anymore. Times have changed. Now go on, I really need to close my eyes for a bit before it's fully dawn." "All right, thank you."
After Obito spoke, he pulled Kakashi back to the car.
"He came by yesterday. He might still be around. Let's check nearby hotels."
After all, Tokyo was not exactly close to this place, and without a car getting around would be inconvenient.
Kakashi could barely think straight now. He followed Obito's every instruction without question, placing absolute trust in him.
His phone buzzed in his pocket. Seeing it was Dinky calling, Obito grew cautious and immediately answered.
"Obito, we found him. He is at the Aimu Hotel in Ibaraki Prefecture."
At the same moment, Kakashi received a call from an unknown number. After listening to what the person on the other end said, he froze, completely unable to move. Grabbing Obito's hand, he said,
"The hotel called. They said Xiaoyan took pills in a suicide attempt and has just been sent to the hospital."
After exchanging a few hurried words, with Dinky Obito quickly into the call, and floored the accelerator, speeding all the way to the hospital. Before the car even came to a complete stop, Kakashi had already yanked open the door and bolted out. Obito followed close behind, and both of them sprinted straight to the emergency room. A nurse on duty at the entrance asked,
"Are you family of Hitaki in?"
Panting heavily, Kakashi replied,
"Yes, how is he?" "He swallowed nearly 3 bottles of pills. They are doing gastric lavage now. It will take some time. Someone go pay the fees." "I will go. You stay here and wait for him to come out. He will be fine."
Obito gently patted Kakashi's head and took the form from the nurse. Kakashi stared at the closed door, his entire body trembling. He did not understand how things had reached this point. Xiaoyan had promised to live well, to stay by his side forever, yet he had broken that promise. Kakashi slumped against the cold wall, as though all his strength had been drained from him. He could not stand anymore, so he crouched down and hugged his knees. Obito returned to his side, and silently embraced his shoulders, holding him close.
"I could not even see his pain. What kind of older brother am I?"
Kakashi's tears fell one by one onto the ground.
"Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault."
His illness has not fully healed, so every day he is alive is torment. But there is still hope. The nurse just mentioned there is no immediate life-threatening danger right now.
"But he gave up. It was his own choice. He rejected everything, including me."
Obito knew that no words would help right now. Kakashi had fallen into a vortex of self-blame, and if Xiaoyan never woke up, he would never forgive himself. Just then the light above the emergency room door went out, and the doctor emerged, pushing open the door. Kakashi stumbled to his feet, supported by Obito. The doctor removed his mask and said solemnly,
"We have saved his life, but it appears his brain nerves were damaged, and he may have lost his memories." "How could this happen? Does he not remember anything?"
Kakashi asked desperately.
"That is our preliminary diagnosis. He did not just swallow sleeping pills. There were various other medications mixed together, causing a severe reaction. Even the gastric lavage could not fully clear them. We will need to keep him under observation tonight. For now, please take him to the ward to rest." "All right, thank you, doctor."
Xiaoyan lay motionless on the hospital bed, his face pale, as though merely asleep. Kakashi reached out to touch his face. How had he grown so thin? His bones were prominently visible. Recently Xiaoyan kept saying he had no appetite, and could only manage a few bites. Kakashi had assumed it was because his cooking was not good enough, never considering that Xiaoyan had simply lost the desire to eat altogether. When a person loses their attachment to life, how could they possibly still harbor any desires?
"Once he is stable, we will transfer him to a major hospital in Tokyo. There has to be a way,"
Obito said. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Xiaoyan without blinking.
"Perhaps he does not want to remember. These 20-odd years have been too painful for him, so he has chosen to forget everything. It is better that you think this way. What is done is done. We can only accept it calmly." "But I cannot accept it,"
Kakashi suddenly shouted hoarsely, then wilted like a plant that had been sick for too long.
"He used such a small body to willingly take the brutality from that man on my behalf. He exchanged his entire life of humiliation for my freedom. Kakashi."
Obito was truly angry now. He grabbed Kakashi and forced him to look up.
"Do you really think Xiaoyan did all of this just so you would trap yourself for the rest of your life? You should hate the one who started this, not yourself. You are both victims."
But seeing Kakashi's red, tear-filled eyes, Obito's heart softened, and his tone grew gentler.
"Stop torturing yourself. It hurts me to watch this too. All we can do now is wait for him to wake up and take care of him properly."
Kakashi nodded. He knew Obito was right. Wiping away his tears, he sat back down beside the hospital bed. By morning both of them had not slept a wink. Their eyes were dark-rimmed, their faces haggard. Obito wrung out a warm towel and gently wiped Kakashi's hands and face.
"I am going downstairs to get breakfast. Is there anything you would like to eat?"
Kakashi said wearily.
"I am not really hungry. You need to eat even if you are not hungry. You would not want to collapse right after Xiaoyan wakes up, would you?" I will handle the shopping. You just drink some warm water for now. Mm.
Obito returned quickly. Kakashi was still sitting in the same position. Obito handed him a steaming ear of corn along with a bag of warm milk and a boiled egg.
I figured you might not feel well if I got anything too heavy, so I got something light instead. Sit over there at the table. I will keep an eye on Xiaoyan. How long does the four have left? We just changed the bottle. It should be done in about half an hour. All right, I will keep watch. Go eat quickly.
In the days that followed, Kakashi scarcely left the bedside except for brief meal breaks. When the nurse came to change the dressings, she saw him gone, and haggard from sleepless nights, almost mistaking him for a patient who had wandered from another ward. She urged him to rest. Obito could no longer bear to watch. He forcibly pressed Kakashi into a reclining chair nearby. Be a good boy and sleep.
I'm here. I can't sleep.
Kakashi struggled to rise, but Obito pinned him down, with his own body arms locked firmly around his waist. With a stern face he said, do you have any idea what you look like right now? Close your eyes, or I'll have the nurse give you a sedative. Your choice. Kakashi knew he could not out-stubborn Obito. These past days Obito had not fared much better. He had to worry about everything: buy meals, fetch medicine, and pay fees, yet he never uttered a single complaint, silently bearing it all alone. Then if Xiaoyan wakes up, you absolutely must call me. I know. Be good. If you sleep well, maybe Xiaoyan will wake up. Obito took a blanket and draped it over him, then bent down and pressed a gentle kiss on his forehead. I'll watch you sleep. Kakashi turned on his side, still wide-eyed. Obito simply gazed at him, thinking that lying down was better than sitting. Even if he wasn't sleepy now, eventually he would give in. Sure enough, after a dazed moment, Kakashi's eyelids grew heavier, slowly closed, and he sank into slumber. Obito softly brushed the stray hair from his forehead, longing to touch his skin longer, but fearing to disturb him, he withdrew with care. Alone, he stepped into the corridor. The inpatient ward was quiet in the afternoon. Obito sat on a bench by the door and checked his phone for messages. Though he hadn't been at the company lately, he was still the general manager, handling several major projects. Madara's power, however great, still had to weigh gains and losses. After all, their original intention was for the sake of the Uchiha clan. Rising again would not be difficult. He was young and capable, with plenty of energy and time to contend with them. Besides, he had been at the company for nearly 5 years, and there were still those who trusted and supported him. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Shikamaru, the only person he could fully trust now. Obito-san, where are you now? Madara-san took the real estate investment plan for Hengchuan. He said if you don't come back to handle it, he'll assign someone else. I didn't dare refuse. Now the whole company only listens to him. Hengchuan was the first project Obito had taken on. He had spent a long time bidding for that land, done much preliminary work and research drawn by its location nestled between mountains and rivers. He had decided to develop a large leisure resort combining dining, entertainment, and wellness. Obito stared at the message phone clenched in his hand. His anger surged, but he could not vent it. With Kakashi in this state, leaving was absolutely out of the question. He quickly replied to Shikamaru. I'm tied up and can't return for now. Leak the news to the old lady. Let her know the company's situation, and see how she reacts. We'll wait and see. After sitting a while longer, Obito rose and went back into the ward. Kakashi was sleeping deeply, not roused by the door's soft creak. Obito looked at the hospital bed. Xiaoyan still hadn't woken. Everything was as before. Obito sat by the bed and reached out to feel Xiaoyan's forehead for fever. He faintly sensed his lips moving, as if murmuring something very, very softly. Obito brought his ear close, excited. A faint squeezed voice came from Xiaoyan's throat. Brother, I don't want to leave you. He still had memories, but they were no longer whole. Even in the space of unconsciousness, he wanted to return to the brother he loved most. Obito rushed to call the doctor. Nurses wheeled in monitoring equipment. The attending physician, Dr. Saito, wore a grave expression as he examined Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's body heaved, then he burst into violent coughing. Get a trash can. He's going to vomit. Dr. Saito said to the nurse. Luckily they were just in time. Xiaoyan leaned over clutching his stomach and threw up. He hadn't eaten so only fluids came out. Kakashi heard the noise and rose from the recliner. Seeing Xiaoyan awake he was overwhelmed with emotion. He went behind Xiaoyan gently stroking his trembling back, tears streaming uncontrollably. It's all right. Brother is here. Are you still in pain? Xiaoyan had nothing left to vomit. Weakly leaning against the headboard he looked at Kakashi with unfamiliar eyes. Who are you? They had prepared for the possibility of memory loss, but when it actually happened the pain still cut through Kakashi's heart like a knife. I'm your brother Xiaoyan. Do you really not remember me? Brother. Xiaoyan repeated the word without emotion. I can't remember. Why am I here? My head hurts so much. Dr. Saito interjected, don't stimulate him yet. Let him rest. He's just woken up, he can't process much. Kakashi nodded. Okay. We won't talk anymore. Xiaoyan, lie down. I'll stay with you. Obito and Dr. Saito stepped outside. Obito asked anxiously, can he recover his memory? Dr. Saito replied, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Besides, the effects of the medication part of it is his own subjective choice to forget. You mean he doesn't want to remember? How could that be? He loves his brother so much. Obito couldn't understand. Yes. He must have suffered great psychological trauma. Subconsciously he is escaping. By the way, when he was brought to the hospital he had something with him. It's in my office. Come with me to get it now. Dr. Saito took a rabbit plush from a cabinet and handed it to Obito. Even when he was being rushed into the ER, he was clutching this doll tightly. I thought it must be important to him, so I kept it for him. Thank you. Obito took it. He remembered this. The day Xiaoyan was discharged from the psychiatric hospital he had carried it down the long corridor. It was a gift from Watanabe. Obito was full of confusion. He didn't know how he walked back to the ward. By then Xiaoyan, too weak, had only drunk a little kanji and fallen asleep again. Kakashi saw the doll in Obito's hand, and was also surprised. How did that get here? Dr. Saito gave it to me. He said Xiaoyan kept it with him. Obito fell silent for a moment, then finally asked Kakashi, is it possible that Xiaoyan likes Watanabe? Obito's words reminded Kakashi of Keiko's earlier question about whether Xiaoyan was in love, always staring at his phone with a dazed smile. However, when he checked his messages there was nothing unusual, just simple greetings, with Watanabe appearing to be an ordinary doctor-patient relationship. In fact, Xiaoyan even seemed somewhat afraid of Watanabe, which Kakashi had noticed since his first visit to the hospital. The look in his eyes was too complex for Kakashi to probe further. He never told me about it, but he really does sleep with that plush toy every night, and he follows Watanabe's instructions, taking the sedatives and mood-regulating pills on time. Kakashi paused suddenly, as if struck by a thought. His pupils contracted sharply, and he murmured, the medicine. All the pills Xiaoyan swallowed were given to him by Watanabe. Remember the day he was discharged? I asked why he needed to take so many pills home, even though he was assessed as fit. He just said they were from Dr. Watanabe, and I didn't question it. So he had already made up his mind to end his life back then. Now every detail seemed to align perfectly. Kakashi gazed at his sleeping brother, a sharp blade twisting in his heart, pain so intense he could barely stand. He said, he was never really healed. He just wanted to escape that cage and return to me, but he couldn't live a normal life, so he was overwhelmed with despair. In these 3 months I never noticed. I thought he just hadn't adapted yet, that it would get better with time. Obito walked over to Kakashi and comforted him. Don't dwell on it too much or you'll make yourself sick. Let's just be with him. Even if he remembers nothing, at least he's alive. We have to live on. Obito, I don't know what I would have done without you during this time. Kakashi was not one to show weakness, but faced with such a situation, he was still overwhelmed and lost. Obito smiled with relief and held him tighter. I'm glad you've let down your guard, stopped keeping score, and stopped measuring who gives more.
We've always been in this together. Everything we do for each other comes from love. When you lean on me, I lean on you too. If there's no major issue, in a few days, I want to transfer Xiaoyan back to a hospital in Tokyo. Alright, I'll handle the arrangements. Xiaoyan is asleep. You should rest beside him for a while. I'll go downstairs and get you a coffee. They have a new sea salt latte that's pretty good. Will it be too sweet? Kakashi asked. Life's been bitter enough. Let's have something sweet. Then get a slice of pistachio mousse cake too. Xiaoyan loves that flavor. Copy that. Wait for me, I'll be back soon.
Obito left the ward and walked downstairs, his mind still swirling with thoughts. He felt something wasn't that simple, so he secretly took Xiaoyan's phone and, out of Kakashi's sight, sent a message to Watanabe. Obito deliberately mimicked Xiaoyan's tone. Dr. Watanabe, are you free? I feel like I haven't been in a good state lately. I'd like to see you. After sending the message, the coffee queue reached Obito. Today the same male college intern was serving. He already recognized Obito, since not many drop-dead gorgeous guys came in every day.
The usual?
The young man asked.
No, today I'll try the new sea salt latte hot and this cake.
Obito pointed at the glass display case. The young man was a bit surprised.
I didn't know you liked sweets too. It's for my partner. I'm buying it for him. It must be nice to have someone thinking of you. I'm also chasing a girl, but she keeps turning down my invitations without outright rejecting me. It's really frustrating. I don't know if she likes me or not.
Obito glanced at his phone. No reply from Watanabe. Suddenly struck by an idea, he asked the young man.
Have you ever wondered why? Probably because she enjoys the feeling, being loved, the vanity, occasionally asking for gifts. Honestly, it's just using me. After talking to you, I think I get it. I won't contact her anymore.
The young man handed the packaged coffee and cake to Obito, who thanked him.
Good to see you woken up. Hope you find someone who's equally devoted.
After leaving the cafe, Obito took a deep breath and finally pressed the dial button. As expected, the number was out of service. It wasn't Watanabe's number at all, just a virtual conversation left behind for Kakashi to see. Using. The word the young man had used kept echoing in Obito's mind. If even a student could understand that, why did Xiaoyan walk into it with open eyes? Since it was all an illusion, there must be some truth. Obito immediately contacted Kiba, who had grown accustomed to Obito's summons. He picked up the phone and automatically waited for instructions.
Obito, give me the orders. I have a phone here. Can you recover deleted messages? That's easy. Have you, though, bring it over this afternoon. Give me 2 days. Alright, thanks. I owe you one. No trouble at all. It's an honor to work for you. Remember to treat me to a meal. Got it, I won't forget. That's all for now. Bye.
The next day, after discussing with Saito, Obito decided to bring Xiaoyan back to Tokyo. Xiaoyan was calm, as if he had become a different person. No memories, no smiles, spending most of his time staring blankly or sleeping. At a private hospital in Tokyo, Dr. Ino performed a full examination, but could do nothing. She looked at the brain CT report and sighed heavily.
This kind of amnesia is very rare. It might not be recoverable. We can only try other stimuli once his body is stronger, like significant people or impactful events could be key. Mr. Obito, you could also consult James. They've handled many complex cases and might have a solution. Your illness also. Ino.
Obito suddenly cut her off. Ino's face turned pale, realizing she had slipped up. She quickly changed the subject.
I'll go attend to my duties. Call me if you need anything.
Kakashi had heard everything. Such a clumsy cover-up was too obvious. He stared into Obito's eyes and asked,
What illness did you have?
Obito avoided his gaze, trying to brush it off lightly.
It was just a minor thing. It's already healed. Don't worry about it. I don't believe you. Then why did Ino stop herself?
Kakashi's persistence finally made Obito lower his defenses. He knew he couldn't hide it forever, and since they had already decided to face everything together, they should be completely honest with each other. Obito said,
I was suffering from an immune hemolytic crisis that required a blood transfusion to survive. Finding a perfectly compatible blood type was extremely difficult. My mother found someone in the United States who was willing to donate blood to me, and that person was Xia Yu. Xia Yu and Xuanai both slipped into the United States illegally. Their life back home was unbearable. Both grew up in an orphanage, but the director colluded with local officials, secretly forcing the fatherless and motherless girls into prostitution, so they fled. Even abroad, surviving was nearly impossible for them. Driven to desperation, they resorted to selling blood to make a living. When Xia Yu chose to donate blood to me, she had already been diagnosed with ALS. The doctor gave her only 3 to 5 years to live. To secure a safety net for Xuanai, her condition was that I help Xuanai obtain a green card and take care of both her and Xia Yu's child. The seed they had chosen long ago, which took root in Xuanai's body, accompanying her in place of Xia Yu. This story weighed far heavier than Kakashi had ever imagined. He could almost picture the countless hardships those two pitiful girls endured just to stay alive. Kakashi asked, "So is your illness cured now?" "It's mostly fine. The last transfusion was arranged by Xia Yu before she passed away." James, my attending physician in the United States, said I was fortunate. The match was timely, so my recovery was faster. Kakashi, I didn't mean to hide this from you. It's just such a long and complicated story, and I didn't know where to begin. Besides, it's all in the past now. I don't want you worrying about me anymore. You already have enough on your plate. Kakashi stepped forward and gently pulled Obito into his embrace. His fingers traced Obito's face with aching tenderness, his lips trembling as he asked, "So you left 10 years ago because you were sick?" Obito wrapped his arms around Kakashi's slender frame. He knew Kakashi still hadn't escaped the lingering anguish of that prolonged silence. It was like a fragile candle flickering in the wind, always hoping one day the sun would rise. But the night was so long and so cold, and it burned itself to nothing without ever seeing dawn. Obito kissed his eyes, wiping away the tears at the corners. Words failed him, 1,000 unspoken things pressed against his heart, converging into a single whisper. "I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for," Kakashi said. "If you had told me back then, I would have watched you go without hesitation. Obito, nothing matters more than your life. I want you to live passionately, fully." In his memory, that sunny, smiling youth remained so vivid and radiant that Kakashi had always believed he was invincible. Yet Kakashi had never known how long Obito had struggled through the mud. Kakashi took Obito's hand. The scar on the back of it was still there, long since become a part of his body impossible to erase. It was from the wooden splinters on the wall when Obito had grabbed him. Even as blood poured freely, Uchiha Obito never once considered letting go. Not wanting Kakashi to sink further into the past, Obito said, "Let the past stay in the past. What matters now is the present. Go be with Xiaoyan, he'd be so lonely on his own." "All right," Kakashi agreed, then paused and faced Obito seriously. "You've stayed with us long enough. Stop holding back for anyone's sake. Go focus on your own life, okay?" "I'm fine. I just want to spend more time with you," Obito said, his voice impossibly gentle. But Kakashi remained resolute. "Obito, I'm not the weak Kakashi I used to be. I can bear any consequences. Life goes on, and since I can't change what's already happened, I won't dwell in self-pity. I hope you feel the same. Do what you want to do instead of being trapped here. The Uchiha Obito, I know, would never be defeated so easily." Looking at Kakashi like this, Obito thought he would truly be entangled by this man for the rest of his life. He said, "What if one day the path I choose diverges from what you expect? Would you find me unreasonable?" Kakashi countered, "What is a track? What is deviation? Whatever your heart desires, your feet will naturally find a way. Not some prepaid road forcing you to walk it. Life is full of surprises, but I consider you my destined one." Obito smiled with deep understanding. He cupped Kakashi's face and kissed him fiercely, for only such an intense, direct expression could convey his obsession, so deep in his bones that it could never be quit. He knew he could give up everything except Kakashi. The moment they met, their world had already been written. He wanted to claim him as his own.
Before leaving, Obito reminded Ino to take extra care of them. Ino dared not neglect the task. After all, the largest shareholder of this hospital was Uchiha. Only after ensuring everything was settled did Obito feel at ease leaving. Back at his company office, he called Shikamaru in for a conversation. Shikamaru had been under immense pressure these past few months, and seeing Obito return, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Mr. Obito, there's a shareholders meeting this afternoon. They're planning to reassign regional authorities. I estimate.
Shikamaru didn't finish his sentence. Obito understood immediately and continued.
They want to sideline me. I get it. Do you have a plan? No plan.
Obito said it casually, leaning back in his chair.
What they can touch is nothing significant. What they really want is my operations in the United States, but those were built with my own hands. I will never hand them over.
Seeing the confident, spirited Obito return, Shikamaru felt much more at ease. The afternoon shareholders' meeting was the same gathering of elderly men. Obito's presence silenced them instantly. Madara, unfazed, calmly presided over the meeting and said,
We are all of one mind. Our focus should be domestic. Therefore, regarding your overseas investments, the board believes they should be consolidated under the group's unified management with personnel reassigned. After all, no one can be certain you aren't trying to carve out Uchiha Group's interests for yourself.
Obito listened quietly, then let out a scoff and spoke in a deep voice.
The overseas investments began during my father's lifetime. I merely continued expanding them. If you have objections, go confront him directly. Obito,
a senior family elder, suddenly spoke up.
Don't forget we have the power to strip your voting rights. Everyone has seen your actions. Who do you think would stand by your side? I will.
The door was suddenly thrown open, and all eyes turned to the entrance. Standing there was none other than Miyako. Yudai wore a navy blue velvet long dress with a dark plaid silk scarf around her neck. Though her beauty had faded compared to her prime, she still carried herself with authority, for it was she and her family that had held the Uchiha clan together through its darkest years. Thus seated at the head of the table, her sharp gaze swept across the room, and none dared to speak. She cleared her throat, folded her arms across her chest, and said,
Everyone the Uchiha Group has stood for many years. I have weathered every storm with you. Now that things have stabilized, are you stirring up trouble again?
Sitting opposite her, Madara waited calmly for her to finish, then smiled as he replied,
Sister-in-law, even juniors must face criticism when they err. After all, they carry the future of this group. Did you not educate him the same way? Indeed. But how I discipline him is my affair. Outsiders need not interfere. It is not yet your turn to point fingers. I still hold substantial shares and assets. Moreover, the future of the Uchiha Group is inextricably linked to our Fujiwara family. Without the support of my maternal clan back, then none of you would be sitting here so casually.
Her words fell silent across the room. It was undeniable that during those perilous years, when the Uchiha Group teetered on collapse, they had survived only through the Fujiwara family. This was precisely why a woman like Yudai could stand with such unshakable confidence. Madara fell silent for a moment. He seemed to have anticipated that Yudai would invoke the Fujiwara family to assert dominance. He responded steadily,
Sister-in-law, everyone acts for the good of the company. We do not seek to divide. Yet bringing home a child with no Uchiha blood and raising them as an heir, does that not strike you as unreasonable?
Immediately whispers erupted, like a pot boiling over.
What? What is he talking about? Is he telling the truth? Could it be that Uchiha Kid is not Obito's biological son?
Even Obito could no longer remain composed. He had not expected Madara to expose this before so many people. With little Maple now confined to the old estate by Yudai, once the truth was confirmed, he dreaded what she might do next. Yudai turned her gaze toward Obito. Her piercing, burning stare made him squirm, yet the words she spoke next were beyond anything he could have imagined.
I am aware. Kid is indeed not of Uchiha blood, nor do I intend to make him an heir. He is merely a 7-year-old child, not a pawn in your adult games. Obito is still young, he will have children of his own. This is no issue. If you believe this alone signifies betrayal, that is absurd.
Yudai sat upright, meeting every questioning glance with composure. She repeated firmly,
As long as I draw breath, I will see certain matters through to the end. If you have grievances, come to me directly. That is all I will say today.
As she rose to leave, Obito followed immediately. Yudai walked straight to Obito's office and instructed Shikamaru to bring her tea. Having not ventured out in some time, her body felt increasingly weary. Yudai sat on the sofa watching Obito stand before her, torn between speaking and holding back.
I know you have harbored resentment toward me all these years, viewing me as an unfit mother. You deliberately conspired against me only to fall into someone else's trap yourself. Obito, do you understand? You once grew within my womb, drawing nourishment from my body through the umbilical cord. We were bound together. So why do you treat me as your enemy?
Yudai reverted to the face of a mother. For years, she had wrapped herself in a hard, impenetrable shell, denying others the chance to approach. Because she was a woman. In the eyes of the world, women were deemed less capable than men, too indecisive to achieve greatness. Yet Yudai refused to yield. When her husband passed, and her son was but a child, she bore the burden alone. Though she stood without support behind her, she feared nothing. She sought only to prove that gender never defines a person's worth. Though she found no love in her marriage, that was not her failing, it was the man who had wronged her. Only then did Obito truly see her. Guilt flickered across his heart as his body trembled.
Did you always know Keed was not my biological son? Yes. I am well aware of all your actions. So you kept them at the old estate to protect them?
Yudai nodded.
I knew Madara would attempt to use Keed as leverage to force you from your position. Thus, they were safest under my care. However, there is no longer a need. You may return them to America whenever you wish. What is your true purpose in all of this?
Obito asked, bewildered. He simply sought an answer. Yudai sighed.
Would you believe me if I said I had no ulterior motive? You were right that day. I refused to let my life be ruined. Yet entering this marriage and wedding your father was my own choice. Breaking them apart was my stubborn decision. Perhaps this is my retribution. The fruit of my October of pregnancy is now a child filled with resentment toward me. Enough. I do not wish to speak of this further. I am weary. Please leave me to rest.
Yudai lay upon the sofa. Her slender frame showed the ravages of age, like a plant deprived of nourishment, wilting and rotting amid wind and rain. Obito softly closed the door behind him. He walked alone to the cafe downstairs, and sat quietly for some time, his mind crowded with thoughts. Yet certain matters remained unclear to him until Kinsuke appeared before his eyes.
I came to fetch the mistress, but seeing her asleep, I shall wait a while longer.
Kinsuke pulled a chair and sat opposite Obito. The old steward had served their family diligently for over 30 years, and now his once straight back had grown slightly stooped.
Young master, do you recall the day we returned to the old estate?
Kinsuke suddenly asked.
Yes. It was the first time Mother ever lowered herself and treated me with gentleness. Actually, she has always been gentle. She was merely forced to act otherwise. She feared you would grow soft and vulnerable in an environment full of wolves and tigers. Afraid she could not protect you alone, she insisted you learn to protect yourself. Returning to the old estate was also because she knew you were ill and required a better environment to recover. At that time, she struggled each day between caring for you and managing the company. Yet you never understood her. Was it not because the school there had someone whose blood type matched mine?
Kinsuke's expression shifted, clearly angered, though he quickly composed himself.
If that were the case, why did she not act? Given her nature, she would have done so directly. Yet she did not.
Obito sought only to understand. Why did such a decisive person ultimately choose to spare Kakashi? Kinsuke answered his unspoken question.
Because she saw that you loved that boy. She could not bear it.
After Kinsuke left, Obito sat in the same spot for a long time, until the sky darkened, and the flat white in his cup had long lost its warmth. Only then did he rise and head to the hospital. Before he even stepped into the ward, he vaguely heard the sound of conversation outside. A familiar figure sat beside Kakashi. It was Dr. Watanabe. Obito gently knocked on the door then walked in. Kakashi's face, which had been somewhat serious, immediately brightened with a smile as he stood up to greet him.
You're back. His tone was so familiar that anyone could tell their relationship was extraordinary.
I'm back. Did you have your checkup today?
Are the results all good?
Obito tenderly caressed Kakashi's face. Kakashi did not refuse, but instead leaned in willingly.
Everything's normal. Dr. Ito said he'll be discharged soon. That's good. Once you're out, stay at my place or I'll come over. It'll be easier for us to look after each other.
They chatted for a while before realizing there was a gaze fixed on them. Kakashi said awkwardly,
Obito Dr. Watanabe came to see Xiaoyan.
Kakashi feared Obito would be hostile toward Watanabe again, but this time something was different. Obito walked over and greeted him.
Hello, Dr. Watanabe. Hello, Mr. Uchiha. Am I interrupting? Do you want the truth? Yes, you are. But I'm used to your sanctimonious attitude.
Obito's words were sharp and direct. Watanabe shot back without flinching.
Mr. Uchiha is joking. When it comes to pretense, how could it compare to the dirty games you business elites play? That's not necessarily true. By the way, Dr. Watanabe Xiaoyan passed the evaluation without being fully recovered. As his attending physician, isn't that a major dereliction of duty? How do you have the face to come here? You should give an explanation to the family. Also, the medication he overdosed on this time was left by you. I'm curious, why did you give him so many pills at once? Shouldn't you prescribe them by course?
Every question Obito asked struck at the heart of the matter. He had an instinct that Xiaoyan's suicide was not that simple. Kakashi looked at Watanabe with confusion. Watanabe replied calmly,
Mr. Uchiha, I wasn't the only doctor involved in the evaluation. They were all authoritative psychiatrists from our hospital. We decided Xiaoyan could be discharged based on his performance. We cannot control the patient's subsequent emotional changes. Besides, isn't it too much for you to arbitrarily pin the blame on me? All right, both of you say less.
Kakashi glanced at Xiaoyan, who was still asleep, afraid the noise would wake him. He said to Watanabe,
Dr. Watanabe, please go back. Thank you for coming to see Xiaoyan, but you don't need to come again. Obito and I can take care of him. And no matter what happened between you two, it ends here. Let's have no contact from now on. Kakashi.
Watanabe called out to him, but Kakashi still had his back to him, and repeated,
Leave.
Realizing he had no chance, Watanabe cast one lingering look at Kakashi's back, then turned and walked out of the ward.
Why did you say that?
Kakashi asked Obito.
He doesn't seem like a good person.
Obito said, sitting on the sofa and casually picking up an apple. Kakashi smiled helplessly.
You're so childish. I'm serious. It's not just because he likes you, though that's the main reason. Also, I have a feeling he has something to hide. Why else would he know about Xiaoyan's situation so quickly and come to see him? You're thinking the worst of him without any evidence. How can you accuse him like that to his face?
Obito was a little displeased. He grabbed Kakashi and pulled him into his arms, resting his chin on Kakashi's shoulder.
Don't speak for him. I just hate this guy. Whenever he stands next to you, I feel terrible. You're so jealous. There are so many people who like me, you'd be sour to death.
Kakashi turned his face and rubbed against Obito's skin, sensing his fatigue. Worried, he asked,
Forget about him. Are you tired? Lean on me and rest for a while. I'm okay. With you here, I don't feel tired. I'll go pick up Xuanai and Xiao Feng tomorrow. Did you convince your mother?
Obito buried his face in the crook of Kakashi's neck, greedily drawing warmth from him like a child seeking comfort.
Actually, I've been misunderstanding her all along. Kakashi, I'm such a failure, aren't I? I can't handle any relationship well.
Kakashi turned to face him, looking into his eyes and speaking earnestly, word by word.
How could you say that? We just live in a particular environment with too many things beyond our control. Why blame yourself? A blank sheet of paper is passively stained What it becomes depends on the hand that holds the pen.
Obito hugged him.
It's a good thing you're a writer. Huh? You know how to comfort people. Everything you say sounds so nice.
A smile curved at the corners of Kakashi's mouth. He patted Obito's back and nestled calmly in his arms.
Let's sleep here tonight. We'll share a room with Xiao Yin.
Obito kissed Kakashi's forehead and replied,
Okay.
The next day Obito drove back to the old mansion to pick up Xuanai and Xiaofeng. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Xiaofeng joyfully threw himself into Obito's arms.
Daddy, where have you been? I missed you so much.
He cried, tears and snot streaming down, all smeared on the lapel of Obito's bespoke suit. Xuanai stood aside silently. She knew Obito must have been under tremendous pressure during this time, but she hadn't been able to help him. Obito bent down and stroked Xiaofeng's head.
You've grown taller. Have you been listening to Mommy? I've been very good. Daddy, can we live together from now on?
Obito looked at him with a complex expression and said earnestly,
Xiaofeng, you and Mommy will go back to the United States. Daddy will come to see you, okay? Why? We're finally together, aren't we? Because Daddy still has many things to take care of. And Mommy and I are going to get a divorce. Obito.
Xuanai looked at him in surprise, clearly not prepared to tell the child the truth so directly. Obito gave her a knowing smile, his eyes signaling her not to worry. He sat Xiaofeng on his lap and spoke to him as if talking to a friend.
Xiaofeng, do you remember Aunt Xiaoyu? I remember. She was very kind to me. In this world, there are many ways to love. A man and a woman, a man and a man, a woman and a woman. They come together because of love. So you are the child of Aunt Xiaoyu and your mother born from their love. Do you understand?
Xiaofeng's big eyes were full of confusion.
Then why did you marry Mommy? Because I wanted to protect Xiaofeng and your mother too. But Mommy and I can only be friends, not husband and wife. Even if we separate, we will still love you just the same. But we can't keep deceiving you. That would be unfair to you, and it would be irresponsible to the person in our hearts. The person in your heart. Is it Teacher Kakashi?
Xiaofeng pressed on. Obito was relieved that he wasn't throwing a tantrum, but trying to understand.
Yes, it's Teacher Kakashi. Daddy has loved him since I was a student. I've loved him for so many years. I want to be with him with all my heart.
After these words, silence fell. Xiaofeng looked at Obito calmly. Suddenly he reached out his little hand and touched Obito's face. His childish voice was filled with concern.
Daddy, be with the person you love. If that makes you happy, I'll feel happy too.
Daitu's eyes reddened. He never imagined that a child's words could touch the deepest, softest part of his heart. He held him tightly, feeling the frail body trembling slightly in his arms, as if to compensate for the childhood he had missed. Uneasily he confirmed once more.
Will you feel sad? Xiaofeng shook his head.
Dad, didn't you say I've grown up? I can understand you, but before going to America, can I see Teacher Kakashi again?
Actually, I've always missed him. Of course we can go pick up Brother Xiao Yin from the hospital together, okay? Yeah. After speaking his mind, Daitu felt a weight lifted from his heart. He stood up and looked at Xuanai, only to find her unable to hold back tears. Daitu took out a tissue and handed it to her.
It's okay. I won't let you worry anymore.
In dealing with women, Daitu had always been considerate and gentle, maintaining proper boundaries and distance.
Xuanai wiped away her tears, opened the car window, and looked at the long-lost scenery outside. Her voice came softly.
Andy has been very good to me during this time. Usually she is always alone with no one to accompany her, so she just sits there staring blankly. She has flipped through that old photo album countless times. There are photos of you as a child in it, very cute. Daitu could almost see the scene Xuanai described, but this belated affection ultimately could not withstand the long years of neglect. He still felt a pain that made it hard to breathe.
When Zhongwu drove the car to the hospital, Kakashi had already packed up and was waiting at the door with Xiao Yin. As soon as the car stopped, Xiaofeng couldn't wait to run down.
Teacher Kakashi, it's me. You haven't forgotten me, have you?
Kakashi caught him steadily, afraid he might trip and fall.
So reckless. What if you fell? Of course, I remember you, Xiaofeng. How have you been? Good, really good. Dad told me everything. He wants to be with you. Are you two getting married?
Huh?
Kakashi was stunned. He looked up and glared at Dai-Tu, who wore an expression of having confessed everything. Kakashi lowered his voice and asked,
What nonsense did you tell the kid?
Dai-Tu walked over to Kakashi and put an arm around his shoulder.
I didn't say anything wrong. We've already taken wedding photos.
Really? I want to see,
Xiaofeng said excitedly. Xuanai also walked over.
All right, stop messing around, you two. This must be Xiaoyan, right? Get in the car first. Let's talk when we get home.
Yes, Xiaoyan, this is Sister Xuanai. And Xiaofeng, do you remember? He came to see you before.
Kakashi held Xiaoyan's hand, but Xiaoyan still couldn't remember anything. However, his complexion looked much better than before.
It's okay. If you can't remember now, take your time later. No rush.
Let's go. We'll head home first,
Xuanai said considerately. She always had great empathy for those suffering from illness. Zhongwu drove to Kakashi's home as directed by Dai-Tu. He knew that Kakashi had already adapted to the new environment, and returning here might also help Xiaoyan regain his memory. As Kakashi took out the keys, he said,
The house is a bit small, don't mind it.
Xuanai replied,
Not at all. I used to live in a slum where turning around was difficult, and the whole room had only one bed. She recounted her miserable past with a light tone, as if she were just an onlooker.
Yet to Kakashi, it was still heartbreaking. He took out disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to the guests, specifically leaving a pair of pink ones for Xuanai. Xuanai took them happily and said sincerely,
Kakashi, you are truly gentle. No wonder Dai-Tu always thinks of you. Kakashi smiled gently. Dai-Tu popped his head in and interjected,
See, he's the best. Yes, you found a treasure.
Xuanai glanced around the room, surprised to find it so clean and tidy. She then looked at the kitchen and asked Kakashi,
Is there any food in the fridge? I'll cook dinner for you tonight. I'm an excellent cook. Huh? There's no food. I'll go buy some. But it's not good to let a guest work. It's fine. Don't treat me as a guest. You go buy groceries with Dai-Tu. I'll take care of Xiaoyan for you. All right then. I can manage on my own.
Xuanai pushed Dai-Tu out.
Make use of free labor. He's not doing anything anyway. It's a good chance for you two to experience this kind of daily life early.
So the two men walked out with a basket. Kakashi still couldn't believe it and asked Dai-Tu,
How did you get Xiaofeng to accept it?
He's still so young. Because I raised him. He is a child who grew up with love, so he knows how to love others. He can be tolerant, considerate, and understanding as long as you explain things to him properly. Kakashi Xiaofeng is different from us.
Kakashi took a deep breath.
Yeah, thankfully he's different. Soon they arrived at the vegetable market across from the neighborhood. Dai-Tu, visiting such a place for the first time, was immediately repelled by the various fresh smells at the entrance.
Kakashi had anticipated this. He took out a mask from his pocket and handed it to him.
Put it on, Your Highness.
Dai-Tu accepted it as if it were a treasure, following behind Kakashi, as he walked familiarly to the stall he frequented.
Granny, the cabbages look really fresh today.
Kakashi crouched down, picked two, and handed them to the elderly woman to weigh. The old woman smiled broadly when she saw Kakashi.
Kakashi, I was wondering why you hadn't come for days. I saved a few tomatoes for you. They're a gift, no charge.
That won't do, Granny. I can't take things from you for free.
Kakashi quickly exchanged a glance with Dai-Tu, who understood immediately. He took out a 1,000 yen note and handed it to the old woman. She hesitated as the amount was too large, and she had no change. Dai-Tu pressed it into her palm and said,
Keep the change. Please take it. No, this is too much.
Kakashi said.
It's okay, Granny. He won the lottery today, so he needs to do some good deeds. Just take it. If you really feel bad, I'll take 2 more potatoes.
The old woman understood their kindness and didn't refuse any more. She bowed several times in gratitude.
The next time you come I'll save fresh ones for you.
Great.
Thank you, Granny. It's me who should thank you. You're welcome. We're going to buy some meat. Goodbye, Granny.
Kakashi pulled Dai-Tu away. Dai-Tu looked at the basket of vegetables and smiled.
You're really popular. They are all pitiful people. They grow their own vegetables, travel dozens of miles from the countryside, transfer several buses to come sell their produce. They can't even afford to buy lunch, they bring their own dry rations.
So I help as much as I can.
Dai-Tu looked back at the row of stalls. Indeed, they were all elderly people, each face weathered and bodies thin, having endured much hardship from farm work. He took Kakashi's hand and leaned close to him.
How can you be so good? So good that I feel I don't deserve you. That's perfect. The old lady just now kept insisting on introducing her granddaughter to me.
Kakashi teased deliberately, and Dai-Tu's face stiffened.
I'll go get the money back,
he said jokingly.
Stop messing around. Go buy the meat.
The meat stall was at the back. The butcher was burly, wearing a leather apron, wielding a heavy, sharp cleaver. He cast a fierce glance, as if he had several lives on his conscience, but when he spoke his tone was unexpectedly warm.
Kakashi, come to buy meat. What will it be today? The beef and pork are both freshly slaughtered this morning. Both, please. Pork, lean cuts. Beef, brisket. Could you cut them into small pieces? Thank you. Sure.
The butcher raised his knife and brought it down with precision.
This piece okay?
Kakashi glanced at it.
That's fine. Go ahead.
With a series of thuds, the work was done.
Here you go, all processed. Take care.
Dai-Tu quietly took the bag the butcher handed over and naturally paid the bill. The butcher asked curiously,
Kakashi, I saw your short drama video not long ago. Got an assistant already?
Kakashi suppressed a smile.
He's my friend. All right, boss. See you another day.
After leaving the market, Dai-Tu was still sulking because Kakashi had called him his friend. Kakashi at a loss bought some red bean cake to bribe him.
Have a bite. Why get upset over this? People here are conservative and love to gossip. If I explain, I'd have to go into unnecessary details. Not worth it.
Dai-Tu wasn't genuinely angry at Kakashi, just a little disgruntled. But he grabbed the red bean cake quickly. Kakashi said it was the best in the neighborhood, a regular purchase. Dai-Tu took a bite. It was indeed delicious, sweet and fragrant. So the matter was dropped. The two carried a pile of things home. Inside, Xiaofeng and Xiaoyan were playing a game console on the sofa while Xuanai sat at the dining table reading. Seeing them laden with goods, she quickly put down her book and came over to help with the groceries. Xuanai glanced at the basket.
You bought so much,
she said with a smile. Kakashi followed her into the kitchen and noticed the book on the table.
You like reading Du Bien Chunyi too?
He asked.
It's just something to pass the time,
Xuanai replied while tidying up.
But this one has markings, so I wanted to take a look. Seems you're quite fond of this author, Kakashi. There are many underlined sentences.
Kakashi was taken aback. He had always cherished his books and never marked them. He walked to the table and saw the page Xuanai had opened to, the essay.
Under the cherry blossom tree.
A red wavy line underscored the sentence, cherry blossoms are so beautiful because corpses lie beneath the tree. Love is so mad because hatred hides in the heart. Kakashi felt a chill run through the fingers that touched the paper, an indescribable sensation. He flipped to the cover. Beneath the author's name a heart was drawn.
Du Bien Chunyi. Du Bien.
Kakashi murmured the name several times. Suddenly his face turned pale, and he trembled all over. Dai-Tu, noticing something was wrong, rushed over.
What's wrong?
Kakashi grabbed Dai-Tu's sleeve, struggling to catch his breath, his brow furrowed.
You were right. Xiaoyan's suicide might indeed be related to Du Bien. I have to find him.
Dai-Tu wrapped his arms around him.
Don't act rashly. What can you do by going now? You don't know what his intentions are toward you. Leave it to me. I'll get to the bottom of it.
Xuanai standing by didn't understand but didn't ask. She knew she should remain an observer, so she returned to the sink to wash and cut vegetables. Kakashi calmed down quickly. Daitu told him to go keep Xiaoyan company while he went to help Xuanai with the cooking. Xiaoyan and Xiao Feng were having a great time playing. He seemed to have reverted to a childlike innocence, carefree. Perhaps forgetting was indeed a good thing for Xiaoyan.
Brother, do you want to play?
Xiaoyan suddenly approached Kakashi holding his hand. He still called him brother, but without the former affection, just a title. Kakashi sat beside him, his eyes filled with sorrow.
I don't want to play. You go ahead,
he said. Xiaoyan asked.
Is something on your mind? No. I'm probably just tired. Don't worry about me.
At night Xuanai prepared a large table of dishes. The five of them ate together, and only Xiao Feng chattered incessantly, livening up the meal. Eventually he ran out of energy, and was carried out by Xuanai. Daitu instructed Zhongwu to ensure they got home safely. He watched the car disappear around the corner before slowly turning back. Kakashi too waited until Xiaoyan fell asleep, then quietly left the bedroom. Now only the two of them remained in the living room. Daitu patted the spot beside him. Kakashi naturally sat down and leaned into his arms. Daitu held him and asked,
Want some more wine?
Kakashi shook his head. He didn't feel like doing anything tonight. His mind was consumed with confronting Du Bian. Daitu understood his feelings, but would never let him take that risk.
Actually, there's something I haven't told you. What is it? A few days ago, at the hospital, I secretly took Xiaoyan's phone and sent a message to Du Bian. But it was a dead number, so I asked you to check if any messages had been deleted. This is Ya's reply.
Daitu opened his phone, which displayed a message. I will complete the task you asked me to do on time. I hope you will fulfill your promise. Kakashi sat up straight.
Did Xiaoyan send this?
Daitu nodded.
Yes. This is the only one we found, should be the last. So he didn't want to commit suicide. He had to.
The conclusion was horrifying.
Why did he do that?
Kakashi clenched his fists, unable to understand. Too many questions swirled in his mind.
We can't know for now, but I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Let's sleep first. Are you supposed to work on the Qinxing script tomorrow?
Kakashi suddenly remembered. He'd been so busy that he'd nearly forgotten he still had work to do. But now how could he focus on that?
Be good. Drink some warm milk, then go to sleep.
Daitu handed him the cup. Kakashi didn't want to worry him, so he took it and drank it all. Whether from genuine exhaustion or the lateness of the hour, he felt drowsy, and soon fell asleep. Daitu carried him to bed, silently marveling at how effective the calming herbs from Jingyi were with minimal side effects. Daitu knew Kakashi well. Any little thing would disturb his sleep and keep him restless. So he had prepared the drugged milk in advance, allowing him to finally rest well. Daitu glanced at the clock. 11 at night. After ensuring everything was fine, he left the house. Outside, Zhongwu was already waiting.
Did Xuanai and Xiao Feng get home safely? Yes, Daitu-sama. Arrange 2 people to guard here. Report any abnormalities immediately. Now let's go to Uchiha.
In the early morning, Yuanbei was at its liveliest, hidden beneath the bustling splendor of Tokyo known to few. Luxury cars were everywhere, beauties abounded. It was a playground for the wealthy young masters. No visible clues from the outside, but the deeper one ventured, the more secrets could be uncovered. The place Daitu was heading to was a club called Uchiha. He had been there a few times before, but always for social engagements. This time, however, was different. He was coming to find someone. Zhongwu went to park the car while Daitu walked in alone. The attendants at the entrance all recognized him, and the lobby manager bowed and scraped with fawning servility.
Mr. Yuzibo, we haven't seen you for a long time. The usual private room.
Daitu took a stack of bills from his pocket and slipped it into the man's pocket, then asked softly,
Where is Ji Lu?
The man immediately understood what Daitu meant and replied,
I'll take you there. No, just have him come to me. But only him alone. All right.
He then turned to call his server.
Bain, take Mr. Uchiha to the private room. Yes, manager.
The girl named Bain seemed to be a newcomer. Dai-tu hadn't seen her before. She was in her early 20s, like a fresh graduate, but she handled things steadily and methodically, which was rare. She prepared drinks and fruit, and even squeezed a hot towel for Dai-tu to wipe his hands. Dai-tu waved his hand to refuse, and said in a low voice,
Leave. Don't do anything unnecessary. All right. Call me if you need anything, Mr. Uchiha.
As soon as she pushed the door open, she collided head-on with a heavily intoxicated Ji-Lu.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Bain was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she kept apologizing repeatedly. The moment Ji-Lu saw Bain, his eyes filled with lust. He grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up, and sneered with amusement.
You again. Last time, I asked you how you played hard to get. Now you're doing this kind of job, why pretend to be so innocent?
Who's inside? You're willing to serve him, but not me. Ji-Lu's grip grew tighter, and with the alcohol clouding his mind, he was already out of control. Tears streamed down Bain's face, but that only fueled his animalistic urges instead of softening him. He recklessly tried to drag her away.
Please don't. Mister. Ji-Lu, let go of me.
Bain pleaded tearfully, looking at him in despair. Just as she was about to be forcibly taken away, a cold shout suddenly rang out from behind.
Let go.
Those two words carried immense authority. Ji-Lu rubbed his eyes, and seeing it was Dai-tu, was so startled he nearly lost his footing. He staggered back a few steps, and Bain seized the opportunity to flee the scene. Now only the two of them remained. Dai-tu gestured for him to come in. Ji-Lu dared not disobey. He stood cautiously before Dai-tu had bowed, and his intoxication had mostly subsided.
Sit down,
said Dai-tu.
I'm here to ask you a few things. If you tell the truth, I won't cause you trouble. But if you lie, things won't go well.
Ji-Lu nodded.
Ask whatever you wish. Do you know Du Bian-che, the doctor at Sanshan Hospital?
Upon hearing the name Du Bian, Ji-Lu's face drastically changed. He seemed dazed, his trembling hands clutching the hem of his clothes, and he remained silent for a long time. That reaction was enough to explain everything. Dai-tu loosened his tie, leaned back against the sofa, and looked at him leisurely.
So my information was correct. That time when Kakashi went to the club to rescue Ling Kong, it wasn't you who set up that party, it was Du Bian. You were responsible for bringing people there to entertain those perverts, right?
Dai-tu had never paid much attention to this matter before. He only knew that Kakashi had taken Ling Kong back to his villa. But later Zhong Wu, who had been secretly protecting Kakashi, mentioned that he had seen Du Bian there that day. Why would a doctor go to such a place? And how could a doctor have connections with actors in the entertainment industry? It wasn't until later, when he went to pick up Xiao Yan from the hospital, that Jing Yan's words reminded him Du Bian was the son of the director of Sanshan Hospital. That explained his formidable background. Ji-Lu knew he couldn't hide it, and confessed everything.
Du Bian knows many high-ranking officials and nobles from all walks of life, with all kinds of preferences. Originally, I didn't intend to drag Ling Kong into this. During the filming of Devouring, he was assigned to stay close to me, always following me. He looks young for his age. Once, after a social engagement, I hadn't driven and had been drinking, so I asked Ling Kong to pick me up. He was spotted by the young master of the Chung Hu family, who mistook him for a student, exactly his type. But Ling Kong refused, and Chung Hu wouldn't give up, constantly asking me for Ling Kong's information. Later, he even had Du Bian set up a party and insisted I bring Ling Kong. I couldn't refuse, so I had no choice but to trick Ling Kong into going. But that day, he didn't succeed. Kakashi showed up midway, and I don't know why, but Du Bian changed his mind and let Kakashi take Ling Kong away, even at the risk of offending Chung Hu.
Indeed, Du Bian's obsession with Kakashi ran so deep that even Dai-tu felt a chill down his spine, fearing what he might do to Kakashi. He knew he could not let Du Bian off. Dai-tu asked Ji-Lu,
"What else do you know about Du Bian?" "Nothing more. I've only met him once or twice, and we barely spoke. He's a man of deep cunning. He appears to be a refined gentleman, but his methods are ruthless. I dare not get too close. I understand. Get out of here. The movie is about to be released. Stay clean and stop frequenting such places.
Shilu nodded repeatedly and immediately got up to leave. But after a few steps, he stopped as if remembering something and said,
Mr. Yuzebo, do you know that Sanshan Hospital wasn't always just a mental hospital? It became what it is now because there were too many insane people.
With that he pulled open the door and walked out without looking back. Dai-Tu stared at the spot where Ji-Lu had stood for a long time in silence. He had originally wanted to replace Ji-Lu because of Qian Tian's influence, but in the end, he kept him solely because of his acting skills. Now it seemed his character was still lacking. But the fact that he risked revealing this information today showed he still had some conscience. Such people can only enjoy their moment of glory. Dai-Tu would give him a short-lived halo. Only when one falls from a great height does the crash become more devastating. Now, however, Dai-Tu had no mind for anything else. He had to investigate Du Bianche and the forces behind him as soon as possible. But in his current situation, what could he do? Dai-Tu had only recently returned to the country. His domestic influence had been built up slowly, but his foundation was not yet solid. Resolving such a matter required extensive connections which he precisely lacked. The only person he could think of was Yuzebo Ban. He took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and ignoring that it was already 3 in the morning directly made the call. It rang 5 times before being answered. Dai-Tu took a deep breath and hesitated for a long time before saying,
Didn't you want the 30 stake I hold? I'll give it all to you, but I need you to do me a favor.
After hanging up, he felt as if he had been drained. Nothing mattered anymore. Fame, fortune, wealth were all just external possessions. He now had nothing, yet he felt incredibly light. In this world, what he had always wanted from beginning to end was simply Kakashi. In the days that followed, Kakashi could see Obito every day, his routine as regular as that of an ordinary 9-to-5 office worker. During the day, Obito went to the company on time while Kakashi worked on the script for Morning Star at home. Kitaho was also busy with private commissions, so Kakashi decided not to participate in this shoot. He was already overwhelmed. While Kakashi worked, Xiaoyan sat nearby reading. He had recently developed a fondness for novels, pulling down a row of dusty books from the shelf and stacking them beside him. Dressed in loose cotton linen pajamas, he sat cross-legged on the plush carpet, languid and at ease. The skin exposed at his collar was fair and translucent, his collarbones particularly prominent. No matter how much Kakashi fed him, he never seemed to gain weight. After lunch, Xiaoyan would take a short nap, and Kakashi would do some housework, sweeping, mopping, organizing clothes. Since Obito moved in, the already cramped apartment had become cluttered with all sorts of necessities, tissues, trash bags, laundry detergent, and more. Obito said he didn't want Kakashi to worry about these trivial matters, only to focus on his creative work. Kakashi looked at the boxes upon boxes of goods and frowned. This was almost as much stock as a convenience store downstairs. When would they ever use it all? So whenever Kitaho and Yamada from next door needed anything, they would come knocking without hesitation.
Kakashi-sensei, do you have any disposable gloves for washing dishes?
Yamada asked casually, not really expecting anything, but to his surprise Kakashi actually found a box and handed it to him.
Here, take it.
Yamada took it in amazement and asked,
You don't happen to have toilet cleaner too, do you? Yes, lavender, lemon, and peach. Which flavor do you prefer?
Yamada was truly impressed and couldn't help but exclaim,
Obito-san is such a thoughtful person. He thinks of everything.
Kakashi was still crouched in the corner, rummaging through things, chatting idly with the bored Yamada. When he reached the bottom of a box, he suddenly pulled out a long strip of sealed condoms, about 12 boxes each containing 10. Kakashi's mind went blank when he saw the words on the box. He shoved it back in, as if it were scalding hot.
What's that?
Yamada leaned in curiously. Kakashi forced a smile and brushed it off.
Dumb! Huh? Can I have some? It's expired. Oh, too bad.
Yamada, oblivious, believed Kakashi completely. Glancing at the laptop on the coffee table, he asked,
Kakashi-sensei, how's your script coming along? Almost done, just the last part left. What genre is it? About family. This time, I wanted to focus on familial bonds. It might not be as popular as romance, but it's something I've always wanted to try.
Kakashi sat back on the sofa, rubbing his sore shoulders. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The beef brisket stew with potatoes in the pot should be almost ready. He had planned to invite Yamada to stay for dinner, but Yamada had already stood up, clutching the items, unable to hide the excitement on his face.
I have a date tonight.
Kakashi was taken aback, then said,
That's great. Have fun, you too. Yeah, I need to get ready. I'm off now. Please thank Obito-san for supporting us broke folks,
Yamada said as he walked out. Kakashi saw him to the door and smiled helplessly.
Okay, I'll pass it along. Hope your date goes well.
After closing the door, Kakashi was alone again. He sat on the carpet with a half-drunk cup of coffee, unable to stop thinking about Watanabe. Obito wouldn't let him get involved, but his unease grew, and he felt that the closer he got to the truth, the more terrifying it became. To keep from overthinking, he opened his laptop and continued writing. He lost track of time, and didn't even hear Obito come home, only felt a pair of large hands gently wrap around his waist from behind, followed by a warm chest pressing against him.
Don't move. Let me hold you for a bit. I missed you so much.
Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi completely relaxed. He leaned back into Obito's embrace, breathing in the pleasant scent of his cologne, the one he often wore.
Hidden desire. Tired?
Kakashi asked.
Not at all. Is Xiaoyan still asleep? He should be awake. I didn't go to his room. He's probably playing games. Last time Xiaofeng gave him a console, and he plays whenever he's free. And Mem, I'll cook dinner. I already made it. It'll be ready as soon as the rice is done. Yamada came by earlier. Since Kataho wasn't home, I thought he might be lonely, so I asked him to stay for dinner. I didn't expect he's in a relationship. That kid, he never mentioned it before.
Obito twirled a strand of Kakashi's hair between his fingers and replied,
Next time have him bring them over so we can meet them. You're practically his family, Kakashi-sensei. You should give your approval.
Kakashi laughed at Obito's words.
Don't meddle in other people's love lives. All right, let go. I need to serve the rice. No.
Instead of letting go, Obito held him tighter. He didn't speak, just rested his head on Kakashi's shoulder. His heart beat steadily, his breathing rising and falling. The warmth of their skin touching was something Obito was reluctant to let go of. Kakashi knew Obito was hiding something from him, but he wouldn't say, and Kakashi couldn't press him. Lately he would toss and turn at night, unable to sleep, often getting up in the middle of the night to sit alone on the balcony and smoke, sometimes for an hour. It wasn't until Xiaoyan came out of his room that they reluctantly parted. Obito got up to wash the dishes, and Kakashi glanced at the darkening sky outside, remembering the clothes still hanging out to dry. He hurried out to fetch them. The wind was strong that day, blowing the clothes to one side. Kakashi leaned out, struggling to unhook the hangers one by one from the drying rack. When he reached the last one, there was only an empty hanger. The clothes were gone. Kakashi peered down below, thinking the wind must have blown them away. They must have landed on the trees. This had happened before. He grabbed his keys and headed for the door, not forgetting to call out to Obito, who was busy in the kitchen.
The clothes blew off. I'm going to look for them.
Eat first, Obito shouted, waving a rice scoop. But Kakashi had already put on his shoes.
It's getting dark. Soon I won't be able to see. You two go ahead. I'll be right back. Then be careful.
Obito set the dishes on the table and told Xiaoyan to wash his hands. The two of them started eating first, but after a long while Kakashi still hadn't returned. A bad feeling crept into Obito's heart. He turned to Xiaoyan and said,
Stay inside and don't go anywhere. Don't open the door for anyone. I'm going to find your brother. I'll have Yugo come keep you company, okay?
Xiaoyan seemed to sense the urgency in Obito's expression and nodded obediently. Obito ran downstairs, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. The fallen garment still hung on a tree branch. When Kakashi opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, as silent as a sealed iron box, dark and empty where even the slightest sound echoed. With his vision blurred, his hearing grew exceptionally acute. The footsteps on the wooden floorboards approached from afar, carrying an oppressive weight that drew nearer and nearer.
Awake!
A tall, slender figure emerged from the darkness, the moonlight filtering through the window slits outlining his cold face. It was Watanabe. Kakashi instinctively recoiled, but his wrists emitted a clinking sound. Looking down, he realized he was bound by chains.
What do you mean by this?
Kakashi demanded, unable to reconcile the terrifying person before him with the gentle and refined Dr. Watanabe from his memories. Watanabe walked to the bedside, grabbed Kakashi's evasive hand, and pulled him close. Lifting his chin, he forced eye contact, his gaze filled with obsession.
Kakashi, you are so beautiful. The more defiant you look, the more endearing you become. Especially your eyes, they possess a deadly allure. Yet your eyes never hold me. Why? Haven't I been good enough to you? Don't touch me.
Kakashi shook off his hand.
Are you insane? Maybe. I just can't accept it. Why are you so gentle to Uchiha Obito? He can have all of you, but I can't.
Kakashi had no desire to hear any of this. He only wanted one answer.
Did you drive Xiaoyan to suicide?
Watanabe's expression turned grim.
You want to know. Does it matter that much to you? Didn't you leave him alone in the psychiatric hospital, only visiting him when it crossed your mind? His condition has a lot to do with you.
Every accusation from Watanabe struck deep into Kakashi's heart, leaving him speechless. Having achieved his aim of wounding Kakashi, Watanabe continued to dismantle his defenses.
He kept waiting for you to save him, but you never did. You were always busy, weren't you? Busy with work, busy with romance, rarely considering his feelings. To leave the hospital, he learned to disguise himself, forcing himself to act normal every day. But he would never get better. Trauma lasts a lifetime. How could it be forgotten at will?
He paused, suddenly reaching out to stroke Kakashi's stunned face, his tone softening, as if to comfort him.
He was already in great pain, living in a hopeless world, struggling against himself every day. Yet he refused to give in. He tried to find another emotional anchor, saying he liked me. What is liking? He didn't even understand it himself. He was just lonely for too long and wanted someone, and I happened to be there at that moment. If you knew all this, why did you abandon his treatment? You could have explained everything to me. I owed Xiaoyan, and I would have made amends. But as his doctor, how could you forsake him?
Kakashi did not sink into self-doubt because of Watanabe's baseless accusations. He could always recall the words Obito had spoken. He was no longer the Kakashi whose heart could be shaken by a few remarks from others. Watanabe laughed bitterly.
Kakashi, you've changed so much. Where did that sensitive, fragile, and self-deprecating Kakashi go? Is it because of him? That's none of your business. I just want to know why you gave Xiaoyan so many pills, and why you sent him those messages.
Watanabe's face twisted with rage.
Because he was in the way. His existence obstructed our relationship. But I never expected another Uchiha Obito to appear. If it weren't for him, without Obito, I still wouldn't love you.
Kakashi cut him off mercilessly.
Who I am with is my own choice. You and I will never be together. Is that so?
Watanabe leaned close to Kakashi's ear.
Do you think Uchiha Obito is a good person? He approached you only because your blood type is the most compatible with his. You're just his backup blood bank.
The word struck Kakashi like a bolt of lightning, draining the color from his face, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. A chill spread through his limbs, freezing him to the core. He stood there, stunned, unable to believe whether what Watanabe had said was true or false.
Uchiha Obito's rare disease was treated by many doctors in the early stages, including my father. Finding a compatible blood type in the country is extremely difficult, so his mother accessed the blood bank records of major hospitals and found you. Knowing your school, they moved the old residents there. From the very beginning, you were their target. Being kind to you, protecting you, it's only because one day they might need you to sustain his life. How could they let go of such a precious container so easily? Stop it.
Kakashi covered his ears trying to silence him. He didn't want to hear another word, but Watanabe was determined to destroy every belief he held.
Kakashi, in a world where interests come first, speaking of feelings is ridiculous. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. He will always put himself first. Don't you understand? He won't give up everything he has for you. Their bloodline must continue through generations. What can you give him? Can you bear his children? Don't be foolish. You and he can never be together.
He had to admit that Watanabe was not wrong. For a long time Kakashi had been avoiding this issue, but now he was forced to face it.
But I am willing to give up everything for you,
Watanabe said, gazing at Kakashi with deep affection. Unconsciously, he had already wrapped his arms around Kakashi's waist, pulling him into an embrace.
Give me a chance. Let me take care of you.
He leaned in, attempting to kiss Kakashi's lips. Just as he was about to succeed, Kakashi pushed him away with all his strength. In those stubborn eyes surged nothing but icy disgust and resistance. This unyielding attitude enraged Watanabe. He lunged forward, pressing Kakashi down beneath him, frantically tearing at his clothes. Kakashi struggled violently, the two evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand.
Watanabe Tetsu, what are you trying to do? Rape me, is that it? Then let me tell you, you will never compare to Obito. He never forces me, never disregards my feelings. Every time I've been with him, it was willing. I want to be under him. But what you do only makes me sick. You've trapped me now. If you want to take me, I can't fight back. But I will hate you for the rest of my life.
Watanabe's heart ached beyond measure. He didn't know how things had come to this. He only loved someone, but that person was always beyond reach, and no matter what he did, it was futile. So he resorted to such extreme measures to keep him. In the end, he released his grip on Kakashi's hands, pulled back, and slumped onto the floor, sitting with his back to Kakashi.
What if I had met you before him? Would you have chosen me?
Kakashi's gaze was heavy, his voice firm and resolute.
No. From beginning to end, I only want him.
At that moment, Watanabe finally conceded defeat. He leaned against the bed, drained of all strength, and said,
You want the truth? I'll tell you.
I hadn't had a full night's sleep in a long time, but if I didn't sleep, Sister Jingyin would come and give me an injection. The needle was thick and sharp, and the pain would spread instantly as it pierced my vein. I've been afraid of pain since I was a child, so I could only hypnotize myself. Just like every time my brother came to see me, I pretended I was doing well, so he could live without worry, without burden, and without guilt. The hospital only allowed visits on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, so I would always look forward to seeing my brother on those 3 days. I knew he was busy making money. My illness was chronic and required a lot of medical expenses, so he always scrimped and saved, spending every cent on me. His clothes were years old, washed until they were faded and discolored, yet he refused to throw them away. When he went out, he would pack 2 discounted buy one get one free rice balls in his bag, eating 1 for lunch and 1 for dinner, skimping through the day. So every time I saw him, he looked exceptionally thin, and his complexion was terrible. There was a period when he called to say he was working on a manuscript and might not be able to visit for a week or 2. Although I felt terrible inside, I pretended to be fine, saying it didn't matter.
It doesn't matter,
I kept telling myself over and over again.
Xiaoyan, there's a new doctor, and he's really handsome.
Matsushima nurse burst in early in the morning with her usual bustling energy, her trolley laden with a dazzling array of medicine bottles, making her look like a vendor hawking snacks on a train. I was about to peek out when I heard a steady, unhurried footsteps approaching. Then a figure slowly came into view. Matsushima nurse timidly greeted.
Hello, Dr. Watanabe.
For someone usually so boisterous, she could actually blush and look shy. It was quite amusing. Dr. Watanabe wore an ordinary white coat, but unlike the balding attending physicians, the garment looked more elegant on him. He had a great physique, clearly from a habit of working out, with perfectly defined muscle lines. Like a voyeur, I didn't hear him asking me a question until he repeated,
Are you Chi Mu Yen?
I pulled myself together and replied,
Yes. Hello, Dr. Watanabe. Hello. I'll be your attending physician from now on. Nice to meet you.
After saying that, Dr. Watanabe didn't leave. Instead, he pulled up a chair and sat beside me. Matsushima nurse had gone to distribute medicine in other wards, leaving just the two of us. He looked at me silently, staring straight into my eyes, then said firmly in a declarative tone,
You were crying last night. Can you tell me why?
I thought I had hidden it well, but he saw through me at a glance. Seeing me stunned, he softened his voice.
It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. But if you ever feel like talking, feel free to come to me. I want to be discharged.
I followed his words. This was the first time I had made such a request to someone I had known for less than half an hour. He didn't seem surprised but glanced down at the medical records in his hand.
I'll help you, but you have to listen to me, understand?
I nodded, my lips involuntarily curling up. His,
It doesn't matter,
was different from my self-deception. It gave me a sense of security. From that day on, I always looked forward to Dr. Watanabe coming to work. I became as gossipy as Nurse Suzuki and Nurse Matsushima, listening to them talk about his little habits. He liked to sit by the window when eating, preferred Russian literature, insisted on having his white coat perfectly ironed before wearing it, and even used aromatherapy for a while before falling asleep during his afternoon nap. I thought life would go on as usual, at least during the times when my brother couldn't visit. There was someone willing to keep me company. He would give me small gifts when the medicine was too bitter to swallow. He would fish candies out of his pocket and pop them into my mouth. Every night shift, while he worked, I would sit on the small bed in his office. He never chased me away, but when it got too late, he would worry about my disrupted sleep schedule, drape his thin blanket over me, and force me to close my eyes.
If you want to go home, you can't stay up late. Hurry up and sleep. I'll stay right here with you.
He kept his word too. Even when Nurse Matsushima came to check on me at night, and found me not in my own bed, she stormed in ready to tattle, only to find me already fast asleep. Dr. Watanabe gestured for her to keep quiet, then walked up to her and said,
It's fine. He can sleep here from now on.
I don't know what expression Nurse Matsushima made, but it must have been unpleasant. Her feelings had never been reciprocated yet. I could so easily receive Dr. Watanabe's care. Do I like him? I kept asking myself that. What were my feelings for Dr. Watanabe? And how did he see me? I was a broken, incomplete person, a person full of stains. But I still wanted to tell him. Maybe I truly liked him. That day, he wasn't scheduled to work, but somehow, he came to the office. It was a holiday, and only Nurse Suzuki was at the nurse's station. She was carrying an 4-drip to the new girl in bed 13, sighing and lamenting as she walked, pitying how young she was to suffer such a fate. Then she glanced at me. I smiled at her and said,
She'll get used to it. There's no other choice.
Nurse Suzuki looked at me, then suddenly came over and hugged me. I knew she was pitying the teenage me just as desperate and helpless as the new girl. That hug was incredibly warm. I think I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Nurse Suzuki released me and asked,
Are you looking for Dr. Watanabe? He went to the document room.
I walked slowly in the direction she pointed, rehearsing in my mind how to finally voice the words I had kept hidden for so long. But before I could knock on the doorframe, I heard voices inside. Who could it be at this hour? The familiar voice was Dr. Watanabe's, the other was a stranger. Watanabe.
The girl named Ami who had liposuction and got infected. She passed away last month. Her father has become suspicious and wants to call the police to investigate.
Stranger.
Just throw some money at the problem and get it over with. Don't drag it out. Blame her for having such beautiful eyes. Others get jealous.
Watanabe.
Okay, I understand. There are a few more surgeries lined up. Let's do them all next week. That'll be more efficient. Father, after these, I don't want to continue anymore. Don't forget what you promised me.
I heard everything clearly. It was a conversation between Dr. Watanabe and his father. With just a few words, they decided someone's life. My heart was gripped with terror, my legs weak. I wanted to turn and flee, but I accidentally knocked over a potted plant by the door. With a crash, the ceramic container shattered into pieces. Dr. Watanabe rushed out and saw me. He was so stunned, he couldn't speak for a long moment.
"Who's there?"
his father called from inside. Dr. Watanabe clamped his hand tightly over my mouth.
"It's a stray cat. I'll take it out."
With that, he led me into his office. He released his hand from over my mouth, gazing at me with a complex expression, as if I were the one who instigated it all. He asked,
"You heard everything, didn't you?" I nodded in acknowledgement.
"Why did you admit it? You could have said you knew nothing, that you were just passing by. Why did you have to confess?" His voice grew increasingly agitated. I couldn't understand what was wrong with him. It wasn't the fury of a man whose scheme had been exposed, but rather a reproach that I had refused to heed his warnings and jumped headlong into the trap. Perhaps it was my imagination. When I insisted on moving closer, he took another step back, his expression twisted with menace.
"Don't you dare breathe a word of what happened today, do you hear me? You're a mental patient. Even if you told someone, no one would believe you. So, Dr. Watanabe, you've always seen me as nothing but a patient, haven't you? Just like everyone else, you think I'm insane, that my words are unworthy of trust. But I can't pretend I know nothing. Shimu Yen."
He called me by my full name.
"Don't you want to go home? If you do, then listen to me."
The same words no longer felt warm. My sorrow and grief surged up, and the words I couldn't speak were swallowed back down bitterer than medicine. But he would never give me candy again, because this pain was his doing. I told him I understood that I was going back to my ward to sleep. Perhaps after a nap I could pretend it was all a dream. In the days that followed, everything seemed to return to how it was before. My brother came to visit me, bringing a child named Xiao Feng, whom he said was his student. The child was very cute. Whether it was my imagination or not, I felt my brother was different. He smiled more often and looked healthier. He must have been doing well lately, so I couldn't burden him with my troubles during his happiest moments. That would only make him worry for me again. My brother's arrival captured Dr. Watanabe's attention. I watched the way he stared at my brother, different from the way he looked at anyone else. It was a gaze of predatory desire, of wanting to possess. Was this affection? The thought crossed my mind for the second time. Perhaps, in every subsequent meeting, Dr. Watanabe would show my brother an admiration and tenderness rarely seen in others. And precisely because of this, he grew more afraid of my existence. I was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment and expose the secrets he had so carefully hidden. So he would not let me stay.
"Xiaoyan, you'll pass tomorrow's evaluation. I've already arranged it. But if you want to protect Kakashi, do as I say."
We stood on the hospital rooftop where we could see the distant scenery, the city I yearned for. I said,
"Dr. Watanabe, your father has already spotted me through the surveillance cameras, hasn't he?"
"He must want to silence me permanently. What are your thoughts?"
He hadn't expected me to be so clear-headed. His eyes widened as he looked at me, then he let out a helpless sigh.
"I never wanted you to die." I lowered my head and gave a faint smile.
"All right, I'll do everything you say. But you cannot harm my brother, or I will fight you with everything I have. Dr. Watanabe, no one in this world is more important to me than my brother. When I was young, I could shield him from demons, and now I would give everything for him."
He listened quietly to my words, silent for a long, long time. Then he took 2 bottles of pills from his pocket and handed them to me.
"After you're discharged, I'll give you 3 months to be together as a family. Then take all these pills. Make it look like a suicide attempt. It will make you lose your memory. Perhaps this is better for you, to forget everything and start anew. All right."
I took the pills from his hand. The bottle still held the warmth of his fingers, yet his words were so cold. I looked up at the grayish sky. It seemed like rain was coming. I asked him,
"Why can't you bring yourself to kill me? Only the dead can keep secrets forever, isn't that right?"
He didn't answer. It was fine. I didn't need an answer anymore. After being discharged, I cherished every moment with my brother. I couldn't bear to sleep, wanting to stay by his side every second and minute. I saw the bond between brother Daitu and my brother, how happy they were together. I wished it could last forever. Someone loved my brother, watched over him for me, and I could let go of everything and forget. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, I visited the University of Tsukuba, which I had longed for. The security guard there was kind. Seeing me hesitating and lingering, he took the initiative to show me around. He said it was a wonderful place, and encouraged me to work hard to get in. I smiled and nodded, but couldn't utter a single word for fear that I would start crying. So until I left, I remained silent, giving him the last sandwich from my bag. My final meeting with Dr. Watanabe was at a coffee shop downstairs from the hotel. He slipped the sleeping pills into my palm, but couldn't bring himself to look at me. He said this was the last kind. 3 pills combined would end my suffering. People came and went around us, mostly couples discussing interesting things, where to eat at a trendy restaurant or weekend date plans. Only we sat there calmly talking about life and death.
Dr. Watanabe, do you like my brother?
He didn't hesitate.
Yes. But he doesn't like you. Can you let go? Don't hurt him. His life has been too hard. He's carried all the burdens alone. Ever since middle school, he never had a proper rest. He worked multiple jobs, and even in college, while others went out to have fun and date, he was constantly juggling part-time gigs at various shops. Sometimes, when he came to see me, he would fall asleep mid-sentence. I took a sip of coffee. It was so bitter. Why would anyone like this drink? Suddenly, I felt a sharp ache in my nose. I wanted to reach for the glass of water beside me, but as I turned my head, tears spilled down my cheeks, dripping into the cup. Now the coffee tasted even more bitter. I have to go.
I stood up, wiping my tears with my hands in a clumsy manner, but they kept falling beyond my control.
Xiaoyan.
He called my name.
I'm sorry. Yes, you truly are a terrifying person, Dr. Watanabe. If I had the power, I would make you pay for everything. But I can't do anything.
I crouched down and sobbed loudly.
I can't do anything. Because I love you and I hate you.
The outcome of the story was already known to all. Kakashi sat in the center of the bed, his mind flooded with images of Xiaoyan struggling to break free. His loneliness, his unrequited love, his inability to let go of hatred. All of it unfolded before his eyes, like frames of a film, one after another. Kakashi looked up at Watanabe with resentment.
Watanabe Toru, how could you bear to do this?
Even as he spoke, tears slipped down his cheeks against his will.
Kakashi,
Watanabe didn't know what else to say. Kakashi recoiled from his touch. Even the thought of looking at him made him feel sick.
I don't want to speak to you anymore. Unlock these chains and let me go. Stop making things worse. I can't. I won't let you go. I've already reached the point of no return.
He said it in despair, then suddenly glanced toward the door. Loud noises were approaching from outside. Others were coming. Kakashi instinctively gripped the bedsheet beneath him. He couldn't find a way to escape, yet strangely Watanabe was equally on guard, which meant those people hadn't been summoned by him.
Who's outside?
Kakashi asked him. A cold sweat formed on Watanabe's forehead. He took the key from his pocket, walked over to Kakashi, and his hands trembled as he fumbled for the lock.
My father sent people. I'll take you away. Where else is there to go? Have they come to kill me? No, rest assured. I'll protect you.
The more panicked Watanabe became, the clumsier he grew. He couldn't seem to unlock the chain no matter what. His hands kept trembling. Deep down he already knew the answer. Eventually he managed to undo it. He reached out to grab Kakashi's hand, but Kakashi pulled away again.
Don't say another word. I'll handle this. Just follow behind me.
Kakashi could only trust him one more time. A series of knocks echoed, growing louder.
Young Master Watanabe, please open the door. It's Jingmi.
He was the most ruthless man under Kakashi's father, known for acting swiftly and decisively, and never backing down until he achieved his goal. Watanabe hadn't expected him to come. He barked at the door.
When did it become your place to interfere? It's Mr. Watanabe's order. I have no choice. Please don't make things difficult for me. Get lost.
Watanabe's usual composure had completely vanished. After a moment of silence, a calm voice drifted through.
Then I'm sorry to trouble you.
Jingmi kicked the door open, followed by 4 subordinates, each of them a formidable opponent. Watanabe instinctively pulled Kakashi behind him. He had foreseen this outcome the moment he let Xiaoyan go. His father had never intended to drop it, so he would personally intervene, otherwise the entire backing of Sanshan Hospital would collapse.
Young Master Watanabe, I'm here to take him. Please step aside, or you may get hurt in the process.
Jingmi's gaze locked onto Kakashi. Watanabe still refused to yield.
If you want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to go through me first.
Watching the scene unfold, Kakashi couldn't understand how things had come to this. He didn't want to see anyone else hurt anymore. Grasping Watanabe's sleeve, he said,
There's no point in putting on a show. Whether it's you or them, the result will be the same. Step aside.
Those words struck Watanabe to the core. In despair, he turned his head away, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. He knew that because of Xiaoyan, Kakashi would never forgive him. Kakashi slowly stepped out from behind Watanabe, walking toward Jingmi. Facing the imposing bodyguard calmly, he asked,
You've stained your hands with the blood of many innocent people, haven't you?
Jingmi smirked.
Perhaps you'll be next, Mr. Hataki. You really shouldn't have known so much. I have evidence. If you kill me, someone will make it public.
Kakashi spoke with feigned calm, though he had nothing at all. He was gambling on Obito coming to rescue him. Jingmi fell for it. He dared rashly, instead ordering his men to tie Kakashi's hands behind his back and escort him to the car.
Kakashi!
Watanabe tried to intervene, but was blocked by 2 of the men. Once inside the car, Jingmi placed a black hood over Kakashi's head, plunging him into darkness. He had no idea where he was being taken, and could only judge the route by the sounds around him. But the dead of night was terrifyingly quiet. The car drove for nearly an hour before stopping. Jingmi led him into a room and removed the hood. Kakashi immediately recognized the pungent smell of disinfectant. It was a hospital, but not an ordinary one. It was a secretive, illegitimate medical facility, its walls lined with grotesque specimens of human organs preserved in formalin.
Mr. Hataki, you'll spend the night here. Are you frightened? Many surgeries have been performed in this very room. Have you ever heard the screams of someone dying?
Jingmi laughed twistedly.
The sound made when a scalpel cuts through skin and rips out a living heart. That's the most beautiful melody. You can even feel it still beating in your hand.
Kakashi had already pieced it together. On the surface, Watanabe's father was the director of a psychiatric hospital, but behind closed doors, he was involved in the gray market trade of human organs. With that, Jingmi and his men left, locking the door from the outside. There was no escape. The window was sealed shut. Without a single light, terror wrapped itself around Kakashi like a shroud. He curled into the corner, phone confiscated, completely cut off from the world. He forced himself to stay calm. At least Watanabe's father wouldn't kill him yet. He couldn't be sure whether Kakashi truly held any evidence. Leaning against the cold wall, Kakashi thought that Obito must be going mad worrying about his disappearance. Even after learning everything from Watanabe, Kakashi never once doubted Obito's love for him. He would come. He would definitely come. Kakashi held on to that conviction firmly, just as he had grabbed the hand all those years ago.
Do you trust me?
Obito had asked him the same question back then, his body plummeting downward, yet never once considering letting go. Kakashi looked at that unfamiliar boy and replied,
Yes, I trust you.
Obito's lips curved into the faintest smile.
Then I will definitely pull you up.
He had kept his promise. He had dragged Kakashi out of the darkness. No matter how many times fate tested them, Kakashi remained certain Obito would never abandon him. At 3 in the morning, the entire city was shrouded in darkness, both serene and eerie. A black Lexus sped down the highway, weaving through layers of thick fog before coming to a stop in front of a villa on the outskirts. Once the car came to a halt, Ben hurried over to greet him, his face brimming with smiles, as he addressed the man before him.
Mr. Marino, it's an honor. I apologize for having to trouble you to come here so late.
Ben rarely spoke to anyone with such deference, but this man was different. His stern, unsmiling face bore several scars, trophies from his youth. He was tall and imposing, his sharp eyes catching every rustle and movement. In response to Ben's words, he merely nodded calmly. Ben introduced Obito to him.
Obito, this is Marino Ibiki, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He's come specially to handle this case.
2 days had passed since Kakashi's disappearance, and Obito had not slept a wink. Now clutching at this lifeline, he bowed to Marino and said,
Mr. Marino, please come in.
Marino followed them into the villa and got straight to the point.
Recount every detail you know without holding anything back. All right.
Obito laid out the entire sequence of events to Marino, presenting it with clear logic. Marino listened quietly, without any change in expression, then seized on key points.
Where was his phone signal last lost? Did you investigate Sanshan Hospital? And has Watanabe Toru been confirmed as unreachable?
Obito answered truthfully.
Kakashi's phone was deliberately destroyed the moment he went missing. I've been unable to contact him. As for Sanshan Hospital 30 years ago, it was an ordinary hospital, but after a change of director, the current one, Watanabe Hiroshi, it gradually transformed into a psychiatric institution. His son Watanabe Toru serves as the chief physician there. Watanabe Hiroshi intends to groom him as his successor. I suspect it was Toru who took Kakashi, but now I can't find him either. There's also a key figure, Kakashi's younger brother. He was forced into suicide a while ago, and now suffers from amnesia. Before his suicide, he left behind some clues. I believe he accidentally stumbled upon something he shouldn't have, which led to this.
Though Obito was burning with anxiety, desperate to unearth Kakashi from the very ground, he remained composed and relied on professional help. Ben said that the local police might have been bribed by Watanabe Hiroshi, so he had used his extensive connections to bring in Marino. Marino pondered for a moment and said,
From what I understand, the hospital's predecessor was famous for cosmetic surgery. Watanabe Hiroshi also dabbled in the entertainment industry and was acquainted with many major investors, though he has kept a low profile in recent years. So perhaps the psychiatric hospital is just a front. The real key is forcing entertainers to undergo plastic surgery for profit. Plastic surgery. Profit.
Obito murmured the words, a chill running down his spine. Seeming to realize something, he fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a black USB drive.
I understand now. All these events are connected.
Obito excitedly plugged the drive into his computer, displaying its contents, many photos taken by the victims. Obito said,
This was given to me by Yugugo. She once told me that her fiancé Hade had endured a horrific plastic surgery incident, but miraculously survived. However, they were both unconscious during the operation and woke up in a different location, so they had no way of knowing who was responsible or where it took place.
Marino's usually calm face showed a subtle change. These fragmented pieces floating in his mind indeed seemed to be linked.
All right, Mr. Obito, I'll deploy additional police forces for a thorough investigation. Thank you for the leads. Please do not take any rash action before we have clarity.
With that, Marino rose to leave. Ben saw him to the door, and when he returned, Obito already had the car keys in hand, ready to go. Ben stopped him.
Where are you going? Leave me alone.
Obito shook off his hand, determined to leave.
Marino said he'll handle it. Don't cause trouble. Let go of me. I can't just sit here and wait. Every moment I waste, Kakashi faces more danger. Obito, the police are more professional than you. In your current state, how can you even search? You're about to collapse.
Obito was deaf to Ban's words. He pushed Ban away with force, pressing his elbow against Ban's neck, glaring at him with a look of uncontrollable fury for the first time, and said through gritted teeth,
No matter what, I will find Kakashi.
Suddenly his tone softened, laced with sorrow.
I can't abandon him.
Ban looked at his desperate expression, his eyes bloodshot yet still holding on, and finally relented, unable to outstubborn him.
I'll find some people to go with you. You must be extremely careful.
Obito nodded. Ban sighed helplessly, watching his frenzied nephew, a whirlwind of emotions churning inside him. He was truly a chip off the old block. Yet Ban still couldn't understand and frowned at him.
Is it worth it to give up everything for one person?
Obito slowly released his grip on Ban, his voice calm, but fiercely resolute.
Worth it. I only want him.
With those words, he lingered no longer, turned around and strode away without looking back. Time ticked by and Obito was like a taut string that could snap at any moment. He had traversed every corner of the city, but still no sign of Kakashi. Yet he knew he couldn't stop. Then an unfamiliar call came through.
Hello, Uchiha Obito.
That familiar voice, it was Watanabe Toru. Obito gripped the phone tightly, his voice seething with rage.
Where have you taken Kakashi?
Watanabe let out a light laugh.
Uchiha Obito, in the end I lost. What do you mean?
Watanabe paused for a moment, took a deep breath and said,
I'm sorry. I've harmed him. He was taken away by my father. I don't know where he's gone, but my father is ruthless. He won't let him off easily.
Obito went completely berserk and shouted into the phone.
You bastard. If anything happens to him, I'll kill you.
Watanabe said nothing. In the long silence that followed, only the sound of their breathing traveled through the airwaves. Obito's fury, Watanabe's lament, both bound by the same person. Just before the call ended, Watanabe's voice drifted again, faint and somber.
Uchiha Obito, I'm turning myself in to the police. Consider this my final act of atonement.
Kakashi didn't know how he had suddenly fallen asleep. When he woke up again, he was still in a pitch-black environment. Since the room was sealed, he had no idea whether it was day or night outside. There was no tool to measure time nor any human voice. Even the strongest person would find it unbearable. The lock clicked open, allowing a sliver of light from outside to seep in. Rubbing his sore eyes, Kakashi looked at the visitor, a middle-aged man around 50 dressed in a gray suit. His demeanor was distinctly different from the bodyguards. Without needing to guess, Kakashi knew he was Watanabe's father, Watanabe Hiroshi. He ordered someone to turn on the only ceiling light from outside, then slowly walked toward Kakashi. In his hand was a string of prayer beads, which he kept rolling and fidgeting in his palm. A wolf in sheep's clothing. That was Kakashi's first impression of him. He stopped in front of Kakashi and gave a glance to the bodyguards beside him. They instantly understood and picked up ropes to tie Kakashi to the operating table. Kakashi struggled violently, but his strength was too weak to resist.
What are you going to do?
Watanabe Hiroshi looked at Kakashi with an eerie expression, then uttered the cruelest words in the most composed voice.
Drain all his blood. Yes, sir. Let me go.
Kakashi stared in terror at the approaching man whose instruments and equipment were all meant to end his life. Watanabe Hiroshi sat nearby, intending to witness a living person being tortured to death. He said,
Ataki Kakashi, isn't it?
You're quite impressive to make my son willingly turn himself in, and even expose me. He obeyed me for 30 years, but because of you he dares to rebel against me. What was he saying? Kakashi's eyes widened as he stared at him, unable to believe that Watanabe Toru would do such a thing. But from his expression, it seemed he wasn't lying. Watanabe Hiroshi personally picked up a needle from the tray, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy.
I know your blood is valuable. Consider it your last bit of usefulness.
Kakashi, in my eyes, people are divided into only two types, those with value and those without. Watanabe Toru belongs to the latter. Although I've been grooming him all along, he's not ruthless enough. He always lets sentiment cloud his judgment at critical moments. If he hadn't let your brother go back, then none of this would have happened. This useless waste.
He's your son. Are you just using him?
Kakashi demanded.
Son! So what? What is emotion compared to money and fame? Everything he has today is because of me. Otherwise he'd be nothing.
If I had known he would betray me, I would have strangled him at birth.
Watanabe Hiroshi's face twisted into a grimace, as if he were talking about an enemy, not a blood relative.
Kakashi knew that talking further with such a cold-blooded man was futile. But for now, it was merely a way to stall for time. One way or another he couldn't escape death today. Watanabe Hiroshi had no intention of continuing the pointless exchange. The syringe was filled with anesthetic. With one injection Kakashi would lose consciousness and be at their mercy. Kakashi closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. What else could he do? But what awaited him was not the pain of a needle piercing his skin, but the sudden intrusion of someone bursting through the door, breaking through all obstacles, and rushing straight toward him.
Kakashi!
He called his name with such long-lost tenderness. As he cut the ropes binding Kakashi's hands and feet with a knife, he comforted him.
I'm here. Don't be afraid. Obito.
Kakashi immediately regretted that he had come. He should have endured this danger alone. He shouldn't have dragged Obito into it. But Obito was reckless now. A lone knife in hand, he stood in front of Kakashi and said to Watanabe Hiroshi,
"The police will be here soon. None of you will escape. Sanshan Hospital is finished. No matter. I'll take you two as my scapegoats. With an Uchiha along, I won't be at a loss."
Watanabe Hiroshi laughed arrogantly and ordered his men to attack together. Obito and Kakashi stood back to back facing 4 or 5 burly men. The situation was extremely difficult. To make matters worse, they had barely eaten or rested, so the odds were heavily against them. Still they fought with all their might. Obito was more agile than Kakashi, so he had to not only take care of himself, but also protect Kakashi, sustaining many injuries.
"How are you?"
Kakashi supported him. Obito didn't want to worry him, so he waved his hand and forced himself to say,
"I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt?" "No. We can't beat them, Obito. I'm out of strength. Just leave me, okay?"
Obito's face darkened.
"Kakashi, if you say that again, I'll really get angry. If someone has to die today, then let's die together. With you here, I've never been afraid."
They had been backed into a corner with no way out. Obito tightly grasped Kakashi's hand and asked again,
"Are you willing?"
Kakashi smiled with relief. Pressing close to Obito's body, he solemnly uttered the promise.
"I am willing."
But the next second, as those men rushed forward, Obito gazed at Kakashi with deep affection, then instantly pulled him into his arms. He used his own back to shield against all the danger. Knives plunged into his back, blood spilled everywhere, but fearing Kakashi's sorrow, he tightly covered his eyes, with his hand preventing him from seeing the brutal scene. Until his strength was spent, until his body grew cold, he could no longer stand, and collapsed onto Kakashi. Police sirens wailed outside one after another. The men panicked, dropped their weapons, and fled in all directions, leaving only Kakashi and the dying Obito. Kakashi's hands were covered with Obito's warm, bright red blood. He wept and screamed,
"Uchiha Obito, you liar! Didn't we agree to die together?"
"Who asked you to protect me?" Tears fell onto Obito's face. Obito raised his hand to wipe them away, speaking with difficulty word by word.
"It's okay. I couldn't bear to let you hurt. Kakashi, you've suffered too much in this life. I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. Don't talk anymore. The ambulance is almost here. Just hold on a little longer, okay?"
Kakashi pressed on Obito's wound, but it was useless. Blood still flowed endlessly. Obito's face was completely drained of color. His raised hand slowly fell to the ground, taking away the tear from the corner of Kakashi's eye. Medical staff rushed up with a stretcher, frantically administering first aid to Obito before sending him to the hospital. Kakashi didn't know how he followed them. He just kept staring at Obito's closed eyes, wishing desperately that it was all just a dream. But the solid slap from Akuyo finally snapped Kakashi out of it. This was the first time he faced the questioning of Obito's mother.
"What will it take for you to let him go?"
10 years ago, for your sake, he begged me to deal with your stepfather in prison, and even willingly went to America. 10 years later, he gave up his family fortune and his life for you." At that moment, a nurse rushed out of the emergency room, urgently searching for a family member.
"Ms. Unai, blood transfusion is needed. The blood bank has no matching blood type. We need to find one quickly, or else I can."
Kakashi interrupted the nurse, walking up to her without hesitation and repeated firmly,
My blood type matches Daitu's. Take me quickly, don't waste time.
Yudai watched his resolute back as if nothing else mattered to him. The beating and interrogation just now, the terror of being kidnapped, the helplessness of being cornered, all pale in comparison to Daitu's life. And 10 years ago Daitu must have felt the same. He watched Kakashi go home, but couldn't bear to part, so he asked the driver to turn around, sneak back to confess his feelings. He couldn't explain why, but he felt there were things he absolutely had to let Kakashi know. But before he reached the door, he heard a commotion inside. A disheveled man was arguing with Kakashi, and there was a broken boy sitting on the floor, presumably Kakashi's younger brother Xiaoyan. Daitu heard everything. That disgusting man was Kakashi, and Xiaoyan's stepfather, their lifelong nightmare. His actions were simply monstrous, but Daitu could do nothing at that time. He couldn't openly run into Kakashi's sight and give him a hug because he knew well that Kakashi, such a proud person, would never tolerate anyone else witnessing his humiliation. So Daitu chose to leave silently. After returning home, he remained sullen, constantly recalling the scene he had witnessed during the day, Kakashi's frail shoulders trembling behind that door. He had shouldered everything alone, suffering in silence, with no one to confide in. Daitu leaned against the bed and opened his phone. There was an unread message from his classmate Lingmu which read,
Daitu, earth-shattering news.
Something happened at Kakashi's house. His stepfather was taken away by the police, and it seems Kakashi himself called the police. Daitu sat up in shock at those words. Lingmu was the most well-informed person in the class, so his words were 80 credible. If all this was true, then Kakashi must be suffering immensely. No, he had to go find him. Daitu thought in his mind, and as his thoughts raced, his body was already moving. He grabbed a jacket from the hanger, threw it on hastily, and rushed out the door.
Where are you going?
Before he had taken a few steps, he was stopped by Yudai, who came out of the study. Daitu pretended to be calm.
Going to hang out with a classmate.
But Yudai saw through him at once.
Which classmate? Still that boy you're always hanging out with.
She stepped closer, looking as if work had been troubling her lately. She had even developed a few white hairs at her temples. Daitu raised his head fearlessly and replied,
Yes, I just want to be with him.
Yudai hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. She frowned and said,
Daitu, you've already graduated from middle school. I've arranged for you to continue your studies at a school in the United States, so you don't need to take the final exams. Why? I'm not going. I want to take the exams and attend university in Japan. That's not up to you. I won't listen to you. Even if you tie me up and take me there, I'll find a way to come back.
He had promised never to be far from Kakashi. They still had a long road ahead, to go to university together, eat delicious food together, and do many wonderful things together.
Daitu, stop messing around. You know your own health condition. I've already contacted a hospital in the U.S. They can provide you with better treatment. Can you stop worrying me? Worry? When have you ever worried about me? It's just about having someone to inherit the Uchiha clan. You're trapped in this family, and you want me to follow the same path.
Have you ever asked me if I want this kind of life?
Yudai had never imagined Daitu would say such things. Although she was cold and ruthless to the outside world, she had always done her best for Daitu.
She felt that the child before her, who could no longer be controlled, was so unfamiliar, increasingly resembling his deceased father.
Shut up,
Yudai said in a low voice.
You have no right to choose. As long as you still depend on me to live, you have to listen to me.
With that, she ordered the bodyguards to take Daitu back to his room and lock the door. In the days that followed, Daitu tried every means, but failed to escape. He sat on the floor in despair, staring at the calendar. Today was the first day of the middle school entrance exams. 15 minutes had passed since the first exam started. Kakashi must have realized that he wouldn't be coming anymore. Daitu hugged his knees and looked out the window. He could see him if he just crossed 2 streets, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. After 3 days, the exams ended and everything was settled. Xianjia came to bring Daitu his meals. Seeing him lost in thought, he sat down beside him.
Today the madam cooked herself. She made your favorite eel rice. Have a try.
Shinji handed the bowl over. Daito only glanced at it, and then looked away.
Shinji, the world is so vast. Why can I only be locked in this small space? Because without financial foundation, you can't move an inch. Young master, you haven't been to the outside world. You don't know the ferocity of wolves and tigers, the law of the jungle. Without the ability to protect yourself, you'll live in fear your whole life.
The madam doesn't want you to have a hard life, which is why she is so strict with you. Daito listened quietly to the old steward's words. Suddenly he understood something. He turned to Shinji and asked,
Is it only by eliminating all future troubles that one can move forward without distraction? Yes. If a person has too many nightmares, even a good night's sleep is a luxury.
At night Daito tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He thought about many things, his eyes wide open, until dawn. When the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the curtain gap, that faint light was like him and Kakashi. They had been fighting against the vast darkness, sparing nothing. So Daito made a decision. He pounded on the door frantically. Yudai heard the noise and unlocked it. After a night of deep consideration, Daito finally bowed his head to Yudai.
Mother, I'll listen to you, and go to the U.S. But can you do me a favor? Tell me. I want to ask you to end someone's life.
Kakashi, from now on you won't have to live in fear anymore. He will never have the chance to get out of prison, never harass your life again. You can live more passionately. If you are happy, then even if I am not by your side, it's fine. But this farewell would last 10 years. Blood flowed through the transfusion tube, slowly transferring from Kakashi's body to Obito's. Kakashi had no time to attend to anything else. His gaze remained fixed on Obito, watching him lie peacefully beside him. The erratic lines on the electrocardiogram proved he was still alive, yet Kakashi's heart ached unbearably. Tsunade entered the room, hands on her hips, and said to Kakashi, I'm really furious with you too. Last time he gave you blood, I tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. Now you're saving him in return. Do you have any idea how much harm this does to your bodies? Kakashi didn't understand her words, and asked in confusion, Obito gave me blood. When? You mean the time during your surgery? Later, when your wound reopened, and you fainted, he saved you. But his constitution is special, he shouldn't have done it. He insisted, and no one could talk him out of it. Tsunade sighed helplessly, removed Kakashi's needle, and pressed an alcohol swab against the spot. She said gravely, this time you must listen to me. We'll only take 200 milliliters. Any more, and you won't be able to handle it. Kakashi said, I'll give him as much as he needs. That's impossible. I'll try to find blood from the bank. You've reached your limit. I'll have Sakura take you to the observation room to rest. Tsunade-sama, take another 200. I can bear it. Kakashi stood up, grabbed Tsunade's arm, and pleaded with her. He knew how rare their blood type was, and every moment wasted could cost Obito his life. Kakashi. Tsunade tried to pry his hand away, but seeing his eyes brimming with tears, her heart softened. A healer's compassion. Obito's condition was indeed precarious, and Kakashi's blood could sustain his life, but she couldn't risk a healthy person's well-being. Just as she was about to speak again, Kakashi suddenly climbed off the bed, snatched the needle from the nurse, and recklessly aimed it at his own wrist. Tsunade's face changed, and she shouted at him, put the needle down first. You don't know how to do this, you'll hurt yourself. Tears streamed down Kakashi's face. He lowered his head, and begged Tsunade to save Obito over and over again. Tsunade finally relented. Only one more time at most. Kakashi showed a pale smile and nodded. All right. Let's begin. He lay back down calmly, feeling his body grow colder. So this was what it felt like to lose too much blood at once. No wonder his father had always trembled before his death, no matter how tightly Kakashi held him. And now Obito must be feeling the same. Kakashi turned his head to look at his face. Why was there still no trace of color? Did he hurt? Was he cold? Could he wake up and just look at him once? Tsunade-sama. Kakashi called weakly. Tsunade thought he was in pain and asked anxiously, are you all right? Shall we stop? No, don't stop. Kakashi sobbed, will he get better? Tsunade hesitated. I can't promise. If we find blood within 3 days, and he wakes up, he should be fine. But you can't continue. We'll do our best. After the transfusion, Kakashi rested in the hospital bed. Sakura brought some snacks, chocolate biscuits and milk. Kakashi-sensei, eat something to replenish your strength, or you'll feel very weak. Thank you. Kakashi propped himself up. How is Obito now? Lady Udai transferred him to a private hospital. They should have better resources. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Sakura placed a cushion behind his back. Kakashi-sensei, this road is too difficult. Are you sure you want to continue? The Uchiha are not ordinary people. This will be very hard on you. Sakura had always felt for Kakashi. She only wanted him to live a peaceful and smooth life, not to struggle in such a relationship. It's okay, Kakashi said. It'll get better. But deep down he wasn't sure. It was almost like self-consolation. He continued, I respect all his choices. He can tell me soberly that he doesn't love me anymore, say goodbye, say we're over. But he can't pretend to let go because of unavoidable external pressures. I won't accept such a so-called well-intentioned lie again. 10 years is too long, I can't wait for another decade. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. I just hope you can find happiness. After Sakura left, Kakashi didn't stay either. He first returned to the apartment, where he saw Hojo sitting with Xiaoyan on the sofa watching TV. They both looked up at the door, their eyes filled with shock. Only then did Kakashi notice the bloodstains on his clothes from Obito. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Hojo rushed over to check. It's not my blood. Don't worry. I'll take a shower, then I have to go to the hospital. Hojo-kun, please take care of Xiaoyan for a few days. Kakashi leaned wearily against the doorframe and looked at Hojo. Don't worry, leave Xiaoyan to me. Your face looks terrible. Are you really okay? Kakashi forced a smile. Then he looked at Xiaoyan's back. Xiaoyan seemed to sense his gaze and turned around. Kakashi couldn't hide the sorrow in his eyes in time, so he panicked and looked down. He didn't want to expose all his vulnerability, at least not in front of Xiaoyan. Kakashi tried to walk back to his room. Just as his fingers touched the light switch on the wall, he fell into a warm embrace. Xiaoyan had pulled him from behind into his arms. Brother, if you're sad, just cry out loud. Xiaoyan's voice came from beside his ears, shattering all of Kakashi's pretenses. He could no longer hold back and leaned against Xiaoyan's chest, sobbing hoarsely. So it was that in extreme grief emotions were hard to erupt. Everything felt surreal, indistinguishable from reality. But once clarity returned, the sorrows surged like a flood, impossible to stop. When everything was tidied up, Kakashi packed a few changes of clothes into a bag and prepared to go to the hospital. Xiaoyan moved to stay with Hojo, and since Yamada had nothing to do at the moment, the two could keep each other company. Hojo insisted on driving Kakashi. He didn't feel comfortable letting him take the subway in this state. Kakashi didn't refuse his kindness. Along the way, Kakashi remained silent until they reached the destination, when he thanked Hojo again. He watched Hojo's car disappear around the corner before slowly walking toward the ward. He knew Udai didn't want him there, but he had to come. Ino, walking out of her office, bumped into Kakashi and looked surprised. Kakashi-san, what are you doing here? Ino-sensei, which room is Obito in? He's still in the ICU. Lady Udai said no one is allowed near, especially you. Kakashi-san, maybe you should go back for now. Kakashi ignored her words and persisted in his determination. I won't leave. I'll wait here until he wakes up. During the days Obito lay unconscious, Ikeda scoured every avenue to find a solution, even accessing blood banks nationwide. She finally secured an emergency blood supply, though transportation would take some time. She rushed about tirelessly, appearing several years older than her actual age. Kinosuke offered to escort her to rest, but she refused, rubbing her temples as she asked, "Has Hitaki Kakashi left yet?" "No, he's been waiting at the door the whole time. He's been sitting there these past few days, gnawing on bread when hunger struck, and nodding off against the back of his chair when exhaustion overwhelmed him. I urged him to go home and rest, but he refused, insisting on staying by the young master's side." "Don't concern yourself with him.
Once Obito recovers, I'll arrange for his discharge, and they won't maintain contact afterward.
Ikeda had already steeled her resolve. She would not permit Kakashi to enter Obito's world again. Kakashi remained unaware of how critically Obito was faring. The hospital physicians, taking their cues from Ikeda, treated him with cold indifference. Only Yamanaka Ino would occasionally appear to share updates, urging him not to worry excessively.
He's out of the danger zone.
Ino handed Kakashi a bottle of warm milk tea.
His fever broke last night. Once the blood arrives, there's every expectation he'll regain consciousness, assuming nothing complications arise. That's wonderful news.
Kakashi looked at Ino with evident relief.
May I go see him? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. You're aware of how formidable Madame Ikeda is. No one dares defy her. That's all right. I shouldn't have asked. Dr. Ino, I'm truly grateful,
Kakashi said with his head bowed. Ino, unable to bear his despondent posture, decided to urge him once more.
Kakashi-sen, you gave such a substantial amount of blood last time without proper rest, didn't you? Continuing like this will destroy your health. Go home and sleep properly. I'm fine.
He wouldn't leave. What if Obito woke craving his presence? What if he needed another transfusion? He would remain vigilantly by his side, even if seeing him proved impossible. Recognizing she couldn't sway him, Ino departed in silence. By daylight, Kakashi would read or type on his phone, but frequently a splitting headache would seize him, leaving him unsteady on his feet. When he rose to fetch water, he discovered the water dispenser near the nursing station had been removed per Ikeda's orders, forcing him to descend to the convenience store downstairs. Upon recognizing him, the clerk's expression darkened. He snatched the bottle from Kakashi's grasp.
I'm sorry, sir, we cannot sell our products to you.
Kakashi understood they were merely following orders, so he made no protest and turned back upstairs. His mouth grew increasingly parched, while his stomach churned with discomfort. With no alternative, he resorted to using his hands to collect tap water from the restroom, letting it flow directly down his throat into his stomach. The cool liquid brought no relief, and the malnutrition from subsisting on empty calories left him noticeably thinner. After quenching his thirst, Kakashi supported himself against the wall and returned to the bench outside. Attempting to write once more, he opened the document only to find the characters blurred beyond recognition. Unable to concentrate, he abandoned the effort. The longest ordeal remained the endless nights. With nothing but a thin blanket for warmth against the chill, he watched as the night nurses deliberately lowered the air conditioning during shift changes. Curling into himself on the chair, he layered every piece of clothing he possessed in a futile attempt to stave off the cold. Sleep eluded him entirely. The cadence of the night nurse's footsteps roused him repeatedly. Eventually he simply sat upright, gazing vacantly through the wall separating him from Obito's room, a mere barrier between them now, yet one that rendered physical contact impossible. On what he presumed was the fifth day toward dawn, Kakashi's exhaustion claimed him for a brief slumber. He was jolted awake by commotion, doctors and nurses rushing into the ward with emergency equipment. A foreboding sense gripped him, and he followed closely, slipping inside during the confusion. On the bed, Obito lay still as though merely sleeping, but terror contorted the faces of those surrounding him as they worked frantically to revive him. In that moment, Kakashi comprehended the irreversible fating of Obito's life force. Ikeda stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. Her gaze pierced through the crowd to lock onto Kakashi's hollow expression. She stormed toward him, seizing his wrist with furious desperation.
You claim to love him so profoundly, then offer your life in his place.
Ino was the first to intervene, attempting to calm Ikeda, while urgently gesturing toward Kakashi.
Go now. She's capable of anything to save Obito. Very well.
Kakashi's voice rang with unwavering conviction, stripped of any tremor of fear. Were his existence the price for Obito's survival, he would pay it countless times over without hesitation. Ikeda's pupils contracted sharply, her fierce demeanor dissolving into that of an ordinary mother stripped of hope. Her grip loosened, her body going limp, as though drained of vitality.
You possess no fear of death. Fear it deeply, Kakashi replied. Yet I dread a world without Obito far more. Auntie, I love him. Everything I do for him I do willingly. Please use me. If I hold any worth, this life I possess was given to me by Obito himself. Consider it repayment.
Ikeda's tear-filled eyes turned toward Obito. The hard monitor's readings grew increasingly faint. Was surrender the only path? No, this was not how it should end. Mad with desperation, she lunged forward and clutched Obito's body, her voice raw with pleading.
You heard him, didn't you? I would drain him dry to save you. If you don't awaken, I will. This time I won't hesitate. Hate me, resent me, I won't spare him. If you truly love him, wake up and stop me.
She surrendered completely. In the face of life and death, nothing else mattered. He was her child, carried for 10 months, once gazing at her, with nothing but devotion. How had they arrived at this devastation? Hair disheveled, face gaunt, she was no longer the imperious woman she had been. She was simply a mother who loved her child with every fiber of her being. Kneeling before the bed, she wailed until her voice fractured.
Obito, mother will agree to anything. Please wake up. I will never force you again. You are free to be with whoever you choose. Obito, don't leave, mother. I have only you.
The monitor's steady rhythm resumed. Kakashi supported Ikeda, guiding her to rest aside, when a voice echoed from the doorway.
Doctor, the blood has arrived just in time. This time it's sufficient.
Relief washed over the entire team as they returned to their stations, launching into another round of critical care. After 3 grueling hours, they finally stabilized his condition. Kakashi remained at Ikeda's side throughout, sharing the agonizing wait until a physician burst forth with exuberance.
He's awake. The patient has regained consciousness.
When Obito regained consciousness, the first sight that greeted him was Kakashi. He was still frail, his voice a faint whisper. He tried to raise his hand to touch Kakashi's face, but it was too difficult. Kakashi reached out and took his hand, pressing it against his own cheek. Still reeling from the joy of having him back, he opened his mouth to speak, but tears fell before he could form a single word.
How are you feeling? I'm fine,
Obito replied.
Just knowing you're by my side is all that matters. I was so afraid I would never wake up again, afraid I'd fail to keep my promise to grow old with you, and you'd blame yourself.
He reached up and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Kakashi's eyes.
Don't cry. It breaks my heart to see you like this.
Kakashi could no longer hold himself together. These past days, he had been sustaining himself on nothing but a fragile thread of hope, yet only he knew he was nothing more than a puppet held together by that single string. Once the ending turned tragic, the play could go on no further. When the string snapped, he would fall apart completely. He threw himself into Obito's arms and held him tightly. Beside his ear, he could hear the steady rhythm of Obito's heartbeat. It was wonderful. He could feel that vibrant surge of life once more. Fukuyo still stood in the corner watching the two by the hospital bed. Finally, she quietly slipped out of the room. Kenji waited at the doorway.
Madam, may I help you to some rest?
Fukuyo waved her hand dismissively, and continued walking with her weary steps toward the small garden outside. A pavilion there was perfect for lingering, and at this hour the morning sky was just beginning to brighten. The heavy dew had soaked through her hair and clothes.
Kenji!
Her voice was heavy with sorrow.
I just saw Obito, the kind of Obito I haven't seen in so long. When he's by Kakashi's side, he can smile like that, like a child freely asking for warmth.
Kenji draped his coat over Fukuyo's shoulders.
That's because it's only before the one you love that a person can be their truest self, madam. Back then you couldn't bring yourself to do it, and you still can't.
Because she couldn't bear to let him suffer for the rest of his life, could she?
Yes,
she said. She wanted him to pay with his life, and he hadn't hesitated for a moment to agree.
His love for Obito is no less than mine. How could I truly harm him? Perhaps it was fate that Obito found him.
Fukuyo finally found peace. She had spent half a lifetime grasping and pushing everyone she cared about farther away, only to spend the rest of her days in regret and remorse. She had overcome countless obstacles, and yet remained utterly alone.
Sigh.
She exhaled slowly, and rose to her feet.
I'm too tired, Kenji. Let's go home. Very well, madam. What about Kakashi? Let them be.
Fukuyo glanced up at the light still burning in the hospital room. All she wanted now was to sleep. During Obito's hospitalization, Kakashi never left his side. Obito treasured their time alone, loving to watch Kakashi sit cross-legged on the sofa lost in thought as he typed, loving the way the breeze tousled his silver hair, loving those quiet expressions that slipped across his face when he thought no one was watching.
Why do you keep staring at me?
Kakashi felt a blush creep up his neck under Obito's unwavering gaze. Obito shamelessly replied,
You're so handsome. I feel like my eyes have grown roots and attached themselves to you. Stop with the sweet talk.
Kakashi seemed to remember something and turned to ask,
Why didn't you ever tell me about the blood transfusion? There was no need to explain. I did it willingly. Just like you, we would both do anything for each other without a second thought.
Obito already knew everything Kakashi had done for him. Kakashi offered a faint smile.
You're truly hopeless.
Obito agreed.
True. We've always been two monsters after all, twisted beyond recognition by our love for one person. But what's wrong with that? This kind of reckless obsession is the very essence of love.
Kakashi looked surprised.
You read my novel.
Those words came straight from the latest chapter of his book titled
Monster. I've read every one of your books. In those days without you, I survived on your words alone.
Kakashi was deeply moved. In all those lost years, they had been longing for each other in their own separate ways.
I understand now. Your mother told me everything. Thank you for letting me live in peace all these years. Without you, Kojiro and I would have lived in constant fear, terrified that the demon would be released and come after us for revenge. The thought of living like that, our lives hanging by a razor's edge, is unbearable.
Obito listened in silence and then replied,
You'll never have to live that way again. As long as I'm here, you will be the happiest man alive. Then promise me something. Tell me. Visit your mother more often. Even if she can't accept me, she's done nothing wrong. It's only a mother's instinct. She doesn't want her child to endure such hardship.
Obito didn't need Kakashi to ask. He had already let go of his old grudges. During his unconscious state, he had heard Fukuyo's weeping during the rescue. He had known her terror and helplessness. He was not a cold-hearted man. How could he remain unmoved?
All right, I will,
Obito promised.
Now come here and let me hold you. Let's take a nap together.
Kakashi set aside his laptop and immediately climbed into Obito's bed. They curled together, and Obito gently patted his back in rhythmic strokes. Sensing he was growing drowsy, he watched as Kakashi's eyelids slowly drooped, those slender dense lashes casting delicate shadows on his skin. His face lay perfectly still beneath the warm light, and Obito couldn't resist leaning down to press a kiss to his lips. After Obito was discharged, he continued living in Kakashi's apartment, though he found it too cramped and repeatedly urged Kakashi to move in with him. Kakashi, unable to leave Bijo and Yamada behind, hesitated and never agreed. Obito eventually dropped the subject. It didn't matter, he would be wherever Kakashi was. Natsume's screenplay had been submitted on time, and the director was very satisfied. Kakashi recommended Niji and Tenten as well, though within such a professional production team, they would likely start as supporting actors. But neither minded, they treasured the opportunity all the more. Though work had reached a temporary lull, and Obito's body was gradually recovering, Kakashi still carried something heavy in his heart, something he couldn't let go. So he decided to visit that person one more time. In the visitation room behind the reinforced glass, Kakashi saw Watanabe once more. His hair had been shaved off, his frame wasted to the point of emaciation. In barely a month it was as if all the spirit had been drained from him. Kakashi offered him a calm smile and pointed to the telephone on the table. Watanabe picked it up, his eyes full of sorrow, as he looked at Kakashi.
Dr. Watanabe.
Kakashi still addressed him this way.
How are you?
Watanabe's eyes were sunken hollow. He could no longer maintain even a shred of dignity, yet that single address,
Dr.
Watanabe, made his chest ache so deeply he wanted to weep.
I'm fine. I can finally sleep in peace. Before, every time I closed my eyes, I'd see those people who died with their mouths open, desperately struggling to survive. I wanted to save them, but I couldn't. I know. You were forced into it. But wrong is wrong, and you must pay the price for what you've done. Yes. I'm just glad to see you're alright. Then my final step was worth it.
Kakashi, I'm sorry for hurting you and little Yin. I know nothing I do can make amends, but my feelings for you have always been genuine. Saying this now is meaningless. Once the verdict comes, my time will be near. But being able to see you one last time before I go leaves me with no regrets. Thank you. Time was up. Kakashi took something from his bag and asked the guard to pass it to Watanabe. Into the phone, he spoke one final time.
Goodbye, Dr. Watanabe. I will always remember you.
Only after Kakashi left did the guard place the item into Watanabe's hands. A single candy. Watanabe gazed at the colorful wrapper and could no longer suppress himself. He crouched down and wept. It was the candy he had given little Yin hidden inside the last bottle of medicine, because he knew the boy feared bitterness. And now Kakashi had passed it back to him. Outside the prison a familiar car was parked. Obito opened the door and walked slowly toward Kakashi, his expression somewhat shadowed. Kakashi felt a pang of guilt as though he'd been caught doing something wrong. He avoided Obito's gaze and said,
Are you angry?
Obito couldn't help but laugh.
You really think I'm that petty? I'm here to pick you up for the premiere. The premiere of Devourer is today. Haven't you been looking forward to it? I specifically chose this date. It's Jinki-sensei's birthday.
In the car, Obito noticed Kakashi was distracted. He covered Kakashi's hand with his own and asked,
Did you say a proper goodbye to him?
Kakashi nodded and turned his gaze toward the window. They were passing by that same stretch of sea once more, birds circling low overhead free and unhindered. The premiere was arranged at the Dongbao Cinema in Shinsu, a bustling area teeming with crowds, towering skyscrapers, and a thriving entertainment industry, one of the favorite hangouts for young people. Kakashi hadn't been to the movies in a long time, and a flicker of excitement stirred within him. They rode the escalator upstairs, and the waiting area was packed with people seated on chairs. Shursui squeezed out of a long line clutching a huge bucket of popcorn, and spotted Kakashi from several meters away.
Kakashi, Obito-san, over here! I saved you seats!
Shursui waved at them. Following his gesture, Kakashi saw Itachi sitting on a sofa chair smiling and nodding in greeting. Kakashi tugged at Obito to go over, but Obito paused and asked,
Do you want some popcorn?
Kakashi glanced at the crowded counter and said,
Forget it, there are too many people. We have enough time. Just tell me if you want some.
Kakashi replied honestly,
Yes, I do. And I'd like a cola too. Then go sit with them and wait for me. I'll be right back.
Obito ruffled Kakashi's hair, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Watching his retreating figure, a smile tugged at the corners of Kakashi's lips as he slowly walked over to Shursui.
Long time no see, Shursui Itachi.
Kakashi greeted them. Shursui handed him a bottle of water and teased,
Did Obito-san go buy you something?
Kakashi didn't hold back.
Yeah, why didn't you bring me a portion too? You only bought for Itachi. You're a guy who prioritizes looks over friendship.
Shursui raised an eyebrow.
I did it on purpose. I wanted him to show off a bit. The one I bought for you couldn't possibly taste as good as the one he queued up for himself, right?
Kakashi couldn't be bothered to bicker with him, but such light-hearted banter had been absent for a long time. Even the always composed Itachi joined the conversation, asking,
How is Obito-san's health?
Kakashi replied,
He's fine now. After a long period of recovery, he just needs regular checkups at the hospital.
Itachi smiled knowingly.
That's good to hear. He put a lot of effort into this movie, running around and dealing with all sorts of public opinion to smooth things over. Finally, it's going to be released. He said today is Uenmu-sensei's birthday. It's quite poignant. Uenmu-sensei never got to see his own work on the big screen.
Kakashi's heart ached at the thought. Shursui patted his shoulder to comfort him.
All right, let's not dwell on such heavy topics. It's almost time, let's head in.
Kakashi glanced at the time displayed on the bottom right of the wall screen. 10 minutes until the movie started. Obito returned just in time, drenched in sweat from the crowd. Kakashi pulled out a tissue and wiped his face, saying,
"You worked hard." "Not at all. Let's go."
Their seats were in the middle front section, reserved specially by the organizers. The entire film lasted 2 hours, the theater packed to capacity. Everyone watched attentively, immersed in the story that belonged to Uenmu-sensei, a gentle flowing narrative tinged with subtle sorrow. The ending of the film faithfully reproduced the original text of the book. There was no worldly romance, only the quiet release after a long pursuit, a clean slate that erased all past entanglements and set forth on a new journey. The open-ended conclusion perfectly illustrated the infinite possibilities of life. The protagonist was not confined by any rules or frameworks. He might commit suicide, he might keep searching, he might compromise and become ordinary. It was precisely because the road ahead was full of unknowns that he wanted to keep walking ever onward. On the massive screen, Kakashi saw that the script he had fought for had been adopted without alteration. The excitement within him was beyond words. Obito kept holding his hand firmly, occasionally casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi's profile. The music of the ending theme enveloped the silent hall. Its soothing rhythm accompanied the slow rise of the closing credits, white text against a black background, each name representing an immense contribution. When Kakashi clearly saw his own name printed at the very end of the writing team, he could no longer contain his emotions. He instinctively turned to look at Obito, who met his gaze with equal understanding.
"Kakashi, I told you I would make your name appear in the public eye. This is what you deserve. You are just that brilliant."
Kakashi was in tears. He didn't care about fame or success, but Obito had always defended his dreams. Whether in the past or now, Obito had supported him without a single complaint. Obito reached out to wipe his tears and asked,
"Do you like this gift?"
Kakashi's tears turned into laughter as he replied solemnly,
"I love it."
The lights came on. The director, along with the main cast and crew, stepped onto the stage to express their gratitude and fielded enthusiastic questions from the audience. A female audience member in the back row got hold of the microphone. She stood up slowly, pondered for a moment, and then asked,
"Director, I want to know, was Songin's death in the movie real or fake? Did she ever love Shioching even a little?"
Director Hengchuan listened to the question, cleared his throat, and smiled.
"Let our screenwriter, Mr. Shimu Kakashi, answer that."
As his words faded, a spotlight fell on Kakashi, who was sitting in the audience. A staff member handed him a microphone. Caught off guard, he still took it calmly. Rising under the gaze of everyone without any deep deliberation, he spoke with a calm and composed tone.
"Yes, she did. She loved him deeply. But what lay between them was not just love, it was also a bond. Songin was the only light in Shioching's dim life. They supported each other through a fleeting lifetime. Yet reality seldom bends to our wishes. Perhaps it was all a dream, a reflection in the water, a flower in the mirror. Whether she departed or was reborn to Shioching, as long as Songin was happy, he would respect every choice she made. If living is a torment, what's wrong with letting her go and leave this world? Now the real Shioching has gone to find his Songin. I think they are already together."
Kakashi paused for a moment, then suddenly lifted his head to look upward. He said,
"Uenmu-sensei, have you seen her?"
The hall fell silent, and then erupted into thunderous applause. After the premiere ended, Shursui suggested going for another drink, but Kakashi declined, explaining,
"Obito hasn't fully recovered, so he can't drink."
Shursui grumbled.
"You accuse me of prioritizing looks over friendship, but aren't you the same?"
Kakashi couldn't argue with him, so he said,
"How about next week? I'll treat you both at my place." "All right, it's a deal."
Shursui pulled a tachi and left first. Kakashi watched them go, then continued waiting for Obito, who was still chatting with the director. Before long, Obito came back and asked gently,
"Did you wait long?" "It's fine,"
Kakashi said.
"Are you done?" "Yeah, I got a bunch of business cards, all for you." "For me?" "Of course. Don't you know there were many directors and producers in the audience just now? They all want to meet you. I screened them for you first."
Obito put his arm around Kakashi's shoulders as they walked toward the parking lot. Kakashi was a bit surprised. After all, he was just an unknown little writer. He confirmed with Obito.
Are you sure it's not because of your reputation?
Obito stopped sighed helplessly, and tapped Kakashi's forehead with his finger.
Kakashi-sensei, I don't have any reputation now. In the future, I'll have to rely on you. When you become famous, don't forget about me.
Kakashi felt a warmth in his heart knowing Obito was telling the truth. He deliberately teased him.
That depends on your performance. Otherwise, I'll kick you out and find someone young and pretty. You dare.
Obito hugged him tightly, gently biting Kakashi's earlobe, and said possessively,
You belong to me alone.
Since the premier, Kakashi's phone had not stopped ringing. Every day brought an endless stream of messages and tasks keeping him perpetually busy. Not only was he writing scripts for Shinshin, but he had also accepted commissions from directors at other entertainment companies, and was involved in adapting novels by renowned authors. Often late into the night, he would call Itachi to seek advice on professional matters. Their partners Obito and Shisui were left simmering with frustration, yet dared not voice their complaints, fearing both to provoke anger and to miss the comfort of their loved ones. They could only endure the sleepless hours. Kakashi finished the final word of the article at hand, stretched his limbs, and turned to meet Obito's resentful gaze.
Still not sleeping?
Kakashi asked him. Obito pointed at the clock on the wall, speaking with irritation.
Look at the time. You're writing this late again. Did you forget what you promised me?
What promise? Kakashi slipped into the bedding, already scheming how to placate this overgrown child. No sooner had he lain down than Obito pounced, pinning him beneath. Obito gazed at him with deep affection, then leaned down to kiss his lips. Still sounding aggrieved, he said,
Didn't you say last night we could?
Ah, yes. Last night Obito had bathed and waited eagerly, but Kakashi received an urgent call. Yamada and Xiaoyan had missed the last bus at Hiku Town and couldn't return. So he had to drive out in the middle of the night to pick them up. On the road, Yamada chattered about the magnificent views of Mount Fuji, completely oblivious to the dark expression on Obito's face in the driver's seat.
Mr. Obito, I brought you a souvenir.
Yamada rummaged through his backpack for a long while before pulling out a small box. He sat in the front passenger seat, while Kakashi and Xiaoyan leaned against each other, asleep in the back. So Yamada dared to lean close to Obito's ear and whisper,
This is a special sake I bought for you. Share it with teacher Kakashi. It's a fine thing.
Obito glanced sidelong, catching the meaningful look in Yamada's eyes, but still accepted it.
Thank you. You're welcome. Tomorrow night Xiaoyan can stay with you again,
Obito said. Understanding immediately, Yamada patted his chest.
No problem.
Yet now Obito still hadn't gotten what he wanted, and Kakashi seemed utterly indifferent to the matter. In truth, Kakashi wasn't unwilling to be intimate with Obito. He was merely worried about his health. After suffering such severe injuries, and narrowly escaping death, though he had rested for some time, Kakashi had witnessed Obito at his most vulnerable, and dared not risk agitating him. Kakashi asked,
Are you up for it?
Obito frowned slightly, feeling challenged. In the next moment, he seized Kakashi's lips in a fierce kiss, licking and sucking with abandon. After so long without intimacy, both burned like wildfire, craving touch and yearning for passion. Breathing heavily, Obito said,
You'll find out soon enough whether I'm up for it.
After their passion subsided, Obito retrieved the sake Yamada had given him from the fridge and poured 2 small glasses by the bedside. Kakashi, too exhausted to move, watched him and asked,
What's that? Sake. A sip will ease your body. I have to get up early tomorrow. Drinking will cloud my mind. It's fine, just 1 small glass.
Obito handed him the glass, then tossed his own back. Kakashi followed suit, drinking it down in 1 gulp. They had no idea how potent this sake was. Even a small amount sent both of them into a state of exhilaration, and they held each other tighter. Kakashi's face flushed, a smile blooming across his features. His dazed eyes and fair skin captivated Obito, stealing his very soul. Unconsciously, a second round began. So Kakashi couldn't rise early that day, sleeping until noon. He had completely forgotten about going to the newly opened supermarket to buy groceries. Now he couldn't even lift his fingers. Obito was much the same, refusing to get out of bed, reluctant to leave it really. With Kakashi in his arms, he couldn't focus on anything else. He only wanted to gaze at him, kiss him now, and then unable to let go. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Fearing it might wake Kakashi, Obito threw on some clothes and went to answer. He assumed it was Xiaoyan returning, but standing at the door were Yudai and Kinsuke. Startled, Obito was about to speak when Yudai said,
"Won't you invite us in?"
Only then did Obito snap out of it, stepping aside to let them in. He went to the kitchen to brew tea.
"Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes."
Soon Obito emerged fully dressed, carefully closing the bedroom door behind him. Yudai took in every small detail, her eyes sweeping over the tiny but cozy apartment filled with traces of their life together.
"How are you?"
Yudai's sharpness softened, and even her tone became gentler. Obito replied,
"I'm doing well." "Then will you come back? If you're willing, I'll hand over all my shares to you. You can still have a place in the Uchiha group, and you'll still enjoy." "Mother!"
Obito cut her off.
"Let it end here. I will no longer be involved in Uchiha matters. This was wrong from the start. I never wanted to walk this path. You were the one who guided me, telling me I had to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the family business. But I didn't like that life. I didn't want to be trapped there. If fame, fortune, and power come at the cost of losing Kakashi, then I would rather have nothing. I only want to live a simple life with him. I've already decided to use the savings of these years to start an entertainment company, make a few films seriously, and grow old together with him." Yudai listened calmly, without anger or resentment, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. "I understand. I won't force you anymore. But no matter which path you choose, you will always be my son."
Obito's heart was a swirl of emotions. Seeing Yudai's diminished sharpness stirred a pang of sympathy.
"Mother, let go. You're too tired. You need to rest. You know the contents of the will from back then. Why do you still cling to this delusion?"
Yudai's eyes widened as her last secret was laid bare. She turned to Kinsuke, who bowed his head in admission.
"Madam, I told the young master. But he had a right to know. We both only want you to set yourself free,"
Obito said.
"Don't blame Kinsuke. He has been tormented by this secret for years. In father's will, half of the estate was left to the child he had with that woman. But you couldn't accept it and secretly altered it. Mother, the child is also of Uchiha blood. In truth, I've been in contact with my younger brother all these years. His abilities are no less than mine. He has the right to inherit. Let the past be past. What's wrong with entrusting the future of the Uchiha to a more ambitious young man?"
He stepped forward and embraced Yudai's frail frame. This was the first time in years they had willingly reached out to each other, bridging the rift between them as ordinary mother and son.
"Well, I should be going now."
Yudai slowly rose to her feet. Her knees ached dully due to inadequate care in her youth. Daito steadied her, and she smiled knowingly, glancing at the tightly shut door.
"You have a stubborn temper. Don't bully her. Next time come back to the old house for a meal. Since Xiaofeng left, the place has been empty and lifeless."
Daito knew she had fully accepted Kakashi. The smile on his face was impossible to hide.
"All right, I'll definitely bring him back. Take care of yourself."
Daito saw them to the entrance, reminding the driver to be cautious, and only returned home after the car had vanished from sight. Kakashi woke groggily at the sound of the closing door. Daito slipped back into bed and pulled him into his arms.
"Awake! Did someone come?"
Kakashi's voice was still hoarse.
"My mother. She just left."
Kakashi stirred the sudden movement, sending pain through his body. He frowned.
"Why didn't you wake me?"
Daito looked at him, both pained and amused. He reached out and massaged Kakashi's waist.
"After last night, could you even get up?" "Get lost. It's all your fault. I missed the chance to grab the eggs."
Kakashi was still brooding over the supermarket deal. He changed the subject.
"Did you two argue?" "No. We've cleared the air." "Good. When are you going back to the company?"
Kakashi had no idea what Daito had been through nor that he had surrendered all his shares to save him. Daito gently parted Kakashi's hair and replied unhurriedly.
From now on I'm just Daito, not the Daito of the Uchiha group. Kakashi, you once said there's no right or wrong in life, only one's own choices. Now I want to choose the path of walking through life with you. I don't want to live a life of scheming and deception anymore.
Though he had prepared himself to accept any decision, Daito made hearing it so openly still left Kakashi somewhat stunned. After all, it was the fruit of Daito's years of hard work. How could he just let it go? Daito read his thoughts, nuzzled his cheek, and continued.
Now I have nothing, Kakashi-sensei. Do you still want me?
Kakashi let out a laugh.
That depends on how you perform.
Daito nibbled his ear, his tone suggestive.
Did you enjoy last night's performance?
He dared not dwell on the details. The mere thought made his face flush and his blood race. Kakashi turned away stammering.
It was. Okay.
Daito wasn't satisfied with that answer. He lifted Kakashi's chin and kissed him again.
Then let me provide some after-sales service. No.
Kakashi pressed a hand against Daito's chest.
Daito, I can't do it anymore. It's swollen. Let me see.
A flicker of concern passed through Daito's eyes. Kakashi quickly pulled the covers tightly over himself, leaving only his head exposed, looking defiant.
Don't look. We've seen each other naked so many times. Still shy. Let me put some ointment on you, or it'll hurt more. I'll do it myself. Do you have eyes on the back of your head?
Daito coaxed him.
Be good. Let me help.
Kakashi couldn't outstubborn him and relented. The cool ointment did provide some relief, but he could no longer sit at his desk for long periods. Most of the time he had to lie in bed. Daito stayed with him, while Kakashi read. Daito worked on his laptop.
Any plans?
Kakashi tilted his head and glanced at the document on the screen.
I contacted Asuma a few days ago. I want him to invest in my entertainment company. You're going into the film industry.
Kakashi set down his book and sat up straight.
After the experience of filming Devouring, I found it quite fascinating. A group of people come together to tell a story, then present it to the public. Years later, perhaps the story itself will be forgotten, but the feelings will linger in the hearts of those who share the frequency. Maybe slowly, we all become the characters in the story. That's the magic of cinema. Since we can't live every kind of extraordinary life, we need images to enrich us. Isn't that beautiful?
Previously one was a businessman and the other a wordsmith. There was an inherent dissonance. But now Daito was trying to understand the beauty of art, while Kakashi was reaping fame and fortune. These were inseparable. One couldn't be idealistic forever. The best was to gain recognition while preserving one's original heart.
Kakashi said, if you've made up your mind, go ahead. But an unfamiliar field may be a tough road.
Daito shrugged it off.
What's there to fear? It's not like I can't afford to lose. I can always start over.
Kakashi admired his carefree spirit. He smiled and said,
Then Mr. Daito, would you like to sign me? No. Huh? We'll run the company together. You're my love. What's mine is yours.
The word struck Kakashi's heart heavily. Half his life had passed in stillness, his heart like a placid lake, until Daito barged in and stirred up a tempest of emotions. Months of effort later, the company began to take shape, named after their initials OBKK. Asuma sat speechless at Daito's desk.
So you just had me throw in money to take the risk. And the name doesn't even involve me at all. If you want to squeeze in, I can have it changed in a minute. Forget it. I don't want to be a third wheel. But seriously, why give up being a wealthy Uchiha heir to be a small boss? Are you content with that? To be honest, my life right now is the happiest it's been in over 20 years. Asuma, not everyone has grand ambitions. What's wrong with living simply?
Daito checked the time, stood up, and straightened his clothes.
All right, I'm off to buy groceries. The Sori that Kakashi loves will be gone soon.
Asuma rubbed his eyes, hardly believing that the man before him was the same Daito who once ruled the financial world with arrogance and ruthlessness.
Let me take a picture.
Asuma followed Daito, pulling out his phone and switching to camera mode. Daito asked,
What for? I'm going to post it on social media and let all our friends see that Daito has gone mad. Fine, make me look handsome.
Daito even stopped to strike a pose before heading to the parking lot. He turned to wave goodbye.
Let's drink together sometime. I'm off.
Kakashi had been fretting over the late Master Yuenmu's posthumous work Flying Birds. He couldn't find a suitable director. Famous directors were too expensive, while lesser-known ones lacked the credentials to capture the desired effect. He didn't want to gamble. Daito had called him several times to come eat but got no response. Finally he walked over and snatched the laptop away.
Time to eat. Go wash your hands.
Then he turned to the couch.
You too, Xiaoyan. Stop gaming.
The two of them slowly made their way to the table. Xiaoyan had been in good spirits lately. Though he still couldn't remember anything that might be a blessing, the past was too painful.
Brother Daituji,
Xiaoyan suddenly spoke solemnly.
I want to discuss something with you too. What is it?
Kakaxi's heart tightened at his serious expression. Xiaoyan composed himself, took a deep breath, and said,
I want to go back to school. I want to study psychology to help more people with mental illnesses find their way out.
Kakashi and Daito exchanged a glance and smiled in unison. Kakashi said,
Of course. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you.
Daito added,
I'll cover the expenses. Xiaoyan, just focus on your studies. Don't worry about anything else.
Xiaoyan's face lit up with relief.
Good. Actually, I've already applied to a school. I'll move into the dormitory in a few days. You're not staying at home. What if you... Brother...
Xiaoyan cut him off.
I can do this. Can you try letting me walk my own path from now on? I know you've been sad since I lost my memory, but I'm still your brother. That will never change.
Daito put an arm around Kakaxi's shoulder.
Kakashi, let him try. He's stronger than you think.
Kakashi finally learned to let go.
All right. But promise me you'll call me if anything happens. And then I will. You and Daituji take good care of each other too. Let's have some drinks tonight. Celebrate your new business and my new beginning.
Daito was all for it. Drinking was good. After a few drinks, he could see that side of Kakashi again. He jumped up to grab some beer from the fridge, but Kakashi pressed him back into his chair.
I'll get it. Just beer.
Kakashi wasn't falling for his tricks. That liquor from Yamana, he had no idea what was in it, but the after-effects were brutal. Just thinking about it made his backside ache. His scheme exposed, Daito obediently listened. The three of them sat together eating and drinking, the atmosphere warm and pleasant. Kakashi began to vent his frustrations.
I've screened so many people, but none of them fit. Who can really shoot flying birds? It's so frustrating.
Daito downed another cup and comforted him.
Take your time. No rush.
Just then the doorbell rang. Xiaoyan ran to open it.
Baishio-ji, why are you here?
Baishio had just come back from outside carrying some snacks and the latest issue of Jump for Xiaoyan. Out of breath, he said,
I passed by the bookstore and saw the manga you like, so I bought it for you.
Xiaoyan hugged the book.
Thanks, Baishio-ji. I've been waiting for the new chapter. Baishio-kun, what perfect timing. How did you know we were drinking? And you brought food?
Daito invited him in. Kakashi hurried to the kitchen for extra chopsticks and a cup. Baishio sat down without hesitation and said mysteriously,
Because I have good news for you. What?
Kakashi leaned in curiously. Baishio pulled out a document and handed it to Kakashi.
I found a suitable director for you, and he agreed. Really? Who is it? Take a look.
Kakashi flipped to the first page and saw a familiar photo. He was stunned, then looked at Baishio for confirmation.
Grandpa Mickey. Yes. I was on a location shoot recently and mentioned Grandpa Mickey to a director. That's when I learned he was once a brilliant director, even worked in Hollywood in his youth. He retired because he disliked the industry's atmosphere. I thought his philosophy matched yours perfectly, and a collaboration would be great.
So I went to see him. He didn't hesitate when he heard it was your script. Really? That's wonderful.
We were just worrying about this. Thank you, Baishio-kun.
Kakashi was so excited he could barely speak. Baishio was a bit embarrassed.
Don't be so polite. Just buy me an extra drink. I'm also an employee of the company. Doing my best for the two bosses is my duty.
Daito raised his glass.
Baishio-kun, come, let's have a good drink tonight. No one leaves sober.
Baishio's spirits lifted, and he picked up his glass.
Cheers!
To OPKK's continued success. They all drank and laughed, the night slipping away until late. Xiaoyan helped the completely drunk Baishio back to his apartment next door. Yamato was on a date, and wouldn't be back, so Xiaoyan decided to stay and take care of him. Kakashi was still cleaning up the mess. Daito came up behind him and wrapped his arms around him.
Leave it for me to do tomorrow. You should rest. Okay.
Kakashi put down the broom.
It's late. Let's go to bed.
Daito held Kakashi in bed and said,
Kakashi, I'm truly happy. Having you by my side for this life is enough.
Kakashi hugged him back, breathing in his unique scent, a mix of alcohol and the fresh fragrance of laundry detergent. There was an indescribable sense of peace.
I love you, Daito. I really love you.
Daito leaned down and kissed him.
I love you too, Kakashi.
Perhaps the future will be filled with endless uncertainties, but with each other there is nothing to fear. Principal Hashimoto's office, usually especially tranquil, had welcomed an uninvited guest today. The elderly principal had just finished a phone call with his wife at home, saying he would be working overtime that evening and returning late, only to be caught with the truth that he actually had plans with someone else.
Principal Hashimoto, I heard everything. It's Ms. Suzuko, right?
Obito sat on his newly replaced leather sofa, his legs lounging casually over the edge of the coffee table. Sweat poured down Hashimoto's face as he hastily rose.
Obito, you must have misunderstood. Then I'll go confirm with Auntie Kagetsu.
Kagetsu was the principal's lawful wife and a close friend of Ikuyo's. Obito came to study at this old mansion school precisely because the Uchiha family held shares in it, and both families were old acquaintances. No one dared to provoke Obito at Shiching Academy. By now Principal Hashimoto had already guessed that Obito had some kind of leverage, so he asked,
Obito, let's talk this through properly. What do you need from me?
Obito got straight to the point.
I want to switch dormitories.
Hashimoto breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a wide smile.
That's easy. I'll have the administrative staff arrange it for you right away.
Obito added,
the dorm room should only accommodate 2 people, me and Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake.
When did you become so close to him? Hasn't he always been a day student? His family can't afford boarding fees.
I know, that's why I came to you. Draft a new school regulation requiring all students to live in dormitories and make it free of charge.
Huh? Hashimoto felt a sharp pain in his chest, his legs turning weak.
How much money would that cost?
Obito quickly retracted his swinging leg, walked up to Hashimoto and smiled.
Oh, come on, this is nothing for you, uncle. Look at that belly of yours. It's all fat from all the good food. All right, it's settled then. I'm going to class.
With his scheme accomplished, Kakashi smoothly moved into the dormitory. Obito had to pretend he knew nothing about it, putting on a show of surprise.
How lucky! We got the only double occupancy room.
Kakashi walked inside and looked around. Indeed, it was cleaner and more orderly than ordinary rooms. He privately felt relieved that he wouldn't have to interact with too many people, though he was also worried about whether living with Obito would be harmonious. Before he could finish pondering, Obito had already taken his bag. Which bed do you want to sleep in? Kakashi hadn't felt respected for a long time. At home, he shared a narrow bed with Xiaoyan, having to be extremely careful when getting up at night to use the restroom lest he wake him. As a result, he rarely slept well. But now Obito was generously letting him choose first. Kakashi softly said,
either is fine. Then this one, since it's closer to the window. You need more sunlight. I've noticed you hide in the classroom every day reading and writing. You'll ruin your health. Obito placed his bag on the chair as he spoke. Kakashi silently nodded.
Okay, thank you.
I bought a lot of toiletries. You can use mine, no problem. Thank you. And I'll get the hot water. I'm working out anyway. 2 water bottles can serve as dumbbells. TH. Don't thank me.
Classmate Kakashi, if you keep being so polite, I'll get angry. Come on, touch my muscles, and see the results of my recent training.
Obito immediately rolled up his sleeve and flexed his arm, displaying perfect muscle lines. Not wanting to refuse, Kakashi politely extended his slender index finger and gently poked the firm muscle.
Obito's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked,
"Well, hard or not?"
This question was simply awkward to answer. Kakashi didn't know how to respond for a moment. Several classmates passing by the door couldn't help but show bewildered expressions, guessing they were discussing inappropriate topics. Kakashi inexplicably blushed, turned his head, organized his desk, and replied to Obito from behind.
"It's quite good."
Obito happily threw his arm around Kakashi's shoulder and said loudly,
"Next time I'll bring you to play basketball too. Look at how skinny you are. A man must be strong." "Okay."
Kakashi nodded. In summer, he only wore a white school uniform shirt. Now Obito's hand transmitted warmth through the thin fabric. Where his skin was touched, it felt like burning. Kakashi simply felt an inexplicable heat spreading through his entire body. After dinner in the evening, they took their shower carts to the public bathhouse and lined up. There were no partitions, and the boys were all completely naked. Kakashi had never been naked in front of others, and still wasn't used to it. He stood in the changing room building up his courage multiple times, but still couldn't bring himself to unbutton his clothes. Obito sensed his discomfort. He had been chatting with Suzuki about the recent matches, but unconsciously stepped back a few paces. His tall figure shielded Kakashi in a corner position, making it difficult for others to see him. Kakashi turned to look at his broad back, and suddenly felt a great sense of security. He lowered his head, and quickly undressed, hastily stuffing his clothes and pants into his locker.
"Obito, are you coming or not?"
Suzuki called out, standing completely naked at the entrance of the bathhouse.
"Go ahead first. I'll be there in a bit." "All right."
"Let's meet at the East District Night Market after showering." "Got it."
After Suzuki left, Obito took a bath towel from his locker and handed it to Kakashi.
"If you're uncomfortable, wrap it around your lower body. Actually, once inside it's all steam, and you can't see anything clearly, so don't worry about it." Though he said that when Obito turned around and saw Kakashi's completely bare body, his heart rate quickened. He couldn't help but scan him up and down. Why was his skin so fair and tender, tinged with a hint of pink? Although they were both boys, the difference was too extreme. Obito had never thought about voyeurism toward the same sex, but facing Kakashi, his eyes simply refused to obey.
"It's fine, I don't need it. Let's go."
Kakashi had finally overcome his psychological barrier, but Obito was somehow displeased, though he didn't know exactly what about. So he led Kakashi to a less crowded spot. 2 students from other classes were nearby, occasionally glancing at Kakashi. Obito shot them a glare, and the 2 tactfully turned their heads away. Hot water poured from the showerhead, steam rising. Obito's peripheral vision kept unconsciously drifting toward Kakashi. Undercurrents surged, flowing slowly downward beyond control. He felt something fermenting in his heart, growing increasingly uncontrollable. The night breeze brushed against their faces, neither cold nor hot, perfectly drying the slightly damp air. Fragrant aromas from food wafted through the night market. Obito queued up to buy takoyaki, while Kakashi sat quietly by the fountain waiting for him. Not long after, Obito returned triumphant.
"Eat while it's hot. I also bought fruit tea, especially sweet."
Obito placed the food in Kakashi's hands. Kakashi thought he'd bought it for himself to eat. Unexpectedly, he had ordered 2 portions of everything.
"I'll pay you back later." "No need. Classmate Suzuki is treating right."
Obito winked at the confused Suzuki, who could only awkwardly play along.
"Yes, yes. Welcome classmate Kakashi to our little group."
Kakashi had never had friends, But at this moment Obito had brought him into a friendly circle. He could play with everyone, attend gatherings together, study together, and live like a normal person. Kakashi accepted their kindness, carefully savoring the delicious food. He watched them bantering and joking, sharing embarrassing stories from yesterday's mixer. When he heard the funny parts, he laughed along. But he didn't know that Obito was watching all his actions, carefully collecting them deep in his heart. The next day, Principal Hashimoto was blocked again by Obito.
"What do you want this time?"
Principal Hashimoto warned him. Obito leaned in a cunning smile, curving his lips.
"Install private bathrooms in every dorm room."
2 years later, Kakashi and Obito had both entered their 30s, and their lives were thriving with vitality. Their entertainment company had grown substantially. They invested in several low-budget films that unexpectedly received positive reviews, winning accolades at international film festivals. Riding this momentum, they signed several talented directors and screenwriters, becoming a dark horse in the industry. What they were most proud of was Mickey's direction of
Flying Bird,
which marked their turning point. The script was adapted by Kakashi, and the actors were personally recommended by Mickey, familiar faces who had rarely been active in the entertainment circle but had graced the screen in earlier years. When attending the Venice Film Festival abroad, Kakashi was so nervous he couldn't sleep all night. Obito teased him for being unable to handle pressure, wondering how he could still act like a newcomer after experiencing numerous awards of all sizes. Kakashi said,
"This time is different." "How is it different?" "It's only a nomination, not a sure thing. Being nominated is already impressive."
Obito pulled him back into his arms.
"Best Film Award is well-deserved, but for the director."
Kakashi knew he didn't get along with Mickey. They always argued when they met, acting like two unreasonable children despite being nearly 2 decades apart in age. Mickey favored high-intensity shooting and had strict standards for every aspect, including the actor's performance, lines, and makeup. He often summoned Kakashi in the middle of the night to discuss script progress. Several times Obito's intimate moments with Kakashi were interrupted by a phone call from Mickey. Kakashi insisted on answering, and then he had to leave. With his passion unfulfilled, Obito could only watch helplessly as Kakashi got dressed and walked away without a single backward glance at him, still burning with desire. After that, Obito secretly held a grudge. He frequently visited the set, staying all day and using his investor authority to pressure.
"Director Mickey, you have 3 scenes today, right? You can't afford to stop, otherwise we might miss the Chinese New Year release according to our schedule."
Irritated by his nagging, Mickey rolled up the script and tapped it on the armrest.
I know. You don't have to come every day. Kakashi isn't an actor." "I know. I'm here specifically to supervise you. Do you have nothing better to do?"
Obito rested his hands behind his head and replied lazily,
"I have to make sure you finish quickly and don't go crazy in the middle of the night."
Mickey finally understood the implication.
"You little rascal, are you complaining that I've been messing with your fun? Can't you just calm down and let Kakashi rest? Maybe you should star in the next film, Animal World. Spring hasn't even arrived yet, so why is your main season so long?"
Older and wiser Mickey was not one to be out-talked. Feeling disgruntled, Obito pouted and said,
"No wonder you retired from the entertainment industry. It wasn't because you were indifferent to fame and fortune, but because you've offended too many people, right?" "You're right about that. I don't let anyone dictate."
They bickered back and forth until Kakashi's head ached. Fortunately, Flying Bird was completed smoothly and achieved remarkable success, stunning audiences abroad. Although it didn't win the final award, it became a benchmark for OBKK. Before returning to Japan, Obito and Kakashi made a detour to the United States to pick up Yukaina and Keed. Keed had grown taller and still had a quick tongue. He blurted out,
"Teacher Kakashi, you're still with my dad."
Obito's face darkened as he suppressed the urge to hit him.
"Watch your mouth."
Keed hid behind Kakashi and stuck out his tongue.
"Dad, not many people can put up with you for so long. You better treat teacher well."
Yukaina couldn't help but laugh.
"Don't blame him. He just went through a breakup and says he's seen through love."
Obito listened to Yukaina recount the sorrowful story, struggled to suppress the smirk threatening to curl his lips and played the role of a loving father. He patted Keith's head and comforted him.
It's okay. Out with the old in with the new. If she left you, she's the one with no taste.
Kakashi rolled his eyes.
Is that how you comfort someone?
He turned and put his arm around Keith's shoulder.
You'll meet the right person someday. Remember every relationship because it's not easy for people to meet and know each other. I will. Teacher Kakashi, you're so kind,
Obito said proudly.
Of course the person I chose is definitely the best.
The journey was filled with chatter and laughter, making the tedious drive pass quickly. The car pulled up to the Uchiha ancestral home and stopped at the entrance. Ikuyo was already waiting for them. In recent years, she had become more energetic than ever. Without the worries of the company and the children, she spent her days gardening and keeping fish, enjoying her leisure and keeping a youthful mindset.
Grandma, I'm back.
He threw himself into Ikuyo's arms, and Yukaina greeted her as well. Ikuyo happily hugged the child and stroked his back.
Grandma can hardly recognize you. What a handsome young man. And Yukina, you must be tired from the journey. Come in and sit down.
Knowing the place well, Kakashi made tea for them. After Kinsuke retired and returned to his hometown, Ikuyo kept only one housekeeper to look after her. Kakashi often visited her, bringing her favorite pastries and chatting about daily life. So Ikuyo was now thoroughly pleased with Kakashi.
Let Obito do that. You rest too.
Ikuyo pointed to the sofa.
I see you have dark circles again. Still busy lately,
Kakashi replied.
Not too busy anymore. The new show just wrapped up. But I've been thinking about expansion. Obito has been looking for suitable venues. That's easy. Just call your Uncle Madara and ask him to invest in a plot of land.
Ikuyo turned to Obito. Obito was about to take the fruit to wash but stopped at the mention of Madara.
You don't know? He's not involved in anything anymore. I can't even find him. My uncle is almost overwhelmed at the company. A bunch of unreliable people.
Ikuyo sighed.
Let's not talk about that. We need to leave soon. Keed and Yukaina said they want to stay here and keep you company.
Obito placed the fruit plate on the table and gave Kakashi a look signaling they were ready to leave. Ikuyo didn't insist, knowing they enjoyed their time alone, and simply reminded them to drive safely. They drove to Indigo Lake again for the annual fireworks festival. The feeling was vastly different from before. They found a perfect spot to sit and watch. Memories flooded back. They had once eloped here and made a vow never to abandon each other.
There are so many more people than before,
Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. Obito put his arm around his shoulder and asked,
Do you still remember that photographer? The one who witnessed our vows? I remember. I wonder if he's here today. By the way, what made you suddenly think of coming here?
Kakashi asked curiously. Obito smiled without answering. Just then fireworks slowly rose and burst in the pitch-black sky, illuminating their clear faces. The brilliant sparks formed the letters OBKK, and everyone whispered, guessing the meaning. No one knew how long Obito had prepared for this moment. He had personally visited the fireworks factory and worked with technicians to figure out how to shape the letters, finally achieving this satisfying result. Still immersed in the surprise, Kakashi heard Obito call his name and turned to look at him. Obito's face was inches away. He gently pressed a kiss to Kakashi's lips, then brushed past his ear, whispering softly,
Happy 2nd anniversary.
End.